Chapter 1: Why is finding a suitable Taoist partner so difficult? On the Luanfeng Terrace, under the jurisdiction of the Qingming sect in the Xiantian Great Domain, Su Jinxiu raised her delicate eyebrows and took a serious look at the man opposite her who wanted to become her Taoist partner. He has a good appearance, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a handsome and refined appearance. At a young age, he already possesses an extraordinary charisma. It's a pity he only has the cultivation level of the third stage of qi refining, and he's a 5-elemental root cultivator. She straightened her posture and said with a serious expression, "Junior brother Gu, although we were both rejected by the Qingming sect, we are cultivators who want to rely on the great Yan immortal dynasty to continue cultivating in the sect. But I have never forgotten to build a foundation for immortality, and even to attain the golden core, so I will have certain requirements in terms of material things, do you understand?" Gu Yan nodded gently and said in a soft tone, "Senior sister Su, I understand. Just state your conditions, and I will consider them at my discretion." Su Jinxiu nodded and went straight to stating her terms. "First of all, if you want to become my Taoist partner, you must first have a stable spiritual vein residence within the sect. Secondly, a flying magic weapon or a spirit beast mount is also necessary, but considering that my junior brother's ability is limited at the qi refining stage, he can choose one. Thirdly, we should save at least 500 spirit stones for our expenses. We need to have sufficient resources to buy pills and talismans in normal times." At this point, Su Jinxiu stared intently at Gu Yan, and was surprised to see no change in his expression. Could it be that I misjudged him? This kid's a hidden tycoon. "Junior brother Gu, after all I've said, is there anything you'd like to say?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan sighed, stood up from his seat, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said with a bitter smile, "I have nothing to say. Senior sister, it's because my storage bag is too thin. Farewell." After saying that, he turned and left without leaving a trace. Damn it, in his past life he worked 996 all the time, and when he went on blind dates, the women demanded a house, a car, and savings from him. As a result, he transmigrated to the world of cultivation, and after finding a cultivation partner, the woman demanded a cave dwelling, a flying vehicle, and a spirit stone bank account. The world seems to have changed, yet it also seems to have remained the same. That's right, Gu Yan is a transmigrator, and a transmigrator with a system. This system is called the Cultivation World Marriage and Childbirth System. It's very powerful. As long as he finds a female with a score of 80 or higher to become his Taoist partner, have children, and raise them to adulthood, he can receive rich rewards. At first, Gu Yan thought, isn't this simple? This is the world of cultivation, you know. Aren't beauties who score 80 points everywhere? Moreover, the Xiantian Great Domain is currently in the midst of a fierce war between good and evil, with a large number of cultivators dying every day, and the cultivation world is extremely short of newborns to fill the gaps. This led to the Qingming sect responding to the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty's decree and frantically encouraging its disciples to get married and have children. Once married, even if one's talent is not yet sufficient to become an outer disciple, one can still live in a safe cave dwelling, free from the deceit and treachery of the outside world. There is also a large amount of spirit stone subsidy after having a child. Gu Yan often saw his inner sect brothers hanging red banners throughout the sect, with slogans like, "The more children, the more blessings the immortal dynasty will help nurture you. If impoverished towns want to get rich, have more children and raise more beasts, have more children quickly, and you'll have a beautiful life. Practicing marriage-based parenting is the noble responsibility of today's young people, and the more children you have, the smoother your path to immortality will be." On the contrary, if one is unwilling to form a Taoist partnership or have children, the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty also has a comprehensive and highly targeted tax system. Unwilling to form a Taoist couple? Then pay the taxes. Lone son tax or lone tax, there's bound to be one that suits single people. Unwilling to have children? Then pay the taxes. Infertility tax, low birth rate tax, tax that hinders the glory of the immortal dynasty, taxes follow one after another. Other people's cultivation of immortality is walking the great path alone, severing worldly ties, but here, cultivation of immortality is remaining unmarried and childless, and paying taxes until you cry. However, despite this high-pressure policy, Gu Yan still couldn't find a suitable candidate. It's not that the score wasn't high enough, but rather that the requirements were too high for him. Take, for example, that senior student, Su Jinxiu. She was known as a beauty among the immortals of the Qingming sect's immortal seed peak, but in the system's eyes, she was only barely passing. As for ordinary female disciples, even if their looks are good enough to be considered top stars in their previous lives, they would only score less than 60 points in the system's eyes. Then, Gu Yan thought about the remaining female cultivators who were qualified for the rating and found that each of them seemed to have someone behind them. They're either inner disciples or elders. That's terrifying. Left with no other choice, he could only leave Luanfengtai and try his luck in Linxian town, which was under the jurisdiction of Qingming's sect. After all, that place is considered the boundary between immortals and mortals, a place where all sorts of people mingle, and countless young women aspire to become cultivators. With the nourishment of subtle spiritual energy, they may well be able to meet the system's requirements. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Yan arrived in Linxian town and immediately headed to Hongziuzo. Hongziuzo is a matchmaking service center in Linxian town, with a large pool of high-quality men and women and a good reputation in the town. Given Gu Yan's status and position as a cultivator, he is perfectly capable of freely choosing his concubines at Hongziuzo. The Red Sleeve Pavilion at the eastern end of Linxian town, from a distance, looks like a floating jade palace, with spirit-gathering pearls hanging from its eaves. Inside the gate, on both sides of the jade steps, cultivators came and went in an endless stream. The handsome men and beautiful women either stood in front of the water mirror to check the information or sat around the jade table to listen to the matchmaker's introductions using her spiritual power. The intermingling of spiritual energy and the warmth of everyday life truly resembles a destined connection between the immortals. As soon as Gu Yan stepped through the door, the previously noisy atmosphere in the hall quieted down a bit, and a warm laugh drifted over. Is this a celestial master from the Azure Nether sect? My name is Changyu. Everyone in town calls me Antyu. You look unfamiliar, so have you come here seeking a predestined connection with the immortals? Gu Yan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman standing next to the main seat in the hall. She was wearing a smoky brocade dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, and her eyes curved into a shrewd and charming smile. This person was none other than Antyu, the head of the Red Sleeve Inn, and the most well-informed socialite in Linxian town. She knew which family had a stunningly beautiful girl and which girl possessed extraordinary spiritual talent. Exactly. Gu Yan nodded and continued. My surname is Gu. I have come to Hongziuzo to find a good match. I wonder if Antyu has any recommendations? Antyu quickly stepped forward and led Gu Yan to sit down at the jade table by the window, personally pouring him a cup of tea. Master Gu, don't be anxious. Since you've come to my Red Sleeve Pavilion, you found the right place. There isn't a single outstanding girl in Linxian town that I can't name. Miss Zhang, a princess of a mortal kingdom, is proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although her spiritual root is somewhat lacking, her family background is strong. Miss Li, the daughter of a wealthy merchant in town, has a dowry that could fill a mountain. She has a pseudo-spiritual root and can barely sense spiritual energy. Miss Wang. She spoke eloquently, listing off all the famous beauties of Linxian town. However, no matter how much she described the girls in the booklet as beautiful and unique, Gu Yan remained unmoved. Antyu's mouth was dry from talking, but seeing that the other party was still not interested, she had no choice but to hand him a booklet with a gold embossed cover and said with a smile. Master Gu, these are the young ladies of Linxian town who are ready to be married. They range from 14 to 27. They are all daughters of noble families or princesses of mortal kingdoms. They are already the most distinguished group of people in the town. Take a look? Gu Yan nodded and took the booklet. As far as the eye can see, the ratings on the system panel pop up one by one. The highest score was only 65 points, which is a far cry from 80 points. He flipped through the last page, looking at all those identical 5 elemental roots and pseudo-elemental roots, and finally gently closed the booklet, his tone tinged with disappointment. Antyu, are these the only women available in Linxian town? Antyu's smile froze for a moment, thinking to herself that as expected of a cultivator from a celestial sect, her standards were indeed high. She quickly explained with a forced smile. Master Gu, this batch is the best in our Linxian town. Those girls with truly outstanding spiritual roots were selected by various immortal sects to cultivate before they even reached marriageable age. The immortal sects would naturally find their own partners internally, so why would they come to the Red Sleeves Pavilion to find a Taoist partner? The girls in the booklet are basically backed by family backgrounds. Even if their spiritual roots are a little weak, they have an overwhelming advantage over others. Gu Yan nodded, but her heart sank. If there are no women of the opposite sex here who are recognized by the system as 80 points, he will have no choice but to risk going to the Qingyang Mountains and dealing with those female mercenaries or slave traders who live on the edge. Once they leave Linxian City, the Qingming sect disciples' deterrent power will be greatly reduced, and murder and robbery will become commonplace. If this doesn't work, I'm afraid I'll have to give up. Those female cultivators in the Qingming sect who scored above 80 points. Either he couldn't reach them, or they had already been chosen by the inner sect senior brothers and elders. If Gu Yan went up to them, he would be courting death. He looked up at Anchu, his voice carrying a final glimmer of hope. So, there really aren't any other potential partners? Anchu was taken aback when she heard this, and then sighed. She pulled another thick, old-fashioned booklet from her sleeve and said helplessly, "Since you ask, Immortal Master, then I will not hide anything from you. I do have some candidates, but each of them has their own problems. For example, some people traveled abroad in their early years and their foundation was damaged by monsters, so their cultivation stopped at the first or second level of qi refining. Some of them went astray in their youth, suffered injuries that were difficult to heal, and were not long for life. They rely on their beautiful appearance and spiritual roots, which give them the opportunity to give birth to offspring of cultivators, making them popular in Linxian town. If it were an ordinary family, then those mortals would be too good for them. But if it were Master Gu, then he would be a bit unworthy of him. Master Gu, would you like to continue reading?" Gu Yan tightened his grip on the booklet and nodded. "Look." Anchu didn't waste any time and placed the booklet directly in front of Gu Yan, letting him choose whatever he wanted. Gu Yan took the booklet and quickly flipped through it. Most of the female cultivators listed above are only around 60 points. A few who managed to reach 70 points based on their looks are also marked with phrases like spiritual vein severed and cultivation completely ruined. He grew increasingly disappointed. Until the very last page, a blurry figure suddenly appeared before my eyes. Chapter 2 is shocking. A Taoist partner with a score of 97? The woman was dressed in a faded, plain-colored mercenary outfit that accentuated her slender waist. Her face, though unadorned and sickly, was as white as snow. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes were like cold stars tempered by fire. Between her delicate nose and cherry lips, she possessed both the sharp and heroic spirit of a mercenary and a breathtakingly pure and aloof beauty. Even when sitting quietly in a shadowy shadow, she is like a plum blossom in the snow, beautiful but not gaudy, elegant but not vulgar. The next second, the numbers that popped up on the system panel made Gu Yan clench the booklet tightly, his breath catching in his throat. 97 points. He suddenly looked up, his tone filled with undisguised surprise, and pointed to the phantom image on the page, saying to Anchu, "Anchu, who is this young lady?" Anchu leaned over for a look, her shrewdness fading, replaced by a regretful sigh. "Master Gu is talking about her. Her name is Ling Qingyu, and she was a prominent figure in Linxian town in her early years. Born into a mercenary family in the Qingyang Mountains, she was born with the rare dual spiritual roots of metal and fire. At the age of 15, she touched the threshold of the 5th level of qi refining. Back then, many immortal sects wanted to recruit her. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by demonic cultivators during the war between good and evil 3 years ago. Not only was his cultivation foundation destroyed, but it is also said that his lifespan was greatly reduced. My cultivation level is currently stuck at the 7th level of qi refining, and it is difficult to make any further progress." Anchu paused, then lowered her voice even further. She didn't come to Hongziuzo to find a cultivation partner. She just knew that revenge was hopeless and wanted to find a cultivator to become her partner, raise children, and thus continue her broken path of cultivation. For these cultivators, the war between the righteous and the demonic forces was a cruel meat grinder, where even the spiritual fields they cultivated could be crushed and pulverized by the suction force. When Anchu saw the other person, she couldn't help but show a look of sympathy for the dying fox. Then, she turned her head away in surprise. "Master Gu, could it be that you've taken a fancy to fellow Taoist Ling?" Gu Yan nodded seriously. "That's right. I wonder if Anchu would be willing to introduce us to someone?" As he spoke, he took out 5 spirit stones from his sleeve. Consider this payment to Anchu for facilitating this good deed. In fact, Feng Yang from Hongziuzo only received 2 spirit stones for arranging a marriage. Even for a social butterfly like Anchu, it would only be 1 more. Gu Yan's act of presenting 5 spirit stones directly signified his determination to have Ling Qingyu. Anchu held the 5 spirit stones, her face beaming with joy. Although she was completely puzzled as to why Master Gu had taken a liking to Ling Qingyu, who was as fragile as a fading candle, she didn't ask any more questions and just teased her with a smile. Master Gu is indeed straightforward. It's all thanks to the great Yan Immortal Dynasty's urging, with its single tax and childbirth subsidies, that we have so many good matches to find. Just a few days ago, there was a monk who went on dates with 3 girls in one day to evade taxes. Amidst laughter and conversation, she took out a communication scroll, tapped it with her fingertip, and the scroll transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the backyard. Fellow Taoist Ling resides in the back courtyard of Hongziuzo. I have already sent a message, and I will arrange for you to meet immediately. Then thank you very much, Anju. Oh, it's nothing. Immortal Master, please rest here for a while, and I'll go and arrange a marriage for you right now. With that, Anju hurriedly left. Gu Yan was left alone to silently drink a sip of tea, his expression quite complicated. 97 points, this score is unprecedented, he must get this one. Whether we can defy fate depends on this one chance. Ling Qingyu, what a beautiful name. She is my destined wife. If we succeed, I will definitely. When the time came, Anju led Gu Yan through the carved corridor, pushed open the wooden door of an elegant private room, and smiled as she turned to the side. Please come in, Master Gu. Master Ling is already waiting inside. You may go in. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's face lit up slightly. He stepped inside and saw a figure sitting on a soft couch by the window. It was Ling Qingyu. Dressed in a moon-white ruchu and a type of traditional Chinese dress, her pretty face had long lost the sharpness of her mercenary uniform, but instead appeared even paler and sickly. The 2 cups of iced tea on the table in front of him had long since gone cold, indicating that he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him enter, Ling Qingyu raised her eyes, her voice as clear and gentle as spring water striking stone. How much longer are you going to stand there, fellow Taoist Gu? Please sit down. Gu Yan said oh and quickly sat down opposite him, but secretly he was thinking to himself. Is this the goddess the system rated 97 points for? How come she doesn't look much different from Su Jinxiu in terms of appearance? There was no way around it, the 97 points the system gave him had raised his expectations too high. As a man, who wouldn't hope that their Taoist partner would be top-notch? His fixed gaze made Ling Qingyu frown slightly. Fellow Taoist Gu, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on Qingyu's face? No, Gu Yan quickly shook his head, genuinely praising. I just think that Miss Ling's appearance is exceptionally beautiful, a rare sight in the world. Ling Qingyu lowered her eyes slightly, her tone sounding far more mature than that of a woman in her early 20s. It's just an empty shell, nothing special. She looked up at Gu Yan, her eyes filled with inquiry. Qingyu is curious. Anju should have already explained my situation. Now that my cultivation is completely destroyed and I only have a dozen years left to live, why does young Master Gu still want to see me? To be honest, although Gu Yan has 5 spiritual roots, he is much stronger than she expected. The other party should look down on someone as useless as me. Gu Yan cursed the system for being a rip-off in his heart, but put on a sincere face. Fellow Taoist Ling, to be honest, there are 2 reasons. One is the tax. This Lon Yang tax and Lonin tax are really. Of course, the most important reason is the second one. Not long ago, I had a strange dream that warned me that I would definitely have a destined partner in this life. I came to Hongziuzo today and happened to see Miss Ling's marriage portrait. I knew then that you were the one I was looking for. The words destined partner clearly surprised Ling Qingyu. A slight ripple flashed in her cold, star-like eyes as she was shaken. Was it really such a coincidence? She remained silent for a moment, suppressing her shock and astonishment, and nodded gently, her tone still carrying an air of mature composure. Speaking of which, when I met fellow Taoist Gu, I felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Perhaps, this is fate. This should mean they've already agreed. Gu Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although this fellow Taoist Ling spoke like an old-fashioned person, using flowery language, he seemed like a decent person. Moreover, since both parties are interested, the marriage is basically settled. Gu Yan felt relieved. The boy couldn't help but peek out, leaning forward and speaking with a hint of urgency in his voice. Fellow Taoist Ling, I think we shouldn't make a trip to the Immortal Administration Pavilion. The matter of forming a Taoist partnership and having children cannot be delayed. How about we go to the front hall of Hongziuzo right now and have Anju act as a third party to get our Taoist couple contract processed directly? Ling Qingyu looked up at him, a faint smile flashing in her eyes, adding a touch of warmth to her pale face, and nodded gently. Very well, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Gu. I'll go right now. Gu Yan was overjoyed and stood up to cup his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist Ling, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Fellow Taoist Gu, please take care on your journey. Ling Qingyu looked at him, her voice still calm. Gu Yan responded and turned away with light steps, the eagerness of a young man written all over his back. Ling Qingyu was the only one left in the private room. She stared at the swaying wooden door, a bitter smile slowly curving her lips, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cool rim of the cup. Ultimately, it was her carelessness that led to this. A few years ago, that golden core demonic cultivator launched a sneak attack, catching everyone off guard. If she hadn't recently reincarnated and her foundation wasn't yet stable, how could she have ended up in such a state, given her past as a peerless sword immortal from the sacred land of the Xian Great Domain? Now they're actually going to consider a chi refining cultivator with 5 spiritual roots as a good match. That's right, her real name wasn't Ling Qingyu Fuyu was her real name. At that time, she was born with the spirit of swords, and she rose rapidly along the way, building the Holy Land of Swords from scratch. Unexpectedly, 7 of his former disciples betrayed him and joined the demonic sect, setting a deadly trap. She remembered until her death that the sword that pierced her head was handed to her by her eldest disciple. Having been fortunate enough to be reincarnated and start anew, he originally intended to steadily cultivate until he reached the integration realm, and then settle all old scores one by one. Unexpectedly, he was defeated halfway by a golden core demonic cultivator, his spiritual roots were completely destroyed, and even with his heaven-reaching sword skills, he could no longer defy fate. That's enough, that's enough. She put down the empty cup, tapped the table lightly with her fingertips, a hint of the former sword immortal's arrogance flashed in her eyes, then returned to calm. Having spent my whole life as a legendary sword immortal, experiencing the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a mortal is not bad at all. Gazing at the wooden door where Gu Yan had left, Ling Qingyu involuntarily recalled the divination she had done on a whim 6 months ago, which said that her husband in this life would appear at Hongxiuzo after June. A smile curved her lips, and her tone carried a hint of expectation that she herself did not realize. I just hope, this time, I haven't entrusted myself to the wrong person. Gu Yan had no idea that his future Taoist partner was actually a peerless sword immortal who had once dominated the Xian Great Domain. At this moment, all he could think about was getting the marriage certificate notarized and taking my wife home quickly, and he walked 3 steps faster than when he came. As he walked through the corridor, he encountered Anchu coming towards him. Before she could speak, he said urgently, "Anchu, please prepare the Taoist couple contract as soon as possible. Fellow Taoist Ling and I have both agreed. Let's notarize it according to the rules of Hongxiuzo, the sooner the better." That youthful eagerness made Anchu smile so much her eyes narrowed, and she quickly agreed. Yes, I'll get right away. Immortal Master, please wait a moment, I'll fetch the contract right away. Gu Yan stood there, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his sleeve pocket, with only one thought in his mind. Once the contract is signed, Ling Qingyu will be his rightful Taoist partner. I can finally take the first step in the system task. When the time comes, I can bring my wife back to the sect and finally have a home. The concept of home has a different meaning for those who travel through China. Before long, Anchu arrived with a bright yellow contract. Gu Yan took it from her, thanked her politely, and then walked into the private room. When the door was opened, Ling Qingyu was sitting upright at the desk. The moon-white dress accentuated her slender figure. Holding a cup in one hand and gathering stray hairs behind her ear with the other, she drank tea with an elegant and aloof demeanor, like jade under the moonlight. Gu Yan felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and quickly stepped forward, holding the contract, his tone filled with undisguised joy. Whisper, the contract is here. Let's sign and notarize it together now, and then we'll. Before he could finish speaking, he looked up and met Ling Qingyu's gaze. The boy's innocent smile was so genuine that it made her vaguely recall the pure days before she entered the immortal sect in her previous life. After a moment of stunned silence, Ling Qingyu put down her teacup, a faint smile slowly blooming on her lips. Her cold and indifferent eyes softened instantly, like the first melting of ice and snow. Okay, I'll do as you say. Chapter 3 I'd rather be stabbed in the back with a knife. At the same time, the two of them condensed a wisp of spiritual energy from their fingertips and placed it on the signature of the bright yellow contract. With a flash of light, the contract automatically rolled up and transformed into 2 streams of light. One strand merged into Gu Yan's brow, while the other entered Ling Qingyu's body. From then on, they were recognized as a Taoist couple by the laws of the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a Taoist partnership. Rewards are hereby awarded. Reward 1, Dual Cultivation Technique Yin-Yang Transformation. Reward 2, 1 Mastery of Immortal Arts Experience Card. Reward 3, 100 Low-Grade Spirit Stones. 3 golden lights flashed, and the rewards for becoming Taoist partners with Ling Qingyu instantly entered the system space. Gu Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, looked inside, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The system provided timely assistance in establishing this Taoist partnership. Yin-Yang transformation, a top-tier dual cultivation technique. This profound method can rapidly accelerate the cultivation speed of Gu Yan and his Taoist partner. Perhaps, to some extent, it can also gradually heal Ling Qingyu's injuries. After all, anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality. The Immortal Sect 100 Arts Proficiency Experience card allows him to quickly and effortlessly learn one of the Immortal Sect's 100 arts, such as alchemy, talisman making, or weapon crafting. It can be said that the former is the foundation for becoming strong, while the latter is the path to becoming strong. The third option was even more affordable, and could even be said to have solved Gu Yan's immediate problem: 100 low-grade spirit stones. As expected of the system, this reward is truly amazing. Gu Yan glanced at the system panel, and the information on it had changed. Host, Gu Yan. Age, 18. Realm level, Qi refining level 3. Spiritual root grades, 5 yellow rank spiritual roots, specifically as follows: metal spiritual root middle yellow rank, wood spiritual root high yellow rank, water spiritual root middle yellow rank, fire spiritual root low yellow rank, earth spiritual root middle yellow rank. Techniques and techniques: Yin-Yang transformation, lesser spirit rain technique, lesser gung golden sword technique, thick earth technique, fireball technique. Destined partner, Ling Qingyu. Companion affection, 15. When affection reaches 50, the dual cultivation effect increases by 30%. Gu Yan previously only knew that he had the lowest level of 5 spiritual roots, but he didn't know his specific grade. Now, the system has marked this information clearly, especially the last item: when the Taoist partner's favorability reaches 50, the dual cultivation effect increases by 30%. This made Gu Yan eager to try it out. However, he suppressed his joy and turned to Ling Qingyu and said softly, "Whisper, let's go home." Ling Qingyu nodded with a smile and stood beside Gu Yan. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yan spent 10 spirit stones to rent a blue-feathered crane. He carefully helped Ling Qingyu onto the crane's back, and the crane flapped its wings, carrying the two of them towards the Qingming sect. At the foot of Immortal Miao Peak of the Qingming sect, 2 female disciples were chatting with Su Jinxiu. "Senior Sister Su, aren't you going to find a Taoist partner yet? If you keep delaying, you won't be able to afford the lonely Yin tax anymore. What if you get expelled from the sect?" Su Jinxiu adjusted her sleeves and smiled calmly. "What's the rush? Those inner disciples are only after I become their concubine. It's utterly disrespectful. What I'm waiting for is a good match that will allow me to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage." No sooner had he finished speaking than the female disciple beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! A flying spirit beast! Who's so generous?" Su Jinxiu's heart stirred, and she looked up. A streak of green light flashed across the sky. On the back of a crane, a man stood tall and straight, while a woman beside him wore a moon-white dress. Although her face was not visible, she exuded a cool and aloof aura. The two flew straight into a cave not far away. They really are a handsome man and a beautiful woman, but I wonder who they are. A hint of regret flashed across Su Jinxiu's eyes, and she gently shook her head. Another promising young fellow disciple, what a pity. Back in the cave, Gu Yan pulled Ling Qingyu around, pointing things out to her. This cave dwelling is given to Taoist couples by the sect. There is a small spiritual vein in the back mountain, and the spiritual energy is much denser than in Linxian town, so cultivation can be much faster. If you give birth in the future, the sect will have special cultivators to help you. Ling Qingyu nodded gently. Just as she was about to find a quiet room to regulate her breathing, she saw Gu Yan bring over a pile of red silk and lamps and arrange them in the hall. She bit her lip, ultimately not calling out husband, and only asked, "Gu Yan, what are you doing?" Gu Yan turned her head and smiled genuinely. "Build us a wedding room." The wedding room? Ling Qingyu was stunned. She had spent her whole life cultivating immortality and asking questions. How could she know about these mundane etiquettes? What does that mean? Today is the day we become Taoist partners. Gu Yan explained as he hung the red silk. In my experience in the mortal world, the relationship between a man and a woman that leads to marriage involves getting married, and the place where they live on the first day of marriage is called the bridal chamber. Our family is not well off and we can't afford a big event, but we should add some celebration to make the cave feel like home. This sounded interesting to Ling Qingyu, and she reached out to take the lamp from his hand. "I'll help you." "Oh, no need. Didn't you have an injury before? Just rest in bed and you'll be fine." Although its strength is less than 1/10 of what it used to be, it can still manage this little bit of decoration. Ling Qingyu felt helpless about this. Is this little boy imagining the kind of frail woman I've always pictured? Okay, you can help me, you can help me. Gu Yan had no choice but to let her help. The two of them, one hanging silk and the other setting up lanterns, actually seemed to be working together to build a home. After finishing the decorations, Gu Yan went to the kitchen to work. In a short while, he brought out 2 plates of spiritual vegetables and a bowl of spiritual chicken soup. This is a skill he learned when he was young, and now that he is serving it to his wife, it gives people a sense of anticipation. Come and try my stewed spirit chicken, how does it taste? Ling Qingyu sat at the table watching, and tentatively put a spoonful of chicken soup into her mouth. The taste is acceptable. I'm glad you like it. Gu Yan chuckled, then placed several more dishes into Ling Qingyu's bowl. This made Ling Qingyu's expression even stranger. She always felt that this little boy was treating her like a child. But to be honest, this was the first time I'd ever felt this kind of meticulous care. So she only offered a token resistance, and then let him do as he pleased. Unbeknownst to Gu Yan, Ling Qingyu's favorability towards him was rapidly increasing, jumping from a mere 15 points to 30. That's quite fast. Finally, Gu Yan brought over 2 cups of spirit wine and handed one to her. Come, drink this cup of nuptial wine, and you'll be officially married. Okay. Ling Qingyu took the wineglass, then wrapped her arms around his and drank the wine in one gulp. The liquor was clear and refreshing, and as it slid down her throat, it brought a long-lost warmth to her heart, which had weathered many storms. Ling Qingyu looked at Gu Yan's helpless and hesitant appearance, and a smile couldn't help but flash across her eyes. This little boy is clearly getting married for the first time and is inexperienced. He doesn't even dare to speak fluently in front of me. Ling Qingyu was about to urge him to consummate their marriage as soon as possible so that he could be at ease, when she heard Gu Yan suddenly utter a sentence, his voice still a little shy. Qingyu, when we're in the bridal chamber later, you shouldn't take off your wedding dress, okay? Ling Qingyu was completely stunned. Her delicate eyebrows twitched slightly, revealing a rare hint of bewilderment as she tilted her head. Without taking off the wedding dress? How can we consummate the marriage then? She had lived 2 lives, and although she did not cultivate the ruthless sword path, she was equally ignorant of these strange customs and intricacies of the mortal world. Gu Yan chuckled, reached out and grabbed her wrist, his tone carrying a hint of youthful slyness. Just listen to me, I promise, it won't cause any problems. Before Ling Qingyu could react, he led her to sit on the edge of the bed. The next moment, when Gu Yan's hand gently touched the sash of her wedding dress and then went around to her back, this once peerless sword immortal finally panicked. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she reached out to press his hand down, her voice trembling. Wait. Gu Yan, this kind of thing, this is too shameful. Nobody wears clothes. Ling Qingyu's tone was full of incomprehension of the new era and criticism of the current collapse of ritual and music. She had lived for over 1,000 years, slaying demons and fighting traitors, but she had never imagined. One day, she might be stabbed in the back by a chi refining cultivator for refusing to take off her wedding dress, and she'd panic like a mortal girl. Chapter 4 Job Change to Talisman Master. Ling Qingyu was about to lose her composure due to Gu Yan's shameful actions when a gentle spiritual energy suddenly flowed through her body. She instantly realized that this was Gu Yan's dual cultivation technique. Even though I had 1,000 words in my heart, I held them back. Never mind, let's help him circulate his energy first. But the next second, Ling Qingyu was completely stunned. The spiritual energy did not dissipate naturally when it flowed through her dantian. Instead, it seeped into her spiritual root, which had been broken and dormant for many years. It was an indescribable warmth, like rain after a long drought, which made her completely destroyed spiritual root show signs of revival. Where is there any need for Gu Yan's guidance? Ling Qingyu subconsciously activated her remaining divine sense, coordinating it with the operation of her cultivation technique, and her body spontaneously adjusted to the most suitable posture for absorbing spiritual energy. Cough cough. She could clearly feel that the spiritual power within Gu Yan's body was intertwined with her remnant spirit, not only nourishing Gu Yan's cultivation but also gradually repairing the cracks in her spiritual root. This is no ordinary dual cultivation technique, it's practically a divine skill that can defy fate. As the sun rose high in the sky, the morning light streamed through the window lattice and onto the bed inside the cave. Gu Yan woke up first, lying on his side and gazing at Ling Qingyu beside him. As she slept, her brows relaxed, her usual aloofness and weariness faded, and her complexion, nourished by the spiritual energy of the previous night, gained a touch of youthful gentleness. Looking at that face so close to his, Gu Yan felt a strong sense of belonging for the first time. This is his spiritual companion, his home. He withdrew his gaze and focused his mind inward to examine himself. The spiritual energy in his dantian was several times stronger than the night before. The bottleneck that had kept him stuck at the third level of chi refining for so long was suddenly shattered overnight, and he is now steadily at the fourth level of chi refining. In just one night of dual cultivation, he surpassed a realm that others might need months of arduous training to achieve. Gu Yan couldn't help but clench his fists and sigh inwardly. This yin-yang transformation is indeed a top-tier dual cultivation technique. I should try it with Qingyu more often in the future. But after the initial joy, he quickly calmed down. In the cultivation world, the importance of wealth, companions, methods, and land is emphasized. Now, we have Ling Qingyu as our companion and the spiritual vein cave of the Qingming sect as our land, but we are lacking in wealth and method. After all, the sect is not one's own home. Profound cultivation techniques need to be exchanged with contribution points, and cultivation resources must be earned by oneself. It is not feasible to live off one's own children's savings. He currently has a total of just over 130 spirit stones in his pocket, including the 100 spirit stones awarded by the system and the 30 or so he has saved up. He has to be very careful with his money even when buying a bottle of basic chi gathering pill. In the future, I will not only have to support myself, but also my partner. If we have children in the future, the expenses will increase exponentially. A secondary profession focused on cultivating immortality must be put on the agenda immediately. Gu Yan sat up, pulled out the faintly glowing Mastery of Immortal Arts experience card from the system space, and ran his fingertips along the edge of the card, carefully calculating. The arts and skills of the immortal sects are all-encompassing, but only those who can truly establish themselves in the world of cultivation can truly stand out. But there are only 4 types of things worth his investment: alchemist, weapon refiner, formation master, talisman master. Among the 4 professions, alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters are the biggest money burners in the early stages. They need either rare spiritual plants or precious refining materials, which is why even though some small families have foundation establishment cultivators, they still don't have many alchemists or weapon refiners. That's too expensive. The Formation Master is a game that requires real money to play, with thousands of spirit stones being spent. So it can be chosen randomly, but at present the most cost-effective option is still the Talisman Master. The difficulty in drawing talismans lies more in the inheritance process. The initial resource consumption is merely some inexpensive talisman paper. Moreover, this stuff is hard currency, so there's no worry about it not selling. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yan tapped the experience card with his fingertip and silently recited in his mind. Choose a talisman master. As soon as he finished speaking, the experience card suddenly turned into a golden light and pierced into his forehead. The next second, countless complex yet clear memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. From the most basic material processing to the timing of each stroke, each line, and each point of spiritual energy infusion for every talisman, and even the breathing rhythm and spiritual control when drawing talismans, everything is so clear that it seems as if he has drawn them thousands of times by hand, engraving them into his very bones. 15 minutes later, the golden light dissipated. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes, his face flushed red with excitement, his fists clenched tightly. The system is awesome. He originally thought that this experience card could only push him to the level of Chi Refining Stage Talisman Master at most, and he would be lucky to be able to draw a basic talisman. But the truth is far more complex. This is actually a complete skill tree for Talisman Masters. He is now at the 4th level of Chi Refining, and his mind automatically unlocks the diagrams and techniques of all the basic talismans used in the Chi Refining stage. When he breaks through to the Foundation Establishment stage in the future, he will not need to learn any additional talisman knowledge for the Foundation Establishment stage, such as the drawing methods of demon-suppressing talismans and earth talismans, which will be automatically unlocked. He could even vaguely sense that as long as his cultivation level improved, higher-level talisman knowledge would emerge continuously, so he wouldn't need to spend money to buy skill books in the sect's library, nor would he need to beg the elders of the Talisman Hall to take him as a disciple. This was an incredible opportunity for him, a low-level cultivator with no connections and scarce resources in the Qingming sect. He made a fortune. Just then, a soft moan came from beside him. Gu Yan quickly composed himself and looked down. Ling Qingyu's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, as cold as stars, were now covered with a layer of moisture from just waking up. He stared in a daze. The face that had looked sickly last night was now pale and bloodless, and even the clarity in the eyes and brows had become more pronounced. In addition to its original mature charm, it also has an indescribable liveliness, like a beautiful jade that has been wiped clean and its true brilliance has been fully revealed. Whisper. Gu Yan couldn't help but reach out and gently touch her cheek with his fingertips, his tone full of undisguised admiration. "You look even better than yesterday, not just a little bit." Ling Qingyu turned her head away from his touch, but a faint smile flashed in her eyes as she nodded gently. "This is not an illusion." She raised her hand to tidy her hair, her voice light but tinged with helplessness. After her spiritual root was destroyed, she used the method of concealing her true appearance with divine objects to avoid trouble caused by her physical form. Last night, the dual cultivation technique nourished the spiritual root, and the self-concealing restriction loosened a bit, revealing some of its true form. Thinking of this, she chuckled softly, her eyes filled with self-mockery, as she touched her forehead. She was once a peerless sword immortal who dominated the Xian Tian domain, slaying demons and vanquishing evil. What an indomitable spirit she possessed. Now he has been completely subdued by a young man at the 4th level of qi refining. Even his self-concealed pretense has been loosened due to the dual cultivation. Could it be because of this technique? As her smile faded, Ling Qingyu sat up, her expression instantly turning serious. She grabbed Gu Yan's wrist and earnestly gave him instructions. "Gu Yan, there's something you must remember. The dual cultivation technique we used last night must not be known to a third person, not even an elder of the Qingming sect." She had lived for over 1,000 years and had seen countless cultivation techniques, but she had never heard of a dual cultivation technique that could repair a damaged spiritual root. If such a miraculous skill were to be leaked, not only the Qingming sect, but also the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty and all the forces in the entire Xiantian Great Domain would be scrambling to acquire it. Gu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He naturally understood the principle of possessing a treasure is a crime, and he quickly nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, I know about these things." As he spoke, he looked up at the window. The morning light was just right, shining warmly on the bedside. Turning to look at Ling Qingyu beside him, he saw that after shedding her disguise, her eyes and brows were even more alluring, and even the seriousness in her voice revealed a breathtaking beauty. Gu Yan suddenly felt. Making money by drawing talismans and accumulating spirit stones doesn't seem to be in such a hurry anymore. "Whisper, it's still early, how about we do it a few more times?" Ling Qingyu's face stiffened as she looked at the bright sun outside. "You're telling me this is still early?" But for some reason, along with her shyness, Ling Qingyu also felt a sense of anticipation. It significantly repaired her shattered spiritual root in just one session. If it were to happen a few more times, wouldn't her shattered spiritual root be? Chapter 5. My whisper is the best in the world. 1 incense stick later. "Gu Yan, I think I forgot to circulate the cultivation technique just now, let's try again." She remained silent, realizing that her own feelings were quite different. However, it was clear that her damaged spiritual root had indeed been repaired to some extent, indicating that it was truly effective. This soft was like a royal decree to Gu Yan, who was overjoyed and rolled over on top of him again. After 2, 3, and 4 times, and several hours of continuous cultivation, Gu Yan's spiritual energy in his dantian was completely stabilized, and his qi refining level 4 realm was firmly established. As a result, his spirit improved several times over. The two sat side by side on the edge of the bed and held their first proper family meeting. Gu Yan spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. "Whisper, I actually learned talisman making at the Qingming sect, and I should be able to achieve a very high success rate now. Therefore, we don't need to go to the Qingliang mountains outside to hunt monsters, that's too dangerous. From now on, I'll make money by drawing talismans, and I'll definitely be able to support you and your daughter." Before anything was even settled, there was already a mother and child. "This little boy is really unruly." Ling Qingyu found it amusing. She nodded, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her cuffs, and added, "The dual cultivation technique is indeed effective in repairing my spiritual root, but my spiritual root has been broken for many years and is recovering very slowly. It is difficult to make great progress in a short period of time. Therefore, I will still pretend to have my spiritual roots destroyed when I go out, and when I make a move, I will only show the strength of the 6th level of qi refining, and never more than the 7th level, so as not to arouse suspicion." She changed the subject and looked at Gu Yan. "Since you can draw talismans, we don't need to venture outside. We can just sell them within the Qingming sect. As the #1 sect in the area, Qingming sect has a large flow of people in the market. The qi refining stage disciples have a high demand for basic talismans such as sword qi talisman, fire talisman, water arrow talisman, and earth shield talisman. It is safe and secure." Gu Yinshan agreed. He was just a young Karami who had just entered the mid-stage of qi refining, and it was most important for him to keep a low profile. Making money by drawing talismans while having a child with Ling Qingyu as soon as possible to get progress rewards and advance the system task is better than anything else. It's not worth taking risks outside for a little profit. Don't worry, I always keep safety in mind. I'm just curious. Qingyu, what was your cultivation level when your spiritual root wasn't shattered? Ling Qingyu pursed her lips, deciding to be rather conservative in her answer. If we're just talking about cultivation level, I'd say it's the 12th level of qi refining. However, she has collected many secret techniques throughout her life, and if it really comes down to a fierce fight, even a foundation establishment cultivator would perish. But considering that his Taoist partner seemed to be a little boy. When you're young, you always like to show off, so you tend to be more reserved and keep things under wraps. It can be said that he has deeply inherited the true teachings of Godao. 12 levels of qi refining? Isn't the highest level of qi refining only 10? It's said that only top-tier cultivation techniques can reach 10 levels, and most people only reach 9? Gu Yan was astonished. The cultivation method I practice is rather special. Oh. Gu Yan understood that his Taoist partner was probably not just a genius mercenary. That made sense. Someone who could be rated 97 points by the system was definitely a prodigy among prodigies. It's out. Thank goodness Su Jinxiu refused, otherwise, how could I have gotten such a wonderful wife? At this moment, Gu Yan was more and more satisfied with Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu is only 3 years older than him, and is only 21 this year. If it weren't for the incident with the demonic cultivator, with her talent, she would probably have already soared to great heights. But now he's the one who got off easy. Awesome, so awesome. Seeing Gu Yan's chuckling expression, Ling Qingyu covered her forehead. See? I knew it. Then, with a smile, she pinched Gu Yan's chin with her hand and said helplessly. Alright, look how pleased you are. Even though I am at the peak of qi refining level 12, I am still in a state of broken spiritual roots. Even with the help of dual cultivation techniques, I don't know when I will be able to recover. The cultivation world is full of deceit and treachery, so you need to be even more careful. Gu Yan thought about it and agreed. In that case, I'll just have to work harder from now on. By the way, Qingyu, come with me to the sex mission hall later to register our Taoist couple status. According to the sex rules, newly formed Taoist couples can receive a subsidy of 30 spirit stones. Adding the 130 yuan I have, my principal is almost 200 yuan. I can stock up on more talisman paper and cinnabar, enough for me to draw for a while. Ling Qingyu responded. Okay, let me change my clothes. As she spoke, she stood up, her gaze sweeping lightly over the wrinkled wedding dress on the bed, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her delicate face. Then, she glanced sideways at the culprit who looked guilty, a hint of barely perceptible annoyance hidden in her eyes. Gu Yan blushed under Ling Qingyu's gaze and quickly coughed twice to change the subject. Well, we're actually quite well off now. When I make money drawing talismans in the future, I'll buy you several beautiful clothes, the kind that are even prettier than the moon-white dress you're wearing. I hope so. Afterwards, the two walked side by side toward the Qingming sex mission hall, their steps extremely light, deliberately avoiding the main road where there were many people. Although Ling Qingyu withdrew some of her self-concealing techniques, she still kept her aura under control. Even so, her exquisite face still attracted frequent glances from the cultivators along the way. Wow, whose couple is this? They're so good-looking. That man only looks like he's at the 4th level of qi refining, yet he managed to marry such a beauty. He's incredibly lucky. The envious whispers around him reached his ears, and Gu Yan unconsciously straightened his back even more, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Yes, this is my wife. I was right to choose Hong Xiuzo back then. My judgment was absolutely spot on. Just as he was feeling smug, a familiar exclamation suddenly came from the side. Ha! Gu Yan! You've got some good stuff, finding such a beautiful Taoist partner? Gu Yan turned his head and saw a man and a woman walking towards them on the stone steps not far away. His eyes lit up immediately. He first gave Ling Qingyu a look, then smiled and went to greet her. Li Lin. You're here at the mission hall too? He then turned to the side and pulled Ling Qingyu over to introduce her. Qingyu, this is my classmate and good friend Li Lin from Xianmiao Peak. We are the closest of friends. We were both eliminated back then. Ling Qingyu understood, nodded slightly to Li Lin and the woman beside him, and gave a faint smile. Her eyes and brows softened, completely losing her usual aloofness, and she appeared docile and submissive, giving Gu Yan plenty of face. Li Lin looked at Ling Qingyu in front of him with a shocked expression, his heart filled with mixed feelings. There's a complex feeling of being both happy for my good brother to have found such a stunning partner, and also a bit of a my good brother is driving a Land Rover vibe. That's right, I just found a Taoist partner, and I'll get it certified within the sect. Li Lin quickly composed himself and patted Gu Yan on the shoulder with a smile. Wow, you're really lucky to have found such a beautiful Taoist partner, Gu Yan. Li Lin greets sister-in-law. Li Lin pulled the woman next to him aside and introduced her. This is my Taoist partner, Zhao Yun, who is an outer disciple of our sect. Zhao Yun smiled and nodded in greeting, her gaze falling on Ling Qingyu with admiration. Fellow Taoist Ling is so handsome. Senior brother Gu has good taste. Gu Yan smiled upon hearing this and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhao Yun. You're too kind, sister-in-law. We'll be fellow disciples from now on, so let's visit each other often. As he spoke, Gu Yan hooked his arm around Li Lin's shoulder and pulled him aside. She leaned close to his ear, winked and lowered her voice, her tone full of teasing. You're quite something. You've been hiding it well, managing to live off a woman? The minimum requirement for an outer disciple of the Qingming sect is the late stage of qi refining, with the potential to achieve foundation establishment. Although the two cultivate on Immortal Seed Peak and belong to the outer sect, they are still far from being officially registered outer sect disciples. Li Lin's cultivation level is even lower than Gu Yan's, only at the peak of the second level of qi refining. The fact that he can stay in the sect steadily now is mostly due to the influence of his Taoist partner. Moreover, if his Taoist partner is a formal outer disciple of the Qingming sect, Li Lin will likely enjoy additional cultivation resources. This guy is much more blatant about living off women than Gu Yan. Li Lin blushed and slapped Gu Yan's hand away, but couldn't help chuckling. Forget about being a kept man, this is called a couple working together as one. Besides, didn't you find a stunningly beautiful Taoist partner too? You're way more glamorous than me. If it were someone else saying this, Gu Yan might have been modest, but it was Li Lin. Therefore, he said with a confident expression, my whisper is the best in the world. Chapter 6, Tax Edicts of the Celestial Dynasty, Picking Hairpins in the Marketplace. Seeing the two grown men with their arms around each other and whispering, Zhao Yun rolled her eyes at Li Lin, then affectionately took Ling Qingyu's arm and said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ling, ignore them. Men's topics are boring. Let's have a chat, just the two of us sisters. The four of them split into two groups, walking towards the mission hall one after the other, chatting and laughing, making it quite lively. Upon arriving at the Taoist couple certification office, Gu Yan handed over the contract from Hong Ziuzo. After verification by the managing cultivator, he readily gave him 30 spirit stones. You too, effective immediately. If you have a child within 1 year, you will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. If you have a child within 2 years, you will be rewarded with 50 spirit stones. If you have not had a child within 3 years, you will need to pay a sterility tax of 100 spirit stones, plus a tax on hindering the glory of the immortal dynasty of 20 spirit stones. Before the child turns 5, she will receive a fixed subsidy every year. Once she turns 5, she can enter the sect's early childhood academy for free. The earlier you have children, the happier you will be. Thank you for informing us, manager. Don't worry, we will definitely try our best to receive the reward as soon as possible. Gu Yan smiled, then pulled Ling Qingyu away. Along the way, Ling Qingyu's exquisite face attracted the attention of everyone in the mission hall. Many male disciples stared wide-eyed, and even several white-haired male elders couldn't help but linger for a few more seconds, their gazes revealing a hint of something amiss. But no one dared to move. Now that the war between immortals and demons has just ended, both sects and the Great Yen Immortal Dynasty regard encouraging childbirth and protecting Taoist couples as their top priorities. Anyone who dares to cause trouble by stealing someone's cultivation partner within the sect will have their cultivation crippled at best, and will be expelled from the sect at worst. This rule even applies to the elders, which shows the extent of the Qingming sect's crackdown. No one wants to risk being punished. Even so, many people still want to investigate. Maybe we can take over the business when that disciple dies? Gu Yan didn't want Qingyu's exquisitely beautiful face to be exposed to the lewd gazes of these old men for too long. After the two couples registered and received their spirit stones, it was time for them to part ways. Gu Yan planned to go to the sect's market to buy talisman paper and cinnabar, while Li Lin, carrying spirit stones, couldn't wait to drag Zhao Yun back to cultivate. Since their destinations were different, the group agreed to go their separate ways after leaving the mission hall. But before they could even step out of the mission hall, a strange, sarcastic voice blocked their way. Oh, who do we have here? It's just the two losers from the 8th Academy of Immortal Seed Peak. Gu Yan frowned and looked up. The newcomer was slightly overweight and had an arrogant expression. He was none other than Yenshin, a senior student from the same academy. This guy, like him, has 5 spiritual roots. But because he entered the sect 2 years earlier, his cultivation level is stuck at the 5th level of chi refining. He loves to bully his junior brothers who have poor talent. However, because Xian Miao Peak is quite special, this conflict remains within a manageable range. Yenshin's gaze swept over Ling Qingyu, his greed barely concealed in his eyes. However, just as he was about to mock Gu Yan for a toad trying to eat swan meat, Jia Yan frowned, took a step forward, and her voice turned cold. "Which academy are you from? How dare you block the way and make a scene at the entrance of the mission hall?" As she spoke, she subconsciously puffed out her chest. On the lapel of the outer disciple's uniform, the cyan jade pendant representing outer sect was particularly eye-catching. Yenshin turned his head and saw the jade pendant. His expression changed instantly. "No. This isn't right, is it? Aren't those two just 2 studs from Immortal Seed Peak? How could they possibly have an outer disciple backing them up? No matter how arrogant he is, he wouldn't dare to provoke an outer disciple." It should be understood that although the outer disciples of the Qingming sect are not as good as the inner disciples, their status is far superior to that of these breeding pig disciples who have not even entered the outer sect. The requirement of being admitted to the 7th level of chi refining alone was enough to make Yenshin behave himself. "Senior sister, I was just passing by." "Since you're just passing by, why don't you hurry up and leave? Don't block the way here." Yes. Yenshin swallowed hard, not daring to linger any longer. He turned and ran away in a sorry state, not daring to utter a single harsh word. This scene completely baffled Gu Yan. No. Based on his experience reading novels, shouldn't Yenshin be the first minor boss he uses to build reputation and establish his prestige after obtaining his cheat ability? Why did he kneel down before he could even make a move? Seeing this, Li Lin immediately grabbed Zhao Yun's arm, rubbed his head against her shoulder, and laughed smugly. "See? Isn't my Yun amazing? If anyone bullies you again, just call me." Gu Yan's lips twitched as she looked at his clinging to someone's leg posture. He felt a strange sense of disappointment, as if the plot was going wrong and he hadn't even started showing off before it was over, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. "I'm done with this boss is way too weak." Ling Qingyu stood to the side, noticing his slight disappointment, and couldn't help but smile. This little boy is indeed a naive child within the sect, still hoping to make a name for himself by taking down the underlings. She's quite cute. After leaving the mission hall, Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu parted ways with Li Lin and his wife, and headed straight for the sex market. The entrance to the market was shrouded in spiritual energy, with shops lining both sides of the street, and the cries of vendors selling talismans and elixirs rising and falling. Gu Yan knew the way well and led Ling Qingyu directly to a shop with a sign that read Qingmu Pavilion. When I entered the shop, a senior disciple in blue robes was sitting behind the counter, arranging talisman paper with his head down. Gu Yan stepped forward and said loudly, "Senior brother, bring me 20 low-grade first-level talismans and 10 mid-grade first-level talismans." He had already calculated the costs in his mind. Each first-tier low-grade talisman costs 2 spirit stones, so 20 talismans would cost 40 spirit stones. Each intermediate-grade talisman costs 5 spirit stones, so 10 talismans would cost 50 spirit stones, for a total of 90 spirit stones. Even if prices fluctuate, I have more than enough spirit stones on hand. "Junior brother, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this, the senior brother in green stood up and began to tidy up. After finishing organizing the goods Gu Yan requested, he handed the talisman to Gu Yan and said calmly, "Junior brother, Qingmu Pavilion is offering a discount right now. Buy 20 low-grade talismans and get 2 free, buy 10 mid-grade talismans and get 1 free. You only need to pay 80 spirit stones in total. By the way, if you draw it into a talisman, you can bring it to my shop, and we will buy it at a high price according to its quality." Gu Yan's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. "Thank you, senior brother. I've got it." Of course, he didn't make promises lightly. Since I've only recently gained experience with talismans, I'll have to try it out to know the exact success rate. Gu Yan took the talisman and carefully put the 2 different grades of talismans into his storage bag. But instead of leaving, he pulled Ling Qingyu along and started wandering around the pavilion. Ling Qingyu was a little confused and asked softly, "Is there anything else you want to buy?" "Yes, let me keep you in suspense for now." Gu Yan smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping over the shelves on both sides before quickly stopping at a corner where jewelry was sold. On it were some silver and jade hairpins and earrings, small items suitable for cultivators in the chi refining stage. It doesn't have a strong spiritual energy, and the price isn't high either. He pulled Ling Qingyu over, picked up a silver hairpin with a small plum blossom carved on the head and a pale blue crystal the size of a grain of rice embedded in the petals, which shimmered under the light. Whisper, I think this hairpin is nice, what do you think? As he spoke, Gu Yan felt an urge to try it out. Shall I put it on for you? Ling Qingyu looked at the hairpin, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. It turns out they stayed there all this time just to buy me some jewelry. Ling Qingyu's inner softness was stirred, and a bright smile appeared on her lips. Okay, put it on me. Chapter 7, Affection plus 15, Dual Cultivation Effect plus 30%. Gu Yan carefully held the hairpin, her fingertips clenching slightly. This was the first time he had ever put jewelry on a girl, and he was very nervous. I was genuinely afraid of accidentally poking the tip of the hairpin into her scalp, so I could only proceed as slowly as possible. For a moment, Gu Yan felt a pang of regret. I'm confused. There are so many accessories here, why do I have to pick a hairpin? But now we're at the point where the arrow is on the bowstring and must be released, so there's not much time to hesitate. Gu Yan leaned very close, his breathing light and slow. He first gently gathered a wisp of hair from Ling Qingyu's temple, then aimed the tip of the hairpin at the gap in her hair. They slowly and painstakingly made their way inside. Finally, he carefully adjusted the plum blossom hairpin to make sure it was straight and not crooked, before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Qingyu could clearly feel the slight trembling of his fingertips and the warm breath behind her ear, and a sweet feeling inexplicably rose in her heart. This young man is quite adept at using slow motion to create an ambiguous atmosphere. Little did she know, Gu Yan had no such thoughts, he was preoccupied with only one idea. Slow down even more, please don't poke her head. The senior sister in green behind the counter had long since stopped arranging the talismans. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at the two of them with a maternal smile, her eyes clearly saying, "You've hit the jackpot. This young couple is so affectionate even when they're wearing hairpins, isn't that love?" After Gu Yan finally put it on, her senior sister smiled and began to introduce it. Junior brother has good taste. This plum blossom hairpin is not only outstanding in appearance, but also perfectly matches this fellow Daoist's excellent looks. It also contains water cloud crystals, which can increase the speed of attracting spiritual energy and have a great effect on nourishing the body. And the price isn't expensive either, it only costs 10 spirit stones. Gu Yan felt a pang of pain upon hearing the price. 10 spirit stones are enough to buy 2.5 intermediate grade talismans. But when he turned to look at the hairpin with a faint blue glow at Ling Qingyu's temple, which made her already exquisite features even more captivating, he gritted his teeth and took out the spirit stone. Okay, senior sister, pay up. After paying, Gu Yan grabbed Ling Qingyu's hand, turned around and ran out of the store. His steps were a little hurried, as if someone was chasing him. Ling Qingyu, being pulled along by him, couldn't help but ask with a smile. Why are you running so fast? You look so disheveled. Gu Yan turned around and glared at her, his tone a mix of helplessness and grievance. It's all because you're too good looking. Just now at the stall, I wanted to let you try on every single piece of jewelry, and put them all on you. But we only have so much startup capital. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll lose my temper and buy something impulsively, and then we won't even have the money to buy cinnabar and wolf hairbrushes. Ling Qingyu was amused by his aggrieved yet self-righteous appearance. Her coldness melted away, and her tone became slightly reproachful. And now you're blaming me? Although she joked, she felt secretly sweet inside. What woman could resist such direct praise from her man? Just as Gu Yan was about to reply, a ding sounded in his mind, and the system panel popped up. Ling Qingyu's favorability plus 15, currently at 50 points, classified as very close opposite sex friend. Next dual cultivation effect will increase by 30%, just one step away from lover's 60 points. He was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. We've only known each other for 2 days, and the favorability rating has already soared to 50. That's ridiculously fast. Keep in mind that the other party's favorability is related to the system's phased rewards. The sooner you get it, the more income or security you can bring to the family. With 50 points of affection, the dual cultivation effect increases by 30%. Once you reach the couple level of 60, the system will give you a big gift package. Little did he know that Ling Qingyu was a sword immortal who had transcended tribulation in her previous life, and was used to seeing divine artifacts and sacred fruits. Now that she was in trouble, it was Gu Yan's clumsy sincerity that touched her heart. Even a fraction less of his difficult circumstances, or a fraction less of his youthful sincerity, would not have resulted in such a surge in popularity. The two chatted and laughed as they completed the talisman making supplies, which they listed below. He bought a jar of spirit sand commonly used in the chi refining stage for 10 spirit stones, a green edge brush for 5 stones, and a small ink stone for 3 stones. In total, the cost was 80 talismans, 10 hairpins, 10 cinnabar, 5 writing brushes, and 3 inkstones, for a total of 108 spirit stones. There are about 40 yuan left for emergencies, which is more than enough. Back in his cave, Gu Yan rubbed his hands together, eager to try. Whisper, I'll try drawing a sword or a talisman first. It's the simplest, and the key is that great power can bring about miracles. Ling Qingyu nodded, picked up the inkstone to grind ink, intending to offer a few pointers at a crucial moment. Although she had never studied the various arts of the immortal sex in depth, her perspective as a great cultivator who had undergone tribulation in her previous life was still there. Observing the talismans drawn during the chi refining stage is like an academician looking at an elementary school problem. He can grasp the key points at a glance. Gu Yan laid out 10 sheets of first-tier low-level talisman paper, dipped his brush in ink, and recalled the diagrams instilled by the system. The Sword Chi Talisman is a first-tier basic talisman with no attributes. It only requires drawing 3 sword-shaped spirit patterns. But as soon as he activated his spiritual power, the pen tip trembled, and ink almost dripped onto the paper. Stay calm, keep your spiritual energy flowing evenly, like water flowing smoothly from the tip of the brush, don't force it in. Ling Qingyu spoke at the right moment, her voice soft yet firm. Gu Yan did as instructed, and the spiritual energy indeed became docile. With a stroke of the brush, he finished drawing the first sword spine spiritual pattern. The second stroke should be close to the end, without breaking the connection, and the brush should pause to lock in the spirit. She continued to give pointers, and Gu Yan finished drawing as instructed. The talisman's spiritual patterns glowed with a faint red light. Success! Low-grade sword energy talisman. A hint of surprise flashed deep in Ling Qingyu's eyes. Her little man was truly a genius at drawing talismans, and the top-tier kind at that. With the experience gained the first time, and with Ling Qingyu's guidance, Gu Yan's touch gradually improved. Before I knew it, I had finished drawing 10 talismans and ended up with 5. Gu Yan rubbed his aching wrists as he counted the items, then finally slumped his head. Only a 50% success rate. I thought I could get 7 or 8. Ling Qingyu put down the inkstick, picked up the high-grade talisman paper, and sighed inwardly, her tone revealing 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts amusement, and the remaining 94 parts admiration. Are you still disappointed? The success rate of an ordinary first-level talisman master drawing a talisman for the first time is at most 10%, and if it reaches 20%, they are considered to have talent. For a beginner like you to achieve 50% on your first try is already a great talent. She paused, recalling what she had seen and heard in previous years. The most talented talisman master I've ever met in the Mercenary Guild. He only achieved 20% of the required skill on his first attempt, but now he's already a second-tier talisman master. You're already 50% successful. With a few more practice sessions, your success rate will easily reach 60% or 70%. At that point, drawing talismans will be as easy as printing money. You'll be making a fortune. Gu Yan suddenly realized, and his disappointment vanished. That's right. He was so focused on holding himself to the standards of a time traveler that he realized he had to take things one step at a time. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. Whisper, how do you know so many talisman techniques? The instructions on how to hold the pen and coordinate with the flow of spiritual energy were so helpful. Ling Qingyu's heart skipped a beat, but she explained calmly. Back when I was in the Mercenary Guild, besides fighting, I often watched talisman masters draw talismans, listened to them talk about techniques, and only remembered a few things. As you know, our area is often plagued by monsters, so talismans are a necessity. Gu Yan had no doubts. After all, she was a genius who reached the 12th level of chi refining in her teens, so it's normal for her to know these things. Then I'll practice a few more. Gu Yan was in high spirits and adjusted his pen holding posture as Ling Qingyu had instructed, coordinating his breathing with the drawing of talismans. This time, the spiritual energy flowed much more smoothly. Before I knew it, I had used up all the first-tier low-grade talisman paper, and the effect was quite pleasing. I drew a total of 11 first-tier low-grade sword chi talismans. A typical first-grade low-level sword chi talisman costs around 8-10 spirit stones, and it will cost even more in a place like the Monster Beast mountain range. Ling Qingyu smiled and rubbed Gu Yan's arm to relieve his fatigue, praising him. So, in just a few hours, you've earned back the cost of today's talismans, and even have a surplus of 8 spirit stones. That's wonderful, my love. Chapter 8. The couple's affection continues to heat up. Gu Yan was delighted by the praise, especially the last husband. Before Ling Qingyu could react, he swept her up in his arms and spun her around several times. Ling Qingyu felt a little dizzy from being spun around, so she reached out to support his shoulder, her eyes full of helplessness. This little boy is really something. It's just a change from Gu Yan to Xiang Gong, a title that will have to be changed sooner or later, so why are you so happy? But seeing the undisguised excitement on his face, she couldn't bear to interrupt him. She could only gently pat his back and let him hug her and spin around. After the child had released his energy like a husky, Ling Qingyu spoke softly. Slow down. I'm dizzy. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan stopped. But he didn't put her down. Instead, he hugged her and rubbed against her like a precious treasure, his tone full of pride. Whisper, why don't you call out again? Ling Qingyu rolled her eyes at him, but could only let him be, so she called out several times. My husband, my husband, my husband. Gu Yan was overjoyed by the call and wished he could sit here during the day and do things that would benefit the health of the couple's relationship. In the kitchen, Gu Yan was in charge of chopping vegetables and starting the fire, while Ling Qingyu assisted him. The two worked together and quickly prepared 2 dishes and a soup. The meal consisted of porridge made with spirit rice, stir-fried spirit vegetables, and a bowl of stewed spirit chicken soup. The meal was simple, but it was served piping hot. Just like yesterday, Gu Yan kept putting food on Ling Qingyu's plate. This time, Ling Qingyu did not accept it readily, but calmly put the dishes back into the other person's bowl. The two of them were like little children. Half an hour later, dinner was completely finished. The two looked at each other and saw the same expectation in each other's eyes. The dual cultivation last night and this morning not only stabilized Gu Yan's cultivation level, but also gave Ling Qingyu's spiritual root a touch of warmth, and now she is somewhat impatient. Gu Yan took Ling Qingyu's hand and walked briskly towards the bedroom. As night deepened, only the sound of ambiguous breathing remained in the cave. The next morning, the two woke up just as dawn was breaking. Ling Qingyu got up first and tiptoed to the kitchen to heat up the porridge. Gu Yan opened the system panel. Host, Gu Yan. Age, 18. Realm, Qi Refining Level 4, Progress 21-100. Spiritual Root Grades, 5 Yellow Rank Spiritual Roots, specifically as follows: Metal Spiritual Root Mid-Rank Yellow, Wood Spiritual Root High Rank Yellow, Water Spiritual Root Mid-Rank Yellow, Fire Spiritual Root Mid-Rank Yellow, Earth Spiritual Root Mid-Rank Yellow. Skills: Yin Yang Transformation, Minor Spirit Rain Technique, Minor Gung Golden Sword Technique, Thick Earth Technique, Fireball Technique. Soulmate, Ling Qingyu, Spiritual Root Repair 2-100. Companion Affection, 51. Dual Cultivation Effect increased by 30%. Gu Yan rubbed his eyes. He hadn't seen things. The one following the Fire Spirit Root was indeed a mid-grade yellow rank, not a low-grade one. This Spirit Root had advanced. The Yin Yang Transformation truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier dual cultivation technique. Not only can it repair Ling Qingyu's shattered spiritual root, but it can also enhance the grade of one's own spiritual root. This function is simply heaven-defying. I need to practice more in the future. Gu Yan chuckled for a while, then got up, went to the table, and organized the first-grade low-level talisman papers he had drawn yesterday. He folded them one by one and carefully wrapped them in a cloth bag. These are all meant to be sold at the market. By the time he finished tidying up, Ling Qingyu had already served the porridge. The steaming white porridge, served with a few side dishes, was enjoyed by the two of them sitting at the table. They fed each other bites and picked up a piece of food with their chopsticks, lingering for a while before finally finishing their meal. I'll try drawing a mid-grade first-tier sword chi talisman today. I hope my success rate will be even higher this time. Gu Yan wiped his mouth, his tone filled with anticipation. I bought 10 intermediate-level talisman papers yesterday, just in time to try them out. Ling Qingyu nodded. Do what you can. A mid-grade first-order talisman is not as good as a low-grade one. If you don't have enough spiritual power, take a break and don't force yourself. Gu Yan agreed, walked to the table, sat down, and took out a first-level intermediate talisman paper. The light blue talisman paper was much thicker than the lower-grade ones, and it faintly exuded spiritual energy. He recalled the intermediate sword chi rune diagram in the system. It had 2 more spirit patterns than the lower level, and not only did he have to guide the spiritual power, but he also had to inject a trace of sharpness at the intersection of the spirit patterns, which required a higher level of control over the spiritual power. He took a deep breath, picked up the brush, and dipped it in the spiritual sand ink. Intermediate level talismans consume several times more spiritual energy than low level ones. At most, he can only draw 5 talismans before his spiritual energy in his dantian runs out. Let's try drawing 5 first. Gu Yan muttered to himself, the tip of his pen falling, drawing upon spiritual power to follow the diagram. Ling Qingyu sat quietly to the side, watching, occasionally offering a word of advice when his spiritual energy was stagnant. Slow down at the point where the spiritual patterns converge, and concentrate the sharpness at the tip of the brush. Don't let the spiritual energy run out. The last spiritual rune must be completed in one go. With her guidance, Gu Yan gradually got the hang of it. The first one failed because the spiritual power couldn't keep up when drawing the third spiritual rune. The second one failed because the spiritual rune was drawn crooked. The third one was finally finished, and the talisman flashed red light, and it was a success. Take a break. Your state of mind while drawing the talisman is also crucial. At this moment, Ling Qingyu spoke slowly. She then went behind the man and gently massaged his shoulders. Gu Yan stopped upon hearing this and smiled at Ling Qingyu. Thanks a lot. Ling Qingyu shook her head. You have it harder. No need to say anything more, just recover patiently. Gu Yan nodded, meditated for 2 hours to recover his spiritual energy, and then drew the remaining 5 pictures. This time I had a better feel for it, and I succeeded in 3 out of 5 shots. There are actually 4 of them. Gu Yan slapped the table excitedly, his eyes filled with excitement. There's a huge difference between a low-grade tier 1 and a mid-grade tier 1. Getting 4 on the first try shows a really high success rate. He himself was starting to have doubts. Could it be that I actually have a great talent for talismans? At this moment, Ling Qingyu walked over, picked up the high-grade intermediate talisman, and her eyes were full of praise. Not bad, better than I expected. Gu Yan grinned from ear to ear as he picked up the talisman and began to calculate. A mid-grade sword chi talisman sells for at least 20 spirit stones in the market, a medium-grade one for 25, and a high-grade one for 30. These 4 can sell for at least 90 spirit stones. Suddenly, Gu Yan remembered something. He took out the low-grade talismans from yesterday and the mid-grade talismans from today, and picked out 3 low-grade sword talismans and 1 low-grade mid-grade sword talisman, handing them to Ling Qingyu. Take these, we'll keep them for our own protection, and I'll sell the rest. Ling Qingyu initially wanted to refuse. She currently only reveals her chi refining level 6 strength to the outside world, and low-level talismans are sufficient for her needs. But seeing Gu Yan's persistent gaze, and remembering that he would draw more talismans in the future, she no longer refused and accepted the talisman and put it away. Okay, be careful on your journey. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Gu Yan nodded and collected the talismans he wanted to sell. He walked to the door, turned back and smiled at Ling Qingyu, then turned and walked towards the sect market. The morning light shone on him. The young man walked briskly, carrying talismans in his arms and his Taoist partner in his heart. He felt that he had never felt so hopeful about the path of cultivation before. Ling Qingyu stood at the entrance of the cave, watching Gu Yan's light and quick retreating figure, and she really did look a bit like a waiting for husband stone. She had thought that after her spiritual root was destroyed, she would only be able to live the rest of her life as an ordinary cultivator, pretending to be at the 6th level of chi refining, and living a mundane life with Gu Yan, the bottom of the class with 5 spiritual roots, until the end of her days. But after these 2 days, she realized that her judgment was surprisingly good. Although Gu Yan possesses 5 spiritual roots, he has acquired a dual cultivation technique that can repair spiritual roots, and he also has a talent for talismans. The success rate of drawing a talisman on the first try is 50%, and the success rate of drawing an intermediate talisman is even higher, exceeding 40%. So what if you have 5 spiritual roots? The cultivation world is never short of examples of defying fate and changing one's destiny. He is pure of heart but not foolish, and knows how to keep a low profile. With the addition of the yin-yang transformation technique, a dual cultivation method, his future achievements will far exceed those of a chi refining cultivator. Ling Qingyu gently raised her hand and touched the plum blossom hairpin at her temple. The coldness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a faint expectation. Perhaps, she no longer has to be just an ordinary person. Perhaps, by following this young man, she can truly wait until the day her spiritual root is restored and she returns to her peak. Only after Gu Yan's figure completely disappeared at the end of the mountain path did she withdraw her gaze and turn back to her cave. On the table, the talismans left by Gu Yan still exuded spiritual energy. She picked up a mid-level sword energy talisman, brushed her fingertips over the spiritual patterns on it, and unconsciously smiled. When he gets back, I'll have to give him a good compliment. Chapter 9 Selling Talismans. Mysterious bonus, eat before bed. Gu Yan walked briskly to the sect's market. The entrance to Qingmu Pavilion was already bustling with people, and many disciples were buying and selling talismans around the counter. He squeezed in and immediately saw the senior brother in the blue Taoist robe from yesterday, who was busy calculating spirit stones for a disciple. Senior brother, busy? Gu Yan asked with a smile as the other person finally had some free time. The senior brother in green didn't even look up, and casually replied. Busy, do you need to buy something? Talisman paper or writing brush and ink? They clearly didn't recognize him. After all, there were few people when Gu Yan came to buy talismans yesterday, but there were many customers today. In addition, Gu Yan was wearing ordinary disciple clothes, so he was really inconspicuous. Gu Yan didn't mind and shook the cloth bag in his hand. I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell talismans. I bought some talisman paper from you yesterday and have already drawn several. Selling talismans? The senior brother in green robes then raised his head, took a closer look, and recognized him as the junior brother who had bought a bunch of talismans yesterday. He was quite surprised. You finished drawing so quickly? I thought it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Gu Yan smiled and nodded, opened the cloth bag, took out the talismans one by one, and placed them on the counter. I was lucky and managed to sell a few. Could you please give me an estimate, senior brother? On the counter, 5 pale yellow, low-grade first-level sword chi talismans and 2 light blue, mid-grade first-level sword chi talismans were neatly arranged. Although the spiritual patterns on the talisman paper are not top-notch, they are all complete and clear, and are good talismans that can be used directly. Upon seeing this, the senior brother in green robe stared wide-eyed, picked up the talismans and examined them one by one, clicking his tongue in amazement. Good heavens, a total of 11? 8 low-grade and 3 mid-grade? He looked up at Gu Yan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Junior brother, is this your first time drawing a talisman? If I remember correctly, you just bought talisman paper and started learning to draw talismans yesterday? Gu Yan scratched his head and replied with a smile. Yes, it's my first time drawing. I'm so glad my senior brother gave me some good talisman paper yesterday. I managed to draw a few on the spot. Just doing it casually? Zhao Hai, dressed in green, was both amused and exasperated. He picked up a mid-grade sword chi talisman and ran his fingertips over the spiritual patterns. This isn't just something you do naturally, it's practically a gift. You know, a beginner first-level talisman master is already doing very well if he can make 1 talisman out of 10. I remember you bought a total of 30, but you made 11 of them. As he spoke, he pointed to the 3 mid-grade talismans. Especially for this mid-grade one, you managed to draw 3 on your first try, and the spirit patterns are so smooth. With your talent, you are definitely a promising candidate for the path of talisman making. After hearing these words, Gu Yan silently complained in his heart. Although talisman making, or other secondary professions in cultivation, are difficult at the beginning, difficult in the middle, and even more difficult later on. However, the Qingming sect is a major sect with a nascent soul ancestor presiding over it, and to be honest, it is not without geniuses in this field. It's just a low-grade first-tier item even with a success rate of 10 attempts, it's not much. Of course, although Gu Yan thought this way, he didn't interrupt her in a way that lacked emotional intelligence. Zhao Hai became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. After praising it for a while, he put away his joking expression and said seriously. I told you before that Qingmu Pavilion has been recruiting a lot of disciples with secondary professions recently. With your level, we have to calculate the price carefully. In this way, a low-grade first-tier sword chi talisman is priced between 8 and 10 spirit stones on the market. A mid-grade first-tier sword chi talisman is priced between 25 and 30. We'll offer you the highest price here, so you definitely won't lose out. As he spoke, he took out a bag of spirit stones from under the counter, counted them, and handed 170 spirit stones to Gu Yan. Here you go, junior brother, 170 spirit stones, no more, no less. Seeing this, Gu Yan smiled and thanked him, clutching the heavy bag of spirit stones in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. It was only his first time drawing a talisman, and he even managed to earn back all the money he spent here yesterday, plus a profit, even after leaving behind 4 talismans. It's incredibly profitable. Upon receiving the spirit stones, Gu Yan was about to express his gratitude when Zhao Hai smiled and extended his hand, his tone becoming much warmer. Junior brother, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hai, and I am the steward on the first floor of Qingmu Pavilion. You can just call me senior brother Zhao from now on. As he spoke, he pulled a palm-sized wooden plaque from his sleeve. The token is dark brown, with the three characters Qingmu Pavilion engraved on the front and a small grass and tree mark printed on the back. This is a VIP token for the first floor of our Qingmu Pavilion. Please take it. Zhao Hai handed over the token and explained with a smile. From now on, when you come here to buy talismans, writing brushes, and ink, you can enjoy a 10% discount with this token if you also sell talismans, pills, or other products from your side profession. I will try my best to buy them at the highest price in the market, and I will never treat you unfairly. Gu Yan quickly took the token with both hands. It felt heavy in his hands, and he sighed inwardly. The cultivation world is indeed a place where the strong are respected. If he were just an ordinary Qi refining level 4 disciple, Zhao Hai, the steward, wouldn't have given him a second glance, let alone given him a VIP token or promised to buy him at a high price. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Gu Yan quickly expressed his gratitude and carefully put the token into his storage bag. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future. Of course, of course. Zhao Hai waved his hand, his smile deepening. You have great potential. Practice your talisman making skills well. If we work together, I, your senior brother, can earn more. By the way, do we need to buy talisman paper today? We can use the token to get a discount. Gu Yan nodded and said with a smile. Yes, 30 low-grade first-tier talisman papers and 10 mid-grade first-tier talisman papers. He paused, then remembered another matter on the trip and added. Oh, right, senior brother Zhao, could you also get me some spirit pills? Spiritual energy pill? Zhao Hai raised an eyebrow and casually pulled out 2 porcelain bottles from under the counter. The bottle on the left contains ordinary spirit pills, each costing 1 spirit stone. They are of ordinary quality and contain impurities. Long-term consumption can easily clog your meridians. The perfect quality ones on the right are 5 yuan each, pure in spiritual energy, and absorbed quickly. Which one do you want? For perfect quality ones, we'll buy as many as we can, priced at 180 spirit stones each. Gu Yan had already made plans. Although ordinary spirit pills are cheap, he now needs to make money by drawing talismans, and he has little time to cultivate. How can he waste it on refining impurities? While high-quality products are expensive, they save a lot of effort, making them more cost-effective in the long run. Zhao Hai worked quickly and prepared the talismans and spirit pills, totaling 20 pills after rounding down. I should have known better than to act so quickly. Gu Yan inwardly complained, but still took out the spirit stone bag he had just put away. It was placed on the counter, and an extra 10 spirit stones were paid for. Zhao Hai chuckled upon seeing this, and after carefully putting away the spirit stones, he took out a red box from the counter. Here, consider these pills a complimentary gift for your visit to my shop. Looking at the red box, Gu Yan was full of questions. This is. Hey, I'll just keep you in suspense for now. Zhao Hai said, revealing a smile that all men understand, and pried open Gu Yan's hand to put the box inside. Take one before bed tonight, it'll really work. Forehead. He seemed to be keeping us in suspense, yet he also seemed to have revealed nothing at all. Chapter 10 Cultivating the Sword Manual. Gu Yan held the red box, looking at Zhao Hai's knowing smile, and instantly guessed what the free gift was. They are nothing more than pills that aid in dual cultivation and nourish qi and blood, common items in the cultivation world. He couldn't help but feel smug. That's it? He, with only a qi refining level 4 cultivation, managed to fight against someone with a qi refining level 12 cultivation. With physical strength and energy far exceeding those of others of the same level, why would they need this? But then I thought, even though I don't need this thing, I could still collect it. Seeing this, Zhao Hai chuckled but didn't point it out. Gu Yan carefully stuffed the red box into the innermost part of the storage bag, patting it as if afraid it would fall out. Then I thank senior brother Zhao. He cupped his hands in thanks to Zhao Hai and carefully put away the talisman, spirit pill, and red box. Next time I draw a talisman, I'll trouble you again, senior brother. Go quickly, remember to try it tonight. Gu Yan smiled and agreed, then turned and squeezed out of the crowd, her steps even lighter than when she came. Even though I don't need the things in the red box, I still feel good about myself. Including the 170 I earned from selling talismans, which I spent in the blink of an eye, I stockpiled more materials and gained an extra 20 spirit pills. This trip to Qingmu Pavilion was a very fruitful one. Gu Yan hurried back to his cave dwelling, but instead of going to the living room, he went straight to the bedroom in the north room. Ling Qingyu said this morning that she would practice swordsmanship near her dormitory during the day. As soon as I reached the courtyard gate, I heard the sharp, crisp sound of swords whistling through the air. He peeked out and saw Ling Qingyu standing in the center of the courtyard, practicing her swordplay. She wasn't wearing her disciples' robes instead, she had changed into a moon-white outfit that accentuated her tall and straight figure. In her hand, she held an ordinary iron sword, its blade gleaming coldly in the morning light. With a flick of her wrist, the iron sword shot out like a silver snake, slashing, thrusting, parrying, and cutting with each movement clean and swift, the sword wing carrying a faint spiritual energy. Even from a distance, Gu Yan could feel the piercing sharpness that seemed to penetrate his very soul, as if the blade would be thrust at him at any moment. Gu Yan stared blankly, unable to suppress his inner grumbling. Is this the level of the qi refining stage? You're not lying to me. If this sword technique and this aura were in another cultivation novel, they would at least be the kind of character a female protagonist would possess. The key point is that she looks so cool. Ling Qingyu seemed to sense his gaze. She continued her swordplay without stopping, performing several more rounds before suddenly sheathing her sword. With a flick of her wrist, the iron sword clattered back into its sheath, the movement fluid and effortless. Turning around, she met Gu Yan's gaze. A layer of fine sweat covered her forehead, and her cheeks were flushed from exercise, adding to her vitality. Did you sell the talismans? Ling Qingyu walked slowly to him, her breath slightly panting from just finishing her sword practice. Gu Yan nodded quickly, puffed out her chest, and said proudly, "It's sold. And we bought it at the highest price, making a profit of 170 spirit stones. Isn't your man amazing?" As he spoke, he stepped forward and gently wiped the fine sweat from Ling Qingyu's forehead with his sleeve, his gesture full of affection. Are you tired? Ling Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously shook her head. Not tired. Not tired. Gu Yan's lips curled slightly. If you're not tired, hurry up and praise me. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu couldn't help but smile, her tone carrying a hint of reproach mixed with indulgence. Amazing, amazing, you're the best. Is he really just a child? Does he really enjoy my praise that much? The two cuddled for a while longer. Gu Yan handed 10 spirit pills he had bought to Ling Qingyu, and then kept rambling on about how useful the VIP token Zhao Hai had given him was. Ling Qingyu listened patiently, nodding in agreement from time to time, her eyes full of tenderness. After Gu Yan finished speaking, Ling Qingyu seemed to suddenly remember something, and her tone became somewhat serious. Were you watching me practice my swordplay at the courtyard gate just now? Gu Yan nodded quickly. Ling Qingyu's lips curved into a smile as she pressed on, so, what did you think of my swordplay just now? Gu Yan didn't hold back his praise, giving a thumbs up in an exaggerated tone. Top of the top. He's at least better than the senior brothers in the sect who teach swordsmanship. Every sword strike is sharp and fierce, making my heart race as I watch. That's the truth. Although he didn't understand swordsmanship, he could sense the sharpness and discipline in the sword moves, which was far beyond what ordinary qi refining cultivators could achieve. Ling Qingyu's eyes crinkled with laughter at the praise. Even though she had lived for many years and seen many ups and downs, she couldn't help but feel a little flattered when her own man praised her so frankly. She composed herself and said softly, "Do you want to learn?" Gu Yan's eyes widened suddenly, but before he could speak, Ling Qingyu continued. That sword dance just now was not an ordinary sword move, it evolved from my martial arts technique. She paused here, a hint of gloom flashing in her eyes, and her voice lowered. But now my spiritual root is shattered. I want to repair it secretly, but I can't let anyone find out. I'm afraid I won't be able to use much force in the future, and I won't be able to protect people like before. Spiritual root repair is a phenomenal event in the cultivation world. Even though Ling Qingyu was a female sword immortal in the tribulation transcending stage in her previous life, she dared not say that she could definitely handle it. There's a saying, isn't there? The purpose of a screw itself is not important, what matters is the industrial system behind it. The same applies to the transformation of yin and yang. Hearing Ling Qingyu's slightly low tone, Gu Yan's heart tightened. He was about to offer some words of comfort when he saw Ling Qingyu look up at him. In that case, I might as well teach you this sword technique. These techniques complement each other. Once you learn them, you will not only improve your strength, but also gain an extra layer of self-protection. If I give birth to a child in the future, and you become powerful, then my child and I will have hope. After she finished speaking, she stared intently at Gu Yan and asked softly. So, do you want to learn? Gu Yan felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw the seriousness in her eyes and the barely perceptible vulnerability. Ling Qingyu was going to teach him all her most secret skills. Although he has a system in the yin-yang transformation, having an extra powerful sword skill gives him more confidence in the cultivation world. He grabbed Ling Qingyu's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. Learn. Of course I'll learn. With such a great master like you, I'm sure I can learn well. From now on, I'll protect you and our little family, and I won't let you suffer any injustice. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Ling Qingyu nodded gently. But the next second, her face, which had just softened, instantly hardened. He raised his hand and gently patted Guyan's buttocks with the back of his sword sheath, his tone a mixture of helplessness and indulgence. What master? I'm your wife. You can't just call me master like that. Guyan was startled by the slap, but quickly realized what was happening. I just blurted out master, which upset him. His eyes darted around, and he tried to be clever and get away with it. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ling Qingyu's arm and shook it, speaking in a flattering tone. Oops, a slip of the tongue. How could I call you master? You are my most powerful Taoist partner. Whisper, how about I tell you a love story between a master and his disciple? The story is called The Return of the Condor Heroes, and it has a very good reputation in our area. Ling Qingyu glared at him and gestured with the longsword in her hand. Nonsense. Hurry up and change into your training clothes. Don't you want to practice your martial arts anymore? Chapter 11 Yin Yang Creation Pill. Guyan dared not be slacking off again, and hurriedly replied, I'll go, then turned around and ran back into the house to change into a neat black training uniform before running back to the courtyard. Ling Qingyu had already removed the scabbard from her sword and was holding the iron sword in her hand. When she saw him return, she pointed to the wooden sword in the corner of the courtyard. Practice with that first, but don't hurt yourself. The technique I'm going to teach you is called sword cannon, and according to ancient records, it was written by a great swordsman himself. That's right, that sword master was herself. This technique is different from the ordinary one. Instead of cultivating qi first, it requires entering the Tao through the sword. You need to understand the nature of the sword and have some understanding of the way of the sword before you can practice the techniques themselves. Only then can you achieve twice the result with half the effort and make rapid progress. Guyan gripped the wooden sword, his heart pounding with excitement, and he rubbed his hands together, eager to get started. Understood. It just means practicing swordsmanship first, right? Come on, master, no, whisper. He quickly corrected himself, afraid of being struck by the sword sheath again. Ling Qingyu stopped caring about the form of address, picked up her iron sword and walked to face him, speaking earnestly. I will first teach you the 4 basic techniques of chopping, stabbing, picking, and slicing, and you must practice each technique to the bone. I'll draw my sword, you take the hit. If you can't take it, you'll get hit. Remember where you got hit, so you'll know how to dodge and block next time. Guyan had just nodded when he saw Ling Qingyu flick her wrist, and the iron sword slashed down toward his shoulder. The speed wasn't fast, but it blocked his escape routes. Guyan hurriedly raised his wooden sword to block, but with a crack, the wooden sword was knocked out of his hand. The back of the iron sword gently patted his shoulder. It didn't hurt, but it sent a shiver down his spine. Your sword strike is too slow, and your wrist lacks strength. You need to lower your shoulder when blocking. Ling Qingyu sheathed her sword, her tone calm. Upon hearing this, Guyan picked up the wooden sword and readjusted his posture. For the next few hours, the only sounds in the courtyard were the slap of being hit and Ling Qingyu's pointing. When you stab, make sure it's straight, not crooked. The sword strike must be swift. Seize the opportunity to strike. Too slow again. We should have dodged here, not taken the hit head on. Guyan was initially quite excited, thinking that unparalleled martial arts skills were within his grasp, but he became discouraged as he practiced. This isn't learning swordsmanship, it's clearly being beaten up by Ling Qingyu. The iron sword slapped my back, shoulders, and arms. Although I held back my strength, the repeated blows eventually made my whole body feel sore and numb. But he gritted his teeth and didn't call for a stop. After each beating, Ling Qingyu would explain in detail where he went wrong and how to correct it. Moreover, he could feel that his sword strokes were becoming more and more stable and his reactions were getting faster. Getting beaten up makes me stronger, it's worth it. Guyan cheered himself up, rubbed his arm, and charged forward again with his sword. They practiced until the sun was setting. Ling Qingyu sheathed her sword and looked at Guyan, who was covered in sweat and whose clothes were soaked, with a hint of approval in her eyes. Your swordsmanship talent is quite average. Even with my personal training, your progress isn't very fast. Guyan was panting and was about to scratch his head when he heard her continue. But you are stronger than many people I have met in my past life. You have enough perseverance. Even when you were being beaten, you never said you wanted to give up. Gu Yan's inability to be harmed no matter how much he trained reminded Ling Qingyu of one of her disciples when she was still called Fu Yu in her previous life. He was very similar to Gu Yan. He was of average talent but was willing to work incredibly hard and eventually became one of the sect's 7 swords. Even now, he is still considered to have a great reputation in the Xiantian domain. Ling Qingyu handed over a bottle of water, her tone very somber. Gu Yan took the water and gulped down several mouthfuls, secretly chuckling to himself. Where does he get such strong willpower? If it were just about taking beatings without any end in sight, I would have given up long ago. The key is the system panel in his mind. Every time he makes a little progress, it will be displayed on the panel. Host, Gu Yan. Age, 18. Realm, Qi Refining Level 4, Progress 21-100. Spiritual Root Grades, 5 Yellow Rank Spiritual Roots, specifically as follows: Metal Spiritual Root Middle Yellow Rank, Wood Spiritual Root High Yellow Rank, Water Spiritual Root Middle Yellow Rank, Fire Spiritual Root Middle Yellow Rank, Earth Spiritual Root Middle Yellow Rank. Skills: Yin Yang Transformation, Minor Spirit Rain Technique, Minor Gung Metal Sword Technique, Thick Earth Technique, Fireball Technique, Basic Swordsmanship 21,000. Soulmate, Ling Qingyu, Spiritual Root Repair 2-100. Companion Affection, 51, Dual Cultivation Effect increased by 30%. With a tangible progress bar to watch, he can persevere no matter how tough things get, let alone being beaten. But he couldn't say that, so he could only scratch his head and grin foolishly. Isn't it because you taught me that I can become stronger? What's a little beating up to me? I want to learn even more advanced skills in the future so I can protect you. Ling Qingyu was amused by his words and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. That's all for today. Go and rest. After dinner, I'll teach you how to integrate spiritual energy into your sword techniques. Gu Yan nodded and followed Ling Qingyu to the kitchen for dinner. The spirit rice porridge, stir-fried spirit vegetables, and leftover spirit chicken soup from lunch made for a simple yet warming meal. After the meal, he didn't rest. Instead, he dragged Ling Qingyu to practice basic swordsmanship in the courtyard for an hour. It only stopped when the progress bar for Basic Kendo 35-1000 appeared on the system panel. The sun had completely set, and oil lamps were lit inside the cave. After clearing away the dishes, Ling Qingyu walked over to Gu Yan, her tone naturally tinged with a touch of languor. We're tired from training today, it's time for us to rest. Gu Yan's heart stirred, and he nodded slightly. The two have been working hard for the sect quota these past few days, which has made them less awkward at first and more like an old married couple. He was about to reach out to pull Ling Qingyu when he suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. I almost forgot, I haven't looked at the free gift that senior brother Zhao gave me yet. I'll give it a try today. Ling Qingyu raised an eyebrow as she watched him open the red box. Inside lay a pill the size of a pigeon egg, its entire body reddish and radiating a faint spiritual aura. Gu Yan originally thought that the pills Zhao Hai gave him were like the little blue pills from his previous life, a kind of compensation that was controversial for men. But when he saw what the pill looked like, he froze on the spot. This thing looks like a yin-yang creation pill? The yin-yang creation pill may sound fancy, but its effects are actually quite straightforward and practical. First, it can greatly enhance a man's sexual ability. Second, it has the miraculous effect of locking yin and yang, which can make the spiritual energy of the two partners merge more closely, directly doubling the chance of pregnancy. Wow, senior brother Zhao knows a lot. You have to understand that the modern world is not like cultivating immortality. Their medicine can help men get an erection without having those complicated side effects. Or rather, it hasn't reached the point of causing side effects yet. This is of immense value. It's like opening a door to the truth for him. Ling Qingyu also came over to take a look, and when she saw the 5 words yin-yang creation pill, her cheeks instantly turned red, and she reached out to close the box. What nonsense are you talking about? Put it away right now. No, Qingyu. Gu Yan grabbed her hand and shook the pills in his hand. Senior brother Zhao meant well. If we could have a child sooner, wouldn't that be just what you wanted? Ling Qingyu's ears burned from his words, and she turned her head away, not daring to look at him, but she did not stop him. Then, Gu Yan chuckled, swallowed the yin-yang creation pill in one gulp, and opened his arms to hug Ling Qingyu. The oil lamp flame flickered gently, casting long shadows of the two people, and the atmosphere in the cave gradually became ambiguous and intense. Chapter 12 Qi Refining Level 6. In the days that followed, Gu Yan lived a completely monotonous life, even more so than the regular disciples in the sect. In the morning, I stayed in my cave dwelling, drawing talismans and practicing the way of talismans. Because his talismans are very effective and easy to use, they have always been best-selling items, and Zhao Hai always buys them at the highest price. So now the cave dwelling not only has basic infrastructure, but also 2 acres of spirit fields have been specially prepared to grow some spirit rice to help Ling Qingyu relieve boredom. In the afternoon, it was always beating time, when Ling Qingyu would spar with him while he was on the back hill of the courtyard, wielding an iron sword. From initially being caught off guard and getting beaten up, to later being able to barely withstand more than a dozen moves, the foundation of the sword manual became more and more solid. In the evenings, naturally, I would work hard with Ling Qingyu to achieve the Qingming sect's population targets. Sometimes, when they were in high spirits, during breaks from practicing swordsmanship or when they were tired from drawing talismans, the two would cuddle and snuggle together for a while. 2 months passed by at a leisurely pace. That morning, Gu Yan sat cross-legged on the bluestone outside his cave, circulating his cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a warm sensation came from his dantian, and the bottleneck that had kept him stuck at the peak of the 5th level of qi refining for half a month broke with a crack. The spiritual energy surged in like a tide, making the spiritual power in my meridians more abundant, and my aura became much more stable. I've succeeded. I've finally reached the 6th level of qi refining. Gu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his fists clenched tightly, a surge of joy welling up inside him. He subconsciously brought up the system panel, and looking at the changes on it, he felt quite pleased. Host, Gu Yan. Age, 18. Realm, Qi Refining Level 6, Progress 0-200. Spiritual Root Grade, 5 Yellow Rank Spiritual Roots, specifically as follows: Metal Spiritual Root Superior Yellow Rank, Wood Spiritual Root Superior Yellow Rank, Water Spiritual Root Mid-Rank Yellow Rank, Fire Spiritual Root Superior Yellow Rank, Earth Spiritual Root Mid-Rank Yellow Rank. Skills: Yin-Yang Transformation, Minor Spirit Rain Technique, Minor Gung Metal Sword Technique, Thick Earth Technique, Fireball Technique, Basic Swordsmanship 1000, Perfect, Sword Manual First Level, First Tier Mid-Grade Talisman. Soulmate, Ling Qingyu, Spiritual Root Repair 15100. Companion Affection, 58, Dual Cultivation Effect increased by 30%. After 2 months of diligent practice, her Fire Spirit Root reached a new level, entering the upper grade Yellow rank. She also mastered the first level of the Sword Manual, and Ling Qingyu's Spirit Root was restored to 15%. A bright smile bloomed on Gu Yan's lips. In just over 2 months, his cultivation level soared from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 6th level of Qi refining. The speed of their progress is astonishing. After getting up and stretching his limbs, Gu Yan felt full of energy. Just as he was about to turn back to his cave to tell Ling Qingyu the good news of his breakthrough, he heard familiar footsteps coming from the courtyard gate. Ling Qingyu returned carrying the spirit rice, spirit vegetables, and spirit fruits she had just bought. Seeing him standing there grinning foolishly, she asked with a smile. "Judging from your appearance, you've broken through?" "I've broken through. Qingyu, look." Gu Yan rushed over and excitedly grabbed her hand. "I've reached the 6th level of Qi refining. Now I can try refining first-grade high-quality talismans, and I can enter the outer sect without taking any tests." Ling Qingyu looked at his beaming face, her eyes full of tenderness, and reached out to pat his head, her tone knowing. The top skills in the 100 arts of immortal cultivation have always been scarce in the Qingming sect. If you're only at the outer sect level, you could have tried using Deacon Zhao's connections when you first entered the Talisman Masterclass. Why wait until now? Gu Yan smiled upon hearing this, his tone matter of fact. That's true, but if you only get in based on the title of a first-level Talisman Master, how many resources will the outer sect provide? Why not lie low for a while, then make a name for yourself with a top-tier first-grade talisman? The basic entry qualification for the outer sect is the late stage of Qi refining. After undergoing some practical training and meeting the required contribution points, one can enter. If someone has special talents, such as talisman making, alchemy, or weapon crafting, they can be admitted even without special privileges. Once inside, they are just ordinary outer disciples. Without any resource allocation, they can only exchange their contribution points for outer sect cultivation techniques. Gu Yan has no shortage of cultivation techniques, they have their own. What they lack is a powerful backer. It would be better to wait until I can draw a first-grade high-quality talisman before reporting to the outer sect. At that time, I will directly take out a top-grade talisman and make a name for myself. Maybe I can be noticed by an elder and be specially recruited into the inner sect. Ling Qingyu was amused by his straightforward and confident demeanor, and the smile in her eyes deepened. "You're so thoughtful, but your steady and reliable nature is definitely the right choice." She offered a few words of praise, then changed the subject. By the way, isn't today the day you're supposed to go to the Greenwood Pavilion to hand in the talismans? Gu Yan nodded. I've accumulated a batch before, it's time to sell it. As he spoke, he reached out and put his arm around Ling Qingyu's waist, his tone slightly ingratiating. How about I use the money from the sale to buy you a little spirit beast? It's that kind of furry, intelligent creature. You usually stay in your cave, and the spirit rice in the spirit field is almost ripe. Let it keep you company and help watch over the field. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu couldn't help but wipe the still damp sweat from his forehead with her sleeve, her eyes full of doting affection as she smiled and playfully scolded him. You, just focus on your cultivation and drawing talismans, don't always think about doing these things for me. I can keep an eye on the spirit field, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Although Ling Qingyu refused decisively, Gu Yan felt that he didn't need to listen to his wife so much. What's that saying again? This is for her own good. At this moment, Ling Qingyu saw the silly boy standing there in a daze, so she patted him on the shoulder. Alright, stop standing here in the wind. Come with me to eat first, and then you can go to Qingmu Pavilion. The journey will be safe. Okay. After the meal, Gu Yan drove with practiced ease to the first floor of Qingmu Pavilion and walked familiarly to the counter where Zhao Hai usually worked. I've been selling talismans and buying materials for the past 2 months, and I've already figured out the way around here. But as soon as he reached the counter, he stopped in his tracks. The person sitting behind the counter wasn't Zhao Hai, but rather an extremely alluring woman. She wasn't wearing any sect disciples' robes. Instead, she wore a crimson brocade dress embroidered with lotus blossoms, the neckline low, revealing a section of her delicate, snow-white neck. Her long, black hair was unbound, cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, with slightly curled ends and a few stray strands clinging to her flushed cheeks. She has an oval face with captivating curves in her eyebrows and eyes. She looked over without saying a word, but her smile was captivating and alluring. She held a jade hairpin between her fingers, slowly fiddling with the talisman paper on the counter. Her fingertips were rounded, and her nails were lightly painted with nail polish. Every move she made exuded a mature and charming aura. It's not the innocent charm of a young girl, but the mature charm that comes from experience and whose every gesture is alluring. She resembled the elegant ladies in traditional Chinese novels, the kind of women in bed who could make men willingly sink into their arms. Even just sitting quietly, she exuded a captivating charm that made it impossible to look away. Gu Yan didn't even need to look at this woman, she was definitely over 80 points. Even so, Gu Yan is not the same as before, because he is a married man. How can one be so easily tempted by a woman? The next second, the voluptuous woman also looked over. Her voice was soft and alluring, with a captivating charm. Oh, little one, who are you looking for? As soon as she finished speaking in a charming tone, a faint, warm fragrance wafted to Gu Yan's nose. His previously calm mind was instantly shattered by the sound of little guy and the aroma. Wow, this woman is so alluring. Chapter 13 Unwavering Loyalty. Gu Yan quickly praised Ling Qingyu silently a few times in his heart before he was able to suppress the desire that had been aroused. His eyes cleared again, and he stepped forward, explaining his purpose in a calm tone. Sister, I'm here to sell talismans. I've been dealing with senior brother Zhao Hai, and I'd like to ask where he is today. Upon hearing this, it was Chu Fian's turn to be surprised. She raised an eyebrow, noticing a hint of surprise in the other person's eyes, which held a quiet strength and a lack of ambition. So she swayed her slender waist and moved closer from behind the counter, smiling as she approached. Where is Zhao Hai? Let me think. As the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous, and Gu Yan could even feel the other person's hot breath, he could only put his legs together to avoid an embarrassing situation. Unexpectedly, she uttered a light-hearted remark the next second. I have no idea. That self-righteous demeanor left Gu Yan speechless, almost causing him to vomit blood. You don't know. But before she could finish speaking, Chu Fian smiled and added another sentence. However, the same thing you can give to me is what he can take. As she spoke, her eyes darted around, and she glanced at Gu Yan up and down, her tone slightly amused. Besides, I think you're quite good-looking, little brother, so maybe I can raise the price for you a bit. Gu Yan took a deep breath, and his eyes cleared up instantly. Nonsense, who would turn down money? He smiled more and spoke more warmly. Sister, who are you? Tell me your secrets so I can entrust the talisman to you with peace of mind. Chu Fian chuckled upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. This little guy, he really doesn't act until he sees the benefit. She didn't beat around the bush. With a flick of her jade hand, a palm-sized black iron token appeared in her palm, adorned with faint spiritual light. She shook the token in her hand, speaking casually as if it were a trivial matter. As for me, I'm just an ordinary little elder. She paused, glanced at Gu Yan out of the corner of her eye, and added with a smile. But even if it's ordinary, it's still an elder. Acquiring your first-tier talismans shouldn't be a problem. Well then, little brother, can you show this elder how much stock you have left? Gu Yan recognized Elder Ling of the Qingming sect, so he didn't ask any more questions and simply dumped the cloth bag onto the counter. As the group of talismans shimmering with spiritual light surged forth, Chu Fian's lips twitched slightly. They're elders, after all, what storms haven't they weathered? She reached out and picked up a talisman, her fingertips brushing against it as she marveled. A first-tier low-grade sword chi talisman. Although the grade is low, the spiritual energy patterns are very regular. And these rejuvenation talisman and concealing breath talisman are special models among the mid-grade first rank, and their condition is so good. Then, as if she had discovered a new and interesting toy, Chu Fian glanced at the spread-out talismans and examined them carefully. Tier 1 low-grade Fireball Talisman and Entangling Talisman, Tier 1 mid-grade Golden Blade Talisman. Each type was neatly stacked, with 30 sheets of each type, an unusually large quantity. After reading it, Chu Fian looked at Gu Yan with a half-smile. Little brother, I didn't expect you to have such boundless energy at such a young age. You have quite a reserve. I almost couldn't keep up. I guessed your success rate in talisman making was quite high. You're actually a little genius. Gu Yan felt quite satisfied upon hearing this, but knew he couldn't push his luck, so he leaned forward and spoke directly. Elder sister, you've seen the talisman too, so should we accept it or not? Chu Fian smiled and nodded, then with a flick of her jade-like hand, her wide sleeves swept across the counter, and the talismans vanished instantly. At the same time, a heavy storage bag was pushed in front of Gu Yan. I'll take it, why wouldn't I? She smiled, her eyes crinkling with a hint of coquettishness. Here are 50 mid-grade spirit stones. You don't need to look for the rest. By the way, I don't like the word elder, it makes people sound old. From now on, just call me Sister Fian. Upon seeing the 50 mid-grade spirit stones lying quietly in the storage bag, Gu Yan froze for a moment, then was overjoyed. This was more than just a surprise. You should know that in the cultivation world, although a mid-grade spirit stone is nominally equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, it is not actually calculated that way at all. Mid-grade spirit stones have purer spiritual energy and a wider range of uses. They not only command a premium price on ordinary days, but are also rare items that are difficult to buy even with money. His pile of talismans, at market price, would be worth at most 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to at most 40 mid-grade spirit stones. This Fei Yen sister is something else. She just threw out 50 yuan, far exceeding the value of the talisman itself. Thank you so much, Sister Fian. You're so generous. Gu Yan quickly gripped the storage bag in his hand, the heavy feel of it making him overjoyed, and his address became even more affectionate. At this moment, he couldn't help but become more curious about the woman and secretly glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Goodness, the score that popped up on the system panel is a whopping 92 points. Although it can't compare to Ling Qingyu's high score of 97, this score is still considered extremely high and rare in the sect. Given the system's stringent requirements, there are very few people who score above 80. This little action did not escape Chu Fian's notice. When she saw Gu Yan secretly looking at her, she immediately covered her mouth and chuckled softly and charmingly. What? Little brother, do you think it's really beautiful for your older sister to throw around mid-grade spirit stones, and you want to live off your older sister? As she spoke, she leaned forward again, her slender waist swaying gently, a smile playing at the corners of her eyes. My sister's soft rice is so fragrant and soft. And don't worry, besides being a soft rice, my sister is wonderful in every other way too. As soon as she finished speaking, she winked seductively. That commanding aura unique to older elders, mixed with mature charm, was simply irresistible. Gu Yan quickly took half a step back, his face full of smiles, but his tone was very firm. Sister Fian, please don't tease me. I have a newlywed wife waiting for me in the cave. I would never do something that would disgrace my family. He knows it perfectly well. Just look at the pretty girls, don't get any funny ideas. Putting aside whether he was truly in love with Ling Qingyu, just based on the beatings he had endured over the past 2 months, he knew that his Taoist partner was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the person in front of him was a sect elder. If he wasn't a golden core cultivator, he must have been at least a late foundation establishment cultivator, a truly heavyweight figure. The price of having his cake and eat it too is something a mere chi refining cultivator like him can't afford. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian raised an eyebrow, her surprise deepening. This kid wasn't seduced by her physique, and his will was surprisingly firm even when faced with the temptation of mid-grade spirit stones and a life of luxury. Her interest only grew stronger, and the way she looked at Gu Yan was like a cat eyeing its prey, beautiful yet dangerous. So what? She waved her hand dismissively, her tone alluring. You little genius, it won't be long before you stand out in the inner sect. With your potential, it's only natural that you'll marry several Taoist partners in the future. Which elder in the sect doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Not to mention the medicine people they keep outside. That's what they say. Gu Yan gave a wry smile, but she didn't fall for it. What's so special about my talent? You don't know my wife. She's so young, yet she's mastered the sword manual to perfection and has even deduced her own way of swordsmanship from it. And what about him? He endured Qingyu's beatings for 2 whole months before he could barely get close to mastering the sword manual. In terms of talent, he was far from it. But then, upon further reflection, Gu Yan suddenly realized what was happening and instantly showed a look of horror. Damn it! This woman is disturbing my Dao heart. I am absolutely loyal and devoted to Whisper, and I have never even considered having an affair with someone else. Chapter 14: Purchasing Spirit Beasts. Once he came to his senses, Gu Yan became extremely wary of Chu Fian, took a half step back, and spoke with a somewhat perfunctory tone. Sister Fian, if you have nothing else to do, I'll head out now. My family is waiting for me to come home. Chu Fian naturally noticed his guarded demeanor and sighed helplessly in her heart. She was naturally unconventional, or rather, a bit mischievous, and loved to tease the disciples of the sect. Once those disciples succumb to temptation and fantasize about attaching themselves to the beautiful elders and living off their wives. So Chu Fian lost interest, turned around and reported the person, sending them to the law enforcement hall. Thanks to her special physique, no disciple has been able to resist her teasing over the years. It's simply a matter of whether one has strong willpower or not, and whether one loses their mind. But when she encountered Gu Yan, who was so funny, Chu Fian became interested instead. I just want to watch this little guy gradually lower his guard and fall into depravity, and then kick him away without any mercy when I'm tired of playing with him. Just thinking about it makes me happy. But this kid is so wary right now, how can I keep teasing him? Chu Fian's eyes darted around, and she quickly tried to persuade him to stay, her tone becoming somewhat urgent. Hey, wait a minute. I still have something to tell you, don't rush off. Gu Yan rolled her eyes, speechless. You've already invoked your status as an elder, how could I possibly disobey? He had no choice but to stop, bow slightly, and say in a formulaic tone, Elder Fian, please speak. Don't be so resistant, Chu Fian said, smiling again and softening her tone. This time, your sister has brought you a path to wealth, I guarantee you'll be interested. As she spoke, she flipped her jade-like hand and took out a yellowed scroll from her storage ring, handing it to Gu Yan. Gu Yan took it, unfolded it, and his pupils contracted slightly. This is a beast summoning talisman? The beast attracting talisman is a special type of talisman, and its grade is not high. It belongs to the first-tier talisman, and even mid-grade first-tier talisman masters can refine it. It is generally used for ambushes in the monster forest. However, the beast-attracting talisman on the scroll in front of me has patterns that are several times more complex than ordinary ones, and the flow of spiritual energy is also more obscure, clearly indicating that it has been improved. That's right, it's a beast summoning talisman. Chu Fian clapped her hands and nodded with a smile. However, this is an improved version that has amplified the range and effect of attracting beasts, and it is now a first-grade high-quality talisman. She paused, her tone slightly seductive. This talisman is quite difficult to refine. High-level talisman masters in the sect don't want to touch it, and low-level talisman masters can't learn it, so there are very few people who can do it. But the sect has an event coming up and urgently needs this stuff, so this period is definitely a blue ocean market. Your sister has high hopes for you. If you can refine it and the quality is acceptable, your sister will buy it at a high price on behalf of the sect. Normally, a first-tier high-grade special talisman costs about 1 mid-grade spirit stone. I'll double that for you, 2 mid-grade spirit stones per talisman, how about that? These words hit Gu Yan right where it hurts. He desperately needed this opportunity. On one hand, he needs to earn spirit stones to support his family, and on the other hand, he needs to find a reason to demonstrate his strength. Even if his cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of chi refining, with his ability to draw a first-grade high-quality beast-attracting talisman, surely some sect elders will take notice of him, right? Once they entered the inner sect, he and Ling Qingyu finally gained some influence within the sect, no longer the breeding pigs of Immortal Seed Peak who only revolved around quotas. Moreover, Chu Fian in front of us is an elder. Although we don't know if she is an inner or outer disciple, she must have a quota for introductions. Moreover, these spots are really not considered precious, as there has never been a limit to the number of people that can be found for the sect. If he can handle the task she assigned him well, wouldn't the inner gate be practically open to him? But Gu Yan gripped the scroll tightly in his hand, and that unease in his heart resurfaced. He always felt like prey being watched, and the interest in the woman's eyes made him uneasy. What? Is little brother scared? Chu Fian asked with a smile as she saw his hesitation. Judging from the talismans you drew before, they all seem to be low-grade or mid-grade first tier. Entrusting you with refining high-grade ones from the start is indeed a bit difficult for this elder. After saying this, Chu Fian couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. While a young boy who is unmoved by his own good looks is tempting, a young boy who is a genius and full of drive is even more tempting, isn't he? If one hesitates and shrinks back here because of a first-grade high-level spirit talisman, it will inevitably diminish one's interest. Gu Yan took a deep breath and suddenly looked up. I'll take it. Don't worry, Sister Fian, I will definitely refine the beast-attracting talisman as soon as possible, and I guarantee that its quality will be up to standard. What's there to be afraid of? The cultivation world is inherently fraught with danger. Who knows, the Qingming sect might offend a tough opponent one day and be wiped out in an instant. If we don't seize this opportunity to improve our strength and grasp power, we will always be the passive party that others can manipulate. Chu Fian smiled so hard her eyes curved at the corners, she looked very pleased. The little brother has a lot of courage, which makes me very happy. Young people should be like this, full of drive. If you only have stock in a large quantity, girls will also dislike you. She reached out and patted Gu Yan on the shoulder, handing him a jade pendant engraved with runes. This is my communication jade talisman. Just contact me once you've refined the talisman. By the way, after all this talking, I still don't know your name. There's no point in hiding your name. Gu Yan straightened his back. Gu Yan. That's Gu Yan, good luck. After saying that, Chu Fian swayed her waist and walked away with a swaying gait, her back view exuding a captivating charm. Gu Yan held the jade talisman and stood there stunned for a moment. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that once I take this step, I might not be able to calm down. However, I don't regret it, because that's how cultivation is all about. Never hesitate to show your talent when the time comes. Having sorted out his thoughts, Gu Yan turned around and ran to the other counters of Qingmu Pavilion. He was still thinking about Zhao Hai, so he asked a few familiar senior and junior brothers and learned that Zhao Hai had been sent to Qingyang Mountain Range to carry out a mission a few days ago. Gu Yan frowned, feeling uneasy. The sect's actions during this period have indeed been strange. They've been using beast-attracting talismans and sending disciples to the Qingyang Mountains. It all seems like they're targeting that area. However, he quickly shook his head. Who cares? No matter how big the fire is, it won't reach Immortal Seed Peak, much less it will reach someone as insignificant as him. If things really escalate to an irreversible point one day, we can just pack up and run away with Ling Qingyu. With spirit stones and abilities, we can survive anywhere. With the heavy storage bag in his hand, Gu Yan felt he should buy something. First, I went to the materials area to buy all the materials needed to refine the beast summoning talisman, such as cinnabar, talisman paper, and spirit ink, and then headed straight for the spirit beast garden. I promised to buy Ling Qingyu a cute little spirit beast, and I have to keep my word. The Qingming sect was not a beast-taming sect, and its spirit beast garden contained few rare species, mostly common mortal beasts and low-level spirit pets. As soon as Gu Yan entered, he explained his request to the disciple on duty. They don't need to be good at fighting or powerful. As long as they are cute and can act cute to keep people entertained, that's enough. After all, he only bought the spirit beast to amuse Ling Qingyu. I don't need it to testify. Chapter 15, Has the system started to anthropomorphize? The disciple laughed upon hearing this and led him to the innermost part of the garden. What a coincidence, there's a good look section with lots of cute little guys. Take a look and see which one you like. People in the cultivation world are no different from those in modern society, except that their needs rise with their cultivation level. Modern people dream of cars and houses, while cultivators dream of cave dwellings with spirit-gathering arrays and flying artifacts that can travel 1,000 miles a day. Modern people give flowers in bags as gifts, while cultivators give spirit beasts as small gifts, hoping to become spirit beast parents with their cultivation partners. To put it bluntly, they're all just ways to flirt with girls. The people at the spirit beast garden clearly understood this perfectly, and in order to make money, they simply divided the spirit beasts into different zones. The strength section sells those who can fight, while the looks section specializes in those who can act cute and charming. The most outrageous thing is that the spirit beasts in the appearance category have almost no combat power, they just rely on their cute faces to please people, but their prices are not much different from those of the combat type. On occasions like Valentine's Day or sex ceremonies, they can even slightly surpass others. Guyan watched in silence, sighing inwardly. This cultivation world is far too modern. Is the owner of the Spirit Beast Garden some kind of business genius who traveled from another era? The staff member led him around the appearance section, and it has to be said, there's a reason why it's expensive. Plump, fluffy rabbits, bubbly carp, rosy-cheeked, pot-bellied pigs. Each one was so cute it melted your heart. After looking around, Guyan even lost the slight annoyance that Chu Fian had stirred up earlier. Finally, he stopped in front of a moonfox. The little creature was pure white, with fur that shimmered with a faint silver sheen. Its color was as even as fine white jade, and its eyes were a clear, light blue. It huddled in its cage, timidly licking its paws, looking incredibly endearing. This junior has a good eye. The staff member was delighted and immediately praised him. This moonlight fox is no ordinary creature. It is born with the ability to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of the sun and moon. If we raise it well, it might be able to transform into human form in the future and stay with its Taoist partner for life. Guyan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly went over to pry open the cage to check it. Seeing that the little one was a female fox, she breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself. Thank goodness it's female. If it were male, what would happen if it took human form? But when the price was mentioned, Guyan's lips twitched. 500 low-grade spirit stones? He stared at the little fox, which was only at the early stage of chi refining and didn't even know a decent spell, and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. I understand the difference between permanent pets and one-time talismans, but is it reasonable for you to sell a moonlight fox in the early stage of chi refining for 500? As expected, whether in modern times or the world of cultivation, the pet business has always been extremely profitable. Despite his complaints, Guyan still obediently paid the money, even spending an extra 100 low-grade spirit stones to buy special spirit beast food. There's no way around it. Spirit beast food is a special supply from the sect, and it can't be bought outside. Go catch it yourself? There are wild spirit beasts in the Qingyan Mountains, but the area is overrun with all sorts of demonic beasts, so going there would be suicide. After paying, Guyan carried the spirit beast cage containing the moonlight fox and set off with a sour face. 600 spirit stones gone just like that, it hurts. The staff at the Spirit Beast Garden watched his retreating figure, their eyes crinkling with laughter. This order earned me a substantial commission. I made a fortune again. On the way, Guyan felt increasingly pained by the thought. I feel like I've been ripped off for buying a little fox that only sleeps for 500 spirit stones. To make up for the feeling of losing out, he simply took the moonlight fox out of the spirit beast cage and rubbed it hard in front of him. He held the little guy's soft paws and rubbed its silvery fur, muttering to himself. You cost me 500 spirit stones, so you'd better spend some quality time with Qingyu when you get back. Don't let her be bored by herself, and don't. Before he could finish speaking, the moonlight fox in his arms yawned. Its eyelids drooped, its fluffy tail curled up around its body, and it seemed to be dozing off, not listening to a word. Guyan was speechless and slapped his forehead. Well, why bother arguing with a fox? Just as he withdrew his hand, preparing to put the fox back in its cage, he caught a glimpse of a system notification out of the corner of his eye. Appearance rating, 95. Guyan froze instantly, his pupils dilating in shock. Holy crap! He suddenly activated the system. System, you damn well better come out here. What does this mean? 95 points? You haven't had enough of human ratings yet, now you're starting to target spirit beasts? He stared at the sleeping little fox in his arms, feeling a mix of emotions, and finally gritted his teeth and swore an oath. Whether I misjudged it or the system malfunctioned, that's absolutely impossible. I'd do anything for the system's rewards. The human channel must be welded shut. Unless, this fox can actually transform into human form someday, and become a cute and adorable fox girl. Only after thinking of this did Guyan calm down a little. Carrying the spirit beast cage and holding the dozing moonlight fox, he hurried back to the cave. Outside the cave, Ling Qingyu stood by the spirit field, her fingertips condensing a faint spiritual energy as she unleashed the lesser spirit rain technique. The spiritual rain fell gently on the spiritual rice, making it grow fuller and more translucent. These are all red spirit rice that Guyan bought. Once they grow, they will produce red grains that contain spiritual energy. If one consumes this for all 3 meals a day, mortals can prolong their lives, while cultivators can increase their cultivation speed. In another month or two, this rice should be ripe. I'll have to treat that little man well then. Ling Qingyu looked expectant, a gentle smile spreading across her eyes, her gaze softening slightly. Just then, the restrictions outside the cave were activated with a hum, followed by Gu Yan's familiar voice. Whisper. I'm back. Come out and see, I brought you something nice. This guy hasn't changed at all, he's still as impulsive and reckless as ever. Ling Qingyu slowly got up and was about to step out to greet him when Gu Yan burst in. He held the moon fox high in his hand. The little creature was being held by the scruff of its neck, its light blue eyes full of innocence. It kicked its little paws, looking both pitiful and adorable. Gu Yan, however, looked delighted and presented the treasure to Ling Qingyu. Whisper, look. This is a gift I brought for you. My lovely moonlight fox, it will keep you company whenever I go to the Greenwood Pavilion or practice my sword, so you'll never be lonely again. Ling Qingyu felt a surge of emotion upon seeing the joy in his eyes. He really did take his words about relieving boredom to heart. But as she looked, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, her gaze shifting between Gu Yan and Moonlight Fox, sensing that something was amiss. The little man's joy didn't seem like the elation of finally bought you a gift. It's more like the relief of finally getting rid of this fox and getting away from it as soon as possible. She reached out and gently took the Moonlight Fox. The little creature nestled in her arms and immediately rubbed against her palm, its eyes narrowing. Ling Qingyu ruffled the fox's fur, looked up at Gu Yan, and said in a teasing tone. It's a cute little guy, thank you for your trouble. But, why do you look even happier than I am? Chapter 16 Ling Qingyu is pregnant. Gu Yan's face fell. Could he really say that? The fewer people who know about the system, the better. He was even more afraid that Ling Qingyu would feel uncomfortable if she found out that their predestined relationship was determined by the system panel. Look how nervous you are. If you don't want to say, then don't. Ling Qingyu patted his forehead helplessly, her fingertips feeling slightly cool. Then, she changed the subject. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll get you something to eat. I bought a spirit duck at the market not long ago, I'll slaughter one and make you some soup. Gu Yan nodded quickly, rubbing his stomach. I'm really hungry, then thank you for your hard work. Ling Qingyu smiled faintly and walked into the kitchen. Gu Yan watched the whole time but didn't go in. In fact, he hadn't stepped into the kitchen for a month and a half. This was Ling Qingyu's own request. The explanation is that you have talismanic powers that you need to cultivate, support your family, and at the same time, you also need to cultivate the sword manual. With so many things to handle, there's simply not enough time. There's absolutely no need to cook, it's a waste of time. Gu Yan did not refuse, so the power to cook at home fell to Ling Qingyu. After all, Ling Qingyu's spiritual root is being repaired, but it is still far from being fully restored. To avoid being exposed, she usually stays in her cave. Over time, this made Qingyu feel like she was just enjoying the fruits of others' labor, and that she was a bit lazy. So he took the initiative to handle all the household chores. Gu Yan didn't stop them because he remembered his grandparents in his previous life, who always liked to do chores to pass the time and were often complained about by his parents. To put it bluntly, Qingyu also wanted to find something to do by cooking and farming, to prove that she wasn't just a burden who could only stay at home. Gu Yan took care of this, even though he knew it was unnecessary, because he didn't want her to feel disappointed. The two of them enjoyed a cozy lunch around a small table. The spirit duck soup was delicious, and Gu Yan drank 2 large bowls of it. After the meal, he recounted everything that had happened at Qingmu Pavilion that day. Especially when talking about Chu Fian, his tone was extremely cautious. He didn't dare to reveal even the other person's appearance or words, for fear that Ling Qingyu would misunderstand. But after he finished speaking, he noticed that Ling Qingyu showed no displeasure at all. She was just listening quietly, with a hint of a smile in her eyes. Ling Qingyu noticed his gaze and smiled helplessly. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't think I'm jealous, do you? Gu Yan scratched his head, a little disappointed, and asked, really won't you be jealous? He himself was conflicted. He hoped that Ling Qingyu would be jealous of other women, proving that she cared about him. He also hoped she wouldn't be too strict, cough cough, so he could feel more at ease. You and that female elder have nothing going on, why would I be jealous? Ling Qingyu shook her head with a light laugh, her tone suddenly becoming more serious. Moreover, as you know, the sex population is dwindling. With my current strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to complete the Qingming sex population plan on my own. Besides, I don't want to be a woman who only knows how to give birth. So even if you don't bring it up, I'll talk to you about taking a concubine in a few days. I have only one request for a new member in my family. That means no matter how high or low her cultivation level is, or how good or bad her spiritual root is, once she enters this family, she has to recognize that this family is her root. We shouldn't let one woman cause unrest among everyone. Gu Yan felt a surge of warmth in his heart upon hearing this, and reached out to hug Ling Qingyu tightly. Whisper, you're so kind. So deeply in love, the two didn't even bother to clear the table. Gu Yan reached out and put his arm around Ling Qingyu's waist, his eyes filled with passion. Between elderly couples, words are unnecessary, they can understand each other's intentions simply through actions. Ling Qingyu did not resist and leaned against him, letting him lead her into the inner room to the bed. The Qingming sect's population target hasn't been met yet. I thought, this was just the most ordinary of countless all-nighters. The two tossed and turned until late into the night before finally falling asleep in each other's arms, their breathing gradually becoming steady. But the next day, just as dawn was breaking, while Gu Yan was still fast asleep, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, exceptionally clear. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Taoist partner, Ling Qingyu, is pregnant. You have achieved the first-time fatherhood achievement. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. Gu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and his drowsiness vanished instantly. He stiffly turned his head, looking at Ling Qingyu, who was still fast asleep beside him, his eyes filled with shock. She's pregnant? He was overwhelmed by the confusion and joy of becoming a father for the first time, and sat blankly on the edge of the bed. After a while, he remembered to check his system inventory. There, lying quietly, was a scroll of a magic method, with the 3 seal characters Tai Subu marked on it. This is a technique of escape, which is in harmony with the stars in the heavens. When stepping on the gang step, the body can move between reality and illusion, making it a very powerful life-saving skill. Moreover, because it was a system reward, he broke through the first level immediately after receiving it. Originally, relying on the sword manual, he could already create a significant gap between himself and other cultivators of the same level, even fighting across levels. With the void step, the difficulty of crossing levels has been reduced to a minimum. My wife is pregnant, and I've also gained this life-saving skill, it's like a double blessing. Gu Yan became increasingly amused by the thought, and his laughter was so loud that it woke up Ling Qingyu, who was fast asleep beside him. Ling Qingyu doesn't have much morning grumpiness to begin with. When she opened her eyes and saw Gu Yan's beaming and silly expression, she couldn't stay angry and laughed. Silly boy, what are you laughing about so early in the morning? You're making so much noise that I can't sleep. Gu Yan was stunned when he heard this, and then realized that he had woken his wife. His tone was full of self-blame. Sorry, I was so happy that I didn't notice what was happening. But then I thought, since she's awake, it's a good opportunity to share this joy together. Gu Yan quickly grabbed Ling Qingyu's hand, his palm burning hot, his tone urgent and excited. Whisper, listen to me. Please don't get agitated. I just noticed your pulse was off, and upon closer examination, it turned out to be a pregnancy pulse. You're pregnant. You're pregnant with our child. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu's pupils contracted sharply, and she was instantly stunned. She quickly withdrew her hand, a wisp of spiritual energy condensing at her fingertips, which she gently placed on her wrist. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her cheeks flushed with a captivating blush, and even her voice trembled slightly. Is it really a pregnancy test? Like Gu Yan, Ling Qingyu was also a first-time mother, and she had fantasized about the baby countless times before the baby actually arrived. Is this real? Do we finally have a child of our own? Gu Yan nodded emphatically and carefully pulled her into his arms. It's true. We're having a baby. At this moment, Gu Yan couldn't care less about his silly grin. He reached out and gently rubbed the other person's lower abdomen, his tone extremely solemn. Whisper, from today onwards, don't bother with anything at home. Just lie down and relax. I'll stew spirit duck soup for you every day, buy medicine to help with the pregnancy, and hire the most professional midwife. I'll make sure you and the baby are well taken care of. Ling Qingyu nodded, gently placing her left hand on her lower abdomen. The calmness on her face gradually faded, replaced by an unyielding tenderness. She looked up at the handsome face before her, flushed with excitement, and said dreamily, "What will our children be like? Do you have striking, heroic features like yours, or do you resemble me? Is it a boy or a girl? Will it be a chubby little dumpling when it's born?" A series of questions were thrown out like pebbles, full of the anticipation and anxiety of a new mother. Gu Yan was about to answer with a smile when that familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Taoist partner Ling Qingyu's favorability has increased to 60 mutual affection, triggering a stage reward. Chapter 17 Reward, a fetal enhancement charm. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, then the smile in his eyes deepened, and another wave of surprise welled up in his heart. This is what you call double happiness. Over the past 2 months, he and Ling Qingyu have been inseparable, from their initial contractual marriage to their current mutual affection. Their affection level has risen rapidly, and before they knew it, they had crossed the 50 mark and are now approaching the 60 mark. This is quite fast for a marriage that started as a contract. The reason she was able to break through the 60 mark was probably because she became pregnant, or perhaps it was because of his serious and joyful attitude that completely warmed her heart. No matter what, as long as my woman's favorability increases, I can get new rewards. It's a win no matter how you look at it. He quickly opened the system panel and his eyes fell on the rewards section. They consist of 3 pregnancy-enhancing talismans and 1 secondary profession experience card. The pregnancy enhancement talisman can significantly enhance the fetus's spiritual potential if the fetus originally has no spiritual root. It will stimulate the development of the spiritual root and continue to enhance it, minimize pregnancy risks, and reduce the wear and tear on the mother's body. Seeing this, Gu Yan felt relieved. As expected, anything produced by the system is bound to be of high quality. This pregnancy-enhancing talisman is practically tailor-made for Qingyu. With these 3 talismans, he no longer had to worry that his child would be unable to cultivate immortality due to the lack of spiritual roots and would become immortal in the future. The cultivation world is a cruel place. It can be said that one's future path is determined from birth, and the first hurdle on the path is spiritual root. Even if 2 people are born to cultivators, it doesn't mean that the child will necessarily be able to cultivate immortality. Most of them become ordinary people, and after decades, they return to dust. This situation is difficult for parents to accept. Now that there is a talisman for enhancing fertility, it means that the fetus is guaranteed a safe haven. The other reward, a secondary profession experience card, could relieve his immediate crisis. After use, it can unconditionally raise one's cultivation level by one of the various arts. Gu Yan was initially hesitant about the beast summoning talisman task assigned by Chu Fian. Since he is only at the 6th level of Qi refining, although he is a mid-grade 1st level talisman master with superb talisman drawing skills, he can try to challenge a high-grade 1st level talisman. The beast attracting talisman is an improved tier 1 superior item, and it's not even in his skill tree, making it extremely difficult to craft. But now that I have this experience card, I can improve my talisman making skills by using it. He's confident he can refine even more complex talismans, let alone a top-grade 1st tier beast attracting talisman. Not only can we complete the mission with ease, but we might also be able to make a fortune from Chu Fian using the beast-attracting talisman, enough to support Qingyu and the baby's pregnancy. It's perfect. He suppressed his excitement, reached out and ruffled Ling Qingyu's hair, and smiled as he answered her earlier question. No matter who she looks like, she's our precious baby. A chubby little dumpling is the best, she's so soft and cuddly to hold in our arms. Without hesitation, Gu Yan immediately retrieved a pregnancy blessing talisman from his system inventory and blessed Ling Qingyu with it. It transformed into a soft light, gently covering Ling Qingyu's lower abdomen, instantly seeping into her skin, and even the air seemed to be filled with a warm, spiritual energy. Seeing that Ling Qingyu was completely unaware, Gu Yan gently touched Ling Qingyu's lower abdomen and said softly, "My dear wife, I'll go find some medicine and supplements to help you with the pregnancy right now. You stay here and rest assured, I'll be back in a little while." As he spoke, he turned around, grabbed the moonlight fox that was still dozing off, and carried the little guy to Ling Qingyu's side. Regardless of whether it understands or not, I gave it a stern lecture. I'm going out for a bit. You stay home and stay with Qingyu. Don't cause any trouble. If she feels even slightly unwell, I won't let you off the hook. The moonlight fox blinked its light blue beastly eyes, then licked its paws in a daze, as if it understood but also didn't. Gu Yan ignored it and gave Ling Qingyu a few more instructions. Don't get out of bed. If anything happens, contact me via the jade talisman. After saying that, he hurriedly ran outside. We have to get to the market early, otherwise all the good medicines for preventing miscarriage will be snatched up. Ling Qingyu leaned against the headboard, watching his hurried back, then lowered her head to rub the moonlight fox's round little belly, her eyes full of smiles. The little one hummed contentedly and curled up beside her legs to fall asleep. Ling Qingyu gently stroked her lower abdomen, her voice so soft it could melt water, and murmured. Baby, look, your father likes us very much. He will definitely be a good father in the future. Soon, Gu Yan arrived at the market of the Qingming sect. Without stopping, he went straight into the shops with signs that read pregnancy-soothing elixir. They carefully selected each store, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The situation on the battlefield between immortals and demons is critical, with a large number of cultivators dying every day. As a result, the entire cultivation world is now strongly encouraging childbirth, and medicinal herbs for preventing miscarriage are exceptionally cheap and of excellent quality. Any one of them is a top-grade herb brimming with spiritual energy. Even so, Gu Yan still didn't slack off. They repeatedly compared the properties of the medicines and inquired about their usage, wishing they could thoroughly study every single one of them. Unexpectedly, just as they were strolling to the third shop, they bumped into Zhao Hai. The other person was holding a bag of bright red spiritual fruits, and his face was beaming with joy, as if he had some great news to share. Upon seeing Gu Yan, he immediately waved enthusiastically. Junior brother Gu Yan, what a coincidence! You're here at the market too? Gu Yan stopped and chatted with him for a while before she learned why Zhao Hai was so happy. It was because he and his Taoist partner were both promoted and would be stationed near the Qingyang Mountains. Qingyang Mountain Range? Gu Yan frowned, unable to help but worry. Isn't that place teeming with monsters? Wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to be stationed there? Zhao Hai shook his head indifferently, his eyes filled with the loving kindness of a father. It's dangerous, but the rewards are really generous. My Taoist partner and I have the best spiritual roots at best, which are only of the upper grade yellow level. We can only hope to reach the qi refining stage in this lifetime. We have no hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage at all. But my daughter is different. She has a low-grade Xian level water spiritual root. Although she only has 4 spiritual roots, her chances of reaching foundation establishment are much greater than the two of us. He weighed the spiritual fruit in his arms, his tone filled with anticipation. If we stay there for a year or two, the resources we can exchange will be enough for my daughter to cultivate peacefully to the late stage of qi refining. It's worth it. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan fell silent for a moment. He knew all too well that in the world of cultivation, spiritual roots were everything, the very essence of heaven. Whether Zhao Hai and his wife's actions were for their future retirement or simply out of love for their daughter, their dedication to their child is truly touching. Judging by their actions rather than their intentions, they are already very good parents. By the way, junior brother, what brings you to the market in such a hurry? Zhao Hai changed the subject and asked curiously. Gu Yan scratched his head, a smile creeping onto his face. My Taoist partner is pregnant, so I came to pick out some medicinal herbs to help her have a healthy pregnancy. Hey! This is great news. Zhao Hai was delighted when he heard this, and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Why didn't you come to me when you were looking for medication to prevent miscarriage? Your brother put in a lot of effort in this area for my wife back then, so I know more about it than you do. As he spoke, he put his arm around Gu Yan's shoulder without saying a word and stuffed 2 spirit fruits into his arms. Come on, let's not wander around here aimlessly. I'll take you somewhere, we can eat and talk. When it comes to ensuring a safe pregnancy, we married couples should take the advice. Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Hai put his arm around his shoulder and walked towards the dining hall in the corner of the market. Chapter 18 How did you know I succeeded? Upon arriving at the entrance of the dining hall, Zhao Hai took out his Qingmu Pavilion steward token and waved it. The disciple guarding the stairwell immediately bowed and let him through. This dining hall is the most renowned treasure in our Qingming sect, with all kinds of spiritual chefs. Whether you want to find a pregnancy-supporting elixir or bring your Taoist partner here for a meal, it's a wonderful place. With my Greenwood Pavilion steward token, we can go directly to the 2nd floor, where there are truly top-quality items. If you want to go on your own, you'll have to spend 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to qualify for admission. With a smile, Zhao Hai led Gu Yan up to the 2nd floor and familiarly arrived at an area where pregnancy-stabilizing medicines were located, where they began frantically packing them up. Here you'll find peony root to stabilize the fetus, red ginseng fruit to replenish qi and blood, and evening primrose to nourish the fetus's spiritual roots. The two packed a lot, and in the end, they only spent a few dozen low-grade spirit stones, which was much cheaper than what Gu Yan saw in the market. Gu Yan felt a surge of gratitude, but also a secret pity. I should have known better than to sell all the stock, otherwise, I could have given Zhao Hai and his wife a few talismans for protection. Although the cultivation world is more peaceful these days, true friends are still hard to find. He looked at the medicine packet in Zhao Hai's hand and spoke earnestly. Senior brother Zhao, when are you setting off for the Qingyang Mountains? If there's enough time, prepare some materials for making talismans for me, and I'll draw a few talismans for you, as a kind of guarantee. He paused, then added, his tone tinged with confidence. I can also draw first-grade high-quality talismans. Zhao Hai and his Taoist partner are both at the 8th level of qi refining, so the first-grade high-quality talisman is perfect for them. This thing can save lives in critical moments. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai was completely stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? First-tier high-grade? He originally thought that Gu Yan was already a genius for achieving a high success rate in first-grade, low-grade and mid-grade talismans. Unexpectedly, this kid, who was only at the 6th level of qi refining, can actually draw a first-grade high-quality talisman? It's only been a short time, and it's already incredible. Zhao Hai came to his senses and felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, when he was at Qingmu Pavilion, he saw that Gu Yan was honest and talented, so he took extra care of him and didn't try to bully the newcomer. Otherwise, I might never have been able to make such a great friend in my entire life. Zhao Hai did not act recklessly regarding the safety of himself and his Taoist partner, he simply kept this kindness in his heart. He patted Gu Yan on the shoulder, his tone excited. Good lad. We're leaving in 3 days. I'll go and prepare the materials for you right away. With your talisman, my husband and I feel much more at ease going to the Qingyang Mountains. The two agreed to meet in 3 days and then parted ways. Zhao Hai was busy going back to pack his luggage and prepare materials for making talismans. Gu Yan carried the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine and hurried briskly towards the cave. Upon returning home, he carefully followed the shopkeeper's instructions, brewing the peony and red ginseng fruit into a medicinal soup, which he then served to Ling Qingyu. Afterwards, Gu Yan carefully instructed Ling Qingyu on some daily rules that even children know, leaving her speechless. Alright, I'm only newly pregnant, I don't need you to take care of me all day long. Didn't you take on an order for beast summoning talismans before? Why don't you hurry up and study them? After being teased by Ling Qingyu, Gu Yan was finally able to free up his hands to ponder the beast summoning talisman that Chu Fian had given him. After all, this matter concerns entering the inner circle and finding a powerful backer. We need to get this sorted out as soon as possible. The faster we do it, the more it means his potential will be recognized and supported by others. Gu Yan turned and entered his cultivation room, setting up a simple restriction behind his back. He pulled out a secondary profession experience card from his storage bag and used it without hesitation. Instantly, a pure understanding of the Tao of talismans flooded into his mind. His talisman-making skills, which were originally stuck at the mid-grade level of the first rank, suddenly soared to the high-grade level of the first rank, as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened. It's a whole rank up. In an instant, Gu Yan discovered that his control over runes and his use of spiritual power had become much more refined. He picked up the beast-summoning talisman scroll given to him by Chu Fian, and looking at the runes on it, he suddenly felt enlightened. This improved beast-attracting talisman, though more complex, is ultimately only a first-tier high-grade item. For him, who is now a first-class high-grade talisman master, the difficulty has dropped dramatically. After all, there is a world of difference between one first-grade superior grade and another. Others only have a 20-30% success rate for top-tier first-level items, but Gu Yan can maintain 80-90%. That's the difference. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Lay out the talisman paper, dip it in spirit ink, and begin drawing according to the diagram on the scroll. The beast-attracting talisman is a special type of talisman. It does not require much spiritual power. The key to its effectiveness is to attract the beasts with the materials. But precisely because of this, it is very demanding in terms of operability and the skill of the talisman master. Therefore, this time he only needs to focus on observing the carving of the talismans, without having to do it in too many batches. It was my first time drawing, and I was a bit clumsy. The transitions in the runes were a little hesitant, which resulted in the final rune only being of average quality. But practice makes perfect. As he spread out the talismans one by one, his touch became smoother and his control over spiritual energy became more and more precise. Later, 10 talismans were used, and only 8 remained. Apart from the first one, there are 6 other pieces that are full of spiritual energy, have regular patterns, and are in excellent condition. In terms of quality, it is not much different from the one given by Elder Fian. The last picture is the source of Gu Yan's confidence. The spiritual light on that talisman was almost tangible, and the flow of spiritual energy between the runes was even smoother than that of the scroll given by Chu Fian. Its quality even slightly surpassed that of the original. Gu Yan picked up the top-tier beast-attracting talisman, looked at it against the light, and couldn't help but smile. With this skill, one should be able to further prove their potential and receive better training. As I said before, he never lacked cultivation techniques, and he even kept some hidden during his usual magical duels. What they lack are cultivation resources and powerful backers. These beast-attracting talismans are the key to unlocking their potential. As Gu Yan was examining the beast-summoning talisman in his hand, he suddenly sensed a movement and looked down. Good heavens! Suddenly, a moon fox with even coloring slipped into the cultivation room and tiptoed toward the table, its fluffy tail almost brushing against the newly drawn talisman. It almost stamped those precious talismans with a fox fur seal. Gu Yan was both angry and amused. He reached out and grabbed the little guy by the scruff of his neck, lifting him up. You little rascal, you almost ruined my big plan. With that, he sent the moonlight fox to Ling Qingyu's room. Ling Qingyu was leaning against the window, rubbing her lower abdomen. When she saw him come out so quickly, carrying a listless fox, she was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "Why did you come out so quickly? Could it be that the beast-summoning talisman failed to be drawn?" It's normal that the drawing failed. After all, it was the young man's first time encountering a first-grade high-level talisman, so there was a high probability that he was unfamiliar with it. Just as Ling Qingyu was about to offer some comfort, she noticed that Gu Yan had walked up to her without her noticing. A smirk played on his lips, a hint of smugness in his eyes. Instead of answering, he smiled and asked a question in return. "Hey, Qingyu, how did you know I drew 10 beast-summoning talismans, but only 8 of them turned out?" Chapter 19, isn't that even more exciting? As he spoke, Gu Yan proudly presented the stack of beast-attracting talismans, as if they were some rare treasure, and laid them out one by one in front of Ling Qingyu. Especially the top-grade talisman that surpassed the original, which he deliberately pushed in front of her, his smugness was impossible to hide. It's obvious he wants to show off to his wife. Ling Qingyu picked up the most radiant beast-summoning talisman, her fingertips brushing across the paper, her eyes filled with surprise. The quality is so good. The spiritual energy patterns are much more regular than those of ordinary first-grade high-quality talismans. It doesn't seem like something a novice who has just started learning to improve talismans could draw. She looked up at Gu Yan and saw his eager expression, waiting for praise, and instantly understood. This guy isn't just giving away foxes, he's clearly drawn up a talisman and is eager to get praise from me. Ling Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to ruffle his hair and showering him with praise. Wow, you're amazing, honey. You've mastered the first-grade superior beast-attracting talisman so quickly. Our baby will definitely be just like you and have talent too. As soon as he uttered the words "father of my child," Gu Yan's face lit up with a smile, his heart filled with sweetness, and he nodded hurriedly. This is a great name. I like it. Having shown off enough, Gu Yan also remembered the important matter. Once the beast-summoning talisman is drawn, I need to contact Chu Fian as soon as possible. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can get the spirit stones, and I can also mention the matter of joining the outer sect. He lingered for a moment, then gently touched Ling Qingyu's lower abdomen and gave Moonlight Fox 2 more instructions: stay with her well. After finding a relatively quiet place, Gu Yan took out the communication jade talisman given to him by Chu Fian, infused it with spiritual energy, and spoke in a deep voice. Sister Fian, I've finished drawing the beast-summoning talisman. When would you be free so I can deliver it to you? On the other end of the communication jade talisman, Chu Fian was stunned when she heard the beast-summoning talisman is finished. This kid has only been on the mission for a day, right? Even if you work day and night, you might not be able to figure out the patterns of the improved beast-attracting talisman, so how could you possibly draw it well? She was suspicious, and her tone became more serious, carrying a hint of elder's authority. Gu Yan, don't lie to me. In the Qingming sect, deceiving an elder will get you taken away for questioning by the enforcement hall. It's no joke. Helpless, Gu Yan could only patiently explain all the details of the drawing process. Sister Fian, when I was drawing it, I first used the spirit gathering pattern as a base, and then broke down the domain expansion pattern added to the improved beast summoning talisman into 3 sections and incorporated them. These words hit the nail on the head. Only those who truly understand the Tao of talismans and have drawn these talismans can instantly comprehend them. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the jade talisman, followed by Chu Fian's exclamation. Good heavens! You actually drew it? And you even disassembled and fused the domain expansion pattern? She secretly grumbled to herself. Those first-tier talisman masters from the Qingming sect who had seen her draw beast-summoning talismans all exclaimed that they couldn't do it, that it was too difficult. Either the patterns were too obscure to understand, or the runes drawn by the elders were too complicated. In short, there were a whole host of reasons. As it turns out, this kid, who's only at the 6th level of qi refining, not only drew it, but also explained so many intricacies. They're useless, yet they blame the road for being uneven. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Despite her complaints, Chu Fian's appreciation for Gu Yan grew even stronger, and her tone became warmer as she directly extended an olive branch. I remember you, kid. You're from Immortal Seed Peak, right? Interested in coming to my talisman peak? Gu Yan was taken aback. Sister Fei Yan, are you an elder of Fu Feng? Elders are not enough. Chu Fian chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of lazy pride. I am the peak master of Fu Peak. Puff. Gu Yan almost dropped the communication jade talisman and was startled. What the hell? Lord of a peak? He knew that the Qingming sect had a total of 72 peaks. Apart from a few peaks dedicated to sect affairs, most of the peak masters had reached the Golden Core realm. As one of the top peaks in the cultivation world, Fu Peak's peak master's strength is definitely not just at the early Golden Core stage, but at least at the late Golden Core stage. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't be able to control the situation. Gu Yan clicked his tongue in amazement. I really hit the jackpot this time, and won the appreciation of the peak master. It seems that there is also an inner and outer sect of Fu Peak. I wonder if Chu Fian is the peak master of the outer sect Fu Peak or the inner sect Fu Peak. If it's an inner sect member, then that's truly extraordinary. Judging from what the other party said, it seemed that they wanted to take him to Fufeng, which coincided with his previous plan. While he was still in a daze, Chu Fian's slightly teasing voice came through the communication jade talisman again. Well, little brother, have you figured it out? Want to cling to your big sister's leg? From now on, you can live off your sister, and I'll make sure you can do whatever you want in the Qingming sect. This time, Gu Yan didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Hug. Of course I'll hug you. It's my blessing to be able to follow Peak Master Fian. But then, thinking of her unserious nature, she quickly added a sentence, her tone becoming somewhat serious. But Peak Master, when I go to Fu Peak, may I bring my wife and children with me? Gu Yan knew, of course, that formal outer disciples could bring their families. But he just felt that Peak Master Fian was very unreliable, like a hungry wolf. But the only high-level connections I can currently make are with her. If he misses this opportunity, although he can enter the outer sect with his status as a first-grade high-level talisman master, he doesn't know how long it will take to find a reliable backer. Whether it's a common belief or something else, Gu Yan intends to use this method to subtly reveal his situation. I am a married man, and I would never do anything to betray my wife. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian on the other end of the jade talisman was stunned, her tone full of surprise. Oh? You not only have a wife, but you also have a child? Yes, that is right. Gu Yan said matter-of-factly. I just got pregnant not long ago, so I have to work harder to earn money and build up a family fortune for them. Chu Fian was silent for a few seconds, and you could vaguely hear her coughing. Her voice was slightly red. A married man, wouldn't that be even more exciting? Gu Yan seemed not to hear this, and simply repeated the question. Sister Fian, what did you say? Chu Fian smiled, her tone calm. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Bringing your wife and children to Fu Peak is no problem. The official disciples of Fu Peak have spacious cave dwellings, and we can even arrange one for you with a spirit gathering array to make it easier for your wife to take care of her pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was overjoyed and quickly bowed to the communication jade talisman to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, Peak Master Fian. You have truly helped me a great deal. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Bringing his wife and children to Fu Peak and being able to stay in a cave with a spirit gathering array was far better than he had expected. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Chu Fian chuckled softly from the other end of the jade talisman, but her tone became more serious. No need for thanks. You have talent, and I'm just appreciating your talent. But let me make this clear from the beginning, I'm willing to accept you, but the sect's rules cannot be broken. Gu Yan's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, Peak Master, what do you mean by that? You are still a seed of Immortal Seed Peak, not even an outer disciple yet, Chu Fian explained slowly. If I were to directly recruit you into Fu Peak as a core disciple, the disciples who have worked hard for several years to advance would definitely be dissatisfied and would easily cause trouble. Gu Yan nodded, he understood. Without a reasonable justification, promoting someone out of turn is too conspicuous and can easily arouse jealousy. He's just a lowly chi refining level 6 Karami right now, so he'll definitely try to play it safe. But for some reason, Gu Yan always felt that this peak master had a kind of sleazy vibe. Is it just my imagination? Chapter 20 The Shock from the Printing Press. So, I'll arrange a path for you next. Chu Fian's voice carried a hint of strategic planning. I will have people continuously send you materials for making beast-attracting talismans. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just draw as many as you can, the more the better, and the better the quality the better. Once you've accumulated enough and drawn some top-quality talismans, I'll report this to the Sex Affairs Hall. Take Fu Feng for example. He urgently needs beast-summoning talismans, and you, as a first-class high-grade talisman master, have refined a large number of high-grade talismans in a short period of time. You are a rare talent. At that time, you won't need to take the outer disciple test. With this merit, you can be directly promoted to the outer sect. Once you become an outer disciple, I will use the excuse that Talisman Peak urgently needs talismanic talents to transfer you into Talisman Peak to be cultivated as a seed. It will be perfectly legitimate, and no one can find fault with it. Hearing Chu Fian's words, Gu Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he finally realized that something was wrong. Good heavens, this isn't setting a plan, it's clearly just making empty promises. They kept sending materials, which would then be used as seeds for future cultivation. They talked a good game, but never mentioned how the payment for drawing the talismans would be calculated. So they wanted him to work for free first? Gu Yan knew exactly what was going on, but his expression remained completely unchanged. Instead, he smiled even more respectfully. Peak Master is wise. This approach is so comprehensive. I will follow your advice completely and will definitely serve Peak Master Fu well from now on. I'll agree first and talk about it later, Gu Yan said, then changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat sincere. To express my respect for Fu Feng and Sister Fei Yan, I'm thinking of lowering the price when I draw beast-attracting talismans for Fu Feng in the future. You originally promised me that a first-grade high-level beast-attracting talisman would cost 2 mid-grade spirit stones, but how about I give you 1 stone instead? What do you think? He deliberately emphasized the word price to see how she would respond. There was a pause of a few seconds on the other end of the communication jade talisman, followed by Chu Fian's smiling voice. The little brother knows how to be considerate. She paused for a moment, then her tone became earnest in earnest. However, listen to this Peak Master's advice. At your age, you should be striving for your future, so don't value spirit stones and other material possessions too much. Our Fu Feng culture emphasizes using art to support art. If you follow your sister, you'll have access to the best talismanic resources. You won't have to worry about earning spirit stones in the future. Draw more talismans now, which will not only contribute to the peak, but also hone your skills. Once you enter the talisman peak, your sister will certainly not treat you unfairly. We'll arrange the best training room for you and give you rare talisman manuals, which are worth far more than these few dozen spirit stones. Don't you agree? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan felt uneasy. What I lack is not the inheritance of talismans or cultivation techniques. What I lack are spirit stones. He finally understood that Chu Fian was indeed a despicable peak master. They started exploiting people before they even reached the top. What's with this talk of mountain culture? Isn't it just about trying to get free labor? Honestly, you, the master of a peak, why would you compete with a mere chi refining disciple like me for such a small amount of profit? Dude, you're a genius from the 21st century, how could you not recognize this basic empty promise? But upon further reflection, Gu Yan was in a dilemma. After all, the other party is the peak master, and such a powerful ally who is exactly your expertise is hard to come by. He took a deep breath and decided to cut to the chase, directly playing the victim card. Peak Master Fian, it's not that I'm trying to disrespect you, it's just that my family situation is special. My partner just found out she is pregnant, and she is carrying a baby. As a father, I can't have no income at all, can I? I can't let my wife and daughter starve in the future, can I? 1 beast summoning talisman for 1 mid-grade spirit stone, that's my bottom line. If you agree, I'll paint freely, no matter how tired I am if you don't agree. Then I can only take care of my family first, and draw slowly, as many as I can. On the other end of the communication jade talisman, Chu Fian felt a wave of frustration. That kid reacted too quickly, the pie he just made was punctured right away. Could it be that their ability to make empty promises has declined in recent days? She was actually planning to lower the price and make some extra money. After all, we'll be family from now on, right? Even if this kid is being conservative, he can still draw 7 or 8 beast-attracting talismans a day. Rounding up, that's about a dozen mid-grade spirit stones a day. Although it's not much, it's enough to buy a new jade hairpin. Unexpectedly, he saw right through it. Since she couldn't keep up the act any longer, Chu Fian gave up on the mountain culture nonsense and simply revealed her true colors, her tone slightly mocking. The little brother is quite clever, unlike those stupid disciples in the peak. To tell you the truth, the fact that your sister can approve so many beast-attracting talisman materials for you already gives you an advantage in terms of quantity. She presented 2 options. Either 80 low-grade spirit stones per sheet, with all material costs covered by Fu Feng, and you just need to draw. Alternatively, we'll buy them at the original price of 200 low-grade spirit stones each, but you'll have to prepare the materials yourself. Gu Yan understood the meaning behind those words immediately. This is the trade-off between quantity and profit. If he could only draw 7 or 8 pictures a day at most, he would definitely choose the second one. Although the materials for the improved beast-attracting talisman are expensive, after deducting the cost, each talisman can still net a profit of 140 to 150 low-grade spirit stones. But once you want to increase production, the materials you've prepared won't be enough. It's not just a problem with spirit stones, the most important issue is that sales channels have been restricted. You have to pay up front for materials, and the more you draw, the more you have to pay up front. They might not even be able to recoup their investment in time, and simply cannot sustain the scale of the operation. Gu Yan quickly made a mental calculation. 80 low-grade spirit stones per piece, which is a bit less than the expected 100, but at least I don't have to pay for the materials myself. Little by little, drawing dozens of pictures a day can bring in dozens of mid-grade spirit stones. But then, Gu Yan suddenly remembered a crucial question and quickly pressed for an answer. Peak Master Fian, I have another question. How long will the high price period for this kind of beast-attracting talisman last? If it only takes a few days, he can handle the whole thing himself. And because the quantity is small, it's unlikely to actually cause a falling out with your thigh. If only it could last a little longer. Chu Fian, on the other end of the communication jade talisman, was quite straightforward and spoke frankly. Don't worry, there will be a huge market for beast-attracting talismans in the future. Because things have been a bit unruly in the Qingyang Mountains lately, the sect is planning a round of early warnings and needs a large number of beast-attracting talismans that can draw out the aura of demonic beasts and deter low-level demonic beasts. This kind of large-scale event will take at least a few months to complete. She paused, then added. However, the beast-summoning talisman is something that can be used for quite a long time, so drawing too many of them can easily lead to saturation. So, the maximum time you really need to draw in large batches is a month. For the next month, you can paint as much as you want. Fu Feng will accept all your orders and will not hold back your goods. Then there's no problem. Gu Yan readily agreed to Chu Fian's conditions and, without any hesitation, directly asked for materials for several hundred beast-attracting talismans. If you don't take advantage of a big spender like that, you're just wasting your time. Next, he will show them what the shock of a money printing machine truly means. Chapter 21: A Tumultuous Time. The two then finalized some more details. For example, materials are delivered every 3 days, and after the talisman is completed, a disciple from the talisman peak will come to pick it up, so as not to make Gu Yan run back and forth and delay the time of drawing the talisman. Only then did he close the communication jade talisman. Gu Yan sat in the quiet room, his fingertips pinching the jade talisman, and sighed helplessly. As expected, something went wrong in the Qingyang Mountains. Monsters were acting strangely, and sects issued warnings. These are truly troublesome times. Fortunately, his system only revolves around his Taoist partner, so he doesn't need to rely on exploring secret realms or fighting to level up. If it really came down to that, he really couldn't bear to leave Ling Qingyu alone at home, living in fear. Composing himself, he got up and left the quiet room. As soon as they entered the outer room, they saw Ling Qingyu sitting by the window, holding the moonlight fox, looking like a cool and aloof fairy. Seeing this, Gu Yan's mood improved considerably. Ling Qingyu naturally noticed him as well. Why do you look so grim? Did something happen? Gu Yan walked over, sat down next to her, and recounted his conversation with Chu Fian in detail. From the other party's empty promises and talk of mountain peak culture, to his playing the victim to negotiate the price, and finally settling on a deal of 80 low-grade spirit stones and plenty of materials. After saying that, Gu Yan made a harsh complaint. With such a despicable peak master, this Fu peak is doomed. After hearing this, Ling Qingyu was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, unable to help but laugh and cry at the same time. She gently scratched the moon fox's chin with her fingertips, making the little fox squint its eyes and reveal an expression of enjoyment. The cultivation world is supposed to be a place of deceit and treachery, but the way you two are talking sounds like two children arguing. One wants to pay less, while the other is unwilling to suffer a loss. Their back and forth arguing is rather amusing. Ling Qingyu paused as she spoke. But it's good, at least the compensation has been agreed upon, so I don't have to worry about spirit stones anymore and can focus on my pregnancy. You just focus on drawing the talismans. I'll take care of things at home. You and the baby won't go hungry. Gu Yan felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this, and reached out to squeeze the moonlight fox out of Ling Qingyu's arms. The little guy gave him a resentful glare when it landed, but could only carry its tail to the side and curl up on the mat. Gu Yan leaned into Ling Qingyu's arms, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the faint spiritual aura emanating from her, and relaxed completely. Ling Qingyu didn't push him away. Instead, she raised her hand and gently stroked his hair, her eyes filled with a tenderness that seemed to say, "Life is beautiful." When she said that Gu Yan and Xu Fian were arguing like children, it wasn't meant as a derogatory remark. There was once a sword immortal named Fu Yu, who was born with a sword spirit root and was an unparalleled genius in cultivation. She was chosen by a top sect and accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader, becoming an instant sensation. But their triumph was short-lived, as their sect was soon destroyed in a great calamity. Fu Yu was relentlessly pursued by her enemies and fell off a precipice. Only after she survived did she learn a divine skill. Then, he took revenge step by step, and when he reached the integration realm, he established his own lineage, Wenjian Mountain. In just 500 years, Wenjian Mountain has grown into a sacred place of swordsmanship that is revered by everyone in the Xintian Great Domain. Each of his 7 swordsmen possesses a unique destiny and is a powerful figure in the cultivation world. But behind this brilliance, how many conspiracies, schemes, and bloodshed are hidden? Sometimes the entire sect can turn into a meat grinder where everyone is fighting each other, and you have to hold your breath even when you're breathing. In order to gain benefits, masters and disciples are capable of committing acts of betrayal and treason. After Fu Yu was assassinated, the 7 treacherous disciples, in the name of their master breaking through the void to become a true immortal, were afraid that others would find out about their sinister deeds. After that, Wenjian Mountain completely disappeared into the past. In contrast, 7 new sword paths emerged, each with its own distinct way of swordsmanship, yet they fought and clashed with one another, becoming part of the cultivation world's ecosystem. In comparison, Gu Yan and Xu Fian's bargaining was nothing more than a minor squabble. Ling Qingyu looked down at Gu Yan in her arms, her fingertips gently tracing the top of his head, and whispered, "This is good too. I don't have to live in fear every day. Living a peaceful life is better than anything else." Even a once powerful, fallen sword immortal who dominated the Xintian domain would hesitate once he had a child in his womb. Even if she were to encounter another opportunity to return to her peak, could she truly give up the current stability? She left behind the man who would fawn over her and draw talismans for her to earn spirit stones, and the unborn child in her womb, to venture onto the treacherous and unpredictable path of cultivation. Ling Qingyu gently stroked her lower abdomen, the confusion in her eyes gradually fading away, replaced by a firm resolve. That's all. The sword immortal named Fu Yu, who had undergone tribulation hundreds of years ago, died long ago in the smoke of the destruction of Wenjian Mountain, and in the endless emptiness after revenge. The woman living at the foot of the Qingming sect, guarding Gu Yan and her child, is just a woman from an ordinary mercenary family, surnamed Ling, living near the Qingyang Mountains. She looked up at the sunlight streaming in through the window, a faint smile playing on her lips. Compared to the loneliness she felt standing at the pinnacle of Kendo back then, she cherishes the simple, everyday life she has now, filled with people who care about her and hope for the future. Gu Yan had no idea about the complex thoughts in Ling Qingyu's mind about the past and the present. He was preoccupied with his own calculations. How many beast summoning talismans can I draw today to earn more spirit stones? When will I be able to break through to the 7th level of qi refining? And how to make Ling Qingyu and the baby in her belly more comfortable? He leaned back against Ling Qingyu's chest, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her soft jawline, and then a strange sense of irritation welled up inside him. Damn it, you can look at it but not eat it. Since the cultivation world is not much different from the mortal world, and women take several months to conceive, he was unsure whether his actions would have any negative impact on the mother or the fetus. The thought of not being able to properly fulfill the sex quotas for the next few months filled Gu Yan with sorrow, and his lips drooped. He looked completely indifferent. Ling Qingyu saw through his little mood perfectly and couldn't help but chuckle. She gently stroked his cheek with her little finger, her tone as tender as if she were coaxing a child. Husband, I've heard from the elders in the village that during the first 3 or 4 months of a wife's pregnancy, before her belly is showing, it's not forbidden for the husband to be intimate with her as long as he moves gently. She paused, her ear tips turning slightly red, and her voice softened even more. Then, why don't we go back to our rooms and rest for a while? With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Gu Yan was overjoyed inside, but he still forced a cautious expression on his face. Are you really okay? I heard that you have to be extra careful during pregnancy so as not to hurt yourself or the baby. Seeing his hesitant expression, Ling Qingyu couldn't help but smile and nod. Don't worry, the fetus is stable in the first 3 months, just be gentle. She agreed verbally, but secretly began to plan something else. It seems it's time to bring up the matter of taking a concubine with my husband. This little imp may not have said it aloud, but he's definitely hiding something in his mind. If I don't bring it up myself, am I really going to keep it bottled up for the rest of my life? Don't just stand there, husband, let's go back to our room. You didn't mention chapter 22 either? Ling Qingyu has never liked to drag things out, so the second family meeting was held early the next morning. There were not many attendees. Besides Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu, there was also Moonlight Fox, who was huddled in the leg of a chair and forced to be an auditor. The two each occupied a chair, and Ling Qingyu got straight to the point, bringing up the matter of taking a concubine directly. Gu Yan's first reaction was to show his loyalty, and he quickly sat up straight. Whisper, you're all I need. I've never even considered having 3 wives and 4 concubines. I just want to spend my life with you, taking care of you and the baby. Ling Qingyu gently shook her head, her tone calm. Husband, this is how it is in the cultivation world. It is common for capable people to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You don't need to suppress yourself. Besides, as the head of the household, I should think more about the continuation of the family line. I can't let you keep holding back, and I can't let the baby not have any brothers or sisters in the future. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was speechless for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly, and she could only cough twice to cover up her embarrassment. The moon fox on the chair leg seemed to understand something, and let out an innocent woof, breaking the delicate silence. Okay, let's stop here for the first round. Gu Yan quickly changed the subject, and his tone became more lively. Let's talk about what kind of person would be suitable. Do you have any recommendations, Whisper? Ling Qingyu couldn't help but glance at him with a half-smile, her eyes filled with helplessness and doting affection. That is something my husband will have to discover for himself, she said slowly. I used to stay in my cave most of the time, and I didn't have much contact with the outside world or know any other female cultivators. But I trust your judgment. I'm sure you'll find someone who's compatible with you, willing to live a good life together, and who can become part of our family. She then changed the subject, her tone becoming more serious. But one thing must be remembered, all newly brought sisters must prioritize their families. You can't just marry someone because they're pretty and have a good figure. If you marry a troublemaker who makes the house a mess, it's better not to marry at all. Gu Yan nodded quickly, but secretly muttered to himself. Whisper was the most thoughtful. However, finding someone you like and who can also fit into your family doesn't seem so easy. Forget it, even if it really is about finding a Taoist partner. But if the system doesn't recognize it, marrying it would only harm both yourself and others. However, since Ling Qingyu brought it up herself, Gu Yan essentially received a permission to take a concubine and get out of jail free card. Previously, because his marriage to Ling Qingyu was a contract, Gu Yan was focused on increasing her favorability and didn't dare to covet the system rewards, let alone think about having children. He knew perfectly well that if he took concubines indiscriminately just for the system rewards, his harem would eventually explode. Nowadays, taking a concubine has become politically correct in the family, but Gu Yan is not in a hurry to think about it. Right now, we need to hurry up and draw the beast summoning talisman, and finalize the matter of entering the outer sect. These are the most urgent tasks. Ling Qingyu understood his thoughts and didn't urge him further, only mentioning it lightly. There's no rush to take a concubine, but it would be best to have some progress within 3 months. Gu Yan felt a warmth in his heart. How could he not understand her thoughts? She was worried that he would feel uncomfortable, and she was thinking of him in particular. But he had his own principles, he said seriously. Qingyu, you're pregnant. What kind of behavior is it to take a concubine at this time? There's no rush to take a concubine. We can think about it slowly after you give birth and recover. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu's smile deepened, and her favorability rating on the system panel quietly increased by 5 points. As for the matriarch of the Gu family, she naturally prioritized Gu Yan's wishes. Moreover, Ling Qingyu was worried that the long periods of meatless living would affect Gu Yan, so she resorted to this desperate measure. But seeing how he always considered her feelings, she couldn't help but feel her heart burning. Oh well, I'll just consider this a moment of selfishness on my part. The family meeting had just ended when a commotion was heard outside the cave. Gu Yan went outside and saw several disciples of Fu Feng carrying piles of talisman-making materials inside, which quickly formed a small mountain. He quickly stepped forward to strike up a conversation, and the leading disciple cupped his hands and smiled. I am Zhou Shang, here to deliver materials on the orders of the Peak Master. I will also be responsible for collecting the talismans that junior brother Gu will draw in the future. Zhou Shang spoke politely, but Gu Yan still keenly sensed the sense of superiority hidden in his tone. This is perfectly normal. After all, the status of outer disciples in the seeds of Immortal Seed Peak is vastly different in the Qingming sect, and the outer disciples have always held the people of Immortal Seed Peak in a somewhat condescending and disdainful manner. Disciples of Xianmiao Peak are even derogatorily referred to as breeding pig disciples by outer disciples. They're only good for completing the sect's population plan. What decent skills do they have? Now, the Peak Master personally gave the order, instructing these outer disciples to deliver the precious talisman-making materials to their cave dwellings on Immortal Seed Peak. Anyone would be unhappy in this situation. The fact that the Peak Master wasn't directly given the cold shoulder is already a sign of respect. Gu Yan understood perfectly well what was going on and could also comprehend this displeasure. While he could understand it, he always kept his distance from and despised people with such an innate sense of superiority. If it weren't for you useless outer sect talisman masters who can't even draw the improved beast summoning talisman properly, why would a disciple of Immortal Seed Peak need to work overtime to rush the work? It's laughable to even say it out loud. Gu Yan didn't go looking for unpleasant habits. He simply called out senior brother a few times before gathering up the materials, not even bothering to offer him tea. This greatly displeased the outer disciples. As they descended the mountain, Gu Yan vaguely overheard some gossip. I really don't understand why the Peak Master took a liking to him. He's clearly just a piece of trash from Immortal Seed Peak. Exactly, he really thinks he's a genius in talisman making. He probably won't be able to draw more than a few in a month. A waste of resources, time, and energy. Gu Yan pretended not to hear these words, and secretly rejoiced in his heart. Because from then on, he would use the communication jade talisman and the beast summoning talisman every now and then to let them see for themselves what real money printing machine literature was like. The setting sun had just slanted over the eaves of the Qingming sect's mountain, and the afterglow of the sunset slowly spilled onto the rice paddies. Zhao Hai walked ahead carrying a bulging cloth bag, which was filled with talisman-making materials that he had specially rummaged out of his storage bag. His wife followed behind him, along with a young girl who kept pouting and looked unwilling. That was Zhao Hai and his wife, Li, their third child, and also their daughter with the greatest potential for cultivating immortality. Father, I still can't understand it. Zhao Linger finally couldn't help but speak, her voice full of resentment. You used to be a steward of the Greenwood Pavilion, and your mother is also an elder of the outer sect. We have some standing in the sect, so why do we have to come here to curry favor with someone from Immortal Seed Peak? Aren't those people from Immortal Seed Peak just making a living through arranged marriages? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped and turned to look at her, his gaze instantly darkening. Before Zhao Linger could react, he raised his hand and slapped her on the top of her head. The force wasn't strong, but it carried a strong warning. At the same time, he turned his gaze to his wife, who was clearly avoiding his gaze, and said speechlessly, Didn't you tell Linger how amazing brother Gu Yan is? Li was also completely bewildered upon hearing this. I thought you were going to say something, but you didn't? Chapter 23 The Shock from the Zhao Family of Three. Zhao Hai took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Fortunately, this girl said it to my face now. If she had dared to act like this when we got to Gu Yan's cave, wouldn't that have made enemies in broad daylight? He stared at Zhao Linger, his tone warning. I'm asking you, do you think junior brother Gu Yan is inferior to you? Zhao Linger nodded without hesitation, speaking with confidence. I'm only 18 years old and I've already reached the 6th level of qi refining. Entering the outer sect is a sure thing for me, and I even have a chance to reach foundation establishment in the future. I guess I'm a little genius, right? How could someone from Immortal Seed Peak be stronger than me? From Immortal Seed Peak? Zhao Hai sneered, his tone full of disappointment. Brother Gu Yan is only 18 years old. He's 2 months younger than you. He's not only at the 6th level of qi refining, but also a talisman master. His success rate in drawing mid-grade first-level talismans is at least 70%. Your mother and I are heading to the Qingyang Mountains now. That place is teeming with monsters, so we'll have to beg someone to draw a few more top-grade first-tier beast-attracting talismans to save our lives." "What?" Zhao Linger was completely stunned, her eyes wide open, and her previous resentment vanished instantly. Li quickly grabbed her daughter's hand and said helplessly to Zhao Hai, "It's also my fault for not explaining things clearly to Linger beforehand. Don't be so fierce, you'll scare the child. We still need to pay our respects to junior brother Gu Yan later. We can't let him see Linger with red eyes, can we?" Zhao Hai glared at Li Shi, but his tone softened. He turned to look at his daughter, who was still in a daze, and his voice became deep. "Linger, do you know why I insisted on bringing you here?" Zhao Linger shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "Your mother and I are going to the Qingyang Mountains this time to oversee things. It's a mission with a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, and it's not certain whether we'll come back alive." Zhao Hai's voice carried a hint of bitterness. "Junior brother Gu Yan is the only person among us ordinary people who can be reached and relied upon. Given your attitude just now, if you really offend him, who will take care of you if your mother and I encounter danger in the Qingyang Mountains? How will you handle things if trouble comes your way? The world of cultivation is not just about fighting and killing, it also requires understanding human relationships and social dynamics." Zhao Linger finally understood, her cheeks flushed instantly, she lowered her head and clutched the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible. "Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly, and I shouldn't have looked down on junior brother Gu Yan." Seeing his daughter admit her mistake, Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help but give her another piece of advice. "The cultivation world is inherently a dangerous place. If you don't like me or I look down on you, it's not uncommon for your entire family to be wiped out. But we're just ordinary people, without such a powerful background. The most important thing is to be vigilant. We must never offend those we shouldn't, otherwise, it won't just be our own bad luck, but we might end up with our families destroyed." Zhao Linger nodded quickly, keeping these words in mind, and completely suppressing her arrogance as a little genius. Even so, most people don't pay much attention to roads they haven't traveled before. Zhao Hai and his wife both knew this, but they also understood that these kinds of things can't be taught with words, but you can learn something by doing it once. But when real disaster strikes, it's not a matter of turning back or not. The family of 3 didn't linger any longer and soon arrived outside Gu Yan's cave. Because he needed a favor, Zhao Hai didn't dare to knock on the door directly. He only asked Li to come forward and announce his arrival quietly, while the 3 of them stood outside the door and waited quietly. Not long after, the door to the cave creaked open. The one who opened the door was Ling Qingyu. She was dressed in a plain dress, with delicate features and an ethereal air about her. Just standing there, she was like a painting. She glanced indifferently at the 3 people in front of her and asked, "Who are you?" The Zhao family of 3 were instantly stunned and forgot to say a word. It wasn't until Ling Qingyu asked in a gentle voice that Zhao Hai suddenly came to his senses, quickly put on a smile, and cupped his hands in greeting. "We are friends of brother Gu Yan. My name is Zhao Hai, and this is my wife and daughter. I've come to ask brother Gu Yan to help me make a batch of talismans. Is brother Gu Yan here?" Ling Qingyu nodded and stepped aside to make way. "So it's brother Zhao and his family. Please come in. My husband is still inside making talismans. You all just need to follow me." As she spoke, she led the 3 of them inside. Zhao Linger followed behind, looking at Ling Qingyu's back with great affection in her heart, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Sister, who are you to Gu Yan, my junior brother?" Ling Qingyu turned around and glanced at her, somewhat confused as to why she had just said that the other person was her husband. However, considering that Zhao Hai was Gu Yan's friend, he still answered, "I am his wife." "Ah?" Zhao Linger's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with shock. Junior brother Gu Yan is not only a talisman master, but he also has such a beautiful and elegant wife? This is so unexpected. For some reason, Zhao Linger felt a strong sense of familiarity with Ling Qingyu, and ever since entering the cave, she had been following closely behind her. One moment he was curiously looking at the furnishings in the cave, and the next he couldn't help but steal glances at her profile, just like a clingy little tail. Zhao Hai and Li Shi saw this and were naturally happy to see it happen. If Linger can get along well with brother Gu Yan's wife, I can feel more at ease even if they go to Qingyang Mountain Range in the future. The 2 didn't disturb them much, obediently sitting down on the chairs in the living room, still tightly clutching the bag of talisman-making materials they were going to send out. At this moment, Moonlight Fox strode out of the inner room with an air of indifference. Its tail was held high, and it didn't even lift its eyelids as it passed Zhao Hai's family. It walked straight to Ling Qingyu's side and gracefully leaped over. She curled up in Ling Qingyu's arms and rubbed her hand against her comfortably, looking like a little fox seeking affection. Ling Qingyu gently stroked the Moonlight Fox's fur, her expression serene. After calming Moonlight Fox down a bit, she turned her head and glanced at the Zhao family of three sitting upright with serious expressions. She couldn't help but chuckle and stood up. Please don't be shy, everyone. The master is still inside making talismans, and it will probably take some more time. I'll go get some spiritual fruits for you to eat first and quench your thirst. As he spoke, he turned and went to the storage room. A moment later, he came out carrying a wooden tray with several brightly colored spiritual fruits on it. The fruits were sweet and fragrant, and they were clearly not ordinary. Zhao Hai quickly stood up to thank him, knowing full well what was going on. Brother Gu Yan and his family truly don't treat us like outsiders, they are indeed friends we can make acquaintances with and get to know better. As they were talking, the stone door to the inner chamber, which was used for seclusion, slowly opened with a boom. At the same time, a rich spiritual energy, carrying the unique fragrance of talisman paper, wafted over. It faintly glowed with a spiritual light, as if there were jewels and jewels swirling inside. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yan's voice rang out with great excitement, Xingyu. Come and see. How many beast summoning talismans did I draw this round? As he spoke, Gu Yan walked out from behind the door. He held a stack of neatly arranged talismans in his hands. The patterns on each talisman shimmered with a lustrous spiritual light, clearly indicating that they were of superior quality. This completely shocked the Zhao family of three who were enjoying the spiritual fruit. Holy crap, so many talismans! Holy crap, they're all top-tier Tier 1 beast attraction talismans. Chapter 24 Entrusting the Orphan. The stack of talismans was neatly arranged, and the spiritual light on each talisman was bright and full. They were clearly genuine first-grade high-quality beast-attracting talismans, and there were as many as 50 or 60 of them. They had never seen anyone draw so many first-grade high-level talismans at once, and they subconsciously held their breath, filled with shock. Gu Yan then noticed the guest in the living room. After recognizing Zhao Hai, he smiled and handed the talisman to Ling Qingyu. He deliberately put on a stern face, straightened his clothes, and walked up to the three of them in a serious manner. Brother Zhao, what brings you here? It took Zhao Hai a while to recover his senses. He nodded with a wry smile, his tone full of emotion. Brother Gu, you are truly a hidden master. You can use a first-grade high-level beast-attracting talisman with ease. I really misjudged you before. Gu Yan waved his hand and changed the subject with a smile. It's all just wishful thinking. Judging from Brother Zhao's demeanor, you've come here to deliver talisman-making materials to me, haven't you? Gu Yan had just agreed when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Something was wrong. How could Zhao Hai recognize it as a high-grade first-tier beast-attracting talisman at a glance? As a former steward of the Greenwood Pavilion, although he had come into contact with talismans, he shouldn't be that accurate, right? He simply asked directly, Brother Zhao, how did you tell at a glance that these are first-grade high-quality beast-attracting talismans? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai sighed helplessly. To be honest, my wife and I are going to Qingyang mountain range to keep watch. It's been quite unsettled there lately, with monsters running rampant from time to time. The sect has already started issuing beast-attracting talismans to the station disciples. We inquired about a lot of information in advance and learned some inside stories. Naturally, we also figured out the quality and uses of these beast-attracting talismans. I just didn't expect you to be so amazing, Brother Gu Yan. You can draw a first-grade high-quality talisman with ease at the 6th level of Qi refining. So that's how it is. Gu Yan suddenly realized, and then looked at the cloth bag in Zhao Hai's hand. He reached out, took the paper, and opened it. Inside, the cloud-patterned talisman paper and purified cinnabar were neatly arranged. He immediately said, these materials are of good quality. They should be able to produce a dozen or so high-grade first-tier spirit talismans. It must be said that Zhao Hai's family does indeed have some background. The materials for making talismans in the bag were mostly high-grade items. In addition to those used for drawing beast-attracting talismans, there were also rare materials that could be used to make purification talismans, spirit flame talismans, sword control talismans, and even invisibility talismans. Each item costs a lot of spirit stones to buy in the market. Fortunately, most of the talismans here rely more on technique than quantity, otherwise, they would be really difficult to obtain. Zhao Hai quickly thanked her and then gave Li a wink. Seeing this, Li nodded, took out a booklet from her storage bag, and handed it to Gu Yan. Junior Brother Gu Yan, consider this as payment for making this talisman. We know you are very capable and may have already inherited the relevant skills. But even if you don't need them, you can sell them at the Qingming sect or even in the markets outside the sect for a considerable amount of spirit stones. Gu Yan took it and his eyes lit up instantly. This booklet actually records the inheritance of these first-tier high-grade talismans. The runes on it are clearly and in detail, all of which are the orthodox drawing methods of first-tier high-grade runes. Although he possessed all these talisman drawing techniques, it was enough to demonstrate the other party's sincerity. Brother Zhao, you're too kind, this. When Gu Yan turned to the last page, he quickly swallowed back the half-sentence he was about to say. Because, what's drawn on it is actually a blood-burning talisman. This is a talisman that he doesn't have in his system's skill tree. It can stimulate a cultivator's blood and chi for a short time and can save his life in critical moments. After the initial surprise, Gu Yan quickly calmed down, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. Is it really worth exchanging such a precious inheritance for just a few high-grade first-tier spirit talismans? Gu Yan held the blood-burning talisman blueprint in his hand, his fingertips gently stroking the paper. He looked up at Zhao Hai, his tone tinged with caution. Brother Zhao, to be honest, your materials, along with the talisman inheritance, are quite valuable. To be honest, if you take this out to someone else, they might be able to draw even more talismans for you. This reward is too generous. If Brother Zhao doesn't explain the reason, I'm afraid I won't dare to accept it. After all, these days there may be things that fall from the sky, but more often than not, behind the pie lies a gleaming fishhook. Zhao Hai smiled upon hearing this, his face showing the composure of someone with experience. Brother Gu is thoughtful, that's a good thing. To be honest, I've been a steward at Qingmu Pavilion for many years, and I've accumulated some connections and savings. These talismans have a clean lineage, so you can use them with peace of mind. He changed the subject, his eyes becoming sincere. As for why we brought these things out, firstly, we really need your help to draw beast summoning talismans to save our lives, and secondly, my wife and I have both recognized your potential. At 18 years old, he has reached the 6th level of chi refining and can still steadily draw first-grade high-quality talismans. His future is limitless. At this point, Zhao Hai turned and gave Zhao Linger a look. Zhao Linger immediately understood, quickly took 2 steps forward, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling slightly. Senior Brother Gu, hello, my name is Zhao Linger. Zhao Hai looked at his daughter, then at Gu Yan, his tone becoming more serious. Brother Gu, my wife and I are going to the Qingyang Mountains this time. We say we're there to keep watch, but we're really going to risk our lives. Monsters roam there, and no one can say for sure if we'll come back alive. So this time, besides asking you to draw the talisman, I also have the intention of entrusting my son to you. In this way, even if something happens to my husband and me in the future, Linger will not be left all alone and helpless in the Qingming sect. So it was a matter of entrusting an orphan to someone. The doubts in Gu Yan's mind instantly dissipated, and when he looked at the girl in front of him again, he belatedly recognized her. Isn't this Zhao Linger? Although they are from different peaks, Zhao Linger has quite a reputation in the Qingming sect and is a goddess-level figure that many disciples discuss in private. Zhao Linger was not from Xianmiao Peak, but came from a cultivator family within the Qingming sect. Rumor has it that she is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. At the age of 18, she had already reached the 6th level of chi refining, making her entry into the outer sect a certainty. There are even rumors that she has the opportunity to receive guidance from the outer sect elders, and that she is expected to achieve foundation establishment in the future. In terms of both strength and looks, she far surpasses the so-called goddesses of Xianmiao Peak, to the point that she became the dream lover of most of the male cultivators on Xianmiao Peak. Gu Yan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Just a few months ago, he was still a nobody in the Immortal Seed Peak sect, labeled as a breeding pig and looked down upon by everyone. Zhao Linger is a promising and highly regarded genius girl. The two are worlds apart. But now, this goddess in everyone's eyes actually needs his help. One can't help but sigh at the unpredictability of life. Gu Yan glanced down at the book of talismans in his hand, then looked up at the earnest gazes of Zhao Hai and his wife, and slowly nodded. I'm afraid I'll disappoint Brother Zhao with any offer of support, at least I don't think I can be a reliable backer. However, in the future, I would like to ask junior sister Zhao to visit my cave more often. After saying this, a look of kindness flashed across his face. My wife got pregnant recently, and now we just need someone to talk to. Chapter 25 Cultivating Immortality isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. Of course, simply moving around was enough to achieve Zhao Hai and his wife's goal. Ling Qingyu is Gu Yan's wife. Gu Yan's initiative in saying these words is tantamount to letting Zhao Linger find out about the network of relationships. Both Zhao Hai and his wife knew that their young friend Gu Yan was a prodigy trapped in shallow waters. In other words, Zhao Hai had built up enough goodwill here in the early stages, which is why he was able to commission Gu Yan to draw a first-grade high-quality spirit talisman. Once this point is over, and the other party has developed properly for a while, for example, reaching the 8th or 9th level of qi refining, Gu Yan will probably look down on a minor deacon like Zhao Hai. All I can say is that if you invest early enough, even a small investment of a few $100s can turn your life around. Zhao Linger was also quite happy. Holding Ling Qingyu's hand, she thought about chatting about things best friends should talk about to strengthen their relationship. Seeing this, Ling Qingyu could only glance helplessly at Gu Yan and let her go. After explaining their intention to entrust the child to someone, Zhao Hai and his wife didn't linger any longer. After all, Gu Yan still needed to make talismans, and they didn't want to disturb him too much, so they immediately got up to take their leave. Gu Yan readily agreed, saying that he could come to pick up the drawn beast-attracting talisman first thing tomorrow morning, and that they could rest assured. After seeing Zhao Hai and his wife off, Gu Yankai belatedly realized what had happened. Why didn't they take Zhao Linger with them? He turned around and walked into the inner room with a puzzled look in his eyes. Just as he reached the door, he heard two women talking inside. Upon closer listening, it turned out the conversation was still revolving around him. Zhao Linger's curious voice rang out. "Sister Qingyu, you're so beautiful, how did senior brother Gu manage to win you over? He must have put in a lot of effort." Gu Yan, listening from outside the door, grinned and muttered to himself. This little brat really dares to ask. What does how to pursue mean? That's called romance between husband and wife, you know? It was clearly. As he was pondering this, he heard Ling Qingyu's gentle voice, which instantly made him swallow the rest of his words. There's no question of who pursued whom between us, it was more like a mutual pursuit. After a pause, Ling Qingyu's voice softened further, carrying a hint of tenderness that others couldn't detect. To be honest, I'm the one who owes him something. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have the peaceful life I have now. Standing outside the door, Gu Yan suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. The awkwardness of being gossiped about had completely turned into an indescribable sweetness. He didn't go in to disturb them, but quietly retreated to the side, thinking that he could take this opportunity to draw a few more talismans so that Zhao Hai and his wife could receive them as soon as possible tomorrow. In the inner room, Zhao Linger chatted with Ling Qingyu about many of her daughter's innermost thoughts, and then had a great time playing with the moonlight fox. The little girl was lively and energetic. One moment she was chasing the moonlight fox around the yard, and the next she was pestering Ling Qingyu to ask about interesting stories from the cultivation world. She added a lot of vitality to the usually quiet cave dwelling. However, all good things must come to an end, and an hour and a half later, Zhao Linger took the initiative to leave. They said they were afraid of disturbing Gu Yan's talisman making in Ling Qingyu's pregnancy. Ling Qingyu didn't keep her any longer, only giving her some spiritual fruits. Zhao Linger nodded in agreement and left, turning back every few steps. Before leaving, she made a point of thanking Gu Yan. After seeing Zhao Linger off, the night gradually darkened. The cave returned to silence. Ling Qingyu leaned against the soft couch, gently stroking her still flat stomach with one hand while playing with Gu Yan's sleeve with the other, and suddenly asked, "Husband, what do you think of Linger?" Gu Yan was tidying up the talismans he had drawn during the day when he heard this. He paused for a moment, looked up at her, and told her the truth. She's quite cute, straightforward, and doesn't have any bad intentions. She's much more likable than those effeminate female cultivators in the sect. Ling Qingyu nodded upon hearing this, her fingertips gently tracing the back of his hand, and she murmured, "He is quite cute." Suddenly, her eyes lit up slightly, as if she had thought of a good idea. She moved closer to Gu Yan, her tone slightly probing. "Since you also think Linger is cute, how about I find an opportunity to bring you two together in a while?" "Ha?" Gu Yan almost dropped the talisman in his hand, completely stunned. "You talked to her for so long just about this? I thought you two were getting along well and were going to be best friends." Seeing his shocked expression, Ling Qingyu couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head with a tone that was both helpless and matter of fact. "Being a best friend and playing matchmaker for you two are not mutually exclusive. Think about it, if Linger really becomes your partner, the three of us can live in the same cave. She and I will have common topics, and you won't have to bother looking for anyone else. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Hearing this, Gu Yan felt both warm and helpless. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head. His voice was soft but firm. Xingyu, I know you're doing this for my own good, afraid I'll feel stifled, and also wanting to bring some life to the house, but don't forget, you're pregnant. As a man, I cannot accept that my wife is having an affair with another woman while she is going through the hardship of pregnancy. To me, this would be irresponsible to that woman and disrespectful to you. He gently patted Ling Qingyu's back and continued speaking. Listen to me, don't mention taking a concubine again from now on. Once you've given birth and recovered, I'll do whatever you say, okay? Ling Qingyu leaned against him, able to clearly feel the warmth of his chest and his steady heartbeat, knowing that he was speaking from the heart. She knew that continuing would only upset him, so she stopped, going along with what he said. Okay, I'll listen to you, husband. I won't bring this up again. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her head, a sly and seductive glint in her eyes. She gently hooked her finger around Gu Yan's collar, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. However, it's already late, and the talismans are almost finished. Shall we too continue to improve our cultivation? This must be what they mean by tasting the marrow and then loving the flavor. Looking at the smile in her eyes and feeling the soft body in his arms, Gu Yan's previous helplessness about matchmaking instantly vanished. He lowered his head and placed a light kiss on her forehead, his voice full of tenderness. I will do as Madame says. As he spoke, he carefully picked up Ling Qingyu and carried her in his arms, his movements as gentle as if he were holding a fragile treasure, and walked step by step toward the inner room. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on the two of them and filling the room with warmth. Moonlight Fox nestled on the soft couch, glancing towards the inner room, a glint of inspiration seemingly flashing in its eyes. It yawned lazily, curled up, and walked step by step to the nest the couple had built, then drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Zhao Hai and his wife came to collect the talisman as promised and embarked on their journey to the Qingyang Mountains. Because of the beast summoning talisman, Gu Yan has become a homebody this time and hardly goes out at all. Chapter 26 Self-Recommendation. Over the next few days, Gu Yan devoted almost all his time to drawing talismans, which exhausted Zhou Shang, who was responsible for receiving the talismans and transporting the materials. Originally, he made one trip a day just to get by, and he also harbored contempt for the disciples of Xin Miaopeak. Now, however, he truly feels awe and arrives on time every day, afraid of delaying Gu Yan's delivery of the talisman. After all, the cultivation world doesn't care about background, only strength. Gu Yan can consistently draw over 60 first-tier high-grade beast-attracting talismans a day. He's practically a walking human money printing machine. With the appreciation of Peak Master Chu, his name has now spread throughout the inner and outer sects of the Qingming sect, and many disciples speak of Gu Yan with envy in their voices. 7 days after Gu Yan's reputation as a talisman genius spread. As the golden rays of the rising sun shone down, Su Jinqiu stood outside Gu Yan's cave, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her face flushing red and then turning pale, filled with hesitation. She came this time intending to take the initiative to recommend herself to Gu Yan. Through connections, she already knew that Gu Yan had become a popular figure in the outer sect, and she was even more aware of his money printing machine level talisman making ability. Just thinking about how she had deliberately made things difficult for Gu Yan not long ago, putting on airs like an old man from Xian Miaopeak, and now having to swallow her pride and beg to become his Taoist partner, Su Jinqiu felt extremely ashamed. But she had no choice. The single tax of the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty is terrifyingly heavy. She looks down on cultivators who are too useless. She finally met someone like Gu Yan who catches her eye. She even feels that she is not good enough for him now, so she naturally has to try her best to win him over. Moreover, she had heard that Gu Yan's Taoist partner came from a mercenary family and had a ruined spiritual root. With this thought, Su Jinqiu gained more confidence, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door of the cave. It was Ling Qingyu who opened the door as always. Seeing the unfamiliar Su Jinqiu outside, she raised an eyebrow slightly and said indifferently, "Who is this senior sister?" Su Jinqiu didn't know Ling Qingyu's identity, but she didn't beat around the bush and forced a polite smile. "Hello, junior sister. I am Su Jinqiu from Xian Miaopeak. I would like to invite junior brother Gu Yan to Luanfeng Terrace for a chat." A knowing glint flashed in Ling Qingyu's eyes. She knew very well what Luanfengtai was. Wasn't it just a disguised matchmaking market for the disciples of the Qingming sect? She looked Su Jinqiu up and down, her gaze lingering on the other woman's carefully arranged clothes, and asked softly, "Senior sister, are you here to invite my husband to become your Taoist partner?" Su Jinqiu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded frankly and asked in return, "May I ask who you are, junior sister?" "I am Gu Yan's wife, Ling Qingyu." Ling Qingyu's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty, before she gently shook her head. "Senior sister Su, I'm so sorry, you should go back. My husband has no plans to take a concubine for the time being, nor will he go to Luanfengtai. Ling Qingyu knew that Gu Yan had told her not long ago not to arrange for her to take a concubine. Now, no matter how beautiful this senior sister Su was, she could only tell her the truth. I can't go against my husband's wishes, so it seems I can only wait until after we have children. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu's brows furrowed instantly. To be honest, she disliked the term concubine from the bottom of her heart, and was even more unwilling to lower herself to the level of a concubine. But she had already thought about it before she came. Since Gu Yan already had a Taoist partner, if she wanted to have any involvement with him, she could only start as a concubine. In addition, it seems that the other party's original wife's spiritual root has been destroyed, and her lifespan is estimated to be no different from that of an ordinary person. In that case, there isn't much difference between a concubine and a wife, it's just a matter of waiting out the time. Su Jinxiu could accept this. But when she looked up and looked at Ling Qingyu again, her heart skipped a beat. Gu Yan's first wife was simply too beautiful. With her delicate features and refined demeanor, even in simple clothes, her charm is undeniable. This also made her understand why Gu Yan would marry a woman whose spiritual root was destroyed, and why he valued her so much. With such a beautiful and dignified wife by his side, ordinary female cultivators really couldn't catch his eye. Thinking about it this way, the resentment she felt about taking a concubine was replaced by a sense of helplessness. But when she thought about the single tax she was paying, Su Jinxiu gritted her teeth and softened her tone. Sister Qingyu, I know this is difficult for you, but I still want to try. Could you please introduce me to junior brother Gu Yan? Even if it's just a chat, I'd be happy to oblige. Seeing her resolute attitude, Ling Qingyu didn't try to persuade her any further. She simply stepped aside to make way and said calmly, "Come in. After all, guests are guests, and as the host, we should at least maintain a certain decorum." Of course, Ling Qingyu wasn't too concerned about whether Su Jinxiu could win Gu Yan's heart and make him take her as a concubine. Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu's face lit up with joy, and she immediately realized that this older sister was not an unapproachable person, so she quickly followed her. Along the way, Su Jinxiu got to see Gu Yan's current cave dwelling. Because of the newly purchased spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy here was very rich. In modern terms, it would be considered a top-of-the-line one-bedroom apartment, and for a moment I couldn't help but regret not agreeing to it earlier. Then, Ling Qingyu led Su Jinxiu to the living room and called out again towards the inner room. "Xingling, go and get some spirit fruits for the guests." Su Jinxiu was taken aback upon hearing this, and muttered to herself. Besides Gu Yan and his wife, are there any other maids in this cave? Before she could figure it out, a snow-white figure darted out from the inner room. It turned out to be a tiny moon fox, no bigger than the palm of your hand, carrying a mini storage bag in its mouth, trotting over with its short legs, looking exceptionally cute. Su Jinxiu was stunned for a moment, and it wasn't until Moonlight Fox placed the storage bag next to Ling Qingyu and rubbed her palm that she came to her senses. So, the light and agile part actually refers to this fox? How could Gu Yan and his wife raise their spirit pet to be so intelligent and affectionate, even calling it so intimately? She couldn't help but feel more curious, and she became increasingly unable to figure out Gu Yan's life. My husband is still drawing talismans in the inner room. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble senior sister Su to wait here a little longer. As Ling Qingyu spoke, she took out a few brightly colored spiritual fruits from the storage bag that the Moonlight Fox had brought her, placed them on a wooden plate, and pushed them in front of Su Jinxiu. Let him try some spiritual fruit to relieve his boredom first. I'll call him out after he finishes this batch of paintings. Su Jinxiu quickly nodded in agreement. You're too kind, Sister Qingyu. I'll just wait. It's no trouble at all. As he spoke, he sat down in the chair, but his eyes couldn't help but secretly examine the furnishings of the cave dwelling. Although not luxurious, it exudes warmth everywhere. On the table is a handkerchief that Ling Qingyu did not finish embroidering, and in the corner are piles of talisman paper that Gu Yan had used up. The atmosphere of everyday life was so palpable that it helped her relax a little. However, waiting was undoubtedly tedious. 2 hours passed, and Gu Yan showed no sign of coming out. At this moment, Ling Qingyu suddenly stood up, startling Su Jinxiu. Sister Qingyu, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu glanced at Su Jinxiu and said calmly. It's almost noon now, and I'm planning to cook for my husband. Would you like to come too? No. No. Chapter 27 Refusal. Another hour passed, and the stone door to the inner chamber, which was used for seclusion, finally opened with a creak, and Gu Yan came out carrying a bulging storage bag. Inside was a newly drawn beast-attracting talisman. He originally intended to go find Ling Qingyu and spend some time with her, or perhaps tease the Moonlight Fox to relax. But as soon as I turned into the living room, I saw a slender figure sitting in a chair, and I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Upon closer inspection, Gu Yan recognized the person and asked with a hint of doubt, "Senior Sister Su? What brings you here today?" As he spoke, he walked up to Su Jinxiu, his mind filled with puzzlement. He didn't have any ill feelings towards this Senior Sister Su. He knew that she had good aptitude and her looks were better than other female cultivators on Immortal Seed Peak. It was only natural for her to put on airs and wait for a better price before. But he really couldn't understand why this senior sister, who was usually so arrogant, would suddenly come to his door. Su Jinxiu sat on the chair, clutching the hem of her skirt with both hands, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She didn't dare mention the invitation to Luanfeng Terrace, but instead sighed and complained with a wrong tone. "Junior brother Gu Yan, you don't know, the Lonyang tax and Loning tax of the Great Yin Immortal Dynasty are getting heavier and heavier, and I'm having a really hard time making ends meet." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes revealed a curious look, as if she were watching a spectacle unfold. "Oh? Is it heavy? I got married early, so I've never paid this tax before. Senior Sister Su, can you tell me exactly how the Lonyang tax and Loning tax are calculated?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinxiu's lips curled into a bitter smile, and her voice lowered. "I am already 21 years old this year, and according to the regulations of the Immortal Dynasty, I have to pay quite a lot of taxes. There is the Lonely Yin tax for unmarried female cultivators, the childlessness tax for those without offspring, and the tax on impacting sect development that sects impose on top of that. With all these taxes added up, I have to pay 20 low-grade spirit stones a month. Junior brother, you don't know, these spirit stones may not seem like much, but you have to pay them every month. That's 240 low-grade spirit stones a year. In the long run, you simply can't afford it." Gu Yan's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. He didn't think 20 low-grade spirit stones were a small amount. It should be noted that the monthly allowance for disciples of Immortal Seed Peak is only 5 low-grade spirit stones. 20 stones is equivalent to 4 months' income for an ordinary disciple, and 240 stones a year is a considerable expense. Just thinking about it made him feel the pinch, so it's no wonder that Senior Sister Su was so worried. Gu Yan quietly did the math in her mind and immediately felt that her marriage was absolutely worthwhile. With a wife by my side and soon to have a child, not only do I not have to pay the heavy single tax of being a Lonyang or Lonin, but I can also get free spirit stones and school resources from the sect. It couldn't be better. He suppressed his slight relief and looked at Su Jinxiu, who was still frowning, and asked suspiciously, "Senior Sister Su, you didn't come here this time to buy talismans, did you?" After all, his reputation as a human money printing machine had already spread far and wide. In the past few days, many disciples had come to order talismans because of his reputation. However, he was in a hurry to complete the task of summoning beast talismans, so he didn't have time to think about other orders. Upon seeing Su Jinxiu come to the door, his first thought was that she had also come to order talismans. Su Jinxiu had mustered up all her courage to say the words of self-recommendation, her cheeks turning so red they were almost bleeding. But just as he was about to speak, he heard Ling Qingyu's voice coming from the direction of the kitchen. "My lord, dinner is ready." Seeing Su Jinxiu's hesitant manner, Gu Yan didn't press her for details and took the initiative to invite her. "Senior Sister Su, it's lunchtime, how about we grab a bite to eat together? These are just simple homestyle dishes, please don't mind them." Su Jinxiu was stunned for a moment, and half of the energy she had just gathered instantly dissipated, as if someone had cut off her words. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his head and softly hummed in agreement. Soon, the 3 people and the fox sat down around the dining table. 3 dishes and a soup, though not much, are all spiritual food. A plate of spirit chicken, a dish of spirit fish, a plate of green spirit vegetables, and a bowl of spirit mushroom soup, with 3 spirit eggs fried in the soup. This kind of meal is something even a true outer disciple can't afford to eat every day. Su Jinxiu sat very reservedly, barely moving her chopsticks. Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu at the table were completely oblivious to her discomfort, preoccupied with serving each other food. Gu Yan, worried that Ling Qingyu would get tired, put the stewed, tender Ling chicken meat into her bowl. Ling Qingyu picked out a boneless piece of spirit fish meat and held it to Gu Yan's lips, her eyes full of smiles. Looking at the screen full of affection, Su Jinxiu couldn't help but complain in her heart. "Wait, are we not going to eat this meal or not? Can you two at least show some affection in different situations? I'm under a lot of pressure right now, okay?" With no other option, in order to alleviate the pressure, Su Jinxiu could only look for other points that could be used. And she actually found it. So, Su Jinxiu calmly picked up a few pieces of spirit fish meat and placed them in front of the Moonlight Fox squatting by the table. That's right, since that couple is showing off their love like crazy, they can only sit at the same table as the fox. Foxes are, to some extent, canines. In other words, it means sitting at the same table as a dog. The Moonlight Fox blinked its bright eyes, lowered its head, picked up the fish meat, chewed it, and its gaze towards Su Jinxiu softened. This senior sister is actually a really nice person. The awkwardness didn't last long. Ling Qingyu put down her chopsticks, glanced at Su Jinxiu who was sitting next to her looking uneasy, and then looked at Gu Yan who looked blank. She asked softly, "Husband, what have you thought about senior sister Su's matter?" Gu Yan was instantly stunned, almost dropping her chopsticks on the table. "What are you thinking about?" "I don't remember anything about it." He didn't remember what senior sister Su had said before. She had only shared some information about single tax. "I can't possibly pay her taxes myself." On the other side, Su Jinxiu coughed violently upon hearing this. As if he had a fishbone stuck in his throat, his face turned bright red, his eyes bulged slightly, and he made muffled woo-woo sounds. Seeing this, the Moonlight Fox immediately jumped onto the chair and gently patted her back with its furry little paws. Although the force was weak and it was of little use, it was still a token of my sincerity. Su Jinxiu finally managed to catch her breath using her spiritual energy and hurriedly waved her hands to explain. "Sister Qingyu, don't misunderstand. I haven't had a chance to tell junior brother Gu Yan about this yet." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan immediately straightened his posture and asked with great curiosity, "Senior sister Su, what brings you here this time? Please speak frankly. Don't worry, I didn't take what happened last time to heart at all, so you don't need to have any concerns." With things said to this extent, the die is cast. Su Jinxiu took a deep breath and gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, as if she had made a tremendous decision. She looked up at Gu Yan, her voice trembling slightly but exceptionally clear. "Junior brother Gu Yan, actually, the reason I came here this time is that I want to become your Taoist partner." "Ah?" Gu Yan was stunned on the spot, his eyes widened slightly, and his face was full of doubt. He never expected that Su Jinxiu would come to him about this matter. He only paused for a few seconds before quickly recovering. On one hand, there's his current reputation as a human money printing machine spreading throughout the outer sect. On the other hand, there's the heavy single tax that Su Jinxiu just complained about. When the two are combined, the other party's intentions become crystal clear. After figuring it out, Gu Yan helplessly shrugged, his tone frank yet carrying an undeniable determination. "I'm sorry, senior sister Su, I really have no plans to take another wife or concubine at the moment. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Chapter 28: Su Jinxiu's Reciprocation. Su Jinxiu showed no surprise on her face. Instead, she relaxed her tense shoulders slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she had been on edge ever since she arrived at this cave. Now that she had received definite news, whether she refused or agreed, at least a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Of course, being rejected will inevitably make you feel a little down. Su Jinxiu bit her lip, her voice full of bitterness as she asked, "Junior brother Gu, can you tell me why?" "Actually, I'd be willing to be a concubine. Because Qingyu is pregnant with my child." Gu Yan turned to look at Ling Qingyu beside him, his eyes softening instantly. He gently placed his hand on her lower abdomen, his tone carrying an unwavering firmness. "As a man, I can't be flirting with other women when my wife is pregnant and full of anticipation for the arrival of our child." Upon hearing the word pregnant, Su Jinxiu finally understood why Ling Qingyu had been so certain back then. Su Jinxiu subconsciously turned her head to look at Ling Qingyu, who was being protected by Gu Yan, filled with envy and regret. If she hadn't been blinded by the superiority complex of the goddess of Immortal Seed Peak, if she had recognized Gu Yan's potential sooner and taken the initiative, perhaps the person standing next to Gu Yan now wouldn't be Ling Qingyu? But there's no going back in life, so adults must also bear the consequences of their choices. Su Jinxiu took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, and stood up. "I was being presumptuous, junior brother Gu Yan, sister Qingyu, I won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, as if remembering something, she took out a neatly folded animal hide from her storage bag and handed it to Gu Yan. The edges of the animal hide were embroidered with fine silver patterns, and it felt slightly cool to the touch. It was clearly not an ordinary item. "This is my apology for my unauthorized visit today." Gu Yan took the animal skin, unfolded it, and saw a simple map drawn on it in cinnabar. The map marked the location of a night orchid pool, with several lines of small writing next to it. He frowned, puzzled. "This is?" Night Orchid Pool is located deep in the Blackwood Forest south of Lincian City. It is a hidden settlement of demonic beasts. Su Jinxiu explained patiently, her tone somewhat complicated. Most of the monsters that reside there are frostfire serpents, with strength around the 5th level of chi refining, so they are not too difficult to deal with. However, recently, news has come from private channels that some red gill eels are hiding at the bottom of the pool. The gel from those things is especially helpful for pregnant female cultivators to restore their blood and energy and stabilize their fetus. At this point, Su Jinxiu's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. I originally kept this information, intending to use it as a stepping stone to try and get in touch with them again. But seeing how loving you two are today, I have no face to keep bothering you. Consider this message my apology, and I hope it can be of some help to you. Guyan's hand holding the animal hide tightened suddenly, and a wave of emotion surged within him. Red gill eels were common medicinal ingredients in the market before the war between immortals and demons, and were especially sought after by disciples of sects who practiced the art of absorbing yang energy to replenish yin. Back then, nobody developed this thing. Instead, it became quite common. However, as the Great War broke out, the battle became increasingly protracted and dragged on. In order to restore the population, the Great Yin Immortal Dynasty entered the Great Fertility Era. A master alchemist accidentally discovered that the gel from red gill eels could greatly alleviate the pain of pregnant female cultivators and reduce the risks of childbirth. As a result, this item instantly became a scarce commodity. Even though red gill eels have the strength of the 6th or 7th level of chi refining when they grow up, they can't withstand the crazy hunting by cultivators and are almost extinct in just a few years. Now that it has reappeared, this thing would be highly sought after in the cultivation world. This favor is far more valuable than a few talismans or apologies. Guyan looked up at Su Jinxiu, his tone becoming more serious. Is this news definitely accurate? Su Jinxiu nodded, her eyes filled with helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. I got the information from a discreet source, it can't be wrong. It was originally intended for my own use. If you set off now and hurry on your way, you should be able to reach the red gill eel's nest at the bottom of the pool before other cultivators discover it. After saying that, she didn't linger. She nodded slightly to the two of them and turned to leave. The moment Su Jinxiu stepped out of the cave, she let out a soft sigh. What's done is done. She missed out on Guyan, this potential gem. From now on, she can only put away those unrealistic ideas, think about how to explain to her family, and find a cultivator with a decent family background and strength to marry. At least, it can relieve the burden of the yin tax of 20 low-grade spirit stones per month. Inside the cave, Guyan was still lost in thought, holding the animal skin map, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the words red gill eel. Ling Qingyu walked over, gently took his arm, rested her chin on his shoulder, and asked softly, "Husband, are you planning to go to Yelan Pool?" Guyan snapped out of his daze, looked down at her, his eyes full of consideration. Red gill eel gel is too important for a pregnant nun, whisper, you need this now. However, there are quite a few frostfire serpents at the 5th level of chi refining in Night Orchid Pool, and we might also encounter other cultivators trying to steal the red gill eels. Ling Qingyu said nothing more, but gently placed her hand on Guyan's knee, her fingertips applying slight pressure. Her eyes were full of seriousness, but her tone was very gentle. Since it's so dangerous, then don't go. It's just a little suffering and pain during pregnancy. Back in my mercenary days, I ventured into so many dangerous places. This little bit of pain is nothing more than a tickle to a swordsman. But if something happens to you because of going to find that red gill eel, I'm afraid my heart will be more pain than if I were stabbed 100 or 80 times. In fact, Ling Qingyu knew in her heart that she shouldn't stop them from cultivating strong individuals. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain, and cultivators should seek opportunities in danger. But then I thought, she's still here. Although her spiritual root has not fully recovered, she can feel the spiritual energy slowly flowing back when she practices her cultivation every day. Given time, she will surely return to her peak. Protecting her little man, what difficulty could that be for her? If pushed too far, she would rather unleash the power she had left behind before her death than let Guyan be in danger. Looking at the worry that she couldn't hide in her eyes, Guyan couldn't help but smile helplessly and warmly, and gently took her hand that was resting on his knee. Whisper, what are you thinking about? What I was just thinking about wasn't whether or not to go, but who should go. He pointed to the animal hide map on the table, his tone quite certain. The red gill gel is too important to you, you must go on this trip. But if I leave, I won't feel at ease leaving you alone in the cave. So I was thinking, could I ask a reliable person to make the trip for me? Joke. Those places that sound like gathering places for monsters are so dangerous. Moreover, the dangers in the cultivation world have never been those ferocious and terrifying beasts, but rather those fellow human cultivators. Now that his wife is pregnant, and Gu Yan is ill, which is why he's in such a dangerous situation. Would he really risk everything for that little bit of gel? Money makes the world go round. This ironclad rule applies to any world. I've earned quite a few spirit stones during this period. Chapter 29. Having connections makes things easier. Gu Yan shook his head, looking at Ling Qingyu with eyes full of helplessness. In your heart, am I really that reckless? He reached out and flicked the tip of her nose, his tone teasing. Our family is not short of money now. Just the spirit stones I earn from drawing talismans are more than those outer disciples who have been in the sect for 3 to 5 years. This money should be spent when it's needed. When the time comes, I will go to the sect's mission hall and offer a high price to recruit a few senior brothers at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining, and have them go to Night Orchid Pool to investigate for me. They are strong enough to deal with the Frostfire Serpent and the cultivators who are trying to steal the Red Gill Eel. I don't even have to take any risks myself. Isn't that better than me making the trip myself? Ling Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head somewhat shyly. According to the common sense of the cultivation world, she thought Gu Yan would choose to take the plunge himself, since most cultivators believe that opportunities must be seized by themselves. However, she did not expect him to do the opposite and directly think of using spirit stones to solve the problem. But then she frowned and thought again, but the red gill gel is extremely valuable. What if those senior brothers get their hands on it and keep it all for themselves? Gu Yan shrugged upon hearing this, his tone full of confidence. Don't worry about this, just leave it to me. The sect has its own rules, and we are not without people here. The gel of the red gill eel is indeed valuable, but it is not that precious. Seeing his confidence, Ling Qingyu's worry subsided considerably. She softly hummed in agreement and nestled into his arms. Gu Yan casually put his arm around her waist, gently stroking her hair with his fingertips, his tone slightly teasing. Now that this matter is resolved, shouldn't we continue our baby-making plan? Ling Qingyu blushed and pinched his waist. What nonsense are you talking about? You already have a child, and you still can't behave properly. Gu Yan chuckled softly, tightened his arms around her, and pressed his nose against the top of her head. That's different. Right now, I'm spending time with you and the baby, and that's never enough. Moonlight streamed through the window, falling on the two figures embracing, filling the room with warmth. The moonlight fox nestled on the soft couch, glanced at the two lovebirds, yawned lazily, curled up, and continued sleeping. It was already used to the couple's daily displays of affection and was no longer surprised. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Gu Yan carefully selected gifts from his storage bag. First came 5 top-grade first-tier spirit flame talismans that he had stayed up all night to draw. The talisman patterns were full and the spiritual light was lustrous, making them highly sought-after items in the market. Then he took out 2 more century-old calming herbs that were packaged in jade boxes. After putting his things away properly, he carried the wooden box and walked briskly towards Fufeng. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Fufeng Mountain, the 2 senior disciples guarding the gate recognized him, and their originally serious expressions instantly turned into smiles. Isn't this junior brother Gu? What brings you to Fu Peak today? Gu Yan's reputation has already spread throughout the outer sect. Not only is he a human money printing machine, but he is also a promising talent in the field of talisman cultivation personally appreciated by Master Chu. All the disciples of Fufeng wanted to get along well with him, hoping that they could ask him for a talisman or learn some talisman making techniques in the future. So the 2 of them not only didn't stop him, but were very enthusiastic. Gu Yan returned the greeting with a cupped hand, speaking politely. Please inform the 2 senior brothers that this disciple, Gu Yan, requests an audience with Peak Master Fei Yan. Looking for the Peak Master? The senior brother on the left was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. Junior brother, wait a moment, I'll go right away. The Peak Master was still refining talismans in his cave this morning, he shouldn't have gone far. After saying that, he took off running up the mountain, his pace even faster than usual. Gu Yan apologized very politely, which made the senior brothers of the outer sect feel flattered. Before long, the senior brother who had delivered the message came running back, panting, waving his hand and laughing. It's done. The Peak Master says you can go in, come with me. As Gu Yan followed his senior brother toward the summit of Fufeng Mountain, he felt the spiritual energy around him growing stronger and stronger. At the foot of the mountain, it was only slightly better than other places. By the time we reached the halfway point, the spiritual energy could be clearly felt flowing. When we were almost at the cave at the top of the mountain, the spiritual energy condensed into a light white mist. This phenomenon of spiritual energy transforming into spiritual mist is extremely rare, so Gu Yan chose to follow his own desires. Even a gentle breath felt warm and comforting in my meridians, far more than 10 times stronger than the spirit gathering array in my own cave. We've arrived, Junior Brother Gu. Please go, and the Peak Master is inside. The senior brother who led the way stopped at the entrance of the cave and gestured for him to enter. Gu Yan thanked him, and as soon as he pushed open the door, he was stunned by the spiritual energy that rushed towards him. The spiritual energy inside the cave was so dense it was almost dripping with water. He stood at the entrance and couldn't help but take a few more breaths, and immediately felt a sense of clarity. Such a concentration of spiritual energy. If you could cultivate here, breaking through to the chi refining stage would be a piece of cake. What, seeing how abundant the spiritual energy is in my sister's cave, you think you can just stay here and not leave? Just as Gu Yan was marveling at the situation, a woman's voice with a lazy smile suddenly rang out. Gu Yan looked up immediately upon hearing this. Xu Fian slowly walked out from inside. Today she wore a moon-white gauze dress, the hem and cuffs embroidered with delicate silver thread patterns. She also exuded an alluring aura that stirred one's heart. Gu Yan quickly closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the various female masters he had seen teaching the yin-yang way in his previous life. From the angle of the first stroke to the rhythm of the infusion of inspiration, every stroke was carefully considered, and the restlessness was forcefully suppressed. When Gu Yan opened his eyes again, he had regained his composure and bowed to Xu Fian. Disciple Gu Yan greets Peak Master. Xu Fian looked at his tense profile, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes. She walked slowly to Gu Yan, her voice still languid. Oh? You little rascal, you never come to me on your own initiative, but the moment you show up, you bring gifts and ask for help. You're quite the calculating one. Get up first, and tell me, what's so important that you had to come all this way so early in the morning? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan didn't beat around the bush anymore and spoke frankly. Peak Master, I have come to tell you something. I recently received news that some red gill eels are hiding in the night orchid pool deep in the Blackwood Forest south of Lincian City. The task system in the Hall of Duties is tedious and well known. Finding Xu Fian is a narrower option with a higher success rate. More importantly, it can also bring both parties closer, allowing for a better connection with Master Chu. Gu Yan paused, his eyes becoming more serious. As you know, my Taoist partner Ling Qingyu is currently pregnant. The gel from the red gill eel can help stabilize her pregnancy and alleviate the pain of pregnancy. There are many chi refining level 5 frost flame snakes in Night Orchid Pool, and we might also encounter rogue cultivators vying for resources. If I go there myself, I really can't leave her alone. But if I entrust her to someone I don't know, I'm afraid something might go wrong. So I would like to ask Peak Master for a favor. You have extensive connections on Fu Peak. Could you help me find a few reliable senior brothers, preferably those at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining? I am willing to pay a high price to hire them to retrieve the red gill gel from Yelan Pool. As long as we can obtain it safely, I can satisfy your demands for rewards, whether it be spirit stones or high-grade talismans. After saying that, Gu Yan added. I know this matter may trouble you, so I brought some spirit flame talismans and mind-concentrating grass. They are nothing valuable, just a small token of my appreciation to you, Peak Master. As he spoke, he handed the wooden box he had brought forward, his attitude respectful and earnest. What exactly is meant by connections? That's it. Chapter 30, The Beautiful Peak Master Wants to Come to My Humble Abode? Upon hearing the words red gill eel, Xu Fian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Oh? You actually managed to find the whereabouts of this thing? The red gill eel, a type of monster, was hunted to near extinction 200 years after the war between immortals and demons began. Now it's extremely rare and hard to buy even if you have money. She looked Gu Yan up and down, and seeing that he looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, she slowly walked up to him, her fingertips lightly brushing against his sleeve, her tone carrying a hint of allure. Speaking of which, your Taoist partner Ling Qingyu is quite fortunate. For you to come all the way here to beg me to find someone for her sake, what kind of good fortune do you have accumulated over several lifetimes? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan glanced at the mountain peaks, lowered his head slightly, and spoke with a serious tone, without the slightest hint of perfunctoriness. Peak Master is too kind. Being able to marry Qingyu and protect her and our child is the greatest blessing of my life. Seeing his respectful demeanor, with his eyes and heart filled with thoughts of his Taoist partner, Xu Fian felt a strange sense of unease rising within her. She just loves seeing upright people break down like that. But Gu Yan is too guarded, and he dotes on his partner so much that he doesn't reveal the slightest flaw. It's just like playing Souls-like games where you enjoy the meticulous setup and the thrill of starting over after dying, but also complain about the difficulty. TSK, what a devoted lover. Shu Fian scoffed lightly, but a hint of interest lurked in her eyes. She took a half step back, leaned against the jade table beside her, and a smile appeared on her lips. Alright, I'll help you with this. Tomorrow I'll pick a few reliable disciples at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining and have them go to Night Orchid Pool to fetch the red gill gel for you. Gu Yan was about to bow and express his gratitude when Shu Fian suddenly changed the subject. However, I'm not helping you for nothing, there's a condition. Gu Yan's heart tightened, thinking that he was asked to draw more beast-attracting talismans, and he quickly spoke first. Rest assured, Peak Master, I will definitely double the number of beast-summoning talismans I draw next, and I will make sure it doesn't delay the mission of the Talisman Peak. Who wants your beast-summoning talisman? Shu Fian waved her hand, her tone slightly disdainful. I Fu Foam, have plenty of those things, I don't need to ask you for them. She leaned forward, her eyes filled with a hint of inquiry, and gave a seductive smile. What interests me is your Taoist partner. Ha? Gu Yan was completely stunned, his face full of confusion. Shu Fian raised her hand and patted the other person's head with some dissatisfaction. What on earth are you thinking, you little rascal? What I mean is, if you have some free time these next couple of days, take me to your cave dwelling so I can see what kind of person you care about so much. Oh, that's all? I was so scared. Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders instantly relaxed, and he quickly nodded in response. No problem, no problem. It's just a meal at my house, no problem at all. Don't worry, Peak Master, I'll make sure everything is arranged properly. He secretly rejoiced. I originally thought Shu Fian would make some demanding requests, such as asking him to draw hundreds of high-grade talismans in a short period of time, or asking for some rare materials. I didn't expect that she would just visit the cave. Even if the other party doesn't help Red Gilil, given her status as the Peak Master, he wouldn't dare refuse this request. Now that I've managed to get her to lend a helping hand, I've really hit the jackpot. Seeing that Gu Yan agreed so readily, Shu Fian's smile deepened. She straightened up from the jade table, smoothed her light gauze skirt, and walked gracefully toward the entrance of the cave, leaving behind only one sentence. Let's go. Gu Yan stood there, stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. Huh? Go now? He had originally planned to go back and tell Ling Qingyu in advance to tidy up the cave dwelling and prepare some decent tea and snacks, but he never expected Shu Fian to be so decisive. Otherwise what? Shu Fian turned to look at him, her eyebrows twitching with a hint of helpless teasing. Let's set off now, and hurry up so we can get back in time for lunch. Do you expect me to go hungry while you leisurely prepare everything tomorrow? As she spoke, she took 2 more steps forward, then suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at Gu Yan with a half smile, her tone slightly probing. What, is this, that you don't welcome me to your cave? Do you think that I, as the Peak Master, am not worthy of your residence on Immortal Seed Peak? Gu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she was completely startled. Does this woman have something going on? With the dignified master of a peak graced by his presence, how could he dare to say he was not welcome? Putting aside the fact that Shu Fian is the Peak Master, we still need her help with the Red Gilil matter. If I dare to agree, I might suffer some losses. He quickly put on a fawning smile and hurried after him. Welcome. Of course you're welcome. It is an honor for Qingyu and me that the Peak Master would grace our humble abode with his presence. I will take you there now, please take care. The two walked towards Xianmiao Peak one after the other. The closer they got to Gu Yan's cave, the more clearly Shu Fian felt the changes in spiritual energy. The spiritual energy deep within Fu Peak was so dense that it almost condensed into droplets, flowing down the rock walls, and every breath was filled with pure spiritual energy. But when we arrived at Xianmiao Peak, the spiritual energy was as thin as the mountain mist, barely perceptible, and we could hardly feel it when we inhaled it. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, Gu Yan was a little embarrassed as he pushed open the door, scratching his head as he explained. Peak Master, as you can see, my cave dwelling is just an ordinary residence. The spiritual energy here is far inferior to that of your Talisman Peak, and the furnishings are simple. Please don't find it offensive. Shu Fian paid no attention to these things. She stepped into the cave and curiously scanned her surroundings. On the table was a handkerchief that Ling Qingyu hadn't finished embroidering. The stitches were fine and dense, and half of a bird with outstretched wings was embroidered on it. In the corner was a stack of cut talisman paper, next to which were Gu Yan's usual talisman brush and cinnabar. On the soft couch, Moonlight Fox was curled up and dozing. Hearing the noise, it raised its eyes, but when it saw Chu Fian, it lazily shrank back. Looking at the lively scene, Chu Fian's eyes flashed with interest, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. What's there to complain about? My Fufeng cave is full of spiritual energy and well furnished, but it's cold and deserted. Apart from disciples bringing things, there's not a soul around. Your place may be small, but it's full of life and much more comfortable than mine. Just then, the door to the inner room creaked open, and Ling Qingyu came out after hearing the noise outside. She initially thought it was Gu Yan who had returned, but when she looked up and saw Chu Fian, she was stunned for a moment. Then she realized what was happening, quickly straightened her clothes, took 2 steps forward, cupped her hands in greeting, and said in a calm tone, "Disciple Ling Qingyu greets Peak Master. I was unaware of your arrival today, Peak Master. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. No need for formalities." Chu Fian waved her hand, her gaze falling on Ling Qingyu's slightly protruding belly, her tone unconsciously softening. "You are Gu Yan's Taoist partner? She is indeed a bright and beautiful girl. Judging from her complexion, Gu Yan has taken good care of you. You are a lucky one." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously looked at Gu Yan. There was a hint of doubt in her eyes. Gu Yan quickly stepped forward to explain. "Whisper, it was I who invited the Peak Master to my home for dinner. I mentioned the red gill eel to the Peak Master before, and she was willing to help us find manpower. I was thinking of treating the Peak Master to a simple meal to thank her." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu's eyes flashed with surprise. "So that's how it is. However, when did my husband's connections become so strong that he could even invite the Peak Master of Fu Peak to his inner quarters? Furthermore, judging from her extraordinary spiritual power, this Peak Master's cultivation level is probably somewhat low. Only late foundation establishment stage, how strange." Chapter 31 Spirit Nourishing Pill. Of course, although the cultivation level and identity of this Peak Master Chu were somewhat strange, Ling Qingyu did not intend to interfere as long as Gu Yan was not involved. Her mind is now entirely focused on the child in her womb, and Gu Yan other people's affairs are none of her concern. "Peak Master, Gu Yan, please have a seat for a while. I'll prepare some spiritual dishes, and we can have lunch here." Ling Qingyu greeted them and went into the kitchen. A short while later, Ling Qingyu came out carrying several dishes. The 3 sat around the table, with Gu Yan occasionally serving food to Ling Qingyu and handing spiritual fruit to Chu Fian. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. The meal proceeded uneventfully. Chu Fian didn't say much throughout, only occasionally asking about Ling Qingyu's daily life, and mostly observing the interaction between the two. Gu Yan looked at Ling Qingyu with tenderness and concern, even picking out boneless fish and stewed chicken before serving her food. Ling Qingyu would also gently remind Gu Yan to eat slowly and don't choke, their every move showing tacit understanding. Chu Fian sighed inwardly. It seems the rumors are true. Gu Yan is genuinely good to his Taoist partner whose spiritual root has been destroyed. In this cultivation world, most people only care about strength and interests. It's rare to see someone as sentimental as Gu Yan. But the more Chu Fian thought about it, the more her mischievous thoughts surfaced. She enjoys watching this seemingly perfect relationship crumble, always trying to find a flaw or tease Gu Yan to see how he loses his composure. However, she hid these thoughts very well, and neither Gu Yan nor Ling Qingyu noticed them at all. After dinner, Ling Qingyu cleared the dishes, while Gu Yan sat with Chu Fian in the living room. Chu Fian took a sip of spiritual tea and said slowly, "Your cave dwelling is small, but quite comfortable. Tomorrow I will send my disciple to Night Orchid Pool, and I will inform you as soon as I have any news." Gu Yan quickly thanked him. "Thank you very much, Peak Master. You've gone to so much trouble." Chu Fian waved her hand, glanced at the direction of the inner room, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes, and stood up without saying anything more. "It's getting late, I should head back to Fufeng, you don't need to see me off." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Yan watched Chu Fian's departing figure, scratched his head, and still couldn't figure out why this Peak Master had come to have a meal. He said he was curious about Ling Qingyu, but he didn't ask her much at the dinner table. They said it was about the red gill eel, but never mentioned payment. But then I thought about it again, and no matter what, my relationship with Master Chu had obviously gotten closer after this day. From now on, he will have a powerful backer in the sect, and he will no longer have to hide in his cave like before, afraid of offending people. With a weight lifted from his heart, Gu Yan turned his attention back to the beast summoning talisman quest. For the next few days, he almost locked himself in his study. Aside from eating and spending time with Ling Qingyu, he spent the rest of his time dealing with talismans and cinnabar, leaving his fingertips covered in red marks. On the morning of the fourth day, Fu Feng's disciple came to the door, bringing not only new materials for drawing talismans, but also a jade bottle. "Junior brother Gu, this is the red gill gel that Peak Master Chu asked us to bring." Gu Yan quickly took the jade bottle, which felt slightly cool to the touch. Upon opening it, I found a half bottle of translucent white gel, which also carried a faint spiritual aura. He thanked them repeatedly, and after seeing the disciple off, he immediately took the jade bottle and ran to the medicine peak. He planned to commission the alchemists at Yaofeng to refine several spirit-nourishing pills from the gel to nourish Ling Qingyu's body. But when they arrived at the medicine peak, they learned that although the pregnancy spirit pill was not a high-grade pill, the addition of rare materials such as red gilil gel caused the alchemist to quote a high price of 200 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Gu Yan reluctantly paid the money and went home to complain, "This alchemist is too greedy. I only earn 80 spirit stones for drawing a high-grade beast-attracting talisman, but he dares to charge 200 for refining a single pill. He's even more ruthless than me, this human money printing machine." Ling Qingyu couldn't help but laugh as she listened to his complaints, and reached out to wipe the crumbs of spiritual fruit from the corner of his mouth. "Don't complain, alchemy is the most precious of all the arts of cultivation. Alchemists can turn ordinary medicinal materials into miraculous ones, refining life-saving and cultivation-aiding elixirs, which can naturally be sold at high prices. It is said that there is a special alchemy organization in this world called Dangu. All the disciples in it are alchemists, and the admission requirement is to be able to refine fourth-grade pills. In the cultivation world, as long as you mention the name of Dangu, you will be respected wherever you go." Gu Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he subconsciously asked a question. "How do you know so much? The pill pavilion sounds high-end, most outer disciples haven't even heard of it, right?" A sly glint flashed in Ling Qingyu's eyes as she explained with a smile. "They were all recorded in ancient books I read in the sword manual." These words piqued Gu Yan's curiosity. He had long wanted to know exactly where Ling Qingyu had found her opportunity back then. He moved closer to Ling Qingyu, his tone filled with anticipation. "After you give birth and your condition stabilizes, shall we go and take a look at the place where you had your destiny? What if there are any treasures we've overlooked, or any undiscovered legacies? After all, that's what's said in cultivation novels." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu almost lost her composure. The ancient books and the places of opportunity she just mentioned were actually made up, just in case Gu Yan asked too many questions. But seeing the bright, expectant look in Gu Yan's eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse. Thinking about how he was getting bored staying in his cave all the time, he nodded. "Okay, let's go see him once I feel better. Of course, there are no wild rare treasures or exotic cultivation techniques. But you can make it yourself. When the time comes, find a valley with abundant spiritual energy, bury some low-level spiritual plants and broken cultivation scrolls in advance, and consider them as leftover opportunities to satisfy your little man's treasure-hunting addiction." Who told him to be her husband? Life in the cultivation world always moves slower than in the mortal world. The spiritual plants outside the window withered and flourished again, and before we knew it, 5 months had passed quietly. The cave dwelling remains unchanged. It simply has more soft cushions and dried fruits for pregnant women, exuding a subtle and gentle touch. Now that the Qingming sect's actions regarding the Qingyang Mountains are over, the craze for beast-summoning talismans has long since passed. Therefore, Gu Yan no longer buried himself in drawing talismans as before, and spent most of his time by Ling Qingyu's side every day. Ling Qingyu's belly was already showing, and she needed to support her lower back when walking. Gu Yan massaged her legs and cooked her aphrodisiac porridge every day. He even moved the talismans to the low table by the bedroom door so that he could see her leaning on the soft couch reading a book when he looked up while drawing the talismans. Their anticipation grew stronger with each passing day as Qingyu's pregnant belly became more and more pronounced. In the afternoon, Gu Yan practiced the sword manual on the back mountain as before. When I sat down to regulate my breathing, I activated my personal panel with a thought. Host, Gu Yan. Age, 19. Realm, Qi refining level 7, progress 21-100. Spiritual root grades, 5 yellow rank spiritual roots, specifically as follows: metal mid rank yellow, wood high rank yellow, water mid rank yellow, fire high rank yellow, earth mid rank yellow. Skills, Yin Yang Transformation, Fire Spirit Sword Technique from the Sword Manual, First Tier Supreme Talisman Technique, Minor Spirit Rain Technique, Minor Gung Metal Sword Technique, Thick Earth Technique, Fireball Technique, Tai Su Step Beginner. Soulmate, Ling Qingyu, Spiritual Root Repair 29-100. Companion Affection, 66. Dual cultivation effect increased by 30%. Chapter 32 Opening a New Residence. After 5 months of cultivation, Guyan's fire spirit root reached the highest level of the yellow rank, and his cultivation level also reached the 7th level of qi refining, officially entering the late stage of qi refining. The only thing restricting him now is the quality of his spiritual root. Once it reaches the Xian grade, he'll be able to overcome it. The path to foundation building is no longer an obstacle. Based on the previous prediction that the fire elemental root attribute would improve by 1 grade every 3 to 5 months, it would take at least half a year to a year for the fire elemental root to reach the Xian grade. Yes, let's continue practicing swordsmanship. After making a brief plan, Gu Yan picked up the Ruinyu sword and continued practicing the second chapter of the sword manual, the fire spirit sword technique, on the open ground. With a swift movement, he thrust out his longsword. Boom! A large rock shattered under the scorching swordlight. A bright smile appeared on Gu Yan's lips. Ever since Ling Qingyu became pregnant, Gu Yan has stopped daring to interact with her, so he can only practice swordsmanship, magic, and the Tai Su step all by himself here. At that moment, a bluish-gray kite suddenly swooped down from the sky and landed on a branch in front of him, with a faintly glowing communication jade talisman hanging from its claw. This is the most common communication spirit beast in the cultivation world, used specifically for transmitting messages. Gu Yan sheathed his sword, took a light step, activated the Tai Su step, and soared up like a nimble swallow. With his left hand, he nimbly removed the jade talisman and infused it with spiritual power. A line of text instantly appeared before my eyes. The moment he saw the contents, he couldn't hide the smile on his face and hurriedly grabbed the jade talisman and rushed back to his cave. Inside, Ling Qingyu leaned against the soft couch, gazing absently at the spiritual plants outside the window. Sunlight fell on her slightly protruding belly, warming it like a ball of cotton. Gu Yan coughed lightly on purpose, and Ling Qingyu turned her head, her eyes filled with doubt. "Husband, weren't you practicing your martial arts in the back mountain? Why are you back now?" "Good news." Gu Yan walked to the soft couch and sat down, his tone filled with excitement. "Master Chu just sent a message saying that our move into the outer sect has been finalized. I'll take you to see the new cave dwelling later. Are you feeling all right? If you're feeling tired, I'll ask sister-in-law Zhao Hai to help us choose one first, so you don't have to make the trip. The situation with the beast herd in the Qingyang Mountains has temporarily eased, and Zhao Hai and his wife returned 2 months ago." Ling Qingyu lowered her head and touched her stomach, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and gently shook her head. "It's all right. This child has always been very well behaved and has hardly ever caused any trouble. It doesn't affect his walking or daily routine either. I'll stay with you. After all, it's a new house, so I have to check it out myself to feel at ease." 2. Gu Yan nodded, then carefully supported Ling Qingyu's arm, with the moonlight fox clinging tightly to him in his arms, and together they walked towards the main peak of the Qingming sect. The main peak is where the sect handles matters large and small, and it is much more lively than Immortal Seed Peak. Along the way, you can see many disciples wearing outer and inner sect attire coming and going, and occasionally someone notices Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu. When their gazes fell on Ling Qingyu's slightly protruding belly, they merely nodded politely, occasionally revealing expressions of envy. After all, in this era where procreation is akin to cultivating immortality, no one would complain about having many offspring. Moreover, Gu Yan now has a certain reputation in the outer sect, and with Chu Fian as his backer, no one will deliberately neglect him. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, we arrived at the main hall of the main peak. 2 disciples dressed in blue robes stood at the entrance of the hall. Upon seeing Gu Yan and his group, one of them stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "Is it junior brother Gu Yan? Peak Master Chu has already given instructions, asking you to wait in the side hall inside the main hall. Steward Lu, who is in charge of allocating the cave dwellings, will be here soon." Gu Yan nodded, helped Ling Qingyu to the side hall, carefully helped her sit on a soft chair, poured her a cup of tea, and then sat down on the chair next to her. The moon fox in his arms curled up obediently, staring curiously in the direction of the door. Before long, a cultivator dressed in a sky blue robe walked in. It was none other than Steward Lu, who was in charge of allocating the cave dwellings. He stroked his goatee, a friendly smile plastered on his face. "I'm sorry to have kept you both waiting." Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu quickly stood up. Gu Yan cupped his hand slightly and said with a smile, "Deacon Lu, you're too kind. We just arrived, it's no trouble at all." Upon hearing this, Deacon Lu nodded and, without beating around the bush, got straight to the point. "Then I'll just say it directly. When our outer disciples of the Azure Nether sect choose their cave dwellings, the level is always determined by their contribution points. Cave dwellings are divided into 4 levels: blue, green, blue, and purple, with purple being the best and blue being the most basic. He changed the subject, his gaze falling on Ling Qingyu's lower abdomen, and laughed. The sect now encourages its disciples to have offspring. Since you two are already pregnant, you can choose directly from the green and blue level cave dwellings according to the rules. This is also the sect's wish, hoping that you can continue to add fresh blood to the Qingming sect in the future. After saying that, Deacon Lu waved his hand, and a light blue light screen appeared out of thin air. On it was a map of the outer sect cave dwellings, densely marked with light dots of different colors. He pointed to the light screen and explained, the areas circled in red are occupied, and the remaining blue dots are empty caves. You two can choose whichever you like. Gu Yan leaned closer to the light screen and began to examine it carefully. Choosing a cave dwelling is much more important than buying a house in the mortal world. You not only have to consider the density of spiritual energy, but also whether the surrounding area is quiet, whether there are any monsters, and even the direction of the spiritual veins. The Azure Nether sect occupies a beautiful and spiritually rich area in the southern region of the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty. Any one of its blue-level cave dwellings would be a highly sought-after place by cultivators in the outside world. The fact that they can now select the best from among them is already an enormous privilege. Deacon Lu was still helping with the introduction. Look, gentlemen, this Tianyuan residence, number 17 in the outer blue section, is next to the spiritual spring. The spiritual energy here is 30% denser than elsewhere, and it even has its own small herb garden, making it suitable for female cultivators to nurture their fetuses. And this mountain spring cave, number 39 in the outer blue section, is located in a secluded spot halfway up the mountain, surrounded by ancient trees, with few people to disturb it, making it suitable for focused cultivation. As he spoke, he tapped the screen with his finger, clearly trying to do someone a favor. Gu Yan listened attentively, occasionally turning his head to look at Ling Qingyu's expression. Ling Qingyu stared at the outer blue number 25 on the light screen and said softly, "My lord, look at this Kunyan cave. It's marked near Dan Peak next to it, and it's not far from Yao Peak either. If I need pills or spiritual plants in the future, it will be convenient to come and go. Moreover, it is next to a bamboo forest, which looks quite peaceful." Gu Yan looked in the direction she pointed and saw that next to the light spot was written near Dan Peak, adjacent to bamboo forest, and the spiritual energy concentration was also marked as medium to high level in the blue grade. A thought struck him, and he asked Steward Lu again. "Deacon Lu, is the spiritual energy in this cave dwelling number 25 stable? Are there any hidden dangers?" Deacon Lu nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, this spiritual vein is very stable. It was previously occupied by a pill cultivator who just moved out last month after being promoted to the inner sect. The spirit gathering array in the cave is still intact. You can move in with just your bags." The couple exchanged a glance, both seeing approval in each other's eyes. Gu Yan turned to Steward Lu and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Deacon Lu. We have decided to choose number 25, outer blue. Chapter 33 Kunyan Cave." After selecting the cave dwelling, Steward Lu quickly retrieved the token and handed it to Gu Yan. This token is the key to the cave dwelling. It can be opened by injecting spiritual energy. If there are no other problems, you can move in today. Gu Yan accepted the token and quickly expressed his gratitude. After hearing the words of thanks, Deacon Lu thought for a moment and then spoke up to keep Gu Yan and the other person there, giving them a word of advice. "Gu Yan, you must remember this, although our sect mainly promotes childbirth and provides many benefits to couples. But that doesn't mean there's no competition. As cultivators, we must also prioritize cultivation." Gu Yan listened attentively to Deacon Lu's admonition and thanked him again. "Thank you, Deacon." He. "It's all right, go ahead and see your new cave dwelling." Deacon Lu waved his hand, then turned and left. Gu Yan watched the other person's back with a dark look in his eyes, then helped Ling Qingyu walk towards the new cave. As soon as they stepped into the area where the blue level cave was located, the two of them clearly felt the change in spiritual energy. It was at least twice as dense as that of Xin Niao Peak. The spiritual mist floating in the air could be clearly seen, and occasionally one could see crystal clear spiritual liquid seeping from the rock wall, dripping into the stone trough below and gathering into a small pool of clear spring water. The scenery along the way was also exceptionally elegant. Many spiritual plants are planted on both sides of the bluestone path. Some bloom with colorful flowers, while others bear plump spiritual fruits. When the wind blows, you can smell the faint fragrance of grass and trees. Ling Qingyu looked around at the scenery, her smile never fading. "This place is much better than our previous cave dwelling. It has plenty of spiritual energy and is very quiet. After the child is born, he can also focus on his cultivation here. Gu Yan nodded, his fingertips tracing the token in his hand. After you've packed everything up, I'll go to the market to buy some spirit plant seeds and fill the yard with your favorite evening primroses. I'll also build a small pond to raise some spirit fish. Life will definitely be more comfortable. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the entrance of cave number 25. The entrance to the cave is decorated with exquisite bamboo patterns. Activate the token and push the door open to enter. Inside is a spacious courtyard, with a small vegetable garden in the corner that was previously tended by the guests. Gu Yan stood in the center of the courtyard, his fingertips gently tracing the patterns on the edge of the spirit-gathering array. When spiritual energy was injected, the shimmering white halo emanating from the array patterns was more than twice as bright as the spirit-gathering array in his old cave, and even the spiritual energy in the air seemed to be more concentrated. He turned to look at Ling Qingyu, who was leaning against the bamboo door, his eyes filled with joy. Look at this spirit-gathering array, it's much better than our previous one. From now on, when you're cultivating while resting during pregnancy, you'll save a lot of energy. What do you think of this place? Ling Qingyu followed his gaze to the center of the courtyard, a faint smile playing on her lips, and nodded gently. Yes, I like it very much. She raised her hand and touched her slightly protruding belly, her fingertips brushing against the spiritual energy flowing in the air, but she had other plans in mind. When she was choosing a cave dwelling on the main peak, she secretly circulated a wisp of her divine soul to thoroughly understand the spiritual veins of the outer sect of the Qingming sect. This cave dwelling number 25 appears to be of the blue level, but it is actually located at the entrance of a hidden spiritual vein, and its spiritual energy flow is more than 30% faster than that of an ordinary blue level cave dwelling. What's even better is that the bamboo forest behind the cave can isolate external spiritual energy interference, making it perfect for Gu Yan to draw talismans or for her to try to repair her spiritual root in the future. In terms of practical value, this place has long been worthy of being a purple grade cave dwelling, it's just that the sect hasn't figured it out, or perhaps it's intentional. However, there was no need to explain these things to Gu Yan in detail, he could simply enjoy everything. Gu Yan hadn't thought that much about it, and seeing that Ling Qingyu genuinely liked it, he immediately made the decision. Then let's go back and move our things now. Ling Qingyu smiled and agreed, and the two walked side by side towards the old cave dwelling. Their belongings were indeed simple. Besides Gu Yan's talismans, cinnabar, and engraving tools, there were also 3 pots of common grass that Ling Qingyu had been raising for more than half a year, 2 egg-laying spirit chickens, and several spirit fish raised in the pond in the corner of the old courtyard. When we lived in Xianmiao Peak, life was tough, and we saved up all these things by being frugal. Even now that we're better off, we can't bear to throw them away. Gu Yan even found a bamboo basket, intending to put the spirit chicken inside. As soon as the couple reached the entrance to Kunyan Cave, they heard hurried footsteps coming from behind them, accompanied by gruff shouts. Wait! You two, stop right there! Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu turned around at the same time and saw 5 or 6 outer disciples quickly catching up. The leader was a young man with a face full of scars and a shallow knife scar on his left cheek. His name was Li Muyang. He had a badly worn copper talisman hanging from his waist. He was obviously an old disciple who had been in the outer sect for many years. The young men following behind him also stood tall and proud, their eyes filled with an arrogant air of bullying the weak, completely blocking the 2 men's path. Li Muyang sized Gu Yan up and down, his gaze finally settling on the cave-dwelling token in Gu Yan's hand. He asked arrogantly, I'm asking you, did you just choose this cave-dwelling number 25 with the outer blue character? Gu Yan nodded, already understanding the situation. Judging by their size, they're here to seize territory. Sure enough, Li Muyang immediately sneered and reached out to snatch the token from his hand. If you know what's good for you, hand over the cave. This place has been our boss's eye for a long time. How dare you 2 newcomers take it? Gu Yan took a step back, avoiding his hand, and frowned. The cave dwelling was allocated to us by Steward Lu according to the sect's rules. Why should we give it to you? Rule? A tall, thin disciple behind Li Muyang sneered, in the outer sect of the Qingming sect, might makes right. You two, one at the 7th level of qi refining and the other with a ruined spiritual root and pregnant, do you even deserve to live in a blue level cave dwelling? Boss Dai is a master of the 9th level of qi refining. If he really wants to make a move, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Several people nearby chimed in, that's right. Hurry up and hand over the token, then go choose a Qing level cave dwelling, lest you get into serious trouble when Boss Dai arrives. Gu Yan clenched the token in his hand, feeling utterly speechless. The Qingming sect has always encouraged competition among its disciples, and purple and blue level cave dwellings have always been reserved for the most capable. They had just come up from Xianmiao Peak, and it was only natural that the senior disciples would target them and try to seize their cave dwelling. But he can't back down. This cave dwelling was chosen for Ling Qingyu to rest and recuperate during her pregnancy. If it is given away, it will be difficult to find such a good place again. Moreover, Gu Yan secretly glanced at the cultivation levels of those disciples. The leader, Li Muyang, was at the 8th level of qi refining, while his followers were only at the 7th level of qi refining. None of them could surpass him. The moment he saw the cultivation level, Gu Yan finally had an outlet for the pent-up energy he had held back for 19 years, and the corners of his mouth uncontrollably turned up wildly. Having transmigrated to this cultivation world for so long, he has either been busy drawing talismans to make money or accompanying Ling Qingyu to take care of her pregnancy, always acting like an honest person. He's a time traveler, a synonym for restlessness. Today, I finally have a legitimate chance to show off and slap people in the face. He took a step forward, and the spiritual power of the 7th level of qi refining emanated from him, immediately causing the 2 disciples of the 7th level of qi refining next to him to subconsciously shrink back. From what you're saying, you're planning to rob my cave? Come on, I'll take on either a tag team battle or a one-on-one fight. Chapter 34, finally, the moment of showing off and getting slapped in the face has arrived. Gu Yan is now a genuine qi refining level 7, and in terms of cultivation alone, he is on par with Li Muyang's strongest follower. Not to mention that he also has the wondrous sword cannon as a foundation, and his storage bag contains dozens of first-grade high-quality talismans. If he were to back down in front of Ling Qingyu, not only would he lose face as a transmigrator, but he himself would probably despise himself. He might as well just go and wash dishes at a mortal restaurant. He deliberately puffed out his chest and released a bit more of his qi refining level 7 spiritual power. Although the spiritual energy fluctuation was not domineering, it carried a steady and imposing aura, forcing the other 2 disciples at the 7th level of qi refining to involuntarily shrink back and even soften their breathing. Gu Yan glanced at them, a half-smile playing on his lips. Are you sure I'm easy to bully in trying to forcibly seize this cave? Li Muyang and the others were stunned by his imposing aura. In the outer sect of the Qingming sect, the entry threshold for outer sect disciples is the 7th level of qi refining. When the new students first come up from Xianmiao Peak, most of them lack confidence. It was common for senior disciples to bully new disciples and seize their cave dwellings. Especially those like Gu Yan who were directly assigned to a blue-level cave dwelling because of their Taoist partner's pregnancy. Based on past experience, as long as the name of the 9th level of qi refining is mentioned, the other party will be so frightened that they will bow and scrape and give up the cave. I have never seen anyone so tough. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Muyang came to his senses, his fat twitched, and his tone became even more domineering. Kid, don't push your luck. Our boss is at the 9th level of qi refining. If you know what's good for you, you can still give up your cave dwelling now. If you insist on holding on, you'll be crying later. Boss? Gu Yan scoffed, took another step forward, and stared straight at Li Muyang. Even if your boss comes, so what? Li Muyang's face darkened, and he decided to stop beating around the bush and rolled up his sleeves. Stop talking nonsense about rules. In the outer sect, fists are the rules. Since you refuse to give in, then let's follow the outer sect rules and have a one-on-one duel. If you lose, you'll immediately get out of here, and the cave will be ours. If you win, we'll leave immediately. How about that? He was making plans in his mind. He was at the 8th level of qi refining, 1 level higher than Gu Yan, so he definitely had the advantage in terms of the richness of his spiritual power. Even if Gu Yan knows some moves, they are nothing more than things like the greenwood sword technique, and he may not be able to beat me. Such opportunities to bully newcomers are rare, especially since it's a blue-level cave. Regardless of how much one can gain from cultivation, just reselling it can generate a substantial profit. Gu Yan was waiting for these words, but he deliberately showed a regretful expression on his face. He turned to look at Ling Qingyu, his voice tinged with grievance. Qingyu, you see, it really wasn't my idea to do it, they forced me to. As he said this, he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. If he hadn't been holding it in, the corners of his mouth would have practically turned up to the sky. Having been in this world for so long, I can finally show off my skills to my wife openly and legitimately. I can't miss this opportunity. Now, it's no longer a question of whether they want to fight or not. Ling Qingyu could easily see through his thoughts. She suppressed a smile, reached out and gently patted his arm, her tone serious. In the cultivation world, it's common for people to fight and compete, and this time they really started it. You don't need to show any mercy. It's a good opportunity to combine the sword philosophy and the sword canon with actual combat. It's better than keeping up with the research behind closed doors. After saying that, she paused, a hint of teasing flashing in her eyes. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things here. Just focus on fighting. By the way, basic sword techniques are fine. With his wife's permission, Gu Yan instantly perked up, and when he turned to look at Li Muyang, all the grievances in his eyes disappeared. Alright, since you want a one-on-one fight, I'll play along. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Li Muyang's heart skipped a beat, but he still forced himself to continue. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't dare, it's not too late to admit defeat now. As he spoke, he took out an iron knife from his storage bag, slowly channeling spiritual energy into the blade, which instantly emitted a faint blue spiritual light. Gu Yan didn't hesitate either. With a flick of his wrist, the ruinous sword at his waist was drawn half an inch from its sheath, revealing a section of its gleaming white blade. He slightly parted his feet and adjusted his breathing according to the method of the first level of the sword manual. His spiritual power flowed slowly through his meridians. Originally, he had planned to use the fire spirit sword technique to show his opponent what real swordsmanship was, but since Qingyu said that the basic sword technique would be fine, he would use the basic sword technique. He mastered all 12 basic sword techniques 5 months ago: point, thrust, chop, horizontal, intercept, parry, press, slice, wipe, flick, collapse, and slash. The commotion attracted the attention of the outer disciples who were passing by. They gathered around to watch the excitement and whispered among themselves. It's that time of year again, bullying the new disciples. I didn't expect my junior brother to be so tough this time. How did he end up going up against Li Muyang? Nonsense, this is a blue-level cave. In the past, many newcomers didn't want to give up, but in the end, they still had to behave themselves. Li Muyang is at the 8th level of Qi refining, while that disciple is only at the 7th level. The most crucial point is that he has been at the talisman peak for quite some time, and whether it's talisman making or combat, he is much stronger than the new disciple. He's probably going to lose. Ling Qingyu stood to the side, holding the moonlight fox, her gaze fixed on Gu Yan, her eyes full of trust. She knew her little man's strength dealing with this group was a piece of cake. No sooner had the two finished speaking than Li Muyang made the first move. He gripped the bluish-green iron sword, took a step forward, and slashed towards Gu Yan's face. The sword wind carried the spiritual power of the 8th level of Qi refining, and had a fierce edge. Gu Yan was prepared. He shifted his feet slightly and took a half step back according to the footwork in the sword manual. It looked dangerous, but he perfectly avoided the blade. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, and the ruinous sword was drawn from its sheath. The sword tip precisely struck the side of the blade, dissipating most of the force of the iron blade. Humph, you're quick to dodge. Li Muyang's eyes darkened upon seeing this. He suddenly pulled a spirit flame talisman from his storage bag with his left hand, threw it into the air, and the moment spiritual power was injected, the talisman transformed into a ball of flame, rushing towards Gu Yan's chest. He had been in Fufeng for several years, and was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also adept at using talismans in conjunction with attacks. In the past, this combination of sword and talisman has almost never failed in dealing with newcomers. The disciples watching the commotion immediately exclaimed in surprise. This guy actually used a spirit flame talisman. Isn't that just too much? This junior brother is only at the 7th level of Qi refining, how could he possibly withstand such a blow? Gu Yan remained completely calm. With his right hand, he easily parried the opponent's iron blade with a swift stroke of his sword, while his left hand produced a talisman and casually flicked it. The moment the talisman exploded, a gentle breeze enveloped his body, instantly accelerating him and allowing him to easily avoid the flames. Immediately afterwards, he flicked his wrist, and the ruinous sword left a trail of afterimages, its tip carrying a faint spiritual energy, heading straight for Li Muyang's wrist. The smear technique. Li Muyang didn't expect Gu Yan to not only dodge but also counterattack. He quickly sheathed his sword and went back to defend, but he was still a step too slow. His wrist was grazed by the tip of the sword, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Chapter 35 Easy Victory. You can use talismans too? Li Muyang was both surprised and furious. He had thought that Gu Yan was just a pushover who had gotten into the blue-level cave by relying on the Peak Master and her pregnancy. He did not expect that the other party not only had exquisite swordsmanship, but also used talismans so skillfully. In the ensuing encounter, Li Muyang completely lost his previous arrogance. He attacked with his sword one moment and then pulled out a talisman to launch a sneak attack the next. His moves were fast and ruthless, seemingly forcing Gu Yan to retreat repeatedly. But it was clear to anyone with eyes that Gu Yan's steps remained steady. Every dodge and block was perfectly timed, and she could even counterattack from time to time, forcing Li Muyang into a flustered state. Something's not right. It seems like Li Muyang can't keep him under control anymore. Look at Gu Yan's swordsmanship. He always manages to catch Li Muyang's weaknesses. This is a level that no novice can achieve. That's more than that. He's clearly at the 7th level of chi refining, yet his spiritual energy circulation is even more stable than Li Muyang's. He's basically using Li Muyang as a whetstone to hone his skills. The murmurs of the onlookers grew louder and louder. Ling Qingyu stood to the side, holding the moonlight fox, her eyes full of smiles. She had already realized that Gu Yan wasn't going all out at all, but was using this fight to hone the basic sword techniques of the sword cannon. From footwork to sword techniques, he was constantly adjusting and optimizing. With each clash with Li Muyang, his swordplay became more composed. Gu Yan himself was getting more and more comfortable playing. For the past few months, he has been practicing swordsmanship in the back mountains, mimicking the mountains, rivers, plants, and trees, but he always felt that he lacked the agility of real combat. Now, as he fights Li Muyang, every attack and every talisman from his opponent forces him to react quickly, giving him a deeper understanding of the sword philosophy of the first level of the sword cannon and the basic sword moves. After another dozen or so rounds, Li Muyang was already panting heavily, his spiritual energy was mostly depleted, and the Iron Blade's attacks slowed down. A smile appeared on Gu Yan's lips, and he suddenly quickened his pace, the Ruinyu sword gliding along the blade. The sword tip stopped in front of Li Muyang's neck. The icy sword energy made Li Muyang freeze instantly, and he dared not move. You lost. Gu Yan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. Li Muyang's face turned bright red. He looked at the sword tip in front of his neck, then glanced at the surrounding disciples, and finally gritted his teeth, slamming the iron knife into the ground. You're something else. This cave dwelling is yours. After saying that, he dared not stay any longer and left dejectedly with his followers. A burst of laughter immediately erupted around them, and one disciple couldn't help but shout, "Good." Gu Yan sheathed his sword, turned around and walked to Ling Qingyu's side, a hint of smugness on his face. How was it? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Ling Qingyu smiled and nodded, reaching out to wipe the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. Not only did you not embarrass yourself, but you also impressed me. It seems that these past few months of sword practice have paid off. Moonlight Fox also came over and rubbed its head against Gu Yan's hand, as if praising him. Gu Yan felt secretly delighted. He not only saved his cave dwelling, but also showed off his skills to his wife and honed his swordsmanship. This is called a win-win-win situation. Li Muyang's face turned pale and then red as he listened to the laughter of the surrounding disciples, clearly still unable to swallow his anger. He glared fiercely at the onlookers, then turned to stare at Gu Yan, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Kid, don't be so smug. Who isn't envious of this blue-level cave? There will be plenty of senior brothers coming to patronize it in the future. Then, Humph, you can take your pregnant Taoist partner and slink away to the azure-level cave." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan raised an eyebrow, showing not anger but rather anticipation. Oh? So if that's the case, then I'll have countless sparring partners from now on? He glanced at Li Muyang, his tone slightly teasing. Then I can only look forward to it. It should be noted that although there are many outer disciples of the Qingming sect, most of them only reach the 8th level of chi refining, and the 9th level of chi refining is considered the best. Among these outer disciples, the truly powerful ones are either busy trying to break through to the foundation establishment stage or occupying purple-level cave dwellings to cultivate their minds and bodies. Why would I have time to rob a blue-level cave dwelling? Anyone who dares to cause trouble is at most a cultivator who has just entered the 9th level of chi refining. With his current swordsmanship and talisman reserves, he is fully capable of fighting them. He even took half a step forward, deliberately provoking Li Muyang. Why don't you call your boss over right now? To avoid trouble later, it's good that the two of you come at me together, so I can practice to my heart's content and avoid being accused of bullying me. You! Li Muyang was speechless, his hand trembling as he pointed at Gu Yan. Finally, he stomped his foot angrily. Fine. You just wait. This isn't over. Having said that, he was too ashamed to stay any longer and left without looking back, accompanied by his followers. The outer disciples around them also had expressions of enjoying the show, all speculating whether this newcomer could demonstrate his undefeated legend. To beat up those chi refining stage seniors right after just starting out, that's truly impressive. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Qingyu stepped forward, took out a handkerchief embroidered with a peacock pattern from her storage bag, and gently wiped the dust off Gu Yan's cheeks, her tone filled with concern. "My dear husband, you've worked so hard this time." Gu Yan smiled and shook his head, then reached out and grasped her wrist, his fingertips gently stroking the back of her hand. "It's not hard work. After all, we just moved to the outer sect and occupied a blue-level cave. It's expected that some people would be jealous and come to cause trouble. That's just how the cultivation world is. Resources are limited. If you don't fight and plunder, how can you gain a foothold?" He looked up at cave number 25 not far away, his eyes hardening. "I deliberately spoke tough today because I wanted to show the outsiders that we are not easy to bully. If someone really comes to provoke us in the future, if we win, we can not only hone our swordsmanship, but also gain a foothold in the outer sect. If we lose, we can always find another way. In short, if we fall behind, we will be attacked. Only if we are strong enough can we truly get whatever we want in the future." Ling Qingyu looked at the light in his eyes, nodded gently, and folded the handkerchief and put it away. "You're right. But in the future, be careful not to hurt yourself. If something happens to you, my child and I." "Don't worry." Gu Yan interrupted her, gently touching her lower abdomen in a tender tone. "I know what I'm doing and I won't risk my own safety. Besides, I have you and the children to protect. How could I let anything happen to myself?" Hearing this, Ling Qingyu rolled her eyes at him helplessly. "All you do is talk nonsense." However, what my husband said is also true. Currently, the competition is not particularly fierce, as it is only within the sect and the population development plan is underway. Compared to their sect, which wipes out everyone without hesitation, leaving no one alive, they'd even chop an earthworm upright. It's gotten so much better. At this moment, Moonlight Fox also came over and saw Ling Qingyu standing there in a daze. So it rubbed its fluffy tail against their hands, as if agreeing with Gu Yan's words. Gu Yan bent down and picked it up, then took Ling Qingyu's hand and smiled easily. "All right, let's not stand here anymore. Let's move the things over first. The sooner we finish, the better." Chapter 36 Hoping for a son to become a dragon, award-winning sword chi. Kunyan Cave inside cave number 25. It took Gu Yan 2 hours to move all his belongings to the new cave dwelling. He wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead and glanced at the cave dwelling, which was brimming with spiritual energy. Ling Qingyu had tidied up the house perfectly early in the morning and even prepared a quiet study for him. You can safely inscribe talismans in it, and there's even a corner reserved to prepare a nursery in advance. Although the cave dwelling was not large, her skillful arrangement transformed the originally cold cave dwelling into a warm and homey place. The Moonlight Fox happily hopped and skipped around the little house at the corner of the cave. This is a little house that Ling Qingyu made especially for it. It is covered with animal hides, which are soft and warm. It can be said that it has its own room now. Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu exchanged a glance and smiled. From now on, this will be their new home. After familiarizing himself with the new cave dwelling, Gu Yan continued to inscribe talismans for a while before heading to the nearby Dan Peak. Judging by the time, the third and final batch of pregnancy elixir has been refined and should be given to Ling Qingyu as soon as possible. The smaller the fetus, the better the effect of the pregnancy elixir, the more medicinal effects it can absorb, the greater the chance of giving birth to a superior spiritual root, and even the awakening of a unique physique that is 1 in 10,000. To maximize the effectiveness of the pregnancy elixir, take it 3 times a day during the 1st, 3rd, and 6th months of pregnancy. Gu Yan had asked Chu Fian to hunt down a large quantity of red cheat gel, enough to refine it 3 times. The great Yan dynasty advocated that having many children brings many blessings. But in essence, the hope is that a large number of such individuals will give birth to more geniuses with special spiritual roots and special physiques. A top-tier cultivator is worth 1,000,000 soldiers when dealing with those demonic sects and ferocious monsters. Gu Yan was short of money before, but now that he has the means, he naturally can't let his child suffer. Moreover, this system is extremely special. If a child is born with a special physique, he will surely receive other rewards. His current cave dwelling was not far from Danfang, and he quickly returned to the cave dwelling with the jade bottle. Ling Qingyu's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at the jade bottle Gu Yan handed her. Pregnancy elixir. As a new mother, Ling Qingyu naturally wanted to pass on the best of everything to her child. However, her spiritual root is still destroyed, and she has always had a faint worry in her heart. She was terrified that the child in her womb would lack spiritual roots. The current situation in the war between good and evil is chaotic, and the fighting on the front lines is extremely fierce. Without spiritual roots, one will forever remain at the bottom, with no chance of turning things around. She can endure hardship, but she doesn't want her children to suffer. Gu Yan smiled and nodded. The pregnancy elixir is extremely special. I've heard that if it's taken 3 times during pregnancy, there's a certain chance of giving birth to a child with a special constitution. Our child will definitely be the most outstanding child in the world. Ling Qingyu nodded, took the jade bottle, and slowly opened it. A faint fragrance permeated the air. Just smelling it made the spiritual energy within one's body circulate faster. The moonlight fox twitched its nose, wagged its tail at Gu Yan, stared longingly at the jade bottle, and whined and acted coquettishly. Gu Yan stroked its soft, fluffy fur and shook his head. The pregnancy elixir is hard one, so we can't let it go to waste. Seeing this, Ling Qingyu chuckled and then slowly swallowed the pill from the jade bottle. The pill melted as soon as it entered my mouth, and its pure medicinal power quickly gathered towards my slightly protruding abdomen. Even the spiritual energy in the cave was drawn to my abdomen. It works! Gu Yan was overjoyed to see this. It was worth all the effort and hundreds of spirit stones I had put in. As Ling Qingyu sensed the gathering of a large amount of spiritual energy, a maternal glow appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. She vaguely felt the fetus in her womb transforming, bringing an unprecedented sense of warmth, as if the fetus was turning into a comforting little stove. Rumble! As the fetus transformed, a large amount of spiritual energy swirled and converged above the cave, forming a fiery red vortex shaped like an inverted pyramid, emitting waves of astonishing heat that continuously gathered towards Ling Qingyu's womb. This is... Upon seeing this strange phenomenon, Ling Qingyu was slightly startled. This was clearly a celestial phenomenon that would only occur when a special physique was born. The fetus in my womb has already been born with a special constitution? Gu Yan also noticed the unusual phenomenon caused by the fetus in her womb. However, he appeared quite calm. Ling Qingyu is a Taoist partner with a system score of 97. At the beginning of her pregnancy, he used a pregnancy enhancement talisman given by the system, which can significantly enhance the potential of the fetus's spiritual root. Now, with the aid of the pregnancy elixir, the child conceived will have a special constitution, which is within his expectations. After several hundred breaths, this astonishing phenomenon gradually subsided, and the chaotic and turbulent spiritual energy returned to calm. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your partner Ling Qingyu's unborn child has received a talent boost, achieving the Hoping Your Son Becomes a Dragon achievement. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. Gu Yan felt a slight joy in his heart. I never expected to receive a reward from the system like this. However, he did not investigate immediately. Instead, he rushed to Ling Qingyu's side, supported her fair wrist, and helped her sit in the armchair to help her regulate her breathing. Ling Qingyu gently stroked her bulging belly, her eyes softening even more. She had just been worried that her child would be an ordinary person without spiritual roots after birth. Now things are much better. The child is quite promising and has developed a special constitution that can trigger extraordinary phenomena. This actually made her look forward to the birth of her child. Take good care of yourself in the cave these days, and our child will surely surpass you. Gu Yan gently stroked Ling Qingyu's abdomen, his voice softening. Then, with a thought, he immediately sensed a sharp, silver sword aura appearing in the system space. This is the reward given by the system for the child's physical transformation. From this wisp of sword energy, he sensed strands of intensely hot sword energy. Sword energy. Only after mastering the basics of swordsmanship can one unleash sword energy. The sharpness of the sword energy is such that even metal and ordinary magical artifacts cannot withstand it. He was originally consolidating the first level of the sword cannon and had only just begun to cultivate the second chapter, the Fire Spirit Sword Technique. Now, the system directly rewarded him with sword chi comprehension, which can be described as a leap to the heavens. Immediately, Gu Yan's mind stirred, and he quickly absorbed it. As the sword energy flowed into his body, he suddenly had the illusion that he was in a scorching lava cave, having cultivated diligently for several years. When he came to his senses, he had successfully broken through the second level of the sword manual, mastered the Fire Spirit Sword Technique, and even generated Fire Spirit Sword Chi. The spiritual energy within his body has become even purer, almost touching the bottleneck of the 7th level of Chi refining, and only one step away from the 8th level of Chi refining. With his original strength combined with the talisman, he was not afraid of cultivators at the 9th level of Chi refining. Now that the Fire Spirit Sword Technique has been perfected, and sword energy has been generated, it is enough to defeat a cultivator at the 9th level of Chi refining with a single sword strike, even without relying on talismans. Their strength has greatly improved. Gu Yan opened his eyes with great satisfaction. The system is really great. If the child in the womb were to further improve its physique and ascend to become a spirit, the reward would likely be even more generous. Ling Qingyu, standing beside Gu Yan, looked at him with a slight start. She didn't know if it was because she was too surprised, but she actually sensed the fluctuation of sword energy from Gu Yan. The sword manual is extremely profound. Even with her exceptional talent, it took her some time to condense sword energy. It must be an illusion. He was still consolidating the first level before, and it would take him at least a year to reach the sword chi level. Ling Qingyu murmured to herself. Gu Yan, get out here. Suddenly, a defiant and arrogant voice came from outside the cave. Li Muyang. Gu Yan recognized the voice and glanced at Ling Qingyu, telling her to stay in the cave. Then he quickly walked out of the cave and stared coldly at the more than 10 outer disciples blocking the entrance. Outside the cave, Li Muyang was wrapped in bandages, but his eyes and demeanor were even more ruthless, as if he had found a powerful backer. Gu Yan glanced at him only once before turning her attention to a young man beside him. The young man was tall and strong, with special light patterns appearing on his body, like a heavy iron tower, exuding an aura of indestructibility. Just by standing there, the ground was slightly sunken. Qi refining level 9. This must be the boss Dai Zongren, that Li Muyang mentioned. As for the 9 outer disciples behind the two, their strength was all at the 7th level of Qi refining, which was completely insignificant. What? You just got a beating, haven't you learned your lesson yet? Gu Yan stared coldly at Li Muyang. Li Muyang sneered. Gu Yan, your death is near, and you're still acting arrogantly? After speaking, he looked at the burly man beside him with extreme obsequiousness. Boss, it's him, it's definitely him. We had our eye on this blue-grade cave dwelling, but he not only forcefully tried to take it, he also didn't respect you, big brother. He embellished the story, portraying Gu Yan as an unruly and arrogant scoundrel. The outer disciples of other caves nearby were also attracted by the commotion and gathered to watch the excitement. Although the outer sect forbids disciples from killing each other, some conflicts are still unavoidable. The outer disciples who had previously witnessed the conflict between Li Muyang and Gu Yan all showed a hint of disgust when they heard Li Muyang stirring up trouble here. Li Muyang ran rampant in this cave area, and had long since become a disgusting tyrant. However, Li Muyang himself was quite strong, and with a Qi refining level 9 disciple like Dai Zongren backing him up, they could only dare to be angry but dare not speak out. I just hope Li Muyang doesn't go too far. If things escalate and affect the sect's grand plans, they'll be in deep trouble. Gu Yan doesn't seem like the type to back down. I'm afraid things won't end well today. Aside from those few prodigies, the 9th level of Qi refining is the ceiling for outer disciples. Gu Yan probably has no choice but to bow down this time. The outer disciples gathered nearby were all whispering among themselves, already sighing softly for Gu Yan. Gu Yan remained unmoved upon hearing this, only staring at Dai Zongren, who was at the head of the group. After listening to Li Muyang's account, Dai Zongren's fierce, tiger-like eyes blinked and fixed on Gu Yan. Li Muyang is one of my men, and everyone in the outer sect knows that. To lay a hand on him would be to disrespect me, Dai Zongren. Now, get out of this blue-level cave and pay me 100 spirit stones for medicine, and I will let bygones be bygones. Now, kneel down and think it over carefully. The spiritual power of the 9th level of Qi refining suddenly spread out. Chapter 37. One sword destroys it. The outer disciples who were surrounding the area were all forced back by the spiritual power. But just as the spiritual power was about to strike Gu Yan, wisps of sword energy rose from his body like rising mist, completely annihilating the approaching spiritual power. Dai Zongren's pupils contracted slightly. The spiritual power has failed. Li Muyang and the others stared at Gu Yan in astonishment. They were all cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining, and under the powerful pressure of Boss Dai's 9th level of Qi refining, they were all powerless to resist. Even though Gu Yan is relatively strong, he's only at the 7th level of Qi refining, which is 2 minor realms lower than Boss Dai. Why shouldn't they be affected? Gu Yan glanced indifferently at the group of ignorant fools, finally fixing his gaze on Dai Zongren. If you really want this cave dwelling, it's not impossible. If I lose this battle, you can have my cave dwelling, and I'll also give you 200 spirit stones. If you lose. Before Gu Yan could finish speaking, Li Muyang and his lackeys couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had heard a hilarious joke. How could the boss possibly lose? Boss, crush him. He dared to provoke you. He's asking for death. Exactly. Each realm is a new level. Do you really think that just because you defeated Brother Lee who made a careless mistake, you're invincible in the outer sect? How arrogant! The boss's strength is beyond your imagination. He can defeat you with just one punch. All 10 people started shouting. But as Dai Zongrun looked at Gu Yan, who remained calm and composed, a sense of unease inexplicably arose in his heart. Gu Yan was too certain. He seemed to have a sure thing about him. However, he had carefully examined Gu Yan's aura. Chi refining level 7. It's not like the story of a seemingly weak person pretending to be strong. That confidence just now was probably just an attempt to scare myself away. However, to be on the safe side, he did not intend to gamble with Gu Yan. Kid, you're not worthy to gamble with me. Putting on airs and stalling for time is pointless. Seeing Dai Zongrun's extreme caution, Gu Yan shook his head slightly and said, "If you don't dare to gamble, that's fine too. Just call me Grandpa 3 times and get out of the cave. I won't make things difficult for my dear grandson." Upon hearing this, Li Muyang and the others immediately erupted in chaos. They were used to bullying others in the outer sect. They were always the ones provoking others, and had never been provoked like this by anyone else. "You're asking for it." Enraged, Li Muyang and the others prepared to attack Gu Yan. Gu Yan smiled coldly. "If you're not worried about being expelled from the sect, then you'd better make your move quickly." Previously, he didn't mind fighting Li Muyang to hone his swordsmanship, but as the sword manual advanced to the 2nd level, "These people are no longer worthy of being my opponents. Fighting them is just a waste of time, unless I have spirit stones as a bargaining chip." Upon hearing this, Li Muyang and the others' fierce expressions immediately froze. The sect is already short of talent, and if another fight breaks out and casualties occur, it will inevitably alarm the outer sect stewards and elders. They won't be able to escape then. Unless the fight doesn't result in serious casualties. Dai Zongrun coldly said, "Fine, it's been a long time since I've encountered someone as arrogant and ignorant as you. I accept your bet." Today's events have already caused quite a stir. If Gu Yan is not severely suppressed, how will he be able to survive in the outer sect in the future? Gu Yan was waiting for these words. Very good, Boss Dai is straightforward. And with so many fellow disciples from the outer sect here as witnesses, you have lost. I won't make things difficult for you. Just give me 200 spirit stones. You can even come together. For each person who loses, you only need to pay an extra 100 spirit stones. Outside the cave, a large crowd gathered, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Li Muyang and the others stared at Gu Yan, who looked completely confident, and gritted their teeth in anger. Arrogant. They don't even respect us. Heh, I knew you were arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be so conceited. I really don't know where you got the courage. Dai Zongrun stared at Gu Yan with a cold and arrogant expression, feeling as if his face was being rubbed on the ground. He's an outer disciple at the 9th level of Chi refining. His physical body has undergone years of rigorous training in tempering. Even if he encountered a top-tier inner disciple at the 10th level of Chi refining, he was confident he could hold out for some time. Gu Yan is at the 7th level of Chi refining, so what makes him so special? Just as he was about to make a move, Li Muyang and the others stopped him. "Boss, don't make a move yet. Let's attack together and teach him the price of arrogance." As he spoke, Li Muyang and the other 10 outer disciples stepped forward in unison, surrounding Gu Yan in the center. The onlookers were all slightly startled. One Chi refining level 8 disciple, along with 9 outer disciples at Chi refining level 7, attacked together. Even cultivators at the peak of the 8th level of Chi refining need to temporarily avoid his sharp edge. Gu Yan was too overconfident. Ling Qingyu's expression remained quite calm. She knew that Gu Yan was a composed person and wouldn't be arrogant. However, Li Muyang and his group were too numerous, and his own little man lacked practical combat experience, so it was inevitable that there would be unexpected situations where 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. For this reason, Ling Qingyu also quietly grasped the sword hilt, and a faint spiritual energy surged in her palm. If Gu Yan really shows signs of weakness, she will take immediate action. Whoosh! Several whooshing sounds rang out in succession. Ignoring his injuries, Li Muyang charged at Gu Yan again with his sword. 10 people joined forces. The sharp sword energy mixed with various spiritual energies, forming chaotic fluctuations that rippled through the air like water, blocking all of Gu Yan's escape routes. You asked for it, so don't blame us. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your wife and children. Their faces grew increasingly ferocious, as if they could already see Gu Yan kneeling on the ground, utterly defeated and begging for mercy. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sword cry rang out. The blazing flames, like a soaring fire dragon, burst forth from in front of Gu Yan and struck the 10 sharp sword energies. The fire dragon emitted extremely high temperatures, water vapor rose, and the air was as dry as a scorching desert deep inside. The 10 sword energies were evaporated almost instantly the moment the fire dragon appeared. Then, the fire dragon continued its unstoppable momentum, dragging its long fiery tail, and exploded with a bang under the horrified gazes of the 10 people. Rumble! Like a dazzling display of lights, the brilliant flames instantly engulfed Li Muyang and the others. Their protective spirits, talismans, and even magical artifacts were all shattered by the sharp sword energy hidden within the firelight. Puff! Li Muyang, who was the first to strike, flew backward with his skin cracked and spat out blood. He was already injured and had not yet recovered. Now he has suffered another serious injury, which has directly damaged his foundation. Their realms are all declining. However, his attention was entirely focused on Gu Yan, who had unleashed this astonishing sword strike. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen some ancient ferocious beast. Just a few hours ago, he had fought with Gu Yan. At that time, relying on his own strength and talismans, he fought Gu Yan to a standstill, and the situation remained deadlocked for quite a while. But now, he and 9 other outer disciples at the 7th level of Qi refining were defeated by the opponent with a single sword strike. This enormous gap was something he simply couldn't understand or accept. Is he really at the 7th level of Qi refining? The other 9 disciples, who followed closely behind and were thrown back to the ground, their bodies charred black, looked at each other in disbelief, all feeling a sense of daze. They were arrogant and domineering in the outer sect, and were naturally among the best of the 7th level of Qi refining. But they were defeated in a single move after exchanging a single blow with Gu Yan. After years of diligent practice, it all feels fake. Ling Qingyu also parted her red lips slightly, looking at Gu Yan with some surprise. The perception she had of her little man before turned out to be true. He had actually mastered the 2nd chapter of the sword manual, the Fire Spirit Sword Technique. Moreover, it condensed sword energy. My little man, no, my husband. He is truly an unparalleled genius. In terms of comprehending sword energy alone, he is far superior to myself back then. With this level of strength, he would be considered a formidable figure even among those at the 9th level of Qi refining. Dai Zongren's expression also suddenly became serious, completely losing his previous contempt and arrogance. No wonder Gu Yan was so confident before, he really does have the ability. I must say, your sword strike was indeed powerful, but unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low, and it took a huge toll on you. Now, it's my turn. Dai Zongren snorted coldly, quickly composed himself, and with a surge of spiritual light around his body, he took a sudden step forward, causing the blue bricks to shatter. He shot forward like an arrow, rushing to Gu Yan's side. He was not only a cultivator, but also a body cultivator. When Gu Yan was weak after his outburst, this punch was the final blow. Big brother, kill him! Kill him! Li Muyang and the others roared in humiliation and extreme anger. With Boss Dai's terrifying explosive power, he will definitely be able to avenge himself. Bang! Dai Zongren's punch came like an unavoidable meteor, with no way to dodge it. The force of the punch and the spiritual energy intertwined, causing the air to explode. The moment Dai Zongren landed on Gu Yan's chest, a surge of triumphant joy welled up in his heart, but he suddenly realized that Gu Yan's figure had vanished like a phantom. Movement technique? Dai Zongren's expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, I felt a sense of crisis, as if my back was being torn apart. He turned his head sharply and saw that Gu Yan had somehow dodged behind him. The 9th level of Qi refining is indeed extraordinary. Gu Yan's expression turned slightly serious. Dai Zongren's attack was fierce and swift as lightning. If someone had taken that powerful punch to the chest, they would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Fortunately, he had already achieved minor mastery of the Tai Su step technique, which was a reward from the system. His steps subtly aligned with the stars in the heavens, and his movements shifted between reality and illusion as he stepped on the gang step, allowing him to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. You've made your move, now it's my turn. Gu Yan's voice grew colder and colder. He had already slashed out with the long sword he was holding tightly, leaving a trail of crimson sword energy that landed on Dai Zongren's back. Dai Zongren's expression became even more horrified. He sensed the danger of death from this sword strike. Immediately, earth-yellow spiritual energy adhered to the skin like armor. But it dissipated completely the moment it came into contact with the sword energy. Then his skin, which had been tempered and refined to the point of being as hard as iron, was torn apart by the sword energy as easily as cutting tofu. Blood was spilled. Dai Zongren was filled with horror, and he flew backward and landed weakly. His back looked as if it had been split open from side to side, exposing flesh and blood, and revealing the bare white bones. One move. With another move, he defeated Dai Zongren, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining. The many cultivators watching rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe their eyes. Wasn't Gu Yan just a newly appointed outer disciple? How could his strength be so terrifying? Each small realm is an insurmountable chasm. And what about Gu Yan? Using the 7th level of Qi refining to defeat the 9th level of Qi refining. This strength was beyond their comprehension. The key point is that Gu Yan still managed to severely injure Dai Zongren with a single sword strike. Chapter 38. Zhao Hai and his wife are in trouble. Li Muyang and the others were completely dumbfounded. They were just about to celebrate their boss's one-punch victory over Gu Yan. Before he could even speak, Boss Dai had already been severely injured by Gu Yan. The speed of this crushing defeat caught them completely off guard. Escape! Get out of here! At this moment, Dai Zongren had only one thought in his mind: he never intended to see Gu Yan again. However, when he forced himself to run away despite the injury on his back, Gu Yan stood in front of him like an iron wall. You can leave if you want, but leave behind the spirit stones. These people are causing me trouble. If I don't leave something behind, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Upon hearing this, Dai Zongren's face darkened instantly. He was a notorious bully in the outer sect, and now he had to beg for mercy with spirit stones. It was an immense mockery. However, Dai Zongren dared not have any objection. He quickly took out a bag of spirit stones, about 300 in total, from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Gu Yan. Senior brother Gu, this is my tribute, 300 spirit stones. Please accept it. Gu Yan glanced at the spirit stones in the bag and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, you're quite sensible. I'll let you off the hook today. But if you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. Ling Qingyu is currently resting and preparing for childbirth. The closer she gets to delivery, the quieter she needs to be, and she must properly deter any scoundrels. Dai Zongren nodded repeatedly, as obediently as a puppy. He deeply regretted coming here to cause trouble for Gu Yan today, and he was completely unwilling to retaliate against him. Dai Zongren thanked them profusely and scrambled away from there. The other 9 seriously injured men all glared fiercely at Li Muyang, and were also preparing to leave with Boss Dai. But Gu Yan's cold and ruthless gaze had already turned towards them. You want to leave now? Have you forgotten something? Upon hearing this, Li Muyang and the others looked even more distressed. Spirit stones are a form of hard currency among cultivators. They weren't as wealthy as Boss Dai. 100 spirit stones represented most of their wealth. After all, they didn't have any skills like alchemy or talisman drawing, so they relied on extorting spirit stones from other outer disciples. However, they couldn't muster any courage in front of the powerful Gu Yan. He could only reluctantly take out the spirit stone, then turn away from this heartbreaking place, dejected and ashamed. Gu Yan weighed the bag of spirit stones in his hand and smiled slightly. As expected, in the world of cultivation, the fastest way to obtain spirit stones is still to target wealthy tycoons. He relies on drawing talismans to earn more than 1,000 spirit stones, which would require him to work day and night for several days. This is even with his success rate in drawing talismans far exceeding that of other talisman masters. However, he also knew that there weren't that many bullies in the outer sect. This time, he used the betting to squeeze a lot of money out of Dai Zongren and the others. It would be almost impossible to do so again after that. He shook his head slightly with a hint of regret, knowing he would have to continue drawing talismans in the future. The outer disciples who had gathered there watched as Dai Zongren, Li Muyang, and the others left in a disheveled state, all looking at Gu Yan with complicated expressions. Unexpectedly, he was not only a first-tier talisman master, but also a powerful sword cultivator. He's comparable to some of the top geniuses in the outer sect. Such a prodigy will surely become the backbone of the sect in the future. Senior brother Gu, it is an honor for us outer disciples to move here. This 50 spirit stones is my way of congratulating you on your new home. Please accept it, Senior brother Gu. All the outer disciples whose cave dwellings were nearby presented them with housewarming gifts with smiles on their faces. First of all, with Gu Yang, a powerful outer disciple, they no longer need to worry about being extorted by Boss Dai. Moreover, it would be best to establish a good relationship with such a genius talisman master and genius swordsman in advance. Faced with the sudden enthusiasm of his outer neighbors, Gu Yan didn't put on airs, since they would be living together here for some time to come. A close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Maintaining a harmonious relationship with them is naturally the best approach. Therefore, after accepting the housewarming gifts from these people, Gu Yan had no choice but to hold a housewarming banquet on the spot. The banquet was quite lively. As outer disciples, we felt a sense of security compared to the precarious lives of the immortal Seed Peak disciples. More importantly, Gu Yan's demonstrated strength and potential make him someone they can associate with. The banquet was a great success, with both hosts and guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. By the time the banquet ended, it was already midnight. Ling Qingyu sat on the bed, counting the spirit stones she had acquired that day, her eyes practically sparkling with excitement. The baby is due in 3 months. Just when she needed spirit stones, she had accumulated 2,000 spirit stones in a single day, which made her feel increasingly at ease. Gu Yan knew this, so he specifically asked her to keep the 2,000 spirit stones safe before falling into a deep sleep. He didn't enjoy dealing with all sorts of people, and the banquet left him feeling exhausted. But he also knew that after this banquet, he and Ling Qingyu would have firmly established themselves in the outer sect. The next morning, Gu Yan slept in, which was unusual for him. When the sun was high in the sky, he patted his head and sat up. I drank quite a bit of spirit wine last night. Although it wasn't very spicy and the alcohol content wasn't high, I still got a bit tipsy after drinking several jars. Fortunately, they have gradually recovered. When Ling Qingyu saw that he was awake, she quickly handed him a bowl of ginger soup that was warming on the stove. Gu Yan drank it down in one gulp, and his body felt warm and comfortable. Senior brother Gu. Gu Yan had just gotten up and finished washing up when he was practicing his sword in the courtyard. Suddenly, he saw an outer disciple rushing over. He recognized the man he was responsible for guarding the cave dwellings of the outer disciples. Junior brother Zhao, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry? The man whom Gu Yan addressed as junior brother Zhao quickly handed over a visiting card, saying, "A woman has come down from the mountain, saying she wants to visit you. She is exceptionally beautiful, but seems to be seriously injured." Gu Yan suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly took the visiting card and glanced at it. Zhao Linger. Back then, when Zhao Hai and his wife went to Qingyang mountain range, they specifically entrusted Zhao Linger to me. In the past few months, Qingyu has been fortunate to have Zhao Linger accompany her from time to relieve her boredom. After spending several months together, Qingyu and Zhao Linger not only became like sisters, but Gu Yan also regarded her as family. 2 months ago, Zhao Hai and his wife finished their stationing mission in the Qingyang mountains and returned to their sect. Zhao Linger has been coming less often these past 2 months, but every 3 to 5 days, she still comes to chat with Qingyu for a while. Gu Yan remembered that 5 days ago, Zhao Linger had lingered in her cave on Immortal Seed Peak for 2 hours. It's only been a few days? How did Zhao Linger get injured? Why did they come to me instead of their parents when they were injured? Could it be that something happened to Zhao Hai and his wife? Gu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately rushed down the mountain. Senior brother Gu, my parents, they met with misfortune in the mountains. When Gu Yan arrived at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Linger was covered in blood, her eyes were extremely red and swollen, and her expression clearly showed less pride and more sadness and desolation. Inside Kunyan Cave, Gu Yan brought the unconscious Zhao Linger to the cave. After Ling Qingyu cleaned her wounds and bandaged them with a white cloth, she slowly woke up. Upon seeing the familiar Ling Qingyu, Zhao Linger felt extremely helpless and began to sob softly. Whispering sister. Zhao Linger never imagined that her parents would leave her like this. In order to earn more spirit stones, Zhao Hai and his wife applied to go to Qingyang mountain range again half a month ago. However, they encountered a monster riot just a few days later and both of them died. Ling Qingyu had already learned of the passing of Zhao Hai and his wife from Gu Yan, and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's all right. You should focus on recovering first. You still have me and your senior brother Gu to rely on in the future. Gu Yan also walked over at this moment. His expression was somewhat wistful. He still remembered that the first time he met Zhao Hai was at Qingmu Pavilion. At that time, he was a steward on the first floor of Qingmu Pavilion. He did not look down on himself because of his low level of attainment. Instead, they gave him a VIP token from the Greenwood Pavilion, which would give him a 10% discount on talisman materials. They took good care of him. Later, she even accompanied him to buy medicine to prevent miscarriage. Before entering the Qingyang Mountains last time, the couple not only entrusted Zhao Linger to him, but also gave him a book of talisman inheritance. That booklet records the inheritance of first-tier superior talismans. The runes on it are clearly and in detail, all of which are the orthodox drawing methods of first-tier high-grade runes. It's quite valuable, which shows their sincerity. Gu Yan always kept this kindness in his heart. He never expected that their last words of advice before they left would become their last words. Both husband and wife are cultivators at the 9th level of qi refining, which is beyond the reach of ordinary outer disciples. However, he perished during the monster rampage in the Qingyang Mountains. Strength. My current strength is still not enough. If a larger-scale monster riot breaks out in the Qingyang Mountains, any disciple of the sect may be sent to the dangerous front line. He didn't want his child to be fatherless before he was even born. Just then, after crying for a while and gradually calming down, Zhao Linger suddenly looked at Gu Yan. "Senior brother Gu, my parents might have been murdered." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu's expressions both suddenly became serious. Previously, Gu Yan had only heard Zhao Linger say that her parents had met with misfortune in the mountains. Could there be more to this story? After exchanging a glance, the two immediately released spiritual energy fluctuations and activated the formation in the cave. If Zhao Hai and his wife were murdered, then this matter is definitely not simple. Senior brother Gu, sister Ling, I originally thought that my parents died in the monster rampage, but everyone else had their bodies brought back to the sect, but my parents had nothing. At this point, Zhao Linger became visibly agitated. My parents were clearly with them, and they all have remains even after they died in battle, so why don't my parents have any? Chapter 39 Zhao Linger awakens Ice Spirit Root. Gu Yan nodded slightly. Although there were doubts about not bringing back the remains, it did not directly prove that Zhao Hai and his wife were murdered, right? Zhao Linger glanced at Gu Yan, clearly understanding his thoughts, and said solemnly, "I had some doubts about this matter, so I prepared to find the head of the Greenwood Pavilion to find out about my parents' past before they passed away, but I was stopped by the steward of the first floor of the Greenwood Pavilion. I remember him. He was my parents' mortal enemy. My father got the position of deacon and pushed him out. He has held a grudge ever since. Not only did they prevent me from seeing the pavilion master, they even seized my parents' cave dwelling, claiming that my parents had borrowed a sum of spirit stones from him. But my parents have never mentioned this, and besides, they have savings. When I confronted him, he accused me of talking nonsense. He tried to take me to the Hall of Law Enforcement, but when I resisted, he became murderous towards me. If it weren't for the talismans left by my parents that saved my life, I would have perished." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan narrowed his eyes. Based on what Zhao Linger said, that newly appointed steward is indeed highly suspicious. The other party had a grudge against Zhao Hai and his wife. The couple had just died on the front line, and all their inheritance was swallowed up. They even targeted Zhao Linger, preventing her from continuing her investigation. What's the name of the newly appointed deacon? Gu Yan thought for a moment and then pressed for an answer. White left. His name is Bai Zua. He has been in seclusion for several years and is now a half-step foundation establishment cultivator. Zhao Linger clenched her long, slender fingers, a murderous intent flashing through her mind. Half-step foundation establishment? Gu Yan's expression turned slightly serious. With his current status and strength, he is not qualified to provoke a cultivator who is only half a step into the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, although the leftists are highly suspected, without concrete evidence, making a big fuss about it will be of no use. The sect cannot punish a half-step foundation establishment deacon based on suspicion without evidence. Junior sister Linger, I know about this matter. Since your parents have entrusted you to me, I will investigate the truth. If anyone has harmed them, I will avenge them." Gu Yan looked at her seriously and said, "Now is not the time to act rashly. You should focus on recuperating and recovering. Once you've recovered, I will make all the necessary arrangements." He didn't want Zhao Linger to act impulsively and antagonize Bai Zua again. It would be unwise to provoke a powerful figure when one's strength is insufficient. Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She knew that acting impulsively would make it difficult to investigate the truth and avenge her parents. Ling Qingyu gently stroked her back and said, "You should stay in the cave to recuperate these days. This is the outer sect. Even if Bai Zua wanted to make a move against you, he would have to think twice." Gu Yan nodded as well. If Zhao Hai and his wife were indeed murdered, then Zhao Linger is in danger. Zhao Linger quickly shook her head and said, "Senior brother Gu, sister Ling, if I stay here, I will only cause you trouble. I should leave." Bai Zui is a cultivator at the half-step foundation establishment stage, and also holds the position of a steward in the sex market. If I stay here, it will inevitably attract Bai Zui's attention, and then it will implicate them. Behind the white left lies a considerable network of connections. Gu Yan shook his head and said, "Listen to me, stay here. Your parents entrusted you to us before, so we are family now." Ling Qingyu nodded seriously. He's just a half-step foundation establishment cultivator, he can't scare her. I am Bai Zui, a newly appointed steward of the Qingmu Pavilion. I apologize for my intrusion and hope junior brother Gu will forgive me. Just then, a somewhat sinister voice came from outside the cave. Zhao Linger's heart skipped a beat. She really didn't expect that Bai Zui would catch up so quickly. Zhao Linger felt a little guilty, since the other party was a deacon who was half a step into the foundation establishment stage. Even if he leaves, given Bai Zui's petty and narrow-minded nature, he will probably cause trouble for Gu Yan in the future. I'll go and have a look at him. Gu Yan glanced at Ling Qingyu, then straightened his clothes and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, Bai Zui squinted his eyes. He knew Gu Yan. He was now a prominent figure within the sect and was said to have a close relationship with the outer peak master of Fu Feng. Gu Yan, right? Where's Zhao Linger? She's mentally unstable and talking nonsense. She must be handed over to the enforcement hall for serious handling. Bai Zui coldly sized up Gu Yan as he walked out. Gu Yan may be renowned in the outer sect, but compared to me, he is still far inferior. If it weren't for giving face to Chu Fian, the outer peak master of Fu Peak, he would have already rushed into the cave and taken Zhao Linger away. As Bai Zui stared at him coldly, Gu Yan immediately sensed the faint spiritual power emanating from him. Half a step into the foundation. Why does it feel a bit weak? Gu Yan shook his head slightly. Deacon Bai, junior sister Zhao is seriously injured and is recuperating in her cave. How about we wait until she has recovered before discussing anything? Bai Zui looked Gu Yan up and down, then, as if struck by a thought, suddenly said, I heard you have a very high success rate in drawing talismans, and are known as a human money printing machine in the outer sect? Gu Yan didn't know why Bai Zui brought this up, but he had a feeling that Bai Zui had ulterior motives, so he said calmly, These are all compliments from my friends outside the sect. I don't deserve such a title. Bai Zui shook his head and said, I have always firmly believed that there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. My Bai family is preparing to expand its talisman business to the outer sect, and this is precisely the time when we need talented people. From now on, serve me in the Bai family. The Bai family. Gu Yan frowned slightly. He had heard that the inner sect was mainly controlled by several major families. Could the Bai family be one of them? However, the more this was the case, the more cautious Gu Yan became. Rashly joining those top families would only make him their tool or cannon fodder. He's free and happy now, there's no need for him to be their slave. Moreover, judging from Bai Zui's personality, the Bai family must have the arrogance of a large family. If they really did harm Zhao Hai and his wife, it would further prove that they are cunning and ruthless, and we should stay away from them even more. Thank you for your kindness, Steward Bai. My meager skill in drawing talismans is no match for your great responsibility. I have no great ambitions, I just want to stay in the outer sect with my wife and children. Gu Yan politely declined. No one has ever dared to refuse an invitation from my liberal left. Bai Zui stared at Gu Yan with a firm expression, his half-step foundation establishment spiritual power pressing down on him like a heavy stone tablet. However, considering your good relationship with Peak Master Chu, I'll give you 3 days to think it over carefully. I know that before Zhao Hai and the others left, they asked you to take care of Zhao Linger. You didn't want Zhao Linger to be imprisoned in the Hall of Law Enforcement, did you? Hearing Bai Zui's blatant threats, Gu Yan felt even more strongly that there was something fishy about the Zhao Hai couple's demise in the Qingyang Mountains. There must be some connection between this white left or the white family. However, he currently has no evidence and can only suppress his thoughts for the time being. Seeing that Gu Yan remained silent, Bai Zui clearly sensed that he was showing signs of yielding. The feeling of manipulating others filled him with a euphoric intoxication, and he chuckled softly. Think it over carefully. What the Bai family hates most is forcing others. Once you join the Bai family will be your support. After saying that, he smiled and turned to leave. Gu Yan watched Bai Zui's departing figure, his fingers clenching slightly, but he quickly composed himself and returned to his cave. The most urgent task is to stabilize Zhao Linger's injuries. When I have time, I'll ask Chu Fian for more information about the Bai family. Within the Qingming sect, there is more than just the Bai family. Gu Yan had just returned to his cave dwelling. They saw Ling Qingyu pouring her spiritual energy into Zhao Linger's body to help her heal her injuries. However, her spiritual roots were far from recovered, and coupled with her pregnancy, she could not mobilize much spiritual power. So Gu Yan quickly rushed to Ling Qingyu's side and told her to rest aside. He took over and began to gather some of his spiritual energy into Zhao Linger's body to help her sort out the chaotic spiritual energy within her. This sorting out did not last long. Gu Yan's expression suddenly turned serious, because at this moment he clearly sensed that something inside Zhao Linger's body seemed to have been broken, and a chilling coldness was constantly surging and roaring from her dantian. It was as if her body was gradually turning into a piece of ancient ice. Father! Mother! Zhao Linger's body suddenly trembled violently, as if she were having some kind of nightmare from which she could not wake up. Her veins and skin were almost frozen, forming a thick layer of solid ice. The biting cold was even spreading through Chaozi Guyan's body, trying to freeze him as well. Diamond-shaped snowflakes of ice were already hanging on his eyebrows. This is an ice spirit root? Ling Qingyu, who was standing to the side, blinked in surprise and spoke softly. Besides the common 5-element spiritual roots, there are also some rare and unusual spiritual roots. Ice spirit root is a type of heterogeneous spirit root. Zhao Linger originally possessed both water and fire spiritual roots, but after the trauma of losing both her parents, she awakened a hidden spiritual root within her body. This situation is extremely rare, yet it has actually happened. Gu Yan also realized this at this moment. The awakening of spiritual roots is both a blessing and a danger. If she cannot stabilize her awakened ice spirit root, Zhao Linger might be killed by its backlash. After all, each kind of unique spiritual root is like a wild horse that has broken free of its reins, and it is difficult to tame. Zhao Linger is still seriously injured, and her situation is even worse. Immediately, with a thought, he followed Ling Qingyu's guidance and incorporated some of the sword energy from the fire spirit sword technique into his spiritual power, gradually transferring it into Zhao Linger's body. Zhao Linger is currently only at the 6th level of qi refining. Even though her ice spirit root is quite profound, she is still gradually being suppressed by Gu Yan's spiritual energy and has absorbed some of the cold energy. About half an hour later, Zhao Linger's chaotic mind gradually calmed down, and her ice spirit root successfully awakened. Her cultivation level also broke through to the 7th level of qi refining. Gu Yan, who helped Zhao Linger stabilize the awakening of her ice spirit root, experienced a surge of energy within his body, breaking through from the peak of the 7th level of qi refining to the 8th level in one go. In addition, stimulated by the ice spirit root, Gu Yan felt that he had already made progress in the 3rd level of the sword cannon, the water spirit sword technique. Zhao Linger is simply my lucky star. Gu Yan looked somewhat surprised and delighted. After all, although he had already reached the peak of the 7th level of qi refining, he estimated that he would need at least another month of arduous training before he could truly break through. But now, it saves a whole month. Just helping her stabilize her spiritual root yielded such results if one were to cultivate with her. Thinking of this, Gu Yan quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. Not long after Zhao Hai and his wife were murdered, Zhao Linger was filled with thoughts of revenge. She had to find out the truth first and avenge her parents. Chapter 40 Supreme Foundation Establishment. Meanwhile, Ling Qingyu, sensing the change in Gu Yan's realm and aura, looked at Zhao Linger with increasing satisfaction. She had always been fond of Zhao Linger, a woman with a simple mind and high talent, and they had always addressed each other as sisters. Now that she is of great help to her husband's cultivation, we must find a way to become true sisters with her. However, Ling Qingyu also knew that this matter could not be rushed, as Zhao Linger had already developed a hidden inner demon regarding her parents' death. We must proceed gradually. Anyway, she had subtly inquired about Zhao Linger's opinion of her husband beforehand, and she had a very good impression of him. It all depends on what her husband thinks. Under her gaze, Gu Yan felt his body undergo a tremendous transformation, and his confidence grew even stronger. With his current qi refining level 8 cultivation, if he were to encounter Dai Zongren and the others again, he could easily defeat them even without using his strongest fire spirit sword qi. After all, the higher the realm, the greater the difference in strength. However, after breaking through to the 8th level of qi refining, Gu Yan wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th level of qi refining seemed to be much more difficult. It was as if his spiritual roots were too weak and he needed more resources to break through. Seeing that Gu Yan seemed to have noticed the bottleneck in foundation establishment, Ling Qingyu thought for a moment and suddenly spoke. Does my husband know about the highest level of foundation establishment? Gu Yan didn't know why Ling Qingyu suddenly asked this question, but after spending so much time together, he was well aware of her extensive knowledge and talent. He figured she must have a deeper meaning behind her question, so after thinking for a moment, he replied, "Of course I've heard of it. Foundation establishment is divided into 4 grades: low-grade foundation establishment, mid-grade foundation establishment, high-grade foundation establishment, and the legendary supreme-grade foundation establishment. Once one reaches the highest level of foundation establishment, it is said that one possesses the appearance of an immortal. Not only is one's combat power extremely strong, but one also has the potential to break through to the Mahayana stage in the future, which is far beyond the reach of other levels of foundation establishment." Ling Qingyu nodded and said, "That's right. My husband has already become a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining. Have you ever thought about reaching the highest level of foundation establishment?" Gu Yan paused for a moment, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Every cultivator dreams of achieving the highest level of foundation establishment, hoping to reach the Mahayana stage or even ascend to immortality. However, within the Qingming sect, there has never been a cultivator who has achieved the highest level of foundation establishment. The highest they have ever reached is only the high-level foundation establishment. A high-level foundation establishment cultivator has the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage, and in the eyes of many, they are beings with unlimited potential. However, these things were somewhat distant in Gu Yan's mind before. Even with the system's support, he only thought about breaking through to the upper-grade foundation establishment stage. The highest-grade foundation establishment stage is something that can only be encountered by chance, requiring the right timing, location, and opportunity, all of which are indispensable. Ling Qingyu chuckled softly, "What if I could give my husband the chance to achieve the highest level of foundation establishment?" Gu Yan couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Top-tier foundation establishment? If the top qi refining prodigies within the sect, or even on the continent, heard these words, they would probably go completely insane. After all, many talented individuals dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to achieving the highest level of foundation establishment, only to waste their entire lives in the process. If they knew that someone could help them achieve the highest level of foundation establishment, they would absolutely not believe it was true. And if it were truly possible, they would absolutely be willing to give up everything. Gu Yan was initially skeptical, but seeing Ling Qingyu's calm and confident face, he couldn't help but believe her a little more. The sword manual she passed on to her was extraordinary, containing a top-tier foundation building method, which didn't seem so absurd after all. Seeing Gu Yan's expression change for a moment before he looked at her with unwavering certainty, she realized that Gu Yan's expression was still quite different from her own. Ling Qingyu smiled lightly. "Reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment seems like an unattainable dream, but my husband has already taken the first step." "Oh?" Gu Yan was somewhat confused. Ling Qingyu explained. "My husband possesses the spiritual roots of the 5 elements, and the sword manual can condense the 5 elements sword qi. As long as my husband breaks through the pseudo-limit of the 10th level of qi refining and reaches the 12th level of qi refining, and then uses the 5 elements sword qi to build his foundation, he will achieve the highest level of foundation establishment. Qi refining level 12. 5 elements sword qi." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was startled, as if he had seen a bright path appear before his eyes. However, this road is extremely long and difficult. After all, most cultivators will start preparing to take foundation establishment pills when they reach the 9th level of qi refining, in order to establish their foundation. For example, the liberal left. He must have started his foundation building at the 9th level of qi refining, otherwise he wouldn't have seemed so weak. Breaking through to the 12th level of qi refining is no easy feat. The most talented disciple in the Qingming sect is only at the 10th level of qi refining. No one has ever been known to reach the 12th level of qi refining. Besides that, the 5 elements sword qi is even more difficult. His success in cultivating the fire spirit sword technique was due not only to his diligent efforts in building a solid foundation, but also, and most importantly, to the system's rewards. Otherwise, it would probably take him about a year to master the fire spirit sword technique. As for sword energy, it would take even longer. The 5 elements sword technique requires cultivating sword energy from 5 different elemental sword techniques. The difficulty of this is unimaginable. However, once successful, one can achieve the highest level of foundation establishment. Not to mention the Azure Nether sect, even looking at both the righteous and demonic paths, they are extremely rare. From then on, it was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. No wonder Ling Qingyu said that she had already taken the first step. "Husband, you have already mastered the fire spirit sword technique. You can start cultivating the water spirit sword technique next." Linger originally had dual spiritual roots of water and fire, and now she has been born with a rare ice spiritual root. If husband and Linger cultivate together, it will definitely be twice as effective. Although the road ahead is difficult, husband really has a good chance. Ling Qingyu knew that this path was difficult, but it was indeed an opportunity to achieve longevity. If Gu Yan hadn't comprehended the fire spirit sword technique before, she wouldn't have told him about it, since it was too difficult for him. Why not wait until my spiritual root recovers, strive to return to my peak as soon as possible, and live off Gu Yan? Now that Gu Yan has the opportunity to forge a top-grade immortal foundation, he naturally has to take a gamble regardless of everything. Gu Yan took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and his eyes became completely resolute. With Ling Qingyu's help and the system's support, he'd regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't try to reach the highest level of foundation establishment. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound came from Zhao Linger. Although her internal energy had stabilized, her injuries had only partially recovered and were still quite serious. You stay here and watch over her. I'll go to Danfeng to buy her some healing pills. Gu Yan glanced at Ling Qingyu and said. Zhao Linger was entrusted to him by Zhao Hai, so nothing can happen to her. Moreover, her water and ice spiritual roots are perfectly suited to the water spirit sword technique, so Zhao Linger must not be harmed, either for herself or others. Ling Qingyu nodded and said, Go and come back quickly, and be careful on the way. Gu Yan was already very familiar with Danfeng, and spent 300 spirit stones to buy 3 healing pills. This elixir is quite famous within the sect, with excellent healing effects and virtually no side effects. The only drawback is its high price. Each one costs 100 spirit stones, making it unaffordable for ordinary outer disciples. However, Gu Yan had accumulated quite a bit of savings, so he acquired it relatively easily. Then I bought 2 calming pills to dispel inner demons and nourish the mind. It was also quite valuable, costing nearly 200 spirit stones to acquire. Gu Yan reluctantly took the pills and hurried back. On the way, they ran into an old acquaintance. Chu Fian. She wore a cheongsam that accentuated her figure, and her walk was graceful and elegant, her slender waist as delicate as a swaying willow branch. And above that waist were abundant fruits. Even though Gu Yan was already quite familiar with Chu Fian, he was still amazed when he saw her again. Chu Fian seemed to have just arrived from Fufeng and was heading to her residence. Gu Yan, what are you doing here? I was just about to look for you. As Gu Yan looked at Chu Fian's eyebrows showed a hint of surprise as she walked up to him. I went to Danfeng to buy some pills. May I ask what business the Peak Master has with me? Gu Yan explained for a moment, then asked with some curiosity. Chu Fian leaned closer to Gu Yan, her red lips slightly parted, and said, Didn't I hear you were wreaking havoc in the outer sect? Dai Zongren was a notorious bully in the outer sect, having reached the 9th level of Qi refining for many years and being a master of body tempering, yet you took him down with a single sword strike? How come I never noticed before that you were so strong? Gu Yan was not arrogant, but simply shook his head and said, It's not that I'm too strong, but that Dai Zongren is too weak, that's all. He's a tough guy who fought his way to the top, how could he be weak? Excessive humility is just arrogance, Chu Fian said with a light laugh. Then I'll admit I'm being arrogant. Tell me, what's the matter that you suddenly contacted me? Gu Yan didn't think that the sudden visit from Master Chu was simply to offer a few words of congratulations. I'm mainly here to celebrate for you, and there's also a small favor that only you can do to help me. As she said this, a hint of cunning flashed deep in her eyes, and she reached out her jade-like arm to directly embrace Gu Yan's right arm. Gu Yan immediately felt as if he had sunk into a soft cotton ball. Gu Yan hurriedly distanced himself from Chu Fian. Chu Fian is simply a captivating little devil. Seeing this, Chu Fian covered her mouth and chuckled. After all, Gu Yan was not old, but he always presented himself as a calm and composed person. This was the first time she had ever seen someone so flustered. What an interesting guy. Gu Yan coughed lightly and said with a serious expression, Peak Master, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, I'm going back now. Upon seeing this, Chu Fian chuckled, took out a yellowish-brown talisman, and handed it to Gu Yan. It's nothing major, I just wanted to see if you could replicate this top-grade first-tier talisman. Gu Yan reached out and took the talisman. It still retained some warmth and emitted a certain fragrance. Gu Yan shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind, and looked at the talisman seriously. The talisman was engraved with rather mysterious circular patterns, filled with an aura of madness and chaos. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a high-grade first-tier spirit exploding talisman, right? The system skill tree had a record of this talisman, which was even more exquisite than this one, so he recognized it at a glance. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian blinked her bright eyes in delight. Do you recognize this talisman? Can you replicate it? Chapter 41 Cinnabar breaks through the white barrier, blood-burning talisman. Gu Yan thought for a moment. This spirit explosion talisman lacks the mystique of the system's skill tree. Although it can temporarily boost one's strength, it has a significant negative impact on the spiritual energy within the body. Moreover, the ability to quickly increase his strength suddenly reminded him of the blood-burning talisman. The top-grade first-tier talisman that Zhao Hai gave him. It's a talisman that's not in the system's skill tree. It can temporarily stimulate a cultivator's chi and blood, and can save their life in critical moments. It's much better than the exploding spirit talisman, and the side effects aren't as severe. So he nodded and said, "It can be replicated, but this talisman is only a high-grade first-tier item. Once activated, it will severely deplete the body's spiritual energy, leading to serious consequences." However, before he could finish speaking, Zhu Fian interrupted him quite excitedly. "That's wonderful! Gu Yan, you are truly my savior. These days, I'll trouble you to replicate as many spirit explosion talismans as possible. This time, we won't use spirit stones for the transaction. I can give you a foundation establishment spiritual item later, giving you a chance to complete the mid-grade foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was completely stunned. For most disciples, taking the foundation establishment pill and successfully establishing their foundation, rather than dying and perishing, is already a cause for celebration. As for intermediate level foundation establishment, at least one foundation establishment spiritual object is required to have a chance of success. Foundation establishment spiritual items are extremely rare, almost all of them are controlled by high-level individuals. Once they appear in the world, they will inevitably cause countless chi-refining cultivators to fight and kill each other for them, making them incomparably precious. This time, Zhu Fian planned to give herself a foundation establishment spiritual item, which was definitely a huge advantage for her. But this also shows that the matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. With Ling Qingyu's guidance, he was poised to reach the top-grade foundation establishment stage, and he no longer needed a foundation establishment spiritual artifact. He immediately decided to ask for clarification before proceeding. Why does Peak Master Chu value the Spirit Explosion Talisman so much? Seeing that Gu Yan did not agree immediately and resisted the temptation of the foundation establishment spiritual object, Zhu Fian looked slightly surprised. How could a chi-refining cultivator who was about to establish their foundation possibly resist the temptation of a foundation establishment spiritual item? Gu Yan is truly a unique and extraordinary man. I love it even more now. Soon, she smiled even more alluringly. As you know, the Qingyang Mountains have been quite turbulent lately. Many disciples and stewards have gone there, but most of them have ended up with tragic sacrifices. In order to reduce casualties, talismans that can temporarily enhance strength have become highly sought after. Gu Yan was even more puzzled. So, why did you pay such a high price for me to make a replica? Shouldn't there be talisman masters in the sect who can draw this talisman? Zhu Fian sighed softly and said, "You say you don't know? The Bai family has already monopolized the Spirit Explosion Talisman. They have a monopoly on the inner sect and are even planning to expand their talisman business to the outer sect, squeezing out the talisman business of the outer sect disciples. If we can't turn the situation around, I, as the outer peak master of Fu Peak, will soon be sidelined by the Bai family. If you want to continue selling talismans in the future, you will have no chance of continuing without joining the Bai family and paying them tribute with spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan, who was already enraged by Bai Zua, immediately turned cold. No wonder Bai Zua suddenly became the steward on the first floor of Qingmu Pavilion. The first floor of Qingmu Pavilion mainly caters to the outer disciples. Unexpectedly, the Bai family was planning to monopolize the market at this time, drive up the price of talismans, and make a fortune. How ruthless! Gu Yan frowned slightly and pressed on, is the Bai family really this lawless within the sect? Aren't there any other families that can keep them in check? Zhu Fian blinked her eyes like a pitiful kitten. Isn't this precisely because they've come to you to counterbalance them? Gu Yan was taken aback. He had always felt that Zhu Fian's background was not simple, and now it seemed that he was right. I can help you, but can your Chu family withstand it? Since the Bai family is a top family in the Qingming sect, it must be very powerful. If the Chu family, where Zhu Fian is located, cannot withstand the pressure, his situation will be extremely bad. Zhu Fian understood Gu Yan's concerns perfectly well, and chuckled. Don't worry, although the Bai family is very strong, our patriarch is no pushover either. It's just that our Chu family is not proficient in talismans, otherwise, how could the Bai family be so arrogant? Old Master Chu? Even when people saw Chu Fian, who was extremely proud, they spoke of her with a sense of awe. Gu Yan felt much more at ease. This old man must be someone with immense influence and connections within the sect. In any case, reconciliation with the leftists is difficult, especially since the Bai family is likely related to the deaths of Zhao Hai and his wife. Therefore, Gu Yan nodded and said, "Peak Master Chu, rest assured, leave this to me. It's just a mere spirit explosion talisman, no problem at all." Seeing that Gu Yan spoke with great certainty, Chu Fian felt much more at ease. The feud between the Chu family and the Bai family gradually came into the open. "She's in charge of ambushing the Bai family from the outer gate, there can't be any problems. As long as this matter is handled well, whatever you want, as long as I can do it, I will not hesitate." Gu Yan smiled and glanced at her. "Anything is fine?" Chu Fian feigned shyness and said, "Oh, as long as I can do it, I'll do it." She felt that Gu Yan had taken a liking to her. If he makes an unreasonable request, should we grant it or not refuse? Chu Fian's cheeks flushed slightly as she daydreamed. Gu Yan said directly, "All right, I want you to help me find a spirit-nourishing pill." "This isn't right." "Wait, a spirit-nourishing pill?" Chu Fian had initially pretended to be reserved, but after hearing the story, she was dumbfounded. Nourishing spirit pill. That was a rare pregnancy-stabilizing pill that could nourish the fetus's bones and improve the quality of its spiritual essence. It is extremely rare and precious, no less than a foundation establishment spiritual item. After all, the truly top families and powers compete on the succession and legacy of their descendants. Gu Yan is using the spirit-nourishing pill at this time, probably to prepare it for the child in Ling Qingyu's womb. This guy is way too infatuated with Ling Qingyu. Such a devoted man is a rare sight, even among cultivators. Chu Fian smiled slightly, feeling that Gu Yan was even more perfect now. She loved him even more. "All right. As long as you can draw a large number of spirit explosion talismans to suppress the Bai family's ambition to expand their outer sect, I will definitely find this pill for you." "Okay. Let us high five," Gu Yan said, extending his right hand. Chu Fian reached out and lightly patted Gu Yan, making a smack sound. Then, the two parted ways, satisfied. When they quickly returned to the cave, Zhao Linger had already woken up. Looking at Gu Yan, who had traveled a long way to buy pills for her, she was touched in the softest part of her heart. Aside from her parents, only Sister Ling and senior brother Gu have been so good to her. Especially when recalling the moment when her ice spirit root awakened, she knew that if it weren't for senior brother Gu's selfless help, she would have perished. Senior brother. Zhao Linger tried to get up from the bed to express her gratitude, but the movement aggravated her injuries, causing her to be in so much pain that she could barely speak. "You should focus on recovering from your injury. There's no need for such formalities between us." Gu Yan quickly stepped forward to help her up, then poured the rejuvenation pill into his palm and fed it to her personally. Rejuvenating elixir. This is a precious first-grade high-quality pill. Zhao Linger was deeply moved in the outer sect. 100 spirit stones was no small sum. But the next moment, she saw Gu Yan place 2 rejuvenation pills and 2 tranquilizing pills into her soft palm, and instruct her. "Take 1 pill every now and then, and let your body recover first. Once your spiritual root awakens, your future is limitless, and you will surely be able to avenge your parents." Hearing this, Zhao Linger's eyes hardened, and she nodded emphatically to Gu Yan. After calming Zhao Linger down, Gu Yan went to the room where talismans were drawn and looked at the talisman papers spread out on the table. He didn't rush to start drawing talismans, but instead kept recalling the explosive spirit talisman from the system's skill tree in his mind. Having recalled most of it, he took out the booklet Zhao Hai had given him and turned to the last page. A top-tier Tier 1 blood-burning talisman. Judging from Chu Fian's expression, she was determined to completely crush the Bai family's expansion momentum in the outer sect. A single high-grade first-tier spirit explosion talisman is clearly not enough. The blood-burning talisman, with its greater power and relatively fewer side effects, is the real trump card. First-grade high-quality talismans are not cheap, and most of the buyers are genuine outer disciples. His cultivation level is above the 7th level of qi refining. To save their lives, even if the blood-burning talisman is more expensive, they will still grit their teeth and gather enough spirit stones to buy it. In the perilous Qingyang Mountains, where survival is a matter of life and death, the small difference could mean the difference between life and death. To the outside world, he only presented himself as a first-tier high-grade talisman master. But in reality, he had already advanced to the first-level top-grade talisman master half a month ago. Now, under the dual stimulation of Chufian and Baizua, it's time for him to show his strength as a top-tier talisman master. Let's start by drawing this top-tier blood-burning talisman. The blood-burning talisman will be a fatal blow to the Bai family. After his mind was clear, Gu Yan grasped the talisman brush, dipped it in special demon blood cinnabar, and began to write on the talisman. His movements were extremely steady and powerful, with a profound and penetrating presence. Although it was his first time drawing a spirit explosion talisman, he had already drawn far too many first-tier high-grade talismans. So it was a little awkward and slow at first, but soon it became more and more fluent and skillful. After a cup of tea, Gu Yan stopped writing, slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and took the talisman with the dark patterns outlined in front of him into his hand. Compared to the exploding spirit talisman that Chufian gave him, the exploding spirit talisman he drew now exudes a more restless and dangerous aura. It looked like holding lit gunpowder. Just looking at it gave one a sense of dread. Both its aura and its appearance far surpassed the Bai family's exploding spirit talisman. How can the Bai family's talismans compare to the perfect talismans produced by the system? After carefully examining the talismans in his hand, Gu Yan continued to draw talismans. He had just broken through to the 8th level of Qi refining, and his spiritual power was much more vast and pure than when he was at the 7th level of Qi refining. His hand holding the talisman brush was also more steady. The success rate of drawing talismans has also increased from 70% to 75%. Compared to the 20-30% success rate of other first-tier high-grade talisman masters, it is nearly twice as high. While Gu Yan was busy, the Moonlight Fox did not disturb him, obediently lying down at the door to rest and wait for Gu Yan to come out. After taking the elixir, Zhao Linger quickly sat cross-legged to absorb its medicinal properties and recover her body. Senior brother Gu and sister Ling have done so much for me. I must recover as soon as possible, cultivate diligently, and strive to repay them. The light in the cave gradually dimmed, and in the deepest room, only the rustling sound of the talisman brush brushing across the yellow characters could be heard. Gu Yan had been drawing talismans in his room all day. There were more than 50 talismans piled up around him, almost using up all the talisman-making materials he had previously accumulated. At this moment, he held the talisman brush tightly in his right hand, staring blankly at the talisman in front of him, as if he were immersed in a special state. Chapter 42 Sudden Enlightenment breaks free from shackles, the path of talismans unleashed. In a room deep within the cave, the bright moonstone dispelled some of the darkness. Gu Yan seemed to be enveloped in darkness as well, becoming one with the surrounding world. This is an extremely special state. Everything in front of Gu Yan is like a mysterious rune, with every stroke full of mystery. Inside the cave, Ling Qingyu suddenly looked towards Gu Yan's room, her expression unusually serious. A sudden realization. My husband is so fortunate to have entered such a rare state of enlightenment. Enlightenment is the merging with heaven and earth, experiencing the profound mystery of the great Tao, where all confusion dissipates, and one truly feels as if divinely aided. Once you have an epiphany, the improvement you experience is enormous. It's something that can only be encountered by chance. She had seen countless brilliant and talented geniuses, but none of them could enter a state of enlightenment even once in their entire lives. Elixirs and items that can enhance comprehension are priceless treasures anywhere. She never expected that her husband, who was only a first-level talisman master, could achieve enlightenment. Immediately, disregarding her pregnancy, she got up and went to the door, emitting a gentle spiritual energy fluctuation to shield the surrounding senses and protect him. Once this state is disrupted, it is almost impossible to re-enter it. Zhao Linger, who was cultivating on her bed, also sensed that special wave of enlightenment. Her inner bloodline seemed to resonate with it in some way, and she suddenly trembled. Zhao Linger was somewhat surprised. Why would senior brother Gu, a talisman master, have such an epiphany that it would move her? She didn't understand, but dared not disturb Gu Yan's sudden enlightenment, and returned to a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Fox, who had been guarding the door, suddenly had the illusion that it was about to grow a brain after being baptized by that special rhythm of enlightenment. His spiritual perception became much sharper, and his thoughts were no longer just hazy. It was as if he were seeing the world for the first time. In a state of sudden enlightenment, Gu Yan seemed to have completely forgotten the passage of time. I don't know how much time has passed. It feels like countless long years have passed, yet it also feels like only a short moment has gone by. Gu Yan blinked, waking up from his sudden enlightenment. His understanding of talismans in his mind had become significantly deeper. His spiritual awareness increased considerably as a result. Take another look at the top-grade first-tier blood-burning talisman in front of him. It no longer feels dazzling and extremely complicated, but rather has an indescribable smoothness and simplicity. After this epiphany, his talisman drawing skills improved naturally. He went from being a first-tier top-grade talisman master to becoming the most top-tier first-tier top-grade talisman master. Just one final step away from becoming a second-tier talisman master. According to his estimate, he would reach the 9th level of chi refining when his cultivation level broke through. With his sudden enlightenment and improvement, he can advance to the second-tier talisman master ahead of schedule. Second-tier talisman master. While they may seem to be not much different from a first-tier talisman master, in reality they are worlds apart. Firstly, second-tier talisman masters can not only inscribe higher grade and more powerful second-tier talismans. When drawing low-level first-order talismans, one will have a commanding view, and the success rate, speed, and power of drawing talismans will all be greatly improved. Their status both within and outside the sect will also see a significant improvement. If he becomes a second-tier talisman master, he can easily enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. They receive a large amount of resources from the sect, which is incomparable to the mere existence of the outer sect. He is now a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining, and is not far from the 9th level. If other outer disciples knew this, they would probably be green with envy. Gu Yan was secretly delighted. This enlightenment in drawing talismans had been incredibly rewarding. He quickly composed himself, picked up the talisman brush, and began to sketch on the blank yellow paper. After his enlightenment, he seemed to become a genius in the art of talismans, even though the blood-burning talisman was a top-grade first-tier talisman. I can still draw with ease. Half an hour later, Gu Yan picked up the blood-burning talisman he had carved in front of him and gently blew on the talisman. The talisman trembled slightly, and then the demonic blood on it glowed faintly, like flowing lava. Just by gazing at it, one could feel the blood and chi circulating faster. Compared to the first-grade exploding spirit talisman he had just drawn, it was much more powerful in every aspect. Gu Yan was quite satisfied with this. Not only did they complete the task assigned by Chu Fian, but they also exceeded the target. However, although he can draw both types of talismans, he has too few of them if he wants to compete with the liberal left. Unfortunately, he was all alone, making it extremely difficult for him to improve the efficiency of drawing talismans. Unless one can refine and master a special talisman brush, efficiency can be greatly improved. Unfortunately, talisman brushes are extremely special magical artifacts, very difficult to make, and extremely rare. Let's leave it at that for now. We can ask Chu Fian about the special talisman brush when we have the chance later. Gu Yan murmured something, then continued to bury himself in drawing talismans. This time, however, he did not continue drawing the blood-burning talisman. Instead, he drew the relatively easier and faster Spirit Explosion Talisman. After all, it was to help Chu Fian stop the Bai family from dumping their products on the outer sect, which would have been impossible without a large number of first-tier talismans. The next morning. Inside the Aoki Pavilion. Many outer disciples gathered here as if to join in the fun, most of them looking somewhat distressed, while others were excited and expectant. The monsters in the Qingyang Mountains have been fluctuating more intensely in the past month. The sect has issued an order that, except for pregnant female disciples, all other disciples and deacons need to participate in the battle one after another. The monsters are extremely ferocious, and this time they appeared in large groups. If they encounter such an encounter and their own strength is insufficient, they will almost certainly be wiped out. Therefore, they came here early in the morning, intending to purchase talismans that could quickly enhance their combat power, since talismans are extremely convenient to use. After Deacon Bai took charge of the first floor of the Greenwood Pavilion, he introduced a new type of Spirit Explosion Talisman, which can greatly enhance one's strength in a short period of time. If this were to go to the Qingyang Mountains, it could suddenly unleash its power in case of danger, practically giving me a second life. Many disciples were interested in the exploding Spirit Talisman. However, upon seeing the price of the Spirit Breaking Talisman, most of the outer disciples felt their hearts sink. 300 Spirit Stones? It's just a high-grade first-tier talisman, why is it so expensive? Why not just rob it? That's right. Senior Brother Gu's first-grade high-quality beast-attracting talismans were only around 100 spirit stones before. They're offering 3 times that price. That's outrageous. Many outer disciples looked grim. The price set by Steward Bai was blatant extortion. However, despite being glared angrily by the many outer disciples, Bai Zuot at the counter remained unperturbed and instead urged them in a cold voice. This Spirit Explosion Talisman is a unique skill of my Bai family, and there's only one of its kind. You can buy it or not, there are plenty of other people who will. Besides, you think 3 times the price of spirit stones is too expensive? It's always been this price, hasn't it? Why don't you reflect on yourselves for not working hard enough? After being thoroughly berated by Bai Zua, many of the outer disciples present dared not speak out in anger. Which outer disciple doesn't know the Bai family's special status in the Qingming sect? However, some outer disciples angrily turned and left, deciding to buy talismans elsewhere. After all, many well-informed people know how wicked the Bai family is. Nowadays, the Bai family monopolizes most of the talismans in the inner sect, and you have to pay a high price to buy them. They originally thought the outer sect would be unaffected, but they never expected the Bai family to have such great ambitions. It seems that the Bai family is clearly planning to take advantage of this monster riot to monopolize the talismans of the outer sect. Once they find themselves in the same situation as the inner sect, they will have no choice but to accept the Bai family's exploitation. I heard that Peak Master Chu has also opened a shop in the Greenwood Pavilion to sell talismans. Why don't we go there to buy some? The talisman peak where Peak Master Chu is located should not take the opportunity to inflate the price of talismans. Really? Then we'll have to go and see. If the quality of the talismans isn't that different, we must support Peak Master Chu's business. Some outer disciples were discussing it among themselves. Many people decided to ignore the Bai family's bad temper and head to Master Chu's shop. Bai Zua heard the crowd's discussion and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He naturally knew that the Chu family and the Bai family were going to have a showdown, and he was already confident of success. Unlike the Bai family, who are families specializing in talismans, the Chu family is skilled in alchemy. There are simply no good talisman masters or excellent talismans. The quality of the talismans they sell is far inferior to that of the Bai family. Once inside the Qingyang Mountains, even the slightest increase in strength could save one's life. It is the difference between life and death. As long as they aren't fools, after carefully comparing the two types of talismans, they will ultimately make a wise choice. I may tell you, but things in the Qingyang Mountains have become increasingly chaotic lately. Even foundation establishment cultivators are at risk of perishing. The difference between having a talisman that can enhance one's strength and not having one is greater than you can imagine. Bai Zua coldly glanced at everyone, then took out several talismans from his pocket and stuck them on the counter. These are talismans sold by the Chu family, Spirit Ascension talismans. The name sounds nice, but in reality, they only have 70% of the power of our Spirit Explosion talismans. Although our talismans are expensive, they are worth the price. Upon hearing this, some of the outer disciples who were about to leave immediately narrowed their eyes and examined the talismans that Bai Zua had taken out. As an outer disciple, one must be at least a Qi refining stage 7 cultivator, so naturally one should have some discernment. When the Spirit Explosion talisman and the Spirit Ascension talisman were placed side by side for comparison, the difference in their talisman grades was immediately apparent to them. The talismans of the Chu family are indeed far inferior. Seeing this, the outer disciple who had been cursing the Bai family in his heart could only sigh and decide to add more spirit stones to buy the Bai family's talismans. In contrast to the lively yet angry scene at the Bai family's side, Chu Fian's talisman shop didn't attract many outer sect disciples, and most of them were just observing and looking around, with very few actually buying talismans. Everyone, the Spirit Enhancement Talisman only costs 120 spirit stones. It can greatly enhance your combat power in battle. Whether you are slaying demonic beasts or escaping for your life, it is the best choice. Chu Fian looked at Chu Fingwu, who was constantly hawking her wares and recruiting outer disciples at the door, and sighed softly. Chu Fingwu is a first-tier high-grade talisman master. This time, she came to Talisman Peak on her own initiative to help me. Chu Fingwu's intentions were good, but the difference between the Rising Dragon Talisman and the Exploding Spirit Talisman she drew was indeed quite large. It was impossible to succeed in fighting against the Bai family in this way. Although the Bai family's talismans are clearly overpriced, they are indeed much more powerful than the Rising Dragon Talisman. Chapter 43: The Bai Family's Ambition. Deacon Li, you should take Fengwu and leave here. I've already made some progress in dealing with the Bai family. Chu Fian thought for a moment and looked at the Chu family steward who had come here with Chu Fingwu. The Chu family has just started selling talismans in the outer sect. If their reputation continues to decline, even if Gu Yan manages to replicate the Exploding Spirit Talisman, it will be difficult to reverse their bad reputation, which will be very detrimental to them. Deacon Li shook his head and said, Miss, Gu Yan is just a self-taught individual. I'm afraid he won't be able to successfully imitate the Exploding Spirit Talisman. If you leave with Fengwu, there will be no one in the outer sect to help you target the Bai family this time. Chu Fian knew that Steward Li was doing it for her own good, and she also knew that there was some truth to what he said. But thinking of Gu Yan's confident demeanor, a smile appeared on her lips. She sat gracefully at the counter and said softly, "I believe in Gu Yan. If he's certain he can replicate it, he definitely can. It just needs some time." Seeing this, Steward Lee vaguely felt that Miss valued Gu Yan too much. This gave him a bad feeling. Miss, even if he succeeds in replicating it, Bai Zui is a cultivator at the half-step foundation establishment stage, and with the strong support of the Bai family, he alone is not enough to contend with him. Chu Fian chuckled and shook her head. "Deacon Lee, you don't understand him. In the outer sect, he's known as a human money printing machine. Once he can replicate it, the cost and quantity of talismans will explode. Then we'll have to worry about who to sell all these talismans to." Upon seeing this, Steward Lee shook his head, feeling even more that Chu Fian valued Gu Yan too much. Chu Fingwu then retorted somewhat indignantly, "Miss, my success rate in drawing talismans is 35%, which is already extremely excellent among first-tier talisman masters. According to you, Gu Yan's success rate must be around 40%? How is that possible?" Chu Fian thought about it and felt that Chu Fingwu lacked imagination. Judging from the number of beast-attracting talismans that Gu Yan provided every day, it definitely reached more than 70%. This is an extremely high success rate. Even if a second-tier talisman master were to draw a first-tier talisman, this would probably be the only success rate. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw the outer disciples of the Chu family, who had been sent out to gather information, rushing over. "Miss, something terrible has happened. The Bai family has somehow managed to obtain the Spirit Ascension talismans ahead of time and have even posted them on the counter for the outer disciples to compare their abilities. Furthermore, Bai Zui even posted a notice stating that if you buy talismans from the Bai family, you cannot buy talismans from the Chu family. Otherwise, you will be fined an additional 30% of the spirit stones when buying Bai family talismans from the outer sect in the future." Upon hearing this, Chu Fian and the others' faces immediately darkened. Everyone knows that the Bai family is a family of talismans. The talismans, which have already taken control of the inner sect, possess profound knowledge and skills. Posting this notice now is a fatal blow to the Chu family. After all, there will be many more places where talismans will be used in the future, and the Bai family has almost no choice but to accept it. No wonder fewer and fewer outer disciples are coming here to watch the talismans. They're clearly worried about being used as a scapegoat by the Bai family. What's the next step? Chu Fingwu panicked a little. If the quality of their talismans was inferior to that of the Bai family, they could still compete with the Bai family by offering lower prices. But now, with the Bai family engaging in such disgusting behavior, the Chu family has absolutely no competitive advantage. If this continues, the Bai family will completely take over the talisman business of the outer sect. A flicker of panic crossed Deacon Lee's mind. He knew that Miss had made a solemn pledge within the family this time. If she fails, even if the young lady is deeply loved by the patriarch, she will be severely punished. Chu Fian was at a loss for what to do and felt somewhat bewildered when she suddenly saw Gu Yan's figure. Hallucination? Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she realized that Gu Yan was indeed walking towards her from a distance. Gu Yan looked at Chu Fian's somewhat deserted shop. Chu Fian's attack seemed to have no effect whatsoever on the Bai family sale of talismans in the outer sect. When Chu Fian saw Gu Yan, it was as if she had seen a savior. She swayed her hips and walked up to him, softly coaxing him. "Gu Yan, we've been waiting for you for so long." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly noticed that there was a dashing woman in a red dress beside Gu Yan. It wasn't his wife, Ling Qingyu, who was young and talented, but more importantly, she had a charming yet aloof face. She followed closely beside Gu Yan. Was she Gu Yan's confidant? When Chu Fian looked at Zhao Linger also sensed a hint of hostility from Chu Fian. This hostility is like that of a love rival. Zhao Linger frowned slightly. She had long heard of this Peak Master Chu's name and knew that he had a good relationship with Senior Brother Gu. But unexpectedly, she actually had feelings for Senior Brother Gu. Thinking of how good Senior Brother Gu had been to her, she couldn't help but gently hug Gu Yan's arm, as if to assert her ownership. Seeing this, Chu Fian's mischievous side resurfaced. She rolled her eyes at Gu Yan and asked with a charming smile, "Young Master Gu, this beauty looks unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce her?" Gu Yan completely ignored the charm of Peak Master Chu and simply introduced. "This is Linger, my younger sister, who is currently residing in my cave." "Linger, my little sister? They're even living together?" A flicker of jealousy flashed through Chu Fian's mind for no apparent reason. She hadn't even won over the man in front of her yet. At this moment, Chu Fingwu and Steward Lee both focused their attention on Gu Yan. After all, Xu Fian had previously held Gu Yan in extremely high regard. But upon closer inspection now, apart from being handsome, there's nothing particularly special about him. Can someone with such unorthodox skills really replicate the exploding spirit talisman? By the way, Peak Master Chu, I have already replicated the spirit explosion talisman that you asked me to replicate yesterday. Gu Yan glanced at Xu Fian and the others, and slowly spoke. Xu Fian's beautiful eyes lit up. I knew it, brother Gu, you're the best. Xu Fingwu and Steward Li stared at Gu Yan with their mouths slightly agape in shock. How is that possible? The exploding spirit talisman is a top-grade tier 1 talisman. It's not that easy to replicate. Besides, it was replicated in just one day? Even if it were to be replicated, its quality would be far inferior to the original spirit talisman. These are some replicas of the exploding spirit talismans. Take a look. Are pirated versions even worse than the originals? They repeatedly sensed and probed with an almost unbelievable intensity. They then looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Gu Yan's copy of the Spirit Explosion Talisman is even more perfect than the Bai family's version. Not only is the power 20% stronger, but the side effects are also much smaller. Junior brother Gu, how did you do that? You're simply a genius. Xu Fian blinked her eyes. At this moment, she no longer spoke in a teasing or playful manner, but for the first time formally uttered the words, Junior brother Gu. Gu Yan's talisman replication technique is simply heaven-defying. Gu Yan had anticipated their shocked expressions. After all, this was a product of the system, flawless. They are far superior to the Bai family. However, the system's affairs couldn't be revealed, so he only vaguely stated. It just happened like this while I was drawing. It wasn't that difficult. Maybe it was related to a sudden realization. Xu Fian, Xu Fingwu, and Steward Li felt as if Gu Yan's words had thoroughly humiliated them. After all, in order to replicate the exploding spirit talisman, they even hired a second-tier talisman master, but the replicated talisman was not satisfactory. Now you say it's not that difficult. He even had an epiphany? A sudden realization? Did I hear that right? He just said he had an epiphany? What luck! Even God feeding us couldn't be more amazing. Good, now I understand how others feel when they see a genius. Xu Fian couldn't help but click her tongue and sigh softly. She was a cultivation genius, someone many people dared not approach, but in front of Gu Yan, she felt as if her brain was not fully translating. Deacon Li rubbed his eyes even more. When did such an extraordinary person appear in the outer sect? No wonder the young lady values him so much. Such a genius deserves all the praise he deserves. As long as the young lady doesn't get herself involved, that's fine. Xu Fingwu, who had previously been arrogant, transformed into a starstruck fan, her round eyes widening as she gazed at Gu Yan with adoration. As a talisman master herself, she knew all too well how difficult it was to achieve what Gu Yan had done. She at least had a family backing her, but Gu Yan was just an ordinary outer disciple. This is absolutely incredible. However, with a genius like Gu Yan, the Bai family's expansion ambitions may indeed suffer a severe blow in his hands. Chapter 44 Overbearing Attack? A slap in the face part 1. What's going on? Why are fewer and fewer people buying talismans? Bai Zuo was originally lying comfortably on the rattan chair, enjoying the sight of the many outer disciples who were unwilling but had no choice but to submit. However, as time went on, the number of outer disciples decreased. Even some outer disciples who intended to buy talismans quickly turned around and left the place amidst the whispers of a group of outer disciples. A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Bai Zuo's heart. Faced with Bai Zuo's questioning, the other outer disciples of the Bai family who were working there were also dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. Young master, the Chu family. The Chu family is also selling spirit exploding talismans for only 120 spirit stones. A disciple of the Bai family rushed over, panting heavily. When did the Chu family start having spirit exploding talismans? Bai Zuo and the others were stunned. This spirit burning talisman is a unique talisman of the Bai family, passed down for many years. However, the liberals also knew that their own people would not deceive them, and the once booming business suddenly calmed down. Something's definitely not right. Even if they manage to replicate the exploding spirit talisman, its quality will be far inferior to our original. Besides, only a day has passed. How many can they possibly replicate? Bai Zuo got up from the rattan chair and sat down, looking at the Bai family member who had sent back the message, feeling utterly confused. The other members of the Bai family also nodded, their expressions calming down slightly. However, the Bai family disciple who had specifically gone to inquire had pale lips. Young master, I've examined their talismans closely. They're 20% stronger and more perfect than ours. Moreover, there are at least dozens of them, and many outer disciples have purchased them. Upon hearing this, Bai Zuo's pupils suddenly contracted. Nonsense! He slapped the young man hard across the face, sending him flying. The young man covered his swollen cheek and said with a mournful face, "Young master, everything I said is true. This is a talisman that I bought specifically from an outer disciple." As he spoke, he handed Bai Zuo a spirit-burning talisman that he had resold. Bai Zuo carefully sensed it and was immediately lost in thought. The effect of this talisman is actually better than that of the Bai family. How exactly did the composer manage to do that? Gu Yan. Young master, these talismans were all provided by Gu Yan, the talisman master from the outer sect. The young man seemed to know the confusion in Bai Zuo's heart, and quickly spoke up. Gu Yan? Bai Zuo felt the name was extremely familiar, and then suddenly remembered that he had gone to his cave yesterday and threatened him. He's just a lowly first-tier high-grade talisman master, yet he can replicate the exploding spirit talisman? Bai Zuo's face was somewhat ferocious. No matter how much I planned, I never expected Gu Yan to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Young master, what do we do now? Their prices are lower than ours, and their quality is better than ours. Upon hearing this, Bai Zuo snorted coldly and said, "The talisman business of the outer sect must be taken over by my Bai family. No one else can change that." At this point, he took out several pre-carved talismans from his storage bag. Luckily, I was prepared. So what if I can replicate a first-grade high-level talisman? The effect of that talisman is nowhere near as good as my first-grade top-level spirit summoning talisman. Immediately, Bai Zuo glanced at everyone and said, "Let's go, take the goods, and sell them directly in front of the Chu family's shop spirit summoning talismans." He was ready to overwhelm the Chu family and crush them completely. Deacon Bai is in front of the Chu family's shop, selling top-grade first-tier spirit summoning talismans. It is said that once you use this talisman, you will be blessed with divine assistance, and your strength can be increased by almost 50%. It is much better than the spirit explosion talisman. But the Bai family is extremely unscrupulous, so their prices are probably going to remain high. With the Chu family involved this time, in order to suppress them, the price has actually been lowered to only 200 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones? Holy crap, I have to snatch that up. As Bai Zuo spread the word, outer disciples, whether they were just there to watch the spectacle or genuinely wanted to buy talismans, all flocked to the Chu family's shop. A top-grade first-tier talisman costs close to 200 spirit stones. This time, in order to seize the market, the left wing did not raise prices too much. Which outer disciple would want to miss out on such a bargain? They had already heard rumors that all the disciples of the Qingming sect would be taking turns entering the Qingyang Mountains, so naturally, the more life-saving talismans they had, the better. As more and more disciples gathered here, Chu Fian noticed that Bai Zuo and his men had set up a street stall directly opposite the shops. A top-grade Tier 1 Divine Descent talisman, only 200 spirit stones. Come and see. Come and buy. It's so much more powerful than a first-grade high-level spirit explosion talisman, and it only costs 200 spirit stones. The Bai family members were shouting outside the Chu family's shop. Chu Fian and the others' faces darkened. Bai Zuo's move was simply a case of killing someone by attacking their spirit. That's too much. Chu Fian's chest heaved. However, apart from being angry, she had no better solution. She never dreamed that Bai Zuo, that despicable man, would even sell talismans to seize the market. These top-grade first-tier talismans are in high demand among inner disciples and are the best first-tier talismans in the Bai family. Besides, the price of 200 spirit stones is hard not to be tempted. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger both looked at Bai Zuo outside the shop. At this moment, Bai Zuo strode in. TSK, Junior Brother Gu, your replication skills are quite impressive. Unfortunately, in front of our Bai family, you're nothing but a clown. You have 2 more days. Think it over carefully. Your only way out is to submit to the Bai family. His gaze grew increasingly cold, for if he hadn't been prepared, he might have been utterly defeated because of Gu Yan's appearance. As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Linger again, a strange smile in his eyes. Zhao Linger, you truly deserve to be called the great beauty of Immortal Temple Peak. I've changed my mind. As long as you become my concubine, I will forgive and forget your previous offenses. Don't be ungrateful. Zhao Linger instinctively felt a sense of disgust. Perhaps it was the awakening of her ice spirit root that told her that this person was definitely related to her parents' death. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from Bai Zua. At that moment, Bai Zua glanced at Chu Fian, a hint of covetousness flashing in his eyes. Peak Master Chu, if you had agreed to the marriage alliance between our two families, would our Bai and Chu families have ended up in such an unpleasant situation? Before he could finish speaking, an astonishing spiritual pressure surged from Chu Fian's body. Bai Zua was only at the half-step foundation establishment stage and was unable to withstand such pressure. His face turned slightly pale as he retreated one after another. "Miss, how about we lower the price again? That way we can capture some market share." Deacon Li, also disapproving of Bai Zua's arrogant demeanor, spoke slowly. Chu Fian shook her head, saying that simply lowering prices was not a good strategy. Then she couldn't help but look at Gu Yan. After all, in her view, Gu Yan was the only key to her defeating Bai Zua, so she immediately asked with an expectant smile. "Junior brother Gu, can you replicate the top-grade first-tier Divine Descent talisman? The higher the grade of the talisman, the more difficult it is to replicate." Chu Fian was naturally aware of this, but the leftists were simply too arrogant. She was so angry that she wanted to slap him across the face. However, Bai Zua is backed by the Bai family, and even though she is the head of a peak, she dares not act rashly. The only hope lies with Gu Yan. With his outstanding talent in talismans, he might be able to replicate the Bai family's best first-tier top-grade talisman once again. If this can be achieved, the Bai family's business in the outer sect can be completely dismantled, and only then can the white left be truly humiliated. Gu Yan naturally understood Chu Fian's thoughts, but shook his head slightly. The divine summoning talisman is good, but it is still far inferior to the blood-burning talisman. There is no need to replicate it. But Gu Yan's head-shaking gesture made Chu Fian's heart skip a beat. Even though she already knew the outcome, she still felt frustrated. Are we just supposed to watch the leftists swagger around in the outer sect? Li, the steward, and Chu Fingwu, who were standing next to Chu Fian, were not surprised by this. To replicate a top-tier first-level talisman, one would need to be at least a top-tier first-level talisman master. Gu Yan is only a first-tier high-grade talisman master, so it is already incredible that he can replicate the exploding spirit talisman. "Miss, you're asking too much of him. Gu Yan is already a very good talisman master, not a god. It doesn't matter if we fail for now. At worst, we can pay a high price to buy the illustrations of first-grade top-quality talismans and ask the talisman masters in the inner sect to help us. Anyway, the Bai family's reputation in the inner sect has already been ruined." Steward Li and Chu Fingwu exchanged a glance, fearing that something might happen to Consort Chu, and quickly comforted her. Only Zhao Linger, looking at Gu Yan who remained calm throughout, felt that he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Last night, senior brother Gu entered a state of sudden enlightenment. This is a state that only the most outstanding geniuses throughout history can enter. People like Bai Zua aren't even qualified to carry senior brother Gu's shoes. Gu Yan glanced at the arrogant Bai Zua, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Did he really think he had him cornered? I hope you can still smile later. Peak Master Chu, you may have misunderstood me. Although the first-grade top-quality Divine Descent talisman is good, there is no need to replicate it. I have a better first-grade top-quality talisman here. Oh? Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Chu Fian's eyes widened immediately. Did I hear that right? A top-tier first-class talisman that's even better than the Divine Summoning Talisman? The Bai family is a family of talismans masters with a profound accumulation of talisman skills. The best talismans they can offer are simply unmatched by other talisman masters. Otherwise, the Bai family would not have been able to monopolize talismans in the inner sect. However, since it was Gu Yan who said this, she couldn't help but believe him to some extent. Deacon Li and Chu Fingwu also quickly looked at Gu Yan. Junior brother Gu, is what you're saying true? It's always better to use a better talisman than a replica of the original. Gu Yan immediately took out a blood-burning talisman from his robes and handed it to Chu Fian. This is the blood-burning talisman from the talisman book that Deacon Zhao Hai gave me. A top-tier first-grade item, its explosive power is even greater than that of the Divine Descent talisman. After Gu Yan finished speaking, Chu Fian quickly took the talisman that was glowing with spiritual light. Chapter 45 Overbearing Attack? A Slap in the Face Part 2. On the yellow talisman paper, blood-red runes were inscribed in a mysterious pattern, and with just one glance, one could feel the scent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In addition, the spiritual energy within the body was boiling along with the blood and qi. Chu Fian was slightly dazed. Gu Yan was right, this blood-burning talisman was indeed more ingenious than the divine summoning talisman. Very good. Junior brother Gu, you are truly my savior. I knew you could do it. Chu Fian was extremely happy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and she felt that Gu Yan's figure had become taller and more imposing. Over the past few months of interaction, Chu Fian, who initially had a somewhat mischievous attitude towards Gu Yan, was unaware that a figure had slowly taken root in the depths of her heart. If this figure was still vague before, it has now become clear. With Gu Yan's higher quality talismans, the Bai family's attempt to challenge her would be a joke. Deacon Li and Chu Fingwu were happy for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Miss, it's certainly good that the higher quality talismans outperform the Bai family, but the higher the grade of the talisman, the more difficult it is to inscribe, and the lower the success rate will be. Unlike the Bai family, the Chu family has a large number of talisman masters. There are very few talisman masters who do not belong to the Bai family but can still inscribe first-tier top-grade talismans. The current interface seems to be stuck in some kind of vicious cycle. Chu Fian rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. This problem was not easy to solve. Gu Yan glanced at Bai Zuo not far away and said, "Peak Master Chu, please prepare some materials for me. I will inscribe talismans here and sell them." It would be good to suppress Bai Zuo's arrogance first. Upon seeing this, Chu Fian nodded repeatedly. As long as the talismans are of good quality, even if they are scarce, they can still be a thorn in the side of the Bai family. So he immediately instructed Steward Li and Chu Fingwu to prepare. Chu Fian also began to promote itself extensively. A top-grade, first-tier blood-burning talisman is better than a divine descent talisman? The price is the same as the talisman? Really? This was said personally by Peak Master Chu, how could it be false? Thanks to Chu Fian's promotion, people quickly gathered in front of Chu Fian's shop. Bai Zuo and other members of the Bai family were also quickly alerted. How is that possible? It took my Bai family hundreds of years of accumulation to find a treasure like the divine talisman. How could the Chu family possibly surpass it? When Bai Zuo heard the rumors, he didn't believe them at first, thinking that Chu Fian and the others were just clowns who were causing trouble. However, more and more outer disciples gathered in the shop. This forced Bai Zuo to leave the street stall and return to Chu Fian's shop. When he saw Chu Fian place the blood-burning talisman in the most conspicuous position in the shop, his heart skipped a beat. He himself was a top-tier first-level talisman master, and he immediately recognized the brilliance of the blood-burning talisman. This talisman is indeed better than the Bai family's. But how could that be? How did Chu Fian suddenly find such an excellent talisman? Bai Zuo's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. Then his gaze involuntarily fell on Gu Yan. At this moment, Gu Yan was sitting upright behind Chu Fian and the others, single-mindedly inscribing talismans. Judging from the fluctuations emanating from that talisman, it was clearly a blood-burning talisman. The blood-burning talisman actually came from Gu Yan. That bastard. They refused to submit to the Bai family, refused to grovel before the Bai family, and instead became dogs for the Chu family. That's practically suicide. His anger surged, and he suddenly regretted not eliminating Gu Yan secretly as soon as possible. He should have acted decisively long before Zhao Linger hid in his cave, leaving no room for future trouble. Although he was ruthless towards his fellow disciples within the sect and was severely punished, the Bai family stood behind him. Of course, this thought of regret was fleeting, and soon his eyes turned cold. Gu Yan was inscribing talismans on the spot, clearly not to show off his skills, but because there weren't many blood-burning talismans available. There's simply no way to wage a war of attrition against the Bai family. This time, as the Bai family enters the outer sect, we are specially giving away talismans to all the outer sect disciples. These are top-grade first-tier spirit summoning talismans. You don't need to wait, you can get them for just 150 spirit stones. If you can't compete on quality, then wage a price war and a speed war. The Bai family is very familiar with this kind of suppression of their rivals' talisman business. As he spoke, many outer disciples who had initially shown great interest in the blood-burning talisman mentioned by Chu Fian began to hesitate. After all, the Bai family's talismans arrived quickly, and the price of 150 spirit stones was hard not to be tempted. As a result, some outer disciples began to walk to the Bai family's stall. In order to further recruit outer disciples, Bai Zuo chuckled and took out a special talisman brush from his pocket. They also started inscribing talismans on sight. Compared to Gu Yan's calm and experienced talisman drawing, Bai Zuo, holding the wolf-howling talisman brush, appeared spirited and extremely flamboyant. With a flick of his wolf-howling talisman brush, several yellow talismans floated in the air, and he began to carve them out in one go. This scene shocked many outer disciples. Inscribe multiple talismans at once. Is this what makes the Bai family so formidable? Deacon Bai is only a top-tier first-order talisman master. Isn't this ability to multitask and inscribe multiple talismans at once something only a second-order talisman master can do? It must be related to the wolf hairbrush in his hand, otherwise, given his level of skill, it would be impossible for him to do this. That looks like a special talismanic artifact. This type of artifact is extremely rare. I never expected to see it here. The Bai family truly lives up to its reputation as an intersect family of talismans. The talisman brush in Bai Zuo's hand seems even more extraordinary. Many outer disciples looked at Bai Zuo with surprise. Bai Zuo is already a top-tier first-order talisman master. If he were to become a true foundation establishment cultivator, he might even step into the ranks of second-order talisman masters. Now, with the help of such a special talisman, it's like adding wings to a tiger. In an instant, everyone felt even greater awe and respect for this newly appointed steward of the Greenwood Pavilion. However, at that very moment, Zhao Linger, who was protecting Gu Yan, was staring intently at the talisman brush in Bai Zuo's hand. When Bai Zuo was arrogant and domineering here before, she felt that there was a special familiar aura about him. However, I'm not sure what that aura is all about. I just felt it must be related to my parents. The moment Bai Zuo actually took out the talisman brush, she suddenly realized where the familiar aura came from. Talisman brush. It's the talisman brush in his hand. This talisman seemed to be connected to her bloodline. Just a simple gaze at it made her bloodline throb. Gu Yan had just finished drawing a blood-burning talisman, held it in his hand, blew on it gently, and put it aside. He was about to continue drawing talismans when he suddenly sensed that Zhao Linger's aura was quite unusual. Immediately, he frowned slightly and looked up at Zhao Linger. Seeing her staring intently at Bai Zuo not far away, he immediately spoke. Junior sister Zhao, don't act rashly for now. I will investigate brother Zhao Hai and the others thoroughly. If it was indeed Bai Zuo's doing, I will not let him off the hook. Bai Zuo is now a steward of the Qingmu Pavilion, and the Bai family stands behind him. Even if he has suspicions, he cannot directly take action against him. Hearing Gu Yan's concerned voice, Zhao Linger finally came to her senses. Suppressing the anger surging within her, she said softly. Senior brother Gu, our parents must have been killed by that beast Bai Zuo. Seeing Zhao Linger speak with such certainty, Gu Yan was somewhat puzzled. Did you find any evidence? The talisman brush in his hand is a wolf hairbrush. I once heard my parents say that our ancestors had a very powerful talisman master, but later they declined and most of their inheritance was squandered by their ancestors. Only a portion of the talisman inheritance remained, along with the most important wolf hairbrush. Gu Yan's expression immediately turned serious. The part of the talisman inheritance that Zhao Linger mentioned must have come from the booklet that Zhao Hai gave him. It contained a complete list of talismans and detailed insights into the inheritance. Even though he had a system skill tree, that talisman book still benefited him greatly. If it can be confirmed, this wolf hairbrush is a keepsake of Zhao Hai and his wife. Therefore, it can be concluded that Zhao Hai and his wife were most likely murdered by the leftists who plotted to pass on their legacy and use wolf hairbrushes. That wolf hairbrush is a bloodline inheritance of the Zhao family. I have already realized it, and I can't be wrong. After Zhao Linger finished speaking, she could no longer suppress the killing intent in her heart and rushed towards Bai Zuo. Even though she knew that she was not strong enough now, she couldn't stand that Bai Zuo was holding the inheritance of his ancestors and the relics of his parents and flaunting them. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan quickly followed. You white leftist, you beast, you executioner, give me back my wolf hairbrush. Bai Zuo, who was drawing talismans, saw Zhao Linger suddenly arrive with a wolf hairbrush, and his face immediately turned cold. This was a treasure he had finally obtained from Zhao Hai and his wife. Zhao Linger, if you continue to spout nonsense, this wolf hairbrush is a treasure of the Bai family. If you continue to talk nonsense and distort the truth here, I will take you to the Hall of Law Enforcement today to be punished. As Bai Zuo spoke, several outer disciples of the Bai family immediately formed a human wall to block Zhao Linger. What's going on? Looks like there's some juicy gossip out there. This place was already a gathering place for many outer sect disciples, and now it became even more lively as they all gathered here to watch the show. The Bai family is a great family in the art of talismans, so it's normal for them to have a talisman lineage like the wolf hairbrush. On the other hand, Zhao Linger isn't a talisman master, and neither is Zhao Hai. What kind of talisman lineage do they have? Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Linger's parents were attacked by monsters in the Qingyang Mountains not long ago and died. Zhao Linger must have been traumatized. The crowd chattered amongst themselves, with most leaning towards the left and believing that Zhao Linger was talking nonsense. Bai Zuo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Although he stole the wolf hairbrush, it became his own from that moment on. Does Zhao Linger really think she can take away my treasure? You're talking nonsense. This is a family heirloom of the Zhao family. You must have murdered my parents and stolen it. Zhao Linger became more and more agitated as she spoke, and a surging killing intent emanated from her. The liberal leftist chuckled, everything needs evidence, otherwise I'll sue you for defamation. You say I harmed your parents, what evidence do you have? You say it's a family heirloom of the Zhao family, so it belongs to your Zhao family. If you call it, do you think it will answer? I could say you're a descendant of my Bai family. Upon hearing this, the Bai family members around them all burst into laughter. Zhao Linger was so angry that her chest felt like it was about to explode. Then she stared intently at the talisman brush in Bai Zuo's hand, bit her finger, and used her blood to carve an ancient Wolf King totem on her chest. As the bloodline totem appeared, a special secret power suddenly permeated the room. The wolf howling pen, which Bai Zuo was holding tightly, seemed to be summoned and suddenly vibrated, flying towards Zhao Linger. Bai Zuo's expression suddenly changed. Is there something more mysterious about this wolf hairbrush? However, he didn't care about losing face and hurriedly activated his spiritual power, pouring it into the howling wolf brush in an attempt to suppress it. Chapter 46 I did nothing wrong, I don't plead guilty. Although this wolf hairbrush is an heirloom of the Zhao family, Bai Zuo believes that with his status as a top-tier first-level talisman master and his strength at the half-step foundation establishment stage, he can still suppress it fiercely. However, his suppression provoked a fierce struggle from the wolf hairbrushes. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, the wolf hairbrush seemed to transform into a streak of light and flew into Zhao Linger's hand. This scene left everyone present speechless. Is this wolf hairbrush really a family heirloom of Zhao Linger? Could it be that Zhao Hai's death was not due to being surrounded and killed by demonic beasts? For a time, almost all the disciples watching stayed away from the white leftists. The leftists were getting quite exasperated. Damn it! Give me back my wolf hairbrush. Your father already pawned it to me. As he spoke, he prepared to forcibly seize the item. But Gu Yan was already standing in front of Zhao Linger, a murderous intent surging deep in his eyes. The words of the white left are utterly deceiving. Zhao Hai was unwilling to collude with the Bai family, so how could he possibly give him such a precious item? Clearly, Zhao Linger's initial intuition was correct. Bai Zuo, for the sake of Zhao Hai's family legacy and his belongings, secretly murdered them in the Qingyang Mountains. Roll! Seeing Gu Yan blocking his way, Bai Zuo was even more furious. Zhao Linger stole his talisman brush, and Gu Yan repeatedly opposed him in monopolizing the outer sex talismans. They are all despicable beings. At this moment, Bai Zuo's eyes surged with overwhelming killing intent, and streams of auspicious golden spiritual energy surged on his body, turning him into a small golden figure. He threw a punch with great force and heavy weight, producing a piercing sonic boom. With his half-step foundation establishment strength, he was more than capable of severely injuring Gu Yan and taking back the talisman brush from Zhao Linger. Although it was taboo to attack an outer disciple in the main hall in front of everyone. But he's the young master of the Bai family, so these rules are utter bullshit. Gu Yan knew very well that a young master like Bai Zuo was completely self-centered, and he had long been wary of him. Seeing him charging towards him, his face immediately darkened, and he also threw a punch. A punch as sharp as a sword, with a flickering spiritual flame. Bang! The two fists collided, and the air exploded directly in front of them, forming chaotic ripples. Then the white leftist staggered back dozens of steps. His right fist looked like it had been scorched by fire, covered in blood, and looked quite gruesome. Everyone was stunned by this. Bai Zuo has cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining, a half-step foundation establishment existence. Even an outer disciple at the 9th level of qi refining is no match for him. How did you get so badly injured in this fight? In contrast, Gu Yan only took a few steps back before regaining his balance without getting injured, appearing much calmer and more composed. Gu Yan had actually gained the upper hand. The Bai family was in an uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. Shouldn't Gu Yan be just a relatively weak talisman master? Zhao Linger was initially a little worried about Gu Yan, since Gu Yan's cultivation level was not as high as Bai Zuo's. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan's strength was actually above Bai Zuo's. This senior brother Gu is simply unfathomable. Only at this moment did Zhao Linger realize more deeply how insightful and far-sighted her parents were. They had long recognized Senior Brother Gu's potential. The other so-called outer sect geniuses weren't even worthy of carrying Senior Brother Gu's shoes. Bai Zuo's expression turned extremely ugly. He originally thought that his half-step foundation establishment realm was absolutely the ceiling among the outer disciples. But now, he was at a disadvantage in the first exchange, which he could not accept. His anger surged and he was preparing to attack Gu Yan again. But at that moment, Zhu Fian walked up to him with a cold smile, and the terrifying spiritual power of the late foundation establishment stage suddenly fell on him. Bai Zuo, do you really think I, the outer sect peak master, don't exist? Even though he is only the peak master of the outer sect, he is still a peak master. It's also a major foundation building overhaul. She couldn't confront the leftists before, but now that they dare to act in public, it gives her a reason to retaliate. According to the sect's rules, anyone who harms fellow disciples shall be punished by being cut into 1,000 pieces. Anyone who attacks an outer disciple without authorization shall be punished with 100 lashes in the Hall of Discipline. You deserve to die for all your crimes, you white leftist. As she spoke, Zhu Fian's palm fell towards Bai Zuo like a mountain. The terrifying killing intent made the surrounding outer disciples tremble with fear. This peak Master Chu had previously appeared very approachable, but now it seems that it was just a facade. The threat of death loomed over him, and even the liberal leftist felt a sense of panic. Zhu Fian has a pretext to take action against me, which directly breaks the balance of power between the two families. This situation is not good. After all, if Zhu Fian really killed him, with the Chu family protecting him, they would only let him off lightly. He had a powerful background, and so did Zhu Fian. Moreover, compared to him, Zhu Fian surpassed him in talent, cultivation level, and the importance her family placed on her. Enough! Just as the situation was showing signs of spiraling out of control, an old man in white robes appeared out of nowhere. With his appearance, Zhu Fian's spiritual power, which was enough to crush Bai Zuo, instantly dissipated. Elder Lu. Upon seeing this person appear, both Zhu Fian and Bai Zuo bowed respectfully. Elder Lu oversees all affairs of the outer sect and is not affiliated with any of the major families of the inner sect, and has always maintained neutrality. Gu Yan looked at Elder Lu with a sense of awe. In his perception, Elder Lu's aura was as heavy as a mountain. Golden Core Stage. Without a doubt, this is a powerful being at the Golden Core Stage. Gu Yan had been a member of the sect for quite some time, but this was the first time he had seen a Golden Core expert up close like this. When Gu Yan looked at Elder Lu also looked at Gu Yan, nodded slightly to him, and showed a slightly appreciative smile on his face. Lu Hua has been in the outer sect for many years, and there are very few outstanding disciples like Gu Yan who are powerful and are also top-grade first-level talisman masters. The key point is, he has no connections. He himself climbed his way up from the bottom to where he is now, so he knows all too well the hardships involved. The moment Lu Hua saw Gu Yan, she felt an immediate and favorable impression of the young man. Then, his stern gaze fell on Bai Zuo. Bai Zuo's body trembled slightly as he endured the gaze of a Golden Core cultivator. This pressure caused him to break out in a cold sweat and his body to tremble slightly. However, considering that he had the Bai family backing him up and a nascent soul expert in charge, he was able to keep him in check. Even if Elder Lu has always been neutral, he can't do anything to me. Didn't this just dispel Zhu Fian's oppressive aura? Bai Zuo, you openly attacked an outer disciple. Do you know your crime? Lu Hua said coldly. Elder Lu, you are unaware of the truth. It was Zhao Linger who snatched my talisman brush first. I was merely trying to take it back. What crime have I committed? The leftist said, forcing himself to speak. At this moment, you must not back down. Upon seeing this, Lu Hua flicked her finger, and a burst of spiritual light shot out, striking Bai Zuo's legs with lightning speed. The cracking sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a pig-like scream came from Bai Zuo, who was writhing on the ground, clutching his twisted legs with a ferocious expression. According to the rules, anyone who lays a hand on an outer disciple shall be punished with 100 lashes. Since you do not confess, then the punishment shall be increased by 1 degree. Your legs shall be crippled, and you shall be confined to your quarters for 10 days to reflect on your actions. The outer disciples, seeing Bai Zuo lying on the ground screaming in agony, all had cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Elder Lu's actions were indeed decisive and ruthless, without any hesitation. The other members of the Bai family who were there, fearing that Bai Zuo would provoke Elder Lu again, quickly carried Bai Zuo away from there. Elder Lu glanced at them only once before turning his gaze to Zhu Fian. You're quite a ruthless girl, daring to kill the young master of the Bai family on the spot. You have some of the style of the old master of the Chu family back then, but you're still too impulsive. It's not worth causing a conflict between the two families for such a scoundrel. This is both an expression of appreciation and a form of suppression. Chu Fian stuck out her tongue, then obediently said, Elder Lu puts the overall situation first and strictly enforces the law. Fei Yan will definitely learn from you in the future. Elder Lu shook his head and said, There's no need to learn from me. Just behave yourself and don't cause me any trouble, and I'll be grateful. After he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands in a salute to Elder Lu, and said, Outer disciple Gu Yan greets Elder Lu. Elder Lu's gaze softened a bit. You are a very good disciple. In you, I see a bit of my own youthful arrogance. Upon hearing this, many disciples wished they could kneel down on the spot and bow down in worship. He was almost ready to say something like, If you don't abandon me, I will not give up. If one becomes a disciple of a golden core cultivator, one's future in the sect is limitless, second only to the most outstanding young masters of top families. Gu Yan also had this thought in mind. Cultivating immortality also requires understanding human relationships and worldly affairs. Having a powerful backer is always the best thing. However, now that we've latched onto the Chu family, it's best to stick to our principles. Of course, this is also largely due to Chu Fian, since she is still a member of the outer sect, Fufeng. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Lu. Gu Yan continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu naturally sensed that Gu Yan had no intention of becoming a disciple. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he did not force him. After all, he was a golden core cultivator and did not have the habit of begging to be accepted as a disciple. These days have been quite turbulent. All of you outer disciples will be entering the Qingyang Mountains one after another. Work hard and make some preparations in advance. After saying that, Elder Lu turned and left. As Elder Lu left, everyone felt a huge weight lifted from their hearts and breathed a sigh of relief. With Elder Lu, a powerful golden core cultivator, here, they really didn't dare to even breathe loudly. Chu Fian also breathed a slight sigh of relief, and then looked at Gu Yan with excitement. This is perfect. Bai Zuo is seriously injured and has been confined for 10 days. He has no chance to cause trouble. This is the perfect opportunity for us to seize the outer sect talisman market. Gu Yan nodded, then seemed to have thought of something. Peak Master Chu, about my spirit nourishing pill. No problem, leave it to me. Chu Fian confidently raised her chin slightly and said, I've already asked them to prepare. They should be able to acquire it in the next few days, and I'll send it to you then. Hearing this, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. If you provide more materials for making talismans these days, I'll draw more for you for free. I won't take advantage of you. Chapter 47 I'm going to kill the white left. In 3 months at most, Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu's first child will be born. The system offers such generous rewards for forming a Taoist partnership and getting pregnant, so the reward for giving birth to the first child is absolutely amazing. Gu Yan values his first child very much and will give him the best he can within his means. The Nourishing Spirit Pill was a generous gift he was giving to his unborn child. The Nourishing Spirit Pill is as precious as a Foundation establishment spiritual object. Chu Fian values me highly, giving me such a high reward. But Gu Yan didn't want to take advantage of Chu Fian like that, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage when interacting with her in the future. Chu Fian understood what Gu Yan meant immediately, and nodded without saying anything more. Then you should work hard. A spirit nourishing pill is very expensive, and it's hard to find even if you have the money. When they saw that Chu Fian actually agreed to buy Gu Yan a spirit nourishing pill, both Steward Li and Chu Fengwu were shocked. The Chu family is skilled in alchemy and is a family of alchemists, so they are even more aware of how rare this elixir is. Miss, you actually agreed to this? Could it be that she has really taken a liking to Gu Yan? Gu Yan is indeed very outstanding among the outer disciples. But which inner disciple isn't a little genius? Moreover, the difference in their social status, position, and even their level of understanding is too great. They knew that the old master of the Chu family valued the young lady very much. However, this was just their guess, so they didn't say anything. Whether you have this idea or not, cherish this time. By the way, I see that you've already broken through to the 8th level of qi refining, right? Suddenly, Chu Fian seemed to have thought of something and looked Gu Yan up and down. Previously, Gu Yan's aura was concealed and could not be detected, but as he fought with Bai Zuo, she was able to sense it. Gu Yan nodded. To get closer to the Chu family, besides demonstrating their talent as talisman masters and becoming a key to their counterbalance of the Bai family, it would be best to also demonstrate their talent in cultivation. This way, it will be more valued. After all, being valued means that more resources will be allocated to you. Your spiritual route is quite ordinary, yet your breakthrough speed is very fast, and you can even reverse a realm. That's really strange. Xu Fian looked at Gu Yan as if she were looking at a treasure. Gu Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Now that we've reached the 8th level of qi refining, we should prepare for foundation establishment in advance. Xu Fian added, although you have excellent talent as a talisman master, it would be best if you could achieve a mid-grade foundation establishment or even a high-grade foundation establishment. Gu Yan had previously refused a foundation establishment spiritual item, but instead wanted a spirit-nourishing pill, which puzzled her greatly. When you break through to the foundation establishment stage, I will personally sponsor you with a foundation establishment spiritual item. Gu Yan initially wanted to refuse, but considering that Zhao Linger and Ling Qingyu had not yet established their foundations and might need foundation establishing spiritual items, he nodded and said, "If Peak Master Chu has any extra foundation establishment spiritual items, you can save them for me. I will definitely buy them at a high price when the time comes." Foundation establishment spiritual objects are rare and must be prepared in advance. Xu Fian nodded in agreement without hesitation. Afterwards, Gu Yan discussed the talisman with Xu Fian, and then took Xiaolinger back to the cave. The leftists have suffered a crushing defeat this time and will definitely not give up. They might resort to some underhanded tricks, but the cave is protected by array formations and guards patrolling, making it even safer. After he drew the talisman in his cave every day, Xu Fian would send someone to collect it and bring him some items he needed. After returning to her cave, Xiaolinger touched the wolf hair brush in her bosom. Although she was reluctant, she still resolutely took it out and handed it to Gu Yan. "Senior brother Gu, this wolf hairbrush is an heirloom of my Zhao family. Although it is precious, it is of little use to me, so I will give it to you." She saw the care and concern that Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu showed her. Besides, Gu Yan is someone entrusted by his parents, and this wolf hairbrush can better help Gu Yan. Looking at the wolf hairbrush presented to him, Gu Yan couldn't help but be tempted. After all, the liberal left can rely on this wolf hairbrush to inscribe several talismans at once, which is extremely mysterious. But this is, after all, an heirloom of the Zhao family. Junior sister Linger, this is not only brother Zhao Hai's keepsake, but it also concerns the bloodline of your Zhao family. You should keep it safe. Although Gu Yan was very interested in wolf hairbrushes, he still shook his head and refused. Zhao Linger glanced at the wolf hairbrush, but still firmly said, "This item may be valuable, but right now I only want to kill Bai Zua and avenge my parents. I hope my senior brother can help me." Gu Yan sighed, "Zhao Hai is also my close friend. I will help you kill Bai Zua. You should take this wolf hairbrush back." Zhao Linga shook her head, "Senior brother, to be honest, I want to kill that beast Bai Zua when he enters the Qingyang Mountains. According to the sect's arrangement, although he is an inner disciple, he must go to the Qingyang Mountains if he has not successfully established his foundation. I estimate that it should be within this month." At this point, Zhao Linger's slender fingers clenched involuntarily, and her cold eyes seemed to be howling with the winter wind. "We only have less than a month left. The Qingyang Mountains are our best opportunity to strike. With the wolf hairbrush, it will definitely be a great help to our senior brother." Zhao Linger had thought it through clearly. Giving the wolf hairbrush to senior brother Gu was both to express her gratitude for the care and dedication he and his companion had shown her, and also to prepare for a better revenge. Within the Qingming sect, she only trusted Gu Yan, and only Gu Yan could help her. No one else would have the guts or the ability to murder an inner disciple, especially a young master from the Bai family within the inner sect. Gu Yan looked at Zhao Linger with a complicated expression. He experienced his parents being plotted against and murdered, and even almost being wiped out himself. Zhao Linger has grown a lot. He wasn't completely blinded by revenge. The idea is good, but it's quite difficult. We need to make significant improvements in the near future. Gu Yan looked at Zhao Linger with a serious expression. Bai Zua's strength is not bad, he is already a half-step foundation establishment cultivator. Once he successfully establishes his foundation, his strength will increase tenfold, and even he himself would not be a match for him now. Even the most ordinary low-grade foundation establishment cultivator is still a foundation establishment cultivator, whose strength completely overwhelms ordinary qi refining cultivators. Moreover, if Bai Zua really goes to the Qingyang Mountains, there's a high chance that a foundation establishment cultivator from the Bai family will follow him. It would be very difficult to eliminate it within the Qingyang Mountains, but the best opportunity to do so would be outside the sect. Zhao Linger said with a determined look in her eyes, as long as I can avenge my parents, I can endure any hardship. With my senior brother's talisman blessing me, I will make him die. Seeing this, Gu Yan finally took the wolf hairbrush. Go see your sister Ling during this time. She can give you great guidance, which will greatly help your improvement. I will also inscribe a large number of talismans to ensure that everything goes smoothly. Now that we've decided to take action against the white left, we must be fully prepared. We must not only eliminate them, but also leave no obvious evidence. With his current mastery of talismans, once he breaks through to the 9th level of Qi refining, and with the help of this wolf hairbrush, he will surely become a second-tier talisman master, a huge improvement. Zhao Linger nodded gratefully. If the Bai family found out about this, they would surely die, but my senior brother still firmly chose to support me. Moreover, although Sister Ling's spiritual root was destroyed, every time I talked to her about cultivation, I felt enlightened. She recently awakened her ice spirit root, which, if used properly in actual combat, can have a surprising effect. Zhao Linger quickly went to find Ling Qingyu, who was tending to the flowers and the moonlight fox, while Gu Yan entered the room where he was drawing talismans again and looked at the wolf hairbrush in his hand. Unlike ordinary talisman brushes, the wolf hairbrush is noticeably larger, with the wolf hairs at the tip being jet black and glossy, exuding a strange toughness amidst its softness. On the handle of the talisman brush, 7 dim stars outlined the rudimentary form of a wolf king, emitting a unique talismanic fluctuation. Holding the talisman brush in his hand, Gu Yan immediately felt his divine sense be strengthened. His eyes were like those of an eagle and a wolf, and his perception and understanding of spiritual power became more subtle. Even the talisman patterns in my mind became clearer and more vivid. Furthermore, as he became more and more attuned to the wolf hairbrush, it seemed that the brush itself contained some kind of mysterious aura. He tried to perceive it in detail, but found that the feeling was fleeting, as if it were his own illusion. But Gu Yan knew that this wolf hairbrush was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After his last epiphany, he is now the most outstanding among first-tier talisman masters, with keen divine sense and almost no chance of making mistakes. This can only mean that there are still some secrets hidden in wolf hairbrushes. Perhaps only when I break through to the second-tier talisman master will I be able to glimpse the true mysteries of this wolf hairbrush. Gu Yan composed himself, then gripped the wolf hairbrush tightly and poured his divine sense and spiritual power into it. Gu Yan then drew the talismans with incredible speed, his brushstrokes flowing like dragons and snakes, completely unrestrained. This feeling is extremely mysterious. Not only is the speed doubled, but the success rate also rises to over 80%, and even seems to be approaching 90%. As long as you carefully depict it, you will almost never fail. Then, Gu Yan tried to inscribe 2 talismans at once, just like Bai Zua. The wolf hairbrush moved across the talisman paper. Although he was not very familiar with multitasking, his powerful spiritual sense and solid foundation allowed him to quickly adapt to this method. The speed at which the talismans were inscribed was getting faster and faster. However, this method consumes far more spiritual energy than inscribing a talisman. To be able to multitask for an extended period of time while inscribing talismans, one must have elixirs or treasures that can restore one's spiritual consciousness. But with this efficiency, combined with his foundation and talent, the number of talismans he draws every day will be even more astonishing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one person could form an army. Afterwards, Gu Yan tried to inscribe 2 different talismans again, and he was still able to do it, but it consumed a much greater amount of his divine sense. Immediately, Gu Yan began selecting several powerful Tier 1 top-grade attack talismans from the system's skill tree and started inscribing them from scratch. With the help of the wolf hairbrush, he became increasingly adept at using talismans that were completely unfamiliar to him. This wolf hairbrush has a huge boost to talisman masters. No wonder Bai Zua schemed against Zhao Hai and his wife so much, resorting to any means to obtain it. Having truly experienced the wonders of the wolf hairbrush, Gu Yan also fell in love with it. Damn it! We failed to secure the business from the outer sect, and now we've lost the wolf hairbrush. This is an utter disgrace. Awakening from the pain of his crippled legs, Bai Zua was filled with surging murderous intent, especially the heartache over the loss of his wolf hairbrush, which even outweighed the shattering pain in his legs. He tried to get up, but the residual spiritual power of Elder Lu's golden core in his legs not only caused him unbearable pain, but also made them feel incredibly heavy, making it difficult for him to move. Thinking of this, his murderous intent intensified. You, Lu Hua, a mere outer sect elder, dare to use such force against me? You'd better pray that I don't become the head of the Bai family, otherwise, I will grind you to dust. Young master, your health is the most important thing. Once you recover from your injuries, dealing with those 2 ants will be a piece of cake. There's no need to upset yourself. The Bai family members who were taking care of him at the bedside quickly offered words of comfort. No, I want them dead right now. The wolf hairbrushes must be retrieved as soon as possible. Chapter 48 Assassin Attack. As the young master of the Bai family, Bai Zhuo had never suffered such humiliation. He couldn't swallow his anger until Gu Yan and Zhao Linger paid a heavy price. Seeing this, the Bai family members knew that Bai Zhuo was currently in a fit of anger. The person closest to the bed glanced at them and immediately said in a sinister tone, "Young master, I know that sword cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining in the outer sect. He successfully broke through to the 10th level of Qi refining during his seclusion and has always wanted to become an inner disciple to serve my Bai family. Let him take action, teach those 2 a lesson, and retrieve the wolf hairbrush. It'll be a piece of cake." Sword cultivators are inherently powerful offensive beings, known as invincible among those of the same realm. That person had even reached the 10th level of Qi refining, showing that he was a hidden genius from the outer sect who had accumulated knowledge and skills before unleashing his full potential. What can Gu Yan and Zhao Linger use to block this? Good. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo's face immediately broke into a broad smile. Give him 10,000 spirit stones, a 2nd-tier fire spirit sword, and send him the heads of Gu Yan and the wolf hairbrush. Wait, I heard that Gu Yan's Taoist partner is named Ling Qingyu? She's quite beautiful. Have him send her over too. This young master prefers mature and charming young women. Outer gate. Jiaqua touched the 10,000 spirit stones in his storage bag, then gently wiped the 2nd-tier fire spirit sword in his hand with silk, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. This time, they actually managed to latch onto the coattails of Bai Zhuo, the young master of the Bai family. They're about to rise to prominence. 10,000 spirit stones and a 2nd-tier fire spirit sword. Such a generous gift could even persuade a foundation establishment cultivator to join the effort. But the liberal leftist still had it delivered to him as a greeting gift. Although he was an outer disciple of the Qingming sect, he also had another identity, an assassin who roamed the shadows. Being entrusted with a task and fulfilling it faithfully is his principle as an assassin. He has already inquired about it. Gu Yan was just a newly entered outer disciple, not worth mentioning. Zhao Linger is only a disciple of Immortal Seed Peak. Although she is a prodigy on Immortal Seed Peak, she is only at the 6th level of Qi refining, which is even less noteworthy. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's heads, a wolf hairbrush. Oh, and Ling Qingyu too. Young Master Bai actually likes young women. We should pay more attention to that in the future. He silently reviewed the mission details in his mind. After wiping the fire spirit sword clean, Jiaqua suddenly felt a murderous glint in his eyes, and the fire spirit sword flashed with a blinding light. The silk cloth used to wipe the fire spirit sword was immediately enveloped by countless sword lights. With a gentle breeze, it shattered into dust like white specks of light and drifted down. Jiaqua, on the other hand, changed into a night outfit and disappeared into the darkness. A dark and windy night, perfect for murder. It's time to act. Inside the cave, Gu Yan rubbed his aching temples. Spending so much time multitasking to create a top-grade first-tier talisman had almost drained his spiritual energy, even with his powerful divine sense. We need to stop, rest, and adjust. However, looking at the dozen or so top-grade first-tier talismans piled up in front of him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Using a wolf hairbrush, he inscribed all 5 first-tier top-grade talismans of the system's skill book. A first-grade top-quality talisman, its power is comparable to a full-force attack from a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining. It could pose a threat to a half-step foundation establishment cultivator like Bai Zhuo. However, the specific power of these talismans has not yet been tested in actual combat, and he doesn't know their exact capabilities. However, since it is a product of the system, it must be the best of the best. We will need to find an opportunity to test the power of these talismans properly later. Thinking of this, Gu Yan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, sensing a hidden aura approaching the cave. Qi refining level 10, a sword cultivator? Sneaking around like that, could it be an assassin sent by the leftists? Gu Yan glanced at the talismans in front of him. Perfect, he could use them to test the power of each talisman. After all, cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining are extremely rare in the outer sect, and their strength is generally stronger than that of a half-step foundation establishment cultivator. In the darkness, Jiaqua completely concealed his presence, avoiding all eyes and ears, and arrived at Gu Yan's cave like a ghost. He glanced at the protective array around the cave and a look of disdain flashed across his face. Breaking the forbidden formation. The fire spirit sword slashed out, its sword energy like an all-pervasive torrential rain, fiercely piercing into the formation. The formation collapsed abruptly after the sword light flashed and disappeared, without even giving a warning. As a clandestine assassin, he possessed unparalleled skill with a swift sword. He didn't know how many of these high-level restrictive formations he had broken through with a single sword strike. After breaking the formation, the cave entrance was right in front of him. He could even smell the intoxicating fragrance emanating from inside the cave. A sword struck the heavy bluestone gate. Thousands of fine sword lights suddenly appeared, and the blue stone gate was instantly shattered into powder. He stepped into the cave. With his keen night vision, he saw Zhao Linger and Ling Qingyu resting quietly on the bed in the left-hand side room. One is mature and intellectual, the other is young and lively. Like twin lotus flowers, they are so lovely and endearing. Gu Yan, a newly initiated outer disciple, is actually accompanied by two such beauties. He is truly blessed. Xiao Kuo quickly changed his mind. Kill Gu Yan first. As for Zhao Linger, we can relax first, kill her 7 times in and out, vent our anger before killing her. With that thought in mind, his gaze swept across the small cave, searching for Gu Yan's whereabouts. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, the door to the deepest part of the cave was pushed open by Gu Yan. He gazed at Zhao Kuo, who was dressed in black, and spoke softly. A sword cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining, did Bai Zhuo send you? There's no need to ask questions of a dead person. Zhao Kuo glanced coldly at Gu Yan, and in an instant, his figure disappeared from the spot, closing the distance of several feet in a flash, and a dense sword light suddenly appeared. Each sword light was filled with scorching killing intent, incredibly fast, and could easily pierce through metal. Gu Yan's pupils contracted slightly. This person's swordsmanship was quite profound, and his attacks were swift and decisive. He was definitely a ruthless character. Unfortunately, he was prepared. Steaming. The sound of talismans exploding and burning rang out. A fire dragon roared as it burst forth from the top-grade first-tier fire dragon talisman, its scorching heat turning the cave walls crimson before slamming into the sword light. The sword light and the fire dragon were instantly annihilated. The terrifying heat wave forced Zhao Kuo to retreat. A top-grade first-tier talisman, used like this? Zhao Kuo felt a pang of sympathy. Gu Yan was just an ordinary outer disciple. To save his life, he used such a precious talisman so readily. What a waste! The next moment, just as Zhao Kuo was about to attack Gu Yan again, a phantom flying sword of spiritual energy suddenly shot out from the burning talisman. Another top-grade first-tier talisman? Sensing the frenzied sword energy contained within the spiritual flying sword, Zhao Kuo's face darkened. A top-grade first-tier talisman is extremely valuable, comparable to a full-force attack from a Qi refining stage 10 cultivator. In critical moments, it can have a miraculous effect of turning the tide of battle. Gu Yan just used it directly like that? Waste. What a waste. However, Zhao Kuo dared not be careless in the face of this level of talisman attack, and could only do his best to deal with the spiritual flying sword first. Bang! As the sword energies intertwined and collided, dense white sword marks and dents appeared on the cave walls surrounding Zhao Kuo. Before he could catch his breath, another water arrow carrying a corrosive aura suddenly shot towards him. Are there any top-tier first-class talismans? Zhao Kuo dared not be careless. These water arrows contained deadly poison and he absolutely could not be touched. A crimson sword aura, as red as lava, appeared and pierced the air. Upon contact with the water arrow, it emitted a sizzling sound and exploded into a large cloud of water mist. Afterwards, a vine wrapped around the talisman, and a ground-spike talisman was activated by Gu Yan. The former has a strong binding effect, while the latter has a powerful ability to break through defenses. When both are activated together, their power is multiplied. Zhao Kuo, having endured repeated attacks, had a vague premonition that something was amiss. He was hit by 2 first-grade top-level talismans at once. Although he managed to block them, nearly half of his spiritual power was consumed. Most importantly, his aura was greatly reduced. Sword cultivators must have that indomitable spirit. If that spirit weakens, their destructive power will also diminish. Damn it! This guy is really just an outer disciple. How come he has so many top-grade first-level talismans? Moreover, the power of these top-grade first-tier talismans was much stronger than he had imagined. However, Gu Yan has already activated 5 first-grade top-quality talismans, and he has definitely run out of talismans. Next, his death was imminent. Feeling extremely frustrated, Zhao Kuo decisively launched another attack, charging towards Gu Yan once more. As expected of a sword cultivator, his strength is extraordinary, and the spiritual sword in his hand is quite remarkable. Bai Zhuo did manage to get a powerful figure involved, but unfortunately. Seeing Zhao Kuo attack again, Gu Yan's spiritual power surged, and 5 first-grade top-quality talismans suddenly appeared in front of him, then burst into flames. Zhao Kuo's pupils suddenly contracted. This guy even has talismans. Moreover, it can activate 5 top-grade talismans at once? How incredibly wealthy and powerful are they? At this moment, locked by the 5 talismans, Zhao Kuo suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He suddenly retreated, trying to create distance between himself and Gu Yan. However, as soon as he tried to escape, the vines wrapped around him, trapping him in place for a moment, and then he was overwhelmed by all kinds of attacks. Put! A chaotic surge of spiritual energy erupted, and Zhao Kuo coughed up blood and flew backward, his clothes tattered like a beggar's, most of his hair burned off, and a pungent smell of burning emanated from his body. With his strength greatly diminished and having suffered a severe blow, Zhao Kuo's eyes showed deep regret. How could Gu Yan possess so many different types of top-tier first-order talismans? If he weren't a sword cultivator with the aid of a second-tier spiritual sword, anyone else would have been turned into a pile of minced meat long ago under the bombardment of these top-grade talismans. Seeing Gu Yan approaching step by step, Zhao Kuo panicked completely. Brother Gu Yan, this is a misunderstanding. I was just blinded by greed. The one who really wanted to kill you was Bai Zhuo. If you spare my life, I, Zhao Kuo, can swear here and now that I will kill whoever you ask me to kill in the future. Having suffered a severe blow and with no hope of escape, Zhao Kuo immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He's a sword cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining, with great strength. Gu Yan will definitely need his help. After all, he and Gu Yan had no personal grudges, it was Bai Zhuo who had tricked him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Gu Yan's cold gaze. Chapter 49 If they don't die, I will. When Zhao Kuo's gaze met Gu Yan's icy eyes, he was horrified. This guy was determined to kill him. The next moment, Zhao Kuo's expression turned ruthless. Gu Yan was able to severely injure himself this time entirely because of his abnormally powerful talisman, rather than his actual strength. If this guy is really determined to kill me, even if I am severely injured and have most of my spiritual energy depleted, I will still fight to the death. The final outcome remains to be seen. Gu Yan, always leave yourself an out. You don't want to die with me, do you? The power of sword cultivators is beyond your imagination. As soon as Zhao Kuo finished speaking, he suddenly felt a momentary daze and saw a sword light that was dazzling to the extreme. Sword energy. Such powerful sword energy. Is Gu Yan also a sword cultivator? Or is he a sword cultivator who has mastered sword energy? Zhao Kuo stared wide-eyed in disbelief. His head tumbled in the air before rolling to the ground, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Sword energy. He's only just scratched the surface. If Gu Yan were to go all out, even if his cultivation level is lower than mine, I'm afraid I could still put up a fight. At this point, his thoughts came to a standstill. Zhao Linger, Ling Qingyu, and even Moonlight Fox, who had already woken up, all gathered around and looked at Gu Yan with some surprise. How long has it been? How did Gu Yan manage to draw so many dazzling first-tier top-grade talismans? Its power was nearly twice as strong as the first-tier top-grade talisman they remembered. Is it because of this wolf hairbrush? Zhao Linger asked Gu Yan curiously. Gu Yan nodded. On one hand, these talismans were all produced by the system and were extremely powerful. On the other hand, thanks to the wolf hairbrush, not only was the drawing speed faster, but their power was also stronger. Upon seeing this, Zhao Linger couldn't help but sigh. As expected, it is not a waste in the hands of a genius like senior brother Gu. Sword cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining are extremely rare and are already qualified to become inner disciples. It is almost impossible to kill them simply by relying on a first-level talisman. But Gu Yan did it by using talismans. Even though Ling Qingyu was very knowledgeable, she couldn't find any fault with Gu Yan's performance tonight. The talisman her husband had drawn was too powerful, probably close to the power of a second-tier talisman. If he becomes a true second-tier talisman master, just how powerful will the talismans he inscribes become? Ling Qingyu was already looking forward to it. Gu Yan squatted down and rubbed the Moonlight Fox's fluffy head before groping Zhao Kuo's body. People like Zhao Kuo, who followed unorthodox methods, would usually carry precious items such as spirit stones with them so they could escape at any time. After rummaging around for a while, they indeed pulled out a storage bag from his chest. As Gu Yan delved deeper into it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but gasp. Spirit Stone. The stones were piled up densely, forming a small mountain. Approximately 15,000 spirit stones. Sure enough, to truly erupt, one needs someone like Xiaoqua who makes money through shady means. With so many spirit stones, how long would it take him to draw the talisman? This suggests that Xiaoqua must have been an assassin for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have such a large fortune. However, these spirit stones are now all in my possession. Then, his gaze fell on the fire spirit sword in Xiaoqua's hand. Second-tier spirit sword. Gu Yan had noticed it before and was somewhat envious. After all, a second-tier spirit sword is worth several thousand spirit stones and is not easy to buy. Now, it's all mine. Despite the assassination attempt, Gu Yan's face was full of smiles, and he couldn't help but whisper. We wouldn't mind if these assassinations happened a few more times. Ling Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. If you hadn't inscribed a large number of talismans beforehand, with your strength, it's hard to say who would have survived in a life or death struggle with him. It's better to deal with Bai Zuo as soon as possible. Gu Yan smiled and said, I was just saying. These 10,000 spirit stones are for everyone who sees them. If I share some with you, it will be enough to give our strength a significant boost. As he spoke, Gu Yanjin gave each of the two women 5,000 spirit stones. Where is Xiaoqua? We've been waiting for him all night, and he still hasn't made a move? The left-winger said, his emotions somewhat agitated. As night fell, he was very excited and even drank dear blood wine, intending to take good care of Ling Qingyu later. However, after waiting all night, Xiaoqua and his men did not arrive. Young master, Xiaoqua is a sword cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining. He has already begun his operation tonight. Just wait a little longer, and good news will surely come. Bai Jinghan, the young man from the Bai family who was responsible for contacting Xiaoqua, already had cold sweat beading on his forehead. This time, in order to eliminate Gu Yan and Zhao Linger and capture Ling Qingyu, the young master can be said to have given an extremely high reward. But now, it seems things haven't gone smoothly, and he also bears some responsibility. Wait some more? It's already dawn, what do you want me to wait for? Bai Zuo stared intently at him. Just then, a disciple of the Bai family rushed over and whispered. Young master, after Xiaoqua left the cave, there was no further news of him. He has disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing this, Bai Zuo felt a headache coming on and angrily slapped Bai Jinghan across the face. You bastard, you've always been dishonest, and I've always pretended not to see it. But this time, you actually colluded with Xiaoqua to steal my reward. Tell me, how should I punish you? In his opinion, although Gu Yan's strength was not bad, there was still a huge gap between him and a sword cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining. Therefore, it's only possible that the guy ran away with the reward. But Bai Jinghan didn't think so. After all, Xiaoqua had a good reputation in this line of work, and he doubted that Xiaoqua would be so bold. The Bai family's things were not so easy to take. But if he really did take action, why has there been no news for so long? Could he have been killed by Gu Yan instead? The Bai family was keeping an eye on the Chu family last night. If they had helped Gu Yan, they wouldn't have been completely unaware. It's more likely that Xiaoqua fled with the reward. Thump! Bai Jinghan knelt down on both knees. Young master, I'm innocent. I would never dare to collude with Xiaoqua. There must be something fishy about this. I would never do anything to betray you, young master. I swear, I absolutely didn't. If I did, may I be struck by lightning. I don't think you have the guts. This isn't over. Also, think of another way for me. Today, I want Gu Yan and Hua Linger dead. Bai Zuo said coldly. That night, Gu Yan then used a blazing talisman to burn Xiaoqua's body, and restored the cave's gate and formation. The cave remained unchanged from before. It didn't attract much attention from others either. After a night's rest, Gu Yan's consciousness had recovered, and he began drawing talismans again. Last night, relying on 10 top-grade first-tier talismans, Gu Yan killed Xiaoqua, which gave him a deeper understanding of the power of talismans. They also gained full confidence in completely eliminating the White Left and avenging Zhao Hai. Even if they were to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator, they could still win by sheer numbers against dozens or even hundreds of top-grade first-tier talismans. Moreover, once he breaks through to the 9th level of qi refining, he can become a second-tier talisman master, at which point his chances of success will directly reach 98%. However, he has only recently broken through to the 8th level of qi refining and needs to completely stabilize his realm, so he cannot rush things. Ling Qingyu and Zhao Linger also got up early in the morning. Ling Qingyu first gave Zhao Linger some pointers, and her swordsmanship improved rapidly, but not fast enough. Bai Zui is a half-step foundation establishment cultivator. Although in Ling Qingyu's eyes, Bai Zui is just a rich young master who doesn't like cultivation and mostly relies on pills to break through, with a weak foundation, he is still not comparable to an ordinary qi refining 9th level cultivator. If Zhao Linger wants to have the strength to rival Bai Zui in a short period of time, in addition to diligent cultivation, she also needs a lot of resources to help her. Fortunately, we harvested a lot of spirit stones last night, enough for a short time. Early in the morning, Ling Qingyu, heavily pregnant, took Zhao Linger to Danfang and other places to purchase all sorts of supplies in order to break through her cultivation level. Everything is improving steadily. In the morning, Xu Fian arrived at the place with a lot of materials for making talismans. Gu Yan handed over the blood-burning talisman he had hastily drawn that morning to Xu Fian as a task. Xu Fian was somewhat surprised. So fast? I heard that Bai Zui had people attack you last night. You weren't affected, were you? She came here today specifically because she had received the news, and she was somewhat worried about Gu Yan. It does have some impact. Gu Yan nodded, thinking of the bountiful harvest last night. Upon hearing this, Xu Fian's heart tightened, and she quickly moved closer to Gu Yan, asking with concern. Are you injured anywhere? Gu Yan shook his head. It's alright, you don't need to worry. He didn't elaborate. After all, Zhao Kuo was very famous in the outer sect. Although Zhao Kuo deserved to die, exposing his strength would only make Bai Zui extremely vigilant, and might even send a stronger force to attack him. Xu Fian carefully sensed Gu Yan's body and, seeing that he was indeed alright, breathed a slight sigh of relief, though a hint of anger still lingered on her face. I'm going to settle accounts with the white leftists right now. You're a member of the Chu family, and they dare to lay a hand on you? Do they really think the Chu family is powerless? Don't bother with him for now, just keep an eye on him. Gu Yan thought for a moment and said, I plan to try to become a second-tier talisman master during this time. Could you help me prepare some second-tier demon blood and demon hide as talisman-making materials? Hearing this, Xu Fian was slightly startled. Gu Yan is only at the 8th level of qi refining now, and there is still a considerable distance to go before foundation establishment. Could this make it possible to reach the second-tier talisman master level? This speed of improvement is just too fast, isn't it? However, she believed that Gu Yan must be quite confident to say that. If you become a second-tier talisman master while you are still in the qi refining stage, it will probably shake up those old monsters in the sect. Even the Bai family might make peace with you. Xu Fian blinked, quite surprised. Then she raised her head somewhat haughtily, leaned close to Gu Yan's ear, breathed softly, and chuckled. As expected of the man I, Xu Fian, have chosen. Once you break through to the second-tier talisman master, this peak master can grant you one wish. Although Gu Yan was no longer a virgin, Xu Fian's stunning figure and seductive words still made his heart race. Xu Fian is simply a captivating little devil. She blinked immediately and asked in agreement, any wishes allowed? Xu Fian did not answer the question, but just chuckled. You'll see when you break through. In short, you won't be disappointed. This guy just knows how to provoke me. I'll have to suppress him severely when I get the chance. After talking with Gu Yan for a while, Xu Fian swayed her hips and left the cave. Gu Yan continued drawing talismans. The deeper one's foundation in the art of talismans, the easier it is to break through to the second-tier talisman master. One cannot be careless. Does that thing really work? Bai Zui stared at Bai Jinghan with some suspicion. After all, the last time he made such a confident promise, he had actually made a huge mistake. Don't worry, young master. The poison of datura is colorless and odorless. They won't be able to detect anything unusual. Once Gu Yan and the others ingest it, they will surely die. Bai Jinghan patted his chest and assured him. To atone for his sins, he spent thousands of spirit stones to buy this rare poison. If this poison weren't ineffective against foundation establishment cultivators, it wouldn't be available even for thousands of spirit stones. This time I'm willing to swear a military oath, if they don't die, I will. Chapter 50 Spiritual Medicine Tempers the Body, Linger Transforms. Seeing that Bai Jinghan dared to sign a military pledge, Bai Zui felt much more at ease. He had heard of the infamous poison of datura, and even a foundation establishment cultivator's keen divine sense might not be able to detect anything unusual. Gu Yan and his group will definitely not notice. All we need to do is find a way to poison them. Once Gu Yan dies, Xu Fian will have no more talisman masters to rely on. Those talented ones from the outer sect's talisman peak have long since sided with the Bai family. Xu Fian may be talented, but that's all in other areas. In the realm of talisman mastery, the entire Chu family doesn't have two people who can rival her. Chu Fian is only being favored by the sect leader and the old man of the Chu family, which is why she was granted the position of Outer Sect Talisman Peak Master. They want Chu Fian to develop the Outer Sect Talisman business to restrict the Bai family. What a dream! Without Gu Yan, let alone the Outer Sect Talisman business, even the Outer Sect Talisman Peak will eventually fall into the Bai family's hands. With such achievements, he can definitely make a name for himself in front of the elders of the Bai family, and the position of the Outer Sect Peak Master is not out of the question. Of course, the most important thing is still that wolf hairbrush. After truly mastering the wolf hairbrush, Bai's vision broadened considerably. Even though the Bai family possessed many powerful talisman brushes, he didn't take them seriously. If you want to make a name for yourself in the Bai family, a wolf hairbrush is absolutely essential. After accompanying Zhao Linger to purchase a number of pills and medicinal herbs in various areas such as Danfang, Ling Qingyu quickly returned to her cave. You have awakened a rare ice spiritual root, which has greatly improved both your strength and cultivation speed, and you can also accept more potent medicinal pills. This process will be somewhat painful, but advancing 2 realms within a month is not entirely impossible. Ling Qingyu knew that Zhao Linger was obsessed with improving her strength and killing Bai Zua, so she spoke quite seriously. Although Bai Zua's cultivation level is superficial, he is still only at the half-step foundation establishment stage and has a group of Bai family members protecting him. Only by rapidly improving his cultivation level can he truly have the power to fight. With a determined look in her eyes, Zhao Linger began to set up the medicinal pool together with Ling Qingyu. Although Gu Yan spent most of his time in the deepest room, to avoid any awkwardness during the medicinal bath, the two women specially built a small room next to the cave and constructed a small medicinal pool. Ling Qingyu activated the spiritual fire to boil the water in the medicine pool, then added various medicinal herbs to make a decoction. After waiting for it to cool down a bit, Zhao Linger was about to enter it directly. However, Ling Qingyu stopped her. To absorb the medicinal properties of a medicated bath, it is best to remove your clothes and let your skin come into direct contact with it, otherwise, the absorption rate will be slowed down considerably. Hearing this, Zhao Linger shyly pinched the hem of her clothes. She felt very embarrassed about being completely exposed in front of others. Even though the medicine pool was small, with only Sister Ling. No, and that moonlight fox peeking out. Sister Ling, is this really necessary? Zhao Linger bit her lip and whispered. Ling Qingyu smiled faintly. You know how difficult it is to advance 2 minor realms in a month. Even if you have awakened the ice spirit root now and can be considered exceptionally talented, you still need to do everything to the extreme if you want to improve your foundation. Otherwise, don't blame your sister for not telling you in advance if you fail to break through. Thinking of her parents' great hatred, Zhao Linger gritted her teeth and slowly took off her long dress, revealing her curvaceous figure. Even though Ling Qingyu was a woman, she was completely captivated by that dazzlingly white and supple back, and sighed softly. Linger, whoever marries you will be incredibly lucky. Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed even more, her skin turning pink. Sister, please don't make fun of your younger sister. She lowered her head shyly, just about to step into the hot spring, when she saw Ling Qingyu step forward and tear off the red bodice from her chest. Zhao Linger felt a chill on her chest and quickly reached out to cover herself, saying with some embarrassment and annoyance. Sister Ling. We're sisters, and I'm doing this for your own good. Go inside quickly. Ling Qingyu admired Zhao Linger's well-hidden figure and urged her to enter the hot spring. Zhao Linger stepped into the hot spring, concealing her body except for her fragrant shoulders, which were exposed above the water. Thus, the blush on Zhao Linger's face faded considerably, and she began to circulate her cultivation technique to absorb spiritual energy. The moonlight fox, huddled in the hot spring, wore a dazed smile, giving one a sense of being thoroughly entertained. Ling Qingyu rolled her eyes at it. You lecherous fox, how can you be so flirtatious? If you were to return to human form, I wonder how many men you would steal away. Moonlight Fox grinned and was about to leave when Ling Qingyu grabbed its tail. Wait, I've had a bit more spirit stones lately, so I bought you some pills. After all, you're your husband's pet, so you have some intelligence. It wouldn't be good if your strength was too low. Take these pills and then cultivate diligently. If you don't reach the first level of chi refining in 3 days, see how I deal with you. The smile on Moonlight Fox's face froze instantly. His large eyes were filled with astonishment, as if to say, I am an animal, why should I suffer the hardships of cultivation? Then tears welled up in his beautiful eyes, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Ling Qingyu knew this was Moonlight Fox's little trick, and chuckled as she said, Crying? Crying also counts towards the time limit. The tears in Moonlight Fox's eyes stopped instantly. She puffed out her cheeks, turned around angrily, burst open the door to the hot spring, and rushed towards Gu Yan's room. It was obvious that they were planning to complain to Gu Yan. However, Gu Yan's door was tightly closed, clearly indicating that he was drawing talismans and ignoring it. Seeing this, Ling Qingyu shook her head slightly and ignored it. As Zhao Linger continued to absorb the medicinal soup in the pool, she did not sit idle and began to add various medicinal herbs to it. Time flowed by slowly. In the dead of night, all was quiet. Ling Qingyu yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. As the baby in her belly grew bigger, she became increasingly tired every day. He was no longer as energetic as before. Immediately, he added some more medicinal herbs to the hot spring, then left the hot spring and closed the door behind him. Once Zhao Linger finishes absorbing the medicine, her training for the day will be completely over. After Ling Qingyu went to the next room to rest, Zhao Linger breathed a slight sigh of relief. Even though there was someone beside her, even her close sister Ling, she still felt a little nervous. However, the medicinal bath method that Sister Ling mentioned is indeed very effective. After just one day of cultivation, she felt her body brimming with spiritual energy, and her physique seemed to have improved. He has even reached the bottleneck of the 6th level of qi refining, and is clearly only one step away from the 7th level of qi refining. Thinking of this, Zhao Linger formed a hand seal to accelerate the absorption of the medicinal liquid in the hot spring. Then she slowly got up from the hot spring and was about to put on her clothes. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly resounded, followed by an extremely chaotic shockwave of spiritual energy. What happened? Zhao Linger was startled and quickly looked towards the room where Gu Yan was, where the extremely chaotic fluctuations were coming from. In an instant, the entire cave shook, and a violent force raged within it like a raging hurricane. However, this did not resemble an attack, rather, it appeared to be extremely chaotic fluctuations of talismans, an abnormal fluctuation seemingly caused by a failed talisman drawing. The door to the room where Gu Yan was located had been destroyed, and thick black smoke was billowing out. Zhao Linger looked over with a worried expression. From within the black smoke, Gu Yan's somewhat dejected voice could be heard. Is it really too early to inscribe second-tier runes now? Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed out of the black smoke. The two locked eyes. Gu Yan was in a terrible state, his clothes torn and tattered from the impact, but he was slightly stunned, his eyes fixed on something unbelievable. Seeing Gu Yan standing there blankly, seemingly seriously injured by the backlash of the talisman, Zhao Linger wanted to go forward to help him. As soon as I took a step, I found myself freezing cold. Wait, I think I'm not wearing clothes. Time and space seemed to stand still at this moment, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Ah! Zhao Linger's scalp tingled with embarrassment, her fair skin blushing as red as a boiled shrimp, as she frantically tried to cover her chest. But then one thing is overlooked. As a gentleman, Gu Yan swallowed hard and then quickly turned his back to Zhao Linger. The unforgettable scene still lingers in my mind's eye. Big. The sun is so bright today. Gu Yan looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. The undulating mountains, viewed from the side, form ridges and peaks. And the deep canyons, with their beautiful scenery, are truly breathtaking. The wonders of nature are truly captivating. However, as soon as these thoughts surfaced, Gu Yan quickly banished them from his mind, cleared his throat, and said, Junior sister, this was an accident. I didn't see anything. Zhao Linger, who had just hurriedly dressed, hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath when she heard these words. She immediately covered her face with her hands, blushing as red as burning coals, with wisps of white mist rising from her head. Senior brother, you. I'll never talk to you again. Sister Ling, my senior brother is bullying me. She stomped her foot in shame and anger, then quickly turned and rushed towards Ling Qingyu's room. Gu Yan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. It really was an accident. He wasn't lying. Also, it's all that damned Moonlight Fox's fault. It just so happened that he was disturbed at the crucial moment when he was trying to inscribe the second-order talisman. Otherwise, even if the second-tier talisman inscription failed, it wouldn't have generated such a huge backlash. It must be punished properly. Moonlight Fox wagged its tail at Gu Yan, looking smug and begging for praise. Damn it, what does this damned fox think he is? Gu Yan slapped the Moonlight Fox on the head. Don't do anything reckless again. This is a one-time exception. The next morning. As soon as she got up, Ling Qingyu sensed that the atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat subtle. She already knows what happened late last night. Gu Yan glanced at him with a somewhat strange expression. Her husband was truly blessed with good fortune, but she had already accepted Zhao Linger in her heart and didn't say anything. Moreover, she knew that Zhao Linger had a good impression of Gu Yan, but the incident happened so suddenly that she couldn't accept it for a while. It will get better naturally after a while. Let's eat. This is a spirit fish that I bought specially. It tastes excellent after being steamed and is very beneficial for cultivation. Ling Qingyu pointed to the large yellow croaker on the table and glanced at the two people at the table who were looking somewhat awkward. Gu Yan nodded, preparing to take a bite of the steamed yellow croaker to ease the awkward atmosphere. But suddenly, a very bad feeling came over me. His outstretched chopsticks suddenly stopped in place. Chapter 51 by Jinghan, Dead. Ling Qingyu was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on with Gu Yan. Zhao Linger looked up at Gu Yan with some confusion. This fish doesn't suit your taste? Before Ling Qingyu could finish speaking, her eyes suddenly narrowed. Although the fish was still the same fish, she vaguely sensed that something inside the fish meat had broken open. The originally tender fish meat gave her a sense of danger. Ling Qingyu immediately channeled her divine sense into the large yellow croaker, examining it carefully for a while. Interesting. The method of sealing poison with wax means that it will not explode without cooking, making it impossible to guard against. This poison seems to be the same colorless and odorless poison of datura. The leftists really will stop at nothing to harm you. A murderous intent surged in Ling Qingyu's eyes. Zhao Linger was also startled. The poison of datura was infamous and difficult to guard against. However, because it was so rare and valuable, ordinary cultivators could hardly come into contact with it. This large yellow croaker has been secretly poisoned with such a deadly toxin. In an instant, Zhao Linger's heart was filled with murderous intent. They had previously sent cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining to launch an attack on them. If it weren't for Senior Brother Gu's profound mastery of talismans, they would have been in grave danger. How long has it been? They've already secretly poisoned them again and attacked them. A murderous intent surged within her, and Zhao Linger was just about to smash the large yellow croaker to pieces with a single sword strike. But Gu Yan stopped him. Wait, since they like to use these methods, let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Seeing Gu Yan's expression turn cold, Zhao Linger couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Gu, what are your plans? Gu Yan glanced at the two women, then leaned close to their ears and slowly told them his plan. Upon hearing this, both women's eyes lit up. It's been 3 days. There's been no sign of them coming out for 3 days. The datura poison must have killed them. Inside the room, Bai Ginghan bowed to Bai Zuo, whose leg injuries had healed, with an excited smile on his face. 3 days have passed quietly since he secretly poisoned Gu Yan's cave. He specifically sent people to keep an eye on Gu Yan's cave, and since then, the cave has been completely silent. Are you sure they're all dead? Upon hearing this, the leftists felt that things might have gone a little too smoothly. If they weren't dead, there would have been a lot of noise. Bai Ginghan said confidently. Bai Zuo thought for a moment, and his gloomy face relaxed a bit, but he still looked a little uneasy and said, Have you covered your tracks completely? If that woman Chu Fian finds even the slightest clue, she will definitely not let it go. It's all taken care of. Absolutely no problem, young master, don't worry. Bai Ginghan nodded. Tonight I will have someone sneak into the cave and bring out that wolf hairbrush for you. Well done. We've finally heard some good news these past few days. The liberal left finally felt a sense of triumph, and their appetites returned. Let's go. Let's have a proper celebration today. Bai Jinghan smiled and said, Young master, I have already prepared a feast of demonic beasts, all cooked with top-quality delicacies, which will greatly benefit your injuries. As he spoke, a maidservant brought out delicacies. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, one has actually reached a state close to abstaining from grains. However, cultivators with a strong appetite will still indulge in the food. Moreover, demonic beasts contain abundant spiritual energy, which is very beneficial for cultivation. Soon, the maids unveiled the plates of delicacies, and a rich aroma of food filled the air. Just as Bai Zuo was about to enjoy his meal, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Bang! Bang! The maid who had served the delicacies suddenly swayed unsteadily, as if she were drunk, and collapsed to the ground. His lips turned pale, and his whole body gradually stiffened. This is a sign of poisoning. Bai Zuo was startled, no wonder he suddenly felt a sense of danger. This food is poisoned. A pair of cold eyes fixed intently on Bai Jinghan in the next moment. Judging from their sudden deaths, it was clear they had been poisoned by datura. This Bai Jinghan wants to harm me. Stared at by the cannibalistic gaze of the leftists, Bai Ginghan trembled like a leaf. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Thank God, he absolutely had no intention or courage to harm or scheme against the young master. But this actually happened. His legs went weak, and he knelt before Bai Zuo, saying in terror, "Young master, you know me. I'm just a dog under your command. How could I possibly have any intention of harming you? I've been loyal and respectful to you all these years." As he was speaking, his body suddenly began to convulse violently, and he foamed at the mouth. He was poisoned too? Bai Zuo was slightly startled. Bai Ginghan was a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining. Even if he smelled poison, he wouldn't be in such a state of severe poisoning. A Bai family guard used his spiritual power to seal his mouth and nose, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Young master, he just ate some of your food beforehand." Bai Zuo's face darkened. Is this what it means to respect oneself? I'm afraid they'll keep going against my wishes. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Bai Zuo unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, like a tiger descending a mountain, which struck Bai Jinghan, instantly turning him into a bloody pulp. Then, he squinted and looked at the cave where Gu Yan was. Poisoning food, exactly the same method they used to scheme against Gu Yan. Is this some kind of retaliation? But they were in the cave the whole time, so how could they have secretly poisoned them? Young Master, Chu Fian, Peak Master Chu has stormed in. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the room, and before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying. You liberal leftists, you're worse than animals. As soon as she entered, Chu Fian glared angrily at Bai Zuo. You actually poisoned Gu Yan and the others' food. You have no shame. Do you really think the Chu family is easy to bully? As he spoke, he immediately attacked the leftists. Bai Zuo's strength was no match for Chu Fian's. He was directly suppressed by her spiritual power and knelt on the ground. Chu Fian raised her slender hand and slapped Bai Zuo twice across the face. Presumptuous. The Foundation establishment cultivator responsible for protecting Bai Zuo was so shocked by the scene that his blood pressure soared. Chu Fian was simply rubbing the Bai family's face into the ground. However, Chu Fian came prepared this time, and immediately a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Chu family stepped forward to stop them. Chu Fian, you are incredibly audacious to lay a hand on the young master. The Bai family will not let you get away with this. You are declaring war on the Bai family. Chu Fian ignored the threat of the Bai family's foundation building and major repairs. He simply looked at Bai Zuo, whose face was bruised and swollen, and said coldly, I'll spare your life for the sake of the Bai family, but if you dare to lay a hand on Gu Yan or the others again, you'll be killed without mercy. After saying that, he stomped down and stepped hard on Bai Zuo's thigh. With a crack, the bones shattered. Ah! A pig-like scream once again came from the mouth of the white left. His leg had just recovered when it was broken again. This pain and humiliation drove him almost insane. Kill her. Kill that bitch. Chu Fian, who had just turned to leave, looked back at him coldly, her ruthless killing intent flashing by like a winter wind. Bai Zuo shuddered, the ferocity and madness on his face momentarily froze, and he shrank back in fear. This woman is really willing to kill herself. Remember what I said. If you dare to lay a hand on them again, next time it won't be as simple as losing a leg. Bai Jingyan's idea? He was poisoned to death himself? Looking at Chu Fian, who had come to the cave to deliver the latest information, Gu Yan felt that the news was quite absurd. However, this was in line with his previous plan, to fight fire with fire. That's right, I also broke one of Bai Zuo's legs, so he should be more restrained recently. Chu Fian chuckled softly, beaming with delight and radiating charm. Gu Yan lowered his eyes, focusing on his inner thoughts. Chu Fian possessed a captivating charm, and even with a peerless Taoist partner like Ling Qingyu, he still found it difficult to resist. Gu Yan knew the personality of the great Peak Master Chu, and Bai Zuo was likely to suffer greatly. Won't there be any problems with you taking such a high-profile action against him? Chu Fian said calmly, Don't worry about me. It was Bai Zuo who acted unfairly, attacking you twice in a row. You've given him too much face. The old man and the others were very pleased with my action against him. They said it felt like they had finally gotten their revenge. The Bai family was in the wrong, so they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Zhao Linger, standing to the side, looked at Chu Fian, who was talking eloquently, with a hint of envy. If I were to reach the late Foundation establishment stage like her, even without any background, Bai Zuo probably wouldn't dare to provoke me. Ultimately, it was because my own abilities were too low. Once our strength increases, we will make the leftists pay a bloody price, no, a death price. Thanks to Sister Fian this time, otherwise even if we had discovered Bai Zuo's scheme, it would have been difficult to take action against him, Gu Yan said gratefully. Chu Fian waved her hand casually, it was nothing. You're already a member of the Chu family, so there's no need for thanks. Then, as if she had thought of something, she pressed for an answer. By the way, did you try to inscribe a second-tier talisman last night? Was it successful? Gu Yan felt a little embarrassed. The beautiful scenery seemed to reappear before his eyes. He shook his head, coughed lightly, and said, the gap between the first and second tiers is huge. It seems that I will have to break through to the 9th level of qi refining before I can succeed. Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she had come to terms with it these past few days, she still felt uncomfortably hot all over whenever the matter was mentioned. Chu Fian vaguely sensed that the two people's expressions were a bit strange, and her heart was immediately filled with a burning desire for gossip. Could it be that they're having an affair? This is a really good melon. But soon, her face darkened slightly. Gu Yan was someone Chu Fian valued. Gu Yan had already found Ling Qingyu before, so why was Zhao Linger going to get ahead of him? As a woman, Zhao Linger has a very keen sixth sense. Why does Chu Fian look at me with a hint of jealousy and hostility? Could it be that there's something between Chu Fian and Gu Yan? However, Chu Fian is a young lady of the Chu family and the peak master of the outer sect, a foundation establishment cultivator. Extremely excellent. Could it be that senior brother Gu can even win over such an outstanding woman? That's amazing. How did senior brother Gu manage to do that? In an instant, Zhao Linger felt even more admiration for Gu Yan. At the same time, she became even more convinced of Gu Yan's identity. After all, Sister Ling is such an outstanding woman, yet she chose Gu Yan. And Peak Master Chu, who is also extremely outstanding in every aspect, has also taken a liking to senior brother Gu. It's clear that senior brother Gu is absolutely the best match. If we miss this opportunity, we may never have another chance. Chapter 52 The Golden Core Inheritance Tomb, Linger Breakthrough. Gu Yan was unaware that Zhao Linger and Chu Fian were both secretly observing each other, plotting whether they should take the initiative and win her over before the other did. At this moment, Gu Yan felt that he could finally relax a little these past few days and no longer have to be on guard against the schemes of the leftists. Sister Fian, have you found a solution for the spirit-nourishing pill? As Ling Qingyu's baby grows larger, Gu Yan has been unable to continue dual cultivation with her for 2 months, and his cultivation progress has slowed down considerably. There is no chance of breaking through to the 9th level of qi refining in a short period of time using conventional methods. The only option is to place our hopes on the system. Bai Zuo might be quiet for a few days, but given the young master of the Bai family as Wan Ku, meaning spoiled and dissolute nature, and the wolf hairbrush, Bai Zuo will definitely continue to take action against me. We need to improve our strength as soon as possible. I've gathered all the materials, and it should be ready to be refined tomorrow. I'll bring it to you then. Seeing this, Gu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, the batches and selections for entering the Qingyang Mountains will be announced soon. Everyone except pregnant women will be going, including me. You should prepare well these days. The Qingyang Mountains are extremely dangerous, and many disciples have perished there. Chu Fian's expression became more serious. Sweeping through the Qingyang Mountains is a strategy already decided upon by the Qingming sect's higher-ups, and it's unlikely to change. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger exchanged a glance and nodded seriously. Chu Fian took out a few more talismans that Gu Yan had given her and handed them to him, saying, "Keep some of the talismans you draw for yourself, just in case. We've already taken the lion's share of the outer sect's talisman business. Even if the white left recovers, they won't have a chance to turn things around, so there's no need to be so nervous." Gu Yan shook his head and said, "No need. I have made my own preparations these days, and I will definitely have enough when the time comes." With the help of the wolf hairbrush, his efficiency and success rate increased significantly. The number of talismans he drew in a day was at least 1.5 times more than before. He has already accumulated dozens of talismans here. Seeing Gu Yan's certainty, Chu Fian didn't stand on ceremony, and with a wave of her slender hand, she put the talisman away. "Alright, I need to make preparations as soon as possible. Once the turmoil in the Qingyang Mountains has passed, things will be peaceful for a while." Chu Fian left. Zhao Linger felt an increasing sense of urgency. After all, she planned to make her move against Bai Zuo when he entered the Qingyang Mountains. In the days that followed, Zhao Linger further increased the difficulty of her training, practicing swordsmanship without stopping for a moment. After practicing swordsmanship, they would soak in the newly built hot spring pool inside the cave to cultivate, repeating this cycle repeatedly. Although it was hard work, she could feel her cultivation level improving slightly every moment. Senior brother Gu. On this day, an outer disciple appeared at the entrance of the cave and bowed very respectfully. Gu Yan was practicing his sword when he sensed that a disciple was requesting an audience. He didn't know why this person had come to see him, but since they were neighbors, he left the cave. He recognized the man. It was Zhou Jing. He was middle-aged and somewhat balding. Right next to the cave, he had already reached the 8th level of qi refining, which was quite good among the outer disciples. I apologize for disturbing you, senior brother. Seeing that Gu Yan seemed to be practicing swordsmanship, Zhou Jing quickly cupped his hands in apology. Although he was a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refining and much older than Gu Yan was far stronger than him. Since the one who has attained the highest level is the master, he naturally addressed him as senior brother. Gu Yan glanced at him. Junior brother Zhou, is there something important? Zhou Jing glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby before whispering. To be honest, senior brother Gu, I unexpectedly found a large tomb in the Green Mountain Range that is the legacy of a golden core cultivator. I was wondering if you would be interested in exploring it? The great tomb of the golden elixir cultivation successor? Gu Yan's expression turned slightly serious. Golden core cultivators are quite influential figures in the Azure Nether sect. Going to the tomb of such an existence, one must find many valuable items. However, Gu Yan was quite wary. The Qingyang Mountains have now become a meat grinder, with countless disciples dying. How did you determine that it was a grand tomb passed down by a golden core cultivator? Zhou Jing lowered his voice excitedly and said, that great tomb is in a rift valley. I once accidentally fell into it and saw a dazzling golden core rise from the tomb. It is definitely the tomb of a golden core cultivator. Is that tomb dangerous? Gu Yan thought for a moment and then asked. Zhou Jing nodded and said, there are many first-tier demonic beasts outside the tomb. I am no match for them and dare not venture in rashly. I also do not trust the other disciples, so I would like to cooperate with you, senior brother. After he returned alive from the Qingyang Mountains, he kept thinking about the great tomb of the golden core cultivator. However, he was also aware of his own limitations. Even without the guards of demonic beasts, it would be extremely dangerous for him to enter alone with his current strength. If this news is reported to the sect, a reward will certainly be given. But compared to the inheritance of a golden core cultivator, that reward was nothing. He had been mediocre for half his life and felt that he might as well take a gamble. Of course, taking a gamble is not about suicide, but about collaborating with others to explore. He had learned a lot about Gu Yan. He was a good person, very capable, and an extremely skilled talisman master. It meets all the requirements in every aspect. If I were to seek out other senior brothers, they would probably devour me completely. Gu Yan thought about it seriously and was quite tempted. If what Zhou Jing said is true, even if there is nothing in that inheritance tomb, only the golden core left behind by the golden core cultivator who passed away, it is still an extremely rare treasure. If it is completely refined, one can use some of the techniques of a golden core cultivator and leap into becoming a pseudo-golden core expert. Besides these, the golden elixir has many other wonderful uses, too numerous to mention. He was certain that if this news spread, it would cause a sensation within the sect. Even a golden core cultivator might get involved in the competition. However, risk and reward are often proportional, so Gu Yan thought about it carefully for a while and slowly said, "Thank you for informing me of this news, junior brother Zhou. This matter is of great importance, and I apologize that I cannot make a decision at the moment. I will certainly give you a definite answer in a couple of days, okay?" Zhou Jing was somewhat surprised by this. A grand tomb for the inheritance of golden core cultivators, which outer disciple wouldn't be tempted by such a sight? Senior brother Gu's ability to maintain such a calm and composed mindset, without being impatient or agitated, is truly extraordinary. However, he secretly thought it was a good thing. At least senior brother Gu was an extremely calm person, and once he got involved, the success rate of this matter would definitely increase significantly. Then let's make a decision as soon as possible, senior brother. Although it is hidden there are already first-level demonic beasts lurking on the outskirts. If we are discovered by the powerful demons, we will have no chance at all. Zhou Jing clasped his hands in a fist salute, then turned and left. How credible do you think this news is, madam? Not long after Zhou Jing left, Gu Yan looked at Ling Qingyu, who had walked to his side, and said. Ling Qingyu said in a low voice, this person's spiritual fluctuations are not abnormal. He really wants to enter that great tomb and defy fate. It should be true. Perhaps we can go in and give it a try. Young master, we have already found out the list of those who will take turns entering the Qingyang Mountains this time. In the early morning, in the room, Bai Zuo, who had just lifted his broken right leg, looked at the maid who had rushed over, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sat up from the bed, coldly saying, "Tell me, when were Gu Yang and Zhao Ling scheduled to enter the Qingyang Mountains?" After suffering 2 setbacks within the sect, Bai Zuo gave up on his plan to eliminate the 2 within the sect. If he continued to cause trouble, he would become the target of everyone's criticism. However, the Qingyang Mountains are extremely chaotic, making them an excellent location to launch an attack. Once they reach the mountains, no matter what methods Gu Yang and Zhao Ling use, as long as they plan ahead, they will only face certain death. The maid looked at the sinister-looking Bai Zuo and felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly tightened her clothes and said, "Gu Yang will arrive in 20 days, and Zhao Ling in 30 days. One takes 20 days, the other 30 days? Bai Zuo frowned, very dissatisfied. Letting them live another day would only fuel his anger. His eyes immediately turned cold, and he pressed, "When will it be my turn?" Young master is scheduled to depart the day after tomorrow to be in charge of the outer perimeter of the eastern part of the Qingyang Mountains. The day after tomorrow? Bai Zuo glanced at his right leg, which hadn't recovered yet, and thought that it would definitely be fully recovered in 2 more days. So he said directly, "Then let's use some spirit stones to transfer them to the eastern part of the Qingyang Mountains as well, so they can also depart the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the maid immediately understood the young master's meaning, nodded hastily, and left the room to make the arrangements. From the elders to the disciples of Immortal Seed Peak, everyone in the sect is required to participate in this operation to eliminate the demonic beasts in the Qingyang Mountains. No one can escape it. As long as the list is not officially announced, it is not a problem to change the time and region through back channels. However, most disciples either postponed their time or chose a relatively safe area. Few disciples volunteered to come early, and the eastern district seemed to be a dangerous area teeming with demonic beasts. Call. Finally, I've reached the 7th level of Qi refining. In the hot spring, Zhao Linger slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and even more abundant spiritual power flowed through her body, emitting a chilling cold aura. The once scalding hot water in the bath was freezing at a visible rate. Ling Qingyu looked at Zhao Linger with considerable satisfaction. Originally, according to her estimate, Zhao Linger would need another day to break through. I didn't expect her to be so determined. She broke through the barrier a day ahead of schedule. With your unique ice spirit root, plus the Northern Darkness sword technique that I taught you, once you break through to the 8th level of Qi refining, even if Bai Zuo is a half-step foundation establishment cultivator, he will not be your match. Ling Qingyu spoke earnestly. Although Bai Zuo is the young master of the Bai family, his foundation is weak, and he cannot possibly be a match for Zhao Linger, who was personally guided and taught by her. 8th level of Qi refining. Zhao Linger's eyes were also filled with a hint of anticipation. Reaching the 8th level of Qi refining is considered quite outstanding among outer sect disciples. She is now only one step away from achieving it. Zhao Linger looked at Ling Qingyu with gratitude, knowing that she truly regarded her as a sister, and was deeply moved. The baby is due in about 2 months, right? Zhao Linger gently stroked Ling Qingyu's noticeably protruding belly, her face radiating maternal warmth. Ling Qingyu nodded. This was her and Gu Yan's first child. Gu Yan has put in a lot of effort. Yesterday, Zhu Fian delivered the nourishing spirit pill. After she swallowed it, she clearly felt that the child's constitution had changed, and once the child was born, it would definitely be extraordinary. Ling Qingyu was a little confused. After she took the nourishing spirit pill, Gu Yan quickly went to his inner room to cultivate in seclusion, without spending much time with her. However, considering that Zhu Fian brought a lot of materials for making second-grade talismans, Gu Yan probably really wanted to break through to the second-level talisman master in one go. However, there is a world of difference between a second-tier talisman master and a first-tier talisman master. It is almost impossible for Gu Yan to break through in a short period of time. Chapter 53 Breakthrough, Second-Tier Talisman Master. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Taoist partner Ling Qingyu's unborn child has advanced to the spirit body level, rewarding you with a minor realm advancement. In the room, Gu Yan looked at the words that appeared before him, unable to hide his excitement. Qi refining level 9. Finally, with the help of the system, a breakthrough was achieved with unstoppable momentum. The difference between the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refining may seem to be just one realm. However, it is a threshold that many outer disciples find difficult to cross. After breaking through to the 9th level of qi refining, one can hope to achieve low-grade foundation establishment with the help of foundation establishment pills. However, even if one succeeds, one will only become the weakest foundation establishment cultivator. But he was still a foundation establishment cultivator. It is far stronger than qi refining cultivators. Only the most talented cultivators at the 11th or 12th level of qi refining can fight against it. It can be said that it defies the heavens and changes one's fate. If he were to undergo arduous training, even if he were to do the same as Zhao Linger, involving endless medicinal baths and rigorous training day and night, it would still take several months to achieve the same result. Now, as the child's physical condition improves further and he transforms into a spiritual being, he also benefits greatly. The key point is that after Gu Yan broke through to the 9th level of qi refining, not only did his spiritual power become more condensed, but his divine sense also experienced a huge increase. Almost effortlessly, he broke through the bottleneck and entered the ranks of second-tier talisman masters. A second-tier talisman master in the qi refining stage. If a family of talismans like the Bai family knew this, they would probably be utterly astonished. After Gu Yan became familiar with the surge in spiritual power, he immediately gripped the wolf hairbrush in his hand, spread out the beast hide that had been cut out beforehand, dipped it in the special demon blood, and began to inscribe second-tier talismans. Second-tier talismans are far more powerful than first-tier talismans. Even if we encounter a foundation establishment cultivator undergoing a major overhaul, and are forced to use a second-tier talisman to cleanse the area, we will not be afraid at all. The second-tier talisman gave him great confidence and assurance. The wolf hairbrush moved with the grace of dragons and snakes, landing on the specially made animal hide talisman, quickly outlining the talisman head, then the talisman core, and the talisman feet. After completing the task step by step in a steady manner, the yellow talisman paper made from the hide of a demon beast began to emit a mysterious crimson light. Blood Sword Talisman. The system skill book records a second-tier low-grade talisman. Once activated, the demonic blood transforms into a sword, imbued with the ferocious aura of demonic beasts, enough to threaten even early foundation establishment cultivators. Gu Yan was extremely satisfied. He calculated that it had taken about half an hour. He thought that once he became more proficient and his skill level improved, his speed in drawing talismans would increase even further. However, compared to first-tier talismans, second-tier talismans consume far more spiritual energy. He had only inscribed one second-tier talisman when his spiritual energy became somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, Zhu Fian also prepared some pills for him to restore his consciousness this time. After taking them, he continued to create talismans in preparation for entering the Qingyang Mountains and assassinating Bai Zua. Senior brother Gu, the situation is dire. You and junior sister Linger have both been urgently conscripted. As dusk fell, Gu Yan had just stretched his aching right shoulder when he heard Zhou Jing anxiously rushing to the entrance of the cave. Emergency signs? Were they conscripted together? Gu Yan frowned, sensing a hint of scheming and conspiracy in the man's expression. As Gu Yan stepped out of the cave, Zhou Jing approached with a grim expression. In addition, as far as I know, the White Left Deacon also entered the Qingyang Mountains on this day. This is too much of a coincidence. He knew about the conflict between Gu Yan and Bai Zua, and that the Bai family was definitely behind it. If that's the case, the situation is dangerous. Yesterday, Gu Yan had promised him that they would enter the Golden Core Realm tomb together to explore for treasure, and the agreed time was exactly 1 day later. Getting involved with a spoiled young master like Bai Zua is definitely not a good thing. Zhou Jing frowned and said, Senior brother Gu, how about we use some spirit stones to postpone our entry into the Qingyang Mountains? Bai Zua himself is at the half-step foundation establishment stage. When he enters the Qingyang Mountains, for the sake of safety, he will most likely be accompanied by a foundation establishment master. Once the operation is carried out in secret, no one will be able to find out the truth in the extremely dangerous Qingyang Mountains, which are teeming with monsters. Gu Yang remains silent. He and Zhao Linger originally planned to take action against Bai Zui in the Qingyang Mountains. I didn't expect the liberals to have this plan too. If he didn't break through to the 9th level of qi refining and become a second-tier talisman master, Gu Yan thought Zhou Jing's suggestion was good. But now he is not only a second-level talisman master, but his cultivation has also reached the 9th level of qi refining. As long as he is well prepared, he can catch Bai Zua off guard. Since the liberal left is so eager to die, then I'll grant his wish. However, on the surface, Gu Yan did not show any emotion. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, Let's stick to the original plan. The Qingyang Mountains are a major event for the sect. Steward Bai will definitely prioritize the overall situation and won't make things difficult for us. Zhou Jing blinked, looking at Gu Yan with a puzzled expression. Senior brother Gu's words are far too naive, aren't they? Gu Yan shook his head again. Besides, even if we use spirit stones, it will be difficult to change things at this point. The influence of the Bai family is something we can't compare to. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing understood the logic. If Bai Zuo really intends to take action against Gu Yan and Zhao Linger in the Qingyang Mountains, it will be almost impossible for Gu Yan and Zhao Linger to change the date. However, considering the relationship between senior brother Gu and Peak Master Chu, Bai Zuo might not dare to actually resort to underhanded tactics. Zhou Jing felt a little relieved. Since senior brother Gu has made his plans early, I won't bother you any longer. I'll go with you in a day, so we can look out for each other along the way. Gu Yan naturally did not refuse. He returned to his cave and told Ling Qingyu and Zhao Linger about it. Setting off for Qingyang mountain range in a day? This leftist is really impatient. Ling Qingyu squinted her eyes. The fact that the leftists were engaging in such underhanded tactics disrupted her plans to improve Zhao Linger. However, after thinking about it seriously, her gaze sharpened. There's still a little over a day left, Linger. You should practice the Northern Darkness sword technique with me. Zhao Linger nodded obediently, knowing how exquisite Ling Jie's swordsmanship was. Seeing this, Gu Yan went straight back to his room and continued drawing talismans. The Bai family is a family of talismans masters, and they must carry many life-saving talismans, so we must not be careless. Fortunately, as he broke through to become a second-tier talisman master, the wolf hairbrush also revealed more profound abilities. However, it requires absorbing a large number of demon cores to activate the first star on the talisman brush. It's definitely worth a trip to the Qingyang Mountains. The fact that the brush hadn't even activated the stars on it had already provided him with tremendous help. What surprises would the brush bring him if he lit up the first star? A day and a night have passed. Before they knew it, it was time for Gu Yan and the others to set off for the Qingyang Mountains. The somber tolling of bells echoed from the summit of the main mountain. The signals converge at this point. All disciples heading to the Qingyang Mountains today must meet at the plaza on the main peak. Gu Yan touched the storage bag in his arms, and after confirming that he had brought everything, he walked out of the cave with Zhao Linger. Madam, you and the children wait for me to return. By then, we should probably head to the inner sect. He is now a second-tier talisman master and is fully qualified to become an inner disciple. The treatment of inner disciples is much better than that of outer disciples. Unfortunately, the decision to go to war and the schemes orchestrated by the leftists came together. He can only take advantage of the situation by temporarily concealing his identity as a second-tier talisman master. Although Ling Qingyu knew that Gu Yan was no longer the same person he used to be, she still couldn't help but worry and said, "Come back soon, the kids and I are waiting for you." The two gazed at each other with deep affection. Zhao Linger, standing to the side, could only gazing at the mountains in front of her, a hint of envy in her eyes. Spiritual practice requires dharma, resources, companions, and a suitable environment. Having a Taoist partner who can always be by your side is something that many cultivators dream of. Gu Yan, Zhao Linger, the situation is urgent. The eastern district of Qingyang mountain range has been attacked by demonic beasts, and the guard team has suffered heavy losses. You must rush to the rescue immediately and arrive in the eastern district within 3 hours. The main force will follow shortly. As soon as Gu Yan and Zhao Linger arrived at the square, an inner disciple came over and gave them tokens engraved with orders. The people around the square were all astonished. This is so sudden. The Qingyang Mountains are in complete chaos right now. Entering them without following the main group is tantamount to suicide. However, it turned out to be Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. They weren't so surprised anymore. The fact that these two had offended the liberal left was already common knowledge. They just didn't expect the retaliation to come so quickly. Moreover, it was done in the form of a sect order. If they don't accept, they are disobeying orders and will be killed without mercy. Accepting orders is practically the same as courting death. Gu Yan glanced at the disciple expressionlessly. Even a 7th-level Qi refining disciple would have to travel non-stop to reach the eastern part of the Qingyang Mountains within 3 hours. I'm at 8th level and 6th level, averaging exactly 7th level. Upon arrival, before they could even catch their breath, they had to confront the raging beast tide. The leftists really know how to scheme. However, Gu Yan still accepted the token. He was planning to kill a large number of demonic beasts to obtain their cores and help the wolf hairbrush light up the first star. Zhao Linger, on the other hand, needs the remnants of demonic beast souls to accumulate the Northern Darkness sword force and enhance the power of her swordsmanship. The Bai family underestimated the cultivation level of the two individuals. This seemingly extremely dangerous order was actually a huge opportunity for them. The chaotic battle in the Qingyang Mountains is filled with nothing but the corpses of monsters. They need to get there as soon as possible, otherwise, once the battlefield is cleared, there won't be any for them. It will all end up in the pockets of those deacons or elders. Seeing Gu Yan accept the token and quickly lead Zhao Linger to the eastern part of the Qingyang Mountains according to the instructions, many people had complicated expressions. This must be the last time we see them, right? At this moment, Bai Zuo led a thin-faced old man to the square. Watching Gu Yan and the other person disappear into the distance, he had an indescribable sense of pride on his face. So what if Gu Yan is a talisman genius? So what if they are powerful? Compared to his own background, he's nothing but a joke. As the person in charge of the East District, he was all too aware of the current situation there, rampant monsters, a veritable bloody meat grinder. Let them go first, they'll surely die anyway. I don't even need to lift a finger myself. Chapter 54 Rescue Efforts. Senior Brother Gu is amazing. Those liberals are no human being. The eastern part of the Qingyang Mountains is teeming with demonic beasts. Although they are almost all first-tier demonic beasts, their numbers are so great that even Foundation establishment cultivators may perish in the beast tide. When Gu Yan and Zhao Linger headed to the Qingyang Mountains, Zhou Jing, who had been waiting halfway there, immediately met up with them. Knowing that they had received orders and were heading to the East District ahead of schedule, he couldn't help but clench his fists and curse angrily. He had survived a beast tide before and knew all too well how difficult it was to survive one. Even though Senior Brother Gu's strength is unfathomable, it is nothing in the face of the endless stream of first-tier demonic beasts. However, after he finished his rant, he found that Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were very calm, and even had a smile on their lips. If Junior Brother Zhou trusts us, then come with us. We need quite a few first-tier demonic beasts. Zhou Jing's mouth was slightly open. He sensed that something was wrong. Almost all the disciples who went to Qingyang Mountain Range had long faces, fearing that they would encounter a beast tide and never return. Why were they so happy? After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Jing quickly followed. Reinforcements. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? On the dilapidated high wall of the stronghold, a Qingming sect disciple with a missing arm stood with a look of despair on his face. They have been holding out here for 4 hours. The number of disciples guarding this place has also been reduced sharply from over 100 to just a few dozen. The losses were severe. Although a considerable number of demonic beasts were annihilated, the demonic beasts seemed to be endless, constantly surging in from all directions to attack the stronghold. The stronghold's defensive array was already damaged, and all they could rely on was to stick together. The prolonged battle had left them with injuries of varying degrees, and they were nearly exhausted. Let's wait a little longer. I still have some pills and talismans here, which can help me hold on for a while. I've already sent a request for help to the sect, and they will send a large force to support me soon. Behind this disciple, Chu Fengwu, covered in blood, gritted her teeth and took out some pills and talismans from her bosom, distributing them to several injured disciples. She was very unlucky she had become the person in charge yesterday and rushed to this stronghold. It was still quiet here, but unexpectedly, just as dawn was breaking, the monsters suddenly went berserk, and this stronghold became the key to the monsters' attack from the outside. The other disciples took the pills and their injuries showed obvious improvement. But now the situation is extremely bad, and recovering some injuries is just a drop in the ocean. An atmosphere of despair permeated the high walls of the stronghold. Even though they knew the Qingyang Mountains were dangerous, the sheer number of monsters surrounding them still filled them with a sense of despair. Hold head high. Suddenly, a roar of a wild bull echoed from the horde of beasts. Chu Fengwu and the others were all taken aback. That bull was a near second-tier demonic beast and the leader of the attacking demonic beasts. Its roar signifies that the monster is about to launch its final charge. In an instant, the already desperate crowd became even more panicked. Chu Fengwu had never felt so close to death. Whoosh! Just as numerous demonic beasts, their eyes bloodshot, burst forth from the broken high wall, two whooshing sounds suddenly came from the air. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing that the two were dressed in the robes of the Qingming sect disciples, a glimmer of hope was ignited in the hearts of the many despairing disciples. But, is it just the two of them? Where is the main reinforcement force? Why is there no trace of them? Especially after sensing the presence of the two people. Their hearts skipped a beat again. One is at the 7th level of Qi refining. One is at the 9th level of Qi refining. This strength is considered good among outer disciples, but it's nothing in the face of that massive wave of first-tier demonic beasts. Moreover, there are also near second-tier demonic beasts like the wild bull preparing to make their move. Senior brother Gu. Junior sister Zhao. Unlike the others, Zhu Fengwu was overjoyed to see the newcomers and leaped to their side. She knew Gu Yan's strength a few days ago at Qingmu Pavilion. Gu Yan knocked Bai Zuo away with a single punch. Moreover, Gu Yan is also a talisman genius. Although there were only 2 of them, in her opinion, this time there might really be hope. Gu Yan was also surprised to see an acquaintance here, Chu Fengwu, the talisman genius of the Chu family, who had a good relationship with Chu Fian. Seeing that she was covered in blood and her breath was weak, he glanced at the stronghold again. He immediately understood the situation, and promptly took out a stack of first-tier talismans from his pocket and handed them to her. You guys rely on the talismans for defense first, leave the beast tied to me and junior sister Zhao. After saying that, he led Zhao Linger and charged towards the oncoming beast tide. Chu Fengwu was startled. This was a beast tide. A slight mistake could mean certain death. She knew how much the young lady valued Gu Yan. However, Gu Yan had already rushed into the beast tide. Senior brother Gu? He seems to be Gu Yan, a talisman genius. The best-selling beast-attracting talisman and blood-burning talisman in the outer sect are also his masterpieces. A talisman master? Shouldn't he be using talismans to fight? Charging directly into the beast horde? That's incredibly reckless. The beast tide is extremely terrifying. We should just use talismans to wear it down or deter it from a distance. Those 2 were too reckless. Many outer disciples recognized Gu Yan. After all, Gu Yan was considered a very famous talisman genius among the outer disciples. However, this genius was completely different from the talisman masters they usually encountered. Under their watchful eyes, any demonic beast that rushed in front of Gu Yan was killed by him with a single sword strike. The crimson sword energy, like a blazing sunset, stretched for several feet and slashed down the demon beasts behind it as well. After eliminating these demonic beasts, Gu Yan immediately became distracted and activated his wolf hairbrush. The first dim star on the wolf hairbrush transformed into a wolf's head, opening its mouth to unleash a devouring power, absorbing the demon core from the beast's body. The dim stars suddenly brightened slightly, and the power of the wolf hairbrush itself became more profound, with a faint secret power emanating from the brush. It works! Gu Yan was overjoyed and scanned the horde of monsters before him as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. They immediately charged forward at an even faster speed. At this moment, Gu Yan was like a god of death in the world. With the second-tier fire spirit sword in hand, flames flashed wherever he went, and then the monsters fell to pieces, leaving behind limbs and broken bodies everywhere. Sweep through the entire enemy ranks. Unstoppable momentum. The outer disciples not far behind Gu Yan were all dumbfounded. He killed several first-tier demonic beasts with a single sword strike? They did their best, and could barely kill one. Gu Yan's strength is far greater than I imagined. They were torn apart and suffered heavy casualties under the onslaught of the beast tide. How come these demonic beasts are treated like dirt in front of senior brother Gu? I remember now, Dai Zongren, who used to run rampant in the outer sect, was defeated by him with a single sword strike. Zhu Fengwu's mouth was slightly open, her heart filled with shock. She knew Gu Yan was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. With this level of strength, he's probably almost invincible even in the Qi refining realm. They are even fully qualified to become inner disciples. Zhao Linger, standing beside Gu Yan, exuded a chilling aura. Every time she slays a demonic beast, dark power gathers within her body, making her aura even colder and more ferocious. At this moment, Zhao Linger truly felt the profound mystery of the Northern Darkness sword technique. The more and stronger the demonic beasts she slays, the stronger the sword energy within her body becomes. If 100 demonic beasts can be killed, the Northern Darkness sword Qi will surely undergo some kind of transformation. With the 2 working together, the demonic beasts that launched their final charge suffered heavy losses. The bull roared once more, stirring the blood and energy of the many demonic beasts and enhancing their strength. Each of them used their own methods, their eyes bloodshot, and they charged forward even more frantically, like a herd of beasts gathering from all directions, with a magnificent momentum, determined not to give up until they breached the stronghold. Even if they rushed in front of Gu Yan or Zhao Linger, they were ruthlessly killed with a single sword strike. However, as one monster was blasted to death, even more monsters flocked to it. The sounds of fighting, the screams of monsters, and roars of anger filled the air. The area surrounding the stronghold had become a blood-red inferno. Some of the monsters tried to retreat in fear, but the monsters behind them charged forward, entangling each other. Even if they wanted to retreat, it was too late. Soon, the blood of numerous demonic beasts began to flow, staining the earth red, softening the soil, and filling the air with the stench of blood. The scene was utterly chaotic. Just when it seemed that the favorable situation was about to be reversed by Gu Yan and Zhao Linger, who had rushed here, the bull snorted, exhaling 2 puffs of hot air from its nostrils, and then charged towards Gu Yan with tremendous force. Its entire body was as black as iron, and it was strong and powerful. When it charged toward Gu Yan, its powerful aura and strength caused the earth to tremble slightly. With a thud, the bull charged in front of Gu Yan in an instant, its 4 legs exerting force, leaping into the air and trampling him. As a near second-tier demon beast, the bull's combat power is extremely terrifying. Even a piece of blue stone would be reduced to dust under this attack. However, Gu Yan remained extremely calm, simply and unassumingly unleashing a single sword strike. The fire spirit sword, wreathed in flames, struck the savage bull with a sword aura that seemed to tear everything apart. Even with its thick hide, it was instantly cleaved in two by such an astonishing crimson sword aura, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The other monsters surrounding the bull were splattered with blood, and the strong smell of blood made their blood vessels tremble with fear. Escape! Get out of here! With the sudden death of the bull, the monsters that were already terrified by Gu Yan's killings could no longer suppress their fear and turned to flee. Gu Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stars on the wolf hairbrush, which had absorbed the demon core of the savage bull and were about to be completely illuminated. He then took off and chased after the fleeing demon beast. Zhao Linger was also close to killing 100 demonic beasts, so she wouldn't miss such an opportunity and followed Gu Yan to chase after them. Xu Fengwu and the others were all shocked. It seems that the beast tide is not a calamity for the two of them, but rather some kind of opportunity. They had never seen such a ruthless person actively hunting down the beast tide before in the Qingyang Mountains. Those two are truly monsters. However, they were also completely relieved. This beast tide crisis was finally quelled thanks to the arrival of Gu Yan and his companion. Zhou Jing, who was hiding in the distance, was already too shocked to speak. Senior brother Gu is amazing. Junior sister Zhao is so strong. Chapter 55 Two Prodigies, Bai Zuo arrives. Zhou Jing had already reached the 8th level of qi refining 4 years ago, and originally planned to follow behind the two and give it his all. But when he actually saw the beast tide, his legs went weak and he couldn't keep up. Seeing the two of them slaughtering monsters from afar, he felt both excited and ashamed, and a trace of regret flashed through his mind. We should firmly believe in senior brother Gu Yan. After all, how precious is senior brother Gu Yan's life? How can it be compared to my worthless life? If he's not afraid, why should I be? Even if I die, it would be an honor to die alongside a prodigy like senior brother Gu Yan. Zhou Jing composed himself and made up his mind that no matter what decision his senior brother Gu Yan made in the future, he would follow him. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds came rushing in. The reinforcements from the White Left and others are arriving at this location very quickly. The smell of blood is so strong. Even from a distance, Bai Zuo could smell the pungent stench of blood, which made him somewhat wary. He glanced at the gaunt man beside him before feeling relieved. This is Bai Sun, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Bai family, and also a second-tier talisman master. Staying by his side in the outer area of the Qingyang Mountains will be absolutely safe. After regaining his composure, Bai Zuo glanced at the battlefield from afar. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's auras have disappeared, and there is no sign of them either. It seems that they have died in the beast tide. A cold smile appeared on Bai Zuo's lips. A single act of arbitrarily exercising power can determine the fate of these two insignificant ants. Let's go search the battlefield for wolf hairbrushes. Gu Yan is not worthy of using such a treasure. With that, he led his men to the stronghold. Xu Fengwu looked somewhat displeased when she saw the reinforcements arrive. After all, the extremely dangerous arrangement of having Gu Yan and Zhao Linger as the vanguard is rare in the mountains, making her sense that it was deliberately targeted. If Gu Yan and his companion hadn't been so powerful, doing this would have only made them food for the monsters, no different from suicide. Upon recognizing that the visitor was Bai Zuo, Xu Fengwu's expression turned even more unpleasant. He instantly understood why this arrangement had been made, and immediately stared coldly at the liberal left. Do the inner sect elders know that you've been scheming against Gu Yan and Zhao Linger like this? The sect's strategy is to eradicate the demonic beasts from the Qingyang Mountains. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in this matter will pay a heavy price. If those inner sect elders found out, they would definitely not let it go. Seeing Chu Fengwu's unfriendly expression, he questioned her. Bai Zua became increasingly certain that Gu Yan and the other person were dead, and laughed heartily. So what if I'm an inner sect elder? I'm the one in charge of this stronghold. I can arrange things however I want. Chu Fengwu's eyes grew colder and colder, and she wished she could go up and slap him across the face. However, she was seriously injured. She glanced at the outer disciples behind her and let out a soft snort. I hope you'll still be this tough when the inner sect elders investigate this matter. The Bai family is powerful, but the Chu family is not to be trifled with either. Moreover, she knew that if Miss Bai Zua put great importance on Gu Yan and went all out to push this matter forward, Bai Zua would inevitably be in trouble. They're just two dead men now. Would the elders make things difficult for me because of two dead men? What a joke! Bai Zua shook his head indifferently. Although the inner sect elders wield great power, each of them is a cunning old fox who has lived for hundreds of years and would not do anything without personal gain. He was the young master of the Bai family, while Gu Yan was just an outer sect genius who was dead. It's not even worth a single toe of mine. If it's seriously investigated, at worst I'll just have to pay the sect a sum of confession spirit stones, and that'll be the end of it. Two dead men? Upon hearing this, Chu Fengwu's expression turned somewhat strange, and the next moment her face grew even colder. If they were truly just two ordinary outer disciples who had already died, the inner sect elders would not have pursued them so relentlessly. But what if they were two exceptionally talented disciples with unlimited potential? Now that the righteous and demonic paths are locked in a fierce battle, sects, immortal dynasties, and immortal alliances all desperately need such talents. When geniuses grow up, they can become pillars of society. They can also give birth to outstanding offspring. Making a move against such an outstanding disciple will surely cause a stir among the inner sect elders. And these liberals don't seem to care, which is incredibly foolish. The outer disciples behind Chu Fengwu stared at Bai Zua with rather cold expressions. They had witnessed the actions of senior brother Gu and junior sister Zhao. If the two of them hadn't intervened in time, and had Bai Zua and his men had arrived slowly and reluctantly, they would have been left only to collect their corpses. These liberals have schemed against their saviors, yet they show no remorse or repentance whatsoever. This caused their opinion of the white left and the white family to drop even further. From now on, this base will be under my control as the new person in charge. Ignoring the somewhat unfriendly gazes from the crowd, Bai Zua surveyed them with an arrogant expression and said, Clean up the battlefield immediately, collect the monster hides, flesh, and cores, and send them to the sect. A new broom sweeps clean, and naturally, the first thing to do is to keep these disciples in check and teach them to be respectful. However, as soon as he finished speaking, most of the outer disciples looked at Chu Fengwu. Chu Fengwu rubbed her forehead, looking frail and delicate. I can't go on. I've just been through a fierce battle and I'm exhausted. I'll have to trouble Steward Bai to clean up the battlefield from now on. The other outer disciples, who had just experienced a bloody battle, also lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Ouch, my old leg pain. Oh dear, my baringa. The veins on Bai Zua's forehead throbbed. These guys didn't even give him the slightest bit of face. Chu Fengwu, are you trying to disobey orders? He turned and stared intently at Chu Fengwu. Disobeying orders on the battlefield was a serious crime. Chu Fengwu rolled her eyes. Manager Bai, what are you saying? We are all wounded soldiers who fought bloody battles for the sect. Even if this goes to the elders, I will still have a reason to speak. You. Seeing that Chu Fengwu was determined to oppose him, Bai Zua's expression turned somewhat ferocious. Chu Fengwu, think this through carefully. You are all seriously injured. If the next wave of demonic beasts attacks, you may not be able to withstand it. Don't come kneeling down and begging me then. The beast tide is terrifying. If they want to survive, they must rely on themselves. Upon hearing this, he clearly felt a stir among the crowd and immediately smiled smugly. Chu Fengwu has some trump cards, but those outer disciples don't. However, just as his smug smile appeared, two piercing whistling sounds suddenly rang out, and then everyone rushed over. Senior brother Gu, junior sister Zhao, it's so good to see you back. Chasing after demonic beasts? That's something that hasn't happened in ages. Everyone's faces showed deep admiration. Gu Yan. Zhao Linger. Upon seeing the newcomer, the liberal leftists looked as if they had seen a ghost. Aren't they dead? What's with the hunting down of monsters? That's a beast tide. How many strongholds were breached and how many outer disciples were wiped out? Even repelling the beast tide is no easy feat. How dare those two chase after me? Gu Yan smiled at everyone, then glanced at Bai Zhuo with a slightly narrowed gaze. In particular, he glanced at the gaunt old man next to Bai Zhuo. The liberal left poses no threat to them anymore. However, this gaunt old man was a Foundation establishment cultivator with extremely powerful spiritual sense, and he was also a second-tier talisman master. When Gu Yan looked over, Bai Zhuo's body trembled involuntarily. Gu Yan's strength seems to have improved significantly again. Thinking of the monster corpses scattered all over the place, his killing intent intensified. Repelling the beast tide is an incredible achievement. Reporting it up will surely bring rewards and the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Even their own little schemes will be amplified to the maximum extent by Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's talents. At that time, it's very possible that, just as Chu Fingwu said, the inner sect elders will hold a grudge against us. Can someone in the Qi refining realm possess such powerful soul perception? The guardian deacon beside Bai Zhuo suddenly sensed something and looked at Gu Yan with a somewhat surprised and uncertain expression. Although Gu Yan's soul perception was only fleeting, such a powerful soul was comparable to that of a second-tier talisman master. There is a vast chasm between the Qi refining realm and the Foundation establishment realm, with a significant difference in soul strength that is simply insurmountable. Perhaps it's just my imagination. The Bai family's guardian deacon shook his head. He suppressed the horrifying thought in his mind. If Gu Yan is indeed a second-tier talisman master, then his talent is terrifying. Even the Bai family's exceptionally talented ancestor back then couldn't compare to Gu Yan. The Dharma Protector is himself a talisman master, and he is even more aware of the difficulties that talisman masters face in advancing their ranks. To advance from a first-tier talisman master to a second-tier talisman master is not as simple as breaking through the Foundation establishment stage. One also needs a talent for drawing talismans and must spend more than 10 or even several decades practicing talisman drawing. Like him, it wasn't until his old age that he truly became a second-tier talisman master. Of course, it's not impossible to achieve instant success, only sudden enlightenment can help. A sudden enlightenment is possible, but only the most outstanding geniuses have a slim chance of achieving it. As expected, he is a second-tier talisman master, but he should not have been a second-tier talisman master for long. Gu Yan suppressed his soul fluctuations, having just released a trace of them to test the Bai family steward. And the other party did indeed notice. Therefore, when dealing with them later, we must eliminate them in one fell swoop. Zhao Linger, who was standing next to Gu Yan, also glanced at Bai Zhuo. Half-step Foundation establishment. She no longer felt any fear of what was once an unattainable realm after awakening her ice spirit root, cultivating the Northern Darkness sword technique, and even undergoing a transformation in her sword energy. She immediately gave Gu Yan a determined look. Gu Yan understood what she meant, nodded silently, and then glanced at Chu Fingwu and the other outer disciples. You've all worked hard just now, so please rest for a while. If a beast tide comes, leave it to me and junior sister Zhao. Upon hearing this, the crowd cheered. What they feared most while guarding the stronghold here was the beast tide. They lived in constant fear and tension every day. With Gu Yan's assurance, they felt reassured. It's time to rest and recuperate, or even to cultivate oneself. Seeing that these outer disciples, who should have been under his command, were all obeying Gu Yan's orders, Bai Zhuo's hands clenched so tightly they cracked. He wished he could grind Gu Yan to dust on the spot. The Bai family steward grabbed Bai Zhuo's shoulder and transmitted his voice. Young master, don't get agitated. Now that we've come to the Qingyang Mountains, are we afraid we won't have a chance? When the time comes, neither Gu Yan nor these disobedient disciples will exist. Chapter 56 Fishing? Strike first, kill. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo seemed to realize something, and only then did he suppress the murderous intent surging in his heart. A ferocious and eerie smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps they suffered heavy losses when the last beast tide attacked from here. For the next 2 days, the stronghold was not attacked by the beast horde. On the contrary, the strongholds in other areas were almost all attacked by the beast tide, and suffered more or less casualties. At every stronghold, there was a chorus of wailing. I heard that several core strongholds in the north and south districts have been destroyed by the beast tide, and the strongholds in the outer areas have suffered even more heavy casualties. Sun San, who lived on the outskirts of the north district, was my neighbor in the cave, but now I can no longer see him. Sai, my old flames in the south district are either dead or crippled. It seems the monsters have intensified their counterattack. The world is getting more and more chaotic. Fortunately, with senior brother Gu and junior sister Zhao guarding our outer outpost, those demonic beasts dare not approach. That's right. If it weren't for them, we would probably have suffered heavy casualties like the other disciples guarding the outer perimeter strongholds. Without the invasion of beast tides, the people in the stronghold lived a very leisurely life. They only needed to take turns patrolling, and the rest of the days were spent cultivating and discussing the latest news from the various strongholds. Overall, it was almost all bad news, except for their base, where everything was calm and peaceful. These days made them even more grateful to Gu Yan and the other person. Those who have truly experienced life and death cherish these peaceful and tranquil days even more. Emergency assembly. Suddenly, the voice of the White Left echoed throughout every corner of the stronghold. A beast tide is coming? Many outer disciples instinctively gripped the magical artifacts beside them, looked around warily, and then quickly gathered at the top of the stronghold. Gu Yan, who was inscribing talismans in his room at the stronghold, glanced at Zhao Linger, who was guarding the door, and had a feeling that this emergency assembly was unusual. But they still managed to quickly reach the top of the stronghold. In the past 2 days, they have been busy, deducing various changes and possibilities for eliminating the liberal leftists and that guardian deacon. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. When Gu Yan reached the top of the stronghold, the others had basically already gathered there. Xu Fengwu frowned slightly as she stared at Bai Zhuo, who was standing at the front of the line. Manager Bai, there's no sign of a gathering of beasts within several miles. What do you mean by ordering us to assemble urgently? Everyone else stared at Bai Zhuo, wondering why he had them gather together. Under the questioning gazes of the crowd, Bai Zhuo calmly said, "We just received orders that, given the extremely secure nature of our stronghold and the fact that it has not been affected by the beast tide, we are to immediately split into 2 teams, one to support the nearest stronghold, and the other to stay behind and continue guarding it." Support other outposts? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately erupted in uproar. Each stronghold is relatively independent, and even if support is needed, personnel are dispatched from within the sect to provide assistance. They are almost never transferred to nearby locations. After all, each stronghold is a certain distance apart, and rushing there would easily result in being attacked by monsters. The key issue is that every stronghold is vulnerable to attack by monsters, and almost all of them have been attacked by monsters. This kind of support is like robbing Peter to pay Paul, and it's completely meaningless. Xu Fengwu said coldly. There's no precedent for a stronghold offering proactive support. Our stronghold is also very important. We can't just go and provide support because we haven't been attacked for 2 days. Although the other disciples did not dare to directly oppose Bai Zhuo, they nodded and echoed Xu Fengwu. Bai Zhuo was not surprised by their reaction, and simply took out a token from his pocket. This is an order from the sect. Are you prepared to disobey? Xu Fengwu and the others glanced at the token, and their hearts skipped a beat. Elder's decree. This command is real. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent. The elder is a golden core cultivator, they cannot be disobeyed. Seeing this, Bai Zhuo sneered, this support mission is of great importance and requires powerful individuals. Then, he looked directly at Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. Gu Yan, Zhao Linger, you two are quite capable. Come with me to provide support. Upon hearing this, Xu Fengwu and the others started making a fuss again. They knew very well that the reason they could stay safely in the stronghold was entirely due to the deterrent effect created by Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. Once senior brother Gu and his companion leave, their location will likely become a key target for the Beast Tide's attack once again. This is going to kill them. Xu Fengwu immediately objected, no, Gu Yan and the others are the core members here. If anyone goes, it will be other outer disciples. They must stay here. Bai Zhuo deliberately only allowed Gu Yan and Zhao Linger to accompany him to provide support, which is obviously very suspicious. The most likely reason is that Bai Zhuo wants to take action against the 2 of them. Under no circumstances can we agree to this. The other outer disciples at the stronghold also protested, saying, Senior brother Gu and the others are the unshakable bulwark of this stronghold. What if the stronghold is breached if they leave? This is unfair to senior brother Gu and the others. There were all sorts of opinions. Insolence. This support mission was ordered by the elders. How dare you disobey the elders' orders? Do you want to be killed on the spot? The guardian deacon beside Bai Zhuo coldly surveyed the clamoring crowd. The aura of early foundation establishments suddenly spread out, suppressing everyone. Gu Yan glanced at the crowd. The fact that these people spoke up for him and Zhao Linger made his previous rescue worthwhile. But this was the opportunity that he and Zhao Linger had been waiting for. When Bai Zhuo and the Dharma Protector looked at him with hostility, Gu Yan hesitated for a moment before finally sighing, seemingly making a choice out of utter helplessness. Alright, since it's the Elder's order, Zhao Linger and I will accompany you. Seeing that Gu Yan agreed, the guardian deacon could no longer release his oppressive aura and coldly said, "You're smart to know what's good for you." Seeing that Gu Yan had given in, Bai Zhuo chuckled. "Then come with us. It will take some time to get to the nearest Earth-level stronghold from here, and we can't afford to waste any more time." After that, they rushed towards the eastern mountains and forests. Chu Fengwu looked at Gu Yan with some worry, bit her red lips, and prepared to go with Gu Yan. Even if Bai Zhuo really wanted to take action against Gu Yan and the others, with someone from the Chu family like himself, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Junior sister Chu, with Steward Bai leading the team this time, they will return safely and soundly soon. Don't worry. Gu Yan directly stopped Chu Fengwu. The fewer people who know about the suppression of the White Left, the better. He and Zhao Linger also wanted to stage the scene. Seeing that Gu Yan was determined to do so, Chu Fengwu felt even more uneasy. "Senior brother Gu, I'd better go with you." Bai Zhuo's eyes turned cold. If Chu Fengwu really went along, it would cause a lot of trouble, since she was, after all, a member of the Chu family. So he coldly refused. "This time we're going on a support mission. You stay here and guard the base. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to take the responsibility." In the lush jungle, towering trees with lush foliage are everywhere, their canopies reaching for the sky. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows on the moss-covered ground, where dust swirled. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger followed behind Bai Zhuo and the other person at a leisurely pace. Despite the insistence of the liberal leftists, Chu Fengwu ultimately did not come along. In this lush jungle area, with only the four of them present, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. You can hear the sound of your feet stepping on the dead branches and leaves with each step you take. At a certain moment, with a crunching sound, Bai Zhuo, who had just crushed a dead tree root under his foot, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Gu Yan and Zhao Linger along with the Bai family's guardian deacon. Both men had somewhat ferocious expressions, but before they could speak, a blinding light suddenly flashed before their eyes, illuminating the surrounding jungle landscape in a ghastly white light. Bai Zhuo and the Dharma Protector were caught off guard and squinted at the light, which also had a strong impact on their spiritual senses. The moment the two realized something was wrong, their consciousness became hazy and sluggish from the impact of the white light, as if they had suddenly turned into elderly and dull-witted people. Second tier, low-grade Divine Light Talisman. This is a talisman that Gu Yan specially prepared for a surprise attack. Since the liberal leftists and their deacons have stopped here, they are clearly planning to take action. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste words with them. Let's just take action and strike first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 8 consecutive whooshing sounds rang out, and 8 blood-red sword beams condensed and emerged, heading straight for Bai Zhuo and his companion to kill them. Chapter 57 Taking Action. Using talismans to cleanse the ground. Gu Yan made his move with a second-tier low-grade blood sword talisman. 8 cards fired at once. The power is astonishing. The blood sword attacked with incredible speed, and with Bai Zhuo and the Dharma Protector's vision and divine sense disrupted, they had no time to defend themselves. But just as the blood sword was about to pierce their bodies, talismanic light emanated from their bodies, transforming into golden light shields that protected them and blocked the incoming blood sword. Bang! Bang bang bang! A series of collision sounds rang out. The 4 blood swords, each with immense explosive power, struck the golden light shield and vanished simultaneously, producing a deafening explosion. Afterwards, as the remaining blood swords continued to penetrate deeper, they encountered 2 more defensive talismans. After all of them were pierced, the last 2 blood sword talismans finally landed on them. But after piercing through their clothes, protective magical artifacts immediately emitted a dazzling light, blocking the blood sword. However, the astonishing impact of the blood sword still sent Bai Zhuo and the other man flying. Their chests were slightly caved in by the impact, and they gagged in great discomfort, looking somewhat disheveled. However, one can rely on protective talismans and magical artifacts. However, it also saved them from this potentially fatal attack. Their minds and vision, which had been affected by the Divine Light Talisman, have all recovered. The 2 layers of protective talismans prepared to prevent attacks from monsters were both triggered, and even the protective magic artifacts were activated. Bai Zhuo's back was covered in cold sweat. All these methods were his defenses against attacks from monsters, but now, they were triggered in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for this extremely tight security, he would be dead. Gu Yan, you're practically asking for death. How dare you ambush us? The guardian deacon beside Bai Zhuo looked extremely grim. Even a seasoned veteran like him was caught off guard by Guyan's series of tactics. It's hard to imagine that without life-saving talismans and magical artifacts, he, a cultivator in the early Foundation establishment stage and a second-tier low-grade talisman master, would have been in such a predicament. He was about to die from a sneak attack by a chi refining cultivator using a talisman. If this news were to spread, he couldn't even imagine how others would laugh at him. So the plan was discovered after all? Such a blatant act of sneak attack? Too bad, sneak attack is just a petty trick. After recovering, the look in his eyes when he looked at Guyan was almost one of utter despair. Kill him. Kill him. The feeling of struggling on the brink of death made Bai Zhuo so uncomfortable that he didn't want to go through it again. He quickly looked at the deacon and protector beside him. The deacon nodded, took a sudden step forward, and rushed towards Guyan. Now that we've already torn off all pretense, let's go all out. Guyan and Zhao Linger just launched a surprise attack, clearly having used all their means. Next, it's their turn. The feeling of death they just experienced must be made them go through countless painful, remorseful experiences to atone for their sins. Seeing the Bai family's guardian deacon rushing over, the pressure of the Foundation establishment stage pressed down on him like a mountain. Guyan, who was prepared, suddenly had talisman light appear on his body. Second tier, low grade, stabilizing charm. It can stabilize the body and the soul, preventing them from being disturbed. Even the pressure from a Foundation establishment cultivator could not affect or suppress him. Otherwise, with the pressure from the Foundation establishment stage, he, being only at the chi refining stage, would inevitably be affected. And this impact is the distance between life and death. Sizzle. After isolating himself from the pressure of the Foundation establishment cultivator, Guyan drew the Fire Spirit Sword from its sheath and unleashed the Fire Spirit Sword technique. A visible, fiery red sword aura, like a surging sea of flames, collided with the Guardian Deacon. The Guardian Deacon held a bronze mirror in his hand. The moment the sword energy struck, the spiritual energy on the mirror surface surged and condensed into a sword energy as well. The two collided and then annihilated each other. Sword Chi. You really are a cultivation prodigy, your swordsmanship is so exquisite. But in front of my bronze mirror, you are nothing but a joke. Although the Guardian Deacon was surprised by Guyan's sword energy, he ultimately sneered. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was already powerful, and this bronze mirror was his natal magic weapon, a second-grade superior item. Any cultivator whose cultivation level is below his can project their attack using spiritual energy. Born to be invincible. Guyan, you could have accepted the young master's invitation, joined the Bai family, and enjoyed wealth and honor, but unfortunately you didn't seize the opportunity. The Guardian Deacon charged towards Guyan, his face showing a mixture of regret and killing intent. Guyan's strength and talent in talismans are two things that the Bai family highly values. Since it cannot be used by me, then I have no choice but to destroy it. Seeing the Guardian Deacon activating the bronze mirror in his hand, Guyan narrowed his eyes and said, "This bronze mirror is indeed mysterious, but unfortunately, it's not as good as a single hair of a wolf hairbrush." After saying that, Guyan put away the Fire Spirit Sword. With his current level of cultivation, it would be almost impossible for him to kill a Guardian Deacon protected by a magical artifact using swordsmanship. Guyan made a quick decision and replaced the Fire Spirit Sword with a wolf hairbrush. At this moment, a star shone on the brush, emitting a mysterious, misty light. With the appearance of the wolf hairbrush, the brilliance on the bronze mirror dimmed considerably, as if it felt inferior to the wolf hairbrush and was instead suppressed by its aura. Seeing the wolf hairbrush that the young master had previously controlled undergo such changes and improvements in Guyan's hands, the Guardian's killing intent intensified. He knew about the special features of wolf hairbrushes, but neither he nor the young master had figured them out. Gu Yankai had only been in control for a short time, yet he had already become something they couldn't even imagine. This child must not be allowed to live. As the murderous intent surged within the Bai family's guardian deacon, Gu Yan, who had once again grasped the wolf hairbrush, immediately felt a powerful force gathering from the brush itself. His consciousness became clearer, and the spiritual power within his body continuously converged towards the wolf hairbrush. The special pressure emanating from the wolf hairbrush also became even more terrifying. Whoosh! The bronze mirror swelled in the wind, pressing down like a hill, bringing with it a chilling sound. At this moment, Gu Yan's expression turned slightly serious, and his wolf hairbrush moved like dragons and snakes in the void, carving out mysterious runes. Drawing symbols in the air? The guardian deacon frowned slightly. This was a technique rumored to be mastered only by talisman masters. It can inscribe talismans in the void, not only at an incredibly fast speed, but also no longer limited by the materials used to make the talismans. The talismans can also mobilize the power of heaven and earth, making them exceptionally powerful. Gu Yan is only a second-tier talisman master. How could he possibly master such profound techniques? Was it because of the wolf hairbrush? The Dharma protector smacked his lips with a hint of drooling. If the other talisman masters of the Bai family knew the wonders of this wolf hairbrush, they would probably stop at nothing to snatch it. Even the higher the level of the talisman master, the stronger their desire to snatch it will be. After all, a high-quality talisman pen can greatly enhance and help a talisman master, but finding a high-quality talisman pen is extremely difficult. This wolf hairbrush can help Gu Yan, a second-tier talisman master, to draw talismans in the air. The true owner of this wolf hairbrush was definitely a master of talismans in his lifetime. A talisman master, this is a big shot that the Bai family has never seen before. Although drawing talismans in the void is mysterious, it is also related to the mystery of the talisman itself, otherwise, it would just be fancy. However, the Dharma protector quickly regained his senses and a look of disdain appeared on his face. As someone from a family of talisman masters, he knew very well that even if Gu Yan, a peasant talisman master, had exceptional talent, without a complete talisman lineage, he would know very few talismans. Even with the best talisman brush, without superior talismans, it's just a joke. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw that the runes in front of Gu Yan were becoming denser, giving him a strange sense of unease. The bronze mirror that was pressing down on Gu Yan encountered an invisible wall when it was still 3 meters away from his body, and could not continue to press down, let alone land on Gu Yan. Even as the ink-colored runes that Gu Yan drew in the void became completely clear, a unique sealing power suddenly emanated from the rune. The bronze mirror image was as if it had been suppressed and could not move. Could this be a legendary sealing talisman? The Guardian's face darkened completely. The sealing talisman is not of high grade, but it is extremely difficult to inscribe and can play a surprise role in battle. It is quite famous among second-tier talismans. However, due to the difficulty of carving and the low success rate, this talisman has been lost. The Bai family has been searching for years but has not found even a trace of it. How could Gu Yan do this? They seem to know each other very well. Under the increasingly grim gaze of the Dharma protectors, the bronze mirror, which he had infused with vast spiritual power, was suddenly targeted by that dark rune, which landed on the mirror's surface like a tentacle, suppressing the spiritual power within it. The originally bulging and enormous bronze mirror, without the support of spiritual power, suddenly shrank and floated down from the sky, looking just like a simple bronze mirror. It had completely lost its former imposing aura. Only then did the Dharma protector suddenly realize what was happening. Gu Yan's exquisite control over the talisman brush is likely the source of his confidence in attacking himself, and the foundation of his self-assurance. His control over wolf hairbrushes has reached a certain level of sophistication. Pity. Faced with absolute power, these talismanic techniques are ultimately just minor methods. To be able to become a second-tier talisman master in the chi refining realm, Gu Yan, your talent is unparalleled in my life. However, your realm is too low. I will let you see the true foundation establishment method. Then your journey to this mortal world will not have been in vain. After the Guardian finished speaking, the dense spiritual energy, almost liquefied, from the early stage of foundation establishment, roared and spread, trying to suppress Gu Yan and force him to kneel on the ground. Unlike the young master, he didn't attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage when he was only at the 9th level of chi refining. He had a fortuitous encounter when he was at the 9th level of chi refining, and was fortunate enough to eventually reach the 10th level of chi refining before starting foundation establishment. He can be considered a mid-grade foundation establishment cultivator, and his strength is much greater than that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. However, this torrential spiritual energy from the early stages of foundation establishment had just begun to spread. Having anticipated this, Gu Yan directly took out several second-tier talismans from his storage bag. From the very beginning, Gu Yan knew very well that it would be almost impossible for him to kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment with his strength at the 9th level of chi refining. The only chance is through talismans. Therefore, he had already begun drawing second-tier talismans before entering the Qingyang Mountains. During his 2 days at the base, he was also drawing talismans. Even if second-tier talismans don't do much damage to foundation establishment cultivators, and you can win by sheer numbers, they can still blast away a foundation establishment cultivator. Rumble. Blood Sword Talisman. Fire Dragon Talisman. Weak Water Talisman. Chapter 58, A Counterattack to Foundation Establishment, A Powerful Comeback. In an instant, various talismans, 9 in a group, were activated by Gu Yan wave after wave, launching a barrage of attacks on the guardian deacons. These, so many different second-tier talismans, where did Gu Yan learn all these talismans from? The guardian deacon was greatly shocked. At the same time, he kept making hand seals, stimulating his foundation-building spiritual power, and unleashing an astonishing battle fluctuation with the strange phenomena generated by those talismans. Bang! The scenario he had envisioned crushing the talisman did not occur. Instead, he was sent flying, his clothes torn, and his aura weakened. He stared wide-eyed in astonishment and disbelief. How could these talismans be so powerful? It's comparable to a mid-grade second-tier talisman. Gu Yan knew the shock in the hearts of the Dharma protectors. The talismans in the system skill book are flawless and far superior to those circulating outside. With the addition of the wolf hairbrush, their power far surpasses that of other talismans of the same level. Although he had known this would be the case, he still felt relieved when he actually saw it. Then, he activated the talismans even more quickly and continued to attack the guardian deacons. To deal with such a powerful opponent, you can't give him any breathing room. Damn it, just how many second-tier runes did this guy inscribe? The Dharma protectors and deacons were almost numb. As a second-tier talisman master, being injured by a talisman was a disgrace to him. Gu Yan continued to activate the talismans, which severely impacted the confidence of the Dharma protectors. The success rate of inscribing second-tier talismans is not high, and the inscribing speed is also very slow. The protective talisman he prepared was the result of half a month of his work. Gu Yan has not been a second-tier talisman master for very long. No matter how good his talisman talent is, he could not possibly have hundreds of second-tier talismans. Without the talisman, what can Gu Yan use to fight against me? Puff! Puff! Wave after wave of talismans crashed down on the guardian deacon like surging, monstrous waves. The guardians and deacons coughed up blood and flew backward one after another. In just a few dozen breaths, it withstood the bombardment of more than 100 second-tier talismans. Although the guardian deacon was a foundation establishment cultivator, he was still seriously injured by the continuous attacks, and his protective spiritual power was also much weaker. The only thing that brought a smile to his face was that the talismans in Gu Yan's storage bag had been completely used up. The storage bags all seemed to have shrunk. This was undoubtedly his chance to counterattack, and he was determined to blast this kid into a pile of mud. The foundation establishment stage strength is still overwhelming compared to the chi refining stage. Seizing the opportunity, the guardian deacon disregarded his injuries, forced himself to take a deep breath, and charged towards Gu Yan once more. But as soon as he got close to him, Gu Yan took out 2 stacks of talismans from his pocket. Judging from the aura they emit, they are definitely second-tier talismans. The guardian's face suddenly darkened. The spiritual energy within his body, which had been surging like fireworks, withered and died down as if doused with 2 buckets of cold water. Just how many talismans does this guy have? Rumble. Then came a series of talismans used to cleanse the ground. After the smoke and dust cleared, the foundation establishment deacon was charred black all over, his skin was cracked and there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body. Even his wounds were twitching and spasming slightly. He was already a person who was seriously injured and dying. They're still alive? Foundation establishment cultivators are indeed not so easy to kill. Seeing that the Dharma protector was covered in wounds but showed no signs of dying, Gu Yan's expression became somewhat solemn. Although he knew beforehand that cultivators would undergo a complete transformation after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. It was only when he actually killed a foundation establishment cultivator that he realized how difficult it was. Its immense strength, defensive capabilities, and vigorous vitality make it like an unkillable cockroach. If we hadn't prepared so many talismans in advance, it would have been wishful thinking to try and kill him today. Fortunately, the other party was on the verge of death, and all that was needed was one more helping hand. So Gu Yan rushed over without hesitation. As the guardian deacon watched Gu Yan rushing towards him, his heart darkened. From the very beginning, he underestimated Gu Yan, a chi refining cultivator. In his view, as a foundation establishment cultivator, dealing with a chi refining junior was a piece of cake. To my utter surprise, this guy turned out to be a lurking tiger. Under the impact and exhaustion of more than 100 talismans, he had been knocked down from his peak. If he did not escape now, only death awaited him. He was killed by a mere chi refining junior. The thought of this extremely humiliating outcome made the Dharma protector take a deep breath, forcefully get up, turn around, and run away. This time I underestimated my opponent and was careless, but if I give him another chance, Gu Yan will not have any chance at all. He turned and fled at an astonishing speed, his escape light resembling a streak of light piercing the sky. Even in a severely injured state, with the swift speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could easily shake off Gu Yan. There was no way he, a mere chi refining cultivator, could catch up. He could only watch helplessly as he was left behind. However, the moment the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It seems like something is chasing after us. He turned his head in astonishment and saw that Gu Yan had already arrived behind him with a special gate, even holding the fire spirit sword in his hand, and a crimson sword light was slashing towards him. Gu Yan! How can he move so fast? Impossible! The guardian deacon gaped in disbelief, but before he could do anything, a flash of sword light had already beheaded him. The head of the guardian deacon flew high into the air, blood gushing out like a fountain and splattering all over the ground. A Foundation establishment cultivator has fallen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Zhuo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Linger, was already suppressed by the sword energy that almost froze his divine sense. He never expected that in such a short time, Zhao Linger's strength would have improved so dramatically. Not only has his cultivation level increased to the 7th level of Qi refining, but his sword energy and swordsmanship are also exquisite and unparalleled. Even he, a cultivator who is only half a step into Foundation establishment, is no match for him. Even though he had prepared many magical artifacts, talismans, and pills, as well as some killing moves. However, Zhao Linger also possessed quite a few second-tier defensive talismans. His ruthless methods were neutralized by the protective talisman as soon as they were applied to Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger clearly knew this all along. From the moment they clashed, they attacked without defending, each move aimed to kill, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, pressing Bai Zhuo until he could hardly breathe. This made the liberal left extremely frustrated. When did he, the young master of the Bai family, get so ruthlessly suppressed by such a lowly disciple? This is an utter disgrace. You just wait. The moment Gu Yan is killed by the guardian deacon will be your death day. Bai Zhuo said with an extremely ferocious expression. There was still a Foundation establishment cultivator beside him, a second-tier talisman master. Even if Gu Yan could rely on the talisman to hold out for a while, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Foundation building and Qi refining are like heaven and earth, respectively. These unorthodox methods simply cannot make up for it. Once Gu Yan dies, even if Zhao Linger is somewhat strange, she will surely die as well. When the time comes, I'll pin you to the ground and savor your taste. Bai Zhuo let out a wild laugh, as if he could see Zhao Linger pinned down by him. Zhao Linger was already filled with murderous intent, and now her icy sword intent was even stronger, as if it had merged with the cold air. Frost began to appear on Bai Zhuo's body. The liberal left felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and then their hearts trembled. Because he suddenly sensed that the aura of the Dharma protector had disappeared. How is this possible? The leftist was distracted and stared at another battlefield not far away, wanting to know what had happened. The Dharma protector is a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly perish? At that moment, Zhao Linger, enraged, attacked even faster, like a raging storm, instantly injuring the distracted Bai Zhuo, a chunk of flesh being ripped from his chest by her longsword. Ah! The stabbing pain in his chest made Bai Zhuo's scalp feel like it was about to explode, and he let out a cry of pain. Zhao Linger was just about to press her advantage and kill him with a single sword strike. The expressions of the liberal leftists were already completely crazed. Very well, I underestimated you this time, but you must be exhausted by now, right? Foundation establishment realm, break through to the next level. He roared with a ferocious expression, then gulped down a bottle of demon blood that emitted a pungent, bloody smell. Suddenly, black fur sprouted all over his body, making him look like a standing black bear. It's as if it has transformed into a terrifying second-tier monster. Zhao Linger charged forward, her sword striking Bai Zhuo's thick fur, but it couldn't penetrate an inch, as if it had struck an iron wall. Damn it! You all deserve to die. Bai Zhuo let out a murky sound from his throat, grabbed the spirit sword in his chest, and then raised his sharp claws to slash down at Zhao Linger. The sharp claws sliced through the air, creating a piercing whistling sound, at an extreme speed. Zhao Linger's pupils suddenly contracted. She hadn't expected that Bai Zhuo would have such methods, almost completely transforming into a demon beast. Although his appearance was ugly and strange, his strength had indeed reached the Foundation establishment realm. This attack was incredibly powerful and unavoidable. Is there still no chance to avenge my parents? A pang of regret flashed through Zhao Linger's mind. Just then, a piercing whistling sound came, and a crimson flying sword fell from the sky like a shooting star. It pierced through Baizuo's skull and nailed his body to the spot. His body was almost pierced from top to bottom. Chapter 59. The beast tide erupts, heading to the Great Tomb. The arrogance that the leftists had just gained instantly vanished. It struggled to turn its neck and saw behind it that, without anyone noticing, Gu Yan had formed hand seals and activated the fire spirit sword, which attacked with terrifying sword energy, pinning it to the ground. Gu Yan! Damn Gu Yan! Baizuo was unwilling to accept this, and finally broke through to the foundation establishment stage by relying on a secret method. But it was thus erased. He was unwilling to accept it. I'm not reconciled. But all the strength in my body is being rapidly drained away, like sand slipping through my fingers, irretrievably lost and scattered. No! Even as a ghost, I will not let you go. Go and be buried with me. Relying on his tenacious vitality, he held on to his last breath, emitting a very special wave that swept through the jungle. Then, his neck tilted weakly to the side, and his breathing became sluggish. Junior Sister Zhao, are you all right? Gu Yan rushed over quickly, enduring his own weakness, and tenderly supported the listless Zhao Linger. Although Gu Yan killed Baizuo with his sword immediately, Baizuo's dying claw still struck Zhao Linger with considerable force, shattering the protective talisman on the spot. At that moment, Zhao Linger swayed weakly in pain, but quickly steadied herself and smiled at Gu Yan. Senior brother, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me kill Baizuo. The far left is dead, and the great revenge has been achieved. Even though she was extremely weak, Zhao Linger still mustered her strength with gratitude. She knew very well that she was able to avenge herself this time entirely thanks to the full help of her senior brother Gu Yan and her sisterling. Otherwise, for a mere disciple of Immortal Seed Peak to seek revenge against the young master of the Bai family would be nothing but a joke. Gu Yan chuckled and said, "We certainly put in a lot of effort, but you also worked hard enough." Then he glanced at Baizuo's transformed bear form, his expression somewhat surprised. They had prepared quite a few beast-attracting talismans, intending to fake his death at the hands of the beast horde. But judging from his appearance, he seems to be in cahoots with the demonic beasts. This put Gu Yan into a brief period of contemplation. Merging with the bloodline of the demon race. This is how one breaks through realms and enhances strength. This method is an untouchable taboo among humans. The leftists are bound to collude with the demons and join forces with them. What alarmed Gu Yan was whether it was only the leftists who colluded with the demons, or whether the Bai family was also in league with the demons. If the Bai family is colluding with demonic beasts, his previous attempt to fake the invasion of the beast tide to escape punishment will be useless. The Bai family will definitely see through it at a glance, causing a lot of trouble. Rumble. The entire jungle suddenly began to shake, as if some kind of earthquake had occurred. Then came the sounds of monsters running around from all directions. The oppressive atmosphere of an impending storm made the plants tremble. The aura converging from all directions was several times stronger than the aura of the beast tide they had encountered before. A beast tide. Gu Yan's expression was solemn. I suddenly recalled that special surge of energy at the moment of the death of the liberal left. After fusing with the bloodline of a demon beast, they become of the same mind as the demon beast and are also able to control some of its abilities. That fluctuation was most likely the summoned beast horde launching an attack on them. Gu Yan glanced at Baizuo's corpse, waved his hand to take his storage bag, then picked up Zhao Linger and rushed towards the stronghold. If he and Zhao Linger were at their peak, they could put up a fight against this terrifying beast tide. But they are in a very bad state right now. He even sensed the aura of a mid-stage second-tier demon beast from the gathering beast tide. A mid-stage second-tier demonic beast, comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His strength is several times greater than that of the early foundation establishment stage. Even at his peak, with numerous talismans at his side, he was no match for him. We must escape immediately. However, even though he used the Tai Su step to escape at an extremely fast speed, the beast tide had already surrounded him from all directions, and there was no possibility of escaping the encirclement. Sizzle. Suddenly, the sound of the earth cracking rang out, and the ground beneath Gu Yan's feet was lifted up. He suddenly grabbed Zhao Linger and pulled her back. The moment he left, a black shadow the size of a millstone emerged from the ground. A first-tier perfected beast, comparable to a bloodthirsty beast at the 10th level of chi refining. The moment the shadowy figure appeared, Gu Yan recognized it. The bloodthirsty beast is covered in tough scales, and its front teeth are prominent and sharp, like two daggers that gleam coldly. It loves to eat flesh and blood and is extremely ferocious. As Gu Yan stared at it, its scarlet tongue licked its sharp teeth, and thick saliva couldn't help but flow down, dripping onto the ground, as if it had encountered an extremely delicious delicacy. Squeak! A surge of rich spiritual energy coursed through its body. With a powerful thrust of its legs, it pounced on Gu Yan in an instant and lunged at him. Gu Yan gripped the fire spirit sword in one hand and slashed heavily at the bloodthirsty beast's scaled body, sparks flying and leaving a deep, bone-revealing bloodstain. Its body was also sent flying by a single sword strike. Squeak! Instead of getting to eat Gu Yan and his companion, the bloodthirsty beast, having suffered a painful blow, steadied itself after being thrown backward and roared angrily before lunging at Gu Yan again with a ferocious expression. At this moment, both its sharp claws and its knife-like incisors had grown considerably. Its aura was comparable to that of a chi refining stage 10, and it was even more frenzied and bloodthirsty, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, Gu Yan's expression did not change at all. So what if this bloodthirsty beast that suddenly attacked was of a higher cultivation level than him? It was still nothing more than a plaything. We can't waste time on it. If we get entangled and the beast tide surrounds us, the situation will be dangerous. When the bloodthirsty beast charged again, Gu Yan unleashed 2 sword strikes in quick succession. The 2 sword energies crisscrossed and struck its relatively soft abdomen, leaving 2 deep, bone-revealing bloody gashes. The bloodthirsty beast, in pain, regained its senses and quickly burrowed into the ground to escape. As a result of this delay, more and more monsters have surrounded the area, and the air is filled with the pungent smells emanating from them. Senior Brother Gu. Zhao Linger, nestled in Gu Yan's arms, looked at him with extreme self-reproach. If it weren't for her desire to kill Bai Zhuo and avenge him, her senior brother Gu wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. It's alright, the beast tide hasn't fully formed yet, we still have a chance to fight our way out. Gu Yan gently comforted Zhao Linger, then quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for any weaknesses in the beast tide. Senior Brother Gu, over here. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Gu Yan looked closely and saw that it was Zhou Jing, who was following them not far behind. Gu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly picked up Zhao Linger and rushed over. Senior Brother Gu, that large tomb is also nearby. Follow me. Once we get to the tomb, these beasts won't dare to approach. Zhou Jing looked at Gu Yan with awe. He followed not far behind Gu Yan and the other person, and witnessed with his own eyes how his senior brother Gu displayed his great power and killed the Foundation Establishment stage guardian of the Bai family. That's a major overhaul for Foundation Establishment cultivators. He actually died at the hands of senior brother Gu. Moreover, Bai Zhuo was truly a beast. Although he broke through to the Foundation Establishment stage using a special forbidden method, he quickly died at the hands of senior brother Gu. This is equivalent to senior brother Gu killing 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators in succession. Gu Yan himself was merely a chi refining cultivator. Qingming sect. Inside the Bai family ancestral hall. Wisps of smoke rose from the air, where several elders of the Bai family stood guard, their presence as steady as mountains. However, this composure was quickly shattered when a jade pendant suddenly broke. An elderly man with silver hair suddenly opened his eyes, and a startlingly cold light flashed in his dim yellow eyes. What happened? He stared at the broken jade pendant with a deep frown. Every jade tablet represents a core member of the Bai family. If a jade tablet breaks, it means that a direct descendant of the Bai family has met with misfortune. Upon seeing the name on the jade plaque, the silver-haired old man's expression suddenly darkened. White left. A seemingly unremarkable child from the 3rd branch of the Bai family's direct line, he possessed mediocre talent in cultivation and was extremely lazy. However, he possesses exceptional talent in forbidden techniques and unorthodox methods. He is the one among all the Bai family disciples who has integrated with the demon blood most smoothly. Within the family, he has already been regarded as one of the best candidates to reproduce. But now, for some unknown reason, he has suddenly perished. In the Qingming sect, who dares to provoke the Bai family and even kill their members? Moreover, Bai Zhuo had already arranged for guardians and deacons around him, and Bai Zhuo himself had strength comparable to Foundation Establishment, so how could he suddenly die without any warning? Could it be that the Chu family couldn't hold back any longer and took action? Thinking of this, a murderous intent surged in the old man's eyes. Among the 4 major families of the Qingming sect, the Chu family is the Bai family's mortal enemy. There have been conflicts before, and now the conflicts are getting bigger and bigger. Since the leftists are in charge of the outer sect affairs, they are very likely to be made an example of by the Chu family. With a thought, he poured his divine sense into the shattered jade tablet. Then a scene that a liberal leftist saw before he died appeared before his eyes. The first thing you see is the figure of a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and slender, exuding an extremely cold aura. In particular, that unique and sharp sword intent seemed capable of freezing one's consciousness. He recalled for a while in his mind and recognized the person. Zhao Linger is the child of Zhao Hai from the outer sect. When did her cultivation level reach the 7th level of qi refining? Is she only 18 or 19 years old? Especially his exquisite swordsmanship. Even in the images that came through before Bai Zhuo died, one could still feel Bai Zhuo's soul trembling with fear. How could her realm and strength have improved so dramatically? What made him even more solemn was the red figure beside Zhao Linger. He recognized this person. He had recently gained fame in the outer sect and was very close to the Chu family. Gu Yan. A talisman genius. But why is his strength so terrifying? Bai Zhuo's aura surged, clearly indicating that he had entered a demon beast state, with strength comparable to Foundation establishment. How could he have been killed by Bai Zhuo with a single sword strike? The silver-haired old man looked extremely unpleasant. Both of them were only at the qi refining stage, yet Bai Zhuo was defeated by them, which was truly unacceptable to him. Then his mind merged with the equally shattered wooden plaque to the lower left of the white plaque. This is the spirit tablet of that leftist guardian. Bai Sun, that piece of trash. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator and a second-tier talisman master, yet he died at the hands of Gu Yan, a mere qi refining cultivator. I've really wasted my life these past few years. He originally thought that the law protectors were blocked by the Chu family and unable to protect the white left. However, judging from the scene before Bai Sun died, there was only Gu Yan's figure, and no one else was there. In other words, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger, two qi refining stage cultivators, wiped out two Foundation establishment stage cultivators from the Bai family. The elderly man with silver hair was furious. Shame. This is an utter disgrace. These two must die. Men, send someone to find Gu Yan and Zhao Linger and kill them both without mercy in the mountains. He immediately issued a kill order. However, he seemed to have thought of something else. Oh right, Gu Yan seems to have a Taoist partner named Ling Qingyu, right? Take her into custody for now. Chapter 60 Second Tier Golden Eagle, Zhou Jing's Fall. The outer perimeter of the Qingyang Mountains. Led by Zhou Jing, Gu Yan carried Zhao Linger and quickly traversed the jungle. The spiritual energy within Zhou Jing's body continuously converged into the special compass in his hand. After I encountered that great tomb, I left behind a small plate. The location can be traced through the mother plate. It's roughly in this area. Although there are many demonic beasts there, they are quite wary of the great tomb and dare not venture deep inside. Once we get there, we'll be safe. Zhou Jing looked somewhat nervous. After all, the surging beast tide was right behind him. If he was not careful, he would be caught in the beast tide and be devoured by them until there was no trace of his body. However, he was more excited than anything else. The grand tomb of the Golden Core cultivator's lineage. Entering it will surely bring huge gains, and at that time, one's mediocre life for half a lifetime will finally have the possibility of a comeback. Gu Yan could also sense the change in Zhou Jing's aura and looked in the direction he was rushing forward. Ahead lay a canyon, and within it, he could vaguely sense a unique aura. With his second-tier talisman master's divine sense, he confirmed that it was an aura of majesty and oppression. Clearly, the large tomb Zhou Jing mentioned is located in the canyon. However, as they approached rapidly, they could see that many monsters had already been scattered around the canyon. They desperately wanted to enter the great tomb, yet they were also extremely wary of it, seemingly afraid to approach. Senior Brother Gu, I feel something calling to me from inside that great tomb. Suddenly, Zhao Linger looked at Gu Yan with a somewhat solemn expression. This feeling became clearer and stronger as they got closer to the tomb. Gu Yan glanced down at Zhao Linger, somewhat surprised. Could it be that Zhao Linger was the destined person for this great tomb? Some powerful figures, after their deaths, would leave behind their legacy in their tombs to prevent it from disappearing from the world. However, this kind of inheritance can only be obtained by those who are destined to receive it. If Zhao Linger has this feeling, it means that the legacy left by this great tomb is probably extremely compatible with her. Immediately, Gu Yan also felt a strong sense of curiosity about this large tomb. Golden Core cultivators hold the position of elder within the Azure Nether sect, a position of great prestige, and are respected by the four major families. That is the true core of the sect. Their power and wealth inspire both awe and covetousness. Hoo-hoo! Just as the three of them approached the canyon, the demonic beasts surrounding it also noticed Gu Yan and his human intruders. They roared furiously and surged towards them. Fortunately, these demonic beasts were only first-tier demonic beasts, and Gu Yan did not take them seriously. He directly took the fire spirit sword and charged in through the entrance. Wherever they went, they left behind a trail of monster corpses. At this moment, the monsters chasing from behind also rushed over, making the beast tide even more terrifying. In particular, the golden eagle at the mid-stage of the second tier had caught up with them and was coldly looking down at them. A pair of eyes filled with murderous intent fell upon Gu Yan, their killing intent chilling. Bai Zuo was connected to it by blood, but this guy killed him, causing it to suffer a severe backlash. This guy must die. Whoosh! Once it spotted Gu Yan, the golden eagle suddenly flapped its broad wings, which were several meters long, and swooped down from the sky. Its iron hook-like talons gleamed coldly, piercing the air and heading straight for Gu Yan's head. Gu Yan's expression darkened as he was locked onto by a mid-stage second-tier demonic beast. After becoming a second-tier talisman master, his divine sense was already comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, and his perception was extremely sharp. It was precisely because his senses were so sharp that he could feel the enormous gap between himself and a mid-level second-tier demon beast. The gap in their levels is too vast to be bridged by any other means. Even as a second-tier low-grade talisman master, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, Gu Yan frantically activated the Tai Su step and headed straight for the center of the canyon, where the rounded tomb on the ground was already visible. The speed of the Tai Su step was extremely fast, and the golden eagle that had already rushed up was once again pushed back. Gu Yan and his two companions were getting closer and closer to the tomb. The oppressive aura emanating from the tomb became increasingly pronounced and terrifying. However, this oppressive aura mainly affects the demonic beasts, seemingly to prevent them from getting close and causing damage. The closer the golden eagle got to the tomb, the stronger the feeling of being suppressed became. Even its mid-level second-tier cultivation was being suppressed. This made its expression suddenly turn ugly. As the freest beast in the sky, this feeling of being suppressed and bound made it extremely uncomfortable, and it subconsciously wanted to get away. But Gu Yan, the man we must kill, is right in front of us. How can we let him escape? Once he enters that mysterious tomb, it will be difficult to penetrate deeper and attack him. Hurricane Wall. Immediately, the golden eagle's wings flapped violently, and two tornadoes roared up, rushing towards Gu Yan and the other two from the left and right. The two hurricanes collided and suddenly formed an unshakable wall of wind, keeping them outside the tomb. This is the golden eagle's innate technique, extremely powerful. Even when used to block cultivators in the early stages of foundation establishment, it can make them difficult to shake before the hurricane wall dissipates. Gu Yan and the other two felt a jolt in their hearts. This is bad. Rumble. The next moment, the three of them attacked in succession, unleashing a barrage of powerful spiritual energy strikes against the wind wall. However, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were currently in a weakened state, and even with their full strength, they could not shake the power of a mid-level second-tier demon beast. As for Zhou Jing, he was just an ordinary Qi refining level 8 cultivator. His attacks were crushed by the howling wind when they hit the wind wall, and had no effect whatsoever. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the golden eagle, braving the increasingly terrifying pressure, swooped down. I'll hold this beast off, you guys quickly break through the wind barrier and get inside. Gu Yan's divine sense was astonishing, and he had already noticed the strange pressure here, indicating that the golden eagle's strength was being greatly suppressed. Although his current state cannot be compared with his peak, the same is true for the golden eagle, which at most is only equivalent to a second-stage early-stage demon beast. It's not entirely impossible to delay it for a while. Sizzle! The fire spirit sword slashed out, and a crimson sword aura rushed straight towards the golden eagle. After landing on its body, it split open and exploded with sword aura waves. Seeing that Gu Yan was doing his best to hold off the golden eagle, Zhou Jing's eyes reddened, and he frantically activated his magic, launching continuous attacks on the wind wall. We're just one step away from the Great Tomb. Once inside the Great Tomb, the oppressive aura specifically designed for demonic beasts would deter the golden eagle and other demonic beasts from venturing any further. However, the existence of this wind wall extinguished his desire to enter it. Having taken a pill during her escape, Zhao Linger's injuries had greatly improved, and her spiritual power had also recovered considerably. She then joined the attack on the wind wall, and as she approached the entrance of the Great Tomb, the feeling of being called out grew stronger. Entering this Great Tomb will surely bring you great fortune. However, when her Northern Darkness sword chi landed on it, it was still mercilessly annihilated by the wind wall, which remained unaffected. Junior sister Zhao, if we join forces to hold off the golden eagle, and senior brother Gu breaks down the wind barrier, then we'll have a chance to get inside. Zhou Jing continued to try for a while, but seeing that the attack was hopeless, he could only grit his teeth and look at Zhao Linger. Their strength is far inferior to that of Gu Yan alone. If they want to break through the wind wall and enter in a short time, only the strongest Gu Yan can do it. Otherwise, their situation today would be dangerous. Although their encounter with the Golden Eagle was extremely dangerous, it actually gave them a greater chance of entering the tomb. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger quickly nodded and looked at Gu Yan. "Senior brother Gu, leave the Golden Eagle to us. You quickly make your move and break through the wind barrier." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and hesitated. Even with his full strength, he could barely stop the Golden Eagle that was being suppressed by the oppressive aura, but he was still injured. They are both far inferior to me. However, Gu Yan also noticed that Zhao Linger and the other person's attacks were unable to shake the wind wall at all, and perhaps this was the only way. With this thought flashing through his mind, Gu Yan quickly made a decision. If they delayed any longer, they would be overwhelmed by the beast tide when the Golden Eagle arrived, which would be even more dangerous. With all his might, he swung his sword, the sword energy soaring into the sky, reddening the canyon, and forcing the Golden Eagle back a distance. Then Gu Yan rushed towards the wind wall, while Zhou Jing and Zhao Linger, who were prepared, rushed towards the Golden Eagle together. After the two switched positions, Gu Yan held the sword in his right hand and gripped the wolf hair brush tightly in his left. With one mind focused on two things, two attacks landed squarely on the wind wall. The wind wall suddenly dimmed, showing signs of collapse. It works! Gu Yan was overjoyed and immediately increased the frequency of his attacks, since Zhao Linger and Zhou Jing were far weaker than him and wouldn't last long. Puff! The next moment, as the wind wall was about to collapse, Zhao Linger, who had become the main force, was sent flying backward. Her body was injured by the Golden Eagle's spiritual energy gale and covered with bloodstains. Junior sister Zhao. Seeing this, Zhou Jing was startled. Although his cultivation level was at the 8th level of Qi refining, it was one small realm higher than Zhao Linger's. However, Zhao Linger's strength was much greater than his, and she was the core of the fight against the Golden Eagle. Seeing the Golden Eagle charging fiercely towards Zhao Linger, intending to kill her, Zhou Jing gripped his long sword tightly and suddenly charged towards the Golden Eagle. Bang! The Golden Eagle's fierce talons landed on Zhou Jing's spirit sword. With a snap, the spirit sword was instantly shattered by the fierce claw, which then continued to penetrate deeply, landing directly on Zhou Jing's chest and piercing through his body, leaving him covered in blood. Senior brother Zhou. Zhao Linger, who had just regained her balance, suddenly changed her expression. She hadn't expected that her senior brother Zhou would help her block this fatal blow at this moment. She gripped her long sword tightly and was about to charge at the Golden Eagle. Run! Run! Zhou Jing, however, used his remaining strength to urge her to leave. Only by entering the Great Tomb can we survive. You and senior brother Gu are both rare geniuses. Being able to help you and fight alongside you would make me feel that I can die without regrets. Zhou Jing slowly closed his eyes. Break! Gu Yan's low roar rang out. Boom! The wind wall collapsed. Zhao Linger bit her red lips, took a deep look at Zhou Jing, and without further hesitation, turned and rushed towards Gu Yan. Chapter 61 The Great Tomb of Inheritance, The Mysterious Old Man. Gu Yan finally broke through the wind wall at this moment, and Zhao Linger realized that even with the combined strength of her and Gu Yan, they were no match for the Golden Eagle. Only by entering the Great Tomb, obtaining the Golden Core Inheritance, and improving our cultivation can we then kill the Golden Eagle and avenge senior brother Zhou Jing. When the Golden Eagle saw the two of them pass through the collapsed wind wall, its expression immediately changed, and it suddenly charged away. The pressure grew heavier and heavier, and her forward speed slowed down, as if she were carrying a mountain on her back. They could only watch helplessly as Gu Yan and the other person rushed into the tomb and disappeared. Hateful! The Golden Eagle's eyes suddenly turned sinister. Almost, just a hair's breadth away, these two would have become his prey. You really think you can survive by hiding in a tomb? The Golden Eagle snorted coldly, for the area was already surrounded by layers of their demonic beasts. As long as they come out, they will inevitably be discovered, and then it will be their death day. Thinking of this, the Golden Eagle's anger and resentment dissipated somewhat. Then, its scarlet eyes fell on Zhou Jing's corpse, which had been pierced through the chest. If it weren't for this guy intervening at the crucial moment and blocking my attack, Zhao Linger, that person with a special physique and wanted by the Bai family, would have been my meal. You bastard, you deserve to die. Sizzle. The Golden Eagle angrily extended its sharp claws and tore Zhou Jing's body apart with its sharp beak before tilting its head back and swallowing him whole. It seems that the ones who devoured it were not Zhou Jing, but Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. Inside the large tomb, the light was dim. The two walked quickly deeper into the room, both with heavy hearts. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, it was Zhou Jing who sacrificed himself to fulfill their wishes. If Zhou Jing hadn't blocked the golden eagle, Zhao Linger would probably. Gu Yan squinted, memorizing the golden eagle's image. Hopefully, this hairy beast will continue to circle around the tomb and never leave. Gu Yan gently exhaled, shook his head to banish other thoughts from his mind, and then solemnly surveyed the tomb. There must be many treasures in this golden core cultivator's tomb. When the time comes, the golden eagle must pay for its blood debt. Linger, can you sense the summons coming from that direction or somewhere? Gu Yan quickly composed himself and looked at Zhao Linger, who had also recovered beside him. Zhao Linger closed her eyes and sensed for a moment, then pointed to the very center of the tomb. That guidance came from the center of the tomb, from the golden core left behind by that master cultivator. However, this tomb is like a maze, and it is not easy to enter the center of the tomb. Zhao Linger spoke with a slight frown. Now that she had truly ventured deep into the tomb, she discovered that it was far larger than it appeared from the outside, and it was like a maze, with intricate passageways everywhere her divine sense passed through. Within the passageway, the aura of an array still circulates, unshakable. Gu Yan also vaguely felt that this large tomb was strange, but his divine sense had already detected the existence of some tomb chambers. Walk. Come with me. Gu Yan decided to explore the nearest tomb first, hoping to gain some guidance and insights. Zhao Linger nodded. After walking around in a maze for a while, the two suddenly felt a sense of openness and clarity. Ahead lies a large burial chamber. Inside the tomb chamber, flames flickered, revealing a massive alchemy furnace at its very center, its flames still burning, seemingly refining some rare elixir. A look of surprise flashed in Gu Yan's eyes. This tomb should have existed for some time, so how come the alchemy furnace is still running? He could even smell a peculiar fragrance emanating from the alchemy furnace, as if the pill was about to be completed. The next moment, Gu Yan's expression suddenly became solemn, because next to the giant alchemy furnace, there was a remnant soul with white hair and a youthful face sitting cross-legged, seemingly controlling the alchemy furnace. When Gu Yan looked at the remnant soul slowly opened its eyes. However, it did not look at Gu Yan, but instead gazed at Zhao Linger with slightly bright eyes. My destined one, I've finally waited for you. His voice was very old, as if countless years had passed. Zhao Linger, feeling scrutinized by his gaze, asked, somewhat puzzled. A destined person? What do you mean by that, senior? You possess an ice spirit root and have also cultivated the Northern Darkness sword technique. You must be a disciple of the Snowfall Sword sect. It is certainly a great destiny between us. The remnant soul, with its white hair and youthful face, chuckled softly. Zhao Linger's confusion only intensified. He immediately looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan squinted. Northern Darkness sword technique? Snowstorm sword sect? Why hadn't Ling Qingyu mentioned these things before? He had always known that Ling Qingyu was a skilled swordsman. After all, she had taught him his sword manual and Zhao Linger's Northern Darkness sword technique. Could it be that the Snowfall Sword sect has some connection with Ling Qingyu? What is your relationship with the Snowfall Sword sect, senior? Gu Yan thought for a moment and then took the initiative to ask. A look of reminiscence appeared on the old man's face. I've forgotten some things, but I do remember, an old friend from the Snowfall Sword sect. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Young man, this batch of heaven-mending pills is almost finished, but my remnant soul is about to dissipate. Could you help me maintain the temperature of the pill furnace? When the heaven-mending pill is completed, I can give you one. Heaven-mending pill, what a boastful tone. Gu Yan glanced at the alchemy furnace. Judging from the pressure emanating from it, its grade was definitely not low. May I ask, senior, what are the wondrous uses of this heaven-mending pill? This batch of pills has consumed my entire life's effort. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life, restoring flesh and bone, and can even enhance or replenish spiritual roots. The elderly man, with white hair and a youthful face, smiled slightly. To repair one's spiritual root? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes immediately lit up. Ling Qingyu was extremely talented, but because her spiritual root was shattered, she could no longer continue cultivating. Although dual cultivation can slowly restore one's spiritual root, the speed of restoration is still too slow. This heaven-mending pill has such an effect? No wonder it dares to use this name after all. Once a spiritual root is shattered, there is almost no way to recover it. Senior, does this pill really have such an effect? Gu Yan couldn't help but press for an answer. Seeing that Gu Yan was very interested in the heaven mending pill, the remnant soul smiled confidently. That's natural. This pill was originally prepared for myself, but unfortunately, only a remnant soul remains now. Gu Yan nodded and said, Senior, rest assured, I will definitely maintain the fire in this furnace. He could sense that the remnant soul was indeed extremely weak. The old man nodded with satisfaction and said, Your soul is very strong. Although you are not an alchemist, maintaining the fire in the alchemy furnace should not be a problem. I will pass on to you a secret technique for controlling the alchemy furnace. Remember it well. Gu Yan felt a chill run through his soul, followed by a mysterious incantation. After absorbing it, he immediately felt a stronger bond and connection with the alchemy furnace. But why was the old man's remnant soul so cold, carrying an inexplicable resentment? Although Gu Yan sensed something was amiss, he remained outwardly calm and merely glanced at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger nodded, her right hand unconsciously tightening its grip on the spirit sword. This is a large tomb, and the sudden appearance of the old man, the mysterious alchemy furnace, and the heaven mending pill gave her a sense of unease. After quickly mastering the secret technique for controlling the cauldron passed down by the old man, Gu Yan's gaze once again fell on the alchemy furnace in front of him. Although Gu Yan had not been cultivating for long, he could still see that this giant alchemy furnace was extraordinary, at least at the third grade level. This grade of alchemy furnace is extremely rare, even a third-level alchemist from a sect would covet it. For alchemists, a good alchemy furnace is something they would pay any price for. The higher the grade of the alchemy furnace, the more curious Gu Yan became about the heaven-mending pill inside. Within the Qingming sect, the highest-ranking alchemist is a third-grade alchemist, and that alchemist comes from the Chu family, where Chu Fian resides. This large tomb has existed for quite some time, at least several hundred years. It takes hundreds of years to refine a single batch of pills. No matter how you look at it, this pill is extremely amazing. Thinking of this, Gu Yan's mind stirred, and his vast spiritual power quickly gathered into the fire spirit root in his body. Then, as he made hand seals, a blazing flame immediately converged towards the alchemy furnace. The higher the grade of the alchemy furnace, the more difficult it is to control the spiritual fire inside. Fortunately, his soul was powerful enough to reach the level of a second-tier talisman master. Secondly, the secret method for controlling the cauldron given by the old man was indeed quite profound. With the two combined, Gu Yan quickly took over the alchemy furnace. Inside the alchemy furnace, flames rolled and surged, illuminating Gu Yan's somewhat handsome face. The old man's remnant soul squinted, a hint of surprise in his expression. Although he sensed Gu Yan's unusual nature from the beginning, he was still somewhat surprised that Gu Yan took over the alchemy furnace so easily. Excellent, excellent, truly a perfect candidate for crafting puppets. However, their spiritual roots are too poor. What if there are other, better candidates later? A cold glint flashed in the old man's heart, but he remained outwardly calm, his gaze subtly glancing at Zhao Linger beside him. This batch of pills is about to be completed. After the pills are finished, I would like to ask you two to deliver the heaven mending pill to the depths of the great tomb. I have another great opportunity to give you. My remnant soul is about to perish, and this batch of pills is my last obsession. The old man spoke solemnly, seemingly someone who would sacrifice himself for alchemy. Zhao Linger was somewhat moved by what she heard. Gu Yan, however, became somewhat interested in the great opportunity he mentioned. Since the old man's remnant soul is about to dissipate, could the so-called great opportunity be his golden elixir? Only the golden core of a golden core cultivator can become a great opportunity. But doesn't this seem a bit like empty promises? Gu Yan thought for a moment, still vigilant, as he controlled the flames inside the furnace. The old man's remnant soul, like a wisp of white mist, surged and then vanished. Both Gu Yan and Zhao Linger breathed a slight sigh of relief upon sensing the old man's remnant soul dissipate. Soon after, as the heaven mending pill gradually took shape inside the cauldron, Gu Yan suddenly felt a surge of powerful fire spiritual energy gradually flowing from the cauldron into his body. This is a good thing in itself. While the alchemy furnace is refining pills, Gu Yan can also use the fire spiritual energy to refine his own spiritual power in physical body. However, his current level of cultivation is far too weak compared to a top-tier third-grade alchemy furnace. As soon as some of the fire elemental energy entered his body, Gu Yan's face turned fiery hot. My skin was burning hot, like a boiled shrimp, and heat was rising and surging all over my body. Chapter 62-1, Strength Soars. Gu Yan's face was flushed. He could clearly feel his body and flesh undergoing continuous transformation under the sweep of fire spiritual energy, and the spiritual power within his body was also becoming vast and refined. However, the continuous flow of fire elemental energy almost burst his body. Normally, Gu Yan would choose to stop for the time being and wait until he had absorbed and refined the fire spiritual energy in his body before proceeding. However, he knew very well that now was the crucial moment for this batch of heaven mending pills to take shape. If the spiritual power is withdrawn at this moment, and the flames are allowed to burn freely in the alchemy furnace, those 3 heaven mending pills will probably be burned to ashes immediately. We must persevere. With this thought in mind, Gu Yan decided to persevere. This heaven mending pill is extremely important to Ling Qingyu. Although Ling Qingyu didn't seem to care much about the recovery of her spiritual root in front of him, and just wanted to live a good life. But whether it's her guidance to herself or Zhao Linger, she has never given up on improving herself. We must obtain this heaven mending pill. Rumble. Flames roared, and the temperature rose considerably. The crucial stage of pill formation is almost here, and an amazing fragrance faintly wafts through the air. However, the fire elemental energy around Gu Yan became increasingly dense. Under the continuous, scorching fire spiritual energy, Gu Yan felt as if he had become one with the alchemy furnace, enduring the endless heat of the flames. Zhao Linger, who was standing to the side, also noticed the abnormality in Gu Yan's body. Her expectant expression turned into one of panic. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation and she didn't know how to handle it. Senior brother Gu, what's wrong? Zhao Linger's voice was filled with concern and anxiety. Gu Yan was completely absorbed in refining the heaven mending pill at this moment, and could only respond as calmly as possible. I'm fine, it's just a bit too hot. Hearing Gu Yan's response, Zhao Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is it too hot? Seeing Gu Yan's body turn completely red like iron, Zhao Linger also sensed a burning heat emanating from him. However, since she possessed an ice spirit root, this heat wave was not a problem for her. Perhaps we can cool down senior brother Gu's fever and make him more comfortable. Zhao Linger's heart stirred. To be on the safe side, she waved her hand and began to infuse a small amount of ice spiritual power into Gu Yan's body. As soon as the icy spiritual energy entered Gu Yan's burning body, it was immediately absorbed completely, and the burning sensation on Gu Yan's body seemed to have lessened considerably. It works! A look of surprise appeared on Zhao Linger's face as she continued to pour ice spiritual energy into Gu Yan's body to help him gradually dispel the heat within him. At the same time, as a large amount of ice spiritual power entered, Zhao Linger's originally relaxed mind also skipped a beat. Fire! In her perception, senior brother Gu seemed to have transformed into a raging fire. The meridians and flesh were filled with scalding flames. He was practically bursting with energy. Zhao Linger was filled with worry. If this fire continues to spread, senior brother Gu might be burned to ashes in it. But she also knew about the relationship between senior brother Gu and sister Ling. It would be impossible to persuade Gu Yan to give up the heaven mending pill that could repair his spiritual roots at this moment. She immediately gritted her teeth and continuously channeled the spiritual energy within her body into Gu Yan's body. It helps to resist some or all spiritual intrusion. With Zhao Linger's full assistance, Gu Yan felt that the fire spiritual energy in his body had decreased somewhat. Half an hour later, the heaven mending pill was completely formed in the flames. A rich fragrance of elixirs filled the air, and the 3 heaven mending pills inside the alchemy furnace emitted a shimmering white light, which was extremely mysterious. Upon seeing this, Zhao Linger immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, she suddenly noticed that senior brother Gu had collapsed to the ground with a slightly dazed expression. Senior brother Gu! Zhao Linger rushed over, only to find that the flames in the alchemy furnace had all transferred to Gu Yan's body. Gu Yan's body was swollen, and his bones were cracking as if they were about to explode. Damn it, the fire elemental energy within my body is far too strong, it's simply not something I can resolve right now. At this moment, Gu Yan's expression was also somewhat unpleasant. This fire spiritual energy was originally an opportunity for him, but there were too many opportunities, and they were too abundant, which made it difficult for him to bear. At this moment, he felt his whole body getting hotter and hotter. His body was shining brightly under the burning flames, and even resonated with the alchemy furnace, making the fire spirit energy in his body become more and more domineering. The scalding sensation intensified, almost bursting him apart and driving him to the brink of madness. His soul felt as if it were engulfed in flames, utterly listless. Gu Yan's expression darkened slightly as he racked his brains for a solution. What to do? The closer it got to the crucial moment, the more Gu Yan forced himself to calm down. Suddenly, Gu Yan felt a chill wash over him. The restless, almost frenzied flames within him seemed to be drawn by something, converging towards that icy aura. With some of the flames dissipated, Gu Yan finally felt much more at ease. Slowly opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover that the source of the icy spiritual energy was none other than Zhao Linger. At this moment, Zhao Linger had already taken off her long dress and pressed herself against him, using the Hawan secret technique to gather increasingly pure yin qi and ice spirit qi into his body. Otherwise, the raging flames formed by the third-grade alchemy furnace would not have been dispelled by her icy spiritual energy. Linger! Gu Yan gently stroked her smooth back with a touch of tenderness. She actually gave up her most precious thing to help me. Seeing that Gu Yan had woken up, Zhao Linger wiped the thin layer of sweat from her forehead and smiled at him. This secret technique of the Hawan Albizia Jilabrisin is indeed very effective in suppressing fire spiritual energy. Then, thinking about how they were now completely open with each other, the burning sensation coming from below her body became even more intense, and Zhao Linger blushed and quickly lowered her head to bury herself in Gu Yan's arms. Although she had long since decided that she was in love with Gu Yan, this was the first time she had ever acted so intimately with him. Gu Yan had already absorbed and digested some of the fire spiritual energy, and seeing Zhao Linger's shy appearance, his anger flared even more. So he rolled over and pinned Zhao Linger down beneath him. About 3 hours later. This amusing occasion has now come to an end. The fire within Gu Yan's body has been completely absorbed. The abundant fire elemental energy made his physical body even stronger, and his yang energy was as plentiful as the sun. Even when he was practicing his cultivation technique, he resonated with the alchemy furnace next to him. The speed of his cultivation technique increased significantly, and the surrounding spiritual energy was forcibly absorbed into his body. At a certain moment, as scorching heat surged from Gu Yan's body, the protective spiritual energy on his body seemed to transform into flames, pulsating and leaping. An invisible, domineering pressure, like that of a king of fire, spread out. Successfully broken through to the 10th level of qi refining. Nourished by Zhao Linger's continuous supply of icy spiritual energy, the sword manual within his body was already operating at full speed. The water spirit sword technique has surged and broken through. Progress is accelerating, and we've achieved great success in one fell swoop. Immediately afterwards, a sharp, vast, and boundless sword aura, as smooth as water, emanated from his body. Almost instantly, it filled the entire tomb. After mastering the fire spirit sword technique, I have now also mastered the water spirit sword technique. The power of his sword energy has also doubled. If we were to encounter that foundation establishment protector of the white left again, even without using a large number of talismans, we could annihilate him by relying on our dual attribute spiritual sword energy. Their combat effectiveness has been greatly enhanced. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a Taoist partnership. Rewards are hereby awarded. Reward 1, Soul Enhancement Card, which can greatly enhance your soul. After use, you can reach the intermediate level of Tier 2. Reward 2, 1 Immortal Crafts Alchemy Proficiency Experience Card. Seeing the system's reward, Gu Yan's smile grew even wider. After all, whether in combat or for talisman masters or alchemists, the strength of the soul provides a huge boost. The improvement of the soul is the most difficult thing for any cultivator. The soul is ethereal and elusive, and some cultivators spend their entire lives without being able to break through the bottleneck. Many talisman masters and alchemists are unable to break through their limitations because their soul realm is not strong enough, even though they have extensive experience in alchemy. But now, a single soul enhancement card has directly elevated Gu Yan's soul to the intermediate level of the second tier. With more practice, he could even become a mid-tier second-order talisman master. As for the Alchemy Proficiency Experience card, that's undoubtedly a good thing too. Gu Yan was able to quickly get started in the art of talismans because of the help of the Mastery card. Compared to the art of talismans, alchemy is much more difficult to master, and of course, alchemists have a higher status. If one can become an alchemist, one will be a guest of honor in all the major powers wherever one goes. This craft requires a lot of time and spirit stones to master, but now it's great. Not only can you get it all in one step, but you even have a pill refining furnace. Gu Yan glanced at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Through absorbing the fire energy from the alchemy furnace, his soul merged with the furnace, and he learned some information about it. Mountain Burning Furnace. A top-grade, third-rank alchemy furnace. A look of joy appeared on Gu Yan's face. The more he looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him, the more he liked it. The next moment, he couldn't help but place his palm on it and try to collect it. He has developed some kind of connection with this alchemy furnace. However, the alchemy furnace only trembled slightly before returning to calm. Is your spiritual realm insufficient? Or is it because he is not an alchemist? Gu Yan thought for a moment and then used the Soul Enhancement card and the Alchemy Proficiency card together. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from his body, and his previously ethereal soul gained a certain texture, like a light veil. Zhao Linger, who was standing next to Gu Yan, did not know why Gu Yan had changed so much, but she did not disturb him. Her eyes were filled with Gu Yan's image. This time, she originally only wanted to help Gu Yan resolve the fire spiritual energy in his body through dual cultivation, but she did not expect to gain a huge improvement herself. First and foremost is his cultivation level, which jumped directly from the 7th level of Qi refining to the 9th level. 2 minor realms have been broken through. This was something she never dared to imagine before. After all, the improvement was just too great. With such skill, if Bai Zhuo could be resurrected and they faced off again, she could kill him with a single sword strike. In addition, the sword energy within Zhao Linger's body has also been greatly enhanced. The Northern Darkness sword Qi has been greatly enhanced, and at this moment it seems that a sword intent that can freeze everything is brewing. Sword intent. This is something beyond sword energy. Although it is only in its initial stages, it is already incredibly impressive. Even when facing a golden eagle in the mid-foundation establishment stage, she was able to injure it with her sword energy. Chapter 63, a Grade 3 Pill Furnace, the Chosen One. Under Zhao Linger's gaze, Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, although Gu Yan only closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment, she felt as if she had undergone some kind of transformative improvement. Just looking into Gu Yan's eyes made her soul tremble slightly, as if she were offending an existence that was so powerful that it was unimaginable. She quickly averted her gaze, and the feeling of her soul being suppressed lessened considerably. Senior brother Gu's soul is incredibly powerful. Zhao Linger was startled. She had only ever sensed such a sharp gaze from foundation establishment cultivators with powerful souls before. Senior brother Gu was only at the Qi refining stage. How could his soul be so powerful? Senior brother Gu was simply a genius. Aside from that, Zhao Linger could find no other explanation. She blushed a little when she thought about how she had called herself a genius when she first met Gu Yan. In front of senior brother Gu, I'm afraid no one would dare to call themselves a genius. Gu Yan felt the surging soul within his sea of consciousness. This heightened sense of awareness of his surroundings was utterly mesmerizing to him. Although the improvement of the soul may not seem as obvious or significant as the improvement of one's realm, the profound mystery within it can only be truly experienced after the improvement is achieved. Right now, I should be considered a mid-stage first-grade alchemist, right? Gu Yan had never refined pills before, but at this moment, countless knowledge of pill refining was surging in his mind. According to his estimation, he was already a mid-stage first-grade alchemist, having completed the path that a typical alchemy apprentice would take 10 years to complete. The next moment, Gu Yan's gaze fell on the burning mountain furnace again. At this moment, Gu Yan once again channeled his spiritual power into the alchemy furnace. Compared to last time, his spiritual power had not improved much. However, he had gained a more refined control over his spiritual power, a more vast soul, and he had gradually gained initial control over this top-grade third-rank alchemy furnace. Afterwards, Gu Yan formed hand seals, shrinking the giant alchemy furnace into his palm. Having experience in alchemy and possessing a high-quality alchemy furnace, I must try refining pills when I have the time. The heaven-mending pill. After Gu Yan put away the alchemy furnace, he saw the snow-white pills in front of him. Based on his stored alchemy experience, this heaven-mending pill does indeed have the effect of repairing spiritual roots, which is extremely profound. Gu Yan immediately accepted one of them and, along with Zhao Linger, took the other 2 and entered the center of the tomb. His strength has now increased dramatically, which gives him more confidence to continue delving deeper into the tomb. Meanwhile, in a forest outside a canyon in the Qingyang Mountains, an old woman with gray hair appeared silently. Her back was slightly hunched, and her withered right hand was leaning on a piece of black cane. She exuded a heavy sense of gloom. The already deathly silence of the jungle was amplified by her presence. She slightly lifted her sleepy eyelids, her cloudy eyes slowly scanning the jungle, not missing a single corner. At the same time, the cane in his hand gently tapped the ground, and immediately ripples like water spread in the void. In an instant, this invisible ripple swept through the entire jungle. Along with the snakes, insects, and rodents lurking underground, they all clearly appeared in her mind. Then, her brows gradually furrowed, but she didn't seem to care that blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. The mandate of heaven is in the east, and the year is in the hour of Qin 7, 9 a.m. At this very moment, the chosen one of my snowfall sword sect should be here, but why is there not a single person in sight? Hearing Elder Shue's hoarse and dejected voice, the white-haired girl behind her felt a pang of heartache as she took out a handkerchief from her bosom and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Elder Shue's mouth. Master, is the so-called chosen one truly the chosen one? Although my Snowfall Sword sect has declined, it is still the leading sword lineage in a region. To place our hopes for resurgence on vague divination is. The white-haired girl looked quite puzzled. She was Elder Shue's disciple and was originally supposed to become the holy maiden of the Snowfall Sword sect. However, at the last moment, Elder Shue gave up on herself. Mengpa looked at the girl in front of her. Dressed in a snow-white, fitted outfit, she looked clean and sharp, which further accentuated her curvaceous and graceful figure, exuding a heroic spirit that rivaled any man. At only 18 years old, her waterfall-like long hair was already as white as snow, and her skin was dazzlingly white, exuding an extremely sharp and soaring sword intent. Heroism and charm, two completely different qualities, intertwine in the young girl, appearing extremely contradictory, like a beautiful rose about to wither. Elder Shue sighed heavily. The reason why my Snowfall Sword sect was able to rise to prominence back then was because we encountered a chosen one. The girl nodded and said, I know, and I have always been grateful for the guidance of that chosen one. If it weren't for the exquisite swordsmanship she taught, my Snowfall Sword sect would still be just a small sect. However, I believe I can shoulder the great responsibility of the sect. Seeing the girl's unwavering resolve, Elder Shue smiled gently, the wrinkles on her face seeming to lessen considerably. She raised her hand and patted the back of her snow-white hand, softly comforting her. Some things are not as simple as you think. The demonic sect has already set its sights on our Snowfall Sword sect. If we want to turn the tide, we need that chosen one. Not only that, if you meet that person, your entire life, once you become entangled with that person, will turn from great misfortune to great fortune. This is the only thing I can do for you. The girl sighed softly, knowing that Elder Shue was also thinking of her. As she surveyed the jungle, the girl's eyes gradually became unfocused, as if she were asking a question, or perhaps questioning herself. But, is that chosen one really that important to the sect and to me? She never doubted the accuracy of Elder Shue's divination, but it didn't seem to make sense logically. Since someone can defy fate, reverse their destiny, and turn misfortune into good fortune, they must be an extremely extraordinary person. However, in this cruel world of cultivation where the strong prey on the weak, such a person is not one's parents, so how could they possibly provide significant help and protect one at all times? After all, this person is the chosen one, not her husband. Elder Shue spent every day with the girl and immediately noticed her confusion. She had also thought about this question, but couldn't figure it out. But she was certain that, based on her knowledge of divination and the fact that she had used up her remaining lifespan of over 100 years, she had achieved a certain level of success. The divination results will never be wrong. She composed herself, then squinted her eyes, sensing the lingering scent of the jungle. A moment later, she seemed to have caught something, and suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of light flashing deep within them. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the large tomb not far away. From that great tomb, Elder Shue sensed the familiar aura of the chosen one. That chosen one must be inside. Walk. Let's go take a look. Elder Shue's eyes widened, her heart filled with excitement. It seems the divination was successful. The problem was that their activation of the spatial teleportation array encountered some issues, causing the teleportation to be slower than expected. The girl also looked at that large tomb, her expression somewhat complicated. What are the chosen ones of the Snowfall Sword sect doing in the tomb of a golden core cultivator? Doesn't this mean that the realm of the chosen one is below the golden core stage? After all, if one's strength is above the golden core stage, there's no need to explore the great tomb. How can someone whose strength doesn't even reach the golden core stage be called the chosen one? Not to mention Elder Shue, who was already a nascent soul cultivator, even she is now a half-step golden core cultivator. If that's really the case, then compared to myself, even that chosen one might not be anything special. Thinking of this, her expression turned ruthless. No matter who that person was or what level they were at, she had to take action against them and test their strength. Otherwise, even if Elder Shue's divination is correct, a weak chosen one entering the Snowfall Sword sect will only become a laughingstock for others. If you're not even as good as yourself, how can you win people's hearts? Elder Shue's thoughts were simple. Since he was their chosen one, no matter who he was or what level he was at, it meant that he would be of great help to the rise of the sect. They must be brought into the sect as soon as possible and nurtured to the best of their ability. With their own thoughts, the two rushed toward the tomb. Inside the tomb, Guyen gripped the 2 heaven-mending pills tightly in his hand, and together with Zhao Linger, whose strength had greatly improved, they entered the deepest part of the tomb. Looking around, the light here is quite dim. Fortunately, that golden elixir shone brightly, radiating dazzling light. Under this light, the center of the tomb was finally illuminated, no longer completely dark. Upon seeing the golden core suspended in mid-air above the tomb, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger both took a deep breath, their faces revealing an uncontrollable look of drooling. The golden elixir is the essence of a lifetime's cultivation. If they could refine it, it would greatly enhance their strength. No qi refining cultivator could refuse a golden core cultivator's golden core. Senior brother Gu. Husband. Husband, the golden elixir is right before your eyes, please absorb it as soon as possible. Although the two were not officially registered, they had already consummated their marriage. Although Zhao Linger felt shy, she still changed her address to him. From now on, Gu Yan would be her husband. Although Zhao Linger also coveted the golden core, she resolutely decided to give it up when she thought of Gu Yan. Without a husband, she had no way of killing Bai Zhuo to avenge her parents. Moreover, and most importantly, the golden elixir has the greatest power and effect when it is in the husband's hands than when it is in one's own hands. Gu Yan shook his head upon hearing this. This golden elixir is waiting for you. You are the destined one. Absorb it well, and I will protect you. As early as when she entered this place, Zhao Linger mentioned that she felt a calling from the tomb. As soon as they entered the depths of the tomb, Gu Yan noticed that the golden core, which was suspended at the top of the tomb and exuded a special pressure, was slowly converging towards Zhao Linger. Clearly, this is Zhao Linger's opportunity. Zhao Linger wanted to decline, but then she saw Gu Yan say seriously, I've already gained enough from entering this great tomb. Now I should focus on improving my strength. We're husband and wife, aren't we one? Linger has already called him her husband. Both out of consideration because he saved her and out of reason because they have consummated their marriage, she must acknowledge him as her Taoist partner. Chapter 64 Possession? Joining forces to burn the remnant soul. Hearing Gu Yan's words, you and I are husband and wife, originally one, Zhao Linger's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart filled with sweetness and emotion. She smiled and nodded, saying, all right, I will follow my husband's arrangements. I will refine and absorb this golden elixir. Just then, a ray of light emerged from the golden core, revealing the old man that Gu Yan and Zhao Linger had seen earlier. It seems that part of his remnant soul is hiding in the golden core. As the smoke billowed, the old man's remnant soul appeared, his gaze first falling on Gu Yan. A hint of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. After all, according to his previous calculations, Gu Yan should have perished after refining the heaven-mending pill. How come he's still alive? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before quickly disappearing. So what if Gu Yan didn't die? All her plans were already in place. Gu Yan was just an insignificant little fellow. Then, he looked at Zhao Linger, his expression becoming increasingly satisfied, and said, good, good, I knew you would come here. Give me the 2 heaven-mending pills, and my obsession will be completely fulfilled. Then, this young lady will be able to easily refine the golden pill that I left behind. At Gu Yan's prompting, Zhao Linger held the heaven-mending pill, stepped forward reverently, and handed it to the old man. After the old man's remnant soul received it, it quickly dissipated from the golden core, as if it had never existed again. After that, the golden elixir fell into Zhao Linger's hands. Absorb it here as soon as possible. Gu Yan spoke up. The golden core is of utmost importance, and the sooner it is absorbed, the better. Otherwise, if others sense its aura, they will surely fight desperately to seize it. After all, the golden core is the greatest inheritance for golden core cultivators. The temptation is just too great. Zhao Linger knew what Gu Yan was thinking. She wasn't one to be coy, so she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the power contained in the golden core. The golden elixir is extremely mysterious. Without great talent and strength, there is simply no chance of mastering it. However, Zhao Linger had a high compatibility with this golden core, so even though she was only at the qi refining stage, she was still able to absorb it. However, Gu Yan's expression became much more serious. Compared to Zhao Linger, he understood the mysteries of the golden core better. What was it about Zhao Linger that attracted the attention of the golden core? Because of swordsmanship? Because of physical constitution? Or perhaps both? While Gu Yan was making his own guesses, Zhao Linger had also absorbed most of the power from the golden core into her body. With the power of the golden core, both the Northern Darkness sword technique and the Ice Spirit root have been greatly enhanced. Even Zhao Linger's cultivation level broke through again, reaching the 10th level of qi refining. This was only because of time constraints. She had only refined a small portion of the power, and the vast majority of the golden core's power was still stored within her body. The improvement in her cultivation level brought a bright smile to Zhao Linger's face, and she finally caught up with her husband Gu Yan's pace. Gu Yan's improvement speed was too fast. After Zhao Linger became Gu Yan's Taoist partner, she had only one thought in her mind. They must do their utmost to follow Gu Yan, otherwise, if their cultivation level is insufficient, they will eventually be gradually abandoned. Now that she is caught up with Gu Yan, she is filled with hope for the future. However, just when everything seemed to be going in a good direction, a sudden change occurred. Zhao Linger's body trembled, and then an unusual aura suddenly emanated from her. The moment that aura spread, the surrounding light became much darker. What happened? Gu Yan immediately sensed something was wrong and looked at Zhao Linger. The black aura emanating from her body resembled billowing smoke, showing a trend of intensifying. Although Gu Yan didn't know exactly what had happened, Zhao Linger's aura suddenly became much weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Instead, a familiar aura surged from Zhao Linger's body. It was none other than the old man from before. This wasn't the first time Gu Yan had encountered this old man's remnant soul. His soul had already recorded this guy's existence. He never expected that the old man would reappear, and that he would appear inside Zhao Linger's body. Could this be the legendary possession? But isn't this kind of mysterious and profound method something that only nascent soul cultivators can do? Reaching the golden core realm is almost impossible, but nothing is impossible. Some radical demonic cultivators have special methods that allow them to possess another body and be reborn. However, this method is quite resolute, with a do-or-die mentality. If we fail, we will be utterly annihilated. Clearly, everything the old man had done before was to lull them into a false sense of security. In reality, he had hidden most of their souls within their golden cores, intending to seize their bodies in the process. Having figured this out, Gu Yan's expression suddenly turned grim. Without the slightest hesitation, his pure soul immediately converged into Zhao Linger's body. The old man was indeed a golden core cultivator in life, but he had been dead for many years. Zhao Linger's soul could not contend with him, but if she added her own soul, she might be able to kill him. As Gu Yan's soul merged into Zhao Linger's body, Zhao Linger's originally dazed soul seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water, and suddenly became much more awake. My husband! Zhao Linger was overjoyed, but soon her heart was filled with deep worry. After all, the old man's soul power was strong and his methods were strange. Most of her soul had already been devoured. Although her husband's soul was stronger than her own, he could not possibly be a match for that old man. TSK, from now on this body will be under my control. Who says a golden core cultivator can't live a second life? As Zhao Linger's soul gradually weakened, the old man's arrogant voice echoed throughout the tomb. But as soon as the laughter rang out, Gu Yan's soul was like a sharp thorn, deeply piercing into his soul. Overestimating yourself. The old man snorted coldly. Originally, I didn't want to pay attention to Gu Yan. After all, he was just a chi-refining cultivator and not worth mentioning. But as Gu Yan's soul continued to penetrate deeper, the piercing pain originating from the depths of his soul made him scream out in agony. How could that be? His soul conveyed a profound sense of disbelief. He was a golden core demonic cultivator who had devoured countless cultivators. But now, he has been injured by Gu Yan. Gu Yan's soul has reached at least the second level. No! At the very least, they're all in the mid-stage of Tier 2. How did he do that? The old man's face was extremely grim. This was a crucial moment for him to possess the body, and this damned fellow actually had the power to influence him. However, his expression changed for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. He had prepared for this day for too long, and Gu Yan's outburst was certainly an unexpected event that caught him off guard. But surely he has a backup plan? How could my centuries-old plans be disturbed by a junior like you? After the old man's cold voice rang out, waves of icy soul energy, like countless evil spirits released from prison, swept over Gu Yan's soul. These terrifying soul auras were formed from the many remnant souls he had annihilated back then. They were extremely ferocious. Once entangled, not to mention a soul in the middle stage of the second tier, even a soul in the late stage of the second tier would be instantly crushed. However, the moment a smile appeared on his face again, the countless soul energies rushing towards Gu Yan seemed to hit an iron plate, making a series of clanging sounds. After these sounds were heard, the aura of those souls suddenly dissipated and disappeared. At that moment, the old man's face darkened again, and his soul fluctuations suddenly directed towards Gu Yan's perception. Then you see Gu Yan's veil-like soul being sheltered in a scorching furnace. That furnace was none other than his former mountain burning furnace. But now, for some reason, the stove has taken Gu Yan as its master. The old man was so angry at the sight that he almost vomited blood. It took him countless efforts to recover this burning mountain furnace. Although he lost control of the burning mountain furnace after his death, it was still a product of his life. He was a third-grade alchemist in his lifetime. Gu Yan was just helping him stabilize the flames in the alchemy furnace, so how did he end up taking the burning mountain furnace into his hands? He can't accept it. The burning mountain furnace is not just a pill refining furnace, but also a special soul artifact. Once activated, its power is terrifying. When the old man's soul experienced a significant fluctuation, Gu Yan seized the opportunity to pour his vast spiritual power and soul energy into it. Moment. The burning mountain furnace swelled in the wind, emitting a special soul-attracting force that quickly absorbed the old man's soul. No! Amidst the raging flames, the old man let out a terrified scream. He hurriedly begged Gu Yan for mercy. Young friend, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Release me. I was once a golden core cultivator. I can help you, I can secretly guide you. However, before the old man could finish speaking, flames shot into the sky from the burning mountain furnace, burning him into a speck of light. Soon, Gu Yan gradually absorbed the light spots. At this moment, it was as if he had experienced another life. All kinds of alchemy experience were like a sudden enlightenment. If he could only be considered a mid-stage first-grade alchemist before. Now, having absorbed the old man's remnant soul and alchemy experience, he has directly become a late-stage first-grade alchemist. This improvement is nothing short of enormous. The next moment, Gu Yan looked at Zhao Linger, who was lying on the ground and slowly waking up. When Zhao Linger first saw Gu Yan, she thought she was in some kind of illusion. After all, the old man's soul had suppressed her soul to the extreme, leaving her on the brink of life and death. Gu Yan then turned the tide and eradicated that despicable golden core demon. My husband. Although she didn't know how Gu Yan had managed it, the feeling of surviving a disaster still made Zhao Linger breathe a sigh of relief. You should stabilize your soul first. Once our strength is stable, we'll leave this place and attack the Golden Eagle to avenge Zhou Jing. Gu Yan comforted him and then made his own plans. Zhao Linger nodded obediently and sat cross-legged. Gu Yan absorbed the old man's remnant soul in his golden core, and has already converted a small portion of the energy into vast spiritual power. It won't be long before she returns to her peak. The two of them sat cross-legged in the tomb to cultivate and recover, but only for the time it takes to drink half a cup of hot tea, when Gu Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Then, with a solemn expression, he looked toward the entrance of the tomb. What's wrong, my husband? Zhao Linger looked at the entrance of the tomb in confusion, but did not notice anything unusual. But she still became wary. A powerful figure is approaching. Gu Yan frowned. Even with his current soul perception, he couldn't see through the approaching figure at all. Chapter 65 The Arrogant Golden Eagle, Gu Yan's Strength. Although the opponent's aura was contained within his body, it was still awe-inspiring, which made Gu Yan realize just how terrifying the strength of the person who was rapidly approaching was. I'm afraid I could die instantly if the other party just gave me a single glance. What terrifying being is this, and why has it come here? Gu Yan couldn't understand it, because in his perception, the aura of the newcomer far surpassed that of any golden core cultivator he had ever seen before. Nascent soul cultivator. Those who entered the Great Tomb were at least a terrifying being at the late nascent soul stage. They might even be higher, a nascent soul powerhouse. Why would such a being target me? The strongest member of the Bai family is only a nascent soul elder. Gu Yan was puzzled, and Zhao Linger, who was beside him, was also confused. Why would someone so powerful come to this place? As Gu Yan and Zhao Linger looked on in confusion, Elder Shui immediately led the girl to the center of the tomb and came to stand in front of the two of them. It was as if they had traversed the void, their speed was astonishing. Realizing the absolute gap in strength, Gu Yan's mindset actually calmed down. First of all, he didn't know this person and naturally had no grudge against him. Most importantly, if such a being truly wanted to eliminate me, it would have done so long ago. I wonder what important matter brings you here, senior? Gu Yan took a deep breath and asked slowly and deliberately. Elder Shui glanced at Gu Yan, then quickly shifted her attention to Zhao Linger, her eyes shining slightly. Northern Darkness Sword Technique, Ice Spiritual Root, young lady, would you be willing to join my Snowfall Sword sect and become its holy maiden? Although Gu Yan has an extraordinary demeanor, his spiritual root is too poor, so he will stop here in the future. Therefore, he is definitely not the destined genius who can lead the Snowfall Sword sect to rise. So, eliminating the incorrect option, only Zhao Linger remains in the tomb. And this Zhao Linger is also extraordinary, with exceptional talent and an ice spirit root. Such a person is definitely the chosen one of their snow-blowing sword sect. Having finally found such a rare and crucial individual, it is natural to immediately bring him into the sect and nurture him properly. However, we should ask Zhao Linger's opinion first. Being stared at by a nascent soul cultivator was already putting Zhao Linger under unimaginable pressure. Then she noticed that there was a young girl next to this big shot, who was about the same age as her, but whose cultivation level was unfathomable and had definitely reached the foundation establishment stage. The woman showed hostility the moment she saw him, as if she was ready to attack at any moment. This increased the pressure on her, and she couldn't help but look at Gu Yan. "I appreciate your kindness, senior, but I don't want to leave my husband. Let's talk about it when I have time later." Zhao Linger slowly opened her mouth and politely declined. Upon seeing this, Elder Shui realized that she might not have explained herself clearly. After all, in these small places, many people don't know about the Snowfall Sword sect, nor are they aware of its reputation. I am an elder of the Snowfall Sword sect, a well-known and powerful force. By joining us, you can obtain better resources for your growth. Seeing Elder Shui's serious expression, Gu Yan couldn't sit still any longer. Since it is a kind invitation from a senior, it should be no problem for Linger to enter the Snowfall Sword sect. However, Linger is still too weak. "Senior, shouldn't we wait until her strength improves before making a decision?" He didn't know why the Snowfall Sword sect was targeting Zhao Linger, but he didn't want Zhao Linger to leave him. After all, they had only been married for a short time. Seeing that both of them were politely declining to join the Snowfall Sword sect, Elder Shui frowned slightly and said, "If you don't want to be separated, you can just join our Snowstorm Sword sect together." Although the Snowfall Sword sect only recruits female disciples, she still decided to make concessions for the sake of the prophecy. However, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger felt that there might be something wrong with this matter, and since Ling Qingyu was still in the sect, it was impossible for her to just leave like that. If what this senior said is true, the Snowfall Sword sect is a well-known and powerful force. If they enter with their current strength, they will only be ridiculed by the disciples. To be honest, it is not a good place, at least not now. This matter is of great importance. How about we have a few days to consider it? Gu Yan couldn't think of a good way to refuse, so he could only resort to stalling. Zhao Linger immediately chimed in, "Since you are recruiting disciples, there is no need to rush." Elder Shui didn't say much upon hearing this. After all, she hadn't yet gained their trust, and such a sudden invitation at this time was indeed a bit abrupt. "Alright, 3 days. I'll come find you in 3 days, how about that?" Elder Shui looked at Zhao Linger. In her view, once she figured out Zhao Linger's background, getting her to join would be a piece of cake. Give her 3 days, which is just enough time to investigate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." Elder Shui nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave with the silent girl. In fact, when the girl met Zhao Linger, she felt that she was her destined nemesis, but she couldn't bring herself to disobey her master. The girl didn't know what to say, so she remained silent. She could only tell herself to be patient for the time being, to quickly improve her strength, and to prove to her master that choosing someone other than herself was a mistake. "Let's go, we can't stay here any longer, we need to get back quickly." After Elder Shui left with the girl, Gu Yan composed himself and prepared to leave as well. Zhao Linger nodded as well. Then, the image of a golden eagle appeared before their eyes simultaneously. "That despicable guy sniped at me in front of the tomb and even cruelly murdered Zhou Jing. If it weren't for Zhou Jing, Zhao Linger would probably have died at the hands of the golden eagle long ago. Having had such a great opportunity in the tomb, and with my strength greatly enhanced, it's time to settle the score with the golden eagle." A mid-stage tier 2 monster is indeed terrifying. However, they no longer pose any threat to Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. "We must avenge ourselves as soon as possible." The two exchanged a glance and immediately rushed out of the tomb. Everything else in the tomb had been looted by them. With nothing to linger over, the two charged straight toward where the golden eagle was. At this moment, the golden eagle was resting on a towering tree, its sharp eyes occasionally sweeping across the tomb to prevent the two of them from sneaking away. Although it sensed that the eerie pressure was fading, it still decided to wait here, remembering the frustration it had felt when it attacked Gu Yan earlier. In any case, the tomb is definitely not a place to stay for long. There must be many dangers inside. When they reach a point where they can no longer hold on, they will burst out of the tomb. Anyway, its mission is to eliminate Gu Yan and Zhao Linger, so it can stay here indefinitely. Under its sweeping gaze, it quickly spotted two figures rushing out of the tomb, none other than Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. They burst out of the great tomb. It seems they gained something from the tomb. Their auras have become much stronger. Unfortunately, there's no comparison between Qi refining and foundation establishment stage. The gap in their realms is too great. These two dare to show up so brazenly, they simply don't respect me at all. Kill! The golden eagle roared, and countless demonic beasts charged towards the two of them. Whoosh! Under the roar of the golden eagle, one after another, huge one-horned bulls roared and charged towards Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. The one-horned bull is a first-tier demonic beast, ferocious and violent. Its sharp horn has the power to pierce through metal and stone tablets, making it extremely dangerous among first-tier demonic beasts. In Gu Yan's mind, the monster illustration book compiled by the sect flashed by. That golden eagle is really arrogant. Does it really think that its few demonic beasts can kill it? That's wishful thinking. It's time to settle the score for Zhou Jing's murder. Thinking of this, Gu Yan took a deep breath, and the spiritual power of the 10th level of Qi refining surged within his body. His body, forged in the furnace of the burning mountain, faintly flickered with flames. With the dual support of spiritual power and a powerful physique, Gu Yan's forward speed was astonishing. After a few leaps and bursts across the ground, he had already rushed to the front of a one-horned bull. Roar! A foul stench swept over them, and the one-horned bull roared. Its nearly half-shown long horn, like a sharp longsword, thrust towards Gu Yan's chest. The air seemed to be pierced, emitting a whistling sound. A top-tier first-tier demonic beast, I wonder how many of my sword strikes it can withstand now? And whether it can break through the defenses formed by my spiritual power and physique? Gu Yan watched this scene calmly, without immediately drawing his sword. Instead, he gathered his spiritual power in his chest, wanting to test the strength of his physical body. Bang! A dull thud resounded from Gu Yan's chest, followed by a sickeningly loud cracking sound. It wasn't that Gu Yan's ribs were pierced, rather, it was the horn on the bull's head, which was powerful enough to pierce through a city wall, that struck Gu Yan's chest. It was as if it had landed on an unshakable iron wall, making a loud noise before shattering inch by inch. The instant the horn broke, the fierce eyes of the unicorn, the size of a copper bell, were instantly filled with astonishment. How is that possible? Aren't all human cultivators physically weak? Why did his strongest horn not only fail to leave any mark on him, but instead break off? He's a human, his physical body is terrifying. Before it could react, Gu Yan felt the surging power within its body and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. It was worth the suffering he endured from the raging flames of the burning mountain furnace. His physical body is now comparable to a peak first-tier demon beast. Even without using spiritual power, he can contend with a first-tier demon beast. This feeling of physical strength is great. Gu Yan was extremely satisfied with this. And this one-horned bull, which was used as the test subject, had already lost its value in living. Immediately, Gu Yan took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and gathered crimson spiritual power into his fist. Flames rolled, and he punched out like a shooting star. Spiritual energy surged and intertwined with an extremely domineering power. The power of this punch instantly broke through the bottleneck of a first-tier demon beast and reached the second tier. The crimson fist wind squeezed the air, producing a brief explosion, and the dangerous aura of death instantly filled the heart of the unicorn bull. Not good. The unicorn tried to retreat in terror, but it was too late. Bang! The moment the fist touched the one-horned bull's thick skull, the tough hair and skull collapsed and tore apart like paper. A terrifying force passed through its body, blasting the unicorn's head into a cloud of blood mist, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood. Having taken the brunt of Gu Yan's terrifying punch, the unicorn's massive body flew backward, crashing through several large trees before finally collapsing to the ground, becoming a headless demon corpse. Chapter 66 Special Bloodline, Slaying the Golden Eagle. The power of this punch has already broken through the first level. If we activate the sword manual and add the third-grade burning mountain furnace, it will be enough to deal with a cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Looking at the headless carcass of the one-horned bull, Gu Yan felt much more at ease. He was still a little uneasy before, after all, foundation establishment cultivators and Qi refining cultivators are worlds apart. The gap is too big. But now, feeling his blood and Qi gradually boiling, and the surging, frenzied spiritual power, Gu Yan revealed a satisfied smile. Then his gaze fell on the unicorn's mangled belly. After taking that devastating punch, its abdomen was like a pounded pulp. The stark white bone fragments, jet black hair, and gruesome flesh were mixed together. Within this bloodstain lies a demon beast's core, radiating an alluring energy fluctuation. Gu Yan, who had already become a first-grade alchemist, had no intention of wasting this demon core that could be refined into pills. This demon core gathers the essence of the entire demon beast and contains extremely violent power. It is an excellent material for refining the first-grade bone-strengthening pill. After carefully putting away the demon core, Gu Yan glanced at Zhao Linger beside him. Zhao Linger was also targeted by a one-horned bull. Linger's cultivation level has improved. Even if her strength is not as good as mine, the improvement she gained in the Great Tomb is no less than mine. After all, in the end, the golden core of that golden core cultivator was absorbed into Linger's body. While Gu Yan was dealing with the unicorn bull, Zhao Linger also drew her sword and cleaved the attacking unicorn bull in two. Two powerful and resilient one-horned bulls were annihilated, leaving a trail of blood mist. The golden eagle's originally cold expression suddenly turned ugly. These two guys are much stronger than they were before they entered the tomb. They must have obtained many opportunities in the Great Tomb. Kill them, and the opportunity will be yours. Kill. Immediately, the golden eagle flapped its wings again, and behind it, more demonic beasts roared and charged towards Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. The monsters, smelling the blood in the air, became even more frenzied, their eyes turning slightly red. At this moment, the golden eagle charged towards Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. It had already sensed that the pressure of the golden core in the tomb had disappeared and that nothing would affect its attack. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger are doomed. I'll handle the golden eagle. Linger, you take care of the other monsters. Seeing the golden eagle charging towards them with menacing momentum, Gu Yan immediately spoke up. Although there were quite a few of those scruffy monsters, they were all first-tier monsters and posed little threat to Zhao Linger. The only one that was truly powerful and needed to be watched out for was that golden eagle. Good. Although Zhao Linger was somewhat worried about Gu Yan, she also noticed that Gu Yan's previous actions of testing with that unicorn bull clearly showed that he was confident in dealing with the golden eagle. What she had to do now was to follow her husband Gu Yan's orders and kill the other monsters around them, so that not a single monster could interfere with Gu Yan. Whoosh! A series of extremely cold sword energies surged forth, striking the demonic beasts. Before they could even scream, they were slain. The cold air rising from their wounds caused the temperature in the air to drop significantly. At the same time, as she annihilated more and more demonic beasts, the Northern Darkness sword technique absorbed more and more of the remnant souls of demonic beasts, and the sword aura that was already being nurtured was also constantly growing. Seeing this, the other demonic beasts roared in anger and charged at Zhao Linger fearlessly. They didn't believe that a cultivator at the Qi refining realm couldn't be quickly wiped out. While the other monster hordes were being thwarted, Gu Yan was also engaged in battle with the golden eagle. Chant! The golden eagle let out a piercing cry, carrying an overwhelming killing intent, and charged towards us like a speeding plane. The sharp, sword-like beak opened and lunged at Gu Yan's neck. The pressure from the mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator fell on Gu Yan first. The suppression of cultivation level is a fatal blow to any low-level cultivator. If the difference in cultivation level is too great, one can suppress and kill the opponent simply by relying on the pressure alone. Although the pressure exerted by the mid-foundation establishment stage on the Qi refining stage is not yet this terrifying, it still has a very strong binding effect. However, Gu Yan's soul has now reached the mid-stage of the second tier, so this pressure has almost no effect on him. Even without the strength of a soul, Gu Yan's successful mastery of the top-tier third-grade burning mountain furnace, relying on this powerful alchemy furnace, would allow him to easily withstand this pressure. Therefore, in the Golden Eagle's view, its mid-foundation establishment stage pressure alone was enough to give Gu Yan a hard time, but in reality, it was completely useless. Gu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a clench of his fingers, a second-tier fire spirit sword appeared in his hand. The next instant, he slashed out with the sword light wrapped in flames, like a fire dragon soaring into the void, and solidly cleaved the Golden Eagle's beak. A violent fire spirit sword aura and surging power erupted simultaneously. It was like a flood bursting through a dam, pouring out. The Golden Eagle was caught off guard and was sent flying by a sword. It staggered backward and crashed heavily to the ground, carving two deep, yellowish-brown furrows. Its glossy feathers were also covered with some dust. However, the Golden Eagle was ultimately a mid-foundation establishment-level demon beast, with a body harder than refined iron and an indestructible beak. The sword only left a white mark on its beak. The sword energy and surging power only made its throat taste bloody and caused it some minor injury. You're asking for it. Originally thinking it could easily swallow Gu Yan whole, the Golden Eagle was instead met with a crushing defeat, which made it feel utterly humiliated and ignited its overwhelming ferocity. Whoosh! Its wings flapped violently, and its massive body, accompanied by a foul wind, charged towards Gu Yan once again, like a collapsing mountain. A cold, biting wind howled, scattering bits of grass and wood everywhere. Gu Yan felt the recoil from the fire spirit sword, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Relying solely on the fire spirit sword technique is indeed insufficient to overcome a mid-foundation establishment level demonic beast. However, with the two sword energies combined, even a demonic beast like the Golden Eagle would have no choice but to submit. Sensing the damage the fire spirit sword technique inflicted on the Golden Eagle, Gu Yan's expression grew increasingly cold and resolute. The pure fire spirit sword energy is already extremely terrifying when combined with the water spirit sword energy. Its power is not simply 1+1. In an instant, Gu Yan gripped the fire spirit sword tightly, and the surging water spirit sword chi surged through his limbs and bones, converging on the sword to form a water-like ripple. At this moment, the vast fire elemental power seemed to come alive, surging out from the burning mountain furnace and accumulating explosive power. At this moment, facing the Golden Eagle that pounced again, Gu Yan neither dodged nor avoided. The sword energy, intertwined with water and fire, tore through the sky, bringing with it a chaotic storm of sword energy that instantly enveloped the Golden Eagle. Boom! The sword energy and the sharp claws collided repeatedly, producing a deafening sound like metal clashing, and countless chaotic sword energies surged outwards. Then, a visible shockwave exploded out in a ring, completely blowing away the grass for dozens of feet around and causing the ground to cave in. Snap! A sudden cracking sound rang out. After colliding with the sword energy multiple times, the Golden Eagle's claws shattered. The trace of water and fire destruction contained in the sword energy spread upwards along its shattered claws, instantly twisting and deforming its entire forelimb. With its claws crippled, the Golden Eagle grimaced in pain, unable to withstand the subsequent sword energy. Its massive body was once again blasted away by the surging sword energy, leaving a long trail in the air. Roar! After barely managing to steady itself in the air, the Golden Eagle's face darkened completely. This time, even though it went all out, it was still injured by the sword of the guy in front of it. The pain and humiliation made it almost go crazy. Immediately, the Golden Eagle suddenly raised its head and let out a piercing roar, a sound wave full of resentment and venom that spread far and wide, stirring up waves of sound in the air. The entire canyon trembled, and the sound traveled to the distant jungle, causing countless trees to sway and leaves to fall like raindrops. Then, all the monsters in the jungle began to stir. Today, I will kill you. After roaring, the Golden Eagle went completely berserk and charged at Gu Yan once again. It's a mid-foundation establishment stage demon beast. It should completely crush this lowly human. But now, in a single exchange, he was injured, or even completely overwhelmed by the other party. This is an absolute disgrace. In an instant, the overwhelming rage caused the Golden Eagle's feathers to stand on end, turning into a frenzied crimson. The long, sharp claws grew even larger, resembling 10 gleaming scimitars, with a hissing sound at their edges, as if they could cut through the air. The power of bloodline. Gu Yan's expression became slightly more serious. No wonder the Golden Eagle was so arrogant. Not only is its realm extremely profound, far surpassing that of ordinary mid-stage second-tier demonic beasts, but it can even be said to be a precipitous lead. In addition, it also possesses a special bloodline power. It can not only strengthen itself. The cry was deafening. Gu Yan had noticed that all the demonic beasts here seemed to have their fighting spirit ignited by the Golden Eagle's roar, and their strength had been greatly enhanced. Even more distant demonic beasts, upon hearing this roar, seemed to receive a battle horn and converged on this direction from all directions. This Golden Eagle has clearly made a decision to fight to the death. A last-ditch effort? Not bad. Gu Yan squinted, then quickly regained his composure. The water and fire sword energy, infused with two different sword energies, surged within his body. Then, they attacked the Golden Eagle again. However, the speed and power of this sword strike were 3 times stronger than the previous one. Where the sword's edge passed, the air was compressed to an extreme, producing a piercing sonic boom. Strike first, it crashed headlong into the Golden Eagle's dazzling yet deadly attack. Put! There was no stalemate, no confrontation. The Golden Eagle's attack, imbued with all its bloodline power, shattered like fragile glass under Gu Yan's terrifying sword energy. Next came its head, torso. A terrifying crack ran through its entire body, revealing a chilling sword wound, as if it had been sliced into 1,000 pieces, and blood gushed out like a fountain. It stared intently at the human youth before it, its crimson pupils filled with resentment and confusion. This guy is clearly only at the chi refining stage. Why did such terrifying sword energy erupt? Even after it unleashes its bloodline power, it is still far from being a match. Puff! The Golden Eagle collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Gu Yan plunged one hand straight into the still convulsing abdomen of the Golden Eagle and precisely pulled out a demon core stained with hot blood. A demon core at the mid-stage of the second tier. A demonic beast comparable to the Foundation Establishment realm is even stronger than a human of the same realm. For a human cultivator of the same realm, without high-level techniques or powerful spiritual weapons, defeating it is extremely difficult, let alone annihilating it. After all, demonic beasts have thick skin and strong flesh, tenacious vitality, and are also blessed with the power of their bloodline. Unfortunately, the Golden Eagle encountered Gu Yan. Feel the abundant spiritual power emanating from the demon core in your hand. Gu Yan was quite satisfied. Combining this level of demon core with various spiritual herbs to refine it into pills would greatly benefit cultivation. Chapter 67: A Terrifying Swordsman? Making a Fortune. Then, Gu Yan's gaze fell on Zhao Linger, who was not far away. Although he had already killed the most powerful golden eagle. However, the demonic beasts gathered here, attracted by the special bloodline power of the golden eagle, are still gathering in an endless stream. They almost completely surrounded Zhao Linger. As Gu Yan's sharp gaze fell upon them, many first-tier demonic beasts retreated in terror. After all, many of them were demonic beasts, and they had just witnessed Gu Yan annihilate the second-tier golden eagle commander. The young human still had the blood of the golden eagle on him, making the eagles tremble and dare not look Gu Yan in the eye. The golden eagle is dead. It's time to end this. Gu Yan moved swiftly, transforming into a blur as he rushed towards Zhao Linger. With Gu Yan joining the battle, the two of them worked together, and even though the monsters kept gathering, they were nothing more than corpses under their feet. Gu Yan was accumulating more and more demon cores and demon hides, while Zhao Linger's Northern Darkness sword chi was becoming increasingly turbulent and fierce. At the same time, inside the base, Chu Fingwu and the others, covered in blood, were desperately resisting the surging tide of monsters. Most of the magical artifacts in their hands were damaged in the bloody battle just now, their spiritual energy was chaotic, and their protective gear was mostly cracked and stained with blood. This beast tide came so suddenly. It broke out not long after senior brother Gu and junior sister Zhao left. It seems like it was manipulated by someone to kill us. Damn it, what do we do next? The stronghold is about to be breached. The other disciples all looked at Chu Fingwu, who was in the lead. Chu Fingwu held a talisman in her hand, and a faint aura of malevolence emanated from her body. Just as they were about to order everyone to fight to the death, they suddenly heard a piercing whine coming from the distant canyon. What terrifying sound waves! It's like the roar of a golden eagle. It's so terrifying. Just that cry almost rips your eardrums off. It's at least a Foundation Establishment level golden eagle, perhaps even surpassing the early Foundation Establishment stage. Who dared to provoke such a terrifying being? They all looked somewhat horrified. After all, the Foundation Establishment stage is still too far away for outer disciples like them. The next moment, upon hearing the whistling sound, the beast tide seemed to receive some kind of urgent order, and they all turned around and rushed towards that canyon. What happened? Chu Fingwu and the others had never encountered such a situation before, and they were all completely dumbfounded. What happened in that canyon? They were all somewhat puzzled. Why were the monsters abandoning the stronghold they were about to breach and instead rushing to that canyon? Why don't we go and take a look? Since staying in the stronghold is almost certainly a death sentence, why not take a gamble? One of the outer disciples suggested. Although this action is dangerous, even somewhat crazy, if we can find out any important information, we can report it immediately and return to the sect. Chu Fingwu frowned, but ultimately decided to go and take a look. So, they formed a combat squad, adopted a triangular assault formation, and cautiously followed the beast tide into the canyon. After cautiously entering the canyon, their expressions changed drastically. In the canyon ahead, trees were uprooted, the ground was a mess, and blood stained the earth dark red. The corpses of countless monsters lay sprawled on the ground in a twisted posture. Claws shattered, chests cleaved open. My God, all killed with a single blow. What terrifying swordsman is this? An outer disciple gripped his longsword tightly, looked around, and turned pale. What a terrifying battle scene! What exactly just happened here? Could it be that a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator was slaying a demonic beast here? But when did our Qingming sect have a Foundation Establishment sword cultivator? I don't know, but even that golden eagle in the mid-Foundation Establishment stage was wiped out. It's terrifying. But don't you find the sword energy remaining here somewhat familiar? Suddenly, an outer disciple blinked intently, scanning the chaotic battlefield. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on him, and a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. Because they actually felt the same way, but this feeling was somewhat unbelievable to them. After all, the source of the sword energy they were familiar with was Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger are only qi refining cultivators. Even though they showed great strength when dealing with the beast tide, there is still an insurmountable gap between them and Foundation Establishment demon beasts. It shouldn't be them. It's undeniable that they are very strong, but this level of massacre is impossible unless they break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. However, after carefully sensing the surrounding scenery, Zhu Fengwu felt more and more that the scene here was caused by Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. After all, there aren't that many coincidences. There were only 2 sword energies from human cultivators here, one of which was the extremely cold Northern Darkness sword energy. Among them, the more frenzied and terrifying sword energy carried the rage of flames and the fluidity and vastness of water, stretching endlessly. Although it was somewhat different from the sword aura that Gu Yan had shown before, she was almost certain that the sword aura with surging fire elemental power was Gu Yan's. Roar! Suddenly, before they could investigate further, a deafening roar of a beast rang out. Immediately afterwards, a surging tide of monsters came in, vast and mighty. The chilling killing intent and the restless, surging demonic energy instantly turned their expressions cold. Fear instantly enveloped them. Zhu Fengwu almost immediately abandoned the idea of continuing the investigation, and then prepared to lead a large number of outer disciples to hastily retreat back to the stronghold. But at that moment, 2 sharp sword energies suddenly attacked from not far away, growing larger and larger in their eyes, giving them an increasingly strong sense of familiarity. Sizzle! 2 distinct sword energies struck the scattered demonic beasts. No matter how they fled and struggled, they could not escape the rampaging sword energy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once surging and terrifying beast tide was instantly reduced to a wasteland, with only mangled limbs and blood scattered everywhere, staining the ground red. This wave of beasts was wiped out so easily? Zhu Fengwu and the others all showed deep horror on their faces. Then their gazes converged on the front, where 2 figures were rushing towards them from the jungle. It was none other than Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. In an instant, everyone's already horrified expressions froze even more. How is that possible? The people who killed so many demonic beasts, including the Golden Eagle in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, were actually Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. But aren't they all at the qi refining stage? Why has their strength increased so dramatically? Even this level of advancement made them feel a little unfamiliar with it. Only half a day had passed, yet they were already forced to look at him with new respect. Zhu Fengwu and the others were stunned as they watched Gu Yan and Zhao Linger indiscriminately slaughtering the demonic beasts. They felt as if their minds had been subjected to an unprecedented shock. At this moment, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger also noticed Zhu Fengwu and the others who had arrived. "Sister Chu, what are you doing here?" Zhao Linger looked at them with some surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fengwu and the others finally snapped out of their shock. "Shortly after you left, the stronghold was attacked by another beast tide. Fortunately, the Golden Eagle summoned the beast tide here, which saved us from disaster. You two saved us once again." Zhu Fengwu looked at the 2 of them with complicated emotions. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan became even more certain that the Bai family probably really had some kind of collusion with the demon beasts. However, he remained outwardly calm, glancing at the countless demonic beast corpses scattered on the ground, and said, "Gentlemen, this is not the time for idle chatter. Let's get back to the base as soon as possible. Compared to the desolate wilderness, the stronghold at least has solid fortifications for defense." Zhu Fengwu nodded repeatedly, then seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Where are Bai Zua and that Foundation Establishment Protector? Aren't they with you?" It wasn't that she cared about Bai Zua and the Foundation Establishment Protector of the Bai family. Rather, in Zhu Fengwu's view, the reason Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were here was to kill the demonic beasts. It is highly likely that the liberal leftists and that Foundation Establishment Protector abandoned them halfway, leaving them to fend for themselves in the jungle. This is extremely malicious. We encountered a beast tide on the way and got separated. Gu Yan said something simple. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fengwu nodded and didn't ask any further questions, simply saying, "All right, let's hurry back to the stronghold. You've slain so many demonic beasts, I'll report this to the elders and ask for credit for you." Gu Yan and Zhao Linger said no more and followed Zhu Fengwu back to the stronghold. After battling the Golden Eagle and other demonic beasts, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were both extremely exhausted. After returning to their base, the 2 spent half a day cultivating before they recovered. After Gu Yan composed himself, he took out 2 storage bags from his pocket. One of these storage bags belongs to Bai Zua, and the other belongs to the Foundation Establishment Protector of the Bai family. After annihilating them, the beast tide erupted, and he had no time to investigate what was inside. Now that I have some free time, I must open them and take a look. After all, these 2 storage bags belong to the Bai family, so it's best not to carry them on my person. Zhao Linger had also woken up by this time and stood silently at the door of the room, protecting Gu Yan. Gu Yan first opened Bai Zuo's storage bag. Although Bai Zuo is only at the half-step foundation establishment stage, he is, after all, the young master of the Bai family, and there may be more good things in his storage bag. With Bai Zuo's demise, the soul imprint left in his storage bag had vanished with the wind, and Gu Yan's divine sense easily entered the storage bag. Spirit Stone. There were as many as 3,000 spirit stones piled up together. Gu Yan was very satisfied with this. He worked himself to the bone drawing talismans and only earned a few hundred spirit stones a day. To suddenly receive 3,000 spirit stones was like a windfall. Besides this large sum of spirit stones, there are also a lot of materials for drawing talismans, various spiritual medicines needed for foundation building, and even a foundation building spiritual item. Then there were quite a few first-tier talismans, but their grades were all very low, and in Gu Yan's eyes, these talismans were of poor quality and grade, and not worth much spirit stone. Finally, there were some miscellaneous things. Just as Gu Yan was about to withdraw his divine sense, he suddenly discovered a strange, dark object in a corner. Chapter 68 Mysterious Rib, Linger's favorability soars. Gu Yan's divine sense tightened slightly, and he realized that it was a dark, unremarkable rib. This rib must have come from a human cultivator, as it was covered with dense black runes. Gu Yan felt somewhat dazed after just one glance. He didn't recognize these runes, but his intuition as a talisman master told him that they were likely runes from some kind of ritual. He sensed a strong demonic aura emanating from the runes. This thing is probably connected to some kind of demonic beast, and may be the reason why Bai Zuo was able to connect with the golden eagle. Gu Yan thought for a moment, then took it out of his storage bag and activated the spiritual fire within his body, attempting to burn it. No matter how fiercely the flames burned, this special rib remained unmoved. Gu Yan frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and with a thought, the wolf howling brush appeared in his hand, outlining a series of second-tier sealing runes in the void. This thing is related to demonic beasts, but it cannot be destroyed. The best way is to seal it away for now and deal with it later if we have the opportunity to find out more about it. After doing all this, Gu Yan transferred all the supplies from Bai Zuo's storage bag to his own storage bag, and then burned Bai Zuo's storage bag to ashes. Next, Gu Yan looked at the storage bag of the Bai family's foundation establishment protector. As a foundation establishment cultivator and a second-tier talisman master, his storage bag is certainly not too meager. After a careful examination, Gu Yan saw the familiar second-tier high-grade bronze mirror, along with 1,000 spirit stones and a large amount of second-tier talisman-making materials. Overall, it was a very fruitful experience. Even a second-grade high-quality magic weapon is quite valuable. He had previously been his enemy, and he knew about the mystery of this bronze mirror. If he hadn't lit the first star on the wolf hairbrush, it wouldn't have been easy to eliminate the other party. So Gu Yan took out the bronze mirror and handed it to Zhao Linger, who was not far away. This bronze mirror is both offensive and defensive, and it's a decent second-tier high-grade magic weapon. It should be of some help to you. Zhao Linger cultivates the Northern Darkness sword technique, focusing solely on offense and neglecting defense. While her offensive power is outstanding, her defense is extremely weak. This bronze mirror was of greater help and enhancement to her. In addition to the second-tier fire spirit sword, Gu Yan himself also possesses the third-tier top-tier burning mountain furnace. Zhao Linger wanted to decline, but Gu Yan spoke first. Let's refine it as soon as possible. Do we, husband and wife, still distinguish between each other? Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger's ears turned red, and she no longer refused. She took the bronze mirror, quickly released her divine sense, imprinted it on the bronze mirror, and refined it. Seeing this, Gu Yan felt much more at ease. Now that Zhao Linger has become his woman, he naturally cannot be stingy with her. Move the spirit stones and supplies in this bag as well, then hand the storage bag to me and burn it to prevent the Bai family from leaving behind any dark methods. Zhao Linger nodded obediently. The next moment, Gu Yan saw a system notification pop up. Zhao Linger's favorability has increased to 50, and the dual cultivation effect has increased by 30%. Once you reach level 60 couple level, the system will send you a generous gift package. Gu Yan was quite excited. It seemed that he would have to treat Zhao Linger even better in the future if he had the chance. After all, the rewards from the system are all quite good. After sorting through Bai Zuo's and his Foundation Establishment Protector's belongings, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger left the room together after Zhao Linger finished refining the bronze mirror. As soon as they stepped out of the room, they saw Chu Fingwu walking over with a somewhat solemn expression. "Senior brother Gu, junior sister Zhao, we've just received news that Bai Zuo and the Foundation Establishment Protector of the Bai family are dead. Did you really do this?" Chu Fingwu looked at the two people in front of her with a strange expression. She was naturally overjoyed that Bai Zuo and that Foundation Establishment Protector were dead, but judging from the latest news, they were actually killed by Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. The news was released by the Bai family, but she still found it hard to believe. Bai Zuo and that Foundation Establishment Protector, one is a half-step Foundation Establishment Cultivator, and the other is a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. However, both of them were only at the qi refining stage. How did they manage to do that, and how dare they offend the Bai family like that? Gu Yan's eyelids twitched. How long had it been since he had eliminated Bai Zuo and that Foundation Establishment Protector? Did the Bai family already know about their deaths? He was even extremely certain that it was he and Zhao Linger who did it. Seemingly aware of Gu Yan's confusion, Chu Fingwu slowly said, "There are some things you may not know since you are not a member of a major family. The Golden Core Elder of the Bai family who guards the Ancestral Hall has a special method for detecting the souls of the dead. Through their blood essence, we can discover what they saw after death." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan immediately understood. The Bai family certainly has a lot of strange and unusual methods. However, he did not panic. Before taking action against the two leftists, he had already considered various scenarios. Being discovered by the Bai family was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at Chu Fingwu and asked, "Could the Bai family have made a move against my Taoist partner, Ling Qingyu?" Chu Fingwu nodded. That was why she had come. Although Master Chu protected her, the Bai family will not let this go. You must be careful in the future. The Bai family has always been ruthless and vicious. Gu Yan nodded, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, he spoke with Chu Fian, asking her to protect Ling Qingyu if necessary. Given Chu Fian's status in the Chu family, Ling Qingyu should be relatively safe with her protection. After all, she is currently at a crucial stage of pregnancy, and the Bai family would not dare to provoke public anger, so they would only target her and Zhao Linger. He was not afraid of this. The Bai family would only send cultivators at the early or mid-stage of Foundation establishment to deal with them. With his current strength, a full-force attack would be enough to annihilate a cultivator in the mid-Foundation establishment stage. However, this level of skill is far from sufficient to defeat the Bai family. We must complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment as soon as possible. This will not only make us stronger, but also be enough to shake the Azure Nether sect. At that time, the Bai family will definitely not dare to make a move against me rashly. After all, those who have reached the Foundation establishment stage of the Heavenly Tao possess limitless potential and are extremely rare even among the top powers. Junior Sister Chu, how much longer do we need to guard this stronghold? Gu Yan thought for a moment and then asked. The time spent guarding the stronghold is not entirely fixed. If the guarding is done properly, the guarding time will be shorter. If one makes significant contributions during the guard duty period, they can return directly to the sect. I have already reported your and junior sister Zhao's achievements in slaying the beast tide and protecting the stronghold twice. Under normal circumstances, you would be qualified to return to the sect, but Gu Yan knew that Chu Fingwu was worried that the Bai family would interfere. And in fact, this is bound to be the case. Having left the dangerous Qingyang Mountains and returned to their sect, with Chu Fian's protection, they will find it even more difficult to make a move. In the Qingyang Mountains, it is not only easier for them to take action, but they also have connections with demonic beasts, making it relatively easier for them to eliminate their enemies. Try to stay home as much as possible these days and rest and recuperate here. Miss and I will take care of the evacuation from the base for you. Gu Yan is, after all, a talisman genius, someone the Chu family desperately needs, and the Chu family will protect him. Gu Yan nodded. While the feeling of being protected was good, one couldn't rely on others for protection forever. He still needed to find a way to improve his own strength and influence as soon as possible. After Gu Yan led Zhao Linger around the stronghold for a while and found no trace of any demonic beasts, they quickly returned to their room. For Gu Yan, relying solely on cultivation to improve his realm would take forever to reach the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages. On the contrary, getting closer to Zhao Linger is the shortcut. Moreover, what if he were a mid-stage second-tier talisman master or a peak first-tier alchemist? This way, not only will their words carry weight, but the sect will also be less likely to allow the Bai family to do as they please. Becoming a top-tier alchemist is the best and fastest way to increase influence, and it can even help him get closer to Zhao Linger. Without hesitation, Gu Yan took out the burning mountain furnace and began his first alchemy journey. He is now considered a late-stage first-grade alchemist, so it's quite normal for him to use this opportunity to practice refining low to mid-grade first-grade pills. Moreover, the outer disciples of this stronghold were seriously injured. Giving them the pills we refined was not only a way for them to practice, but also a way to do them a favor. Tung tung. Flames burned within the grade 3 alchemy furnace. Since he had mastered the burning mountain furnace and was only refining grade 1 low-level pills, he didn't need to pour too much spiritual energy into it. The spiritual fire continued to surge, absorbing the spiritual energy in the room. Seeing that the time was almost right, Gu Yan added some medicinal herbs one by one. His soul had reached the mid-stage of the second tier, and with the added benefit of his alchemy experience, he was almost divinely aided. A batch of pills was quickly refined, and an enticing aroma filled the air. The first batch of qi and blood pills is done just like that? Gu Yan himself found it somewhat unbelievable. Then he looked at the burning mountain furnace with some curiosity. Just like the success rate of inscribing talismans, alchemy also has a success rate of pill formation. Generally speaking, in normal alchemy, one batch will produce between 1 and 10 pills. If the alchemist's skill level is average, they can only produce a maximum of 3 pills. If they refine them well, they can produce 6 pills, and if they can produce 9 pills. This means that almost all the medicinal properties of the herbs were utilized and preserved, making it the most perfect alchemy. The moment Gu Yan opened the alchemy furnace, Zhao Linger curiously came over. After all, she was also very curious about how many pills Gu Yan would be able to refine this time. Although Gu Yan seemed to have never been involved in alchemy before, her husband is truly amazing. 5 pills. It's already extremely difficult to refine 5 pills at once. Gu Yan was very satisfied with the result. It would take a disciple who starts from the most basic alchemy to reach this level for at least several years. Now, he succeeded in refining pills on his first try. Moreover, the success rate of pill formation is not low. Once he becomes familiar with the pill formula and techniques, the success rate will surely skyrocket. Zhao Linger was also quite surprised. Her husband's success rate in making pills was too amazing. She had seen many alchemists before, most of whom could only make about 3 pills at a time, and that was only if they succeeded. My husband has top-notch talent in talisman making, and he also has such outstanding talent in alchemy? Chapter 69 Secluded Cultivation, Shufian's Marriage. Another day has passed quietly. On this day, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were able to get a good rest and recuperate. After another night of dual cultivation, both Gu Yan and Zhao Linger could feel that their foundations had become more solid. In another day, that elder from the Snowfall Sword sect will arrive, right? Gu Yan threw a spiritual herb into the alchemy furnace, his expression turning serious. That terrifying being was someone they could neither contend with nor defy. But he really couldn't bear to let Zhao Linger leave. However, after learning that the Bai family had immediately discovered that the two of them had killed Bai Zuo and had also made moves against Ling Qingyu, Zhao Linger's heart was no longer so resistant. Zhao Linger herself wasn't afraid, but she was worried about Sister Ling and her husband. With her current strength, she is far too weak to face the Bai family. If she were to enter the Snowfall Sword sect, her strength would surely be greatly enhanced. Once I improve my strength, I can protect my husband and Sister Ling in return. Buzz. Suddenly, a jade pendant containing sound transmission that Gu Yan had placed in his bosom lit up. Gu Yan quickly took it and saw that it was the communication jade pendant he had left for Ling Qingyu, so that she could contact him at important moments. Whisper, what happened? Gu Yan quickly pressed for an answer. My lord, I just heard that the Bai family is preparing to form a marriage alliance with the Chu family, and the bride is Chu Fian. Ling Qingyu frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had misheard something. Hasn't the Bai family and the Chu family always been enemies? Why would the Bai family initiate a marriage alliance at this time? Given the character of the Chu family, I'm afraid they wouldn't agree, would they? However, since Ling Qingyu brought this up, it means that it is indeed possible. Is this news reliable? If the Chu family and the Bai family really do form a marriage alliance, it will be with Chu Fian. Wouldn't he be in danger? For the sake of the interests of both families, it is entirely possible that the Chu family will abandon him in the future. This news is true. The Bai family has already sent a visiting card, and even the third young master of the Bai family personally came to visit. Ling Qingyu took a deep breath and said, The third young master of the Bai family. Gu Yan frowned and pondered for a while before remembering that this third young master of the Bai family was a famous alchemy genius. At such a young age, he was already a second-grade alchemist in the early stage. Among all the arts of cultivating immortality, alchemy requires the highest level of talent and resources. The fact that the third young master of the Bai family could become an alchemist at the same age as me makes him an extremely impressive person. A second-grade alchemist is a more prestigious title than a second-tier talisman master. From this point of view alone, he is qualified to marry Chu Fian. Did the Chu family agree? Gu Yan pondered for a moment before speaking, since Ling Qingyu would never have contacted him if the Chu family hadn't agreed. Ling Qingyu nodded and said, "The Chu family has agreed." "Why?" Gu Yan asked, puzzled. Even if they seem like a good match, can the Chu family forget the grudges of so many years? Can the Bai family forget them? The patriarch of the Bai family has emerged from seclusion, breaking through to the mid-nascent soul stage. His strength and lifespan have both increased, further elevating the Bai family's status among the four great families. Ling Qingyu sighed softly. It's not that the nascent soul ancestor of the Bai family is very powerful, but rather that her spiritual root has been destroyed. If she were in her prime, the so-called nascent soul cultivators would be nothing but a joke. Even if she can restore her spiritual root and have some time to cultivate, with her past memories and energy intact, she will surely be unstoppable. At that time, the so-called nascent soul cultivators will be nothing more than ants bowing down in submission. Hearing Ling Qingyu sigh, Gu Yan said, "Mid-stage nascent soul, no wonder the Bai family is so arrogant, but I'm afraid Chu Fian can't accept this result. Given Chu Fian's personality, she would never agree to something she wasn't certain about." She naturally did not agree. Some elders in the Chu family also disagreed, but most elders decided to give up on Chu Fian and reconcile with the Bai family. "I know that Peak Master Chu is interested in you. She herself is also a fox spirit, which is very good for you. Perhaps you can take a chance and win the beauty's heart." Gu Yan was somewhat bewildered upon hearing Ling Qingyu's words. Although he had a good impression of Chu Fian, he was not capable of fighting at this time. What could he possibly use to fight? Chu Fian was just discussing with me the marriage proposal. Most of the elders supported it and decided to give up on her, but she was unwilling to give up and is preparing to hold a talisman competition, which only young disciples can participate in. She will only marry the first-place winner. Gu Yan touched his nose. In the Qingming sect, everyone knew that he, Gu Yan, was a little genius in talismans. If Chu Fian were to hold this conference, it would likely be for her own benefit. I'm afraid neither the Chu family nor the Bai family will agree to his proposal. The elders of the Chu family were wary of the Bai family's ancestor who was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Although the Bai family is skilled in talismans, Bai Zuo was defeated by them, so they probably won't stumble in this matter. They did not agree, but Chu Fian is still insisting. She wants me to ask you, are you very good at fighting? Who is the strongest among the younger generation of the Chu family? Gu Yan pressed. With his current strength, he is certainly a formidable fighter, but there are always stronger people out there, so we must be cautious. It should be the eldest son of the Bai family. He is already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so his strength should be quite good. Late stage of foundation establishment? Gu Yan frowned. He activated the Burning Mountain Furnace and 2 sword techniques, but they were only enough to deal with cultivators in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Even if they try their best, they still can't be a match for someone in the late foundation establishment stage. When does Chu Fian plan to hold the conference? Gu Yan frowned, pondered for a moment, and then asked. Ling Qingyu said, tomorrow. The Bai family demands an explanation from the Chu family by tomorrow. You mean the third young master of the Bai family is a genius alchemist? Gu Yan suddenly thought of something, and his voice lowered slightly. Ling Qingyu nodded, then seemed to have thought of something, and said with her red lips slightly parted, You're not planning to compete with him in alchemy, are you? Gu Yan glanced at Zhao Linger's favorability rating and sensed the surging soul, then nodded and said, That's right, I'm going to compete with him in alchemy. Like talismans, after he started alchemy, he also had a tree of pills in his mind, with leaves full of various pill formulas. After a day of hard work yesterday, he has completely solidified his position as a late-stage first-order alchemist and has made great progress in his alchemy practice. If I put in some effort and cultivate properly today, and if the system gives me a boost, it's entirely possible that I can defeat the third young master of the Bai family tomorrow. Are you confident about this? Ling Qingyu could vaguely sense that Gu Yan's soul had become much stronger, but alchemy was not just about the strength of the soul, but also about the experience, formula, and technique of alchemy. If possible, let Chu Fian host an alchemy competition. Surely they won't have any objections then? I refuse to accept this. Inside the Chu family ancestral hall, the tightly closed meeting door was kicked open by Chu Fian, who coldly surveyed the figures of the family elders. Why were you arranging this marriage for me without my consent? I do not agree to this marriage. Although the ancestral hall was filled with elders of the Chu family, who held high positions and wielded great power, and were usually very dignified, no one in the family dared to disobey them. But Chu Fian didn't care, after all, they were the ones who acted unfairly this time. As Chu Fian's gaze swept over them, everyone in the ancestral hall, from the nascent soul ancestor of the Chu family to the elders, frowned slightly. Trespassing on the ancestral hall. This is a serious crime that violates clan rules. However, since this person was Chu Fian, a woman of exceptional talent within the Chu family, they couldn't say much. Looking at the younger generation of the Chu family today, Chu Fian's talent and cultivation level are almost precipitous ahead, enough to rival the young master of the Bai family who is in the late stage of foundation establishment. Besides, she is also the protagonist of this marriage alliance, so naturally she cannot be criticized. Fian, I know you have resentment in your heart, but the matter has been settled. An elder tried his best to put on a smile. However, upon hearing this, Chu Fian frowned deeply and said, "All the elders are here. I have worked hard to stop the Bai family's expansion in the outer sect and accomplished what you thought was impossible. After I finish this, I don't want any other favors, I just want to be able to control my own life's most important event." On this point, the ancestor and all the elders agree. How long has it been? Are you already going back on your word? Chu Fian said in an extremely firm tone. Possessing a fox-like allure, she had long sensed that she might be used as a tool for a marriage alliance by her family, so she had been working hard to improve herself. Trying to take control of one's own destiny. Now we've finally seen hope, and we've even found the person we love. But he arranged for himself to marry into the Bai family, his old enemies? She couldn't stand it. Fian, this matter was a collective decision of the family. Although I feel somewhat sorry for you, you should also know that the ancestor of the Bai family has already broken through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. We are doing this for the sake of our family. Making enemies of the Bai family at this time would be extremely disadvantageous for the Chu family. The other elders, knowing they were in the wrong, all tried to persuade them. Chu Fian has high talent and cultivation level, and also has a special physique. She can also share the burden of the family. In their view, agreeing to this matter is not excessive. In any case, given Chu Fian's high and mighty standards, the person she likes must be exceptional. Unexpectedly, just a few days after they agreed, the Bai family came knocking on their door. Their Chu family's strongest ancestor was only at the early nascent soul stage, and could not possibly be a match for the Bai family ancestor who was at the mid-nascent soul stage. Once you reach the nascent soul realm, the gap between each minor realm is insurmountable, a world of difference. Even 3 nascent soul stage cultivators were no match for a nascent soul stage cultivator. The gap is so large. Therefore, even though they were unwilling to arrange a marriage between Chu Fian and the Bai family, which would make the Chu family unable to hold their heads high in front of the Bai family, they had no choice but to do so due to the circumstances. The third young master of the Bai family has arrived. Suddenly, amidst the commotion inside the ancestral hall, a loud shout rang out from one of the guards. Immediately afterwards, the noisy ancestral hall fell into a deathly silence, and then the elders rushed out of the ancestral hall. Chu Fian also frowned and rushed over with the elders. "Ancestor, are all the elders here?" At the entrance of the ancestral hall, a young man dressed in white, holding a folding fan, and looking extremely elegant, cupped his hands in greeting to the crowd who were walking out of the ancestral hall. Chapter 70 The Battle of Alchemy, Risking One's Life. The patriarch of the Chu family, who was at the head of the group, nodded slightly. The Chu family was a family of alchemists, and with his nascent soul cultivator's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that Bai Xian, the third young master of the Bai family, had an extremely powerful soul and emitted a faint herbal fragrance, clearly indicating that he was an extremely talented person in the art of alchemy. While the Bai family's marriage alliance this time was certainly based on intimidation, it wasn't entirely without sincerity. I had long heard that the third young master of the Bai family was a genius at alchemy. Seeing is believing, and now I see that he is indeed extraordinary and heroic. The patriarch of the Chu family was quite satisfied. The elder of the Chu family behind him also nodded. This Bai Xian was much more outstanding than they had imagined. "Ancestor, the main reason I'm here today is to present the betrothal gifts from my Bai family. There's no better time than today, so let's prepare to marry Miss Fian tomorrow. Xin spoke with a light laugh. After he finished speaking, the guards behind him immediately stepped forward and placed boxes of precious betrothal gifts in front of the many elders of the Chu family. 100 high-grade spirit stones, 30 second-tier magic artifacts, and 2 third-tier magic artifacts. This seems to be the Bai family's strongest third-tier talisman, the heaven-reaching talisman, and they actually sent 10 of them. As the betrothal gifts were presented one after another, the elders of the Chu family were slightly surprised. The betrothal gifts are truly generous. Take back the betrothal gifts. I haven't decided to marry you yet. Just then, Chu Fian rushed in front of Bai Xian, her expression icy and utterly impolite. Bai Xian gazed at the stunning beauty before him. Although her long, flowing dress concealed her figure somewhat, he had seen countless women and was instantly captivated by Chu Fian's amazing pear-shaped figure. Is this the body of a vixen? It must feel amazing to drive it, right? Furthermore, the essence of a fox-like body is an extremely nourishing substance. This marriage, seemingly for her own benefit, was actually intended for the Bai family patriarch. However, even if you can't enjoy it the first time, it's still good to be able to enjoy it continuously afterward. Therefore, when Chu Fian voiced her objection, his expression turned slightly cold. Miss Chu, it's best not to say things that are detrimental to the relationship between our two families. You will soon be my wife, so don't let others laugh at us. Chu Fian was about to speak when Bai Xian interrupted her, her anger rising. Your opinion is not important, so don't waste my time. Go and prepare properly. My Bai family will never treat you unfairly. Chu Fian's face suddenly turned icy cold. She was clearly one of the main figures in this arranged marriage. Neither the Chu family nor the Bai family took them seriously at all. Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, the members of the Chu family fell silent. Chu Fian is a genius. But ultimately, she is still a woman from a large family. Does her opinion matter? It doesn't matter. Arranged marriages are the fate of almost every woman in a large family, decided from birth. Seeing everyone silent, Bai Xian smiled. The matter is settled here. I can go back and report to the ancestor. After the ancestor came out of seclusion, he attached great importance to the marriages of us younger generation. Even as he was leaving, he didn't forget to use his power to intimidate others. But just as he turned to leave, Chu Fian seemed to have made a decision and suddenly called out to him. Etc. My ideal man must be an invincible figure among his peers. If you really want to marry me, I don't need these betrothal gifts. As long as you can become the number one among your peers in the Qingming sect, I will marry you. Chu Fian spoke with absolute certainty, leaving no room for argument. This was her initial thought, and a risky move she and Ling Qingyu had devised. Only by using a surprise tactic could they have even a sliver of hope of breaking the deadlock. Bai Xian stopped and chuckled softly. Ha! Because of Gu Yan? He does have some strength, but he dared to cruelly murder my brother and his foundation establishment protector. We will settle this score with him. The patriarch of the Chu family also spoke up to offer advice. Fian, stop fooling around. This third young master of the Bai family is not a bad choice. My Chu family is good at alchemy, but his talent in alchemy is extremely rare even in my Chu family. Aside from the Bai family's nascent soul stage ancestor who had emerged from seclusion, the Chu family ancestor also had other considerations. Chu Fian possesses an extremely rare fox-like physique, while the third young master of the Bai family is also exceptionally talented. Their powerful alliance will surely give birth to an even more outstanding alchemy genius. This is beneficial not only to the Bai family, but also to the Chu family. After all, besides the Chu family and the Bai family, the Qingming sect also has two other major families, the Qing family and the Li family. Neither of these two families are easy to deal with, but if the Chu family can use this opportunity to ease tensions with the Bai family, or even form an alliance, then from now on, the Qingming sect will be almost entirely controlled by these two families, who can gradually suppress the other two families. Chu Fian knew that the ancestor had deep schemes, but her thoughts were simple. Her husband could only be someone she admired. Gu Yan was 1,000 times more suitable than this third young master of the Bai family. Ancestor, Bai Xian is certainly good, but don't you think Gu Yan is a better choice? He came all the way from Immortal Seed Peak, relying on his own efforts to improve his realm step by step. In fact, his talent in the art of talismans is rare, surpassing even the talisman geniuses of the Bai family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Chu family members were somewhat complicated. Chu Fian and Gu Yan were getting very close, which they had naturally noticed long ago, but they didn't take it seriously. They all knew that Chu Fian was an extremely proud person and would absolutely look down on Gu Yan, a disciple from Xian Miao Peak, even if he was known as a genius. The difference in their family backgrounds, wealth, and power was simply too great. She was very close to Gu Yan, but only to use him. But no one expected that Chu Fian, the number one young person in the Chu family, would actually favor Gu Yan. Gu Yan has no background, and although his talent in talisman making is not bad, it has not reached an outstanding level. He is still a step below their ideal prodigy. After all, the Chu family is a family of alchemists, and they need alchemy geniuses even more, and can provide them with greater assistance. By Xin, isn't your alchemy talent supposed to be the best among your peers? Then do you dare to have a match with Gu Yan? If you lose, the marriage proposal is off. Thinking of Gu Yan, Chu Fian said with a firm expression. An hour ago, Ling Qingyu contacted Gu Yan to have a pill refining competition, which was her last resort. Neither the Chu family nor the Bai family should refuse this proposal. Upon hearing this, the Chu family members stared at Chu Fian in astonishment, wondering if they had misheard something. Are you sure this isn't a talisman competition? Or is it a competition to refine pills? Gu Yan is a talisman genius, but he has never been involved in alchemy before, right? Should we have him compete with Bai Xin in alchemy? Isn't this a joke? There's absolutely no chance of winning, right? Could it be that her actions were merely a way to save face, and she had actually already accepted the outcome? For a moment, smiles appeared on the faces of the elders of the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Bai Xion's face showed a look of confusion. Gu Yan is very strong and extremely proficient in talismans, but alchemy is different from talismans. It is the most difficult skill to master quickly among all the arts of cultivation. He was called a genius alchemist because he became a second-grade alchemist at that age. Although his success rate in refining second-grade low-level pills was only 30%, he was lucky enough to succeed on his first attempt when he was assessed as a second-grade alchemist. Gu Yan, a guy who has never had any experience in alchemy, has absolutely no chance of winning in a competition with him. However, he also understood Chu Fian. If Gu Yan truly had no chance of winning, she wouldn't have proposed such a competition. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of any way Gu Yan could win. He is a second-grade alchemist who has diligently cultivated his alchemy skills for more than 10 years. He initially wanted to agree immediately, but considering the gravity of the matter, especially its connection to the ancestors' grand plan, and that no risk could be allowed, he shook his head and said, "Your Gu Yan will soon be a corpse. There's no need to compete with him anymore. Calm your mind. Tomorrow is our wedding day." Bai Xian refused the bet, which surprised Chu Fian. Alchemy was his forte, yet he still disagreed. Heh, are all the Bai family cowards without guts? Since you don't even dare to compete, there's no need for a marriage alliance. As she said this, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. If you continue to press me so hard, I will end my life. These words startled not only the Chu family members, but also Bai Xian's eyelids twitched violently. Given Chu Fian's strong-willed personality, if he didn't obey her, he might really do that. Bai Xian frowned deeply. If anything happened to Chu Fian, he wouldn't know how to explain it to the patriarch. After much deliberation, he slowly said, "Since that's the case, let's make a vow of our Dao hearts. On our wedding day tomorrow, I will compete with Gu Yan in alchemy. If I lose, the marriage will be called off. If I win, you must immediately marry me and become a daughter-in-law of the Bai family, and you must not have any other thoughts. Besides that, I also want you to personally cut off Gu Yan's head." Chu Fian was about to nod in agreement, but she never expected Bai Xian to be so ruthless. If Gu Yan loses, he actually wants to kill him. This is absolutely devastating. For a moment, she hesitated. The oath of the Dao heart is no ordinary oath. Once it is made, it will be blessed by the laws of heaven and earth, and will become an obsession in one's heart. If one forcibly disobeys it, at best one's path to the Dao will be completely destroyed, and at worst one will die on the spot. Once you make a vow to uphold the Dao, the karmic consequences are immense. What? You don't dare to anymore? Bai Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The entire Chu family turned to look at Chu Fian, their expressions somewhat complicated. They actually hoped that Chu Fian would agree. Although Gu Yan had some talent and it would be a pity to kill him, compared to the marriage alliance with the Bai family, his death would be worthwhile. Moreover, once Gu Yan died, Chu Fian would definitely settle down. At that time, it will be of great benefit to both of their families. Scenes of Chu Fian being with Gu Yan flashed before her eyes. He was always so confident that seemingly impossible tasks could be easily solved in his presence. Now that Gu Yan has brought this up himself, he should be able to create another miracle, right? So, Chu Fian raised her head with a somewhat stubborn expression, bit her lip, and said resolutely, "Okay, I promise you." Chu Fian agreed. Seeing her resolute expression, Bai Xian was momentarily stunned, but then a broad smile spread across his face. "All right, let's settle this matter here." The two immediately swore an oath of faith. Chapter 71: The Secret Flame of the Furnace, Self-Strategy. Inside the stronghold, Gu Yan was refining pills. He had already learned from Ling Qingyu that the Bai and Shu families agreed to let him and Bai Xian decide on their marriage through alchemy. This was exactly what Gu Yan had expected after all. The Bai family had no reason to disagree. Now, the key to this matter lies in whether or not we can win. There are two other major families within the Qingming sect, and they certainly do not want the Bai family and the Chu family to form a marriage alliance. Therefore, as long as they win, even if the Bai family wants to back out, they will not be able to. Thinking of this, Gu Yan's gaze fell on the burning mountain furnace in front of him. His confidence in competing with Bai Xian in alchemy stemmed from two factors: the system and the burning mountain furnace. This burning mountain furnace is a top-tier, third-grade alchemy furnace. It contains the alchemy experience of that evil cultivator. He refined and absorbed the evil cultivator's soul, and through the burning mountain furnace, his alchemy experience increased rapidly. In addition, the burning mountain furnace itself is very mysterious, which can greatly improve his success rate in alchemy and the quality of the alchemy. The effect of the wolf hair brush on his skill in talismans is quite similar. Although Bai Xian came from the Bai family, a prominent clan, the Bai family specialized in talismans, so it was impossible for him to possess such a sophisticated alchemy furnace. This is a huge advantage for me. Continuing to refine pills in the room and absorbing the remaining pill refining experience of that evil cultivator, Gu Yan's proficiency in pill refining and his success rate were steadily improving, and it could even be said that he was making rapid progress. Just then, Zhao Linger suddenly walked over. "Husband, someone is looking for you outside the stronghold. They claim to be from the Chu family. Should we meet them?" After thinking about it, Gu Yan decided to meet him anyway. He wasn't entirely clear about the Chu family's attitude towards him, so perhaps he could use this opportunity to gauge their reaction. Otherwise, if we fall out with the Bai family while also having a bad relationship with the Chu family, the situation will be dire. Moreover, I need to communicate with the Chu family in advance about tomorrow's alchemy competition with Bai Xian. Not long after leaving the room, Gu Yan saw a woman dressed in Chu family attire. Upon seeing Gu Yan, she immediately spoke. "Xu Yurong, the steward of the Chu family, has come on a mission. I hope junior brother Gu will cooperate with me." She spoke very politely. Gu Yan nodded. "Junior brother Gu, you must have heard from Miss about the alchemy competition with Bai Xian tomorrow, right?" Xu Yurong asked. Bai Xian is preparing to refine a second-grade pill and is already collecting medicinal materials. The ancestor asked me to ask you if you need any spiritual materials? There are also some items needed for alchemy that my Chu family can provide. Although they were not optimistic about Gu Yan, the news of the competition had already spread, and the entire Qingming sect was paying close attention to it. Regardless of success or failure, it must be taken seriously. Gu Yan thought about it for a while, but couldn't make a decision immediately. "I have only just begun to explore the art of alchemy and do not yet know what spiritual materials I need. I should know by tomorrow. The Chu family is a family of alchemists, so we should be able to find them quickly. I will not trouble you with your concern for now. Bai Xian is a second-grade alchemist, so it was within his expectations that he would be able to refine second-grade pills. To defeat Bai Xian, one must also be able to refine second-grade pills. The medicinal materials required for second-grade pills are mostly very special and need to be prepared in advance. However, he is currently only a first-grade alchemist and has no way of seeing second-grade pill formulas. You must wait until you break through to the second-grade alchemist level. Therefore, Gu Yan could not provide the spiritual materials he needed at this time." These words made Xu Yurong look down on Gu Yan even more. "What time is it? The prescription for the pill cannot even be determined?" However, she couldn't directly criticize Gu Yan, so she could only cough and say, "Junior brother Gu, it's not that I didn't warn you, but the success rate of alchemy is very low. Generally, you need to prepare at least 3 sets of materials. If the pill you're making is relatively uncommon, you might only be able to gather 1 set of materials at most," Xu Yurong said earnestly. Although she didn't think that Gu Yan, who had never refined pills before, could successfully compete with Bixian and refine a second-grade pill. But the appearance still needs to be convincing in order to convince the public. Gu Yan was already an alchemist, so he naturally knew the importance of this matter. However, the system has many pill formulas. Once you break through to become a second-grade alchemist, it is not difficult to find a suitable pill formula. Thank you for your trouble, Deacon. Let's leave this matter for now. Is there anything else? Gu Yan pressed for more information, not wanting to waste any more time. Oh, right, there's one more thing. I have a pretty good relationship with Mississippi. I'm now a late-stage second-grade alchemist, and she asked me to come here to assist and guide you. Junior brother Gu, would you like me to guide you in refining pills? Shu Yorong spoke earnestly. If Gu Yan suffers a crushing defeat, the Chu family will lose all face. Let's forget about it for now. We can ask the steward for advice another time when we have the chance. Gu Yan shook his head and refused. Having a late-stage second-grade alchemist personally instructing you is certainly a good thing, as it allows for rapid improvement. However, the speed of improvement is far slower than that of the old man's remnant soul. However, with a second-grade alchemist readily available, Gu Yan still asked some questions about alchemy. Shu Yorong answered Gu Yan's questions one by one, and became even more certain that Gu Yan was at most a first-grade alchemist. At best, he could be considered a mid-stage first-grade alchemist. At this age, becoming an alchemist is quite an achievement. However, the gap between him and Bixian was too large. Not long after, Shu Yorong left. Not long after she left the stronghold, she saw that the Bai family members were already waiting there. Third young master, I have not failed you. I have obtained all the information you requested. Upon seeing the two figures, Shu Yorong immediately broke into a broad smile. The two people were an old man and a young man, one of whom was Bixian in disguise. Seeing her beaming smile, Bixian immediately pressed on with a question. What rank of alchemist is Gu Yan now, and what kind of pill is he going to refine? Although he felt absolutely certain of victory, he also knew that caution was always the best policy. Now that Chu Fian has agreed, we must be even more vigilant and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Gu Yan is at most a mid-stage first-grade alchemist, still a long way from being as good as you, third young master. Furthermore, I also pressed him about the pills he refined, but he wasn't sure. Shu Yorong shared many of her direct observations based on her interactions with Gu Yan. Third young master, there's really no need for all this trouble. Just secretly eliminate him or deliberately trigger a beast tide. Once Gu Yan is dead, he'll have no chance of winning. Shu Yorong said earnestly. Bixian glanced at the Chu family steward who had come to him for help, and shook his head slightly, saying, if this method really works, my younger brother wouldn't have perished. Gu Yan's strength is quite extraordinary. If we fail to capture Gu Yan and instead allow him to discover something, or even give Chu Fian a handle to use against him, it would be superfluous. Bixian shook his head. Unlike his impulsive younger brother, Bai Zhua, he was much more cautious. They did not underestimate Gu Yan because he had no background. Upon hearing Bixian's words, the protector beside him nodded in approval. Only the weak think of taking crooked paths. With your talent in alchemy, third young master, you can just crush them fair and square. Gu Yan is already a talisman genius, how could he also be a pill refining genius? Even if he is a pill refining genius, how could he become a second-grade pill refiner overnight? Upon hearing this, Bixian became even more composed. The Bai family has produced many talented individuals, and they will surely be able to lead the other three major families and take control of the Qingming sect in the future. At that time, what will be needed is the strength to crush all dissent with honor and fairness, not various schemes. Alright, I'll go back and adjust my state now, and continue to familiarize myself with the second-grade spirit-gathering pill. When the pill refining competition comes, I will not only crush Gu Yan without hesitation, but also bring glory to the Bai family. After Bixian finished speaking, he turned and left the place with his protectors. Shu Yorong looked at Bixian's confident figure and felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he managed to latch on to Bixian's coattails in advance, and his days of great success are just around the corner. Inside the base. After returning to his room, Gu Yan immediately multitasked, continuing to absorb and digest the old man's remnant soul while simultaneously refining various pills, doing everything he could to improve his alchemy skills. Seeing this, Zhao Linger, who was protecting Gu Yan in the room, looked at him with some heartache. My husband is a rare and outstanding genius, he should be able to handle all kinds of challenges with ease. But now, because of the Bai family's relentless pressure and because of Chu Fian, he is extremely busy. She was a little jealous. But then she thought, Chu Fian is not yet her husband's woman, so her husband will be able to help her when she is in danger. If she were to encounter danger, given her husband's loyal and affectionate nature, he would likely be even more concerned than he is now about Chu Fian. Thinking of this, Zhao Linger's expression showed a hint of excitement, and she slightly raised her swan-like neck. Even though her husband had taken in that vixen Chu Fian, she was still her husband's second woman, and Chu Fian could only be ranked after her. I must treat my husband even better in the future, so that he can't get enough of me. Zhao Linger made a decision in her heart. Sister Ling was also her benefactor, but Chu Fian was not. Zhao Linger's favorability has increased to 60. System triggered. A gift pack reward has been issued. Please check your account. Gu Yan, who was diligently improving his alchemy skills, was slightly taken aback, thinking that he was imagining things. After taking a serious look at the system, he was surprised to find that Zhao Linger's favorability towards him had indeed increased significantly, reaching 60. But he didn't do anything, he was just quietly improving himself. Gu Yan glanced at Zhao Linger with some curiosity, only to find that Zhao Linger's expression kept changing, sometimes annoyed, sometimes slightly flushed. Could it be that she's trying to win him over? Gu Yan felt that this was the only possibility. I never would have guessed that Linger is such an imaginative person. Chapter 72 Breakthrough Card, Dark Surge in the Azure Sky. The next moment, Gu Yan had a thought and looked at the system space. A card shimmering with golden light floated quietly in the special space, giving Gu Yan a very special feeling. First Rank Alchemist Breakthrough Card. Using this card, you can break through from a peak First Rank Alchemist to a Second Rank Alchemist. Looking at this system card, Gu Yan felt completely at ease. His biggest concern was the bottleneck between first grade and second grade alchemists. After all, the gap between a first grade alchemist and a second grade alchemist is too great. Most top-tier alchemists spend their entire lives stuck at the first rank, unable to become the superior second-rank alchemists. With this card, he only needs to reach the peak of the first rank, and become a second-rank alchemist, and that will be enough. With the combined blessing of the old man's remnant soul and the burning mountain furnace, I will definitely be able to break through to the peak of the first tier tomorrow. The system really understands me and solved my immediate problem. Time flies. After refining pills at the stronghold for an afternoon and a late night, Gu Yan's alchemy realm has been completely stabilized at the late stage of the first rank, and he is only one step away from the peak of the first rank. He tried to refine more pills, but to no avail. The old man's remnant soul had already been completely absorbed by him. Clearly, the main reason he failed to break through to the peak of the first rank was that his foundation was too weak. Other alchemists, even those who are geniuses among 1 in 10,000, still toil away at alchemy for years or even decades. Unlike him, who completed the leap from beginner to near the peak of the first rank in just over a day. Husband, it's getting late. We need to hurry back to the sect, or we'll miss the alchemy competition with Xin. Zhao Linger calculated the time and slowly spoke. She had prepared everything else and was just waiting for Gu Yan. Gu Yan nodded and quickly headed to the Qingming sect with Zhao Linger. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were very fast compared to before, their strength and realm had greatly improved. They returned to the sect smoothly in just 1 hour. The journey was surprisingly peaceful. They did not encounter any monster attacks or ambushes along the way. Clearly, the Bai family still decided to defeat him fair and square, since he had no chance of winning on the surface. In addition, it is likely also related to the great attention this matter has attracted within the sect. Otherwise, with such underhanded methods, the scoundrels in the Bai family would probably not hesitate to attack me. As Gu Yan and Zhao Linger successfully returned to the sect, the inner disciples who had gathered at the main peak immediately turned their attention to them. The two, especially Gu Yan, instantly became the focus of everyone's discussion. Is that Gu Yan? He is indeed handsome and talented. No wonder Master Chu can't forget him. I heard that in the Qingyang Mountains, he slaughtered everyone in the tide of demonic beasts, and Bai Zua and his foundation establishment protectors also died at his hands. He's skilled and good-looking, but it's unwise of him to participate in this alchemy competition. Many disciples couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. Once Peak Master Chu becomes a member of the Bai family, he will no longer be able to receive protection. The Chu family will not offend the Bai family because of him. With old and new grudges intertwined, Gu Yan will probably have no way out. That's right. I heard that the third young master of the Bai family and Peak Master Chu have already made a vow of Dao Heart. If Gu Yan loses, he will be killed and his spirit destroyed. Gu Yan naturally heard the discussions, but ignored them and went directly to the Chu family's courtyard, which Chu Fian had prepared for Ling Qingyu. Just as Gu Yan approached the door, the tightly closed door creaked open. Ling Qingyu gently stroked her swollen pregnant belly, smiled at Gu Yan, and then stepped forward to dust him off. "You're back, it's good that you're back." The words were simple and sincere, yet they moved Gu Yan even more. No matter what decision I make, Ling Qingyu is always understanding, tolerant, and even helpful. Now, she waits anxiously for his return within the sect. How could one not be captivated by such a simple and pure life? Linger, little sister. Soon, Ling Qingyu's gaze fell on Zhao Linger, her expression slightly complicated. After Zhao Hai entrusted his son to her, Zhao Linger was almost entirely cared for and guided by her, and she had come to regard her as her own younger sister. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linger's strength has improved dramatically in just a few days. When she left the sect, she had only just entered the 7th level of qi refining. But now, he has already reached the 10th level of qi refining. It's improved by a full 3 minor realms. This level of skill is truly astonishing. Moreover, Ling Qingyu also sensed the powerful aura of a golden core cultivator from Zhao Linger. It must be the golden core left behind by the golden core cultivator in that large tomb that my husband Gu Yan mentioned. Zhao Linger has gained so much this time. Once she truly refines the golden core, her strength will surely experience a leap forward. Zhao Linger blushed slightly as Ling Qingyu looked at her with concern. However, after confirming with her own eyes that Ling Qingyu was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, feeling guilty, Zhao Linger quickly walked to Ling Qingyu's side, reaching out to gently hug her arm. "Sister Ling, it's so good that you're all right." I. She had already decided on Gu Yan. Ling Qingyu also supported her being with Gu Yan, but in the Great Tomb, if she really took things further with Gu Yan, she would feel guilty towards her sister Ling. Having lived 2 lives, Ling Qingyu could see through Zhao Linger's naive thoughts at a glance. He put his arm around her slender waist and said, "What do you mean? What are you being so polite with? From now on, we're family. Family doesn't need to be so formal. You must give Gu Yan a big, healthy son in the future." Hearing Ling Qingyu's teasing voice, Zhao Linger's ears turned even redder. She buried her head in Ling Qingyu's arms and said coquettishly, "Sister." Watching the 2 sisters bickering and joking, Gu Yan felt her tense nerves relax considerably, finding it a pleasant sight. Then, Gu Yan suddenly remembered something and quickly handed 3 heaven mending pills to Ling Qingyu from his storage bag. "This is the heaven mending pill I obtained from the Great Tomb. I mentioned it to you before. It can restore damaged spiritual roots. It should have some effect on you. Why don't you give it a try?" Gu Yan said very seriously that he knew that Ling Qingyu's biggest worry was repairing her spiritual root. Ling Qingyu had previously heard Gu Yan mention this heaven mending pill, which could restore spiritual roots. However, she still had some doubts deep down. After all, repairing spiritual roots is extremely difficult. However, her pupils contracted slightly when she saw the pills Gu Yan took out. The aura emanating from this elixir was extremely mysterious. Just smelling the aroma of the elixir was enough to stir her spiritual root, which seemed to be recovering and being restored. This heaven mending pill has such a great reputation, and it really does have such effects. She clicked her tongue and sighed softly. This world is so vast that even she, a former tribulation crossing expert, still has many treasures she doesn't know about. She didn't stand on ceremony with Gu Yan and accepted the heaven mending pill. However, she did not take the heaven mending pill immediately. "I've decided to wait a bit longer. Although this elixir is wondrous, the child is about to be born. It is safest to take this pill after the child is born to restore one's spiritual root. This way, both you and the child will be more secure. Nothing unexpected will happen. She's already waited so long, there's no need to rush the last month or so. Of course, if one encounters a truly urgent situation, one may also take pills to restore one's spiritual root. As a former tribulation crossing expert, once his spiritual root is restored, his realm and strength will experience a surge. By the way, you should really thank Xu Fian for coming back this time. If it weren't for her, I would have been in danger. The Bai family will definitely use me as leverage to threaten you, my husband, into obediently submitting." Gu Yan nodded and said, "I know, I definitely won't lose this alchemy competition." Seeing Gu Yan's confident demeanor, Ling Qingyu also relaxed considerably. Xu Fian is now confined to her home and has become a tool of the family. "Husband, you must help her. She has had feelings for you for a long time, and her special constitution will be of great benefit to you. Your future children are also very likely to have a special constitution." Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu chatted for a while longer, then, after calculating the time, headed to the Qingming Sect's plaza. This alchemy competition with Bai Xian will be held in the square, with everyone from the Qingming sect as witnesses. Gu Yan then set off for the square. Inside the Bai family's council hall, the Bai family members all looked furious, shouting that they wanted to kill Gu Yan as a warning to others. Bai Zhuo, the fifth young master of the Bai family, is confirmed to have been killed by Gu Yan. This is a blood feud. Just wait. Soon, after the third young master defeats him, his reputation will be ruined, and he will never be able to recover. That's right, he's too arrogant. He actually dared to compete with the third young master in alchemy. He simply doesn't take the third young master seriously. Today, the Bai family is dressed in bright red, with large red lanterns hanging high. The alchemy contest with Gu Yan was merely a minor episode in their minds. The most important thing is to marry Chu Fian. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Chu family mansion, the elders of the Chu family, who already knew that Gu Yan and Zhao Linger had returned, all had very complicated expressions. Now it's up to Gu Yan's luck. If he can really create a miracle and win, it will prove that he is a super genius who can break the rules. Letting him and Chu Fian be together would be a beautiful story, so why not? Unfortunately, the final result can only be that Gu Yan is defeated. There are no miracles. You think you can go from a complete novice who has never refined pills to a second-grade alchemist in just a few days? You wouldn't even dare to dream of that, would you? In a secret room belonging to the Qing and Li families, the heads of the Qing and Li families gathered here. There's going to be a good show to watch today. I think this show isn't enough. The Bai family wants to reconcile with the Chu family and form an alliance to completely control the Qingming sect. This clearly shows that they don't take our two families seriously. There's no other way. The Bai family has the confidence. The Bai family has always been domineering. Now that old man Bai has successfully broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, even if the three of our family ancestors join forces, they wouldn't be a match for him, would they? That being said, perhaps we can add fuel to the fire of this good show? Oh. The head of the Li family looked at the person opposite him with great interest. The head of the Qing family laughed and said, "You'll find out then that the Qingming sect is still surnamed Qing and not Bai." Chapter 73. Bai Xian shows off his power. Linger gambles on the sword formation in anger. Qingming sect square. When Gu Yan arrived, the square was already packed with people, and all around him were inner disciples of the Qingming sect. Each of them possessed an extraordinary aura, and all of them were looking at Gu Yan with curiosity and complicated expressions. He, a genius in talismans, was going to compete in alchemy with a genius in alchemy. It was practically courting death. Even so, like a moth drawn to a flame, Gu Yan still came. Gu Yan, an outer disciple, is deeply in love with Peak Master Chu and dares to risk his life for him. Yes, regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails, at least he had enough courage to do what he wanted. Some people thought Gu Yan was a fool, while others looked at him with great admiration. Many disciples felt that Gu Yan, an outer disciple, possessed courage that surpassed even that of the inner disciples. There are many more examples. Gu Yan ignored them and instead looked at the Bai family members who were walking slowly towards him. They were all dressed in festive bright red clothes. The leader, Bai Xian, was wearing a bright red corsage, looking every bit like a joyous groom. Gu Yan had never met Bai Xian before, but he had been learning about him in the past few days. Born into the Bai family, a family renowned for its talismans, she possesses an exceptionally high talent for alchemy, which is truly rare. It's no wonder that such a young second-grade alchemist is so full of vigor. Even if his alchemy skills don't improve further, he will still far surpass most lower-level cultivators, and he can live a very comfortable life. Gu Yan is currently only a late-stage first-grade alchemist, and he is just one step away from the peak of first-grade alchemy. In alchemy, he was far behind Bai Xian, but his soul had already reached the level of a mid-stage second-tier talisman master. After refining and absorbing the old man's soul, his own soul underwent a significant improvement. Now, Gu Yan's soul realm has approached the late stage of the second tier, far surpassing Bai Xian's early stage of the second tier. However, Gu Yan concealed this difference in their souls very well. In Bai Xian's perception, Gu Yan's soul had indeed reached the early stage of the second tier, but that was achieved through his arduous cultivation of talismans. It is completely different from alchemy. Gu Yan, today is your death day. Bai Xian stared at Gu Yan, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. The Bai family must not be insulted. Gu Yan's willingness to attack a direct descendant of the Bai family is tantamount to courting death. This trend must not be allowed to continue, even if the leftists plotted against Gu Yan first. The alchemy competition hasn't even started yet. Don't you think you're being too confident? Gu Yan remained calm and showed no emotional fluctuation despite Bai Xian's threat. There are many Qingming disciples, elders, and even heads of various families here. The quality of the pills they refine will be immediately apparent to everyone. Bai Xian didn't want to waste words with Gu Yan and spoke coldly. Gu Yan was not surprised by this. Judging the quality of pills is a basic skill for cultivators. Only when the difference between pills is very small is it necessary to have a professional alchemist to make the judgment. However, Gu Yan did not think the final difference would be very small. Bai Xian clearly thought so too. Since that's the case, the alchemy competition shall officially begin. Whoever refines the highest quality and most numerous pills in 3 hours will win, shall we? No problem, but Gu Yan nodded first, then hesitated as he glanced at the Bai family members. How about we bet on something else? The resources needed for future cultivation will be even more numerous, and now that such a good opportunity has presented itself, it's only natural to seize the chance to make a fortune. The Bai family's spirit stones are a must-have. However, upon hearing this, the Bai family members showed no sign of starting a fight. You're just a dying man, what qualifications or resources do you have to gamble with us? Gu Yan was speechless and had no choice but to abandon the plan. Wait. Before Gu Yan could reply, Bai Xian interrupted, looking at Gu Yan with a sneer. If you really want to gamble, that's fine too, use Zhao Linger as the stake. If I win, I'll make her sign a slave contract. From now on, she'll be a servant of the Bai family, working like a cow or a horse, willingly. Zhao Linger's beauty is no less than Xu Fian's. If one could win over such a beauty, that would be quite remarkable. After all, simply killing Zhao Linger wouldn't be enough to vent his anger, nor would it create a lasting deterrent effect. Executing Gu Yan's head and displaying it to the public, and turning Zhao Linger into a female dog of the Bai family, will be a huge deterrent to anyone else who dares to have bad ideas about the Bai family. Gu Yan's face turned cold. This Bai Xian truly had a way of courting death. Zhao Linger is his person, how dare Bai Xian make a move on her? Even if Gu Yan was absolutely certain, he would not agree to let Zhao Linger be used as a bargaining chip. Let's leave this matter at that and let the alchemy competition begin. Gu Yan shook his head, deciding to focus on refining pills. Bai Xian, what are you betting on by using me as a wager? Zhao Linger stepped out from behind Gu Yan. If Gu Yan loses this alchemy competition, he will inevitably be in mortal danger, and then there will be no point in me living. Why not take advantage of their greed and gamble on it? Gu Yan was about to speak up to stop him when Bai Xian laughed and said, You can say whatever you want, as long as I can afford it, I'll bet on it. Bai Xian said with complete confidence. Since he couldn't win over Xu Fian's first time, winning over Zhao Linger's first time instead was not bad. The Bai family members behind Bai Xian also swallowed hard, their mouths watering. If the third young master eats meat, then the others can at least have some soup, right? Seeing this, Zhao Linger's expression grew even colder, but she still spoke. I've heard that the Bai family has a special Zhou Tian slaughtering sword formation composed of second-tier spirit swords. I'm willing to take a gamble with that. Since Bai Xian has such despicable thoughts, let's see if he has the guts to do it. The Zhou Tian slaughtering sword formation, although it is only a second-tier sword formation, is extremely exquisite. When its power is fully unleashed, it can even shake a golden core cultivator. Zhao Linger is really asking for an exorbitant amount. The essence of the formation contained in that sword array is even more profound. The crowd began to discuss it amongst themselves. However, Zhao Linger is no ordinary person either. I heard that she has awakened the ice spirit root. At the stronghold, she was extremely domineering and slaughtered everyone in her path. A woman like that must be very radiant. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai Xian hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. The sword formation is here, and we invite everyone to witness it. Since there's practically no risk involved, why not do it? At this time, the stewards or elders of the 4 major families gathered here one after another. Today's alchemy competition is of great importance, and may even change the landscape of the Qingming sect. They all decided to come and see for themselves to feel at ease. Unexpectedly, they all placed heavy bets before the competition. Zhao Linger really thinks too highly of Gu Yan. If we lose later, there will be no way to recover. In the inner sect plaza of the Qingming sect, tens of thousands of disciples and elders from the main peak of the Qingming sect gathered there. Their gazes were all fixed on the very center of the square. At the center stands a specially lit incense stick. This incense has an invigorating effect and can burn for 3 hours, which is exactly the duration of this competition. On either side of this long incense burner stood two young men locked in a fierce confrontation. Xin snorted softly, took out his personal futon from his storage bag, took a deep breath, and sat cross-legged on the futon. Immediately afterwards, a rich spiritual energy flowed around him, revealing him to be at the 10th level of chi refining, radiating a faint spiritual aura. After adjusting his own condition, spiritual light surged in his storage bag, and a crimson alchemy furnace, resembling a scorching volcano but not quite regular in shape, appeared in front of Xin. A wave of heat, accompanied by the landing of the volcanic furnace, mingled with a dull thud, spreading in all directions. The expressions of the many inner disciples gathered here became much more solemn. A second-grade volcanic furnace, this is a powerful tool for alchemy. The third young master has been using this furnace to refine pills since he was a child, and he has already reached the point of being one with the furnace. The quality and success rate of his pills are extremely high. He had already reached the early stage of the second-rank alchemist before the new year, and with this furnace to help him, I really don't know how he could lose. The third young master will definitely win. Gu Yan is nothing but a clown. If he wins, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea. When the second-grade volcano furnace appeared, many people cheered. All eyes were focused on Xin, especially the Bai family members who cheered loudly. Even though the Chu family is a family of alchemists, many of their members looked quite solemn at this moment. Xin's talent for alchemy was already extremely high, and with the help of such a high-quality alchemy furnace, even the early or mid-stage second-grade alchemists of the Chu family would not dare to say that they could definitely defeat him. Gu Yan is likely to suffer a major setback this time. They shook their heads slightly. Gu Yan was a genius with exceptional talent, but after losing to Xin, he would become a corpse. Under the spotlight, Xin's smile deepened. Gu Yan, do you even deserve to fight me? With this thought flashing through his mind, he immediately took out a series of prepared spiritual herbs from his storage bag and threw them into the volcanic furnace. His movements were unhurried and deliberate, giving off a sense of maturity and composure. This time, he was going to refine a second-grade lower-level purifying spirit pill, which could cleanse spiritual power and stabilize the foundation. It is a relatively rare and precious elixir, which is very popular within the sect and also has a great influence outside the sect. Once this pill is refined, unless Gu Yan refines a mid-grade second-rank pill, there is almost no possibility of surpassing it. This is why he is so confident. As he methodically refined the cleansing spirit pill, he suddenly noticed a gaze fixed on him from not far away. Distracted, I looked up and was shocked to see Gu Yan. Instead of starting to refine pills, Gu Yan kept staring at him. Xin was stunned. What did Gu Yan mean by staring at him like that? Could it be that they are planning to use insidious means to secretly attack me? To cause my alchemy to fail? That way, even if he concocts some rubbish pills, he can still surpass me? What a vicious scheme. Chapter 74 Condensing Fire to Peering into the Profound, Second-Rank Alchemist. However, Gu Yan's plan is likely to fail. They are not competing in private. With the four major families and others present, it is almost impossible for the other party to interfere with him in secret under the watchful eyes of everyone. Moreover, he had some protective talismans on him, and his soul perception ability was extremely sharp. If Gu Yan wants to harm me, then he is undoubtedly courting death. But if he wasn't secretly plotting against me, why was he staring at me? He even stared at himself with increasing seriousness. This made Xin's scalp tingle. At this moment, everyone else also noticed Gu Yan's somewhat unusual behavior. They all frowned, feeling utterly perplexed. However, this alchemy competition did not stipulate that participants could not watch their opponents refine pills. Thinking about this, the Bai family members could only suppress their confusion for the time being. At this moment, Gu Yan ignored the puzzled looks of the crowd and kept staring at Xin, who was refining pills, without blinking. It must be said that Xin's talent for alchemy is indeed extremely outstanding. However, the better his talent for alchemy was, the happier Gu Yan was. He is currently stuck in the late stage of the first-grade alchemist level, and is still lacking some alchemy experience before reaching the peak of the first grade. Gu Yan gained a lot simply from observing Xin, this alchemy genius, practice alchemy. It has faintly touched the peak of the first rank. The Chu family patriarch and the others gathered here had no idea about these mysteries, and they all looked at Gu Yan in bewilderment. However, compared to the other disciples and stewards, some of the top alchemists among them sensed a special soul fluctuation emanating from Gu Yan. His soul was growing, and his alchemy skills seemed to be improving as well. Every alchemist who realized this showed a look of disbelief in their eyes. Could I be seeing things? Why is the special aura emanating from Gu Yan gradually increasing? Could it be that he was actually learning from Bai Xin when he observed him refining pills? Impossible. Although observing top alchemists can indeed be very rewarding, one must have a solid foundation and extraordinary comprehension. The Chu family was also discussing this at this time. As soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly felt the soul fluctuations emanating from Gu Yan. Late stage of the first rank, he really is a genius at alchemy. It's only been a short time, and he's already reached such a level. If given more time, he might actually surpass Bai Xin. He needs enough time. Right now, he has no chance at all. The gap between these alchemists' levels is just too big. Some musicians couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, most members of the Chu family shook their heads in deep regret. If Gu Yan were a member of the Chu family, he would undoubtedly have access to the best resources at this time, and would likely surpass Bai Xin. But he was just a rogue cultivator. Reaching the late stage of the first rank in alchemy is already an extremely difficult feat. Moreover, even if he were to successfully break through to the peak of the first rank, let alone be a late-stage first-rank alchemist, it would be of no use. As this thought flashed through the minds of many musicians, they suddenly noticed that the special aura emanating from Gu Yan's body surged dramatically. A top-tier alchemist, achieved. The Chu family, the Bai family, and the geniuses from the other two families all wore expressions of utter disbelief. How could Gu Yan break through so easily? This is the rank of an alchemist. Breaking through each minor realm is extremely difficult. Before they could recover from their shock, they were suddenly astonished to discover Gu Yan's soaring momentum did not stop, but continued to climb. He went from a top-tier first-grade alchemist to an early-stage second-grade alchemist in one fell swoop, and faint alchemical flames began to emerge from his soul. A second-grade alchemist? How is that possible? At this moment, not only the Chu family members felt incredulous, but even the Bai family members, who were originally full of confidence, all looked at Gu Yan in disbelief. What exactly is going on with Gu Yan? They just said that even if Gu Yan broke through to the peak of the first-grade alchemist, it would be of no use. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yan broke through to the early stage of the second-rank alchemist in one go. This was simply outrageous. Everyone present knew that for an alchemist to break through, they not only needed a powerful soul ability, but also needed to hone their alchemy skills by refining various pills. Neither was dispensable. How could someone break through two realms in a row? It's simply unbelievable. Many people were completely stunned. Even Bai Xin, who was refining pills, stared in astonishment. What exactly is going on with Gu Yan? Alchemy requires a great deal of experience. Experience takes time to accumulate, so how come he doesn't seem to need it at all? A look of utter disbelief flashed across his face. However, he quickly regained his composure. The pills he refined himself were among the best of the second-grade lower-level pills. Even if Gu Yan successfully broke through to become a second-level alchemist using some secret technique, he still doesn't have any pill formulas, right? Even if you have the prescription, it's useless to try it at the last minute. With this in mind, Bai Xin composed himself and continued to concentrate on refining the pills. However, even though his usually calm heart was not at ease, some ripples appeared unintentionally. After breaking through to the early stage of the second-grade alchemist, Gu Yan finally relaxed. After breaking through to the early stage of the second-rank alchemist, the system's pill tree in his mind quickly branched out, revealing a series of pill formulas. Then he immediately recognized the purifying spirit pill that Bai Xin had refined. These elixirs are among the best recorded in the system. No wonder Bai Xin had such strong confidence. As long as he refined this purifying spirit pill, unless it was a mid-grade second-rank pill, he would have no chance of winning. However, a mysterious smile appeared on Gu Yan's lips. If Bai Xin could refine it, why couldn't he? So he decided to refine this special elixir. After all, the pill formulas provided by the system are far more perfect than those of the Bai family. He wanted to crush Bai Xin in the field of elixirs. However, he didn't have any of the medicinal materials needed for this elixir. So Gu Yan quickly took out a sheet of Xin paper, wrote down a prescription, and handed it to Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger nodded and quickly went to the Chu family. The Chu family is a family of alchemists, so they should be able to gather these pills. This prescription. Many members of the Chu family were somewhat taken aback upon seeing the pill formula provided by Zhao Linger. They had a vague feeling that the medicinal herbs Gu Yan wrote down were the same as those Bai Xin used to refine the elixir. This pill formula is very similar to Bai Xin's pill formula. Or is it that Gu Yan just observed him refining pills and wrote it down? Are they planning to re-release it at this time? However, it is almost impossible to replicate pills simply by knowing the ingredients. After all, while the ingredients of elixirs are important, the quantity, proportions, and cooking time are also of paramount importance. Even if you present the elixir to someone without knowing the other key elements, it's impossible to refine it. Every widely circulated alchemical formula is the product of continuous revision and improvement by several or even dozens of generations of alchemists, and is almost perfect. It's impossible for Gu Yan to replicate it at this point. However, since this was Gu Yan's request, and they had promised Chu Fian that they would definitely provide Gu Yan with all the medicinal materials for this alchemy competition. Therefore, Chu Yurong was quickly sent to the alchemy room to fetch the medicine. Chu Yurong glanced at the pill formula, her eyelids twitched, and then she looked deeply at Gu Yan. This guy, if he's not a madman, he's an unimaginable genius. They even attempted to replicate by Xian's alchemy by observing him refine pills. What kind of extraordinary talent would dare to attempt this? Gu Yan's actions at such a crucial moment made even an outsider like her a little nervous. Then, she gave Bai Xian a meaningful look before quickly turning and leaving. The purifying spirit pill is a special pill that the Bai family acquired at great expense. It is unique to the Bai family, and if it is copied, the Bai family's business will plummet. After all, the Bai family mainly deals in talismans, and their pill business relies on these unique pills to maintain their reputation. If Gu Yan successfully replicates the design, not only will he become famous, but the Bai family's reputation in business will also be greatly affected. Bai Xian had been paying attention to that prescription, and seeing Chu Yorong's strange expression, he knew that the prescription must be extraordinary. But what exactly is this elixir formula that made Chu Yorong specifically remind her with her eyes? Could it be that the quality of that pill is even higher than my own spirit purification pill? But that's impossible. The purifying spirit pill is of extremely high quality, and it's almost impossible for any second-grade low-level pill to surpass it. If it were a second-grade mid-level pill, Gu Yan would have absolutely no chance of refining it. Thinking of this, Bai Xian's heart was filled with intense curiosity. A short while later, Chu Yurong returned to this place with the elixir, her expression somewhat solemn, and said, "Elders, the formula for this purifying spirit pill is extremely unique. We didn't prepare it in advance, and we only have the materials to refine one batch. Should we ask Gu Yan to choose a different pill? The ingredients are scarce, and there's only one serving?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Chu family members all turned somewhat unpleasant. Many of them were skilled alchemists, so they naturally understood just how serious these words were. When they refine pills, they usually prepare at least 3 sets of pill refining materials. If it is the first time refining pills, they must prepare at least 5 sets. After all, the probability of failure in alchemy is very high, especially when one is not skilled in the craft. The chance of success is even lower. Having only one set of materials means that if Gu Yan makes a mistake or fails to refine the material, there will be no room for maneuver. Defeat is inevitable, it's almost a foregone conclusion. As for succeeding in alchemy on the first try, that's simply impossible. After all, he had only watched Bai Xian refine pills, and before that, he was only a first-grade alchemist. Thinking of this, they quickly looked at Gu Yan and asked for his opinion. Although some time has been wasted, it would be safer to exchange for a pill formula and find one with 2 sets of ingredients. That way, even if it fails, we can try again. However, seeing the gazes of the crowd gathering around him, Gu Yan said with a firm expression, "Gentlemen, this one set of materials is enough." Gu Yan's certainty caused everyone's pupils to shrink. After all, it's incredibly arrogant to claim you can handle something based on just one document. Since Gu Yan insisted, there was no need for them to say anything more. Gu Yan said that he would bear all the consequences himself. Chu Yurong then stepped forward and handed Gu Yan a storage bag containing spiritual herbs. Gu Yan took the herbs and examined them. They were all in good condition and there were no problems, so he accepted them. "Gu Yan, you don't have a suitable alchemy furnace yet, do you? Would you like to use ours for now?" Chu Yurong thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke. She dared not tamper with the medicinal herbs used in the alchemy, given that so many powerful figures from the Chu family were watching. However, there were some hidden dangers in his alchemy furnace, which led to the failure of the alchemy process. In this way, even if you've done a good deed, and something really goes wrong, it's because Gu Yan didn't master the alchemy technique properly, and it has nothing to do with you. Chapter 75 The Spirit Purifying Pill appears, Bai Xian breaks through defense. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan shook his head immediately. No need, I have my own alchemy furnace. A good alchemy furnace can increase the success rate of alchemy. Xu Yurong is now a second-grade alchemist, so her alchemy furnace can only be second-grade, which is not as good as the third-grade burning mountain furnace that he has already taken control of. Xu Yurong was stunned when Gu Yan rejected her outright. Gu Yan probably only has a first-grade alchemy furnace. While he could certainly refine second-grade pills using a first-grade alchemy furnace, it would be much more difficult. He had no reason to refuse himself. But he still refused me directly at this moment. Could it be that he discovered my identity? Xu Yurong's eyelids twitched, and she felt inexplicably tense. However, Gu Yan had no time to pay attention to the suspicious Xu Yurong, and instead took the burning mountain furnace out of his storage bag. Once this furnace was produced, it was like a large red ball falling to the ground, with raging flames leaping and radiating intense heat. Under the intense heat, the air around Gu Yan seemed to boil. The third-grade alchemy furnace has begun to exhibit some mysterious aspects, but Gu Yan is not yet a third-grade alchemist and cannot reveal these mysteries. Therefore, in the eyes of most people at the scene, this burning mountain furnace was not much different from an ordinary grade 1 alchemy furnace, except that it was larger. Ixin glanced at Gu Yan's alchemy furnace. It looked simple, but it gave him a feeling that it was extraordinary and not simple at all. So, with a thought, he activated his volcanic furnace, releasing a truly invisible pressure to suppress Gu Yan's burning mountain furnace. The two alchemists were competing in alchemy, and the alchemy furnace was also part of the competition. The lower the grade of the alchemy furnace, the easier it is to be suppressed in such a competition, which will affect the success rate of alchemy. Gu Yan was aware of this rule, so he specially brought out the burning mountain furnace, waiting for Bai Xin Yuan to take the bait. Buzz. The oppressive force emanating from the volcanic furnace quickly converged on the incinerating furnace, and a cruel smile appeared on Bai Xian's face. He wanted to rely on a more powerful alchemy furnace to suppress Gu Yan completely and let him know how powerful he was. However, accompanied by that deafening buzzing sound, Bai Xian's confident expression was suddenly replaced by fear. Why? The second-grade upper-level volcanic furnace actively emitted a powerful pressure, which landed on Gu Yan's alchemy furnace, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Instead, the volcanic furnace dimmed and was suppressed. The volcano furnace is a high-grade second-rank alchemy furnace, and it is considered one of the best among second-rank alchemists. What kind of alchemy furnace did Gu Yan take out? Could it have reached the third-grade level? A grade 3 alchemy furnace? Even within a family of alchemists like the Chu family, such individuals are extremely rare and difficult to govern. Even a third-grade alchemist from the Chu family needs the right timing, location, and people to have a chance of gaining the favor of a third-grade alchemy furnace. What merit or ability does Gu Yan possess? Bai Xian was shocked, extremely envious, and regretful. If I had known better, I wouldn't have tried to be clever. I should have just focused on refining my own pills. That way, I could have finished refining them as quickly as possible and wouldn't have affected or suppressed the volcanic furnace. I was too arrogant. Thinking of this, Bai Xian immediately composed himself, quickly gathered his scattered thoughts, and focused his mind back on his alchemy furnace. While paying attention to Gu Yan is important, what's even more important is one's own elixir. As long as there are no problems with your own elixirs, there is no possibility of losing. However, just as he regained his composure, he suddenly realized that the spiritual herbs Gu Yan was throwing into the alchemy furnace were so familiar. Aren't those the various spiritual materials I used to refine the purifying spirit pill? This guy can also refine the spirit purification pill? That's impossible. He wasn't even a second-grade alchemist before he only broke through at the last minute. Now that he's broken through, he's already refining pills like this. Is he crazy, or is he just crazy? No wonder Xu Yurong looked at me like that before. Thinking about Gu Yan's extraordinary nature, Bai Xian carefully considered the matter and decided to take the soul enhancement pill. The soul enhancing pill is a special elixir made using a unique secret method. It has the wonderful effect of enhancing the soul, although there may be some after effects. However, once the soul is strengthened, not only will victory be more assured, but the Bai family's reputation can also be enhanced through this alchemy. At this moment, most of the disciples, deacons, and elders were focused on Gu Yan, because Gu Yan had finally begun refining pills. What kind of alchemy furnace is this? Why did it suppress Bai Xian's volcanic furnace? Many people also noticed the suppression of the volcano at this time. Immediately, many people looked at Gu Yan with serious expressions. If Gu Yan's previous behavior didn't seem like that of an alchemist at all. At this moment, he took out an unprecedented alchemy furnace, which shows that he must have made sufficient preparations. His previous performance was most likely to lull Bai Xin into a false sense of security. This Gu Yan is truly unfathomable. He actually has such a scheme, and even managed to obtain such a pill refining furnace. He's really something else. But even if he was prepared, it was useless. The third young master's foundation was much deeper than his, so he wouldn't have any chance. What is the third young master doing? Taking pills? Suddenly, some disciples seemed to see something incredible, and couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaim in surprise. After all, although Bai Xin's action of swallowing the pill was discreet, some people still noticed it. While relying on elixirs to improve one's alchemy skills is not explicitly prohibited, it is actually a sign of weakness. It is also a sign of a lack of self-confidence. They originally thought that such a thing would never happen to Bai Xin, but now it has actually happened. Under Gu Yan's series of tactics, Bai Xin became insecure. In my opinion, it's Bai Xin who's under too much pressure to win. Some disciples tried to make amends for Bai Xin. The more serious he is, the less chance Gu Yan has. Once the third young master finishes refining the elixir, what will Gu Yan use to fight him? While the disciples were discussing this, most of the Bai family members looked rather grim. After all, the main purpose of this alchemy competition with Gu Yan was to let Bai Xin make a good impression within the sect and further enhance the prestige of the Bai family. But now, Bai Xin's actions suddenly made them feel ashamed. Bai Xin should be far superior to Gu Yan in every way. It should be Gu Yan who should be the one taking the pill. At this moment, the expressions of the Chu family members looking at Gu Yan truly became solemn. They also noticed that the alchemy furnace Gu Yan took out was extraordinary, and at the same time, they noticed that Gu Yan's alchemy technique was not unfamiliar, but rather had a smooth and flowing feel to it. It seems that this is not the first time he has refined a second-grade pill, but an old monster who has been cultivating in this field for decades. As everyone's expressions varied, a fragrant aroma suddenly filled the square. Only when the elixir is successfully made will its fragrance and other unusual phenomena appear. So, the originally noisy crowd all sniffed, savoring the increasingly rich fragrance of the elixir and the lingering aroma in their nasal cavities. Then they all turned to look at Bai Xin. Bai Xin suddenly felt a little insecure, but the pill he was refining was about to be successfully made. They all knew that the pill Bai Xin was refining this time was the purifying spirit pill, a special pill of the second grade, lower level. Once the pill was completed, Gu Yan will have absolutely no chance of winning. It was done in one go. The third young master is still the third young master after all. Judging from the fragrance of this pill, the purification pills refined this time were extremely successful. The Bai family members' expressions immediately softened considerably. Although Bai Xin's consumption of the pills made them somewhat uncomfortable, they could accept it as long as they ultimately achieved a great victory. As the pills were nearing completion, Bai Xin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, this batch of pills was about to be produced, and crushing Gu Yan would be a piece of cake. At that time, the two beauties, Chu Fian and Zhao Linger, would be his. Moreover, the rules of the secret alchemy competition state that if both sides use the same quality pills and produce the same number of pills, then whoever finishes alchemy first wins. He had already figured it out. Gu Yan had refined the spirit purification pill. Regardless of whether Gu Yan can succeed, at least Gu Yan's speed is far behind his own, giving him a huge advantage. Gu Yan, if you don't want to lose too badly, give up now and admit defeat, and I might still give you some face. Otherwise. Having regained his confidence, Bai Xin laughed heartily, looking quite spirited. Gu Yan remained unmoved, simply staring calmly at the burning mountain furnace. He was completely immersed in alchemy. Soon after, the air was filled with the fragrance of elixir, and Bai Xin's elixir was fully formed. The Grade 2 purifying spirit pill is complete. At this moment, countless cheers erupted. Now that the purifying spirit pill has been successfully refined, Gu Yan has no chance of winning. After all, the third young master has refined many such pills. Even if Gu Yan has also refined it, the final product will definitely be better than Gu Yan's. Gu Yan chose the wrong path from the beginning, so it's normal that he suffered a crushing defeat in the end. Even if Gu Yan is a genius even more powerful than the third young master, his failure now will likely plunge him into an abyss of no return. That's right, the Bai family can't let him continue to grow. Many people spoke up, their expressions slightly regretful as they looked at Gu Yan. They all knew that Gu Yan had shown great talent in talismans in the outer sect, and now he had shown even greater talent in alchemy. Such a person is wonderful if he is a friend, but if he is an enemy, he will make people restless and want to get rid of him as soon as possible. The Chu family members were also caught in a brief moment of chaos. Gu Yan's talent was extraordinary, which greatly impressed them. I was too hasty in making that promise to the Bai family. Let's see if he can win. The head of the Chu family squinted his eyes. A decision had already been made in my heart. This Gu Yan might be the key to taking their Chu family's alchemy skills to the next level. Of course, all of this is predicated on Gu Yan being able to defeat Bai Xian in order to gain the trust of the Chu family. All eyes turned to Gu Yan, and the aroma of pills gradually filled his alchemy furnace. Gu Yan's purifying spirit pill is about to be ready. Many people were shocked, their faces filled with astonishment. Gu Yan had actually refined a second-grade pill. Chapter 76 Soul-Piercing Ambush, Elixir completed? It's the Pure Spirit Pill, a relatively rare rank 2 elixir. Bai Xian's face suddenly turned ugly. Once Gu Yan successfully refines the pill, he will have won, but it will also be as disgusting as eating feces. After all, he is a recognized genius in alchemy. Even among the peers of a family of alchemists like the Chu family, it is difficult to find anyone who can rival him. However, Gu Yan, a self-taught person, was able to refine the same pill. Wasn't that a slap in his own face? Even his reputation as a genius is a complete joke in front of Gu Yan. Most importantly, this alchemy session is not just a duel between him and Gu Yan, or a simple matter of whether he can marry Chufi, and it concerns the ancestors' grand plan for the future, and there can be no mistakes. Bai Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Although he still had the advantage of being the first to refine the pill, he absolutely could not let Gu Yan succeed in making the pill in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. Immediately, a subtle, compressed soul impact attached itself to a crystal silver needle as thin as a hair, and then with a whoosh, it flew out and headed straight for Gu Yan's brow. This is the soul-piercing technique he practiced. Using a special, one-time use magical artifact as its core, the soul guide is almost impossible to detect once activated. It can inflict penetrating wounds on the target's soul, with far-reaching effects. Once Gu Yan is afflicted by the soul-piercing technique, his alchemy process will inevitably be interrupted, and the final and most crucial step of completing the pill will inevitably fail. At that time, Gu Yan will not have enough materials and there will not be enough time. Defeat will be the only outcome for him. I never imagined that Bai Xian, would have to rely on this method to win one day. Bai Xian sighed inwardly, but his eyes were even more ruthless than before. As the soul-piercing technique was activated, Gu Yan, who was in the process of forming his core, immediately felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows, as if he had been locked onto by something. Bang! The sound of souls colliding and exploding rang out. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yan's soul fluctuations became chaotic, and the alchemy process, which was halfway to completion, abruptly stopped. Bai Xian, you are despicable and shameless. At this moment, the Chu family members, as well as those with keen soul perception, all noticed Bai Zuo's subtle actions, and their expressions all darkened slightly. This guy actually resorted to underhanded tactics. However, despite being stared at with disdain and anger by the crowd, Bai Xian remained calm and said, "What do you mean by looking at me like that? I just finished refining the pills, and my soul was a little unstable and dissipated slightly, but it doesn't matter, I've recovered." The other disciples who were watching at first didn't understand what it meant, but when they heard the Chu family and others speak, they all understood. It turned out that Gu Yan had failed halfway through the process of forming the pill, and it was Bai Xian who secretly interfered. Instantly, the admiring look in Gu Yan's eyes turned into disbelief. "Bai Xian, you are despicable and shameless, you attacked from behind. You have lost this alchemy competition." Zhao Linger was also staring intently at Bai Xian, her emotions running high. "I wish I could skin Bai Xian alive and tear him apart right there and then. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What evidence do you have?" Bai Xian rolled his eyes. "The alchemy competition is about who produces the highest quality and most numerous pills, not about your empty talk." The Bai family also stepped forward and said, "Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Are you looking down on our Bai family?" It was clearly Gu Yan's mistake in refining the pill that caused the failure. What does it have to do with the third young master? Why blame our third young master when the person is incompetent? What kind of logic is that? Hurry up and test your skills with the pills to determine the winner. Talking nonsense here is pointless. The members of the Bai family, as well as the cultivators who were affiliated with the Bai family, all spoke in a sarcastic and insinuating tone. This alchemy competition is now completely meaningless. I never imagined the Bai family could be so shameless. That's right. The Bai family is one of the four great families of our Qingming sect, yet they are so pathetic. If word gets out, everyone in our Qingming sect will become the target of ridicule from other cultivators, right? The third young master's alchemy skills are unparalleled among his peers. There's no need for him to resort to these methods. You must have misjudged him. That's right, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? The scene was chaotic and noisy. Most of the disciples, stewards, and elders who noticed Bai Xian's underhanded actions held him in contempt. After all, Bai Xian had a huge advantage in the alchemy competition. Yet they continued to resort to underhanded tactics, which is truly despicable. This alchemy competition will be completely trampled underfoot. The key point is that Bai Xian used a very subtle method, and the spell left no trace after it was cast. They wanted to use this to attack Bai Xian, but they couldn't do it at all. So the situation quickly became one where many people blamed Bai Xian, but were helpless to do anything about it. The Chang'anli families exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat strange. They had originally intended to add fuel to the fire in this matter. But this was only the beginning. Gu Yan's sudden emergence had already caused the Bai family to lose face. The Bai family may gain some temporary benefits by doing this, but it has also thoroughly enraged the others in the sect. Only such a disgusting family would do such a thing. Let's wait and see, the time isn't right yet. The patriarchs of the Chang'anli families exchanged a glance and chose to turn a blind eye, remaining silent as bystanders. After all, if things escalate, it will be very beneficial for both of their families. Although the Qingming sect is controlled by the four major families, its outer sect has a large base of cultivators from all over the surrounding thousands of miles. The Bai family's reckless behavior will inevitably lead to their rejection. At this time, the Chu family will either speak up for Gu Yan, turn a blind eye to Bai Xian's actions, or remain neutral. No matter what the composer does, it's not a good thing for the composer. When the heads of the Chang'anli families focused their attention on the head of the Chu family, the first thing the head of the Chu family felt was resentment. No matter what, Gu Yan chose to compete with Bai Xian in alchemy for Chu Fian's sake. Gu Yan did this for them, but now he's being treated like this, which makes his conscience uneasy. But the matter had already been decided, and the Chu family could only clench their fists under their long sleeves in indignation. Gu Yan, time is almost up. Let's open the furnace and rely on the elixirs to decide the winner. Bai Xian laughed heartily, then looked at his volcanic furnace, poured all his spiritual power into it, and opened the lid of the furnace. In an instant, the fragrance filled the air, as if the spiritual energy within one's body had been purified. He knew that Gu Yan was also refining the spirit purification pill, so it would be very simple to determine the winner. Whoever produced more pills in one batch would win. He had already taken in the reactions of all the major families, and they clearly acquiesced to his previous actions and abandoned Gu Yan. Since that's the case, let's strike while the iron is hot and stomp Gu Yan into the mud. As Bai Xian's voice spread out in a mighty manner, many people were startled. Gu Yan was greatly disturbed, and if he were to compete in alchemy at this time, he would undoubtedly lose. But there was nothing that could be done to change the outcome, so he could only look helplessly at Gu Yan. My husband. Zhao Linger's fists were already clenched tightly. Although she had long known that the Bai family was extremely shameless, she never expected that they would be so shameless in public. For a moment, he was too angry to speak. This level of shamelessness left her speechless. Thump. The dull sound of the alchemy furnace opening rang out, followed by Bai Xian's proud smile. The spirit purification pill is a second-grade low-level pill that can enhance and refine spiritual power. It is very effective for both foundation establishment cultivators and qi refining cultivators. This wasn't the first time he had introduced the purifying spirit pill, but this time, he was especially happy. After all, he was about to defeat a true genius, a genius far superior to himself. All eyes were now focused on the volcanic furnace in front of Bai Xian. As the flames gradually subsided, 5 round, white pills lay quietly in the volcanic furnace, emitting an enticing fragrance. This time, he not only succeeded in refining the elixir, but he also produced 5 elixirs in one batch. Not only did he succeed in refining it on his first try, but he also refined 5 spirit purification pills. I have to say, Bai Xian is truly a genius. For a second-grade alchemist, being able to produce 3 pills in one batch is already quite impressive. This Bai Xian is truly remarkable. However, he's already so powerful, yet he still shamelessly targets Gu Yan. That's even more shameless. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. The difficulty of making a second-grade pill is much higher than that of a first-grade pill. The difficulty of refining several pills has increased considerably. Even Bai Xin himself was somewhat surprised. After all, refining 5 pills at once set a new record for him. He didn't know how he could lose when he refined so many pills at once. 5 spirit purifying pills. Gu Yan, you didn't fail to complete your pill making process and didn't get a single pill? His somewhat harsh voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Bai family cheered even more enthusiastically. Gu Yan, you are still no match for the third young master. Kneel down and kowtow to admit defeat. 5 pills in one batch. This is something that countless second-grade alchemists dream of, yet the young master has accomplished it. Zhao Linger, stop daydreaming. This time, marry our third young master together with Chu Fian. Hearing the provocative voice of the Bai family, Zhao Linger was furious and wanted to take action on the spot. The northern darkness sword chi within her body surged, and the ground beneath her feet became icy cold. You are despicable and shameless. If you hadn't secretly interfered with senior brother Gu's actions, the outcome of this alchemy competition would not have been like this at all. Zhao Linger could not accept this outcome. After all, Gu Yan had the potential to turn the tide, but the Bai family cut it off. However, at this moment, Gu Yan stood in front of Zhao Linger. Although his face was a little pale, his eyes held a hint of mockery. Since they want to compete, then let them compete. Gu Yan's calm voice rang out, and everyone present was immediately taken aback. Shouldn't Gu Yan be furious and unable to accept this outcome at this moment? What does his calm demeanor mean? Does it mean he has accepted the outcome? Did they ultimately bow down and admit defeat in front of the Bai family? As various thoughts flashed through their minds, they saw the alchemy furnace in front of Gu Yan slowly open, and a peculiar fragrance of pills wafted out. Although Gu Yan's pill forming process was interrupted, it seems that some pills have been condensed. Chapter 77. A shocking change at the alchemy furnace. Sacrifice for elixir ascension reverses heaven and earth. The Bai family members were startled when they saw this. Although they were not from a family of alchemists, they still knew the basics of alchemy. If the process of forming the elixir is disturbed, it should be impossible for the elixir to be formed. Why is there still a fragrant aroma of pills emanating from Gu Yan's alchemy furnace, as if it has not been truly disturbed? But they saw it clearly from behind when the third young master made his move, and Gu Yan was indeed disturbed. Bai Xian's face also darkened completely. After all, he had done it himself, so how could he not know the effect of his actions? What exactly is going on with Gu Yan? He couldn't even imagine the frustration and blow he would suffer if he lost even while cheating. The members of the 3 major families, the Chu family, the Qing family, and the Li family, all stared wide-eyed at Gu Yan with astonishment on their faces. They had already given up hope, but Gu Yan has given them a lot of hope again. The pills refined by Gu Yan have an exceptionally rich fragrance. If he could also produce 5 pills in one batch, they would surely surpass those of Bai Xin. It is extremely rare to produce 5 pills in one batch. The right time, place, and people are all indispensable. Gu Yan has just become a second-grade alchemist. How could he possibly do it? Besides, he was also interfered with. Gu Yan did create a remarkable miracle, but the Bai family's disgusting methods are clearly far more sophisticated. Amidst the cacophony of voices from the crowd, the alchemy furnace was opened. 8 pills floated quietly in the alchemy furnace, like 8 bright stars, leaving everyone dumbfounded. 8 pills in one furnace. At that moment, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed across the square. One furnace yields 8 pills. This was a legendary situation they had only ever heard of, comparable to the incredible feat of a mother raising 8 children. Bai Xian, who had been so confident, was now deathly pale with shock, and his lips trembled as he stammered. Impossible. You were clearly attacked by my soul just now, it's impossible for your core formation to be unaffected. In utter disbelief, Bai Xian couldn't help but blurt it out. Upon hearing this, the others became even more disdainful of Bai Xian. Upon seeing this, Zhao Linger breathed a huge sigh of relief. She knew her husband would win. Even if Bai Xian shamelessly schemes against us, it will still be the same. No, there's something wrong with these pills. Of the 8 pills, several failed to be formed. Suddenly, Bai Xian, whose expression had become somewhat deranged, seemed to sense something and spoke coldly. After he finished speaking, several of the 8 pills that were emitting a bright light suddenly dimmed. Soon, as each pill cracked and dimmed, only 4 pills remained intact, floating above the burning mountain furnace. One furnace yields 4 pills. Achieving such results under disruptive conditions is something that even many alchemists in the Chu family admit they could not do. This result is truly astonishing. However, Bai Xian's batch of 5 pills was 1 pill more than Gu Yan's batch of 4 pills. And this single pill will determine the final outcome of the battle. Ha ha ha. Gu Yan, Bai Xian, am ultimately the one who wins. You lost. Upon seeing that Gu Yan's burning mountain furnace contained only 4 intact pills, Bai Xian's expression shifted from shock to fervor. As expected, I was the ultimate winner. The other members of the Bai family also breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Gu Yan could really defy fate under those circumstances. It seems the Bai family is still the better one. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Bai Xian stared at Zhao Linger with a fanatical expression. Capture Zhao Linger and sign a slave contract with her. Also, capture Gu Yan for me. Tonight, I want her to see her beloved woman pleasing me beneath my crotch. However, before he could finish speaking, Gu Yan coldly interrupted. You're celebrating too soon. Although my pills were only formed because of your interference, your pills are only low-grade second rank, while mine are mid-grade second rank. Bai Xian, the one who will ultimately be defeated despite exhausting all means is you, not me. Gu Yan looked at Bai Xian with a mocking expression, as if he were looking at a clown. Impossible. You just became a second-grade lower-level alchemist, how could you possibly refine a second-grade middle-level pill? Bai Xian clearly didn't believe these words, thinking they were just Gu Yan's ramblings in despair. Boom. However, at this moment, the remaining 4 pills slowly rotated, absorbing the medicinal properties of the 4 failed pills to nourish themselves. They actually improved from the lower level of the second grade to the middle level of the second grade. The rich aroma of pills in the air also doubled at this moment. It really is a mid-grade second-level pill. How did Gu Yan manage to do that? It's unbelievable. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They actually witnessed this unbelievable thing with their own eyes today. By sacrificing other pills in the furnace to improve the quality of one or more pills, could this method be the legendary alchemy technique of sacrificial pill enhancement? It must be some kind of legendary method, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. But this method of alchemy has been lost for many years. How did Gu Yan learn it? If he can advance from a late-stage first-grade alchemist to a lower-stage second-grade alchemist in one go, what else is impossible for him? The Chu family members were all talking amongst themselves, and their eyes were filled with complete awe as they looked at Gu Yan. After all, Gu Yan's talent was too amazing, so they were scrutinizing this alchemy competition with the most rigorous standards. Gu Yan is also flawless. If such a person were to join the Chu family, he would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the family. The Qing family and the Li family exchanged a glance, both seeing the recruiting intent in each other's eyes. Although they were skilled in other cultivation arts and not very knowledgeable about alchemy, they had all seen pigs run before. Even a talented alchemist like Bai Xian was utterly defeated in front of Gu Yan. Such a person entering one's family would undoubtedly bring great benefits to the family. Moreover, with Gu Yan's talent, as long as he is nurtured with all his might, he will surely grow into a top genius. It is even possible that under Gu Yan's guidance and influence, several geniuses in talisman making and alchemy will emerge. They're determined to have Gu Yan. Just as the 3 major families' covetous gazes fell upon Gu Yan. Gu Yan stared at Bai Xian indifferently, shook his head and said, "You lost. Your marriage to Chu Fian is over. You are not good enough for her." Upon hearing this, Bai Xian, who was already on the verge of exploding with anger, felt his blood surging in his chest and abdomen, and he could no longer hold back. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was confident of victory and made all sorts of preparations. In the end, he even resorted to any means necessary, but he still lost in the end. This is an unprecedented blow to Bai Xian. All his past pride, all his talent, and all the praise he had received now felt like a stab in the back. Compared to Gu Yan, his reputation as a genius is utterly ridiculous. Bai Xian grew increasingly angry as he thought about it, his soul fluctuations became abnormally erratic, and after spitting out that mouthful of blood, he fell backward and fainted on the spot. The Bai family members were clearly no longer as spirited as before. When Gu Yan's cold gaze swept over them, many disciples trembled and dared not meet his eyes. The entire Bai family, because of Bai Xian's crushing defeat, was like a stray dog with its spine broken, completely losing its backbone. Zhao Linger was completely relaxed at this moment and was about to take the spoils of the Zhou Tian slaughtering sword formation from in front of Bai Xian. A terrifying pressure suddenly swept in from the depths of the Qingming sect. Under the sweep of this aura, all the cultivators present turned pale with fear. The power of a nascent soul cultivator. This seems to be the nascent soul ancestor of the Bai family who is in the mid-nascent soul stage. The expressions on everyone's faces turned somewhat flustered at that moment. An ancestor in the mid-nascent soul stage is not someone that disciples or golden core cultivators can contend with. Who dares to harm the pride of the Bai family? As that aura spread, a cold voice also resounded powerfully. Many people who were initially happy for Gu Yan now felt somewhat apprehensive. After all, given the imposing manner of the nascent soul ancestor of the Bai family, today's matter is unlikely to end so easily. At this moment, Gu Yan, who had become the target of everyone's criticism, was immediately under the pressure of the nascent soul stage ancestor. That terrifying pressure almost tore Gu Yan to pieces. Even with the burning mountain furnace bearing most of the pressure, he still couldn't withstand it. However, at this moment, an equally domineering nascent soul aura emerged, blocking the aura of the Bai family patriarch. It was none other than the Chu family patriarch who had come here. The patriarch of the Chu family had snow-white hair, but he was still vigorous and had a powerful aura. Although the pressure from the nascent soul cultivator opposite him was terrifying, he still managed to easily neutralize it. Old Bai, you've seen everything that happened today, and now you're suddenly making trouble for Gu Yan. How much more disgrace do you want your Bai family to suffer? Criticizing a nascent soul stage elder would have been a rash move by the Chu family patriarch in the past. After all, the strength of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator is something that someone like him, who is only at the early stage of nascent soul, cannot contend with. However, the Bai family has gone too far, completely disregarding past rules and acting utterly lawless. If this is not stopped, the Bai family will inevitably become the uncrowned king of the Qingming sect, and who knows what kind of trouble they will cause then. Most importantly, through this alchemy competition, the Chu family patriarch witnessed Gu Yan's unparalleled talent. Such talent far surpasses even that of the great alchemist of the Chu family back then. If someone like that could join the Chu family, it would be of great help to the family. Even if it offends the Bai family, it's not unacceptable, since they already have many grudges against the Bai family. They agreed to the marriage alliance and made concessions because there were no other equally valuable options available. Even if this path was unsuitable, they had no choice but to continue down it. But now, with Gu Yan around, this is undoubtedly the hope for the Chu family to regain its glory. Most importantly, Gu Yan and Chu Fian are in love with each other, which is perfect for the Chu family. With the appearance of the Chu family patriarch, the heads of the Qing and Li families were immediately impressed. The smile on the face of the Qing family patriarch, in particular, grew even brighter. Old ancestor Bai, what your Bai family did today was very dishonest. How could you treat the Chu family and their prospective son-in-law like this? Why are you Qing family meddling in other people's business? The voice of the Bai family patriarch boomed. Chapter 78 The mysterious mirror reveals demons, the powerful members of the Righteous Alliance arrive. It's not that I'm meddling, but there are some things I'd like to ask Elder Bai for advice on today. The head of the Qing family remained calm and did not back down despite the terrifying pressure from the Bai family patriarch. Then, he slowly took out the corpses of various demonic beasts from his storage bag. I wonder if Elder Bai recognizes these demonic beasts. At this moment, everyone's attention around the square was drawn to the actions of the Qing family patriarch, who all looked at the demon beast corpses he had taken out. These monster corpses looked very unusual, emitting extremely peculiar fluctuations. But that was all they could see. They didn't think these monsters had anything particularly special about them. However, when Gu Yan and Zhao Linger saw this scene, the image of Bai Zue couldn't help but appear in their minds. When Bai Zue killed it in the jungle, he immediately transformed into a demon beast, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and greatly increasing his combat power. At the time, Gu Yan attached great importance to this point, guessing that the Bai family might be colluding with demonic beasts and using an extremely evil smelting method in secret. The corpses that the Qing family patriarch has brought out are all demonic beasts, but if you look closely, you can see traces of human remnants on them, especially the special fluctuations left by the smelting method. These so-called demonic beasts are definitely humans who have been forged from the bloodline of the demon race. The Qing family seems to have noticed this matter as well. Then Gu Yan looked at the expressions of the Li family patriarch and the Chu family patriarch. They noticed that their expressions turned grim almost immediately after seeing the corpses, clearly indicating that they had taken note of this. Ancestor Bai, the method of smelting has been a taboo since ancient times. How dare your Bai family secretly study it? You are preparing to lead the Qingming sect into an abyss of no return. The Qing family patriarch's expression was unusually cold. He had originally intended to take advantage of the gathering of everyone to announce this news, delivering a heavy blow to the once powerful Bai family. Upon hearing this, many disciples and elders of the Qingming sect instinctively distanced themselves from the Bai family. These days, from the elders and deacons of the Qingming sect to the inner and outer disciples, everyone is fighting against the demonic beasts and hates them to the core. Now, they never expected that the Bai family would secretly collude with the demonic beasts and even research the smelting method that has always been considered taboo. You have indeed broken through to the mid-nascent soul stage, but unfortunately, it must have been achieved through a refining method, right? Do you know that if this news leaks out, it will bring utter destruction to the Qingming sect? The head of the Qing family spoke coldly. He already harbored resentment towards the Bai family, and now that the Bai family had violated a taboo, he naturally showed no mercy. Upon hearing the Qing family had revealed the Bai family's biggest secret, the faces of the Bai family's higher-ups, especially the Bai family patriarch, turned completely cold. In an instant, a violent surge of energy transformed into a hurricane vortex, threatening to engulf the Qing family patriarch and tear him to pieces. Bai Xian, it's come to this, why don't you bow your head and confess your sins? Rumble. The Qing family's patriarch, carrying a long sword, appeared here. A terrifying sword aura soared into the sky, tearing apart and shattering the terrifying impact emanating from Bai family patriarch Bai Xian. The patriarchs of the Chu family and the Qing family exchanged a glance and saw the ruthlessness in each other's eyes. However, the Bai family patriarch simply smiled coldly. Based on your own words, you've concluded that our Bai family has ties with demonic beasts? I think you're insane. If the Bai family is not dealt with quickly, the news that the Bai family is fusing with demonic beasts will surely cause a great shock to the righteous sects. When the time comes, they will inevitably purge from within, and they may all be affected. Bai Xian, since our Qing family is so certain that you are colluding with demonic beasts, we naturally have sufficient evidence, unlike your Bai family, which acts recklessly. The Qing family patriarch shook his head slightly, then looked up at the void and said loudly. Patriarchally, it's already this late, why haven't you shown yourself? Your family's heavenly mirror can reveal the demonic beast, please make your move. As the Qing family patriarch finished speaking, Gu Yan saw an ancient bronze mirror appear on the spot. The mirror immediately projected a light that pierced through time and space, landing on Bai Xian deep inside the Bai family's cave. At this moment, Bai Xian looked like an old man in his twilight years, with thinning hair and loose skin all over his body, as if he had one foot in the ground. However, under the illumination of the heavenly mirror, his aura was not weak at all, but rather ferocious and domineering, like a dragon that overturned the sea. On the Xianjian, a hideous figure with a human head and a snake's body quickly appeared. Seeing the chilling reflection on the Xianjian mirror, everyone present felt their scalp tingle. The patriarch of the Bai family actually colluded with the demon beasts. He even became a half-demon himself. Upon seeing his true form reflected in the Xianjian mirror, the Bai family patriarch's eyes immediately darkened. You really are cunning, planning to make your move against me on this joyous occasion? Unfortunately, your strength is far from enough. Bai Xian indifferently surveyed them, pushing his mid-nascent soul aura to its limit. Even within this aura that had reached its peak, Gu Yan keenly sensed the dragon's oppressive power. Clearly, the patriarch of the Bai family was the oldest among the four major families, and in order to survive, he did not hesitate to be forged together with demonic beasts. Having become a half-human, half-demon monster, it's no wonder the Bai family's behavior is so despicable. They're no longer human, so naturally they don't intend to follow any rules. However, what Bai Xian said was true. The sudden attack by the three major families certainly caught Bai Xian off guard. However, faced with absolute power, the three nascent soul stage elders alone might not be able to withstand it. Immediately, Gu Yan shielded Zhao Linger behind him and quietly waited for the situation to change. Battles at the nascent soul level are beyond their reach. Rumble. With Bai Xian's intervention, even the combined forces of the Chu family patriarch, the Qing family patriarch, and the Li family patriarch were somewhat outmatched. Clearly, even a small difference in the nascent soul realm makes a world of difference. Even a 3-on-1 fight wouldn't be enough to defeat one. However, Gu Yan remained quite calm. Since the Qing family dared to take the lead in making trouble, they must have made very thorough preparations. Bai Xian, your strength has indeed increased significantly after your breakthrough, but the more powerful you become, the sooner your death will come. The Qing family patriarch made a move, exchanging another exchange with Bai Xian. Then, as if sensing something, he smiled and said, "Welcome to the arrival of Steward Zhou, a powerful cultivator in the mid-nascent soul stage from the Jingyi Alliance, to slay evil." As his voice fell, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly resounded throughout the world. Immediately afterwards, the void seemed to be torn apart, and a figure wielding a long sword quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a steward of the Zhangyi Alliance? Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Gu Yan's expression immediately hardened. The righteous and demonic factions are locked in a chaotic battle. Among them, the righteous force with great prestige is the Jingyi Alliance, which is rumored to have a nascent soul stage expert in charge. Within the Jingyi Alliance, there are many nascent soul cultivators who wield considerable influence in the vicinity of the Qingming sect. Now that the Bai family is being targeted, the steward from the Zhangyi Alliance is indispensable. Demon beasts are a major threat to our human race, and they have been trying to exterminate us. You actually cooperated with demon beasts, which is utterly heinous. As soon as he landed, Deacon Zhou stared coldly at Bai Xian. As a steward of the Zhangyi Alliance, he had an extremely solid foundation. Although he and Bai Xian were both at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, he was more than capable of defeating the latter. Moreover, with the three patriarchs of the Qingming sect also involved, Bai Xian is certain to die today. However, when Gu Yan's gaze fell on Bai Xian, he found that there was no panic on his face, but rather he said with confidence, "You didn't go to the battlefield of righteous and demonic forces to fight to the death, but came to the Qingming sect. You really think you can take me down? What a joke! I was originally going to let you live a little longer, but since you've jumped out to seek your death, then don't blame me." Bai Xian had obviously anticipated all sorts of unexpected events and schemes. This time, he seemed to be isolated, but after so many years of painstaking management in the Qingming sect, did they really think he was just running things haphazardly? 7 deadly formations. The next moment, Bai Xian roared, and the entire Qingming sect was shaken. The original protective formation quickly transformed into a light array, trapping the 3 patriarchs and Deacon Zhou inside. The Li family members, who were skilled in formations, turned green upon sensing this. After all, the sect's protective formation has always been maintained by the Li family, and it was the formation that the Li family created. But now Bai Xian has taken over the formation and taken control of it. The Li family members, all of whom were array masters, were very clear about the power of the 7 deadly formations. Even a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage would not be able to break the seal for a while when it was activated at full power. The appearance of this formation not only trapped them inside, preventing them from leaving, but also made it impossible to pinpoint Bai Xian's location. Bai Xian is like a spirit lurking in the darkness, waiting to launch a fatal blow at any moment. Just as Bai Xian attacked the patriarchs of the other 3 major families and Steward Zhou, the other Bai family disciples also reacted, stopped pretending, and directly activated their spiritual power to attack the disciples of the other sects around them. They had a plan from the beginning, to seize control of the Qingming sect and make it a base for cooperating with the demonic beasts. This gives them the opportunity to obtain the special bloodline and lifespan of demonic beasts, which, combined with their various talents, is a perfect complement. Although various problems may arise during the smelting process, as long as you can get through them, you can easily obtain power far exceeding what you can gain through cultivation. Some of them had already refined the bloodlines of demonic beasts, but they had kept it hidden in order to avoid revealing their whereabouts. Now it was finally time to vent their frustrations. Gu Yan. Kill that bastard Gu Yan first. That's right, the glory of my Bai family, everything the Bai family has been tainted because of him. At this moment, the Bai family members, no longer pretending, immediately set their sights on Gu Yan. Gu Yan had left a deep impression on them before. This guy publicly humiliated the 3rd young master, which was a huge disgrace to everyone in the Bai family. Gu Yan had already noticed the malicious gazes of the Bai family members, and he did not intend to fight them at this moment. But the Bai family members had already surrounded them. An overwhelming killing intent had already locked onto Gu Yan. Chapter 79 Talismans overwhelm the heavens, one sword suppresses all enemies. Kill Gu Yan. This child must not be allowed to live, otherwise he will surely become a major threat in the future. Bai Xian roared with a ferocious expression, completely devoid of his previous refined and easygoing demeanor. He was the Bai family's top genius, yet he was defeated by Gu Yan, a peasant, in front of everyone. This incident was a huge blow to him. Only by eliminating Gu Yan could he resolve the resentment in his heart and rebuild his spirit. As Bai Xian spoke, the other young members of the Bai family, who had long coveted Gu Yan, shouted in unison and rushed towards him. The Bai family was already at the top among the 4 great families. At this moment, they rushed towards Gu Yan all at once, each with talismans glowing on their bodies. Their auras were even more terrifying, and many of them had reached the 10th level of qi refining. As these young cultivators from the Bai family charged in, Gu Yan showed no sign of panic. As long as it wasn't a large group of Foundation establishment cultivators attacking him, Gu Yan wasn't afraid of a mere group of qi refining cultivators. His eyes narrowed slightly, and with a thought, the 2nd-tier fire spirit sword appeared and was firmly grasped in his hand. A surge of violent fire elemental energy coursed through his body, rapidly converging on the sword blade and transforming into billowing flames. The terrifying heat instantly distorted the overwhelming spiritual power converging from all directions. Whoosh! With a single sword strike, it roared out like a fire dragon. The Bai family disciple at the forefront immediately turned pale, sensing an extremely dangerous aura from the terrifying sword energy. Compared to us Bai family members who have received rigorous training since childhood, Guyan, you are still far from being good enough. Go in peace, we will give you a quick death, and we will take good care of your Taoist partner. Many disciples of the Bai family burst into laughter, then quickly activated numerous powerful talismans, launching their strongest attacks and defenses against Guyan. Although they were all chi refining cultivators, they were all talisman masters with a great many talismans on their bodies. This time, even a foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to withstand such a large number of talisman attacks. However, when the countless talismans came into contact with the fiery sword energy, it was not the scene of the sword energy being defeated that they had imagined. On the contrary, the various talismans they activated were immediately annihilated into ashes after the fire dragon sword energy swept out, without even being able to fully exert their effects. This scene left the Bai family members, who had been so confident just moments before, slightly stunned. Guyan is indeed quite capable, no wonder young Master Bai Zhuo met his end at his hands. Don't hold back any longer, unleash all your talismans and see how long he can hold out. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Bai family's chi refining disciples quickly regained their composure, immediately gathering their vast spiritual energy into their storage bags and rapidly activating the talismans within. In order to maximize their strength, these ordinary Bai family disciples usually only inscribe one type of talisman. This greatly increases the success rate of inscribing talismans, and the power will also be greatly enhanced due to increased proficiency. At this moment, dozens of Bai family disciples poured all sorts of talismans at Guyan. The horrifying sight caused the mouths of the other three major families around them to twitch. They believed that if they were in Guyan's situation, they would probably be scared to death. Even some foundation establishment cultivators retreated in fear, increasing the distance between themselves and Guyan. The combined power of so many talismans is not as simple as 1 + 1. Even a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment would find it difficult to withstand and would suffer severe damage. The Bai family disciples, witnessing this scene, all wore joyful smiles. As talisman masters, this was the first time they had ever activated talismans so extensively, and they felt a sense of exhilaration from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the hundreds and thousands of talismans flying towards him, Guyan narrowed his eyes. These people from the Bai family are truly ruthless. Their dense barrage of talismans left them no way out. Even a cultivator at the second or third level of foundation establishment would probably be on the verge of despair at this point. However, under the watchful eyes of the many disciples of the Bai family, Guyan showed no fear on his face, but instead stared at them with a slightly mocking look. Rumble! With the deafening roar of the talisman exploding, the chaotic shockwaves quickly spread out, causing quite a stir in the square. Even the battles between foundation establishment cultivators who were engaged in fierce combat couldn't help but draw attention. After all, as foundation establishment cultivators, they all sensed a strong threat of death from it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the smoke and dust from the site of the talisman bombardment dissipated. Guyan remained standing calmly in place. Even their clothes were unharmed, as if their previous attacks had completely missed. This is impossible. The Bai family members all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Their attack was terrifying, it nearly depleted half of their talisman reserves. Under such circumstances, even a foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Guyan has no chance of withstanding it. However, Bai Xian soon noticed that above Guyan's head, a familiar alchemy furnace appeared, radiating an ancient and restrained light. The alchemy furnace that Guyan used to refine pills. A grade 3 alchemy furnace. Bai Xian could hardly believe his eyes. The Bai family had searched many places for a third-grade alchemy furnace, but such a furnace was extremely rare. It is highly sought after but rarely available. Once it appears, it will inevitably be bought by an alchemist. Where did Guyan obtain this grade 3 alchemy furnace? The key point is that, in theory, only golden core cultivators can activate a grade 3 alchemy furnace. Even those with exceptional talent still need to reach the foundation establishment stage in terms of cultivation and spiritual sense. Guyan is only at the chi refining realm right now. How did he manage to overcome so many realm limitations and master them so smoothly? Alright, this alchemy furnace will be mine soon. A greedy smile appeared on Bai Xian's lips, and he had also heard that the wolf hairbrush was on Gu Yan's person. Killing him might allow us to plunder a lot of other valuable items from him. However, the thought had just crossed Bai Xian's mind. Gu Yan, already wielding a long sword, charged towards them like a god of war. Every step he took resembled a ghost. Each sword strike brought forth a blinding flash of blood. The once fanatical disciples of the Bai family fell in the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 of them all killed by Gu Yan's sword. Even with protective magic artifacts and talismans activated, they couldn't withstand the power of Gu Yan's sword. This bloody and terrifying scene made the Bai family members' hearts pound with fear. Gu Yan was clearly only a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining, so how could his strength be so great that he gave them a sense of invincibility? Attack together. No matter how strong Gu Yan is, how could he be a match for us? The third young master is right. Let's attack together and not give him any more chances. The square descended into chaos. Bai Xian and dozens of others joined forces and launched a frenzied attack on Gu Yan, but as time went on, Gu Yan gradually wiped out most of these dozens of people. The situation is beginning to show signs of reversing. But this situation did not last long, as a deafening roar followed. Bai Xian and his dozen or so disciples, who were almost like stray dogs, immediately seemed to sense something, and their faces showed a look of wild joy. The 7 deadly formations have been fully activated. Members of the Bai family will receive tremendous blessings, while non-Bai family members will be severely suppressed. As streams of abundant power converged into his body, Bai Xian suddenly let out a wild laugh, and then his body rapidly grew taller and expanded, subtly changing into the shape of a demonic beast. Although their appearances have become ugly, the overall strength of the Bai family members has greatly improved. These qi refining cultivators from the Bai family instantly gained strength approaching that of the foundation establishment stage. With the combined effects of demonic beast bloodline and the 7 deadly formations, they underwent 2 transformations from the inside out, resulting in a significant increase in their combat power. Gu Yan, your death is imminent. Sensing the surging, frenzied spiritual energy within him, Bai Xian once again led his men to charge at Gu Yan. However, this time, their strength has increased dramatically. But just as their confidence surged, they suddenly sensed a significant increase in the sharp sword energy emanating from Gu Yan. The scorching sword energy was continuous, possessing both the rage and explosive power of flames and the ceaseless flow of rivers. They felt a sense of dread and even a feeling of threat from the sword energy they sensed. In their next encounter, unsurprisingly, they were once again suppressed by Gu Yan. Some of the Bai family disciples turned pale upon seeing this. Why did Gu Yan seem to be getting stronger with each battle? They wanted to rush forward to provide support, because once they missed this golden opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to eliminate Gu Yan again. However, as soon as they made their move, Zhao Linger, who was standing next to Gu Yan, also began to act, preventing more Bai family disciples from attacking Gu Yan. Zhao Linger lowered her eyes, gripped the spirit sword in her hand tightly, and a chillingly cold northern darkness sword intent suddenly spread out. Wherever it passed, it was as if winter was approaching, with the earth covered by a thick layer of ice, snowflakes dancing in the air, and the biting cold making people's movements stiff. Some members of the Bai family have already transformed into demonic beasts. Although their strength is even more terrifying, their movements have lost the agility of humans and become somewhat stiff. Under Zhao Linger's northern darkness sword intent, they all felt somewhat suppressed. Then they saw the cold sword light magnify in their eyes. Whether it was the Bai family members who activated the talismans or those who had transformed into demonic beasts, without exception, they all fell one after another under this chilling sword energy. Looking at Gu Yan, who was dominating the battlefield, and Zhao Linger beside him, the Bai family disciples, who had already transformed into demonic beasts and were comparable to foundation establishment cultivators, all looked extremely uncomfortable. They had tried their best, but they were still no match for Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. If this continues, the Bai family members who attacked the two will likely be completely wiped out. These two guys are ridiculously strong. So many of us attacked them, but not only did we fail to take them down, we also suffered heavy losses? Elsewhere, the Bai family members, who held a significant advantage, all stared in astonishment in the direction where Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were. Chapter 87 Deadly Sins Trapping the Dragon, The Mystery of the Erased Core. The other 3 major families also stared at Gu Yan and Zhao Linger with shocked expressions. They struggled against the Bai family's attacks, but Gu Yan and Zhao Linger, who were targeted so much, ended up killing everyone in sight. And just then, above the plaza, Bai Xian roared, his strength greatly enhanced by the 7 deadly formations. Almost at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, He even fought against 4 nascent soul cultivators single-handedly, yet still appeared calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. As time went on, Bai Xian, who no longer wanted to get entangled, swelled up like a balloon. Then, under the horrified gazes of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, his aura surged, becoming increasingly ferocious and domineering, like a dragon churning the seas. Then, a hideous figure with a human head and a snake's body clearly appeared before their eyes. At this moment, having merged with the bloodline of the demon beast, Bai Xian's realm had reached a level comparable to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. The late nascent soul stage directly overwhelmed the ancestors of the 3 major families. Even Zhou, the steward of the Jingyi alliance, had a slight change in expression. The difference in strength between late-stage nascent soul cultivators is too great. They may be able to resist now by relying on magical artifacts and other means, but if it drags on for too long, they will inevitably suffer a crushing defeat, or even be annihilated. Formation. If we destroy the 7 absolute formation, the power boost Bai Xian received will dissipate, and even the side effects of his fusion with the demon beast's bloodline will erupt. That will be our opportunity, the Li family patriarch said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the other 3. The other 3 naturally had no objections, also believing that breaking the formation was the fastest and easiest way to affect Bai Xian. However, the 7 deadly formations is extremely mysterious, and since the Bai family is activating it at this time, they must have made thorough preparations. After all, even the Li family had not noticed anything unusual about this place before. You think you can break the formation I set up? You're just dreaming. Bai Xian stared coldly at the 4 nascent soul cultivators, his snake-shaped pupils radiating a chilling aura. In his current state, the 4 opponents are no match for him and will soon become his food. By devouring these cultivators, we might have a chance to advance further and truly break through to the late nascent soul stage. After he finished speaking, Bai Xian's long python body seemed to transform into a special ring, trapping the 4 of them inside. Although the 4 nascent soul cultivators didn't have time to use the formation, they had already sent a telepathic message to the others. Is it necessary to destroy the formation? At this moment, the voice transmissions of the 4 nascent soul cultivators appeared in the minds of almost all non-Bai family cultivators. While the 3 major families seem to have a huge advantage in numbers, their top experts at the nascent soul level are completely suppressed by the Bai family patriarch. The other members of the Bai family also benefited from the enhancement of formations, talismans, and even the blood of demonic beasts, greatly increasing their strength. Apart from Gu Yan and Zhao Linger, the rest of the area was filled with wails as they suffered powerful suppression from the Bai family cultivators. Let alone destroying the formation, even surviving the increasingly ferocious attacks of the Bai family cultivators would be difficult. Sizzle! After Gu Yan severed Bai Xian's head with a single sword stroke, he immediately looked at Zhao Linger, who was standing not far away beside him. Zhao Linger then cleared away the Bai family members around her, exchanged a glance with Gu Yan, and rushed towards the center of the formation. Gu Yan and the other 2 knew very well. The fate of the people is intertwined only by destroying the formation and allowing the 3 major families and the Jingyi alliance to win can I have any chance of survival. Otherwise, given the Bai family's ruthlessness, he would never have survived. Li Qingwan, where is the core of the 7 deadly formations? Are there any other weaknesses in the formation? As he rushed toward the center of the formation, Gu Yan quickly inquired about the weaknesses of the formation from the Li family. This Li Qingwan is the pride of the Li family, a genius of array formations. She is now a 2nd-grade array master. It is rumored that she also cultivates the extremely rare heavenly eye among array masters, which allows her to see things that ordinary people cannot see. If we could get her guidance and help, it wouldn't be impossible to break the 7 deadly formations. However, under Gu Yan's persistent questioning, Li Qingwan's pretty face was filled with despair. The array's core, it's been concealed. I can't see it clearly, I can only vaguely sense its existence. Moreover, the location of the core is extremely dangerous. Unless a nascent soul cultivator intervenes, it's impossible to break. Her perception of formations was extremely keen, and the more keen she was, the more terrifying the formation seemed to her. This formation was activated by Bai Xian, the patriarch of the Bai family. He had no intention of letting these people from the 3 major families leave alive. Seeing that Li Qingwan was unable to provide the location of the array's core, Gu Yan frowned slightly. He knew nothing about formations and had no chance of finding the core of the formation. Even a genius like Li Qingwan couldn't pinpoint the location of the array's core, even a higher-ranking 3rd-grade array master might not be able to do it. No wonder she fell into despair. However, if the 7 deadly formations are not destroyed, and things continue like this, even if the 4 nascent soul cultivators do their best to hold out against Bai Xian, they will be unable to break through. The others are no match for the Bai family either. If there are any major casualties, the current situation will collapse. But at this moment, who can guide me to find the core of the formation? Lady. Sister Ling. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger thought of Ling Qingyu almost simultaneously. Although Ling Qingyu's cultivation level wasn't high, the sword techniques she taught them were extremely profound and unfathomable. In this current crisis, it seemed that only she could break the deadlock. Regardless, Ling Qingyu was someone they all trusted. Just as Gu Yan was about to send a telepathic message to Ling Qingyu, perhaps due to a telepathic connection, Ling Qingyu unexpectedly took the initiative to send a telepathic message to them. The key to the formation is at its center, but it is heavily guarded by the Bai family. Be careful when you go deeper. I have already arranged for Chu Fian to meet you. Although she wasn't in the square, she still noticed what had happened and had been trying to find a solution. Given Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's strength, the only thing they can do right now to turn the tide is to destroy the 7 deadly formations. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They knew that Ling Qingyu would be reliable in crucial moments. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the center of the square. The deeper one goes, the greater the pressure from the formation becomes, and even mist appears in the air, making one unconsciously become immersed in it and unable to discern directions. However, Ling Qingyu was clearly paying close attention to the formation, constantly giving Gu Yan and Zhao Linger hints. 10 steps with your left hand. 5 steps with your right hand. Go straight, and be quick, this formation is constantly changing. With Ling Qingyu's guidance, although they followed a winding, circuitous path, both Gu Yan and Zhao Linger clearly felt the pressure descending upon them becoming heavier, and the mist in the air grew even thicker. Clearly, they were indeed getting closer to the center of the formation. Even with Gu Yan's increasingly powerful soul perception, he could still detect the fluctuations at the core of the formation. They are definitely not far from the core of the 7 deadly formations. Interesting. Someone actually stumbled into the core area of the formation. Just as Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were about to venture deeper, they suddenly heard a slightly surprised voice coming from the depths of the mist. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger immediately became alert, sensing a strong aura of danger emanating from that person. Late stage of foundation establishment. A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Bai family is guarding this place. Gu Yan and Bai Linger both became extremely solemn. Their current strength is comparable to that of an early foundation establishment cultivator, and they can even annihilate an early foundation establishment cultivator and face off against a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. However, the late foundation establishment stage is far more powerful than the mid-foundation establishment stage, especially since the opponent has also received the 7 deadly formations, making their aura even more terrifying. Gu Yan Zhao Linger, you're only at the Qi refining stage, yet you've managed to get here. You're really something. Most foundation establishment cultivators would get lost in that fog. The mist swirled, and a burly man wielding a large knife looked at Gu Yan and Zhao Linger with some surprise. He was responsible for guarding this place and preventing anyone from getting close to the core of the formation. I thought some important people might come, but instead, these 2 small fry showed up. However, since both of them were people the Bai family was determined to kill, it wasn't entirely pointless to wait. Gu Yan, in particular, had witnessed the previous alchemy competition firsthand, and even the geniuses of the Bai family paled in comparison. Gu Yan is undoubtedly a true genius, and killing such a genius brings him immense pleasure. Come on, I've heard you 2 are quite strong, so go all out and let me see your limits. As he spoke, the burly man beckoned to Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they could at most deal with a cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage. To think they could deal with him, who was empowered by the 7 deadly formations, was nothing but a pipe dream. However, waiting here is extremely boring. It would be very interesting to make these 2 geniuses completely despair in front of me. Whoosh! Almost the instant Bai Xian finished speaking, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger drew their swords in unison, creating 2 crisscrossing sword energies in the air. Clang! Bai Xian gripped his broadsword tightly and slashed out with a powerful strike, like a tiger descending a mountain. His momentum was overwhelming, instantly severing the sword energy released by the 2 men and sweeping towards them with unstoppable force. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger made another move, finally managing to block the incoming blade light. After testing the waters, Gu Yan's expression became completely serious. Just as he had expected, the strength of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was several times stronger than that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he has made significant progress during this period, he still cannot bridge this gap. However, at that moment, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger simultaneously heard Ling Qingyu's voice. Upon hearing this, both of them looked at each other in surprise. Is it really possible? However, since Ling Qingyu spoke with such certainty, it should be possible to do so. So the two hesitated for only a moment before charging towards Bai Xian again. Bai Xian was stunned. They were clearly no match for him, and the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. Why did they dare to step forward so proactively at this time? Are you looking for death? Whoosh! As Gu Yan and Zhao Linger rushed in front of Bai Xian's eyes turned cold, and he was about to swing his sword. Chapter 81 Dual Swords Combined, Slaying a Foundation Establishment Stage. Just as Bai Xian was about to teach the two arrogant juniors a lesson, he suddenly noticed that Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's auras seemed to be one at this moment, and the sword energy on their bodies, which were originally completely different, actually showed signs of merging into one. What kind of tactic is this? Bai Xian frowned, having never seen such a bizarre method before. However, he sensed a hint of danger in the subtle harmony between the two. The two swords combined. This is the method that Ling Qingyu told them. The fusion of three different sword energies will result in a surge in power. However, achieving a perfect combination of skills is not an easy task. It requires close cooperation and mutual trust between the two parties. After Gu Yan and Zhao Linger became husband and wife, their intimacy and affection level skyrocketed, making it extremely easy for them to achieve this. Whoosh! In an instant, the first wisp of fused sword energy, combining fire spirit sword energy, water spirit sword energy, and northern dark sword energy, tore through the sky and rushed towards Bai Xian the moment the two swung their swords simultaneously. Fusing sword energy, that's quite a fancy technique, but unfortunately, the difference in cultivation level can't be bridged by such methods. Bai Xian sneered, his spiritual power surging within him like a rushing river, flowing endlessly into the greatsword. The blade's light was dazzling, like a rising sun, and it collided violently with the fused sword energy. An astonishing shockwave swept through, sending Bai Xian flying. His entire body was covered in twisted sword wounds, dripping with blood. Bai Xian winced in pain, a serious expression appearing on his face for the first time. He had just gone all out, but ended up getting injured by them. This technique is not just flashy on the surface, it truly brings about a qualitative transformation in the sword energy. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. No wonder Taoist partners are extremely important to cultivators. Not only in cultivation, but also in close cooperation in battle, their combat power can be greatly enhanced. Of course, they also knew that the key to their ability to combine their swords was the special sword technique that Ling Qingyu had taught them. Otherwise, even if they were of one mind, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. The next moment, the two, who had already seen a glimmer of hope for victory in the combined attack of their swords, pressed directly towards Bai Xian Wei. Bai Xian had been careless and was seriously injured. He also needed to guard this place and prevent Gu Yan and Zhao Linger from going deeper. For a moment, he was put on the defensive. Clang 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 clang. With the sound of swords clashing, Bai Xian was completely suppressed by the two who were becoming more and more proficient in using their swords together. Puff! After several dozen breaths, Bai Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, the sword marks all over his body cracked open, and his whole body was like a pile of building blocks that collapsed and fell into pieces. Bai Xian, late foundation establishment stage, perished. Looking at Bai Xian's corpse, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger both breathed a sigh of relief and then continued to delve deeper. After passing this place, the two saw a spacious and flat blue brick ground. On this ground, 3 meters above the ground, a majestic array plate was quietly suspended. This array plate, about the size of a palm, extended and branched out into countless complex array patterns, spreading and diffusing along the blue brick floor. The Eye of the 7 Deadly Formations. Seeing this, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger were overjoyed. As long as the array plate was destroyed, the 7 deadly formations would lose their effectiveness. At that time, the extremely unfavorable situation for them will be reversed. However, before they even got close to the array plate, they discovered a white-haired figure sitting cross-legged not far away within it. A half-step golden core cultivator? Gu Yan immediately stopped in his tracks. He sensed an unimaginable, terrifying pressure emanating from the guardian of the array plate. The spiritual energy seemed to have solidified, and even the mere aura emanating from the body made it difficult for him to breathe. No wonder Li Qingwan felt despair. It's not that cultivators at the half-step golden core stage are incapable of dealing with them, but rather that in the current battle, both nascent soul elders and golden core cultivators are locked in a stalemate. Although the 3 major families have a leading number of golden core cultivators, the Bai family's golden core cultivators are even stronger with the triple blessing, and the 7 absolute formation has suppressed and imprisoned some of their golden core cultivators. As a result, only Foundation establishment cultivators can truly move freely on the battlefield. Because they were not strong enough to influence the course of the battle, they were not deliberately targeted or plotted against. However, there is a huge gap between Foundation establishment cultivators and half-step golden core cultivators. Moreover, the formation is extremely mysterious, and very few cultivators can even get close to the formation plate. So how could one reliably kill a half-step golden core cultivator? We need a true golden core cultivator. The Bai family has such deep scheming. Gu Yan frowned. Such a meticulous plan showed that the Bai family had been harboring wolfish ambitions for many years. Now that it had been exposed, it might not have been an accident, but rather that the Bai family had wanted to make a move for a long time. As Gu Yan and Zhao Linger appeared, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged around the array plate suddenly opened his sharp eyes. His eyes were unusual, with two completely different pupil colors, seemingly born that way, giving him a strange and eerie feeling. Two qi refining cultivators? A look of disbelief flashed in the old man's eyes. In his view, there were very few cultivators who could get this far. They must be the best among Foundation establishment cultivators. Unexpectedly, it was two qi refining cultivators who broke through the numerous barriers. Bai Xian is guarding your location. He is a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. How could you possibly have killed him? The white-haired old man, who is usually calm and composed, was somewhat out of control at this moment. After all, this is really quite unbelievable. He was killed by two qi refining cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage. Who would believe that if I told them? However, as he carefully sensed the aura emanating from the two individuals, he also discovered a clue. Such powerful sword energy. Your cultivation technique is quite extraordinary. The white-haired old man's expression turned solemn. He no longer looked down on the two men because of their low cultivation levels. If you both break through to the late Foundation establishment stage, I'm afraid even I, a half-step golden core cultivator, wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. To die at the hands of someone like me, a half-step golden core cultivator, is enough for you to go down in history. The white-haired old man took a deep breath, and then, with light and shadow flowing in the depths of his pupils, he made a decisive move without any hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack Gu Yan and the other person. Although he was a senior cultivator at the half-step golden core stage, his initiative to attack a junior qi refining cultivator was completely devoid of martial ethics. However, the current situation cannot afford the slightest mistake. Once the 7 deadly formations are broken, not only will the patriarch's strength be greatly affected, but the strength of the Bai family members will also be affected, and even the golden core cultivators of the 3 major families who have been imprisoned and suppressed will be able to free up their hands. At that time, the Bai family will be in danger. He was already the last line of defense for the formation, and he could not allow any accidents to happen. Even ants must be wiped out. When a half-step golden core cultivator made a direct move, both Gu Yan and Zhao Linger felt as if their scalps were about to explode. Faced with a sudden attack from a near golden core cultivator, neither Gu Yan nor Zhao Linger dared to be careless in the slightest. The two once again combined their swords, unleashing a sharp and terrifying fusion of sword energy. However, this fused sword energy posed no threat whatsoever to the white-haired old man with naturally heterochromatic eyes. He simply flashed past the incoming sword energy, his figure magnified in Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's eyes at an astonishing speed. Their pupils contracted simultaneously, and in the next instant, Gu Yan and Zhao Linger tacitly retreated quickly, widening the distance between themselves and the white-haired old man. But the white-haired elder, being a near golden core cultivator, possessed astonishing explosive power. In just a moment, he caught up with the two again, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Both of you are quite extraordinary. If you kneel down and kowtow now to join my Bai family, I can beg the family head to keep you as servants of my Bai family. He had seen both Gu Yan and Zhao Linger's talent and strength, and to simply eliminate them would be a terrible waste. Therefore, the white-haired old man decided to give the two of them a chance. However, neither of them spoke when pressured by the white-haired old man. The Bai family, by associating with demonic beasts, is attempting to embark on a forbidden path. They are even more beastly than animals themselves. The thought of them being forced to serve as lackeys for beasts made them laugh in anger. Sizzle! The white-haired old man's hands surged with spiritual light, transforming into the ferocious arms of a demonic beast that tore through the sky with a piercing tearing sound. The black marks left by the claws in the void lingered for a long time. Gu Yan activated the Tai Su step, and with Zhao Linger, he narrowly retreated several steps, avoiding the deadly attack. This attack, which was almost certainly fatal to Foundation establishment cultivators, missed its mark, causing even the white-haired old man to be slightly taken aback. What kind of technique was that just now? Such fast movement. The white-haired old man squinted, recalling the scene of Gu Yan and Zhao Linger retreating at top speed. Even with his current strength and realm, he was momentarily dazed and unable to pinpoint their whereabouts. No wonder they managed to get all the way here, they're really two shady rats. The white-haired old man's face was slightly cold, filled with deep displeasure. For a dignified quasi-golden core cultivator to attack two chi refining juniors was already a laughingstock. But to fail to subdue them even after 2 consecutive attacks was an utter disgrace. The white-haired old man was enraged and no longer held back. He unleashed his spiritual power and pressed Gu Yan and his companion relentlessly. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Gu Yan's forehead. Although the Taisu step was mysterious to him, dodging attacks like those from the white-haired old man consumed a tremendous amount of his spiritual energy. If it weren't for his profound foundation, his spiritual energy would have been exhausted after he and Zhao Linger had just dodged an attack. Faced with this enraged quasi-golden core elder, Gu Yan could only retreat continuously, hoping to find another opportunity. The white-haired old man was extremely vigilant. The key point of the formation was of utmost importance and could not be lost. He absolutely could not afford to waste time here with them. Gu Yan's guess came true. The white-haired old man attacked even faster and with greater ruthlessness and cruelty. At this moment, not only did the white-haired old man's long arms transform into the sharp claws of a demonic beast, but even his feet turned into the legs and feet of a ferocious demonic beast. Its explosive power is even more astonishing. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were no match for the white-haired old man who had transformed into a demon. Seeing the critical situation, Zhao Linger gritted her teeth, and the aura emanating from her body suddenly surged. She went from the 10th level of Qi refining to the late stage of foundation establishment in one go. The surging power caused her skin to crack, and the immense power almost burst her apart. Chapter 82 Golden Core devours Meridians, 3 break the formation. Bump! The white-haired old man launched another deadly attack, but Zhao Linger, who activated the Northern Darkness sword technique, blocked it. Immediately, a surge of overwhelming sword energy erupted between the two, shaking the void. Zhao Linger felt as if she had been struck by a heavy hammer, and her body staggered back 2 steps. The sharp and cold sword energy emanating from her body froze the ground, forming a thick layer of ice that made people shiver. Golden Core Power. How can you possess the power of a Golden Core cultivator within your body? Although this move suppressed Zhao Linger, the white-haired old man's face showed more horror. He has already stepped halfway into the Golden Core realm and has a relatively deep understanding of the Golden Core power of Golden Core cultivators. In his perception, Zhao Linger's sudden surge in aura was clearly due to the enhancement of the Golden Core's power. But how could a Qi refining cultivator possess such abundant Golden Core power? How many secrets do these two people still hold that we don't know about? Thinking of this, the white-haired old man's killing intent intensified, and his eyes were fixed on the two of them. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yan immediately recalled the golden elixir in the tomb. After Zhao Linger hastily refined that golden core, it raised her to a minor realm, indicating that she hadn't absorbed most of the golden core's power. Now that she has truly encountered a formidable enemy, she has temporarily mobilized the power of her golden core, which has given her strength comparable to the late foundation establishment stage. However, this was not her own strength, and it put a great strain on her body, making it clear that she was about to give up. Zhao Linger clearly understood this as well. A swift resolution was necessary. So, although she was ruthlessly repelled by the white-haired old man, the moment she regained her footing, she rushed directly towards him. With the power of the Golden Core, Zhao Linger's strength was far beyond what it had been before, and her understanding of the Northern Darkness sword technique became increasingly profound. Gu Yan didn't sit idle either. He hurriedly took out a wolf hairbrush from his pocket and drew mysterious runes in the air, imprinting them on Zhao Linger's body. These are all talismanic powers that can stabilize her physical body and give her various buffs. With Gu Yan's support, Zhao Linger's strength increased dramatically again, reaching a level close to the peak of foundation establishment. However, there is still a huge gap between them and true half-step Golden Core cultivators. Therefore, after exchanging a few more blows, Zhao Linger was once again suppressed. Upon seeing this, the white-haired old man's smile grew even more arrogant. You two have such great fortune, being able to refine and absorb the Golden Core of a Golden Core cultivator. It's a pity that no matter how great your fortune is, you are ultimately not true Golden Core cultivators. Looking at Zhao Linger, who was still activating the power of her Golden Core, the white-haired old man smiled disdainfully, saying that the gap between her cultivation level and actual combat was too great. No matter what the opponent does, they still cannot escape being suppressed and annihilated by them. At this point, are you still not going to surrender, or are you prepared to fight me to the death? Unfortunately, unless another person comes, they can't possibly be a match for me. They're just wasting time. The outcome is already decided, so you should give up struggling. The white-haired old man pressed closer, his eyes filled with an increasingly ruthless killing intent as he stared at Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. The Azure Nether sect will ultimately belong to our Bai family. Merging with demonic beasts will be the mainstream of my future cultivation. He laughed loudly, preparing to end Zhao Linger's life with one hand. Once Zhao Linger was dead, Gu Yan would be easy to capture. Clang! However, just as his claws reached a foot in front of Zhao Linger's chest, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking the old man's attack. Upon seeing the newcomers, Gu Yan, Zhao Linger, and the white-haired old man all showed expressions of astonishment. Chu Fian, she actually arrived. At this moment, Chu Fian was wearing a bright red wedding dress. She hadn't originally planned to wear it. She had absolute confidence in Gu Yan's victory, and even if Gu Yan was ambushed, she had no intention of living on her own. However, the thought of being able to see Gu Yan in her wedding dress and let him see her appearance made her obediently put on the bright red wedding gown. At this moment, Chu Fian, now dressed in a wedding gown, exuded a mature charm befitting a married woman. Her curvaceous figure, far from being concealed by the wide robe, instead inspired a desire to peer into and even desecrate it. Gu Yan composed himself. Chu Fian truly lived up to her reputation as a seductive vixen. Just looking at her in her wedding dress made even those in dangerous situations feel relaxed. A natural beauty. Even Zhao Linger stared blankly at Chu Fian, who was blocking her way. Her figure, her looks, and especially her unique charm made even this woman unable to resist taking a second look. Chu Fian. You will soon be a member of the Bai family, the young mistress of our Bai family. Do you intend to be an enemy of our Bai family? Seeing Chu Fian make a move, the white-haired old man felt a surge of anger and warned her in a cold voice. Chu Fian looked at him disdainfully. This is just wishful thinking on your part, Bai family. I never agreed to marry into your Bai family from the beginning. Besides, your so-called genius young master is nothing special. He was utterly defeated by Gu Yan. How dare you mention this? Chu Fian launched into a tirade of mockery. The white-haired old man's face was a mixture of pale and ashen, and the anger in his heart almost burst forth. That Chu Fian is really hateful. She always brings up the very thing she shouldn't have said. If you insist on doing this, you will be courting death. The ancestor is about to kill those 4 nascent soul cultivators. At this time, you are making an enemy of the Bai family, which is a path to your demise. Is that so? The outcome is still uncertain, yet you're certain the Bai family has one? Chu Fian scoffed. Once the 7 deadly formations dissipate, the Bai family you speak of will be utterly defeated and suffer a crushing defeat. Stubborn to the end, then you might as well die. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Chu Fian, the white-haired old man showed no mercy and charged directly at her. He had initially thought that Chu Fian was someone the patriarch had taken a liking to. He had even considered giving her a chance to repent, but since she wasn't seizing the opportunity, then she would die along with Gu Yan and Zhao Linger. As for their strength, they simply couldn't possibly shake the formation. Just as the white-haired old man charged forward, Chu Fian quickly glanced at Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger has now received Gu Yan's power boost, making her comparable to the peak of Foundation establishment. If they attacked together, the white-haired old man would be no match for them. However, they needed to be quick, otherwise Zhao Linger would soon be unable to hold on. Zhao Linger understood Chu Fian's thoughts, and the two of them immediately attacked the white-haired old man from the left and right. They had harbored a slight animosity towards each other because of Gu Yan, but now that they were truly in danger, they were able to quickly unite for the sake of the man they admired. With the arrival of Chu Fian, the two women joined forces. Gu Yan was also busy, silently assisting them from behind. He used a wolf hairbrush to draw various buffing talismans and blessed the two women. Then, he continued to grip the wolf hairbrush tightly, inscribing the most ferocious second-tier talismans, forming a dense array of talisman swords, which he then used to attack the white-haired old man's weak points. The three worked closely together. The white-haired old man's face grew increasingly gloomy and ugly. After only a few dozen moves, his face turned pale. Blood even began to flow from the corners of his mouth, and his aura as a half-step golden core cultivator was steadily declining. He was indeed powerful, but even the strongest can be overwhelmed by a trio, especially since his opponents were a trinity, two prodigies comparable to the peak of Foundation establishment, plus a second-tier genius talisman master. The three of them worked together with perfect coordination, demonstrating that 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. Even he couldn't withstand that. Puff! After Chu Fian's fist struck the white-haired elder's chest like a meteor, the white-haired elder could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood and becoming weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Linger slashed down with her sword. The icy wind howled, freezing the air and quickly freezing the white-haired elder's body. Then, under his horrified gaze, the sword cleaved his body in two. Slay a half-step golden core cultivator. Once the white-haired elder's aura had completely subsided, Zhu Fian and Zhao Linger breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing a hint of lingering fear. If it weren't for the three of them working together, and if any one of them were missing, they would have all died tragically at the hands of this half-step golden core cultivator. Fortunately, they all arrived and successfully eliminated their opponent. However, they cannot rest yet, the formation has not been destroyed. The next instant, all three of them turned their gazes toward the array that was radiating brilliant light, and then they attacked in unison, unleashing a terrifying and overwhelming attack on the array's core. Rumble! Without the protection of the white-haired elder, the most vulnerable core of the formation immediately cracked under their attack, and the entire formation began to fall apart. At the same time, the bloody battle continued in the square. With the blessing of the 7 deadly formations and the blood and energy of demonic beasts, the combat power of all the chi refining cultivators in the Bai family has been enhanced to an extremely terrifying level. Taking on 3 opponents at once is not a problem. The disciples of the 3 major families who became Bai's rivals, as well as other chi refining disciples with little background, were no match for the Bai family, even when outnumbered. Many chi refining disciples were killed or injured. Severed arms and flesh could be seen everywhere in the square, looking extremely bloody, like a slaughterhouse for beasts. The blue bricks were stained red with blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The chi refining cultivators at the lower levels suffered heavy losses in this attack. If this continues, most chi refining cultivators will likely perish in this battle. Compared to the chi refining battlefield, which is enhanced by formations and the bloodlines of demonic beasts, the situation of the cultivators from the 3 major families in the Foundation Establishment battlefield is also not optimistic. The Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Bai family are already powerful, and now they are even more arrogant, able to fight 2 against 1. Some Foundation Establishment cultivators from the 3 major families were seriously injured. The Golden Core cultivators here felt extremely aggrieved. After all, once a cultivator reaches the Golden Core stage, the stronger they become, the less external aids they receive. This was originally a crucial moment for them to show their skills and turn the tide, but the 7 Absolute formation was like a prison, trapping most of their Golden Core cultivators in place, without giving them any chance to make a move. As for the most powerful nascent soul battle, Bai Xian was extremely arrogant. With his own strength and the suppression of the formation, he completely suppressed the 3 patriarchs of the Chu family and the 4 nascent soul cultivators, including Steward Zhou, and even injured them. With this balance of power, if this continues, within half an hour at most, these 4 nascent soul cultivators will inevitably perish completely, becoming food for him and helping him advance further. Let me eat you obediently, and you'll be spared some physical pain. Chapter 83. 4 demons appear in the world, life and death hang in the balance. Bai Xian's attention was focused on these 4 nascent soul cultivators, knowing that they had reached a dead end. They had already tried all sorts of methods, but none of them posed any threat to him. On the contrary, their auras were growing weaker and weaker. Bai Xian, your actions have made you a sinner against humanity. Once other forces find out, they will surely come here to kill you. It's not too late to turn back now. As a steward of the Zhengyi Alliance, Zhou Kun was the strongest and had the most unfathomable background. He spoke coldly at this moment. Bai Xian looked at him coldly. The Zhengyi Alliance is indeed a powerful force, but unfortunately it has been targeted by powerful demon clans. I would advise you to join my Bai family as soon as possible. That is your only way to survive. Without further ado, Bai Xian quickly formed hand seals, making the 7 deadly formations even more dazzling. This instantly sent the already weakened 4 flying, their bodies covered in blood. The patriarchs of the 3 major families in Zhou Kun were all deathly pale, and a sense of despair welled up in their hearts. With the combined power of the 7 deadly formations and the bloodline of the demon beast, even the 4 of them working together were no match for Bai Xian. If this continued, they would probably all die at Bai Xian's hands. As despair flashed through the hearts of the 4 nascent soul experts, Bai Xian attacked them again, intending to finish them off in one fell swoop. As long as these nascent soul cultivators are eliminated, the other cultivators in the sect will pose no threat to him whatsoever. They can be wiped out with a flick of the finger. The entire Qingming sect will completely become the sect of the Bai family. Puff! Just then, Bai Xian, who had made a powerful move, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The attacks that were originally launched with all their might were also dissipated because he was backfired. What happened? Bai Xian was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly noticed that the 7 deadly formations were fluctuating. The core of the formation is under attack. Impossible. The Golden Core cultivators are all bound, and our Bai family has the upper hand among the Foundation establishment cultivators. How could anyone have ventured deep into the 7 deadly formations? The 7 deadly formations were already shrouded in mystery, and with the elite troops he left behind guarding them, they should have been as stable as Mount Tai. Yet now, they have been attacked and are in ruins. As the controller of the 7 deadly formations, he suffered the most severe backlash because the formation's core was attacked. There's a problem with the 7 deadly formations. A look of joy immediately flashed across the faces of the Chu family patriarch, the Li family patriarch, and others. The reason they were still no match for Bai Xian even when they joined forces was mainly due to the suppression of them by the 7 absolute formation and the enhancement of Bai Xian, which widened the gap in combat power between them. Even without the 7 deadly formations, the 4 of them working together would still have a good chance of killing Bai Xian. Whose brilliant talent was responsible? The head of the Li family spared some of his attention and began to investigate with some curiosity. Soon, his expression turned somewhat astonished. Because the ones who destroyed the erase core were actually Gu Yan and his 2 companions. Of the 3 of them, only Chu Fingwu has reached the peak of Foundation establishment, while Gu Yan and Zhao Linger are only at the qi refining stage. But this makeshift trio managed to turn the tide of a precarious situation. Bai Xian also dispersed some of his attention to investigate the reason. Upon seeing the 3 familiar figures, a surge of murderous intent rose within him. At this moment, Bai Xian deeply regretted not eliminating Gu Yan and the others sooner. If they had died, this unexpected turn of events would not have occurred. Is this Gu Yan's value? The patriarch of the Chu family was also shocked, and couldn't help but recall what Chu Fian had said before. Gu Yan is indeed a genius. Only a genius like him can lead the Chu family to a new peak. The heads of the Li and Qing families were both somewhat shocked after sensing the presence of Gu Yan and the others. Their desire to win over Gu Yan and Zhao Linger became even stronger. Deacon Zhou of the Zhangyi alliance also looked at Gu Yan and the other 2 with surprise. He originally thought the day was bleak and he was doomed to die. He never dreamed that a dead end would be turned around by 3 juniors. Gu Yan, in particular, is quite extraordinary. Not only is he a genius at making talismans, but he is also a genius at making pills, and even a combat prodigy. Such a young hero is nowhere to be found even within the Zhangyi alliance. Put. While they were distracted by Gu Yan, the Bai family disciples who were empowered by the erase power had their spiritual energy released like lightning the instant the array plate shattered. A large part of their power comes from the 7 deadly formations. Now that the 7 deadly formations have been broken, it has had a backlash on them to varying degrees. Some members of the Bai family, without the balance of power from the 7 deadly formations and with the overwhelming power of the demon beast blood, lost control and their bodies exploded like human bombs, splattering blood everywhere. Their initially aggressive offensive was forced to slow down, and they even retreated and huddled in a defensive posture. The Golden Core cultivators who had been imprisoned were now freed from the suppression of the formation. At this moment, they were like tigers released from their cages, roaring at the Bai family members and leaping up to attack them. Being trapped in the array space was an utter disgrace to them. This humiliation must be repaid with blood. Kill. The 7 deadly formations have been broken by junior brother Gu and the others. The Bai family will be annihilated. Today is the day. It was unclear who started it, but the other disciples all sensed the change in the battle situation. The aura of the 7 deadly formations that had been suppressing them had indeed dissipated. Then, the crowd, who had been holding back their anger for a long time, shouted out loud, their morale soaring, and launched a counterattack against the Bai family. In an instant, the Bai family's excellent situation became precarious. Meanwhile, the Chu family patriarch and others took this opportunity to attack Bai Xian. Strike while the iron is hot and kill him. The backlash Bai Xian suffered was extremely severe. If he wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, their situation would remain dangerous once he recovered. Seeing the 4 nascent soul cultivators charging towards them in a fit of rage, Bai Xian's face darkened instantly, and he prepared to flee. However, the Chu family patriarchs and others had been holding back their anger for a long time. Now that they finally had a chance to fight back, how could they let him go? They all acted even faster. Bang bang bang. The 4 attackers landed one after another on Bai Xian. Bai Xian had suffered a severe backlash and had no time to defend himself. He was caught off guard by the attacks of 4 nascent soul cultivators, and his body nearly exploded in the process, leaving him covered in blood. The next instant, his aura completely faded away. Seeing that his escape attempt had failed and he was instead subjected to such an attack, Bai Xian went completely insane. Ha ha, do you really think this is the end? My Bai family has been planning this for 100 years. Come out, mountain kings of the Qingyang Mountains. For nascent soul cultivators are right here. They are the best food for your arrival. Bai Xian's voice was somewhat hoarse, mixed with blood. After the sound spread far and wide, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Then everyone was horrified to discover that the flesh on his chest had been torn open, forming a void passage made of flesh and blood. Then, a series of dark figures appeared before everyone's eyes from the end of the flesh and blood passage, followed by violent void fluctuations. Terrifying waves of demonic beast energy appeared here, blotting out the sky. Immediately afterwards, 4 ferocious-looking demonic beasts emerged from Bai Xian's flesh and blood passage. The faces of the Chu family patriarch and others also turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. Because these demonic beasts have all reached the level of 4th-order great demons, comparable to the nascent soul stage. These powerful demons usually stay in the central area of the Qingyang Mountains and rarely venture out. After all, each of these great demons possesses terrifying strength and is being secretly watched by many forces. Once provoked, it would cause a huge upheaval. But now, relying on Bai Xian's strange flesh and blood passage, they appeared here like ghosts. The nascent soul cultivators, including the Chu family patriarch, knew very well that even at their peak, they were no match for the 4 great demons who had gathered here. Moreover, their current condition is extremely poor, and it's not impossible for them to be devoured by these demonic beasts. Bai Xian, your Bai family is truly useless. We bestowed upon you a formation like the 7 deadly formations, yet you still couldn't take down a mere Qingming sect. You insist that we do it ourselves? Upon appearing here, the leading black ape spoke with a cold gaze. They had put in a lot of effort this time, but Bai Xian ultimately failed, and in the end, he still had to send them down to take action, which made them somewhat uncomfortable. They began to look down on Bai Xian and the Bai family more and more. I used to think the Bai family was extremely fierce and a good puppet family, but now it seems that the effort has not been worth the reward. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was a nascent soul cultivator with considerable status and strength, these demonic beasts were virtually invincible within the same realm. Moreover, in his pursuit of immortality and greater power, he had already submitted to the demonic beasts, so naturally he dared not disobey them and could only go along with it, saying, "Fellow great demons, I miscalculated this time, but with such a large amount of blood food, I'm sure you will all be satisfied. This trip won't have been in vain," he said with absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, the expression on the face of the leading black ape demon beast and the other 3 enormous demon beasts softened somewhat. Then each of them targeted a nascent soul cultivator, and terrifying pressure, like mountains crashing down on the 4 members of the Chu family. The 4 members of the Chu family were no match for them. They all turned pale, coughed up blood, and staggered back. Those who were originally confident of destroying the Bai family were once again filled with despair. Bai Xian and the Bai family are truly despicable. They've been rotten to the core for years. At that moment, several powerful demons seemed to sense something and turned to look at Gu Yan and his companions in the center of the plaza. Old Golden Eagle, your most valued descendant seems to have died at the hands of that chi refining cultivator. TSK, that's really outrageous. With such a difference in cultivation level, he was actually killed instead. The black ape demon seemed to have thought of something ridiculous, and looked at the Golden Eagle demon with dark gold wings beside it. The great demon Golden Eagle's face suddenly darkened. I never expected to find my good-for-nothing son's enemy here. Oh well, I'll just kill him and wash away his humiliation. The other demonic beasts also set their sights on Gu Yan, Zhao Linger, and Chu Fian. So it was just a few of you who broke the 7 deadly formations? You almost ruined my grand plan. You have some nerve. After saying that, the great demon Golden Eagle was the first to move its mind, and 3 sharp soul impacts, like wriggling light cones, rushed straight towards Gu Yan and the other 2. Chapter 84 Freezing with a single sword, descending to godhood. Although they all knew that Gu Yan and the other 2 were not simple, the Golden Eagle was a 4th-level nascent soul demon, and killing 3 juniors would be a piece of cake. The expressions of Gu Yan and the other 2 suddenly turned ugly. They hadn't expected Bai Xian to have such a backup plan. An attack from a nascent soul-level demon is not something they can withstand. Even the nascent soul cultivators of the human race, such as the Chu family patriarch, were instantly suppressed by the arriving great demons. There was absolutely no one who could help them withstand this terrifying attack. Gu Yan and the other 2 exchanged glances, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and do their best to fight back. But just as their offensive was gathering momentum, the Golden Eagle Demon's soul attack arrived, and all their methods melted away like ice and snow when that soul attack came. They had absolutely no power to resist. Even though Gu Yan and the other two knew that the gap between them and those at the nascent soul level was unimaginably large. But the other party's single thought was enough to overwhelm them, and this scene still gave the three of them an unprecedented sense of despair. Is he really going to die like this? Boom! Just as the soul-killing attack was about to rush into their brows and strangle their souls, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. Then time and space seemed to freeze instantly under this extreme cold. The terrifying soul attack was immediately frozen in place. A chill swept over them, and everyone shivered. Several powerful demons looked around in horror. After all, this strange scene came extremely abruptly. Even though they had filled the area with their divine sense, they still couldn't detect any trace of the other party. Who? What's the point of playing tricks? If you're so capable, let's fight head-on. Although the person who made the move was extremely mysterious, the four great demons exchanged glances and all saw the confidence in each other's eyes. After all, even the weakest of the four of them is comparable to a mid-stage nascent soul demon. The black ape leading them is even comparable to a late-stage nascent soul demon. Once they join forces, they can even put up a fight against a human cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage. In this land, they are the true uncrowned kings. Since when did those four beasts dare to act so ostentatiously? The cold voice seemed to come from the end of time and space, echoing throughout this world. The howling wind grew stronger and stronger, and the temperature in the air plummeted. Four beasts? Upon hearing this, the four great demons' faces suddenly darkened. As mid to late stage fourth-order demon beasts, even human nascent soul experts would have some respect for them. How dare you call them beasts? That's practically suicide. If you've got the guts, come out here. Let me see what you're really made of. If you're not willing to show yourself, then shut up here and stop barking like a dog. Otherwise, even if I beat the shit out of you, it'll be all your own fault. The four great demons became impatient. Gu Yan and Zhao Linger exchanged a glance, both noticing the strange look in each other's eyes. They had already heard that familiar voice. Elder Shui of the Snow Sword sect. With such miraculous abilities, how dare they show such contempt for the four great demons? Perhaps only a nascent soul cultivator could do that. These four beasts dare to speak so disrespectfully in front of a nascent soul cultivator. They are truly audacious. At that moment, Elder Shui, who had been provoked, suddenly appeared on the horizon amidst the swirling snow, crossing time and space. The extreme cold instantly filled every corner of the place. The cold air came in like a tidal wave. All the cultivators and demonic beasts in this place were suppressed without exception and were unable to move. The four great demons, who were about to hurl insults, suddenly looked like they had seen a ghost when they sensed Elder Shui's aura. Nascent soul stage? A nascent soul stage expert from the human race? How is that possible? This is nothing but a remote and impoverished place. At this moment, the black ape and the other three nascent soul demons had almost every hair on their bodies standing on end, their faces filled with extreme horror. I never dreamed that such a terrifying existence would appear in such a remote and impoverished place. Thinking back to how they had brazenly humiliated a nascent soul expert, they realized that the black ape and the several nascent soul demons who spoke couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Immediately afterwards, I was filled with endless terror. A nascent soul master. Even if all the nascent soul cultivators present joined forces, they would still be no match for the opponent. The humiliation of such beings nearly scared them half to death. The Chu family patriarch and others, who were suppressed by the aura of the demonic beast, felt that the pressure from the demonic beast had decreased a lot, but soon they were subjected to the terrifying pressure of ice and snow, which was 10 times stronger. A nascent soul master. Their expressions changed drastically. They never expected to encounter such a terrifying being here. The only thing that made them feel somewhat relieved was that the silver-haired old woman who had appeared there had been humiliated by the black ape and other demonic beasts. Those who humiliate a nascent soul cultivator will all meet their demise. Being wiped out by someone else is an easy thing for them. Just as the Chu family patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they saw the previously arrogant and domineering black ape and other great demons suddenly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Elder Shui, who had appeared there. Senior, we were blind and did not know of your presence. We beg you to forgive our rudeness and let us juniors go. While kowtowing, the black ape and other powerful demons respectfully handed over various precious spiritual herbs to Elder Shui. Although we don't know why this nascent soul expert is here, it's always a safe bet to fawn over him. However, looking at the kneeling demonic beasts before her, Elder Shue's anger did not subside in the slightest. She simply said coldly, "You beasts are really arrogant. This is the territory of the righteous path of the human race. What are you doing here? Do you want to destroy their sect?" As Elder Shue spoke, he slapped the faces of many demonic beasts, sending them flying backward, coughing up blood. Their cheeks were almost shattered by the slap, and blood flowed incessantly. But they still wore obsequious smiles, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction. "Well done, Senior. You fought well. From now on, we will never speak nonsense again, and we will never enter the territory of the righteous path of humanity." While speaking in a flattering tone, they were preparing to sneak away. With a nascent soul expert here, they had no other thoughts, and their eyes became much clearer. "Did I tell you to leave?" Elder Shue coldly surveyed them, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped to freezing. The black apes and other demonic beasts, who were already feeling the biting cold, trembled all over. "How dare you venture deep into human territory and commit atrocities? This crime deserves death. However, whether you live or die depends on her opinion." Upon hearing Elder Shue's first sentence, the black ape and other demonic beasts felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, too terrified to utter a single word. However, after hearing the second half of the sentence, they were somewhat confused. Did a nascent soul expert need to listen to the opinions of others? However, this also ignited some hope in their hearts. As a top-tier demon beast, as long as I make a promise and offer a gift as a bribe, and it's not a matter of life and death, they will surely spare my life. The Chu family patriarch and others were also shocked, especially Deacon Zhou from the Zhengyi alliance, who recognized Elder Shue, a nascent soul elder of the Snowfall Sword sect. The Snowfall Sword sect is a truly powerful force, much stronger than the Zhengyi alliance. It is the leader of the sword path in the entire eastern region of the Xintian Great Domain. Although there are signs of decline, its influence in the eastern region remains enormous. Does such an existence also need to consider the opinions of others? If Elder Shue hadn't said it herself, he would have thought it was a complete fantasy. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to Elder Shue. Then, it landed on Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger? The hearts of many demonic beasts skipped a beat, and the black ape that had just attacked Zhao Linger wished it could slap itself again. Why did I have to be so impulsive and attack Zhao Linger and the others? Now things are really messed up. If Zhao Linger becomes petty, my life will be forfeit. Zhao Linger, isn't she Zhao Hai's daughter? She's just an ordinary disciple, how could she have attracted Elder Shue's attention? The heads of the families were all completely puzzled. However, the head of the Bai family was already injured, and at this moment he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could someone who issues a kill order and must be eliminated have such an overwhelming background? This is really not right. With everyone's eyes on her, Zhao Linger felt a little uncomfortable and instinctively wanted to hide behind Gu Yan. Gu Yan held her sweaty hand and gently comforted her. "Don't be nervous. Elder Shue probably means no harm. She just hopes you will join the Snowfall Sword sect." After receiving comfort from Gu Yan, Zhao Linger relaxed considerably. Remembering that he had already encountered Elder Shue in the Great Tomb, he gripped Gu Yan's hand tightly, stepped forward, and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Shue." Elder Shue looked at Zhao Linger with considerable satisfaction. She had seen Zhao Linger's performance here before. Especially after activating that golden core, it became the main force against the half-step golden core. His strength, talent, and Northern Darkness sword intent are all impeccable. Although her current cultivation level is low, the Snowfall Sword sect has enough resources to help her improve rapidly. Once she truly breaks through to the golden core stage and masters the Northern Darkness sword intent, her combat power will surely amaze everyone. However, seeing her holding Gu Yan's hand tightly, her brows furrowed slightly again. As a cultivator, one should sever all emotions and love, and devote oneself wholeheartedly to the Tao. Zhao Linger is deeply in love, which is not a good thing. However, considering that Gu Yan could actually combine swordsmanship with Zhao Linger, she temporarily suppressed the killing intent in her heart, looked at Zhao Linger, and said, "What do you think? Join my Snowfall Sword sect, and I can assure you that you will definitely obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, your status within the sect will not be low, it will be dozens, even hundreds of times better than what you had in the Azure Nether sect. You can make any other requests you may have, and the fate of these demonic beasts is entirely up to you." Elder Shue patiently and skillfully guided him. Under Elder Shue's intense gaze, Zhao Linger clenched her fists. She was bewildered that such a life-altering decision was being made by her. She didn't know why Elder Shui valued her so much, nor did she know what would happen after entering the Snowfall Sword sect. Most importantly, she didn't want to leave Guyan. Feeling uneasy, she dared not make a decision rashly. Zhao Linger looked at Gu Yan with some hesitation. Chapter 85 The Snow-Blowing Sword Sect continues its predestined fate. Sensing Zhao Linger's pleading gaze, Gu Yan narrowed his eyes. He had specifically researched the Snowfall Sword sect, which consisted entirely of female sword cultivators. It was a powerful and influential sect, and its natal sword technique was the Northern Darkness sword art. It is a relatively upright and rigid top-tier immortal sect, and a place that many female cultivators and sword cultivators dream of. Joining in is a good option. However, the Snowfall Sword sect is known for its severing of emotions and love. Joining it might not be entirely a good thing for Zhao Linger and herself. Such acts of separating lovers are common in the Snowfall Sword sect. With his keen senses, he had already detected a trace of the killing intent revealed by Elder Shui. My lord, in my opinion, it would be better to let Linger go with Elder Shui. Suddenly, Gu Yan saw Ling Qingyu's elegant writing appear on the jade pendant in his hand. Ling Qingyu wants Zhao Linger to join? Seemingly aware of Gu Yan's confusion, Ling Qingyu continued to send messages. With my husband's talent, the Azure Nether sect is not an ideal place for long-term cultivation. The Snowfall Sword sect is not bad. Let Linger enter it first. Later, when our cultivation levels improve, we can go find Linger. In fact, Ling Qingyu recognized Elder Shui. Years ago, she had been injured and fell into the eastern region, where she was rescued by Elder Shui and her master. Back then, Elder Shui was still a crybaby. She and her master guarded the declining Snowfall Sword sect, practicing swordsmanship day and night, saying they wanted to bring the Snowfall Sword sect back to its former glory. In gratitude for their life-saving grace, Ling Qingyu rewrote the Snowfall Sword technique of the Snowfall Sword sect into the Northern Darkness sword technique and taught it to the two of them. At the same time, he helped them cleanse their marrow and bones, improve their aptitude, and left them with a large amount of cultivation resources. After recovering from their injuries, he left. Unexpectedly, several hundred years have passed. The Snowfall Sword sect has actually become the #1 sword sect in the eastern region that Shueya and her friends have been longing for. I wonder what realm her eccentric master is at now, or if he's still alive. She shook her head, suppressing these memories. In short, from what I understand, the Snowfall Sword sect is not bad. Gu Yan nodded slightly. Having spent more than half a year with Ling Qingyu, I know that my Taoist partner is farsighted and her background is definitely not simple. Listening to her advice will not be a mistake. His own sword manual and Zhao Linger's Northern Darkness sword technique were both taught by Ling Qingyu. Having made up his mind, Gu Yan nodded gently to Zhao Linger. Since Elder Shui has extended such a warm invitation, you should go to the Snowfall Sword sect. I believe that with Elder Shui's sincerity, she will certainly treat you well. Hearing this, Zhao Linger's eyes reddened slightly. With Elder Shui as a figure, the Snow-Blowing Sword sect must be a top-tier immortal sect. However, it was only by Gu Yan's side that she felt true happiness. She didn't want to leave Gu Yan like this. After all, once we leave, we don't know when we'll see each other again. Elder Shui smiled with satisfaction when she heard Gu Yan speak. This person is quite good at letting go when it's time to let go. Zhao Linger will surely become the pride of the Snowfall Sword sect, and her fame will resound throughout the eastern region. If Gu Yan insists on keeping Zhao Linger by his side, he will only become a burden to her. If that is the case, she will have no choice but to kill her husband to prove her Dao for Zhao Linger. Elder Shui, I can go to the Snowfall Sword sect with you, but could you also bring senior brother Gu along? Could you let senior brother Gu join the Snowfall Sword sect? Zhao Linger blinked her bright eyes and said. Elder Shui sighed softly and said. The Snowfall Sword sect only recruits female disciples and has never recruited a male cultivator before, so I'm afraid it won't work. Can't we make an exception? Senior brother Gu's talent and strength are 10 times greater than mine, Zhao Linger said earnestly. Elder Shui's lips twitched. Zhao Linger was the chosen one she had chosen in her heart. Supreme and unparalleled, the future of the Snowstorm Sword sect. How can Gu Yan, with his mixed spiritual roots, compare to this? I'm afraid I can't shake the ancient rules passed down in the sect with my own strength, Elder Shui said, shaking her head. Hearing this, Zhao Linger was still somewhat disappointed, even though she had already had a premonition. Seeing this, Gu Yan chuckled softly. Linger, don't worry. Don't you know my talent and comprehension? If you don't work hard at the Snowfall Sword sect, don't let me widen the gap between us insurmountable. Zhao Linger rolled her eyes at Gu Yan. The Snow-Blowing Sword sect was a top-tier sect, and once you entered it, you would definitely get the best resources. It is incredibly difficult to surpass oneself, but she also knew that this seemed to be Gu Yan comforting herself. Then, Zhao Linger glanced at the black ape and other demonic beasts, as well as the Bai family head and others, and said with a slightly cold expression, "Elder Shui, may I offer some suggestions on how to deal with these demonic beasts and the Bai family?" Seeing that Zhao Linger was no longer troubled by Gu Yan's words, Elder Shui nodded repeatedly and said, "From this moment on, you are a disciple of the Snowfall Sword sect, my personal disciple. You may speak freely. How you deal with them is entirely up to you." As a nascent soul cultivator, she could kill or torture these nascent soul juniors at will, and she was absolutely confident in this. Having received Elder Shui's affirmation, Zhao Linger then spoke. "Then I'll trouble you, Master, to wipe out all these demonic beasts and eradicate the Bai family as well. These demonic beasts had previously tried to harm me, senior brother Gu, and senior sister Chu, so they absolutely could not be allowed to live. As for the Bai family, they harmed his parents and hunted him and his senior brother Gu Yan down, so it was impossible for any one of them to survive." Elder Shui was extremely satisfied with this. After all, the Northern Darkness Sword technique is all about stopping killing with killing, and a merciful person cannot master it. Her words could decide the life and death of numerous nascent soul demon beasts, which would surely allow her sword intent to be elevated. "So, for the sake of my disciples' improved sword intent, you will all die." Elder Shui unleashed a murderous aura, causing the black ape and other trembling beasts to panic completely. Senior, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. We will definitely take good care of you from now on." "No. Senior, we are demon beasts under the command of the Great Sage equaling heaven. Please, for the sake of the Great Sage equaling heaven, spare our lives. Leave us a way out so we can meet again in the future." Unable to escape Elder Shui's ice and snow blockade, these demonic beasts could only resort to coercion and enticement to speak. However, before they could finish speaking, their bodies were frozen in ice, like lifelike ice sculptures, and their aura instantly returned to zero. For powerful demons, some even at the mid or late stage nascent soul realm, were instantly killed. Every cultivator present gasped in astonishment. Is this the terror of a nascent soul cultivator? In the blink of an eye, even such a terrifying nascent soul cultivator was utterly annihilated without any power to resist. The Bai family cultivators here all swallowed hard in fear, feeling a chill run through their bodies and almost losing control of their own bodies. "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I, Bai Xian, am a renowned demon-slaying Taoist. I am sworn enemies with demons." Bai Xian had now returned to human form, looking as if he deeply loathed the demonic beasts. The other members of the Bai family echoed this sentiment. But in just a moment, a cold wind swept in, turning the world into a frozen wasteland. Bai Xian and the rest of the Bai family were all frozen into ice sculptures by the pure spiritual energy. Thus, the life or death crisis that had threatened the Qingming sect just moments before was instantly resolved. Everyone felt the terror of the nascent soul stage powerhouse with a single thought: he could decide the life and death of countless beings. "Thank you so much for your help, Senior." Whether it was Steward Zhou from the Zhengyi Alliance, or the ancestors of the Qing family, the Li family, and the Chu family, they all bowed to Elder Shui at the same time. While this move was indeed due to Zhao Linger's suggestion, they also needed to demonstrate their own stance. Elder Shui shook her head slightly and said, "It was nothing. If you want to thank someone, thank my disciple Zhao Linger." "Thank you, Senior Zhao." The Chu family patriarch and the others hesitated for a moment, then all addressed him as Senior. Zhao Linger was an inconspicuous disciple of the Qingming sect before, but now she is Elder Shui's top disciple. They are beings beyond our reach. Addressing someone as a senior is the safest approach. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger's expression immediately turned somewhat strange. Being addressed as senior by a group of seniors felt extremely awkward. "Please just call me Linger. I hope that after I leave, you will take good care of senior brother Gu, sister Ling, and sister Chu." The three family heads and Steward Zhou nodded vigorously. Gu Yan and the others had already performed exceptionally well among the disciples today. Now, with Elder Shui's connection, he will naturally be an honored guest of the sect in the future. "Linger, now that this matter is settled, come with me. Your talent is excellent and should not be wasted on these things." Elder Shui spoke slowly. Hearing this, even Zhao Linger, who was already prepared, did not expect this to happen so suddenly. Elder Shui waved her hand, and all the demonic beasts frozen into ice sculptures were swept into a storage bag, which she then handed to Zhao Linger. "These demonic beasts are excellent cultivation materials. If you sell them, you can exchange them for a lot of good things. Take them as a first gift from your master. This is too valuable. Zhao Linger wanted to decline, but Elder Shui shook her head and said, "Here you go, just take it. You really need cultivation resources to grow quickly right now. Don't feel guilty. I value your talent. Just focus on your cultivation and help the Snowfall Sword sect." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linger nodded. "All right, Master, I'll say goodbye to Senior Brother Gu and the others, and then I'll leave with you, is that all right?" Elder Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "You have half an hour to say goodbye and pack your things. After half an hour, you will leave with your master." Zhao Linger nodded seriously. Elder Shui's old face immediately blossomed into a smile as pure as ice and snow. After congratulating Zhao Linger on becoming a disciple of a renowned master and presenting her with generous gifts, the Chu family patriarch and others quickly left the square with the rest of the group. They could all see that Zhao Linger had a lot to say to Gu Yan, and it would be impolite to linger here any longer. As everyone had almost left, Chu Fian glanced at Zhao Linger with a complicated expression, and was about to turn and leave when Zhao Linger called her back. "Sister Chu, why don't you stay here too?" Chapter 86 The Sword Sex Pact. How about continuing with the wedding? Although Chu Fian didn't quite understand the meaning behind Zhao Linger's words, she still stayed there. Soon, only Gu Yan and his two companions remained in the vast square. "Senior Brother Gu, this is a storage bag given to me by Master. You need cultivation resources more than I do, so I'll share half with you. There are quite a few golden core cultivators and nascent soul demon beasts from the Bai family inside." Zhao Linger immediately prepared to allocate some resources to Gu Yan. They had previously spent a lot of effort and gone through many dangers to build a golden core tomb, and now that they had suddenly become rich, they naturally wanted to share it with Gu Yan. "Linger, keep all these things safe. You'll need them even more at the Snowfall Sword sect. I'm a second-tier talisman master and a second-grade alchemist now. Do you think I'll lack resources in the future? As for you, these resources are enough for you to quickly cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Take them well. If I ever need them in the future, I will naturally ask you. Do you think I would be so polite?" Gu Yan spoke earnestly. Besides, although the Bai family members are dead, their resources are still there. They will definitely share some with us when the time comes, so don't worry. With these demonic beasts and the Bai family eradicated, he is no longer in danger within the Qingming sect. Moreover, the three major families under the Qingming sect's rule will undoubtedly treat him with utmost respect in the future. These resources are unnecessary. Hearing this, Zhao Linger nodded. At the same time, she made up her mind that she must cultivate well in the Snowfall Sword sect and become Senior Brother Gu's support in the future. The two chatted sweetly for a while Chu Fian, standing to the side, felt so overwhelmed by their affection that her belly swelled up. Seeing that half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye, Zhao Linger's gaze finally fell on Chu Fian. Chu Fian met Zhao Linger's gaze without backing down. She knew that Zhao Linger leaving her here must be related to Gu Yan. She wouldn't give an inch to Gu Yan. Even though Zhao Linger's status and identity are extraordinary now. The two were locked in a fierce battle, sparks seemingly flying in the air. "After I leave, Sister Ling will soon be giving birth, and Senior Brother Gu will need someone to take care of him." Zhao Linger finally spoke first, her expression somewhat complicated. Chu Fian was not surprised by this and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, your Senior Brother Gu is also my Junior Brother Gu. As long as I am here, I will not let him suffer any injustice." "Humph, although you are a foundation establishment cultivator now, Senior Brother Gu and I will catch up with you soon. You won't be smug for long. Is that so? Even if the Snowfall Sword sect is powerful, how could I, Chu Fian, be inferior to them? Next time we meet, my cultivation level will definitely be above yours," Chu Fian said confidently. Zhao Linger retorted, "Then do you dare to make a bet with me? Whose cultivation level is higher when we meet next time? Let's gamble then, who's afraid of who? What are we betting on?" Chu Fian snorted lightly, her head held high with arrogance. Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to bet on. Gu Yan understood this and said with great interest, "How about we bet on this?" He then leaned close to the two women's ears and whispered something. After hearing Gu Yan's words, both of their ears turned bright red. "Senior Brother Gu, you big bad guy, I'm not going to have any more children with you." "Exactly, what kind of betting is this?" The two girls playfully teased Gu Yan for a while, but in the end, the bet was still settled. Gu Yan served as this witness. Regardless of who wins or loses, neither side loses. Zhao Linger left with Elder Shui. Gu Yan felt a deep sense of loss and stared blankly in the direction they had left. Although they had made an agreement that they would go to the Snowfall Sword sect to find Ling Qingyu as soon as possible after her child was born. However, after going through life and death with Zhao Linger and becoming husband and wife, they hadn't even had a ceremony before being separated by death. Gu Yan was extremely reluctant to part with her. Chu Fian silently stayed by Gu Yan's side, understanding his feelings. Although Gu Yan is somewhat of a womanizer, he loves each woman with utmost seriousness and treats them all with utmost care. Young friend Gu? This silence did not last long. The Chu family patriarch and others returned to the square, their eyes and attitudes carrying an inexplicable humility. Although Elder Shui has left, the impression she left on them was too deep. Nascent soul demon beasts and cultivators can be annihilated in the blink of an eye. He truly is a powerful figure who can turn the tide and make things happen at will. If it weren't for Zhao Linger and Gu Yan, they probably would never have met such a master in their entire lives. Gu Yan glanced at the Chu family patriarch and the others. Their expressions carried a hint of obsequiousness. Elder Shui has already left with Linger. You should all go back now. Despite their display of awe and obsequiousness, Gu Yan knew very well what was going on. This is all because of Elder Shui's god-level strength. Because his relationship with Zhao Linger had nothing to do with Gu Yan's own strength. Hearing Gu Yan's words, the group did not leave. The Qing family patriarch chuckled. Young friend Gu, now that the Bai family has been destroyed, with your strength, you are fully capable of entering the inner sect. I wonder if you have considered our Qing family. Our Qing family is skilled in formations, and we can definitely provide young friend Gu with the best place and resources for cultivation. The recruitment of Gu Yan was partly due to Elder Shui's influence, but it was also related to Gu Yan's own talent. Second-tier talisman master. Second-grade alchemist. Furthermore, it possesses the terrifying strength to reverse the qi refining and foundation establishment stages. His talent and strength alone are enough to make all the major families vie for him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan looked at the Qing family's patriarch with great interest. Indeed, given his current strength, it is not appropriate for him to remain in the outer sect. Once you enter the inner sect, you used to only have 4 major families to rely on, but now you only have 3 major families to choose from. The Qing family is studying formations, and he is very likely to obtain the He formation technique from the 100 arts of immortal cultivation in the future. The Qing family can get in touch with it in advance. The 7 deadly formations prepared in advance by the Bai family caught the 3 major families of the Qingming sect completely off guard. If it weren't for the crucial moment when he joined forces with Zhao Linger and others to break the formation, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold out until Elder Shui arrived. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, formations are the most versatile and powerful. A skilled formation master can mobilize the power of heaven and earth with a wave of their hand to set up an unparalleled formation, which is extremely mysterious. Seeing that Gu Yan did not refuse, the Qing family patriarch smiled and was about to speak when the Li family patriarch interrupted him directly. Young friend Gu has already entered the 10th level of qi refining, and is not far from foundation establishment. With your talent, you are obviously going to break through to the top-grade foundation establishment. My Li family has cultivated all kinds of spiritual objects from heaven and earth for generations, and we have quite a few foundation establishment spiritual objects of various types. If young friend Gu joins our Li family, you'll have plenty of all kinds of rare and precious spiritual items, including those for foundation establishment. He waved his hand, speaking with great certainty and boldness. The disciples around him were drooling with envy. Foundation establishment spiritual objects are extremely rare, and finding one is fraught with difficulties and requires a great deal of effort. But right now, Gu Yan is within easy reach. Once you reach the highest level of foundation establishment, you may have the potential to reach the divine transformation stage in the future. This is an irresistible temptation for almost all qi refining cultivators. However, because Gu Yan possessed the sword manual, he wasn't particularly interested in foundation establishment spiritual items. However, as a family specializing in spiritual plants, the Li family must possess extremely advanced techniques in this area. If the opportunity arises in the future, it may be worthwhile to learn a thing or two from them. Having more skills is never a bad thing. Seeing that both the Qing family and the Li family had extended olive branches to Gu Yan, the Chu family patriarch became anxious and quickly winked at Chu Fian. The conditions offered by the Qing and Li families were so good that they were almost impossible to refuse. But the patriarch of the Chu family knew that none of that could play a decisive role. Gu Yan now probably doesn't like these things. Judging from Gu Yan's competition with Bai Xian in alchemy for Chu Fian's sake, he and Chu Fian are definitely in love with each other. If Chu Fian were to extend the invitation, Gu Yan would definitely not refuse. At this moment, Chu Fian clearly harbored resentment. Even though her ancestors' hints were extremely obvious, Chu Fian only snorted and remained unmoved. Fian, it was the ancestor who was wrong, it was all the fault of US elders of the Chu family. Don't worry, we will definitely follow your advice from now on and will never force you to do anything again. Having no other option, the Chu family patriarch could only send a telepathic message to Chu Fian, apologizing and yielding. Chu Fian's stubbornness means that if she continues to act willfully, she may miss this great opportunity to recruit Gu Yan and get closer to him. If the Qing family and the Li family were to recruit Gu Yan and gain a huge advantage, it would be worse than killing him. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian's arrogant demeanor softened somewhat. Then, with seductive eyes, she looked at Gu Yan and said, "Junior brother Gu, what do you think of our Chu family? We are a family of alchemists, which would be perfect for you." Upon hearing this, the Chu family patriarch and others nodded repeatedly. "That's right, young friend Gu. Join our Chu family, and whatever you want, our Chu family will do its best to provide it for you." Gu Yan, who had already intended to join the Chu family because of Chu Fian, nodded and said, "From now on, I will have to trouble the ancestor and the Chu family." Seeing that Gu Yan had really agreed, the Chu family patriarch was overjoyed. He knew that once Chu Fian spoke up, Gu Yan would definitely join the Chu family. Upon seeing this, the patriarchs of the Qing and Li families cursed the Chu family in their hearts for their shamelessness, but they also felt a little regretful that their own family members had not encountered Gu Yan before. He did not bring home a wealthy and eligible husband for the family. However, upon further reflection, they realized there was still a chance. Although Chu Fian is outstanding, there are also extremely outstanding women in her family. If they send them all to Gu Yan, there must be women that Gu Yan has taken a liking to. Young friend Gu, please visit our Qing family when you have time. We admire young talents like you the most and would love to receive your guidance and encouragement. Young friend Gu, let's not beat around the bush. My Li family's granddaughter possesses a top-grade Earth Spirit root and is currently 18 years old. I think we have a strong connection. When would you have time to meet? Seeing the Qing and Li families blatantly undermining their family's reputation, the Chu family patriarch grew somewhat anxious. He coughed lightly and said, "Young friend Gu, now that the wedding venue is all set up, why not renovate it and have you and Fian get married? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Chapter 87 Gu Chu's Wedding, Shocking Changes in the Demon Realm. As soon as the patriarch of the Chu family uttered these words, the room fell into complete silence. Both the Qing family patriarch and the Li family patriarch's lips twitched. This old man Chu was truly decisive. Once she made up her mind about Gu Yan, she didn't care about saving face anymore. The elder of the Qing family and the patriarch of the Li family exchanged a glance, both seeing a sly glint in each other's eyes, before slowly speaking. "Young friend Gu, we also think it's best not to waste this beautiful time and scenery." Upon hearing this, the Chu family patriarch was stunned. What does that mean? Aren't they trying to win over Gu Yan? Why is it that she agrees with herself and urges Gu Yan and Chu Fian to get married? Once they get married, it won't be easy for them to win back Gu Yan. However, this was ultimately a good thing for the Chu family, so they immediately looked at Gu Yan expectantly. They don't have the final say on this matter. The one who makes the final decision is Gu Yan. Gu Yan was somewhat speechless as Elder Chu stared at him with his large eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Fian, who was standing to the side, felt a little shy and nervous when she heard the patriarch announce her marriage to Gu Yan, but deep down she was also quite looking forward to it. From the moment she met Gu Yan, she vaguely sensed that he was extraordinary. After spending time together and actually having some interactions with Gu Yan, she became increasingly satisfied with him. This person is her ideal partner, so she keeps flirting with him. Now that she has gained the approval of the ancestor, she is very happy. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Yan did not immediately nod in agreement. Upon hearing this, the Chu family patriarch and others felt a jolt in their hearts. Gu Yan has no intention of agreeing. What does that mean? Could it be that Zhao Linger just left and has no plans for a wedding yet? Or perhaps, Zhao Linger said something when she left? The patriarch of the Chu family immediately sent a telepathic message to Chu Fian to inquire. Chu Fian was right next to Gu Yan and Zhao Linger the whole time. Chu Fian shook her head slightly. Although Zhao Linger and he didn't get along, she didn't reject him. On the contrary, she hoped that he would take care of Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu. So what is Gu Yan hesitating about? Could it be that Gu Yan doesn't like him? The moment the thought crossed Chu Fian's mind, she immediately dismissed it. If Gu Yan didn't like me, he would never have participated in the alchemy competition for me, and he would never have gone to so much trouble for me. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Gu Yan suddenly looked up at the distance. There, the crowd dispersed. Ling Qingyu gently stroked her swollen belly as she slowly approached. A snow-white moonfox lazily followed behind her. Gu Yan quickly stepped forward to support Ling Qingyu, a look of heartache flashing in his eyes. During her pregnancy, she was unable to take care of him, which Gu Yan felt was a failure on his part. Ling Qingyu simply chuckled and whispered in his ear. "Why didn't you agree to the suggestion made by the Chu family patriarch? I can see that Chu Fian is sincere towards you. Moreover, she has the body of a vixen, which would be of great benefit to you." Gu Yan nodded. He naturally knew all this, and chuckled as he transmitted his voice to her. "Isn't this just to ask for your opinion?" Having risen from an inconspicuous disciple on Immortal Seed Peak, Gu Yan was well aware of Ling Qingyu's help and guidance. Now, pregnant, Gu Yan felt uneasy if she didn't ask Ling Qingyu for her opinion. Ling Qingyu had actually guessed this, which is why she rushed over and said softly, "You are my husband, and your opinion is my opinion." Nowadays, the Immortal Alliance encourages childbirth, and having 3 wives and 4 concubines is very normal. Moreover, the husband will inevitably become a great figure who lives a long and prosperous life. It is a good thing to have a beautiful and talented woman by his side to help him. Gu Yan nodded upon hearing this. He knew that Ling Qingyu was genuinely thinking of him. After the child is born, take the heaven mending pill to restore your spiritual root as soon as possible. I've prepared some extra pills for you these days. Once you've recovered, take good care of your body and improve your cultivation level. The two communicated telepathically for a while, and no one disturbed them. The Chu family patriarch and the others were mostly taken aback. It was true that Ling Qingyu was extremely beautiful, but at their level, they valued talent even more. Only those with exceptional talent can make rapid progress through the practice of the Haohuan method. Strength is the key. Ling Qingyu's spiritual root has been destroyed. She's just pretty, nothing more than a vase, destined not to last. However, they became increasingly satisfied with Gu Yan. Gu Yan's high regard and treatment of a Taoist partner whose spiritual root has been destroyed demonstrates that he is a person of great loyalty and affection. Chu Fian will definitely have a bright future with Gu Yan. At dusk, the main peak of the Qingming sect was bustling with activity. Although Gu Yan's hesitation and Ling Qingyu's sudden appearance interrupted their plans, Gu Yan finally agreed to marry Chu Fian today. As a result, the Qingming sect became extremely lively, with all the disciples of the Qingming sect gathering at the main peak to participate in this bustling event. After all, the one being married is none other than Chu Fian, a renowned beauty from the Chu family. Gu Yan is an unparalleled genius in talisman making and alchemy, and also has the powerful background of the Snowfall Sword sect. Their wedding was a grand affair, with the groom being handsome and the bride beautiful, and all 3 major families attending in their finest attire. Even Deacon Zhou of the Jingyi Alliance, who was preparing to leave, stayed here, intending to form a good relationship with Gu Yan. Meanwhile, in her boudoir, Chu Fian was still dressed in red, but she had changed into a more gorgeous headdress and jewelry. Beside her, Chu Fengwu, who had rushed back from the stronghold, was helping her to wash and dress. Looking at the beautiful woman reflected in the bronze mirror, Chu Fengwu's expression was somewhat complicated. Although she was not a direct descendant of the main family and the Chu family, she got along extremely well with Chu Fian. They were best friends and sisters since childhood and were known as the 2 beauties of the Chu family. Unexpectedly, Chu Fian is getting married today, and to the man of her dreams, Gu Yan. Before today, she and the others in the stronghold were worried about whether Gu Yan would encounter any danger, and whether Gu Yan would have any chance of returning after this alchemy competition. As a result, only half a day had passed, and Gu Yan, in full view of everyone, became a second-grade alchemist, defeating the arrogant Bai Xin. Then the Bai family's collusion with the demonic beasts was exposed. However, they were all wiped out by Zhao Linger's master. And now, Gu Yan is getting married to his good friend Chu Fian. A series of events gave Chu Fengwu a dreamlike feeling. Sister, congratulations! Young Master Gu is a very good and outstanding person, worthy of your lifelong commitment. Chu Fengwu spoke with great emotion, but a hint of disappointment flashed deep in her eyes. Her older sister had already become the love interest of the man she admired, but she could only watch Gu Yan from afar. Even in the future, they will have to address Gu Yan as young master, maintaining a proper order of respect. As the Qingming sect prepared for their grand wedding, the Qingyang mountains are trembling with fear. Even mountain ranges are collapsing without the spiritual power of the nascent soul demon king. The mountains have lost their luster. These four nascent soul-level top-tier demon beasts were practically the most powerful demon beasts in the Qingyang Mountains, but they perished not long ago. All the demon beasts that have close ties with these nascent soul demon beasts, or those under their command, cannot detect the aura of their master. In an instant, the Qingyang Mountains were in complete chaos. What exactly happened? Why have we not heard from the Great King and the others since they left through the Void Passage, and not even a message has been sent back? The four powerful demons' trusted subordinates, who had already gathered together, all saw the astonishment and confusion in each other's eyes. Previously, they all sensed that their master had descended like a god and entered the Qingming sect through a pre-constructed spatial passage. This time, their years of planning are finally about to come true. They had already vaguely seen the scenes of humans being enslaved by them. But the kings who should have won a great victory have all vanished. The impact of this on them was difficult for many powerful demons to accept. The dissipation of their aura meant that their proud kings had fallen. Who would believe that four nascent soul stage demons were killed at the same time? But that's the reality, and they have no choice but to believe it. After that, the monsters in the Qingyang Mountains scattered and gathered information through various channels. Meanwhile, the many demonic beasts who were unaware of the situation, after some hesitation, decided to report the matter to the sleeping celestial fox ancestor. The celestial fox ancestor has lived for countless years, but due to his advanced age, he has been in a deep sleep for many years, attempting to slow down the aging process. Unless under special circumstances or as a last resort, it should not be disturbed. But things are now clearly beyond their control. The only way is to rely on the ancestor to take action. Didn't they say they had already made plans with that brat from the Bai family and the Bai family members? Shouldn't the Qingming sect be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood right now? Why are they still holding a grand wedding? A faint voice came from the deep underground. The human race planned to weaken the demon race during this period, and she also intended to swallow the Qingming sect in order to break through to the nascent soul stage and gain several hundred years of lifespan for herself. I originally thought the matter was perfectly safe, but judging from the messages they've sent, the situation looks extremely bad. Not only did the plan fail inexplicably, but the four juniors she had painstakingly nurtured also showed no signs of life, as if they had already perished. In this region, in a corner of the eastern region, it is undoubtedly the king. How could this happen? Who exactly are the two people getting married? Unable to figure it out, Tianhu could only turn to asking for other clues. Gu Yan and Chu Fian. From what we understand, Chu Fian is a genius in the Chu family, while Gu Yan is a somewhat well-known talisman master. Upon hearing this explanation, the heavenly fox was clearly extremely dissatisfied. What a bunch of useless people. They can't even do this simple thing right. She wanted to investigate quickly. After all, those four juniors she had supported were also consumables she had cultivated. This is the key factor affecting whether it can break through to the divine transformation stage. Even if they die, their bodies must be retrieved and devoured as soon as possible. However, just as it was about to make its move, it felt a wave of weakness wash over it. This made it frown. After so many years of slumber and seclusion, its body had aged even more. Now that it wanted to make a move, it had to carefully secure and conceal itself. Chapter 88 Wedding Night Rewards, Spiritual Root Enhancement. Let them go for now, and we'll take action after their cultivation levels are completely stable. After careful consideration, Tianhu made a decision. It was a powerful figure at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but it was only due to the depletion of its lifespan that its true combat power was still extremely terrifying. Intensify the investigation into the Qingming sect, and also find out why they suddenly died. The celestial fox ancestor quickly relayed the order. Based on what it had learned before, Naku Fian was a top human genius, and the man who could marry her must also be exceptionally talented. And geniuses are like nourishing food, it loves to feed on human geniuses. Wedding night. After a round of toasts and laughter, Gu Yan finally staggered into the boudoir that Chu Fian had prepared. Upon smelling the familiar fragrance emanating from the tip of his nose, Gu Yan's drunken stench instantly vanished. He composed himself and looked at the woman sitting upright on the bed, dressed in a bright red wedding gown. Even though it was the second time Gu Yan saw Chu Fian in her wedding dress, he was still extremely amazed. This alluring outer peak master has finally achieved enlightenment. Chu Fian, who was sitting on the bed waiting, also felt Gu Yan's approach. Her delicate body tensed up immediately, and her cheeks turned red. Gu Yan smiled slightly and sat down next to Chu Fian. The two sat together, and a misty atmosphere filled the air. They were already quite familiar with each other and had come to accept each other from the bottom of their hearts. Even without saying a word, I can still sense the other person's emotions. Gu Yan reached out and lifted the veil. The beautiful woman, her face flushed, blinked shyly, then mustered her courage and stared straight at Gu Yan. Their eyes met, like dry tinder igniting a raging fire. They set the other side on fire. Chu Fian possesses a rare alluring fox-like physique. Now that she is truly aroused, her snow-white skin takes on a faint pink hue, resembling a peach blossom, and one can even smell a captivating fragrance. The red waves were turned upside down. After a whole night of commotion, the first half of the night was Gu Yan's show, making Chu Fian beg for mercy repeatedly. Later that night, Chu Fian's seductive nature seemed to be fully awakened, and she began to take the initiative. Gu Yan charged in and out 7 times, but could only manage to fight her to a standstill. After all, Chu Fian's cultivation level was at the peak of foundation establishment, far above his. If he weren't exceptionally talented, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. And the reputation of the fox-like body was indeed well-deserved. After one night of cultivation, Gu Yan's cultivation level broke through from the 10th level of Qi refining to the 11th level in one go. It directly elevated him to a higher realm, saving him years of arduous cultivation. In addition, aside from the Fire Spirit Sword Technique, Water Spirit Sword Technique, and Metal Spirit Sword Technique, he also perfected them all in one go. The time to master the sword manual and achieve the highest level of foundation establishment is not far off. Moreover, it is nourished by the fox-like body. Gu Yan's 5 elemental spiritual roots have also been improved and nourished to a certain extent, almost undergoing a complete transformation. The system's reward announcement also sounded at that moment. Congratulations, host, on successfully forming a Taoist partnership. Rewards are hereby awarded. Reward 1, Earth Spirit Sword Technique Upgrade Card, which can upgrade the Earth Spirit Sword Technique in the sword manual to its maximum level. Gu Yan was extremely satisfied with this. After all, once the Earth Spirit Sword Technique was perfected, only the Wood Spirit Sword Technique was left to be perfected, and the sword manual would be complete. Without hesitation, Gu Yan used the Earth Spirit Sword Technique Enhancement Card. In an instant, spiritual light surged around him, and the Earth Spirit Sword Technique transformed into a thick, earthy yellow aura that merged into his body. With the gathering of a massive amount of earthy yellow energy, his understanding of the Earth Spirit Sword Technique was constantly improving. It's as if you're standing on the earth, engaging in sword battles with countless living beings. As these insights accumulated, Gu Yan's Earth Spirit Sword Technique also rapidly reached perfection. The perfection of the Earth Spirit Sword Technique also enabled Gu Yan's understanding of the sword manual to improve rapidly. The sword energy emanating from his body became increasingly ethereal, agile, and elusive. Feeling the immense power within him, Gu Yan smiled brightly. The next moment, he remembered that the Earth Spirit Sword Technique upgrade card was only one of the rewards. If there is one, then there must be 2. With a thought, the system appeared. Besides the Earth Spirit Sword Technique reward, the system has 2 other rewards this time. Reward 2, Overall Spiritual Root Enhancement Card, which can raise all 5 elements of the host's spiritual roots by 1 minor realm. I saw a card floating in front of me, emitting 5 different kinds of spiritual light. A look of surprise immediately appeared on Gu Yan's face. The importance of spiritual roots to cultivators is self-evident. They almost determine the upper limit of a cultivator's potential. He possesses a yellow rank 5 elemental root, which is considered the lowest grade among all spiritual roots. Without the system's help, he would have had almost no chance of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Having poor spiritual roots not only means extremely slow cultivation speed, but also makes it difficult to break through to subsequent realms. However, improving one's spiritual root is extremely difficult unless one encounters rare and precious materials. There is almost no possibility of improvement. Just like a cultivator's origins, if one is born into a lowly background, then no matter how hard one strives throughout one's life, one will only remain a lowly background. Although he had made some progress with the help of the system before, the progress was extremely slow. Only now can we see hope for significant improvement. Immediately, Gu Yan gripped the card with excitement and anticipation, then, on a whim, chose to use it. The card trembled slightly, then transformed into numerous firefly-like specks of light, converging in the lower abdomen. Then, Gu Yan felt impurities being carried away and evaporated by the light spots, and the 5 elements' spiritual roots in his body gradually grew, like withered trees coming back to life. Soon after, Gu Yan took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy permeating the air was absorbed into his stomach like a whale swallowing water. Not only has my perception of spiritual energy increased by nearly double, but my intake of spiritual energy has also increased dramatically compared to before. At first glance, he appeared to be breathing in and out a white dragon, and the absorption of spiritual energy produced some unusual phenomena. Sensing the changes in his body, Gu Yan immediately looked at the system interface. Host, Gu Yan. Age, 20. Realm, Qi Refining Level 11, Progress 100. Spiritual Root Grades, 5 yellow rank spiritual roots, specifically as follows: Metal middle yellow rank upper yellow rank, Wood upper yellow rank supreme yellow rank, Water middle yellow rank upper yellow rank, Fire supreme yellow rank lower profound rank, Earth middle yellow rank upper yellow rank. Skills: Yin Yang Transformation, Second Tier Medium Talisman Technique, Minor Spirit Rain Technique, Minor Gung Metal Sword Technique, Thick Earth Technique, Fireball Technique, Taisu Step Minor Success, Sword Manual Fire Spirit Sword Technique, Water Spirit Sword Technique, Metal Spirit Sword Technique, Earth Spirit Sword Technique. Soulmate, Ling Qing Yu, Spiritual Root Repair 36-100. Companion Affection, 66. Dual Cultivation Effect increased by 50%. Soulmate, Shu Fian, Companion Affinity, 40. Soulmate, Zhao Linger, Companion Affection, 60, Dual Cultivation Effect increased by 50%. Looking at the increasingly complex information interface, Gu Yan was very satisfied. All spiritual roots have been raised by a minor realm. If a small improvement in one's cultivation level is nothing special, then a small improvement in all 5 elements of one's spiritual roots is extremely remarkable. Moreover, the fact that his spiritual root could improve so rapidly also made Gu Yan see the possibility of a heaven-rank spiritual root. Heavenly rank spiritual root. This is a top-tier spiritual root that exists only in legends. Any cultivator who possesses this spiritual root is a prodigy in cultivation and is treasured by various powerful forces. As long as they grow up safely, they will surely have the potential to become powerful beings who can overcome tribulations in the future. Even the legendary ascension to immortality is not entirely impossible. However, heavenly rank spiritual roots are extremely rare. In a region or state, it is rare to find even one person with such a rare talent. Once a person with a heavenly rank spiritual root appears, it will inevitably cause a great sensation. He had never dared to dream of a heavenly rank spiritual root before, since the gap between his spiritual root and a heavenly rank spiritual root was simply too great. But now, there is hope. Once all 5 elemental spiritual roots are upgraded to heaven-rank spiritual roots, it will likely leave countless people speechless with astonishment. After all, even a single heavenly rank spiritual root is extremely rare. With 5 kinds of celestial spiritual roots, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he has the appearance of an immortal. Thinking of this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Gu Yan's face. Then, Gu Yan looked at the last type of reward mentioned by the system. Reward 3, the Art of Talisman Puppetry. Empower the puppet mountain with the power of talismans. The more talismans used and their higher grade, the more powerful the talisman puppets will be. After reading it, Gu Yan's eyes lit up slightly. As a talisman master, he naturally knew of the existence of talisman puppets. However, the talisman puppet is extremely special, and it is related to arrays and puppets, making it extremely mysterious. Each talisman puppet possesses extremely strong combat power, making them very rare and precious treasures that are hard to come by. But now, this invaluable refining method has been given to me directly by the system. This is good stuff. He has a systematic talisman skill tree, with countless talismans of the same level. For him, talismans are endless. Once a talisman puppet is created, its combat power will reach an extremely terrifying level. Not only will it be invincible among those of the same realm, but it will also have a great chance of fighting across realms. After all, the combat power of a talisman puppet is closely related to the quantity and grade of the talismans it possesses. We should refine more talisman puppets in the future. Each one can fetch a sky-high price, and we can also keep some for Qingyu, Linger, and Fian to use for self-defense. Gu Yan murmured to himself, becoming increasingly satisfied with the situation. If he had been able to craft talisman puppets before, with his second-tier talisman mastery and the enhancement of the wolf hairbrush, the combat power of the talisman puppets would have been enough to make them the undisputed king among Foundation establishment cultivators. The next morning, Gu Yan took a deep breath, feeling refreshed, and looked at the sleeping beauty beside him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Unlike Ling Qingyu's intellectual composure, Zhu Fian was like a blazing fire, igniting not only herself but also him. Thinking back to the madness of last night's first, second, and third halves of the game, Gu Yan decided to let her rest for a while, so he gently covered Zhu Fian with a blanket and then quickly got up. I just pushed open the door and stepped into the yard. He saw a group of exceptionally beautiful young women who were already waiting there. Upon seeing him, most of them showed a hint of shyness and anticipation on their faces. Chapter 89 Xingxuan's Tears Fall, Dividing the Bai Family. Gu Yan was a little stunned. He didn't recognize any of these young and beautiful girls. Why were they all waiting for him in the courtyard? Senior brother Gu, my name is Qing Xianer, the 9th young lady of the Qing family. You can just call me Xianer. The ancestors sent me here to serve you properly. I hope senior brother Gu will not find me offensive. A young girl dressed in a blue shirt and long skirt clutched a handkerchief, looking somewhat shy. Qing Xuaner? Miss Qing. Gu Yan quickly realized why the Qing and Li families had been pushing for his marriage to Chu Fian yesterday. Originally, he planned to use this opportunity to fill his harem with women. With the many children, many blessings system in place, he naturally did not object to their behavior. However, Xingxuaner's appearance score is only 75, which is still some distance from the system's minimum score of 80. Unable to meet the system's requirements and receive rewards, Gu Yan had no intention of accepting mere decorative items, so he could only shake his head regretfully and say, Miss Xianer, you are still young. You should go back and say that I rejected you. I'm sure the Qing family patriarch Wen Ti make things difficult for you. Seeing that Gu Yan had rejected her, Qing Xianer's big eyes immediately filled with tears, making her look pitiful. The other young women from the Qing and Li families who were present also spoke up. Senior brother Gu, choose me, choose me. I'm skilled in everything from music and painting to cooking and childcare. I'll definitely be able to serve you comfortably. Senior brother Gu, someone went to the Hahuan sect to learn a dual cultivation method, which is very beneficial to cultivation. They would like to discuss it with senior brother Gu. A multitude of women spoke, their voices a mix of soft, affected tones and mature, sophisticated ones, making Gu Yan's head spin. These women were quite beautiful, and they all came from the Qing and Li families, so they were of high status. However, Gu Yan had already checked with the system and found that there wasn't a single person with an appearance score over 80. This is quite normal, the system's requirement of 80 points is still very high. Therefore, he could only regretfully reject all of these women. He finally managed to politely decline the invitations from the women waiting in the courtyard. The three ancestors of the Chu family, the Li family, and the Qing family all entered the courtyard. Gu Yan greets the three patriarchs. Gu Yan bowed to them quite politely. Neither their status nor their identity as nascent soul cultivators are things that Gu Yan can afford to disrespect. Young friend Gu, there is no need for such formalities. If you don't mind, we can become friends despite our age difference. Too much politeness would be inappropriate. The patriarch of the Chu family was the first to laugh. Both the Li family patriarch and the Qing family patriarch nodded in agreement. Although Gu Yan did not accept the granddaughter and the genius from the clan that they sent, they did not insist. There would be plenty of time and opportunities in the future. Gu Yan was surprised that they were taking such a proactive approach to building rapport, and didn't say much, but he knew they must have something important to discuss. So Gu Yan immediately led them into the living room, brewed them hot tea, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then spoke. I wonder what brings you three elders to see me today. Upon hearing Gu Yan bring up the main topic, the three elders exchanged glances, their expressions becoming more serious. Young friend Gu, after our three families sorted things out yesterday, the disciples of the Bai family who remained outside the sect have been eliminated. However, we are not sure how to deal with the remaining treasures of the Bai family. Originally, after the Bai family was destroyed, the three major families could simply divide the spoils according to their respective proportions. But now, because of Gu Yan's presence, they are caught in a dilemma. It would be extremely inappropriate not to share some of the profits with Gu Yan. After all, the reason they were able to survive was entirely because of Zhao Linger, especially Elder Shui. Moreover, it was Gu Yan who led Zhao Linger and Chu Fian to destroy the 7 deadly formations, making a significant contribution. However, they were unsure how much to give to Gu Yan. They were afraid that if they offended Gu Yan by doing this, it would be a loss for them. So after much thought, they decided to take the initiative to discuss it with Gu Yan. Based on their understanding of Gu Yan, he should be an honest person who wouldn't ask for an exorbitant amount. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan understood their meaning. The Bai family is a powerful and influential family within the Qingming sect, and they have a monopoly on the art of talismans, making a fortune long ago. The Bai family's legacy must be an astronomical sum. This astronomical sum was something that even Gu Yan found extremely tempting. After all, he had just obtained the method of refining talisman puppets, and he would need to draw talismans and refine pills in the future, which would require a large amount of resources and spirit stones. None of the three patriarchs have treated me like an outsider. how about I give you 10%? Gu Yan thought about it seriously and said, 1/10? The three patriarchs exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan blinked, wondering if he had asked for too much. If 1/10 is too much, then let me choose some things I need from the Bai family's inheritance. It won't be much. Upon hearing this, the three patriarchs shook their heads repeatedly. Not much, not at all, it's far too little. According to their previous plan, they could give Gu Yan a maximum of 70%, and each of them would only want 10%. This time, the Bai family's sudden attack caused considerable losses to all their families. 1/10 of the Bai family's inheritance is enough for them to recover and even have a surplus, which is their bottom line. Of course, if Gu Yan really wants 80% or 90%, they can give it to him. After all, the reason why the Bai family was destroyed so quickly and suddenly this time was all because of Elder Shui. Unexpectedly, Gu Yan only asked for 10% and could even ask for less. Young friend Gu, how about this? You can choose some suitable items from the Bai family's inheritance first, and then we'll give you 40% of the Bai family's inheritance. You can also go in and take a look at the treasure vaults of our three major families. If you need anything, you can take it. The patriarch of the Chu family thought for a moment and then slowly spoke. This move would not only allow the three major families to secure greater benefits, but it would also be a good thing for Gu Yan, since much of the Bai family's inheritance consisted of shops, cultivation techniques, and so on. Gu Yanji has lofty ambitions, so he obviously doesn't need these things. What he needs more are some treasures that can help him cultivate and improve his realm. Gu Yan was naturally very satisfied upon hearing this. This patriarch of the Chu family is truly an extremely shrewd person. They can gain benefits, and he can also profit from it. I think the ancestor's suggestion is good. I wonder what Ancestor Chang and Ancestor Li think. Old Master Chu's distribution plan is excellent, we all agree. Neither the Qing family patriarch nor the Li family patriarch had any objections. In fact, they were quite grateful to the Chu family patriarch. They had previously sent Gu Yan family members as gifts, but Gu Yan hadn't taken a liking to any of them. Now that we're letting Gu Yan into our treasure vault to choose treasures, we can actually use this opportunity to strengthen our relationship with Gu Yan. Why not? 40% of the inheritance is still too much. Since I can enter the treasure vaults of various families to choose treasures, I will only take 1/10 of the Bai family's inheritance. Gu Yan did not try to make too much of a concession, and took the initiative to make significant concessions. After all, although he didn't want to use Elder Shui's influence, he was actually relying on Elder Shui's power and was already very satisfied with the great benefits he had received. Being too greedy is not a good thing. Upon hearing this, the three patriarchs looked at Gu Yan with increasing satisfaction. To remain clear-headed in the face of such enormous profits is a quality not everyone possesses. Alright, if you have time, young friend Gu, why don't you come with us to the Bai family's treasury now? Our three families are already organizing the Bai family's various resources. The patriarch of the Chu family asked. Gu Yan thought for a moment and said, let's wait a bit longer. I'll go take a look with Fei Yan and Xing Yu later. They also contributed a lot to this great success. Not long after, Gu Yan then led Ling Qingyu, Chu Fian, and Moonlight Fox into the Bai family's treasure vault on the main peak. The Bai family had previously become the undisputed leader of the four major families, and the wealth they had accumulated was astonishing. As soon as he entered the treasure vault, Gu Yan saw mountains of spirit stones, as well as all sorts of rare treasures, medicinal herbs, and minerals. It was dazzling to behold. Gu Yan didn't know much about these things. He focused more on the alchemy materials and talisman drawing materials. The Bai family has amassed a fortune over the years, but now they've ended up benefiting us instead. Following behind Gu Yan, Chu Fian blinked her large eyes with an extremely greedy expression. Although she was a young lady from the Chu family, the many treasures in the Bai family's treasury still stirred her heart, and she wished she could put them all into her storage bag. If you see anything you like, feel free to take it. In any case, the three ancestors have already given their approval, so we can choose some treasures from the treasury first. Gu Yan chuckled lightly. Chu Fian and Zhao Linger still have a bet to settle, and when they meet in the future, they will compare their cultivation levels to see who is higher. Although Chu Fian currently holds a huge advantage, the Snowfall Sword sect is a top-tier immortal sect in the eastern region, and this gap in realm can be easily bridged. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian licked her red lips and began to plunder the treasure vault. Ling Qingyu was relatively calm. Although there were many treasures in the Bai family's treasury, there were almost none that caught her eye. Seeing Gu Yan's gaze, Ling Qingyu shook her head softly and said, I'll look around first, you don't need to worry about it. Seeing this, Gu Yan nodded, then looked at the moonlight fox rubbing against his feet. It was looking at him pitifully, as if it also wanted to pick out something suitable for itself. "What could a fox like you possibly want?" Gu Yan said, expressing his incomprehension. The moonlight fox didn't speak, but kept nuzzling against Gu Yan, its eyes becoming increasingly lively and yearning. Gu Yan stared at her for a moment, but ultimately gave in. "Alright, considering you've been by Qingyu's side all this time, helping her through her troubles, you can pick out a few things from here, but not too many." Perhaps because Ling Qingyu forced the moonlight fox to cultivate, it seems to be becoming increasingly cunning, and its intelligence is also getting higher and higher. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Moonlight Fox jumped up and down excitedly, then dashed off into the depths of the treasure vault. Chapter 90: The Underground Treasure Vault, the Six-Armed Demon Ape. After the two women and Moonlight Fox had each chosen their treasures, Gu Yan also headed deeper into the treasure vault, storing many high-quality spiritual herbs into his storage bag. Time flies, and an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. The 3 storage bags that Gu Yan brought with him were already full. The Moonlight Fox also had a storage bag under its neck, bulging in full, and it was unclear what it had chosen. Chu Fian was similar to him, with 4 storage rings in each hand, all of which emanated spiritual light and were clearly full. By this time, they had reached the end of the treasure vault and had selected most of what they wanted. Ling Qingyu only selected a few of the top-tier third-order spirit swords from the treasure vault. She didn't take anything else with her. Since everyone has made similar choices, let's stop here. After that, we just need to wait for our share of the Bai family's inheritance. Gu Yan glanced at them, smiled, and prepared to leave. Chu Fian nodded, but noticed that Ling Qingyu's expression suddenly became serious, staring intently at the treasure vault floor beneath her feet. "Sister Ling, have you discovered anything?" Chu Fian looked at her, puzzled. Although Ling Qingyu's spiritual root had been destroyed, she was the one who secretly directed the breaking of the 7 deadly formations, which shows that she is not as simple as she appears on the surface. Therefore, she did not underestimate her in the slightest. At this moment, Gu Yan also looked down into the underground of the treasure vault, his soul falling to the ground like wisps of smoke, plunging deep into it. With his meticulous investigation, he quickly noticed something unusual. The formation in the treasure vault has been broken by the 3 patriarchs, but deep underground, there seems to be another formation concealing something? Gu Yan squinted. Could there be something else hidden deep underground in the Bai family's treasure vault? When ordinary cultivators enter the depths of the treasure vault, they only think that all the treasures have been looted, but they never expect that there is another world to be discovered. And the more this is the case, the more it proves that what the Bai family has gone to such great lengths to hide is anything but ordinary. Chu Fian had already emitted fluctuations of divine sense, but she hadn't detected anything unusual. However, Ling Qingyu and Gu Yan both sensed it, so the underground of this treasure vault was definitely worth exploring. "I'll start digging right away." Chu Fian acted swiftly and decisively. Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu both nodded in agreement. Thus, with the help of Chu Fian, a powerful cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, the bottom of the treasure vault, which was no longer protected by array formations, was quickly excavated into a deep underground pit. The group continued to venture deeper into the area. The light grew dimmer. They continued deeper for another half hour. Gu Yan's heart suddenly stirred as he sensed a slightly familiar aura. "Husband, there is a formation below." Before Gu Yan could continue sensing, Chu Fian suddenly spoke up in surprise. The Moonlight Fox's snow-white fur shone with a dazzling light, like a full moon, dispelling the darkness of the underground passage. An extremely complex array appeared beneath their feet. Gu Yan and Chu Fian didn't know much about formations, so they looked directly at Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu watched for a while, then suddenly gripped the third-tier spirit sword in her hand tightly. The sword, like a shooting star, pierced the note of the formation with extreme precision. The formation operated for a short while before collapsing with a deafening roar. Immediately afterwards, the group was swept into a deep underground cave by the chaotic spiritual energy. As soon as he entered the cave, Gu Yan could vaguely see a magnificent black shadow that stretched to the heavens and the earth. The damp, dark air drifted through the underground cave, like a thin mist obscuring one's senses and vision. Deep within the cave, Gu Yan's expression was extremely solemn. Because in this huge cave hidden deep underground, there stood a 6-armed demonic ape that was about 10 feet tall. The 6-armed demonic ape had its eyes closed, emanating no aura. Its black fur moved without wind, resembling a raging demonic flame. In its previous life, it was at least a terrifying demon beast in the late nascent soul stage. Just by getting close to it, you can feel the inexplicable pressure that penetrates to the bone, making people afraid to approach or look directly at it. What is this thing? Is it some kind of cooperation between the Bai family and the demonic beasts? Xu Fian looked at this scene with some confusion. The magnificent six-armed demonic ape, such a powerful monster's remains, was secretly hidden here. Clearly, the Bai family had great ambitions. A talisman puppet. Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu spoke almost simultaneously, both showing a hint of surprise on their faces. A talisman puppet? A legendary talisman puppet? But wasn't this technique lost to time? Upon hearing this, a look of shock flashed across Xu Fian's face. She was aware of the existence of the talisman puppets, of course, but that was a long time ago. Currently, all we know is that the talisman puppets are very powerful, combining the strengths of various schools of thought. If this six-armed demonic ape is indeed a talisman puppet, then its strength is absolutely comparable to the late nascent soul stage. A master in the late nascent soul stage is an invincible existence in the Qingming sect. You should know that the Chu family patriarch was only in the early nascent soul stage. Could this be the Bai family's ultimate trump card that they haven't yet unleashed? Thinking of how the Bai family was almost wiped out in an instant, Xu Fian's expression was somewhat complicated. The Bai family is truly cunning. They've prepared such a terrifying backup plan. This should be the Bai family's last trump card in means. However, this trump card in means is not yet perfect, and it should be aimed at demon beasts. For humans to cooperate with demon beasts is like asking a tiger for its skin. The Bai family cannot be that stupid. This is likely a means to counter the demon beasts. Ling Qingyu spoke slowly. Talisman puppets are extremely rare, and even the high-level talisman puppets she has seen are few and far between. I never expected to see it in such a remote place. After carefully sensing the puppet's body, Gu Yan said with a solemn expression. The Bai family has studied this six-armed demon ape for a long time. Most of its body has been engraved with runes, except for the most important head, where the runes are still incomplete. Obviously, the Bai family's method of making talisman puppets is not perfect. He possessed the perfected puppet-making technique rewarded by the system, so he immediately saw the flaws in this six-armed demonic ape. Since you can see the flaw, do you have a way to improve it? Upon hearing this, Xu Fian became excited and pressed for more information. This six-armed demonic ape is at the late nascent soul stage. If one could master such a talisman puppet, it would be an extremely terrifying trump card. She knew very well that her husband's position in the sect needed to be maintained by his own strength, not by relying on Zhao Linger and Elder Shui. Ling Qingyu also looked at Gu Yan. After all, Gu Yan had extremely strong comprehension in the Tao of talismans, and if she wanted to perfect and activate this six-armed demon ape, she would probably really need Gu Yan. Gu Yan thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. It's worth a try. The lack of runes on its head is a defect of the six-armed demonic ape, preventing it from being activated. However, once these runes are fully restored, the six-armed demonic rune puppet will be born. Only when we control a talisman puppet at the late nascent soul stage will we truly have the confidence to operate within the Azure Nether sect. After all, he is not the kind of person who places his hopes on others. Without hesitation, Gu Yan took out a wolf hair brush and began to refine the runes according to the methods of talisman making. Gu Yan added some special runes, especially to the runes for recognizing the master. Ling Qingyu and Xu Fian watched silently from the side, protecting Gu Yan. Meanwhile, Gu Yan was perfecting the six-armed talisman puppet. Thousands of miles away, a sinister old man with snow-white hair suddenly opened his dim yellow eyes. The auras of all the Bai family's higher-ups have been destroyed, but the aura of the talisman puppet has been gradually activated. What exactly is that old guy Bai Xian doing? The old man frowned, then flashed and rushed towards the Qingming sect. Now that the Bai family has been destroyed, it is time for them to pay their debts. With the resources they have accumulated over the years, they can certainly enhance their strength to a higher level. He moved very quickly, arriving at the Qingming sect in just half an hour. The protective formation within the Qingming sect activated almost instantly, but it failed to stop the old man in the slightest. He still managed to break into the Qingming sect. At this moment, the Chu family patriarch and others were still immersed in the joy of dividing up the Bai family's massive resources and were thanking Deacon Zhou for his help. Suddenly, they sensed something was wrong with the formation, and their expressions immediately turned grim. After all, the sect's protective formation can block the invasion of cultivators in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. But the other party still forced their way in. He is definitely a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, or even more terrifying. I was unaware of your presence, Senior. What brings you here? The three patriarchs rushed to the sky above the Qingming sect and blocked the sinister old man who had come here. Elder Lang. Elder Lang tossed his full head of white hair and chuckled softly. These three must be the ancestors of three of the four great families of the Azure Nether sect, right? They do have some strength, actually uprooting the Bai family. The deaths of the Bai family members were extremely sudden, and in his view, they must have been plotted against them. Only the members of the other three major families could have done that. The patriarch of the Chu family and the others exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat solemn. First of all, this powerful figure in the late nascent soul stage likely has close ties with the Bai family. Secondly, his forceful entry into the sect's formation shows that he was up to no good. Judging from his words, although he knew that the Bai family had been destroyed, he did not know who had destroyed them. Instead, he made a wild guess that it was one of the three major families. Senior, there seems to be some misunderstanding. The patriarch of the Chu family quickly spoke up. They are in a very good position now, and they cannot afford to let this opportunity ruin everything. He was about to explain when Elder Lang shook his head and said calmly, "No need for so much talk. I don't want to get involved in your feud with the Bai family, but what the Bai family owes me must be repaid with interest." Hearing this, the three elders were somewhat bewildered, wondering what grudge the senior had against the Bai family. However, they also breathed a slight sigh of relief. After all, this powerful expert in the late nascent soul stage wasn't coming for them. "I wonder what the Bai family owes you, senior," the Chu family patriarch asked cautiously. If they could repay the debt, even though the Bai family had been destroyed and debts should be settled with the death of the person, they were still willing to repay it and put an end to this grudge. Elder Lang said calmly, "It's simple. They borrowed my corpse of a six-armed demonic ape at the late nascent soul stage, as well as a debt of 90 million mid-grade spirit stones." Chapter 91 Priceless Spirit Stones, 3 Clans Humiliation and Planning. The corpse of a six-armed demonic ape in the late nascent soul stage. 90 million mid-grade spirit stones. Elder Chu and the others could understand the matter of the six-armed demon ape's corpse. After all, it's quite normal for the Bai family to collude with demonic beasts and search for the corpses of powerful demonic beasts. Such things do exist in tangible form. Then the latter figure of 90 million mid-grade spirit stones is pure nonsense. After all, 1 mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. 90 million mid-grade spirit stones is equivalent to 900 million low-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, if we bundled up and sold the entire Qingming sect, we might be able to get this price. With spirit stones so expensive, it's impossible for the Bai family to have borrowed so much money. Even if he had really borrowed so much, this old man in the late nascent soul stage would absolutely not be able to come up with such an astronomical sum of spirit stones. Therefore, the former might be true. The latter is probably what the other party is planning to do by plundering the Bai family and extorting money from their Qingming sect. Although I understood the crux of the matter in an instant. But this is a powerful figure in the late nascent soul stage, and he clearly has an extraordinary background. They were all cultivators at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, no match for this sinister old man. Therefore, the Chu family patriarch could only suppress his anger, cough, and say, "Senior, do you have any evidence of the Bai family's debt?" Elder Lang glared at the Chu family patriarch. "So, you're not going to repay the huge debts owed by the Bai family?" The three members of the Chu family shook their heads repeatedly and said, "It is only right to pay back debts. Although the Bai family has been destroyed, we will try our best to repay their debts, but they must be real debts. Why don't you think about it again, senior? If we were to actually repay him 90 million mid-grade spirit stones, it would be more appropriate to just give him the entire Qingming sect as a package deal. I remember this debt clearly. How dare you, a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, question me?" Elder Lang's expression grew even more displeased. They were preparing to make an example of this patriarch of the Chu family, to teach him what it means to respect one's elders. A streak of light appeared in the sky, revealing it to be Deacon Zhou of the True Alliance. Deacon Zhou glanced at Elder Lang, clearly recognizing him. "Elder Lang, they don't know you, but I know you quite well. When did your spirit hall expand its business here? 90 million mid-grade spirit stones? Aren't you afraid of spouting nonsense here? All the business of the spirit hall is recorded. If you are found to have acted improperly and damaged the reputation of the spirit hall, you will be dealt with seriously. Even you, as an elder of the spirit hall, will be no exception." Although Deacon Zhou's cultivation level was not as high as Elder Lang's, who was in the late nascent soul stage, he had the Jingyi Alliance behind him and was not afraid of the Spirit Palace. Looking at Deacon Zhou, who stood high in the sky and spoke in a cold voice, Elder Lang was clearly stunned. He hadn't expected him to be here, and he certainly hadn't expected the other party to stand so firmly on the side of the Chu family patriarch. This made him frown. Could it be that the Bai family's affairs had been discovered, and that the Zhang Yi alliance had destroyed the Bai family? If that's the case, it would be a huge loss to clash with the Jingyi alliance for some interests, or even affect one's position in the spirit hall. So after a brief hesitation, he patted his head, looking as if he had suddenly realized something. Oh, I remember now, the Bai family doesn't owe me 90 million mid-grade spirit stones, but 90 million low-grade spirit stones. Although I don't want to make a big fuss, with the Bai family destroyed, there's no reason not to take a bite of such a big piece of meat. The faces of the Chu family patriarch and others darkened. However, the fact that Elder Lang was actually from the Spirit Palace made them even more wary. The Spirit Palace is no simple entity, it is an extremely large organization, or rather, a business alliance whose business spans the entire eastern region. They do business with both the righteous and the demonic paths. Wherever there are spirit stones and prophets, there will be their voices. They are a group of people who pursue profits without any bottom line. Of course, the reason they dared to do this was partly due to the enormous profits involved, and partly due to their formidable strength. This kind of force, which has influence over both the righteous and the demonic paths, is not something that the Qingming sect can afford to provoke. Deacon Zhou shook his head and said, "Elder Lang, such a large amount of spirit stones is simply unrealistic. When the spirit hall does business, it is all about bargaining and trying to close the deal. Why not lower the price a bit more?" Elder Lang frowned, but considering that the Zhengyi alliance was no simple force, he conceded again, saying, 30 million spirit stones, that's the lowest we can go. Upon seeing this, Steward Zhou immediately turned his gaze to the Chu family patriarch and the others. The patriarch of the Chu family and others nodded. Although the amount is still huge, it's good to avoid a major problem by spending money and suffering a lot of trouble. Those guys in the Spirit Palace will stop at nothing for profit. So, the patriarchs of the three major families scraped together 3 storage bags and handed them to Elder Lang. "We are not strong enough now, so we can only endure the humiliation and hardship. Once Gu Yan and the others have grown up, we will definitely let this old dog know what's what." In the world of cultivation, there are far too many instances of people being obsequious in public but refusing to eat beef in private. It was only a temporary humiliation, and they chose to endure it. After all, the rise of Gu Yan and Zhao Linger was a foregone conclusion. Seeing the patriarchs of the 3 major families readily hand over spirit stones, Elder Lang curled his lip, thinking that they hadn't extorted enough. These 3 families have quite a strong foundation. Seeing that Elder Lang was once again harboring greed, Deacon Zhou, who knew that the Qingming sect was no longer the same, spoke up to remind him. "Elder Lang, I advise you to stop now, or don't blame me for not warning you if trouble comes your way in the future." "Trouble? What trouble could there be? It's just a small Qingming sect." Elder Lang scoffed, for their spirit palace was a top-tier power in the eastern region. Only a handful of forces can rival him, let alone a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage. However, once the words have been spoken, it is ultimately not good to go back on one's word. 30 million low-grade spirit stones is not bad. Then his gaze fell on the bottom of the Bai family's treasure vault. From there, he sensed a familiar presence. The 6-armed demon ape is right there. It's a pity that the Bai family was destroyed too suddenly. It would have been better if they had waited until they finished modifying the 6-armed demon ape before they died. According to his previous agreement with the Bai family, the corpse of the 6-armed demonic ape could be used to transform into a talisman puppet. Once the transformation was successful, the Bai family would have the right to use it for 10 years, after which it would belong to their spirit palace. This is naturally a surefire way to make money, since the Bai family has paid a large deposit. What we've received so far is merely a deposit, which is nothing compared to a late-stage nascent soul talisman puppet. Bump! Elder Lang's mind stirred, and he rushed directly into the depths of the earth, preparing to take the talisman puppet away. As soon as he went deeper underground, he suddenly felt a special runic fluctuation. Immediately afterwards, the 6-armed demonic ape seemed to be awakening from its slumber, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. Inside an underground cave. With the help of the wolf hair brush, Gu Yan spent half an hour carving, supplementing, and revising. The aura emanating from the 6-armed demon ape finally showed signs of revival. However, with the resurgence of the 6-armed demonic ape, its terrifying and ferocious power at the late nascent soul stage suddenly spread. After that fierce aura spread, Chufian suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, and Moonlight Fox also hid behind Gu Yan in fear, trembling. The late stage of the nascent soul realm is already terrifying to the extreme, and demonic beasts are even more terrifying. They are only at the chi refining or foundation establishment stage, and can be annihilated by their pressure alone. Ling Qingyu was already on guard and was about to activate her spirit sword to form a sword formation when she suddenly discovered that Gu Yan's soul was resonating with the talisman puppet. My husband's talent in talismans is truly astonishing. Not only did he successfully create this talisman puppet, but the puppet even showed a hint of submission. Ling Qingyu was somewhat surprised. This is a talisman puppet at the late nascent soul stage, extremely mysterious. Even veteran talisman puppet masters would probably need to spend years and months to create one. But her husband did it in just half an hour. Moreover, this talisman puppet at the late nascent soul stage actually submitted to Gu Yan. In the heart of this puppet, Gu Yan was like its second parent. At this moment, Gu Yan, with his eyes slightly closed, was using the art of puppetry to establish a deeper connection with the six-armed demonic ape. He never expected everything to go so smoothly. The Bai family has truly prepared a great gift for themselves. Of course, the most important thing is the talisman puppetry method provided by the system. If any other talisman master were here, they would be completely clueless. His soul was about to completely merge into the talisman puppet, becoming the master of this six-armed demonic ape talisman puppet. A domineering pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Under the impact of that oppressive force, Gu Yan's connection with the talisman puppet was immediately disrupted, and the soul imprint failed to completely settle on its core. Even he was affected, coughing up blood and flying backwards. TSK, not bad at all. The Bai family hasn't been doing nothing all these years. They actually managed to create this talisman puppet. Elder Lang, who appeared here like a ghost, completely ignored Gu Yan and the others. His gaze was fixed on the six-armed demonic ape in front of him. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, he had seen many rare and precious materials, but this was the first time he had ever seen a talisman puppet at the late nascent soul stage. While he was staring at the six-armed demon ape, the six-armed demon ape was also staring intently at Elder Lang. It suddenly felt itself about to touch the Lord's soul, only to be violently disturbed by this fellow. So much so that it could only vaguely sense that this caused its newly born consciousness to surge with unprecedented fury. Roar! It suddenly let out a furious roar and charged towards Elder Lang. Its massive body, 10 zhang in size, resembled a walking god or demon, with its black fur dancing wildly like rolling black flames, and its overwhelming ferocity reaching its peak. Okay. The stronger the aura emanating from the talisman puppet, the more excited Elder Lang became. After all, the six-armed demon ape is an extremely rare and exotic beast with a powerful physique and immense strength. After becoming a talisman puppet, its strength increases, and its value naturally rises as well. If he takes this item back, his status and position in the Spirit Hall will likely be elevated. Such treasures are extremely rare even in the Spirit Palace, which is rich in natural treasures. The Bai family has really prepared an enormous gift for themselves. All of you, get out of my way. Anyone who dares to approach this place will be killed without mercy. As he attacked the six-armed demonic ape, Elder Lang didn't turn around, but instead shouted coldly. Chapter 92: The Puppet's Metamorphosis, Elder Lang's Defeated Flight. The sound was so loud that even the Chu family patriarch and others outside could hear it. The six-armed demon ape is no ordinary creature. We must not let the Qingming sect members get close, lest they resort to any underhanded tactics. Ling Qingyu frowned slightly, silently memorizing Elder Lang's figure. He dares to be so arrogant in the late stage of nascent soul. Once his spiritual root is restored, he must be taught a lesson. There are always people more capable than you, and there is always something beyond your understanding. She remembered this grudge. Soon, she and Chu Fian left with Moonlight Fox and the injured Gu Yan. Rumble. The moment they left, the entire underground cavern shook, creating terrifying shockwaves that reached the earth's veins. Even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator can still possess terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. Husband, are you all right? After emerging from the underground cave, Chu Fian and Ling Qingyu immediately looked at him with concern. Gu Yan waved his hand. I'm fine. I was just interrupted from forming the contract. Otherwise, the talisman puppet would be obeying me right now. This left him somewhat disappointed, since if he had captured the talisman puppet earlier, he could have absorbed it into his body, but this old man who suddenly appeared gave him no chance at all. This old man seems to be an elder of the Spirit Hall. He is very strong, but the six-armed demon ape puppet is not simple. It won't be easy for him to subdue it, Ling Qingyu said, her eyes slightly narrowed. As she said this, she gripped the spirit sword in her hand tightly. During this time, she swallowed and refined 3 heaven-mending pills. When they were both severely injured, she might be able to restore her spiritual roots in one fell swoop and leave the old man here forever. Gu Yan knew Ling Qingyu well and knew that murderous intent was already surging within her, so he quickly grasped her delicate hand and said, "The baby is due in about a month. For the sake of the child, I'll be patient for now. Besides, although I don't have complete control over the talisman puppet, I can still cause some trouble for that old man." Hearing this, Ling Qingyu looked at him with some curiosity. Gu Yan gripped the wolf hair brush tightly in his hand and said, "Although I do not control the talisman puppet, I have already established a connection with its soul. All I need to do next is to keep inscribing talismans to strengthen it." At this point, a murderous intent surged deep in Gu Yan's eyes. "You've suddenly come to pick peaches, haven't you? I'm afraid these peaches won't be easy to get." Swoosh! The wolf hairbrush moved through the void, carving out countless dense runes before merging into the void and silently entering the puppet's body. Each talisman didn't provide a significant boost, but the cumulative effect of these talismans, along with their increasing completeness, gradually led to a qualitative change in the six-armed demon ape. In an underground cave, Elder Lang's face was grim. Why was this talisman puppet becoming more and more terrifying? The power of the runes on his body became increasingly dense and perfect, as if he had transformed into an indestructible body. At first, he was able to suppress it, but now he needs to activate his magic weapon. Moreover, as time goes by, the aura of this six-armed demonic ape is actually transforming towards the peak of the nascent soul stage. Once the transformation is successful, I'm afraid I'll still be here today. That's impossible. How could a talisman puppet improve on its own? And such a huge improvement at that? There are just too many different kinds of talismans on it. Elder Lang's expression grew increasingly grim, and even the greed in his heart was gradually suppressed by the fear of death, giving rise to a slight intention to retreat. Puff! As time went on, Elder Lang became increasingly outmatched. Pressed relentlessly by the six-armed demonic ape, his blood and chi surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Why is this puppet's strength still increasing? Elder Lang didn't understand at all. The previous puppet had just been revived, and he could say he was absolutely confident of taking it down. But now, facing the six-armed demonic ape whose runes within his body have inexplicably doubled in size, he is completely outmatched. Even with his guinea pig artifacts, which he frantically wields, he is still no match for it. Moreover, he didn't know if it was just his imagination, but the puppet clearly had no intelligence and was just a big, dumb guy that acted on instinct. However, during the battle with himself, the puppet's strength not only improved, but its combat skills also advanced by leaps and bounds, forcing him to retreat repeatedly and causing him great discomfort. There was no other way but to retreat for the time being. After all, the advantages of the talisman puppet were obvious, but its disadvantages were equally obvious, namely, it consumed a lot of spirit stones. It has to be a high-grade spirit stone, or even a top-grade spirit stone. Once the spirit stones in his body are completely depleted, the talisman puppet becomes like a useless toy, posing no threat to him whatsoever. He remembered that the Bai family didn't have many high-grade spirit stones before, and they had exchanged some with him. In retrospect, the previous deal turned out to be a fatal blow. Fortunately, it's been almost half an hour. No matter how many spirit stones it has, they are almost all used up. However, as he fled, the six-armed demonic ape relentlessly pursued him, its attacks becoming increasingly ruthless, leaving him in a sorry state and his energy depleted. Damn it! Damn the Bai family, what kind of monster puppet have they created? Elder Lang was extremely displeased with the beating he received, and his face turned even colder. Just as he was considering whether to activate some talismans, he discovered that the six-armed demon ape's attack speed had suddenly increased dramatically. Half-step to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Sensing the surge in the aura of the six-armed demonic ape, Elder Lang was terrified, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. The gap between the nascent soul level is huge. Initially, the six-armed demonic ape had only just reached the late nascent soul stage, but now it has almost reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, which is equivalent to improving by an entire small realm. Its strength has greatly improved compared to before. If this continues, let alone subduing the six-armed demon ape, even leaving this place alive will not be an easy task. The six-armed demonic ape is a ferocious beast containing ancient bloodlines. It is a top-tier existence among demonic beasts of the same level, with outstanding strength and a ruthless nature. Immediately, Elder Lang was about to use a teleportation talisman to escape, but he discovered that the storage bag at his waist had been secretly snatched away by the six-armed demon ape. The storage bag is gone. Elder Lang was furious, but the six-armed demonic ape was already charging towards him, and the danger of death loomed over him. Elder Lang had no other choice but to desperately activate his blood escape technique to escape from this place. "You damned talisman puppet, just you wait. I'll remember this grudge." As Elder Lang fled, he didn't forget to utter a harsh threat. As he fled, the aura of the six-armed demonic ape gradually subsided, and the oppressive aura emanating from it vanished into nothingness. Gu Yan and the others who rushed here all breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yan, who was secretly influencing the six-armed demon ape, breathed a long sigh of relief. If Elder Lang continues to resist here, the spirit stones in the six-armed demon ape's body will be completely exhausted. By then, it will be virtually impossible for them to obtain the six-armed demon ape. It's all thanks to that old man for taking action against the six-armed demon ape. Otherwise, if it had too many spirit stones stored in its body, it might have had a rejection reaction. Gu Yan's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Although the talisman puppet had shown signs of submitting and recognizing its master, truly controlling it was not an easy task. This was, after all, a demonic beast at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even in death, its arrogance was etched into its very bones. Now, not only has the six-armed demon ape been perfected, but it can also be easily controlled. Just in case, Gu Yan directly activated his soul, leaving a soul mark on his forehead. Because when the talismans were inscribed on this puppet, some soul fluctuations had already been secretly lurking, so taking it down now was just a natural progression. After completely mastering the six-armed demonic ape puppet, a bright smile immediately appeared on Gu Yan's face. They had all just witnessed the terrifying combat power of the six-armed demonic ape puppet. Even with Elder Lang's arrogance, he was still beaten back step by step. According to Gu Yan's estimation, he could probably fight against even a nascent soul peak cultivator. "Let's go, this place has become a hotbed of trouble, we'd better leave as soon as possible." Gu Yan was about to lead everyone away when he suddenly noticed the storage bag that the six-armed demon ape was clutching in one of its hands. He hadn't noticed this before. That old guy's storage bag? Gu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. That old guy is quite powerful and has a very deep background. There must be many good treasures in his storage bag. However, Gu Yan did not infuse his soul into it. Instead, he took out a wolf hair brush and successively inscribed dozens of seals and talismans to isolate the aura, temporarily sealing the storage bag. There is no doubt that Elder Lang's soul imprint is inside this storage bag. At this moment, the old man had only left injured, not dead. Opening it rashly would surely alert him. They will inevitably target me then, so this is not a safe approach. Let's talk about it when we're stronger. Anyway, he doesn't lack resources at all right now. Of course, high-grade spirit stones are still very scarce. After all, without a large amount of high-grade spirit stones, the six-armed demon ape puppet is no different from scrap metal. Shortly after Gu Yan put the six-armed demonic ape into his storage bag, streaks of light descended from the sky. The three patriarchs arrived here together. Has Elder Lang already left? The Chu family patriarch was somewhat surprised to see Gu Yan and the others here. After all, they had followed Elder Lang all the way here, and they were actually a step behind Gu Yan and the others. Elder Lang left with a talisman puppet, which was at least a late-stage nascent soul talisman puppet. What a pity. Gu Yan nodded, then shook his head and sighed softly. The Chu family patriarch knew that Gu Yan had originally planned to refine and control the six-armed demonic ape, but now that Elder Lang had taken him away, he was naturally somewhat disappointed. Elder Lang is powerful and domineering, but he is old and just an old dog. Young friend Gu and Fei Yan, you are both young and talented. It will only take some time for you to surpass him. It's not too late to settle accounts with him later. The patriarch of the Chu family comforted him. In the world of cultivation, things change constantly. Gu Yan nodded obediently, then, as if remembering something, asked with considerable curiosity. Just who is this Elder Lang? The patriarch of the Chu family and the others exchanged glances and said, "This Elder Lang comes from the Spirit Palace and is greedy by nature. We must be more careful when we encounter him in the future." After hearing what they had said, Gu Yan nodded and silently made a mental note of the old man. "By the way, young friend Gu, your aura seems a little different. Have you broken through again?" Soon, the patriarch of the Chu family's pupils contracted, as if he had sensed something incredible, and said in astonishment. Chapter 93 Qi Refining Level 11, Jingyi Alliance Recruits. As they gazed at Gu Yan, they wondered if it was just their imagination, but they instinctively felt a sense of threat of death emanating from him. Although the threat was faint, they were all nascent soul cultivators. There will be absolutely no error detection. Gu Yan is indeed unfathomable. Gu Yan vaguely sensed that they seemed to have detected the aura of the six-armed demonic ape, and chuckled softly. I managed to break through to the 11th level of Qi refining last night. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the three patriarchs all contracted, and even Steward Zhou, who had rushed over, was horrified. He's already at the 11th level of Qi refining? Gu Yan had only recently broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining, right? How can you reach a new level every day? Even though they were hailed as geniuses back then, it still took them months of arduous training to successfully break through to the Qi refining realm. Why is it completely different when it comes to Gu Yan? Young friend Gu has actually broken through to the 11th level of Qi refining, so the 12th level of Qi refining must be just around the corner. I wonder if you have prepared any Foundation Establishment spiritual items? Our Zhangyi Alliance has quite a few suitable Foundation Establishment spiritual items. Moreover, our Zhangyi Alliance has a special treasure land called the Heavenly Tao Platform, which resonates with the stars in the heavens and can assist in Foundation Establishment, with a relatively high probability of achieving a top-grade Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Deacon Zhou suddenly spoke with a smile. A top-tier Foundation Establishment is an irresistible temptation for any genius. Only with top-tier Foundation Establishment can one hope to break through to higher realms in the future. However, achieving the highest level of Foundation Establishment is not easy, even if one gathers all 5 elemental spiritual items. There is only a certain chance of achieving the highest level of Foundation Establishment. Upon hearing this, the three elders knew that this was Steward Zhou's attempt to recruit Gu Yan. They were surprised that he offered such generous and irresistible terms so readily. After all, the Heavenly Tao platform of the Zhangyi Alliance is renowned throughout the entire eastern region. Most top-tier Foundation Establishment cultivators are forged at the Heavenly Tao platform, which is the ideal place for many Qi refining 12th level cultivators to establish their foundation. However, activating the Heavenly Tao platform once requires an enormous cost. Therefore, not everyone is qualified to ascend to the Heavenly Tao platform. They were all hesitant to respond to the demands made by Deacon Zhou for recruitment. Foundation establishment is of great importance to cultivators, so they dare not speak carelessly. Gu Yan naturally noticed the three elders' hesitant expressions and chuckled. Deacon Zhou, thank you for your kindness, but my cultivation method is special and does not require the Heavenly Tao platform. I still have a chance to achieve top-grade Foundation establishment. Gu Yan wouldn't have spoken recklessly in front of these important figures before, since such matters were too shocking and it was quite normal for them to arrest him and investigate him. However, now, with the deterrent power of Elder Shui and the confidence provided by the six-armed demon ape, Gu Yan doesn't mind being a little more flamboyant. This, in turn, will instill a sense of awe in them. Is it possible to achieve top-tier Foundation establishment without needing the Heavenly Tao platform? The four nascent soul cultivators were stunned into silence upon hearing this. If anyone else had said this, they would have thought the other person was delusional. Having lived for so many years, they have seen countless prodigies who all relied on foundation building spiritual objects to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I have never heard of anyone achieving top-tier foundation establishment through special cultivation techniques. But since Gu Yan said so, it must be true. After all, how long has it been since Gu Yan rose to power? Moreover, he is currently a second-tier talisman master and a second-grade alchemist. It cannot be judged by common sense. As for Gu Yan's statement about having the potential to achieve the highest level of foundation establishment, in their view, it was at least 90% likely, if not 100%. After all, if someone with Gu Yan's aptitude, talent, and comprehension couldn't achieve the highest level of foundation establishment, they really couldn't understand who could. Deacon Zhou's eyes also flickered. He hadn't left after attending Gu Yan's wedding yesterday. Instead, he was waiting for a reply from the Zhangyi Alliance. Because of the many and significant events that occurred yesterday, he felt it was necessary to report the matter to the elders of the Zhangyi Alliance. Whether it was Gu Yan's transformation from a late-stage first-order alchemist to a second-grade alchemist in a single day, or the arrival of Elder Shui from the Snowfall Sword sect, both were enough to shake the eastern region. This morning, after discussion, the elders of the Zhangyi Alliance finally replied to him. He was willing to go to any lengths to win over Gu Yan. After all, there's no reason not to recruit someone with unparalleled talent and a powerful background into the Zhangyi Alliance. He just didn't expect that what he thought was a sure thing would turn out to be a complete failure. However, this only excited him more, as Gu Yan's value might still be underestimated. Once he successfully achieves the highest level of foundation establishment, it will be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Since you have your own plans and arrangements, young friend Gu, would you be willing to become an honorary deacon of our Zhangyi alliance? Upon hearing this, the three patriarchs, who had just secretly breathed a sigh of relief, were slightly startled. This week, the butler actually offered Gu Yan this position in an attempt to win him over? Was it his idea, or the idea of the elders of the Zhangyi alliance? The stewards of the Zhangyi alliance are positions that only nascent soul cultivators can hold. He holds a very high status and position within the Zhangyi alliance. Moreover, the resources available are extremely vast. However, becoming a steward of the Zhangyi alliance is no easy feat. One needs either immense strength or an extraordinary background. While the title of honorary deacon is merely nominal and carries no real power, it still entitles the holder to extremely high welfare benefits and preferential treatment throughout the Zhangyi alliance. Generally speaking, this position is only given to a very few people with exceptional talent in cultivation. Gu Yan's talent is very special, but why was he directly given the position of honorary deacon? If Gu Yan accepts, he will become a steward of the Zhangyi alliance, ranking half a head higher than them. Gu Yan thought about it and originally didn't plan to accept it. After all, although it was an honorary title, it would also involve entanglements with the Zhangyi alliance, and he didn't like such troublesome matters. But Ling Qingyu spoke through telepathy. The Zhangyi alliance is a well-known force in the eastern region. Although it cannot compare with the top-tier Chuishu sword sect, it is still a first-class force. Becoming an honorary steward will be beneficial for our future actions in the eastern region. The six-armed demon ape will require a large number of high-grade and even top-grade spirit stones in the future, and only first-class forces such as the Zhangyi alliance can afford to supply them. For Ling Qingyu, the identity of an honorary deacon could protect her from harassment by many petty people and also bring her many conveniences. After all, the Zhangyi alliance has branches in all the major core cities of the eastern region. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan nodded. Since it is Steward Zhou who has extended such a warm invitation, then it would be impolite to refuse. Seeing that Gu Yan accepted, Deacon Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, Deacon Gu, from now on we'll all be colleagues of the Zhangyi alliance. Gu Yan smiled as well. As a righteous force, joining the Zhangyi alliance is not a big deal. Even if Elder Leng of the Spirit Hall comes here again, he will not let the matter rest. His status as an honorary deacon of the Zhangyi alliance also serves to intimidate him. After all, the six-armed demon ape escaped because he himself failed to capture it. What does that have to do with us? Afterwards, everyone prepared to return to their sect to continue dividing up the treasures left behind by the Bai family. But at that moment, the three patriarchs seemed to realize something, and their expressions became solemn. This is the fluctuation of the gathering beast tide. Those four nascent soul stage demons have been annihilated, so the demonic beasts of the Qingyang Mountains should be no threat. How could such a terrifying beast tide have formed? The three patriarchs exchanged glances and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Could it be that celestial fox? Suddenly, the patriarch of the Chu family seemed to have thought of something, and spoke with an extremely solemn expression. Upon hearing this, the other two elders also felt a pang of unpleasant memories. That fox was already old. Hadn't it died of old age? They're still alive. Late nascent soul stage? Gu Yan's expression remained extremely calm. With the six-armed demon ape around, as long as we find some high-grade spirit stones, even if the heavenly fox attacks, there's no need to panic. That heavenly fox must be destroyed as soon as possible, otherwise my Azure Nether sect will never have peace. The three patriarchs all had very cold expressions. They then quickly returned to their sect and began discussing countermeasures. After Gu Yan returned to the sect, he took on the important task of taking care of Ling Qingyu. After all, his first child was about to be born. The Qingming sect also attaches great importance to this. On the one hand, having more children is a steadfast strategy of the righteous immortal alliance that has lasted for hundreds of years, and their Qingming sect must also abide by it. On the other hand, this is Gu Yan's child. Previously, Gu Yan was just an outer disciple, but now he has become Steward Gu, the honorary steward of the Zhangyi alliance, whose status is half a head higher than theirs. As a result, all sorts of rare and precious materials were presented to Gu Yan. Gu Yan had been politely declining, even though he had plundered quite a few spiritual herbs from the Bai family's warehouse. Now that he is a second-grade alchemist, he naturally won't let Ling Qingyu suffer. Under Gu Yan's care, Ling Qingyu maintained her figure very well, while Moonlight Fox, on the other hand, became fat and muscular, increasingly resembling a gluttonous little pig. It wants to eat whatever Ling Qingyu thinks is delicious, and it also wants to eat whatever Ling Qingyu thinks is not delicious. Gu Yan shook his head slightly. This moonlight fox absolutely cannot continue like this. After all, it is a monster that the system rated as over 80 points. How can my figure go out of shape? Husband, this fox is getting fatter and fatter. Why don't we send it to the Qingyang Mountains for some training? It now has the strength of the 7th level of Qi refining, and with some talismans and magical artifacts for protection, there shouldn't be any problems. Ling Qingyu also felt that Moonlight Fox was too fat, so she decided to help it lose weight. Gu Yan gave her this Moonlight Fox to please her eyes, not to make her feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Fox swallowed hard and fawned over Ling Qingyu. But Ling Qingyu just rolled her eyes at it. It wasn't angry. Instead, it looked at Gu Yan with its pitiful big eyes, like sparkling gems, making people feel sorry for it. However, Gu Yan remained unmoved. Don't worry, I'll let you follow behind Fei Yan. Fei Yan is a foundation establishment cultivator, so you won't encounter any danger. It's just about hunting some demonic beasts to lose weight, not about continuing to improve your strength. I heard that once a demon beast reaches the foundation establishment stage, it can transform into human form, right? Gu Yan blinked and looked the Moonlight Fox up and down. This fox is extremely greedy, loves to play pranks, and sometimes has no bottom line. It is extremely flattering. If such a fox were to transform into human form, it would really be more than 90 points. Chapter 90 for the Celestial Fox Crisis, Bloodline Opportunity. To date, only 2 people have received a system score of 90 or higher. Ling Qingyu received a score of 97. Zhu Fian, system score, 92 points. Previously, before Zhao Linger awakened her ice spirit root, the system gave her a score of 82. After that, Gu Yan didn't use the system to test her again. Now, Zhao Linger has not only awakened a rare ice spirit root, but has also joined the snow-blowing sword sect. Her future achievements are remarkable, so her score will likely increase significantly. Next time they meet, he'll check the system score again. Under Gu Yan's scrutinizing gaze, Moonlight Fox raised its neck with a haughty air, as if to say that after its transformation into a mortal, it would definitely be a stunning beauty. Ling Qingyu gently patted its raised head. You're only at the 7th level of Qi refining right now, you're still a long way from foundation establishment. I just said something to you and you're acting all high and mighty? As she spoke, Ling Qingyu chuckled and said, cultivate diligently, and once you become a foundation establishment cultivator, you can serve us as a maid. A maid? Moonlight Fox felt as if the sky had fallen, scratching at Ling Qingyu's feet with its claws, seemingly very angry. Ling Qingyu had naturally anticipated this, and said calmly, if you're not a maid, what are you? Your sister Linger has joined the Snowfall Sword sect and has a bright future. Who knows what realm she'll have reached by the next time we meet? Your sister Fian is already at the peak of foundation establishment and is preparing to break through to the perfect foundation establishment stage. In what way can you compare? Upon hearing this, Moonlight Fox stared intently at Ling Qingyu. Ling Qingyu looked up at the sky, her gaze somewhat profound. As for me, if you can keep up with my shadow from now on, seeing me will be like floating in the sky. Upon hearing this, even the void seemed to grow heavier. Moonlight Fox clearly didn't believe it, and puffed out her cheeks in a huff. If you don't believe me, fine. If you want to sit at the table, you'll at least have to catch up with the older sisters, right? Otherwise, you'll probably never escape the fate of being a maid. The Moonlight Fox, unconvinced, turned and left the cave without looking back, much like the saying fortune changes every 30 years. You're forcing it like that, isn't that unnecessary? After the Moonlight Fox left, Gu Yan sat down next to Ling Qingyu and asked, somewhat puzzled. This resurgence of the Celestial Fox may be a tremendous opportunity for the Moonlight Fox. Ling Qingyu narrowed her bright eyes slightly and said softly, are they all foxes? Although Gu Yan could tell that the Moonlight Fox's bloodline was unusual, the Heavenly Fox's bloodline was noble and incomparable. The Moonlight Fox has a trace of the Heavenly Fox bloodline in its body. It should be a remote branch of the Heavenly Fox bloodline. If we can capture the Heavenly Fox this time, or even make the Heavenly Fox notice the existence of the Moonlight Fox, it will be a good thing for it. Ling Qingyu said slowly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan understood. The Celestial Fox's lifespan is coming to an end. It will either possess another body to be reborn, or find a successor to pass on its cultivation. Regardless of the type, it's best to find someone with the same bloodline. The Moonlight Fox is like a hook thrown out by Ling Qingyu. It remains to be seen whether the Moonlight Fox will take the bait. Then we need to prepare in advance. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Although they collected a considerable number of high-grade spirit stones from the Bai family and the other three major families, the more the better, so they still needed to find ways to exchange some. In addition, I also need to find a way to improve my cultivation level as soon as possible. After all, Zhao Linger and the others are growing very fast. You must break through to the 12th level of qi refining before the child is born. Based on his understanding of the system, he knew that his first child with Ling Qingyu would definitely receive a huge reward from the system. It would be perfectly normal for them to break through to the foundation establishment stage when the time comes. Therefore, in addition to personally taking care of Ling Qingyu's 3 meals a day, Gu Yan also received guidance from Ling Qingyu on swordsmanship. He spent all his free time practicing alchemy and cultivating his spirituality, leading a very busy life. Qingyang Mountain Range. The revived celestial fox stood atop the mountain, looking down at the distant Azure Nether sect, its eyes brimming with killing intent. Below it, demonic beasts from various mountain ranges had gathered. The Azure Nether sect harmed my disciple and slaughtered my fellow demons. Today, all of you will follow me to destroy the Azure Nether sect. Standing atop the mountain peak, the heavenly fox suddenly raised its head and roared. Immediately afterward, all the demonic beasts around it seemed to be encouraged by something, their spiritual energy surging and their strength greatly enhanced. Immediately afterwards, the demonic beasts that had surrounded the heavenly fox led hundreds and thousands of other demonic beasts, forming waves of beasts that launched attacks on the Azure Nether sect from all directions. This time, it's all or nothing. Tianhu knew very well that, given the nature of the human race, now that 4 nascent soul-level demon beasts had perished, they would certainly not let go of this good opportunity to cleanse the Qingyang Mountains. Once they successfully eliminate the highly talented and powerful demonic beasts of the Qingyang Mountains will be in a state of decline and will no longer pose a threat to the Qingming sect. From this day forward, these demonic beasts will be slaves of the human race for generations to come. Therefore, even now, with the loss of 4 fourth-tier demon beasts, the demon beasts are in a very bad situation. But in Tianhu's view, the weaker you are, the more you should resist, otherwise when you want to resist, you may not have any chance at all. The monsters rioted and set off in a grand procession. The Qingming sect disciples, who had been observing and blocking the enemy from various strongholds in the mountains, all noticed this change, and their expressions turned somewhat grim. They had experienced beast tides before, more than once, but this beast tide was clearly different, carrying the courage of a do-or-die situation. In the past, only elderly monsters appeared in the beast tides. On the one hand, these monsters were quite strong and more powerful than the younger ones. On the other hand, these monsters are old and have lost their ability to reproduce, so even if they perish, they will not cherish them. On the contrary, the monsters in their prime rarely appear in the beast tide, but now, old, middle-aged and young monsters are all in the group, clearly visible. There were even some monster cubs in the group. Just seeing this formation was enough to terrify the garrison at the stronghold. Kill! The leader of the demon beasts, who was in charge, let out a furious roar, and then a bloody and brutal battle ensued. Such scenes were observed at almost every outpost. Peak Master Chu, the situation is not good. News from various strongholds indicates that the demonic beasts have launched a large-scale attack, and they are fearless in the face of death. The area of the stronghold that the Bai family originally guarded is now under the control of Chu Fian. Chu Fian preferred fighting to managing the outer sect's talisman peaks. She had neither outstanding talent in talismans nor in alchemy. On the contrary, his talent in combat is off the charts. Upon hearing the reports from scouts in various locations, Chu Fian's expression became much more serious. Although the top-level demonic beasts of the Qingyang Mountains were all slaughtered, the demonic beasts at the bottom and middle levels still exist, and their numbers are extremely terrifying and enormous. Have the talismans been distributed? Chu Fian pressed for an answer. The supplies have already been distributed, but the number of monsters is large, and the situation is extremely dangerous. The scouts responsible for reporting the news all felt that the situation was extremely dire. Chu Fian thought for a moment and was about to ask the sect for help when she suddenly received a message from Gu Yan. Moonlight Fox. After reading the message, Chu Fian felt a little relieved. For Chu Fian, the most terrifying thing was never the beast tide, but the celestial fox who led it. Back then, he was already at the late nascent soul stage. Heaven knows if he's advanced any further since. Based on intelligence, this old celestial fox, though aged, still possesses a terrifying strength that they cannot contend with. Even if the 3 nascent soul elders of the Azure Nether sect join forces, they would not be a match for it. At most, they could only rely on the sect's grand formation to resist to the end. However, judging from Gu Yan's telepathic message, they have already made some plans, and all they need to do now is carry out the resistance mission. Let's go. Let's go and confront the beast tide. Chu Fian, carrying a crimson spear, charged out of the stronghold. Not long after she rushed out of the stronghold, she saw a dark mass of demonic beasts gathering all at once. Their overwhelming pressure gave the feeling of dark clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. Chu Fian remained silent, but led her sect disciples out of the stronghold like dragons. After fighting the monsters for a while, Chu Fian suddenly saw a familiar figure rushing into the battle. It was none other than the Moonlight Fox, pure white all over. It arrived here. Although it was only at the 7th level of Qi refining, its bloodline was quite special. As soon as it released its bloodline aura, it greatly intimidated many of the surrounding demonic beasts. Even demonic beasts whose original realm and strength were above the Moonlight Fox suffered a significant reduction in combat power after being subjected to the pressure of their bloodline. Moreover, the lower the bloodline, the greater the suppression they received. With its powerful bloodline intimidation, Moonlight Fox was able to handle even the most dangerous beast tides with ease. Is this fox really that badly provoked by Sisterling? Seeing that even the usually lazy and gluttonous Moon Fox had begun to engage in fierce and bloody killings, Chu Fian was somewhat surprised. With the Moonlight Fox joining the battle, the balance of power shifted dramatically, and the beast horde began to show signs of being suppressed. The Moonlight Fox isn't very strong, but it is a demon beast. The fact that the demon beasts who were originally on the same side as them were helping the human race was a huge blow to most of the demon beasts who were not very intelligent. It was as if they had suddenly become inferior to humans. Moreover, some second-tier Foundation establishment demonic beasts sensed the Moonlight Fox's extraordinary bloodline. It seems to have some connection with Lord Tianhu. But Lord Tianhu has a trace of the bloodline of the legendary nine-tailed fox. In a short time, some second-tier demonic beasts quickly relayed the information about the Moonlight Fox up the chain of command. Moonlight Fox? Upon receiving this news, Tianhu's eyes immediately lit up. After all, the Moonlight Fox and their Celestial Fox do indeed share similar bloodlines. Before she fell into a deep sleep, she had specifically explored the Qingyang Mountains, but she found nothing. Unexpectedly, now that I've emerged from seclusion, there's news. However, this Moonlight Fox has clearly gone astray, actually joining the human race and attacking its fellow demon beasts. This is not a good thing. This must be corrected as soon as possible. So, she squinted and immediately sent a telepathic message to the demon beast, demanding that the Moonlight Fox be captured alive. Tianhu was well aware of his physical condition and knew he couldn't maintain this state for long. She was faced with only two paths: one was to possess another body and be reborn, and the other was to find a successor. Ideally, both of these paths require someone with a similar bloodline, as this would result in a higher degree of compatibility. As for attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage and gain more lifespan, it has already tried, but failed. Although she is a celestial fox with special bloodline power, that bloodline power is extremely thin, and the peak of the nascent soul stage is her limit. Compared to humans, although the demon beasts are naturally powerful and have the power of their bloodline, they are clearly lacking in stamina, and their potential is locked by their bloodline. Shortly after she gave the order, Moon Fox was subjected to an unprecedented encirclement and suppression. Chapter 95 Bloodline Awakening, Moonlight Fox's Metamorphosis. Moonlight Fox never expected that its desire to participate in the battle to improve and prove itself would provoke such widespread anger. They were surrounded and pursued by what seemed to be an endless stream of monstrous beasts. Fortunately, it has excellent talent and comprehension. Under Ling Qingyu's guidance, its cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and its control over bloodline power is unmatched by other demonic beasts. Even when surrounded, it remains slippery, fighting and retreating simultaneously. The scene here appeared before the Celestial Fox's eyes through the round mirror technique. The strength of the 7th level of Qi refining is too weak, and it seems that the bloodline memory and bloodline inheritance have not been activated. The Celestial Fox murmured to itself, somewhat disappointed. Although the Moonlight Fox does indeed possess the bloodline of the Celestial Fox, without the bloodline inheritance, relying solely on the power of its bloodline would only make it slightly stronger than other demonic beasts. Apart from that, there is nothing else particularly outstanding. Then I'll lend you a hand and see if you can seize this opportunity. The Celestial Fox's eyes flickered. He decided to give Moonlight Fox a chance. If she couldn't awaken her bloodline inheritance, then he would take control of her body without any psychological burden. After all, a useless person with the bloodline of a Celestial Fox is less valuable than someone who can live a second life. Of course, if this Moonlight Fox is exceptionally talented and forcibly tries to possess another body, it will not only face numerous difficulties but also be prone to suffering a backlash from its bloodline. Ultimately, it all depends on fate. Therefore, Tianhu's orders also changed. Slay Moonlight Fox with all your might. Only in the midst of the great terror of life and death can one have a greater chance of comprehending the inheritance of bloodlines. If even this method fails to awaken them, then there is absolutely no possibility of awakening them. The other demon beasts didn't know why Lord Celestial Fox's orders had changed, but they were all executors without question. In an instant, the Moonlight Fox, which was already besieged by various demonic beasts, found itself in an increasingly precarious situation. At this moment, Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu, who had left their soul imprints on the Moonlight Fox, also realized that the Moonlight Fox was in a dangerous situation. From capturing her alive to now killing her without mercy, that fox spirit's attitude has changed so quickly. Is she planning to give up on Moonlight Fox? Gu Yan squinted. Demonic beasts are different from humans, especially those with powerful bloodlines. Activating their bloodline inheritance is not easy. The Heavenly Fox is probably preparing to give it a push. As for whether the cliff below is an opportunity to awaken its bloodline inheritance, that depends on the Moonlight Fox itself. Ling Qingyu was very knowledgeable about demonic beasts, and in an instant, she understood Tianhu's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief and at the same time concealed the talisman he had secretly inscribed on the Moonlight Fox. Although he and Ling Qingyu both intended for the Moonlight Fox to grow up as quickly as possible, they did not intend for it to be so aggressive. However, this also shows that Tianhu's situation is probably not optimistic. So much so that they resorted to such risky methods. Xu Fian wanted to save Moonlight Fox, but more and more demonic beasts gathered here, and even she, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was besieged and could only barely protect herself. The Moonlight Fox, chasing after numerous demonic beasts, fled in panic, its chubby, furry little face full of confusion. Isn't it just killing a few demonic beasts? It couldn't understand it. After all, while doing so was a betrayal of the demon beasts, it had lost both its parents at a young age and was raised by humans, so it wasn't really a member of the demon beasts. On the contrary, being raised by humans, while making them somewhat fearful of humans, also makes them closer to humans. In its view, killing a few first-tier demonic beasts was not a problem. Even if there was a problem, it wouldn't warrant hundreds of demonic beasts surrounding and attacking it. I'm just a little baby, a little over 10 months old. As the crisis of death loomed ever closer, the Moonlight Fox's potential began to be unleashed. Like a streak of pure white light, it darted swiftly among the pursuing monsters. He always managed to narrowly avoid the monster's deadly attack. However, this situation is constantly deteriorating. After all, the intense stimulation of spiritual power and the escape from the attacks of numerous demonic beasts greatly depleted its spiritual power, making it impossible to maintain such a state for an extended period. In addition, more and more monsters are chasing after us, and their strength is increasing. Some wounds had already appeared on its body, and its snow-white fur was stained red with blood. Only now did it realize that being humiliated by Ling Qingyu was nothing at all. Without the protection of Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu, venturing out on his own is truly deadly. It decided that if it could return alive this time, it would strive to improve its strength and, at the same time, become even more shameless. Even if you're not strong enough, you can still live a good life by sticking around senior brother Gu Yan. What's wrong with a fox attaching itself to the strong? Isn't this normal? From now on, I'll just fawn over senior brother Gu and let him know the methods of a celestial fox. Puff! Suddenly, as the Moonlight Fox leaped into the air, a blazing flame struck it, hitting its body hard. Its white fur was ignited almost instantly, turning into raging flames. The searing pain made it squint, as if it had one foot in hell. You dare to be a traitor? The demon race will not tolerate you. A fiery wolf stared intently at Moonlight Fox, its eyes filled with murderous intent. However, just as it was about to devour the Moonlight Fox, the imminent danger and pain of death caused a pale white aura to flow before the Moonlight Fox's eyes, and an ancient aura began to emanate from its body. Under this oppressive force, the once arrogant demon wolf involuntarily knelt down on the ground. What terrifying pressure! The demon wolf was horrified. It was a peak first-order demon beast, comparable to a cultivator at the 9th or even 10th level of chi refining, and its realm was much higher than that of the Moonlight Fox. But now, the aura within its body was suppressing it so much that it could not move. Tianhu, Gu Yan, Ling Qingyu, and the others who had been secretly watching Moonlight Fox all had a slight gleam in their eyes. Once the bloodline inheritance is activated, one can truly become a member of the bloodline demon beast, otherwise, one is merely a hybrid, existing in name only. However, the bloodline inheritance of a race is also divided into many types. Some demon beasts can obtain the most advanced inheritance, while others can only obtain a small amount of inheritance. Whether it is a low-grade inheritance or a top-grade inheritance is also very important. This is related to bloodline and comprehension. Before awakening, no one can guarantee that they will receive a high-quality inheritance. It all depends on fate. Compared to the anxiety of others, Gu Yan was quite confident. After all, the Moonlight Fox is a stunningly beautiful monster that the system mentioned as scoring 95 points. The Fox clan is quite unique. Whether they possess extraordinary talents depends on how they transform into human form. A beauty score of 80 or above is extremely rare. For a fox to transform into such a beauty, he must be exceptionally gifted. The bloodline inheritance I've obtained this time is definitely going to be amazing. The bloodline inheritance has been activated? At this moment, although Moonlight Fox was seriously injured, its eyes turned red and it became somewhat excited. I thought I was going to die at the hands of this demonic wolf, but unexpectedly, a turning point came. As the blood within its body surged, a series of unique memories surfaced in its mind. This is the legacy of the nine-tailed fox ancestor? After absorbing the inheritance, Moonlight Fox felt a tremor in his heart, and then his heart burned even more intensely. Although it had long known that inheritance was divided into different levels. Unexpectedly, she, a mere fox with the bloodline of a celestial fox, actually received the inheritance of the legendary nine-tailed fox. These 9 fox spirits are comparable to true dragons and phoenixes. They are legendary beings. As the Moonlight Fox's gaze grew increasingly intense, the environment around it suddenly rippled like water, and time seemed to stand still. The corpses, ancient trees, and forests scattered everywhere gradually disappeared. Instead, there was an ancient space surrounded by rushing water, as if one were trapped in the center of a giant whirlpool. Moonlight Fox had never experienced anything so strange before. It quickly composed itself, looking around the space with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Aside from the flowing water in this space, not far in front of it, a nearly decayed tombstone appeared, covered with a thin layer of dust. As Moonlight Fox looked over, a gentle breeze swept by, and the epitaph on the monument gradually became clearer. This is the burial site of the nine-tailed fox. Those who wish to inherit its legacy must be sincere and diligently cultivate its bloodline techniques. Once successful, they may enter and receive the nine-tailed fox's inheritance. After reading it, Moonlight Fox composed herself. As expected, the ultimate inheritance of the nine-tailed fox is not so easy to obtain. One must first cultivate the inherited techniques before entering the realm and obtaining the true inheritance of the nine-tailed fox. Although it's a bit troublesome, it's the legendary inheritance of the nine-tailed fox. No matter what it takes, it's nothing compared to this kind of legacy. Having figured this out, Moonlight Fox repeated the epitaph several times before beginning to practice the technique in his mind. The opportunity to soar to new heights is right in front of us. We absolutely cannot miss it. The nine-tailed celestial fox scripture. Moonlight Fox murmured a phrase about the cultivation technique in his mind and began to immerse himself in it. It felt like an instant, yet also like 100 or 1,000 years had passed. Its body suddenly trembled, and the wounds that had been there began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, streams of crimson spiritual energy, brimming with alluring charm, converged from all directions and merged into its body. Its cultivation level rapidly improved, reaching the 10th level of chi refining. He broke through 3 minor realms in one go. After that, Moonlight Fox's expression became somewhat strange. According to the subsequent cultivation requirements of this technique, one needs to find a man with abundant fortune to cultivate with, assist him, and then use his fortune to rapidly improve one's realm. Is this the profound mystery of the nine-tailed fox's technique? How interesting. The image of Gu Yan immediately appeared in Moonlight Fox's mind. For other moon foxes, completing this step would be virtually impossible. After all, even at this level, one cannot transform into human form unless guided by a great figure or helped by a senior member of the clan. In addition, it is even more difficult to cultivate with someone who has abundant luck. After all, heroes are as numerous as carp crossing a river, but those who truly have great fortune are few and far between. After the waves have washed away the heroes, how many of the thousands of heroes will remain? Finding someone with great fortune to assist you and gain their approval is not easy. Chapter 96 Purple Chi comes from the east, the nine-tailed fox's legacy. Most of the predecessors who cultivated the nine-tailed fox technique chose to constantly change their dual cultivation partners, gradually approaching the ultimate chosen one. This kind of behavior will undoubtedly be despised by those who truly have great fortune, who will see it as the behavior of a prostitute with no moral compass. But that's how the nine-tailed fox cultivates. But for Moonlight Fox, the feeling of having her destined one by her side would surely make her cultivation soar to new heights. After all, for a nine-tailed fox to cultivate, as long as there is enough luck, there are no bottlenecks to overcome. If you follow the right person, it's quite normal to become a big shot overnight. So, how do I persuade Brother Guyen to cultivate with me? After glancing at his fox form, Moonlight Fox was briefly caught in a dilemma. After all, she didn't have any seniors to guide her. This thought also came to her mind at that moment. At a certain moment, Moonlight Fox suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes. The space, which seemed to be enveloped by a vortex, suddenly began to writhe, and thick purple energy surged out from the east. This shading of the special little space gives the light that falls down a purple hue. Now! Moonlight Fox was overjoyed and immediately prepared to rush towards the epitaph. Following the clues in the epitaph, Moonlight Fox seemed to see a bright future unfolding before her eyes like a painting. I wonder what kind of great tomb we'll be entering this time. What can we expect to gain? Perhaps I can transform myself into an unparalleled beauty, and then it will become easier to cultivate with Brother Guyen. As this thought arose in her mind, nothing changed in the space. There is no sign that the portal has been opened. The Moonlight Fox was somewhat confused. After a moment's pause, it quickly looked around, but still no unusual events occurred. What happened? Moonlight Fox frowned slightly, looked at the epitaph again, and suddenly realized that he might not be sincere enough. So, while the purple aura was still present, she knelt down with a solemn expression and kowtowed 3 times to the tombstone. Then he slowly reached out and tapped the tombstone with a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the tombstone, followed by a powerful suction force emanating from the center of the vortex, drawing the Moonlight Fox into it. Moonlight Fox's vision blurred for a moment, but then she felt a sense of solid ground beneath her feet and suddenly opened her eyes. This was a somewhat dimly lit cave. Moonlight Fox subconsciously squinted its eyes before its eyes adjusted to the light. Then I saw a narrow path in front of me that led straight to the deepest part of the cave. There, a stone coffin, which had been there for an unknown period of time, lay flat, emitting soft, multicolored light that dispelled the darkness of the cave. Moonlight Fox took a deep breath, steadied itself, and then approached the cave step by step, stopping in front of the stone coffin. As she prepared to approach further, suddenly pale white specks of light, like fireflies, flew out of the stone coffin and gradually gathered in front of the Moon Fox, transforming into a somewhat blurry human figure. When Moonlight Fox saw this figure, it felt an urge to prostrate itself in worship, just like the lofty immortals it had encountered before. At this moment, Moonlight Fox's expression was extremely solemn. Before it, a stunningly beautiful woman, seemingly stepping out of a painting, slowly appeared. Although she looked and acted like a human, she had 9 fluffy tails swaying behind her, emitting extremely mysterious energy fluctuations. Even under the influence of this aura, Moonlight Fox, being a fox and a female fox at that, was completely drawn to it. The woman was incredibly beautiful, with snow-white, flawless skin and a figure so perfectly proportioned it seemed as if crafted by a master craftsman. The allure and innocence emanating from her eyes seemed to have an absolute power to captivate any man. Is this the legendary 9-tailed fox? Moonlight Fox looked on with a blank expression and longing. How wonderful it would be if I could become such a being. Under the infatuated gaze of Moonlight Fox, the woman in the white dress, who looked like a celestial being descended to earth, was also sizing up Moonlight Fox. Then, she frowned slightly. In her eyes, the bloodline of the Moonlight Fox was far too low. It only has a trace of the heavenly fox bloodline. Such an existence is almost non-existent with her bloodline inheritance, and theoretically there is no possibility of activating her own inheritance. But then her beautiful eyes flickered, and Guyen's figure seemed to appear before her eyes in a daze. What a lucky fellow! He actually made contact with the Chosen One so early on. No wonder he was able to trigger my bloodline inheritance. She suddenly realized that the reason why the 9-tailed foxes were so powerful was not because of their heaven-defying fighting ability, but because the Chosen Ones they relied on were very powerful. This Moonlight Fox has gained the favor of the Chosen Ones, and not just one. The image of Ling Qingyu reappeared before her eyes. Although Ling Qingyu is a woman, it's not unacceptable for a 9-tailed fox to be a woman. 2 Chosen Ones, no wonder. Her furrowed brows relaxed, and she became increasingly satisfied with the Moonlight Fox. The Moonlight Fox had a vague sense of unease the moment the 9-tailed fox frowned. After all, it knew that its bloodline was weak. Among demonic beasts, bloodline is the standard for judging status and worth, not strength. Does this mean I haven't been chosen by the 9-tailed fox? Moonlight Fox suddenly felt like she had struck gold, but it had all come to nothing. Although extremely nervous, Moonlight Fox dared not say a word, as the nine-tailed fox's suppression of it was simply too great. Fortunately, the other party's brows only furrowed for a moment before slowly relaxing, which made Moonlight Fox secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems there's still hope for me? Although it was somewhat lazy and didn't want to cultivate, it also knew how excellent Brother Guyen and Ling Qingyu were. To integrate into or even become one of them, one simply needs to possess great strength. Therefore, given such a great opportunity, it naturally wants to seize it. Although your bloodline is weak, your comprehension and talent are quite good. I will bestow this mark of the nine-tailed fox upon you. From now on, your bloodline will gradually transform into that of a nine-tailed fox. Once your bloodline has truly transformed, come to Qingqiu Kingdom to find me, and I will give you the true nine-tailed fox inheritance. As the nine-tailed fox spoke, it pointed a finger at the moon fox's brow, and immediately a light flowed, forming 9 swaying white fox tails on its brow. As the mark appeared between Moonlight Fox's eyebrows, Moonlight Fox immediately felt a warm sensation within her body, as if a flame had been ignited. Afterwards, Moonlight Fox clearly felt that its own physical constitution, perception, bloodline, and so on were continuously improving under the influence of this mark. This feeling of gradual rebirth was extremely captivating to it. Moreover, it has a strong sense that once its bloodline continues to evolve, even if it hasn't reached the foundation establishment stage, it can still transform into human form. As for the true lineage mentioned by the nine-tailed fox, Moonlight Fox was also extremely interested. After all, transforming oneself into a nine-tailed fox of noble blood is already an enormous gain. Nine-tailed fox, a legendary creature comparable to a true dragon or phoenix. Other beings would be proud to possess even a trace of its bloodline, and its strength would be far greater than that of other bloodline monsters of the same realm. Take the celestial fox, for example. Now I have surpassed him in one step. However, she instructed him to travel to Qingqiu Kingdom to find her and obtain the true inheritance. This struck Moonlight Fox as odd, since the nine-tailed fox had emerged from a coffin. Shouldn't she be dead? Seemingly aware of Moonlight Fox's thoughts, the nine-tailed fox didn't offer much explanation, but simply said slowly, "I have not yet perished. You had better hurry, otherwise if I really do perish, you may not be able to obtain the best inheritance." Moonlight Fox nodded repeatedly. It vaguely realized that this forbidden bloodline in mythology, this true pure-blooded being, seemed to exist only once. All other beings that possess this bloodline are eligible to vie for this position. The nine-tailed fox is still alive, so this position belongs to her. But once she dies, other powerful beings with similar bloodlines may take over this position. These are some records of this matter in the memory of bloodline inheritance. Moonlight Fox swallowed hard. If that were really the case, the nine-tailed fox's current situation would be extremely precarious, since many beings would probably want her to perish and make room for her. However, this thought only surfaced for a moment before it was temporarily suppressed. In any case, these things are none of my business for the time being. To put it bluntly, Moonlight Fox's current strength is too weak to participate in such matters. Let's focus on transforming our bloodline and increasing our strength first. Thus, the Moonlight Fox, having quickly received the nine-tailed fox's mark, left this special inheritance space with a flash of light. As Moonlight Fox reappeared in the battle, countless gazes fell upon it like a rain of arrows. Has it already received the inheritance? The legendary nine-tailed fox inheritance, this is truly rare. The heavenly fox, who had been keeping a close eye on Moonlight Fox, had a hint of envy and jealousy flash in the depths of her eyes. This is the legacy of the nine-tailed fox. She had a trace of nine-tailed fox blood back then, but she had no connection with the nine-tailed fox's inheritance. She only received the inheritance of the celestial fox. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage, unable to break through any further. It is protected by the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, so it is impossible for it to possess another body. Tianhu frowned. This kind of legendary top-tier bloodline is extremely rare and precious. It is protected not only by its ancestors but also by the heavenly Tao, making it impossible for it to be possessed. However, if one is ruthless enough, one can devour the other, thereby indirectly obtaining the bloodline power of the nine-tailed fox. However, doing so will also result in being despised by the nine-tailed fox, and from then on, one will never be able to transform into a true nine-tailed fox demon again. However, becoming a top member of the celestial fox bloodline is still a piece of cake. Chapter 97: The Moonlight Fox's Metamorphosis, the Celestial Fox's Choice. Of course, there is another option, to train him as a successor. Since Moonlight Fox has inherited the nine-tailed fox's legacy, its future growth rate will inevitably be astonishing. With its own assistance, its growth rate will certainly be even faster. although the Qingyang Mountains lost a number of powerful demonic beasts. However, once the Moonlight Fox grows up, even if it is only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, its domineering nine-tailed fox bloodline will make it comparable to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. For a moment, Tianhu's eyes flickered, and he fell into a brief hesitation. At that moment, Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu also sensed the reappearance of the Moonlight Fox. Compared to before, the Moonlight Fox's aura has greatly improved, clearly indicating that this bloodline inheritance has led to a significant leap in its cultivation level. In addition, there is its bloodline pressure, which exudes an inexplicable domineering aura, making people feel an urge to worship it. In particular, the nine-tailed fox mark between the eyebrows of the Moonlight Fox is as beautiful as a peach blossom. Even though it was a fox, the strange mark gave Gu Yan a sense of breathtaking beauty. It actually received the most precious inheritance of the nine-tailed fox's bloodline. Ling Qingyu was also somewhat surprised. After all, the other inheritances of the nine-tailed fox, such as spells and techniques, were not bad, but they were nothing compared to the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. After the Moonlight Fox transforms into a nine-tailed fox, it becomes a true treasure, easily bringing good fortune and warding off evil. The key point is that cultivating with a nine-tailed fox can bring enormous benefits. Even Ling Qingyu, a former tribulation transcending expert, was quite tempted by such benefits. It's a pity I'm also a woman, otherwise I would have been able to subdue the nine-tailed fox. After all, the nine-tailed fox is a symbol of good fortune. It is also a legendary mount of powerful warriors. A powerful person who doesn't have a nine-tailed fox by their side isn't a true powerhouse. My husband is truly blessed from now on. However, since her husband benefits, she can also indirectly benefit as well, which is not bad for her. Aside from seeking revenge, this life might actually offer a glimpse into the ethereal realm of immortals. At this moment, the Moonlight Fox, who had already reached the 10th level of qi refining, looked at the demonic wolf that had injured her earlier, her eyes surging with killing intent. If I hadn't awakened my bloodline memories at the crucial moment, I would have perished just now. Stared at by the Moonlight Fox's sharp eyes, the ferocious wolf, which had just been extremely vicious, frowned and had the illusion of being stared at by the heavens. It was terrified and wanted to retreat, especially by the transformed Moonlight Fox and its terrifying bloodline pressure. It's simply not something I can fight against. However, as soon as it retreated, the Moonlight Fox, like a streak of light, rushed in front of the demon wolf, its claw wreathed in crimson demonic energy, and cleaved it into pieces of flesh and blood. Blood splattered everywhere, and the expressions of all the demonic beasts surrounding the area turned grim. After all, their strength is inferior to that of the demon wolves. But now, the demon wolf couldn't even withstand a single move from Moonlight Fox before being killed. If the Moonlight Fox continues to attack him, he will be just like the demon wolf, completely powerless to fight back. However, at this moment, the pressure emanating from the Moonlight Fox was too terrifying, pressing down on them and making it difficult for them to even breathe. So they could only kneel on the ground and kowtow to the Moon Fox, hoping it would spare them. This time, it was Lord Celestial Fox who gave them the order to act. It had nothing to do with them. However, the Moonlight Fox ignored all of this and continued to attack, eliminating the monsters that had surrounded and attacked it. Previously, it lacked strength and was naturally timid and submissive. Now that it has strength, it is naturally going to strike hard. Sizzle! The sound of sharp claws cutting through flesh could be heard from time to time. The Moonlight Fox was already quite strong, and now it had even blossomed in both the bloodline realm and the realm of bloodline. These demonic beasts had become objects for it to vent its emotions. Such carnage caused many demonic beasts to tremble in fear. The look in his eyes as he gazed at the Moonlight Fox was filled with awe. For weak demon beasts, their strength and bloodline determine their fate and their future standing among demon beasts. Now that Moonlight Fox has far surpassed them, it is naturally the undisputed leader in their hearts. As Moonlight Fox wreaked havoc here, many disciples of the Azure Nether sect, who had been in decline, were encouraged, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Tianhu silently watched the scene, feeling that he had acted too hastily before, and he hadn't expected the situation to suddenly become out of control. After a moment, once he came to his senses, he sighed and decided to retreat for the time being. Compared to Moonlight Fox, who inherited the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, the outcome of this battle is no longer important. Even the Azure Nether sect was no longer important at this point. If we can get the Moonlight Fox, we can soar to the sky. Roar! With a low, guttural roar, the demonic beasts that had gathered from all directions twitched their ears and then fled the area as fast as they could. For them, what happened today is simply unbelievable. Who would believe that the Moonlight Fox could become the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox? Moonlight Fox did not press its advantage, because it saw Chu Fian rush to this place. "Little Fox, I never knew you were so amazing." Upon seeing the Moonlight Fox again, Chu Fian had a dazed feeling as if she were seeing it for the first time. The main reason was that the Moonlight Fox's extraordinary abilities and strength were extremely terrifying. Even the pressure emanating from her bloodline made her, a foundation establishment cultivator, feel somewhat suppressed, and the flow of spiritual energy within her body became less smooth. It's hard to imagine how powerful and terrifying the Moonlight Fox's bloodline pressure will become once it reaches the foundation establishment stage. Moonlight Fox affectionately rubbed against Chu Fian's arm. This woman was also Gu Yan's wife, so she naturally treated her with utmost respect and flattery. Even if it becomes the bloodline inheritor of the nine-tailed fox, it will not have much impact on its personality. You've recently broken through your bloodline barrier. The best course of action is to go back and digest the inheritance as soon as possible. Chu Fian stroked its fluffy head before speaking. But Moonlight Fox shook his head. Although it has made a great improvement this time, it feels it is not enough. It will wait until its bloodline is comparable to that of a celestial fox before going back. This way, she can gradually take human form, giving brother Gu Yan a huge surprise, and also let sister Ling see her talent and excellence, making her look at her with new eyes. The battlefield is still too dangerous for you. If you stay here, you'll only attract the attention of the heavenly fox, Chu Fian advised, shaking her head. Although she could vaguely sense that Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu had left their methods on it, the heavenly fox was no ordinary creature and she must not be careless. No matter how much Chu Fian tried to persuade him, Moonlight Fox still had no intention of leaving. Chu Fian had no choice but to give up, but fortunately, the matter had also alarmed the ancestor. Nine-tailed fox bloodline. I never expected this fox to have such a great opportunity. Upon learning of this news, the three patriarchs rushed over as quickly as possible, determined to personally verify the Moonlight Fox's bloodline. If it truly is the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, that would be astonishing, and the news must be kept under wraps as soon as possible, otherwise, if other forces find out, it will inevitably cause more trouble. After actually exploring, the three ancestors were all shocked and overjoyed. They never expected that they would see such a legendary creature in their lifetime. Of course, they were mostly envious of Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu. They had noticed the moon fox before, but only considered it as Gu Yan and Ling Qingyu's pet and didn't pay it any attention. Now, when you try to get closer to it, it's lazy and doesn't want to move. However, they could understand that those of noble bloodlines often had some eccentricities. Then, they decided to personally take command at the front lines, to prevent the celestial fox from suddenly attacking the Moonlight Fox. Although they were only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, there were still three of them, and they had many magical artifacts to assist them. Tianhu is already old, and his strength has probably declined significantly. If it really comes to a life or death battle, the three elders working together might not be afraid of him. Once the heavenly fox falls, the Qingyang Mountains will become the backyard of their Qingming sect. This would bring immense benefits to the Qingming sect. After all, the Qingyang Mountains are very large, with many kinds of demonic beasts and many rare and precious materials. At that time, they won't even need to cultivate spirit fields, they can just go into the mountains and plunder them. Therefore, given Tianhu's cautious nature, he probably wouldn't rashly take action himself. Besides, by sheltering the nine-tailed fox here, they also leave a good impression, which will give them a better chance if the Azure Nether sect encounters any problems in the future. The nine-tailed fox has appeared. Sect Master Long must be very interested in this news, right? Although the three patriarchs immediately blocked the news, Tianhu brought the news to the Poison Dragon sect and looked at the sect leader, who was as fat as a pig, and said in a slow voice. Long Xuanzong narrowed his eyes, gazing at the celestial fox that had transformed into a beautiful woman, and with a hint of interest, slowly spoke. So, you want our Poison Dragon sect to attack the Azure Nether sect? And the price is that nine-tailed fox? The heavenly fox's eyes flickered as she slowly said, your Poison Dragon sect is a demonic sect, irreconcilably opposed to righteous sects like the Azure Nether sect. This time, you can obtain the nine-tailed fox by making a move, so why not? Long Xuanzong did not speak immediately. The heavenly fox is notoriously cunning and should never be trusted, even if they have already completed many transactions. However, the Qingming sect was still a powerful force. Although the Bai family was destroyed for some unknown reason, they still had three nascent soul experts. Even if the Poison Dragon sect had the strength to destroy the Qingming sect, they would also suffer some damage themselves. If you are sincere about cooperating, it's not impossible, but I don't trust you. You have to pay some price first. Long Xuanzong looked Tianhu up and down, licked his lips, and his gaze gradually became somewhat aggressive. Tianhu was all too familiar with this kind of gaze. Every man who saw her had a lecherous look on his face. However, Long Xuanzong had been quite honest before, deliberately suppressing his desires, but now he revealed them directly. Chapter 98, Keeping the Oath, Whispering Strategies for the Future. Sect Master Long, as you know, I am devoted to the Tao and have no other thoughts. I advise you not to have any other thoughts either. The Heavenly Fox's direct refusal was entirely within the Dragon Profound Sect's expectations. He wasn't annoyed, and simply smiled and said, Heavenly Fox, as far as I know, your Qingyang mountain range has recently suffered a major setback. All 4 of your nascent soul subordinates have perished, haven't they? By cooperating with Tianhu, he naturally had many informants in the Qingyang mountains. Therefore, they also know why Tianhu suddenly sought help from their poison dragon sect. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to speak in this way. He had long coveted Tianhu, otherwise, he would never have gone to such lengths to cooperate with her. Sect Master Long, if you are unwilling to cooperate, I have also contacted the Blood Sect and the Bone Sword Sect. Their interest in the Nine-Tailed Fox is definitely greater than mine. If this news leaks out, I'm afraid your Poison Dragon Sect will have no chance. The Heavenly Fox spoke calmly. She had naturally made thorough preparations for cooperating with the Poison Dragon Sect. Upon hearing this, Long Xuanzong frowned slightly. Indeed, the Nine-Tailed Fox is of great importance. If they could obtain such a legendary creature, they would certainly not mind losing some manpower. They won't abandon the Nine-Tailed Fox just because they've set their sights on the Celestial Fox. Immediately, the greed on Long Xuanzong's face vanished, and he regained his smiling expression. I was just joking before. How can we not take down a special bloodline like the Nine-Tailed Fox? How about this, I'll make some preparations today, and we'll launch a full-scale attack tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tianhu nodded and said, Sect Leader Long, your word is as good as gold. Naturally, Sect Leader Long will take the lead. Rest assured, the Nine-Tailed Fox is far superior to me. That experience will surely leave Sect Leader Long wanting more. Upon hearing this, Long Xuanzong couldn't help but smile. The Nine-Tailed Fox is synonymous with charm and beauty. It's easy to imagine that once a Nine-Tailed Fox transforms into human form, it will be an absolute beauty that could topple kingdoms. Even in the entire cultivation world, she is an extremely rare beauty. The key point is that such a beautiful woman can also assist in cultivation. The appearance of the Nine-Tailed Fox will inevitably attract the covetousness of other forces once they learn of it. This Qingming sect may not be a place to stay for long. Inside the Qingming sect, Ling Qingyu ate the food prepared by Gu Yan and slowly spoke. Although the Nine-Tailed Fox is exceptionally gifted, it is often regarded as a symbol of bringing disaster to the country and its people. Of course, this symbolism is essentially driven by the greed of various powerful forces. Although the 3 patriarchs are currently blocking the news, no one can say for sure whether the Heavenly Fox will spread the news. Once the news gets out, it's not a good thing if they continue to stay in the Qingming sect. Gu Yan nodded. After our child is born, let's go to the Snowfall Sword sect. With the Snowfall Sword sect's strength, it's enough to protect us and the Nine-Tailed Fox. He didn't really want to leave the place where he had lived for so long, but he also knew that with the appearance of the Nine-Tailed Fox's bloodline, his life would probably never be peaceful again. Of course, this is also a good thing for you. Once her bloodline undergoes a transformation, your dual cultivation with her will likely result in more than just advancing one realm. As Ling Qingyu spoke, she looked at Gu Yan with a hint of envy. After all, the Nine-Tailed Fox is considered the most beautiful woman in the world, and the Moonlight Fox was already quite stunning. She'll probably be so captivating to Gu Yan that he won't be able to get out of bed. The next morning, still in the heart of the Qingyang Mountains, waiting for the arrival of the Poison Dragon sect, Tianhu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible ruthlessness. The reason for choosing to cooperate with the Poison Dragon sect among many demonic sects is, on the one hand, they had cooperated before, so there was some basis for cooperation. But the most important thing is the strength of the Poison Dragon sect. Although it is stronger than the Azure Nether sect, the difference is not that much. The Azure Nether sect suffered losses in the Bai family, and its strength has weakened somewhat compared to before. However, the Poison Dragon sect also needs someone to guard the sect. If a bloody battle breaks out, the final result will most likely be a lose-lose situation. She will find the perfect opportunity to devour the Moonlight Fox and inherit her Nine-Tailed Fox bloodline. Not only will she be able to prolong her life, but after mastering the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Fox, she can at least recover to the peak of the nascent soul stage, and may even have the hope of reaching the divine transformation stage. At that time, neither the Poison Dragon sect nor the Azure Nether sect will be anything more than a dish in front of her. That damned dragon profound sect dared to plot against me, their courting death. While Tianhu waited, suddenly, a dark mass of figures emerged from the bright horizon and rushed towards them. They were all dressed in black robes with dragon claws, and looked quite majestic. The three leaders, including Long Xuanzong, had even reached the nascent soul level. Following them were the Golden Core cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators. It can be said that this time, in order to obtain the nine-tailed fox and incidentally destroy the Qingming sect, they have deployed all their elite forces. Sect Master Long is quite true to his promise. The beautiful woman, transformed from a celestial fox, appeared before them in a flash. Her pear-shaped figure made Long Xuanzong and the others swallow hard. We absolutely have to find a way to get back at that celestial fox. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind, and Long Xuanzong smiled and said, "The Heavenly Fox trusts our Poison Dragon sect, so we will naturally not break our promise. I wonder where the nine-tailed fox is now." This time, he brought his best troops, along with the Heavenly Fox, a demon beast whose cultivation had declined to the late nascent soul stage. This was enough to sound the death knell for the Azure Nether sect. That nine-tailed fox is at the jungle outpost on the front lines. Tianhu handed a piece of animal skin to Long Xuanzong, saying, "I've marked the location. We'll rush there together and take down those three old dogs first. Without their protection, the nine-tailed fox and the Qingming sect will be nothing more than ours." The three members of the Dragon Profound sect exchanged glances, all seeing the greed in each other's eyes. Originally, the Qingming sect was not much weaker than their Poison Dragon sect. Now that the Qingming sect's most powerful family, the Bai family, is gone, if they can swallow up the Qingming sect this time, it will not only be a great achievement, but it will also allow the Poison Dragon sect to double in size. Even without the nine-tailed fox, it's a surefire way to make money. In any case, to them, the Qingming sect is now a piece of fat meat that's already in their mouths. Soon, after a brief discussion, the Dragon Profound sect, along with the powerful Poison Dragon sect, and the Heavenly Fox, leading a large number of demonic beasts, set off together towards the Azure Nether sect's stronghold. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? When Gu Yan woke up early in the morning, he felt his heart racing and had a special feeling about him. It seems that Moonlight Fox is about to encounter danger. However, with the three nascent soul elders already stationed at the front lines, the situation is as stable as Mount Tai, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, considering that Ling Qingyu mentioned the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox last night, it will inevitably trigger a struggle among various forces. That day, it was highly likely that the fox spirit would seek help from outside if it was unable to break through the Qingming sect's defenses. After all, it's an open secret that demonic beasts cooperate with those demonic forces. Although the Qingyang Mountains have suffered a major loss, losing 4 powerful demons, the Heavenly Fox will surely have a chance to make a comeback if it cooperates with the demonic sect. Why don't you go to the front lines and take a look? Ling Qingyu looked at Gu Yan, feeling it was best to trust his intuition. Gu Yan was about to nod when he suddenly noticed that the token that Deacon Zhou had given him trembled. "Deacon Gu, we have just received news that the Demon Dragon sect has secretly launched a large-scale operation. Judging from their target, it seems to be the Qingyang Mountains. You must be extremely careful. The Jingyi Alliance has already sent people to the scene, but they may be a little late." Upon hearing Deacon Zhou's telepathic message, both Gu Yan and Ling Qing's expressions hardened. Poison Dragon sect. This demonic sect is not far from the Qingming sect, and the sect has even had some conflicts with the Poison Dragon sect before. I didn't expect them to get on Tianhu's bandwagon so quickly. Given the power of the Poison Dragon sect, coupled with the Heavenly Fox and her demonic beasts, the front lines are likely in danger. After all, the front line is not like a sect, where there is a protective formation that can resist to the end. The Poison Dragon sect? At that moment, Ling Qingyu seemed to have thought of something, and a sharp, knife-like killing intent flashed deep in her eyes. Gu Yan stared at Ling Qingyu in surprise. Ling Qingyu had always given him the impression of being calm and composed, so why did she suddenly have such a strong reaction to the Poison Dragon sect? Seeing Gu Yan looking over, Ling Qingyu said, "Does my husband know why my spiritual root was destroyed?" Gu Yan thought for a moment and said, "You said before that you were crippled on the battlefield of the war between good and evil. Could it be someone from the Poison Dragon sect?" Ling Qingyu nodded and said, "It was a Golden Core deacon from the Poison Dragon sect who launched a sneak attack, which caused my spiritual root to be corroded by the poison, leaving me a cripple." As she said this, she clenched her fists tightly. The moment her spiritual root was destroyed, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Even though she was a powerful being who had undergone tribulation in her previous life, she still couldn't withstand the blow. After all, one cannot cultivate without spiritual roots. This is an unshakable ironclad rule. Her bright future and high spirits collapsed because of this, which ultimately led her to seek a partner to settle down and live a peaceful life. It could be said that her hatred for that golden core deacon of the poison dragon sect was no less than that for the disciple who had betrayed her. Both of them deserved to die, they deserved to be torn to pieces. He was a golden core cultivator, while she was only a foundation establishment cultivator. As a result, he not only attacked her, but also launched a despicable sneak attack. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for their trick. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan slowly tightened his grip on Ling Qingyu's delicate hand. Rest assured, the poison dragon sect will cease to exist from this day forward. To attack Ling Qingyu is to attack oneself. The person Qingyu wants to kill is one's mortal enemy. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. You don't need to be stubborn now. Once our child is born and my spiritual root recovers, we can destroy them together. Although Gu Yan now possesses a terrifying weapon like the six-armed demon ape. However, this thing will definitely be watched by Elder Ling of the Spirit Hall. Once it is used and the news is leaked, the other party will definitely not let it go, which will be a troublesome matter. After all, the Spirit Palace has connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, so it's best not to provoke such a force when you're weak. Gu Yan understood Ling Qingyu's concerns and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. If things don't work out, we'll work together later. You can focus on your pregnancy now, I'm going to the front lines to check things out." Ling Qingyu touched her slightly protruding belly and nodded. "Okay, be careful in everything." Chapter 99 Battle against the Heavenly Fox. Gu Yan arrives to provide reinforcements. As Gu Yan rushed to the front line of Qingyang Mountain Range at top speed, the Poison Dragon sect cultivators and the beast horde led by the Heavenly Fox also arrived in a grand procession. The three nascent soul elders of the Azure Nether sect all looked grim. The Poison Dragon sect, when did they become the lackeys of the Heavenly Fox? Should we retreat first? They came with great force. It would be better to avoid their sharp edge for now. The Poison Dragon sect has launched a large-scale attack. The Jingyi Alliance cannot have been unaware of it. Delaying them will be to our advantage. I'm afraid that even if we want to back out, they won't give us the chance. After a brief discussion, the three elders all looked extremely grim. After all, their strength is currently inferior to that of the Heavenly Fox sect and the Poison Dragon sect. Let's fight and retreat simultaneously. Let's stop them first and give them time to escape. Soon, having made their decision, the three patriarchs transformed into streaks of light and rushed towards the Poison Dragon sect and the Heavenly Fox. They moved very fast, and in an instant, they blocked the path of the Poison Dragon sect members. But Longxian's sect had anticipated this scene, and chuckled. They are all old friends, but it's a pity that we may never see them again. Kill them. Finish them quickly. Without further ado, Long Xuanzong led the Poison Dragon sect members to charge forward. They also knew that such a large-scale operation by the sect could not be kept secret from the Jingyi Alliance, and a swift victory was the best option. Seeing this, Tianhu also joined in the attack. Although she hoped that the 6 people here would all be severely injured, it was obviously impossible for her to sit back and watch them fight from the beginning. With the arrival of the Heavenly Fox, the 3 patriarchs, who were already at a slight disadvantage, were immediately suppressed by the opposing side. Heavenly Spirit 3 Talents Formation. The moment they were suppressed, the Li family patriarch roared, and an array plate swelled up against the wind, then split into 3, hovering above the heads of the 3 of them, forming a mysterious and complex array that caused their auras to rise steadily at this moment. Although he was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, he was a peak 3rd grade formation master. With the help of the formation, it is possible to briefly resist them. Tianhu and the others frowned slightly. However, they also knew that eliminating 3 nascent soul stage cultivators was not so simple, and it was almost impossible to do it in one fell swoop. And so the battle in this area remained deadlocked. Their golden core cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators, and the surging beast tide have already rushed to the front line. This is not the Qingming sect. Although there is also an array for protection, it is not comparable to the sect's protective array. With the successive attacks of the Poison Dragon sect cultivators and demonic beasts, the array, which was like an iron wall, collapsed after only lasting for the time it takes to drink half a cup of hot tea. Meanwhile, Chufian and Moonlight Fox, who were in the stronghold, also looked solemn and quickly joined the battle to help the other disciples retreat. However, the number of demonic beasts was already enormous, and with the intervention of the Poison Dragon sect, the situation of the Qingming sect members suddenly became difficult. Moonlight Fox's situation is even more precarious. Whether it's demonic beasts or members of the Poison Dragon sect, they all have their eyes on her. This Moonlight Fox contains the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox and is the core of this operation. Even with its current surge in strength and powerful bloodline aura, Moonlight Fox was still no match for the surging tide of demonic beasts and human cultivators, and was quickly surrounded and killed. Chu Fian and the others did their best to cover for her. Even so, they suffered repeated defeats and were surrounded by both demonic beasts and the Poison Dragon sect. Why resist to the end? Just obey us and you won't have to suffer like this. That's right, what's wrong with becoming a pet of my Poison Dragon sect? We can make you live a life that even gods would envy every day. The members of the Poison Dragon sect were extremely interested in the Moonlight Fox. This little guy is already captivating and irresistibly attractive even though he's only in the form of a fox. Imagine how beautiful he would be if he were to transform into a human. Bang! As the Poison Dragon sect attacked, Chu Fian immediately activated the numerous talismans she carried to form a protective shield, protecting Moonlight Fox and the surrounding Qingming sect disciples within it. The numerous attacks struck the golden protective shield formed by the talismans, instantly tearing it apart. Fortunately, Chu Fian had many talismans on her body, all of which were second-grade protective talismans inscribed by Gu Yan. It was much more powerful than a typical second-grade talisman, and gradually blocked everyone's attacks. But as time went on, more and more monsters and cultivators gathered there. And she was almost out of talismans. Heh, mere talismans, nothing more than a minor skill. Let's see how long you can hold out. A Foundation Establishment disciple of the Poison Dragon sect looked at Chu Fian with a sinister expression. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was using too many talismans, they would have already captured the Moonlight Fox by now, instead of getting entangled with them here. If the delay goes on too long, the Moonlight Fox might be taken away by those demonic beasts, which would be a real problem. Although they had previously agreed with the Heavenly Fox that the Moonlight Fox would belong to their Poison Dragon sect, the final outcome might not necessarily follow the previous agreement. The safest approach is to capture the Moonlight Fox before those monsters do. Click. With their swift and decisive attack, the protective shield surrounding Chu Fian was finally completely breached. The ashes of the talismans piled up in front of her also stained the earth black, making the Poison Dragon sect members' eyelids twitch. Spendthrift. Such a precious second-tier talisman, and she just squandered it all like that? Normally, if they had a second-tier talisman, they would treasure it like a precious gem and would never be willing to use it lightly. These talismans should have been his after he captured her. The Poison Dragon sect members, their anger growing, quickened their pace with ferocious expressions, determined to capture Chu Fian as well. The person who can produce so many talismans must have a lot of good stuff on them. Just then, a piercing sound of wind breaking came rushing in. Accompanied by a piercing whistling sound, talismans that looked like heavenly fire and meteors also broke through the air. Gu Yan has arrived. These days, he seems to be only cooking for Ling Qingyu, taking care of her, and practicing swordsmanship. However, he didn't waste any of his free time. Instead, he was inscribing talismans. He is now a mid-grade second-tier talisman master, and the talismans he condenses are enough to threaten cultivators in the mid- or late-stage Foundation establishment stage. Even a cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment would risk perishing under the endless bombardment of second-tier talismans. The members of the Poison Dragon sect were horrified as they watched the overwhelming barrage of fiery talismans. He activated over 100 second-tier attack talismans at once. They had never heard of or seen anything like it before. After all, it's not easy for a second-tier talisman master to inscribe a second-tier talisman, and the success rate is very low. If they can succeed 2 or 3 times out of 10, that's already extremely good. They really didn't expect that a chi-refining cultivator would have such a grand gesture. Although there are many of these talismans, their power is probably quite ordinary. Soon, the members of the Poison Dragon sect came to their senses, staring coldly at the numerous talismans swooping down, and quickly took action to deal with them. They attacked very quickly and were extremely fierce. However, when their attacks landed on the talisman, flames roared, as if a fireball had exploded, and the terrifying heat instantly spread and swept over them, making them feel as if they had entered a purgatory. Ah! Screams of agony filled the air as the careless Foundation establishment cultivators suffered severe injuries, their skin turning black and emitting wisps of blue smoke. My husband! Senior brother Gu! Chu Fian and the others, as well as Moonlight Fox, all looked at Gu Yan with surprise and delight. If anyone could stand against a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators, they would only think of Gu Yan. After all, he not only had a great many talismans, but they were also extremely powerful. Even though the poison dragon sect is coming with great force this time, as long as senior brother Gu is here, there will definitely be a glimmer of hope. You all quickly take the other disciples and leave. Leave this to me. Gu Yan glanced at Chu Fian and the others, and quickly spoke. Most of the disciples, whose strength was only at the chi refining stage, looked at Gu Yan with admiration and then nodded quickly. They all knew that their abilities were of no use to senior brother Gu Yan, and that leaving as soon as possible and not holding him back was the best option. As the chi refining disciples left, Foundation establishment disciples and cultivators, including Chu Fian, quickly surrounded Gu Yan, making him the center of their group. These pills have strong healing effects. Swallow them quickly and hold on a little longer. The people from the Zhangyi Alliance will be here soon. Gu Yan glanced at everyone, giving them a reassuring look, then took out jade bottles from his storage bag and handed them to Chu Fian, asking her to distribute them. Chu Fian nodded. The Moonlight Fox hopped onto Gu Yan's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek affectionately, giving him a tingling, warm feeling. Gu Yan patted its head. We're doing serious business, stop fooling around. Moonlight Fox pouted and continued to rub against Gu Yan, then her bright eyes shone even brighter. Only when it got really close to Gu Yan did it sense the hidden yet vast and powerful fortune emanating from him. It couldn't help but want to get closer to Gu Yan, wanting to meld him into its body. It felt signs of breaking through to the 11th level of chi refining after only activating the technique for a short time. Gu Yan, brother Gu, you are truly my precious darling. So she jumped behind Gu Yan's head and lay on his head with a look of enjoyment, making soft ooh-ooh sounds. Gu Yan. However, he had no time to deal with Moonlight Fox, as more poison dragon sect cultivators and demonic beasts had already rushed over. Gu Yan formed a hand seal, and the burning mountain furnace appeared. Then, like a raging fire mountain, it swelled in the wind and fell heavily from the sky. Rumble. With a deafening roar, all the demonic beasts and poison dragon sect disciples below were smashed into a bloody pulp. Completely powerless to resist. This burning mountain furnace is a top-tier third-grade magic weapon, and it is extremely well suited to him as an alchemist, making it something they simply cannot contend with. Although using the alchemy furnace as a means of attack would invite criticism from other alchemists. However, Gu Yan was quite satisfied with its power. If it weren't for the fact that there were quite a few scum from the poison dragon sect among them, they could have been refined into demon cores as well. The other demonic beasts and disciples of the poison dragon sect all looked grim upon seeing this scene. Chapter 190. Beauty, the allure of the celestial fox. Although Gu Yan was only a chi refining cultivator, his appearance instantly distorted the situation, causing them, who originally held the advantage, to suffer heavy losses. Who exactly is that guy? Why does he possess such formidable fighting power? At this moment, Long Xuanzong and the others also noticed Gu Yan, and their expressions became somewhat gloomy. After all, the stalemate here was actually in their favor, but now, because of this despicable guy, it has become advantageous to the Qingming sect. Tianhu frowned slightly. She knew Gu Yan Moonlight Fox was his pet. She had originally thought it was just a lucky little punk, but she hadn't expected it to be so special. However, she had prepared for this day long ago. Immediately, a special fluctuation emanated from her body. Then a figure exactly like her split off from her body. Illusion technique. Although it appears to be an illusion, it has cultivated this innate illusion technique to the highest level. Combined with the parts of flesh and soul that she has differentiated, it is like a twin connected to her in spirit. Most importantly, this illusory clone of his possesses the strength of the early nascent soul stage. That guy and the clone that the nine-tailed fox gave me, those three old geezers are on their last legs. This is a golden opportunity to eliminate them once and for all. It would be a huge benefit for both of us. Tianhu spoke coldly. After creating a clone, her cultivation level dropped somewhat, but it was still comparable to the late nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Long Xuanzong and the others nodded. As long as the celestial fox's true form is here, there's no need to worry about her causing any trouble. Almost at the same time, Gu Yan immediately sensed the presence of the heavenly fox clone. Then, the system, which had been silent, suddenly popped up a notification. A beautiful celestial fox with a beauty score of 90 or higher has been discovered. Capture her, reproduce with her, and you will receive a system reward. This fox spirit is actually a 90-point beauty. Gu Yan composed himself and then realized that although the heavenly fox was quite old, it was like a ripe peach, and its human-like figure was simply unfair. Viewed from the side, it's a mountain range. Viewed from the front, it's a peak. The view varies depending on distance, height, and perspective. She possesses a mature charm, and every move she makes carries a powerful allure. If Chu Fian's alluring body is an inner charm, then the allure of this heavenly fox is something that can be seen and touched. Just one glance was enough to mesmerize Gu Yan. However, this heavenly fox is a formidable enemy, and a nascent soul cultivator at that. From all perspectives, there is currently no possibility of defeating it. As Gu Yan stared intently at her, the celestial fox, now transformed into a beautiful woman, smiled slightly. She was all too familiar with that look in her eyes. Gu Yan is still nothing more than a subject under her spell. Immediately, the heavenly fox's illusory clone emitted powerful nascent soul pressure from its palm, attempting to kill Gu Yan first. Although Gu Yan's soul is powerful now, it is no match for a nascent soul cultivator. He was instantly suppressed and unable to move. The gap in strength is simply too great. Not good. The Chu family patriarch and the others were all shocked, never expecting that the heavenly fox would have such mysterious methods. The balance of the battle has been broken once again by the arrival of a nascent soul cultivator. Their Qingming sect no longer has any nascent soul cultivators who can take action. Old men, you'd better mind your own business. The celestial fox's true form smiled and swiftly attacked. Gu Yan frowned. Could it be that the only option was to activate the six-armed demon ape? If this is done here, news of the six-armed demon ape will surely spread. Boom! Suddenly, the moonlight fox, which was perched above his head, trembled and broke through the oppressive aura. The flesh and blood clone condensed by the heavenly fox using illusion techniques is terrifying, reaching the early stage of the nascent soul realm. It is a complete dimensional reduction attack on cultivators below the nascent soul realm. However, her bloodline is nowhere near as good as Moonlight Fox's, which already possesses the bloodline of a nine-tailed fox. Even after Moonlight Fox activated its nine-tailed fox bloodline, a hint of awe flashed deep in the eyes of the celestial fox clone. For demonic beasts, a high-quality bloodline is a natural and enormous advantage, just like those spoiled brats in the human race who can act arrogantly and domineeringly because of their father's status. However, among demonic beasts, the difference in bloodline is even more pronounced. Having escaped the oppressive aura of the heavenly fox clone thanks to the Moonlight Fox, Gu Yan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he quickly turned around with Moonlight Fox and rushed into the depths of the mountains, seemingly frightened and disoriented. The heavenly fox clone frowned slightly. Gu Yan's talent and strength were already among the best in the Foundation establishment realm. But in front of her, a nascent soul cultivator, it was nothing at all. Now that you're here, why run away? I'll give you a quick death. Seeing that Gu Yan did not flee towards the Qingming sect, but instead headed towards the center of the mountain range, the heavenly fox clone saw this as no different from losing his mind. However, she could understand. After all, being chased by a nascent soul expert, even a golden core cultivator would be terrified and beg for mercy, let alone Gu Yan, who was just a chi refining cultivator. Immediately, the celestial fox clone leisurely gave chase. Neither Gu Yan nor Moonlight Fox can escape his grasp. My husband. Chu Fian watched Gu Yan's retreating figure with a heart full of worry. Although she knew that Gu Yan possessed a powerful talisman puppet, the heavenly fox clone was, after all, a nascent soul-level being, and its methods were extremely strange. The three patriarchs of the Qingming sect all turned cold. Gu Yan not only had a close relationship with Zhao Linger, which gave them an opportunity to climb the social ladder to the Snowfall Sword sect, but he also possessed exceptional talent. If they are killed by the heavenly fox clone, the glorious future of their Azure Nether sect will be shattered in an instant. Heavenly Fox, I advise you to be kind. Gu Yan's background is not simple. The four nascent soul demon beasts under your command were killed by his wife's master, a nascent soul expert. If you kill him, you will definitely offend that nascent soul expert. The patriarch of the Chu family stared at the true form of the heavenly fox with a gloomy expression. A nascent soul cultivator? Upon hearing this, the heavenly fox trembled slightly. Even the three nascent soul experts from the Poison Dragon sect looked somewhat frightened and awe-inspiring. Transformation into a divine being. That was the realm that nascent soul cultivators desperately craved. Once they became deity transformation cultivators, they would be figures of great importance throughout the eastern region. However, Gu Yan is only at the chi refining realm, yet he has such a powerful background? Some of them found it hard to accept. After all, even for nascent soul cultivators, needing a deity transformation cultivator is extremely difficult. How could Gu Yan possibly have a deep connection with a powerful being like the nascent soul stage? It must be that the old master of the Chu family was exaggerating. Humph. Let's not even talk about whether what you're saying is true or not. Even if it is, so what? After I've eliminated Guyen, I can just leave this place forever. The world is vast, and there will always be a place for me to go. The celestial fox in its true form spoke coldly. As he spoke, he increased the frequency of his attacks on the three members of the Chu family. At the same time, Guyen did his best to activate various talismans, making his speed like a streak of light, quickly widening the distance between the Heavenly Fox and the Poison Dragon sect members. To be on the safe side, and to avoid others discovering the secret of the six-armed demon ape, Guyen fled into the depths of the dense forest like a frantic deer. Guyen only stopped when the fox avatar completely lost patience with him and sealed off the space around him with immense power. She actually hoped that Guyen could escape to a farther place, so that he could distance himself from the three nascent soul cultivators of the Poison Dragon sect and then have the food all to himself. The Heavenly Fox clone hadn't expected Guyen to be so fast. In just 100 breaths, he had already crossed the mountain range and was about to reach the center of the mountain range. This speed is comparable to that of those at the peak of Foundation establishment. With such beautiful mountains and clear waters here, you've certainly chosen a superior burial place for yourself. Seeing that Guyen was trapped here, the Heavenly Fox clone looked at Guyen and the Moonlight Fox perched on his head with a smile. Is that so? I think this place is not bad as your final resting place. Guyen looked at her coldly. He was indeed very strong at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, but he was waiting for a good opportunity to release the six-armed demon ape. What was the Heavenly Fox clone waiting for? Are we just waiting to die? In an instant, before the Heavenly Fox could even make a move against Guyen, light patterns appeared in front of Guyen, outlining the shape of a six-armed demonic ape. An aura approaching the peak of the nascent soul stage suddenly burst forth. Under this terrifying pressure, the earth was sinking and caved in, as if some kind of earthquake had occurred. The Heavenly Fox clone was also completely stunned. Is this Guyen's trump card? A talisman puppet approaching the peak of the nascent soul stage? The Heavenly Fox clone glanced at the powerful talisman puppet with extreme apprehension. Even if his own true form were here, he would probably find it difficult to shake the six-armed demonic ape. However, how could Guyen possibly control such a powerful and terrifying talisman puppet? The Celestial Fox clone immediately sensed a life-threatening crisis emerging. However, this thought only flashed through her mind for a moment before the Heavenly Fox clone's expression became extremely solemn. While the puppet's power was indeed formidable, Guyen's strength was far too weak. As long as Guyen can be captured, no matter how strong this talisman puppet is, it will be useless. In fact, as long as Guyen is controlled, this talisman puppet can be indirectly used for our own purposes. Little brother Guyen, why are we so hostile towards each other? We can be friends. You don't want to see me get hurt, do you? The beautiful woman, transformed from a celestial fox clone, blinked her lovely eyes, and a unique charm immediately emanated from her, heading straight for Guyen. As a celestial fox, her allure is naturally top tier. However, after she became a nascent soul cultivator, she rarely used it anymore. However, using Guyen would definitely be more than worthwhile. Guyen's soul was quite powerful, but it was nothing compared to the Heavenly Fox clone. Even some of the talismans he had specifically placed on his person to ward off soul interference began to burn at this moment. But it was still no use. Her soul continued to rush in, heading straight for Guyen's sea of consciousness. Guyen's expression changed, and with a thought, the six-armed demonic ape launched an extremely ferocious attack on the celestial fox. He understood the Heavenly Fox's plan, but with the six-armed demon ape protecting him, the Heavenly Fox would never succeed. Bump! Faced with the domineering attack of the six-armed demon ape, the Heavenly Fox clone did not take the hit head-on, but instead kept dodging, focusing its attention on Guyen. Even though Guyen resisted, the image of the Heavenly Fox still gradually surfaced deep within his soul.